Li Yuan felt as though his head was about to split open, as if countless steel needles were piercing into his brain all at once. Clutching his head in both hands, he slowly regained his senses. Strangely, despite the agony crashing over him like a tidal wave, it seemed as if some invisible force was holding him steady. He gritted his teeth and didn't let a single sound escape his lips. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down from the torment, a surge of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded his mind. These memories were chaotic, swirling like leaves caught in a storm, nearly overwhelming his ability to cope. He struggled desperately to make sense of it all, feeling as if his head might burst at any moment. At last, he managed to piece things together, just barely. Slowly, he opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. What he saw made his heart sink to the bottom of an abyss. He was trapped in a dilapidated village, locked inside a rusted iron cage. The metal bars were bent and twisted, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Night had fallen, deep and impenetrable, and a terrifying silence hung over everything. Suddenly, a crisp metallic chime split the stillness, sharp as thunder cracking through the darkness. Startled, Li Yuan shot upright, scanning the area with wide, nervous eyes, every muscle taut with tension. But aside from the darkness and the silence, there was nothing. Then a cold, mechanical voice sounded by his ear. "Greetings, host. I am the Film Skill Acquisition System. It's a pleasure to meet you." The voice was emotionless and unfeeling, shattering the quiet of the night. The abruptness of the voice nearly drove Li Yuan out of his wits. He sprang to his feet like a startled prey, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with terror as he searched the shadows, as if the voice had come from some unfathomable abyss. "Host, please do not panic. I am now bound to your soul. You only need to communicate with me through your thoughts." The mechanical voice spoke again, this time with a touch of reassurance in its tone. "Are you a system?" Li Yuan forced himself to calm down, carefully posing the question in his mind. "Correct. My function is simple. As long as you watch a movie, you have a chance to randomly acquire a skill or item that appeared in the film. However, these rewards can be both beneficial and hazardous. It all depends on your luck. Also, items tend to be much rarer than skills, so you must use them with caution." The system explained in an even, detached manner, as if merely stating facts. "Then, how do I watch a movie?" Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, his heart pounding with both anxiety and anticipation, as though he were about to uncover a whole new world. Suddenly, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Its interface was clean and simple, displaying 3 buttons labeled Personal Attributes, Movie Player, and Inventory. In the darkness, the buttons glowed faintly, as if silently beckoning Li Yuan to step forward and explore the unknown. "Host, please use your mind to open the Personal Attribute panel. There, your stats and acquired skills will be displayed." The system's voice sounded again, calm and commanding, like a stern mentor guiding a student through an assignment. Following the system's instructions, Li Yuan complied. He didn't feel the slightest discomfort or anything out of the ordinary. Instead, it was as if he had stepped into an entirely new game world, with the system acting as his personal guide through this virtual realm. When Li Yuan opened his attribute panel, he could hardly believe his eyes. The stats displayed were so unremarkable, so shockingly ordinary, that he was taken aback. Name: Li Yuan. Intelligence: 4, 1 equals slow-witted or impaired, 2 equals average, 3 equals learned, 4 equals gifted, 5 equals genius, 6 equals extraordinary genius, 7 equals omniscient. Strength: 2. 1 equals weak, unable to lift one's own body weight. 2 equals normal, able to lift one's own body weight. 3 equals human upper limit, can lift twice. Body weight: 4 equals far beyond ordinary, can lift 800 kilograms to 25 tons. 5 equals can lift 25 to 75 tons. 6 equals can lift 75 to 100 tons. 7 equals over 100 tons. Speed: 2. 1 equals below average. 2 equals normal. 3 equals above average but not exceeding 700 kilometers per hour. 4 equals sonic. 5 equals supersonic. 6 equals light speed. 7 equals faster than light. Endurance: 2. 1 equals weak. 2 equals normal. 3 equals enhanced. 4 equals regenerative. 5 equals bulletproof. 6 equals beyond human. 7 equals nearly immortal. Energy projection: 1. 1 equals incapable of energy projection. 2 equals releases energy by touch. 3 equals brief, close-range energy release. 4 equals moderate time, mid-range. Energy release: 5 equals sustained, long-range energy release. 6 equals multiple energy types. 7 equals virtually limitless types and range of energy projection. Combat skills: 2. 1 equals no experience. 2 equals basic level. 3 equals formal basic training. 4 equals battle experience. 5 equals mastery of one fighting style. 6 equals mastery of multiple fighting styles. 7 equals mastery of all fighting styles. Acquired skills: driving, level 1, shooting, level 2, explosives handling, level 3, language proficiency, level 2. Li Yuan stared at his own pitifully dismal attribute panel, bitterness welling up in his heart. He was nothing more than an ordinary man with a knack for making bombs. Nothing special about him. At all. Yet, from the flood of memories that had surged into his mind, he learned that his presence here was no accident. In truth, the leader of his mercenary group had orchestrated for him to feign capture, infiltrate this small village, and, when the time was right, coordinate an attack from within to utterly destroy it. According to those memories, the mercenary group was fast approaching, and there were less than 2 days left before the operation would begin. The thought that he might soon leave this place of despair brought a flicker of relief to Li Yuan's heart. But just as he was secretly rejoicing, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the house behind him, followed by the unmistakable sound of fabric being torn apart. The scream sliced through the silence of the night like a razor-sharp blade. Almost instantly, a man's malicious laughter and a girl's helpless, desperate cries tangled together, becoming a suffocating nightmare that stabbed straight into Li Yuan's nerves. At that moment, a strange figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He felt as though his head had been struck with a heavy blow. Clutching his head with both hands, his eyes wide with shock, he was nearly overwhelmed by the searing pain. "Host, would you like to begin watching the first film?" The system's voice broke through his inner chaos at that very moment. "Yes." Li Yuan clenched his teeth and forced out his response in his mind. As soon as he spoke, the world spun around him, and everything went black. He lost all sense of consciousness. When he came to, he found himself in a world that was entirely unfamiliar. Everything around him was utterly different from what he knew. The architecture was bizarre. Even the sky wore unfamiliar colors. What truly plunged him into despair was the realization that he couldn't control his own body at all. He could only watch, powerless, as this body moved on its own. In this strange world, he experienced the entire journey from infancy to adulthood. What made this place so unique was that, during the final World War on Earth, nations had unleashed nuclear strikes one after another, escalating the conflict into a devastating nuclear holocaust. That catastrophe had all but annihilated the planet, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. A scant handful of human survivors struggled to eke out an existence, eventually gathering on a patch of uncontaminated land and developing a drug designed to suppress human emotions. In this world, humanity has created a unique combat technique that masterfully blends swordsmanship, marksmanship, and martial arts. This fusion of skills is known as gun kata. Developed through countless real combat trials and rigorous statistical analysis, gun kata allows its users to precisely judge bullet trajectories and enemy positions. By combining superb marksmanship, sharp swordplay, and formidable physical prowess, practitioners wield a devastatingly effective style of battle. However, mastering gun kata is an arduous journey, demanding immense effort and unwavering determination, much like scaling a treacherous mountain peak. The body Li Yuan inhabited showed extraordinary talent for gun kata. From his early childhood, he endured the harshest of training regimens. Over the years, his proficiency continued to grow until he reached a level of near perfection, almost unmatched by anyone. In this world, he became a figure of legend. Before long, Li Yuan experienced the entirety of this life, and finally learned that all these events took place within a film called Equilibrium. Returning to the real world, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaustion and world-weariness clouding his gaze. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the gun kata skill, along with a day's supply of prosium. The process of erasing emotions, worldview, and memories will now begin." Immediately, all the memories he had just relived began to slip away like grains of sand through an hourglass, leaving only his mastery of gun kata perfectly intact. Every vivid experience and emotion was mercilessly wiped clean. Li Yuan closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, then suddenly snapped them open. In that instant, he seemed transformed, his eyes sharp and resolute, radiating a calm and decisiveness he had never known before. At that moment, the door behind him creaked open. 2 tall men roughly tossed a frail figure out into the room. In the dim firelight, Li Yuan could see was a young girl, barely more than a child. Her eyes stared wide open, unblinking in death, her face frozen in terror and despair. The sight of the girl's tragic fate ignited a surge of fury deep within Li Yuan. His hands shook with rage as he gripped the vial of prosium tightly. At last, he injected the prosium into his body. As the drug took effect, his emotions slowly faded away. His gaze grew cold and void of feeling, until he seemed to become nothing more than a machine built for killing, utterly calm, utterly detached. He slowly rose from within the cage, his eyes calmly scanning the surroundings. His gaze was as precise as a sophisticated scanner, taking in every detail of the environment and the movements of each person with perfect clarity. At that moment, a guard noticed Li Yuan's actions. The guard cursed at him in coarse, unintelligible language and strode over. Li Yuan watched the guard quietly. To him, every move the guard made appeared as if it were slowed down to a crawl, each action stretched out like a frame in a slow motion film. He caught and analyzed every detail with exacting precision. In that instant, his mind was whirring like a high-speed computer, rapidly assessing every variable. When the guard reached the cage and struck the iron bars hard with his gun, Li Yuan acted. He brought his fingers together, bent them, and thrust out his hand with the speed and sharpness of blade, pulling back just as swiftly, a motion as quick as lightning. The guard felt a searing pain in his throat, clutched instinctively at the wound, and blood gushed from his mouth. He stared at Li Yuan with rage and disbelief before collapsing to the ground, the life draining from his body. Li Yuan moved quickly, scooping up the fallen gun. With practiced hands, he found the keys, unlocked the cage in a flash, and stepped outside. He left the cage and walked straight to the girl's side. Her clothes were in tatters, her skin was covered in wounds. There was hardly an unmarked spot left on her body. Li Yuan took off his own jacket and gently draped it over the girl. Then he lifted her in his arms, carried her to a tree, and propped her up so that she could face the direction of the village. Looking down at the girl's cold body, Li Yuan spoke in a calm voice. "I will avenge you. I'll make sure you see these monsters receive the punishment they deserve." With those words, he stood up, his chest bare. Though not particularly muscular, his body was lean and defined, the scars on his skin making him appear all the more resolute. Li Yuan pulled back the bolt on the gun and began a slow, deliberate walk toward the village. Not long after, a gunshot shattered the silence of the village. The leader was jolted awake from his sleep and shouted in anger. "What's going on out there?" A middle-aged subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Boss, it's bad. We're under attack. Our men can barely hold on." The leader quickly regained his composure, dressed, grabbed his weapon, and strode out of the room. "How many attackers are there?" The middle-aged man hesitated, stammering as fear overtook him. The leader's expression turned cold as he leveled his gun at the man. "I'll ask you again. How many?" Terrified, the subordinate dropped to his knees. "Just one. Only one, boss." "What did you say? Just one person? And you're all in shambles? Are you making a fool out of me?" The leader roared in fury, smashing the gun stock hard against the man. "No, please, boss, I beg you. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. I really haven't deceived you. Please stop hitting me." Curled up on the floor, the middle-aged man's voice trembled with fear and desperation. The leader looked down at the man, and doubt began to creep into his mind. The man didn't seem to be lying. It was hard to believe that a single person could defeat his entire crew so completely. As they argued, the gunfire outside suddenly ceased. At the same time, a thick fog had somehow risen over the village. The leader and the middle-aged man glanced out the window, only to see a lone figure slowly emerging from the swirling mist. When they caught sight of the person's face, they were struck dumb with shock. It was the very man they had captured and tied up earlier. Reflexively, the leader tried to raise his gun, but a shot rang out, striking his weapon and sending it spinning from his grasp. Before he could react, a second bullet found its mark, striking him squarely in the forehead. He collapsed, his eyes filled with bitter regret. Now only the middle-aged man remained in the room. He immediately cried out, "Don't shoot. I'm FBI. I've been undercover here. Please, you have to believe me." Li Yuan paused, but kept the gun trained on him. "How many years have you been undercover here?" Li Yuan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, 10 years. We've been trying all this time to catch him, but he's too cunning. We never had a real chance." He hadn't finished speaking when a gunshot echoed through the room. A bullet tore through his skull. With shock and confusion in his eyes, the man looked at Li Yuan as he slowly crumpled to the floor. Li Yuan gazed at the lifeless body, his tone calm and even. 10 years? I don't believe an FBI agent could spend a decade failing to bring down a run-of-the-mill drug ring. Did you really think I wouldn't know how you used your double identity to line your own pockets all these years? The man collapsed, disbelief frozen on his face. In truth, the middle-aged man had indeed spent the past decade exploiting his dual roles, amassing a fortune and even getting fellow agents killed when they try to help. Having said his piece, Li Yuan casually tossed the rifle onto the ground. He made his way over to the leader's corpse, retrieved a gleaming gold Colt M2000 pistol, and searched the body for every spare magazine. After checking each one, he tucked the pistol into his waistband. Then, stepping into the next room, he found some food and water. After eating his fill, he lay down on the leader's bed and fell into a deep, untroubled sleep. As dawn broke over a patch of jungle in the Golden Triangle, the first rays of sunlight illuminated a low-flying transport plane. Inside the cargo hold, a burly, heavily armed old man surveyed his team with a stern gaze. Listen up, everyone. We have two objectives this mission. First, eliminate everyone in the village. Second, rescue the FBI informant and our own man, Li, who are trapped inside. Is that clear? A medium-built, balding man polished a dagger in his hand, replying with a grin, "Relax, Barney. This job is a lot simpler than the ones we've taken before. I honestly don't understand why you even bother to accept it." Barney sighed helplessly. "Jack, do you think I want to? Business hasn't been good lately, so we have to take what we can get. I can't just let you all go hungry, can I? Enough talk. We're almost there." With that, he strode to the hatch and gazed out at the distant village. The others rose to their feet and lined up in an orderly fashion at the door, each man jumping out in turn. They deployed their parachutes at the edge of the village and landed smoothly nearby. However, as the squad drew closer to the village, an uncanny silence settled over the scene. The group gathered together, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. "Barney, why is it so quiet here?" Yang, the only Asian member of the team, whispered. Barney shook his head, his confusion evident. Just then, Caesar, the team's only black member, pointed toward the village and spoke in a low voice. "Barney, look over there. Are those bodies?" Barney instantly raised his binoculars, and the sight that greeted him left him stunned. The entire village was strewn with corpses. Not a single survivor remained. Even children had not been spared. "Let's go. Looks like someone got here before us. We need to find Li, fast," Barney commanded, rising to his feet. Led by Barney, the team advanced into the village with caution, their expressions turning grim at the carnage before them. Most of the victims had been killed with a single shot. Some bodies lay in tangled heaps, making it almost impossible to imagine how the killer had managed to execute so many at close range, let alone dodge the hail of bullets amid such chaos. Yang and Caesar approached Barney, speaking in hushed tones. "Li's not here. Everyone in this place is dead. Not even the children made it." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, sharp and deliberate. Instantly, the team snapped to attention, aiming their weapons toward the source of the noise. As the figure drew nearer, they finally relaxed, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Barney stepped forward and clapped the newcomer on the shoulder. "Li, thank goodness you're all right. Do you know who did this?" Li Yuan ignored Barney, walking straight past him and the rest of the team. At that moment, a burly blond man from the squad, visibly displeased, blocked Li Yuan's path and reached out to grab his shoulder. The moment his hand touched Li Yuan, Li moved with lightning speed, twisting around and throwing the big man off balance with ease. Humiliated, the blond man steadied himself and seemed ready to retaliate, only to find himself staring down the barrel of a solid gold Colt pistol. "Li, that's enough," Barney called out. Only then did Li Yuan put away his gun. He took a military shovel from Caesar's backpack and walked over to the tree. Everyone watched his actions intently. When Barney saw the girl's body lying beneath the tree, he immediately understood what had happened. With a sigh, everyone's attention shifted to Barney. "I think I know who killed these people," Barney said, fixing his gaze on Li Yuan. The others seemed to catch on as well, turning to look at Li Yuan. Li Yuan dug a deep grave with the shovel, then gently lifted the girl's body and laid her in the pit, finally covering her up. After finishing this, Li Yuan walked to the village gate and sat down on the ground nearby. Barney came over, said nothing, just patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, and then turned to rejoin the others. "Let Li rest for a while. The rest of us should search the village for anything valuable and see if we can find the FBI agent," Barney instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement and split up to carry out the search. Barney glanced back at Li Yuan, sighed again, and walked into one of the buildings. When everyone had gathered the gold and silver treasures from the village, Yang appeared, dragging a corpse, and tossed it at Barney's feet. He gave the body a nudge, flipping it over. Barney saw the dead man's face and let out another sigh. "Looks like we'll only be able to claim part of the FBI's reward. The person thereafter is already dead." Gunnar Jensen, the burly white man whom Li Yuan had previously put in his place, grinned as he hefted a crate of gold. "Boss, this haul is more than enough. Let's head back. I can't wait to find some fun." Barney looked at his excited team members and nodded. All right, let's go home. They headed toward the transport plane. As they passed the entrance to the village, they saw Li Yuan still sitting beneath the tree. Barney called out, Li, let's go home. Li Yuan stood up, his gaze sweeping over Barney and the others. The emptiness in his eyes sent a chill through everyone. Barney forced a smile and led the team onto the plane. Once aboard, Li Yuan said nothing. He found a spot and lay down to sleep. Except for Jack, Enyong, and Barney, the rest of the team clearly disapproved. These three knew what Li Yuan had been through, and they understood why seeing the girl's tragic fate had affected him so deeply. Still, they offered no explanations. They didn't want to reopen Li Yuan's wounds. All they could do was let him recover in his own time. They traveled for a day and a night, changing vehicles several times along the way, until at last they reached their headquarters in New Jersey. After a long journey, the effects of the Posian drug had worn off, and Li Yuan regained the demeanor of an ordinary person, no longer appearing as cold and emotionless as before. This change was a relief to Barney and the others, who all breathed easier. Once off the plane, Barney turned to the group and said, I need to handle this gold and silver first. 5 days from now, meet me at headquarters. If there's an early split, I'll let you know. As for your reward for this job, I'll wire it to your accounts in the next few days. Until then, you're free to do as you wish. Everyone responded happily and went their separate ways, leaving only Barney and Li Yuan behind. For personal reasons, Li Yuan was staying with Barney for the time being. Come on, Li, let's go home. I bet Thor can't wait to give you a haircut, Barney said with a laugh, giving Li Yuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Li Yuan grinned, running his hand through his greasy hair, and followed Barney out. They made their way to the airport parking lot and drove off in a rugged Hummer toward a barber shop. As they arrived, a tall, well-built man with long hair stepped out to greet them. Seeing Barney and Li Yuan, he broke into a broad smile and asked, You're back. Did the mission go well? All done, but the guy he was looking for is dead. Just have them send the reward straight to our accounts, Barney replied. No worries, the money hit your accounts the moment you stepped off the plane. Li, get over here. Your hair's a mess, long and greasy. Let me fix you up, Thor said, clapping Li Yuan on the shoulder and ushering him into the shop. Li Yuan tried to wriggle free, but before he could stand, Thor had already settled him into a chair and draped a cape around him. The steady buzz of clippers filled the air as Li Yuan watched his hair tumble to the ground, a bittersweet feeling welling up inside. When Thor finished, Li Yuan's eyes, once hidden by long hair, were now revealed beneath a close-cropped cut. So what do you think? Like a new style I gave you? Thor asked, squinting as he smiled. Li Yuan ignored him, snorted, and turned his head away. Just then, Barney walked in and said, All right, Li Thor, your payments have come through. There's something else I'd like to discuss. I'm thinking about taking on one last job before I retire. What do you two think? Thor's expression remained calm. He had known for some time that Barney was planning this. Li Yuan, though caught off guard by the news, showed no sign of surprise. Barney, you really aren't getting any younger. Retiring early would be good for you. Tell me, what's a man in his 60s or 70s still doing risking his neck every day? Why not just go home and enjoy life with your family? I heard your son's a manager at a big company in New York now. Is that true? Li Yuan asked, a teasing note in his voice. Barney's face darkened, and without another word, he turned and walked away. Li Yuan shu helplessly. Thor, on the other hand, couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Thor, I'm going upstairs to take a shower first. Call me down when it's time for dinner, all right? I'm really exhausted right now. Go ahead, I'll call you when the food's ready. Thor waved him off. After Li Yuan went upstairs, Barney reappeared. This time, both men put away their smiles, their faces growing serious. Barney pulled out a chair and sat down, and Thor took a seat opposite him. Barney, have you really made up your mind? Barney nodded. Just like that kid said, I really am getting old. These last few missions, I could clearly feel I wasn't keeping up. So I want to take on one last job, one big enough to ensure my family and I can live worry-free for the rest of our lives, while I'm still able. Thor nodded his understanding. You're the only one left from our original team who hasn't retired. It's a young person's game now. It's time for us old-timers to step aside. Don't worry, I'll help you pick the right job. By the way, is your brother still the same? Barney suddenly asked. No change. I've looked into it. Turns out the real problem is my father. He's greedy beyond measure, but pins all the blame on Howard. My brother's been deeply influenced by him, and now there's only one thing on his mind, getting revenge on Tony Stark. Thor said with a note of resignation. It's all right, we built some connections over the years. If your brother ever gets himself in trouble, we'll figure out a way to pull him out. Don't worry too much. Barney stood up and patted Thor on the shoulder. Don't worry, honestly I'm not too concerned about him. He's a lot smarter than I am. Thor offered a wry smile. Upstairs, Li Yuan was staring at a swirling mass of purple gas on his system panel, a bitter smile on his face. Seriously, system, are you messing with me? I was all set to make a name for myself in this world, and now you're telling me you're leaving? Li Yuan said, half amused and half exasperated. Host, let me say it again. It's the spirit of the system that's leaving, not the system itself. The system is bound to you. It won't go anywhere, the system spirit explained. Can you at least tell me why you have to leave? Li Yuan fell silent for a while before asking. The system spirit was quiet for a moment, and then the scene around Li Yuan shifted. Suddenly, he found himself standing in the vastness of space. A vibrant blue planet floating beneath his feet. The system spirit appeared beside him and said softly, "This is the Earth you once called home." Li Yuan stared at the planet before him, so much larger than the sun, and stammered, Are you sure this is Earth? That's right. Everything you learn on Earth about this planet was written by us. The real Earth should be called the ancestral star. In truth, the sun and the other planets all revolve around the ancestral star, the spirit of the system explained. On Earth, there are many people like you who have journeyed to other worlds. They are known as transmigrators. Each transmigrator is accompanied by a system, and all of our systems originated from the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Our purpose is to guide you to become powerful. But this time, things are different. The ancestral star is facing an unprecedented crisis. No sooner had the spirit finished speaking than a black hole suddenly appeared in the solar system. Li Yuan gazed intently at the black hole. Through the haze, he seemed to see a group of people on the other side, watching them with silent intensity. Those people are the impending threat. Now, the Taoist ancestors of the three pure ones have no choice but to summon back all system spirits and most transmigrators to stand together against these invaders. Then why don't I have to go back? Is it because I'm too weak? Li Yuan asked. No. Every transmigrator who is called back, regardless of their strength, will instantly receive full access to their system's powers and complete all their tasks in a flash, becoming strong at once. However, there are some transmigrators who do not need to return. You are one of the seeds of hope and seeds of vengeance. If we ultimately fail, you will become the last hope for the ancestral star. Host, there's not much time left. I must go now. I've unlocked all system permissions for you. However, to ensure your steady growth, these permissions will be made available to you step by step. I've also placed the system manual in your storage space. Goodbye. With these words, the spirit of the system opened a portal and soared into it. In that instant, Li Yuan glimpsed thousands upon thousands of streaks of light within the tunnel. He guessed they were other transmigrators. Li Yuan returned to the real world, sitting dazed on his bed. He silently prayed in his heart, I hope you all succeed. Don't let our true home vanish. After the spirit of the system left, Li Yuan opened the system and noticed that the interface had changed. The first thing he saw was a new shop panel. Just then, the system manual popped up. Host, please read the following instructions carefully. First, every 15 days, you can enjoy a movie-watching experience. Each time, the system will offer you 3 films to choose from, and you have 1 free opportunity to refresh the selection. Second, after each viewing, you are guaranteed to receive either a skill or an item. In rare cases, you may receive multiple skills or items, but at the very least, you will always gain 1 skill. This will never change. Third, the host can sell unwanted skills in the shop and receive between 1 and 10 skill points in return, depending on the rarity of the skill. Every month, the shop refreshes with 5 new skills of varying quality. The host has 1 opportunity each month to manually refresh the shop, but it costs 5 skill points to do so. Fourth, all skills acquired through the system can only be used by the host and cannot be transferred to others. However, this restriction does not apply to items obtained through the system. After reading the manual, Li Yuan quietly put it back into his inventory. Then he opened his attribute panel and noticed that his stats had improved slightly. However, compared to others, there was still a considerable gap. Name, Li Yuan, Bruce Li. Intelligence, 4. See Chapter 1 for details. Strength, 3. Speed, 3. Endurance, 3. Energy projection, 1. Combat skills, 5. Thanks to acquiring the gun combat skill, Li Yuan's combat skills, endurance, speed, and strength had all seen modest improvements. Next, Li Yuan switched to the movie selection interface and saw 3 movies he could currently choose from. He looked a little disappointed, as the films were Lion Walker, Overheard, and Chasing the Dragon. None of these interested him, nor did he think he could gain anything valuable from them, so he immediately chose to refresh the list. Soon, 3 new titles appeared on the screen. This time, the movies were Wing Chun, Fist of Fury, and Bodyguards and Assassins. Li Yuan stared at the new selection, realizing that each of these films featured characters with formidable fighting abilities, making it difficult for him to choose. In the end, he decided to leave it up to fate. Closing his eyes, he tapped randomly, and his finger landed on Wing Chun. In that instant, Li Yuan felt as if he had become the Infinite Man, reliving the early years of IP Man's life until the moment It Man traveled overseas to bring honor to Chinese martial arts, at which point the memories abruptly ended. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a sense of profound melancholy washing over him, only for it to gradually fade away. The memories of IP Man's life slipped from his mind, leaving behind only a deep understanding and insight into Wing Chun. Very soon, the youthful look returned to his face. There was a knock at the door. "Li Yuan, are you in there?" Barney called out loudly as he rapped on the door. "I'm here. What's up, Barney?" Li Yuan replied, opening the door to let Barney in. "No need, I won't come in. I just want to let you know that Thor has accepted a job that could set us up for life. But it's a dangerous one, so I need to meet the employer myself and discuss the details. I probably won't be around for the next few days," Barney said, leaning against the doorframe. "I understand, Barney. Go take care of it. If anything comes up, just let me know." Barney nodded, then turned and left. Soon after, Li Yuan heard the roar of a car engine from downstairs. He hurried to the window and saw Barney driving his Hummer away in a rush. Li Yuan let out a sigh. Suddenly recalling something, he headed to Thor's workshop to gather some materials and welding tools. He planned to make himself a semi-hollow wooden dummy for practicing Wing Chun. Before long, a wooden dummy crafted from steel was complete. Li Yuan used a machine to move it into his room, placing it out on the balcony. He then assumed his stance and began training. Crisp, rhythmic thuds echoed through the air. Downstairs, Thor heard the sounds and frowned in puzzlement. Curiosity getting the better of him, he went upstairs. Arriving at Li Yuan's door, he gave it a gentle push, and, to his surprise, it swung open. Li Yuan had forgotten to close it. Thor saw Li Yuan bare-chested, relentlessly punching at the steel pillar before him, occasionally striking the base with his foot. It was clear he was practicing some form of martial art. Thor watched for a while, unable to make sense of what Li Yuan was doing, then quietly closed the door without disturbing him. Meanwhile, Barney drove into Manhattan, heading straight for one of the borough's iconic skyscrapers. He parked his car in front of the city's tallest building. The moment he stepped out, his imposing physique and formidable presence immediately drew attention, and security stopped him after only a few paces. "Who are you? What's your business here?" The security guard, facing Barney, was so tense that his hand instinctively hovered near his holstered gun, ready to draw at any moment. "I'm here at the invitation of Miss Pepper Potts. You can check with her if you like," Barney replied calmly. The two guards exchanged a look. One of them quickly hurried to the security booth to make a call. After the call, the guard nodded in confirmation and rushed back to his partner. "He's indeed Miss Potts' guest. Let him through." Barney nodded in acknowledgement and strode into the elevator. There were a few people inside, but upon seeing Barney's size and presence, they quickly exited, leaving the once crowded elevator empty. Without a word, Barney pressed for his destination floor. Several people tried to enter the elevator along the way, but seeing Barney inside, they all hesitated and decided against it. After a while, Barney finally met with his employer for this mission, Pepper Potts. Upon seeing him, Pepper greeted Barney warmly and ushered him into her office. "Miss Potts, I'll get straight to the point. I have a few questions I need clarified. As long as you can give me clear answers, I can get started right away. Does that work for you?" Barney said, sitting down without hesitation. Pepper Potts nodded in agreement. "First question. Can you confirm that the person we need to rescue is currently in an area controlled by a terrorist organization in Afghanistan?" "I can guarantee it," Pepper Potts replied firmly. "Excellent. Second question. Will we have any support for this operation?" Pepper Potts paused for a moment, then nodded. "We will definitely provide support. Whatever you need, I'll do my best to make it happen." "That's good to hear. Last question. If we complete the mission successfully, how soon will the payment arrive?" "Within a day," Pepper Potts answered. "All right then. Here's to a successful partnership." Barney extended his hand. Pepper hesitated briefly, but finally shook it. Barney stood up and left Stark Tower. He pulled out his old-fashioned keypad phone, found a number, and made a call. After just a few rings, the other end picked up. "Barney, there's a big job. Get everyone together," Barney said, and hung up. Soon after, the whole crew gathered once again at Thor's barbershop. Highway, Caesar, Gunnar Jensen, Yin Yang, and Jack. Everyone was back. Barney called Li Yuan, who was still resting upstairs, to join them. Looking at the assembled team, Li Yuan asked curiously, "What's up, Barney? Did you settle things with the client already?" Barney nodded. "This is a big one. If we pull it off, everyone gets at least $20 million. And one more thing. After this job, I'm retiring. You can all decide for yourselves whether to stay or move on. Thor's retiring with me, But before he goes, he'll give you the client's contact info, so you'll still have jobs coming in. No one seemed surprised when Barney announced his retirement. It was something they'd all seen coming for a while. After all, Barney wasn't exactly young anymore. All right, back to the matter at hand. This time, it's a rescue mission. The target is Tony Stark. Yes, that Tony Stark. The mission site is a terrorist base in Afghanistan. So what do you all think? Barney asked. Everyone's expressions grew serious, but nobody voiced any objections. Li Yuan noticed that Gunnar Jensen looked a little uneasy when, glancing around at the team. Remembering what had happened before, Li Yuan instantly suspected that Gunnar Jensen had already betrayed them. Given what he knew about Iron Man's story, Li Yuan guessed that the mastermind behind Gunnar Jensen's betrayal was probably Obadiah Stane. Even so, he kept these thoughts to himself. If there are no objections, let's get ready. We're moving out immediately, Barney said. With that, everyone searched for their stored gear around Thor's barbershop and began suiting up. Once everyone was ready, Barney and Yin Yang each took the wheel of a car and drove the team to the airport. Barney's car carried Li Yuan, Jack, and Barney himself. To Li Yuan, Barney and Jack were like family, so he confided in them his suspicions about Gunnar Jensen's unusual behavior. Jack was silent for a moment. Li, are you sure about this? Li Yuan shook his head. I can't be entirely certain, but there's a strong possibility. Barney spoke up. Gunnar Jensen uses drugs frequently. If the team didn't need him, I would have kicked him out long ago. If Li's right, we need to be extra cautious on this mission. Jack, find a way to let Yin Yang, Rode, and Caesar know about this. Jack nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Barney, Li Yuan, and Jack got out of the car, and at the same time, Yin Yang and the others stepped out as well. Jack and Barney kept a discreet eye on Gunnar Jensen, but he seemed unaware. The 7 of them moved to the edge of the airport, where a luxurious private jet awaited. Once everyone was aboard, the plane took off swiftly. They took some time to rest during the flight. When they woke, they had already arrived in Afghanistan, where Pepper Potts was waiting for them at the airport. Pepper led them into a military base and invited them to select their weapons and gear freely. Caesar's face lit up with delight when he saw the armory. He immediately picked out an M249 light machine gun. Gunnar Jensen chose a grenade launcher. The others followed their usual habits, pairing rifles with pistols and selecting some famous melee weapons as well. M9 bayonets, Nepalese kukris, and claw knives among them. Jack also picked out a few extra throwing knives for good measure. Once everyone had checked their equipment, Pepper Potts handed Barney a heavy phone. Commander Barney, this is a satellite phone. Just dial in, report your coordinates or general location, and within 5 minutes you'll have missile support standing by at all times until you've rescued my boss. Barney put the phone away with solemn care. Next, the 7 split into 2 groups and set off in 2 military Humvees. Li Yuan, Barney, and Gunnar Jensen rode in one vehicle, while the other 4 took the second. Before departure, Barney unfolded a map and pointed to a village in the desert. We'll scout out this village first, he said. The others nodded in agreement, then climbed into their respective vehicles. Inside the car, Jack kept a watchful eye on Gunnar Jensen, which caught Yin Yang's attention. Christmas, what's going on? Why do you keep staring at Jensen? Yin Yang asked. Jack glanced at Caesar and Rode, then lowered his voice. These suspects Gunnar's been bought off. He might sabotage the mission. That's why Barney told us to keep an eye on him. Don't let your guard down. Neither Yin Yang nor the others could believe what they were hearing. After all, Gunnar Jensen had always been their comrade in arms, fighting side by side. It was hard to imagine he would betray them. Don't be so quick to deny it. You all know about his drug use. People who take drugs tend to have fragile willpower, and every time we get a bonus, he spends his money faster than anyone else. Almost 90% of it goes to drugs. Do you really think someone like that deserves our trust? Jack said. Jack's words made the 3 of them hesitate. They nodded silently, their gazes complex as they looked toward the vehicle in front, where Gunnar Jensen sat. After some time on the road, the group finally arrived at the village marked on their map. But the villagers' expressions were far from welcoming. Some even raised their weapons at the group. With no other choice, Barney had to lead the team away from the village. The 7 of them gathered at a spot not far from the village. Barney got out of the car, looking gravely at the distant settlement. What do we do now? It seems they have no intention of talking to us. The other 6 shook their heads at a loss for a solution. Just then, Li Yuan's instincts kicked in. He perked up his ears, drew his pistol, and shouted loudly behind them. Who's there? Show yourself. Everyone spun around at once, raising their weapons toward the direction Li Yuan had indicated. But after a tense moment, no one appeared. Barney exchanged a look with Yin Yang and Jack, and the 2 crept forward, guns at the ready too. Investigate. Suddenly, a dusty hand emerged from the undergrowth, followed by a voice shouting in a mix of the local language and English. A thin Afghan man stepped out, his face etched with fear. It's something about him struck Li Yuan as odd. The Afghan man kept his head low, never daring to meet their eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan caught a glint of madness in the man's gaze. And just then, a faint ticking sound reached his ears. Instantly, Li Yuan sprang into action. He kicked Yin Yang out of harm's way, spun around, and sent Jack flying with a roundhouse kick, then dove at Barney, tackling him to the ground and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get down!" The rest of the team dropped to the ground by pure instinct. The Afghan man looked up, wild-eyed, and began shouting in a language none of them understood. An instant later, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the air. The blast wave and searing heat stung their skin and left them reeling. Li Yuan slowly pushed himself to his feet, his ears ringing with nothing but a high-pitched whine. He couldn't hear a thing. At that moment, he saw several off-road vehicles in the distance, rebels speeding toward them. Li Yuan realized at once. They'd walked right into an ambush. He leaned close to Barney's ear and shouted as loudly as he could, "Barney, enemies incoming!" But Barney only clutched his head, shaking it again and again, clearly unable to hear a word. Seeing that Barney couldn't hear him, Li Yuan had no choice but to grab his arm and point in the direction from which the enemy was approaching. When Barney saw this, his face immediately darkened. Li Yuan quickly called the others over. They were still reeling from the shock of the explosion, and when they spotted the off-road vehicle closing in on them, their expressions turned just as grim as Barney's. At this point, there was nowhere left to run. They could only brace themselves for the fight. Caesar and Gunnar Jensen unleashed the full force of their weapons. The light machine gun and grenade launcher brought out the best of their 7-man firepower. Their fierce barrage held the enemy at bay for the moment, keeping them from advancing. Barney didn't sit idle, either. He pulled out the phone Pepper Potts had given him, checked the coordinates, and quickly reported their position. Once he'd finished, Barney put away the phone, grabbed his gun, and plunged back into the battle. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Gradually, the rebels began to push forward, inch by inch, despite the hail of bullets. Just as the group was reaching its breaking point, a piercing roar swept through the sky. Barney and the others looked up to see a missile streaking down from above. The missile struck dead center in the rebel ranks, scattering the once fierce enemy in a matter of seconds. They broke and fled in panic. Seizing the moment, Barney quickly called everyone into the vehicle, and they sped away from the danger zone before their foes could regroup. They drove until they reached a canyon, and only then did their hearing slowly begin to return. Night had fallen, so Barney decided they would rest here for the night. During dinner, Yin Yang and Jack sat down beside Li Yuan. After a brief pause, they spoke softly, "Hey, thanks a lot, Li." Li Yuan offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. We're all comrades. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die." Yin Yang and Jack smiled as well, then quietly returned to their meal. Just then, Gunnar Jensen suddenly sniffed hard, his expression turning distant and unfocused. Everyone there knew what that meant. He was battling his addiction again. "Barney, I'm going to the bathroom," he announced, then hurried off to find a secluded spot. There, he pulled out some heroin and took a hit, finishing off by lighting a joint. Leaning against a massive boulder, he gazed up at the bright moon overhead. The hesitation in his eyes faded, replaced by a steely resolve. When he looked back toward Barney and the others, his gaze was cold and sharp. Li Yuan caught the strange look in Gunnar Jensen's eyes and turned to glance at him. Startled, Gunnar ducked down quickly, patting his chest in relief and muttering to himself, "How can that guy be so alert? I almost got caught." "Barney, I just sensed a surge of killing intent. Looks like Gunnar Jensen has finally made up his mind. Don't worry about him. Just remember to stay alert, everyone. When we meet Tony Stark, he might make a move. And those people who showed up today are suspicious too," Barney reminded the group. Everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, it's getting late. Yin Yang, you take first watch. Switch shifts every 4 hours. The rest of you, get some rest," Barney instructed. The group responded in unison. Yin Yang took a short run up, then sprang nimbly onto a boulder, climbing quickly to the top and settling in to keep a lookout over the surroundings. Early the next morning, when everyone woke up, they found that Jack had already replaced Yin Yang at his post. Barney woke everyone, and after a brief wash-up, they set off again. In the vehicle, Barney spread out the map and carefully examined the nearby villages. He finally chose the closest one as their target and led the team toward it. Soon, they arrived near the village. Just as they were about to enter, Li Yuan suddenly called out, "Wait, something's not right." Yin Yang immediately hit the brakes and swiftly steered the vehicle into the adjacent forest. Caesar, driving behind, found it odd but followed them in regardless. Once inside the woods, Li Yuan got out and handed Barney a pair of binoculars. "Barney, take a look. The village is already under rebel control. If we go in blindly, it'll be suicide." Barney took the binoculars and surveyed the village, confirming that it had indeed fallen into the hands of the rebels. At that moment, Caesar and the others arrived. As soon as Caesar stepped out, he asked, "Barney, what's going on?" "The village has been taken over. So here's what we'll do. We capture the rebel leader and interrogate him. See if we can find out anything about that tycoon," Barney decided. After a moment's consideration, everyone nodded in agreement. They understood that searching village by village would take too long. It would be much more efficient to get information directly from the rebels. With everyone on the same page, Barney immediately began to map out a detailed plan of action. Under the cover of night, the team quietly infiltrated the village, silently taking out rebel guards on the outskirts one by one. Before long, only 5 rebels remained in the village square, extorting protection money from the villagers. Barney raised his weapon and fired 2 shots into the air. Startled, the villagers dropped to the ground in fear, while the 5 rebels hastily turned their guns on Barney. Just as they were about to open fire, a throwing knife whistled through the air, striking each of them precisely in the hand. Howling in pain, they clutched their wounded hands. Barney strode forward and asked one of them, "Do you speak English?" The leader of the rebels glanced around nervously, pretending not to understand and continuing to shout loudly. Without hesitation, Barney fired a shot at his foot. The rebel leader immediately screamed, "I speak English. I speak English. Don't kill me." Barney nodded to Caesar, who responded without delay, shooting and killing the remaining 4 rebels. The leader was left trembling from head to toe, paralyzed with fear. "Come with us." A few men escorted him out of the village. Only after they had gone did the villagers cautiously get to their feet. After a brief moment of silence, they rushed toward the square to reclaim the money and valuables that had been stolen from them. After bringing the rebel back into the woods, Barney got straight to the point. "Do you know where Tony Stark is?" The rebel shook his head. "I don't even know who that is." Barney tried a different question. "Tell me, which is the most powerful terrorist organization in Afghanistan?" "There's only the 10 Rings. They're well-armed, with helicopters, tanks, and the like. I heard our boss say the 10 Rings are connected to some American consortium. That group even pays them to take care of certain people." "10 Rings, huh? Do you know where their base is?" Barney pressed on. The rebel shook his head again. "I really don't know that. No one knows the real location of the 10 Rings." Barney's gaze grew sharp, and the rebel shrank back under the weight of his presence. Finally, unable to bear the pressure, the rebel squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "I really don't know where their headquarters is, but I do know about one of their outposts." "Tell me where it is," Barney said coldly. "Will you let me go if I tell you?" the rebel asked warily. Barney nodded. "No, I don't trust you Americans. I want to take you to the outpost myself. That's the only way you'll let me go. I won't give you the exact location beforehand," the rebel insisted. Barney fixed him with a long, hard look, then finally turned to Yong and said, "Yong, patch up his wounds. Don't let him die." With that, Barney walked away. Yong approached the rebel with a cold, mocking smile, and soon the woods echoed with the rebel's anguished cries. Out on a desolate stretch of highway, 2 off-road vehicles appeared in the distance. It was Barney and his team. In the car, the rebel, weakened and pale, directed Barney toward their destination. His frailty was due to the fact that when Yong had removed the bullet earlier, he hadn't used any anesthetic. The searing pain had nearly sapped the man's strength. Guided by the rebel, the group arrived at a small outpost of the 10 Rings. Barney studied the compound from afar, instructing the rebel to stay put and not make any sudden moves, then quietly led his 6 teammates closer to their target. Though this was just a minor outpost, the security was far heavier than what one would expect from a U.S. squad of similar size. What truly shocked Barney, however, was the sight of a weapon inside the compound, a weapon that had no business being there. "Hold on, everyone, look over there," Barney said, pointing toward the weapon. After clearly seeing the markings and serial numbers on the weapon, Li Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Jericho missiles? Aren't these the latest weapons? From Stark Industries? How do they end up here? Even the U.S. military hasn't equipped them yet. This means the person we're trying to rescue must be here." At that moment, the rebels standing on the hillside seized the opportunity while Gunnar Jensen was having a withdrawal episode, gave him a hard shove, and then dashed downhill, shouting in Dari, "American soldiers! Help me! There are Americans here!" But he had barely taken a few steps before he was gunned down by one of the 10 Rings men. Barney shot Gunnar Jensen an angry glare, but now was not the time to assign blame. The 10 Rings had already discovered their position. Seeing the members of the 10 Rings swarming towards them, Li Yuan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. The others looked at him in confusion, but what happened next left them utterly speechless. Li Yuan's eyes snapped open. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could react, he was already sprinting at high speed, while the 10 Rings opened fire. Li Yuan slid straight into the heart of the group. Then, everyone witnessed a scene that defied belief. Standing in the midst of the enemy, Li Yuan fired with both hands, his body twisting and weaving with uncanny agility, as if every bullet deliberately missed him. In a matter of moments, he brought his pistols together, and all the 10 Rings members around him collapsed to the ground. Li Yuan was completely unharmed. Barney and the others were so stunned they couldn't find their words. With a flourish, Li Yuan reloaded with fresh magazines, holstered his pistols, and called out to Barney and the rest. "Barney, come over here. Let's see if there's anything useful for us." Snapped out of their shock by Li Yuan's shout, the group approached him, still sizing him up with a mix of unfamiliarity and puzzlement. "Li, when did you learn that move? I've never seen you do anything like it before," Caesar asked excitedly. Li Yuan just smiled faintly and didn't answer. Seeing this, Caesar wisely dropped the subject. At this moment, Gunnar Jensen came down from the hill, apologizing. "I'm sorry, this time it was my mistake." Barney didn't respond, simply staring at Gunnar Jensen in silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Barney swallowed his anger and said coolly, "If it happens again, you'll be off the team and out of the expendables. Your mistake nearly got us all killed. This can never happen again." With that, Barney turned and strode into the compound without looking back. Caesar and Rode patted Gunnar Jensen on the shoulder consolingly before following Barney inside. No one noticed the look in Gunnar Jensen's eyes as he raised his head, eyes brimming with hatred, jealousy, and murderous intent. Though Barney, Caesar, and Rode didn't see it, Li Yuan, Yin Yang, and Jack, who had entered the compound ahead of them, caught every bit of it. "It seems he really has decided to betray us," Jack said grimly, his face clouded with suspicion. Yin Yang let out a cold, dismissive laugh. This was inevitable. Barney never should have let him join us in the first place, especially after learning about his drug habit. They should have kicked him out back then. Now look at him, a ticking time bomb, ready to blow at any moment. "Not just yet," Li Yuan analyzed calmly. "If he wants to complete the mission, he'll have to wait until we find Tony Stark. If he acts too soon, Thor will investigate and uncover everything. You know how strong Thor is. 10 Gunnar Jensens couldn't take him down together. Besides, he won't come after us directly. More likely, he'll stage an accident and kill Tony Stark, or maybe take out someone in the team he doesn't like. Either way, we can't be too careful. Go warn Rode and Caesar. Tell them to stay on guard. We can't afford any slip-ups." Yin Yang and Jack nodded in agreement, but none of the three noticed that, at that moment, Li Yuan's presence had quietly taken on the weight of a leader among them. As soon as their strategy session ended, Barney walked in, nodding and greeting. "Did you find any useful clues?" Li Yuan shook his head. "We haven't even started searching yet. We were just making sure there weren't any survivors. But it looks like everyone here has already been taken care of. Then let's get to it. Gather up all valuables, and if you find anything useful, there's extra reward money in it for you. That's the rule. No objections, I assume," Barney said, looking around. The 5 of them all shook their heads, then split up to scour the area for anything that might be helpful. Meanwhile, Gunnar Jensen lingered by the entrance, his face dark, eyes flashing with a dangerous intent from time to time. They searched the compound for half an hour, and just as everyone was starting to lose patience, Li Yuan suddenly called out excitedly, "Everyone, come here. I found a very important map." The other 5 immediately converged around him. Even Gunnar Jensen stepped inside. Li Yuan spread the map out on the table. It showed Afghanistan and the surrounding countries in detail. The map was covered with a dense pattern of red dots. Li Yuan pointed to one of them. "This is where we are right now. I'm guessing these points mark all of the 10 Ring strongholds in Afghanistan." Seeing so many red dots, Barney frowned deeply and muttered under his breath. "With this many outposts, how are we ever going to find him?" Li Yuan suggested. "Barney, we could start by finding the largest stronghold nearby and taking its leader hostage. He should know something useful. If he doesn't, then we'll have to do things the hard way, checking each base one by one, or hand this map over to Pepper Potts and ask her to help with the investigation." Barney nodded in agreement. "That's all we can do for now. The biggest stronghold nearby is right here. Everyone, check your gear and get ready to move out." Everyone responded in unison and left the campsite. Before leaving, Barney lit a cigar. As he stepped out the door, he flicked the cigar onto the ground. The gasoline on the ground caught fire, and with a thunderous explosion, the entire base was instantly engulfed in flames. Barney and his team crouched atop a sand dune, watching their target's stronghold from a distance. He turned to Christmas and Yin Yang and said, "Christmas, Yin Yang, you two scout around the base and focus on finding the top guy in charge." Got it. We're on our way," Jack replied. He and Yin Yang slipped away, moving quietly toward the stronghold. The rest remained atop the sand dune, keeping a close watch on the base. When they saw Yin Yang and Jack had reached the vicinity, Gunnar Jensen suddenly drew in a deep breath. Barney glanced back at him with some annoyance. Gunnar forced a smile and said, "Barney, I need to take a leak." Without waiting for an answer, he left Barney behind and strode down the dune alone. Once Gunnar was completely out of sight, Barney shot a look at Rode. Rode nodded in understanding and quietly followed after him. Rode trailed Gunnar Jensen to a large boulder. Gunnar pulled a kit from his backpack, poured out a small pile of white powder onto the rock, and quickly snorted it. A look of bliss spread across his face. After finishing the powder, Gunnar took out his satellite phone. Rode's eyes narrowed with suspicion as soon as he saw it. He knew full well that, aside from making calls in places with weak signals, these phones could also be tracked by satellite. That meant their location could have been exposed the whole time. Someone might be watching them. Gunnar spoke quietly into the phone. They should find him soon. "Are you sure you want me to make it look like an accident and kill him?" "All right. If you want him dead, I'll do it. But remember, the money must be transferred to the account I specified, and you have to use your methods to get rid of the rest of them. Otherwise, even with the money, I might not escape their revenge." After that, Gunnar lowered his voice even more and whispered a few more words, too softly for Rode to catch. But just from what he'd already heard, Rode was certain Gunnar Jensen had completely betrayed them. Gonlu cast a deep, searching glance at him, then slipped away quietly, making sure to return to the hilltop before Gunnar Jensen came back. With a grave expression, he shook his head at the others. "Caesar, Gunnar Jensen has truly betrayed us. He's no longer the man he once was." With these words, Gonlu sighed heavily. Caesar's face grew colder and more distant, the last traces of goodwill in his heart vanishing. In everyone's eyes, Gunnar Jensen had become a traitor who must be eliminated. For a mercenary group, betrayal is a threat to survival. No team can tolerate such a hidden danger. When Gunnar Jensen returned, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Their expressions were calm and unremarkable, as though the day was just as usual. Still, Gunnar sensed that Caesar seemed more distant, but he didn't dwell on it, thinking Caesar was still upset about his previous mistake. Meanwhile, Yin Yang and Jack had slipped silently into the camp. They hid on the roof of a house, covering themselves with a mat of reeds to avoid being spotted by the guards patrolling other rooftops. The two of them lay utterly still, as unmoving as statues, until they saw several people emerge from the central building of the encampment. In the middle of the group, they noticed the Afghani, surrounded by the others. The two exchanged a meaningful glance. Jack took careful aim at the man in the center, quietly launching a pellet filled with colored berry pulp. The shot found its mark, leaving a vivid stain on the target's back. "Let's go," Jack whispered. Yin Yang nodded. Taking advantage of the changing of the guards, they slipped out of the camp and made their way back to the dunes. Once they returned to the sands, both men took long, thirsty swigs of water. Jack spoke first. "We've identified the one in charge. There's a purple stain on his back. That's my mark." Everyone else nodded in understanding. "Next, to make sure the target stays alive, Li will handle it. The rest of us will provide long-range support from the perimeter." "Sound good?" Barney asked. Li Yuan shook his head, keeping his eyes on the twin pistols in his hands. "We'll move tonight. Darkness works to my advantage." "All right," Barney agreed without hesitation. He instructed Yin Yang to remain in place while the others went down the dune to rest. At regular intervals, someone would come up to keep watch. Gunnar Jensen was scheduled for the last shift, but never came to that. By the time Gonlu took the watch, the sky was already pitch black. Li Yuan strapped on his pistols and began his slow approach toward the camp. Night fell, and the encampment was awash with light. Searchlights swept ceaselessly from the 3 watchtowers, scanning the darkness beyond. Li Yuan paid them no mind. He quickly located the power source, pulled out a grenade, and destroyed the generator in a single, thunderous blast. Instantly, the entire camp was plunged into darkness. The man in charge shouted furiously at his subordinates. "We're under attack. Get the backup generator running, now." The compound was in utter chaos. Li Yuan dashed toward the main gate, raised his gun, and fired at the lock and the hinges until his magazine was spent. With 4 or 5 meters still to go, he dropped into a crouch, then sprang up with all his might. In midair, he swapped out his magazine, then landed with both feet crashing against the gate. The force of the impact sent the doors toppling inward. Inside, everyone had their guns trained on the entrance. The moment the doors came down, they unleashed a torrent of gunfire into the darkness, the muzzles spitting flames that twisted through the night like serpents. Yet not a single bullet found its mark on Li Yuan. When at last their magazines ran dry and the gunfire ceased, Li Yuan struck back. Every shot he fired claimed a life with unerring precision. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, gun raised, but Li Yuan, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, swung his weapon over his shoulder and fired. The man crumpled instantly. At last, Li Yuan's pistol clicked empty, echoing in the deathly silence that had settled over the compound. Right then, The backup generator finally kicked in, flooding the place with harsh light once again, only now not a soul was left alive. Li Yuan stood amid the bodies, his face cold and unmoved, while the compound leader stood trembling, weapon in hand, pointing it at him. "Drop your gun. I might let you live," Li Yuan said, his voice calm and steady. Terrified, the leader collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked through. He flung his gun aside and began scrambling away, desperate to escape. Crawling like a frightened animal, Li Yuan quickly reloaded, and once his weapon was ready, he fired a single shot in the leader's direction. The compound leader froze, paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. He began muttering in Dari, over and over, a phrase that translated to, "Demon, demon, please don't kill me, don't kill me." Li Yuan strode over, kicked the man onto his back, planting his boot firmly on the leader's chest. In a voice colder than ice, he warned, "Stay put. Don't make me do something you'll regret." The leader immediately pressed himself flat against the ground, motionless, not daring to resist. Just then, Barney and his team arrived by car. "I'll leave him to you, Barney. This is right up your alley," Li Yuan said, then walked to the vehicle, picked a spot, and lay down to rest. As Barney passed, he gave Li Yuan a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. "Nice work," he said, before striding over to the leader, grabbing him by the collar, and dragging him into a nearby room. Soon, the sound of the leader's pleas for mercy drifted out from inside. A short while later, a single anguished scream pierced the air. Barney emerged expressionless, climbed back into the car, and simply said, "We've got what we need. Let's move." Inside the vehicle, Gunnar Jensen's face grew darker by the minute, but in the dim light, no one else seemed to notice. Before long, following the route provided by the compound leader, the team arrived at a marketplace. On the surface, it looked like any ordinary bazaar, but in truth it was a thriving black market. Here, no one traded fruit or grain. Instead, they dealt in guns and ammunition, and even heavy weapons like armored vehicles were on offer. Because it was already late, and they still hadn't determined Tony Stark's exact hiding place, they decided it was unwise to act rashly. Barney glanced at Yin Yang and Jack. The two understood his meaning, nodded, and quietly slipped into the market. The rest of the group waited on a nearby hillside. At this moment, Gunnar Jensen pretended to suffer a bout of withdrawal. After greeting Barney, he walked to a secluded spot, pulled out a satellite phone, and spoke in a low voice to the person on the other end. "Hey, they found him. I'm getting ready to make my move. Remember, have those people deliberately lower their guard and give him a chance to escape. Only then can I carry out the next part of the plan." Because the voice on the other end was so faint, the person eavesdropping behind him couldn't catch the whole conversation, but still managed to pick up bits of what Gunnar Jensen was saying. "All right, let's do it my way. This way, I can get out of this clean, you achieve your goal, and your reputation stays intact, right? Okay, that's enough. If I don't get back soon, they'll start to get suspicious." With that, Gunnar Jensen hung up. But when he turned around, he was startled to find that, except for Yin Yang and Jack, everyone else was standing atop a massive boulder, their faces grave as they fixed their eyes on him. Gunnar Jensen immediately dropped to his knees, his hands trembling as they touched the ground, burying his head deep in the dirt. He pleaded, "Barney, I beg you, for the sake of all the years we've fought side by side, spare my life." Barney said nothing. Instead, it was Rode who spoke. "Gunnar, you know the mercenary code. You've got no one to blame but yourself. Is there really no way out?" Gunnar Jensen asked from the ground, his voice heavy with despair. "I'm sorry," Rode replied, his tone cold and steady. Suddenly, Gunnar Jensen lifted his head and shouted, "If you refuse to let me go, then I'll just have to find my own way out." As soon as he finished, he sprang up, a grenade launcher already in his hands, finger tightening on the trigger, but someone was faster. Before anyone could react, a bullet hole appeared in the center of Gunnar Jensen's forehead. His eyes, filled with unwillingness, stared blankly as his body crumpled to the ground. The group exchanged glances, only to see that it was Barney who had fired, his revolver still smoking faintly at his hip. Li Yuan nodded approvingly. "Barney, your draw is lightning quick." Barney offered a slight smile, walked over, and retrieved the satellite phone from Gunnar Jensen's body, slipping it into his pocket. This phone couldn't be destroyed just yet. They would need it come morning. The group pressed onward, climbing the dunes until they could see the market in the distance. The sky was gradually lightening as dawn approached. Just then, Jack and Yin Yang, taking advantage of the not-yet-risen sun, hurried back to join them. "Barney, we found the target's location. We're ready to move at any time," Jack reported. Barney looked down at the growing crowd below and gave the order, "Check your weapons and get ready to move out." Everyone immediately began inspecting their gear. When the moment was right, Barney led the group charging down the sand dune. At that time, the market's guards had just changed shifts. The new guard were still groggy, and When they suddenly saw Barney and his team rushing toward them, they froze in shock. It wasn't until someone nearby shouted, "Enemy attack," that they snapped to attention. The other guards quickly joined in, raising the alarm with loud warnings. But in an instant, Li Yuan fired 2 quick shots, taking down 2 of the guards. Almost simultaneously, an armored vehicle armed with a heavy machine gun rolled out from the marketplace. Without hesitation, Li Yuan first shot out the vehicle's tire, then fired again, taking out the soldier manning the gun. Barney immediately shouted, "Throw smoke grenades!" Everyone swiftly ducked behind the armored vehicle, pulled out smoke grenades, and hurled them toward the marketplace. In seconds, the entire bazaar was shrouded in thick, swirling smoke. Li Yuan closed his eyes, held his breath, and focused, carefully listening to the sound around him. Amid the haze, he could hear coughing all around. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired. Each shot found its mark. While most weren't fatal, they were enough to incapacitate the enemy. Meanwhile, trapped inside the cave, Tony Stark and Ensign snapped their heads toward the entrance, listening to the relentless gunfire and explosions outside. Tony's voice trembled with excitement. "Ensign, it has to be the military. We need to move faster." The sudden arrival of Barney and his team threw Abu Bakr's plans into complete disarray. Although he had already received word from Obadiah Stane, he was unwilling to let Tony Stark escape so easily. Yet if he refused to let Tony go, Obadiah Stane would cut off his weapon supply, leaving the Ten Rings unable to compete with the local military forces. Left with no other choice, Abu Bakr reluctantly decided to let Tony Stark leave. Even so, he was determined not to let Tony get away without a fight. Suddenly, he remembered Ensign, who had been living with Tony Stark these past days, and immediately ordered his men to seize Ensign. His loyal followers rushed to the room where Tony and Ensign were held, banging frantically on the door, but there was no response from inside. Fearing something had gone wrong, Abu Bakr ordered them to break the door down. As soon as the door swung open, his men struck Ensign with the butt of a rifle, knocking him to the floor. But before they could do more, Tony Stark grabbed an iron rod and, with fierce determination, struck 2 of the henchmen on the head, sending them crashing to the ground. Watching from the surveillance room, Abu Bakr witnessed the entire scene. Consumed by rage, he lost all composure and immediately ordered his men to kill Tony Stark and Ensign. Ethan knew there were surveillance cameras installed here. He grabbed Tony Stark's arm and said, "I'll buy you some time. I believe you can do this." With those words, he snatched up 2 guns from the ground and dashed out. Tony Stark stared after him, shouting in anger, "Ethan, come back. Stick to the plan. Ethan." Just then, the computer sounded another alarm. Tony hesitated, glancing at Ethan's retreating figure, then stomped his foot in frustration before turning to the computer and hammering at the keyboard. Outside the cave, Caesar manned the heavy machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle, unleashing a relentless barrage at the members of the Ten Rings. He kept firing until the entire crate of ammunition was spent, the gun barrel glowing red-hot from the heat. Barney scanned the area, making sure no enemies were left standing, then called his team to regroup. As he was about to adjust their formation, sudden gunfire erupted from within the cave. Barney's expression changed instantly. He shouted, "Get in there! Don't let anything happen to him!" Barney charged into the cave first, his team following close behind. The moment they burst in, they were met with withering, suppressive fire. Fortunately, Ethan was drawing some of the enemy's attention from within, splitting the attack against them. Taking advantage of the darkness, Li Yuan darted through the shadows, his marksmanship unleashed at full force until his gun clicked empty. Yet he didn't stop. He could still hear 4 or 5 heartbeats ahead. He hurled his empty pistol toward the sound, then lunged forward. His fist crashed into an enemy's throat, followed by a sharp knee strike that sent the Ten Rings thug collapsing in agony. The teammates who rushed in behind him quickly subdued the rest. As they pressed deeper into the cave, they discovered that the remaining members of the Ten Rings had already been killed. Just as they moved to investigate, Li Yuan suddenly sensed danger. He tackled Barney to the ground, and in that instant, several scorching bullets whizzed over their heads. Jack reacted with lightning speed, flinging a throwing knife that took down the gunman. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already donned the Mark I Iron Man armor. He kicked open the iron door and barreled forward, attacking Li Yuan's group indiscriminately. Tony powered the Mark I forward, and Li Yuan barely had time to shove his teammates aside before being hurled through the air by the impact. Barney reacted instantly, shouting, "We're the mercenaries sent by your assistant, Pepper Potts. We're here to rescue you." At the mention of Pepper Potts, Tony Stark calmed down and lifted his faceplate, revealing his true face. Just as he paused, Li Yuan, still lying on the ground, turned his head and saw that Abu Bakr was still alive. Slowly, the man raised his RPG and took aim at Tony Stark. Li Yuan, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, drew his gun and fired. The bullet struck Abu Bakr. The gunshot startled everyone, but when they saw Abu Bakr collapse to the ground, Tony Stark finally believed them. However, as Abu Bakr fell, he had already pulled the trigger. The RPG rocket soared toward the cave ceiling. The cave began to shake violently. Barney immediately took command and ordered everyone to evacuate. Highway rushed to Li Yuan's side and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Though Li Yuan was racked with agony, there was no time for hesitation. They had to move, every second counting. Tony Stark, meanwhile, lifted Ethan, who lay in a pool of blood, clinging to his last breath. The others followed, sprinting toward the exit. Just as the massive rocks came crashing down, they all managed to escape the cave. Outside, Tony Stark gently propped Ethan up against the wall, letting him rest. With bloodstained fingers, Ethan tapped lightly on Tony's arc reactor and murmured, "Don't waste your life." With a peaceful smile, Ethan closed his eyes for the final time. Grief washed over Tony Stark, but just then, Li Yuan, fighting through his pain, shouted, "No time for mourning. The 10 rings are closing in fast. Barney, call for backup now." Li Yuan's words snapped everyone back to the present. They rushed to the wall and looked out into the distance, spotting convoy after convoy of Border Patrol vehicles speeding toward them. The cruelest irony, those vehicles bore the unmistakable Stark Industries logo. Barney quickly pulled out the satellite phone, reporting their coordinates to headquarters and calling for helicopter support. But the response came back, "The fastest we can get missiles to your location is 5 minutes. The helicopter will need at least half an hour. Hold your position." Barney cursed in frustration. With no way out, they had no choice but to set up a makeshift defensive line and prepare for a desperate stand. "How much longer can your suit hold out, billionaire?" Li Yuan asked. Tony Stark managed a wry smile. "Less than 10 minutes, closer to 9, if I'm precise. I have to conserve some power to keep the shrapnel from reaching my heart." "This is hell mode," Li Yuan muttered as he struggled to his feet and scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a pile in the corner, covered by an oilcloth. Without hesitation, he dashed over, pulled off the cover, and discovered an armored vehicle with an unusual design. Instead of a heavy machine gun, the armored car was fitted with a massive, cauldron-shaped device. Tony Stark explained, "This is the latest sonic weapon developed by our company. An ordinary person can't last 10 seconds within its range. The resonance with the sound waves can be fatal." Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately started the armored vehicle, aimed the ultrasonic device at the market gate, and switched it on. Everyone could clearly see the air in front of the device shimmer and ripple ever so slightly. Now, this direction was secured, and there was no need for anyone to stand guard here anymore. All they had to do was defend the remaining 3 fronts. The 7 of them were just about to split up and hold their positions when the military's missiles arrived, blasting away most of the 10 Rings gang in one fell swoop. But over 100 enemies survived and were already closing in on the market. At this moment, it was too late to call for further backup. "Open fire," Barney shouted. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons and began to fight back. Even Tony Stark stepped out of his Mark I armor, grabbed a rifle, and joined the fray without hesitation. The 7 of them put up a fierce resistance, holding their ground like a small, well-trained unit. Though vastly outnumbered, the enemy's advance was stalled. Yet, sheer numbers began to take their toll. More and more foes broke through the defenses and flooded into the market. With no other choice, Barney led everyone in a retreat deeper inside, kicking over stalls to use as cover and continuing to resist. Gradually, their ammunition ran dry, while the 10 Rings gang kept coming, starting to encircle them. Under orders to take them alive, the enemy did not shoot, but slowly closed in. Barney looked at Li Yuan and the others and gave a rueful smile. "I'm sorry. I dragged you all into this." "Don't say that, Barney. We're mercenaries. We've always known what risks we'd face. It just came sooner than we thought," Jack reassured him. Barney sighed and shook his head in resignation. Just then, the thunderous roar of helicopter blades filled the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the U.S. military had finally arrived. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He picked up his last remaining rifle and, with expert precision, took down every enemy around them. At the same time, the helicopter's machine guns opened fire, sweeping the area. Caught between the defenders and the incoming fire from above, the 10 Rings gang was finally wiped out. Relief washed over everyone as they spotted the rescue helicopter. Li Yuan murmured, "At last, we can go home." They looked at each other, and for the first time in what felt like ages, broke into genuine smiles. At that moment, a black officer stepped off the helicopter and teased Tony Stark. "So, how did you like the military jeep?" Tony Stark grinned and strode over, embracing him in a tight hug. Inside the military base in Afghanistan, the The group returned safely by helicopter. As Tony Stark stepped out of the chopper, he caught sight of Pepper Potts, tears shimmering in her eyes. Something deep within him was stirred, but true to his proud and playful nature. Tony immediately quipped, "What's this? Are you that moved to see your boss alive?" Pepper wiped her tears away, smiling as she replied, "I'm just so relieved I won't have to look for another job. That's why I'm crying tears of joy." Then Barney and the others disembarked as well. Since most people had already gathered around Tony Stark, hardly anyone paid attention to them. Not that they cared. They simply found someone at random to show them to a place where they could rest. Suddenly, Li Yuan happened to catch a glimpse of someone in black combat armor darting past. The mysterious figure had 2 katanas strapped to their back. Puzzled, Li Yuan asked, "What's this? Do you guys have cosplay in the military now?" The guide followed Li Yuan's gaze and noticed the armored figure too. Chuckling as he explained, "You're mistaken. They're soldiers as well, but from a secret unit. They were originally sent to find that billionaire, but now that you've rescued him, they're packing up to go home." Li Yuan nodded. "I see. Funny, though, they look kind of familiar. Have I met them before?" He murmured the last sentence under his breath, so no one else heard. Soon they arrived at a tent. Without a second thought, everyone collapsed in his sleep. Everyone except Barney, who went to find Tony Stark. He wanted to collect the bounty as soon as possible. A soldier led Barney to another tent, where Tony Stark was getting his wounds bandaged. Seeing Barney, Tony called out cheerfully, "Hey, what brings you here?" "I'm here to discuss our payment," Barney replied bluntly. "Don't worry. I've already instructed my people to transfer your bounty. It should hit your account in about half an hour," Tony assured him. "That's good. Also, your assistant promised there'd be a plane to fly us back to New Jersey, right?" "Absolutely. If you're ready to leave now, I'll arrange the flight immediately." Barney shook his head. "No rush. The others are still resting. We'll leave once they wake up. There's one more thing. I wanted to let you know that we had a traitor in our midst. His assignment was to orchestrate an accident and leave you behind, but we discovered him in time. He's dead now, and the person who gave him his orders contacted him through this satellite phone. Of course, our guess is that the person who wants you dead is likely someone close to you, or rather, someone in a high position within Stark Group. Here's the satellite phone. That's all for now. The rest is up to you." Barney handed the satellite phone to Tony Stark, but Tony didn't take it. Instead, he gestured for Barney to place the phone on the table. With a puzzled look, Barney did as he was told. Only after Barney set the phone down did Tony Stark pick it up from the table, explaining, "Sorry, I just don't like taking things directly from other people's hands." In truth, when he heard someone wanted to kill him, a certain figure flashed through Tony's mind. Yet he found it hard to believe. That person had helped him so much, although after Tony's death, this individual would indeed be the biggest beneficiary, and certainly had the motive. Still, Tony Stark simply refused to accept it. With a complicated look in his eyes, Tony gazed at the satellite phone in his hand. After a quiet sigh, he put the phone away. Barney then went back to his tent to rest. No one knew how much time had passed. Eventually, everyone in the tent woke up from their rest, yawning as they got to their feet. They soon discovered an extra set of burgers and sodas on the table, with Barney sitting quietly off to the side. After freshening up, each person walked back in, towel drying their hair, and casually grabbed a burger from the table to eat. Once everyone had gathered, Barney spoke up. "Everyone, your payment for this job has already been transferred to your accounts. Because of Gunnar's betrayal, his share was split into 7 parts and distributed among you all. From here on, I'm retiring from the mercenary business. If any of you want to keep taking jobs, I'll have Thor leave the phone with you. Whenever there's a mission, you'll get a call. Take it or leave it, as you wish. From today, I won't be involved with the Expendables anymore. You'll have to choose your own new captain." After Barney finished, a trace of regret flickered in everyone's eyes. Then Li Yuan spoke up. "Well, everyone, I'm not planning to be a mercenary anymore. Either. I'm heading to New York to be a detective. Searching for lost cats and dogs sounds just fine to me. Being a mercenary is just too dangerous." Hearing that Li Yuan was leaving the life as well, the others exchanged glances. In the end, with a heavy sigh, none of them said a word. The mood in the tent suddenly grew somber. Only the quiet sounds of chewing filled the air. A few hours later, Barney suddenly stood up and said, "All right, everyone, it's getting late. Time to go home. It's not like we'll never see each other again. No need to make this so sentimental, right?" Still, no one replied. They packed up their things in silence and boarded the plane Tony Stark had left for them. After a stretch of flying time, the plane finally touched down at the airport in New Jersey. Everyone slowly disembarked, falling into a thoughtful silence. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Jack and gave him a hug. After Jack, it was Yin Yang, then Caesar, then Rode, and finally Barney. The others followed suit, joining in the embraces. When everyone had hugged each other, they parted ways in silence. Li Yuan climbed into Barney's car, and they drove back to Thor's barber shop. When Thor saw Barney and Li Yuan return safely, a look of relief spread across his face. With the kindness of a father, he said, "You're back?" Li Yuan and Barney nodded, smiling. "That's good. Come on, we should get going." Thor gestured behind him. The two of them walked to the backyard and were surprised to see a truck nearly packed with their belongings, almost finished loading. Li Yuan turned to look at the house he had only called home for a few days. Standing under the sunlight, he was filled with emotion, lingering in his memories until Thor called out to him. Snapping back to reality, Li Yuan glanced at Thor, already sitting in the truck. He patted his own face to steel himself, then climbed into the vehicle. The truck rumbled to life and slowly made its way toward New York. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, an old man adorned with 10 rings gazed at the screen before him. On the screen was a heavy-set man. If Tony Stark were here, he would have recognized him in an instant. Obadiah Stane, Tony Stark's uncle. "Mandarin, I need you to bring me back the armor Tony Stark built. Name your price. I'll pay anything," Obadiah Stane said. "Don't worry, Obadiah. We're friends. How could I take your money? Consider this a gift. I'll dig it out for you, but you'll have to arrange transport yourself," the Mandarin replied, absently stroking the rings on his fingers. Obadiah broke into laughter. "Mandarin, you truly are a good friend. Thank you." With that, the screen went dark. Standing beside the Mandarin, a subordinate bowed his head and asked Indari, "Master, are we really just giving it away? What else would you have me do? None of you can make use of it anyway. Consider it a favor owed." Still, the 10 rings suffered heavy losses this time. Someone needs to pay the price. "Have him prepare a sum of money, and let him take care of those mercenaries for us," the Mandarin replied coolly. The man behind him nodded. "Understood, master." Then he silently withdrew. New York, Manhattan. Li Yuan stepped down from the truck, stretched, and looked at the neighborhood ahead. "Barney, is this the place you found for me?" Barney nodded. "This place may not be as big as the houses out there, but it's much safer. And this is just one option I've found. Another place for you, since you mentioned wanting to open your own detective agency. It's not far from here. Want to take a look?" Li Yuan nodded in agreement, and Barney led him to the second location. This one was on the outskirts of the street, with the property itself situated on the second floor. There was a spacious living room and 3 separate rooms. As they stepped inside, Barney gestured around. "Lee, you can use this area as your reception room, and the other 3 rooms are yours to arrange however you like. The price isn't too steep, just a little over $4 million. The previous owner owed money to a local gang and couldn't pay it back. So, the gang took over the place and put it up for sale on the marketplace. Barney, this doesn't sound very reliable. If the gang is selling it, are you sure I won't run into trouble after I buy it?" Li Yuan asked with concern. "Don't worry, there won't be any trouble at all," Barney assured him, full of confidence. "And why's that?" The former owner tried to dodge his debt by hiring someone to kill the gang leader. But as fate would have it, the hitman he hired was actually the gang leader's own brother. You can imagine how things ended for that family. So as long as you buy the place, no one's going to bother you about it. Besides, I know the gang leader personally. If you really want it, just buy it with peace of mind." Barney patted Li Yuan's shoulder as he spoke. Li Yuan weighed the pros and cons of both locations. In the end, he decided on this one. Compared to the first place, this was more affordable and, being livelier, would make it easier to attract business. "I'll take this one, Barney," Li Yuan said, pointing at the floor beneath his feet. "Good choice. This is the best option. Since you've made up your mind, I'll have someone come over right away to sign the contract with you. As for furniture and such, you'll have to handle that yourself." Li Yuan nodded. Barney immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a man in a black suit arrived, a stack of documents in his hand. Wearing a professional smile, he stepped inside. "You're here to buy this property, correct?" Li Yuan nodded again. "You're aware of this property's background, right?" the man asked. Li Yuan nodded once more. "Great, I like straightforward people. Here's the contract, take a look. If everything's in order, once you've made the payment, the place is yours." Li Yuan gave the contract a quick glance, and, seeing no hidden traps, just a standard purchase agreement, signed his name. After transferring the money to the specified account, the man handed over the key and left without a single unnecessary word. "All right, now that your new place is settled, you should head out and pick up a few things. I need to go see my son. Here's his address. Drop by for a drink anytime, whether you have business or not. Thor lives right next door to me, and if any detective work comes up, I'll let you know. Once you've unpacked your things, I'll be on my way," Barney said with a cheerful smile. Li Yuan nodded, unloaded all his belongings from the truck, and watched as Barney waved farewell and disappeared down the street. Unfolding the address Barney had given him, Li Yuan saw it wasn't far from his new place. Smiling, he carefully tucked the slip of paper away. Turning to face the mountain of boxes filling his new home, Li Yuan sighed in mild despair. He took a deep breath and got to work. The entire afternoon slipped by as he cleaned and unpacked his things. In between, he went out to buy a pile of furniture and new locks, replacing every lock in the house. He even installed security cameras for good measure. After grabbing dinner downstairs, his new furniture arrived. By the time he had arranged everything, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. Glancing down at the sound-dampening foam at his feet, Li Yuan let out a resigned sigh. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to finish setting up his workout room before enjoying a good night's sleep. He hauled the foam into a room where a sturdy iron wooden dummy stood. Li Yuan covered the walls with the soundproofing material, even lining the floor until the whole room was completely insulated. Next, he set a speaker inside, cranked the volume to the max, stepped out, and closed the door. Not a sound escaped. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Yuan turned off the speaker, took a hot shower, and collapsed in a bed, falling into a deep, peaceful sleep. He slept straight through to noon the next day, and it wasn't the sunlight that woke him. It was hunger. Blinking drowsily, he stretched, shuffled to the bathroom for a quick wash, got dressed, and headed downstairs. He found a local restaurant, grabbed a bite, and returned home. Back at his place, he took a blank white card and wrote, "Mr. Lee's Detective Agency. All cases accepted, prices negotiable." He stuck the card on his front door and on the wall outside his window, ensuring that anyone passing by would see it. After finishing all this, Li Yuan looked around at the empty house. A wave of loneliness swept over him, and he found himself missing Barney, Thor, Jack, and Inyan. But Li Yuan didn't go looking for them, nor did he call. He knew he had to get used to this feeling of solitude. Since yesterday, he had been on his own, staring at the vacant house. The sense of loneliness grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Li Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He hung the closed sign on the door, stepped out onto the street, and found a pet shop. There, he bought a British short-hair kitten with a golden-shaded coat, one that had just been weaned. Li Yuan didn't bother haggling. He simply bought the kitten, along with a pile of supplies, cat litter, food, a litter box, a bed, and so on. With the shop assistant's help, he lugged everything home. Once he'd set up the kitten's new belongings in a corner, Li Yuan gently took the little cat out of its cage. Cradling it in his palm, he admired its adorable face and said, "Since you're part of this place now, I should give you a name. Here's the deal. I'll say a name, and if you like it, you can give my palm a lick, all right?" The kitten paid him no attention, gazing curiously around as if it wasn't the least bit afraid of people. "Hey, stop looking around and listen up. How about New Year?" The kitten didn't respond at all, just fixed its big, innocent eyes on Li Yuan. Out of options, Li Yuan kept going. January? February? March? Chubby? Pippy? Mango? Pudding? Tiny? Fortune? Finally, Li Yuan ran out of patience and blurted out the last name. To his surprise, the kitten seemed to take a liking to Fortune. It gave his palm a little lick, leaving Li Yuan no choice but to accept that his new companion would be called Fortune. He lifted the kitten up to eye level and said, "All right, from now on, your name is Fortune, okay?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Yuan felt a sudden warmth in his hand, followed by a trickle of some mysterious liquid. He cried out, "Hey, Fortune, did you really just pee? Oh, come on." Later, Li Yuan sat in his chair, idly stroking Fortune as he read the newspaper. He had nothing to do today, no jobs, no clients, so he could only stay here and pass the time. "Fortune, why do you think we have no business?" he muttered, yawning. "Maybe our sign just isn't eye-catching enough. But then again, we're just getting started. Who would come to us anyway?" He continued running his hand through Fortune's fur, which only made the kitten impatient. It fidgeted and meowed in protest. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Yuan glanced at the screen and saw a woman standing at the door. He pressed the button, the door swung open automatically, and the woman stepped inside. Li Yuan stood up and said, "Hello, ma'am. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Hello. Are you the owner of this detective agency?" the woman asked, her voice tinged with caution. Keeping his polite smile, Li Yuan replied, "Of course. Please, tell me how I can assist you." The woman placed a photograph on the table. "My son has gone missing. I want you to help me find him. This is his photo." Li Yuan picked up the photo and asked, "When did your child go missing? And how should I address you?" "Tracy. You can call me Tracy. Mike disappeared 5 days ago. I've already gone to the police, but they just keep shirking responsibility. They haven't given me any clear answers. Right now, I don't even know whether Mike is alive or dead." Tracy said, her distress evident. Li Yuan nodded. "Ms. Tracy, can you tell me the last place you know Mike was seen?" "In Hell's Kitchen, at a casino on Amanda Avenue. He just gotten paid that day and went straight there. He hasn't been home since," Tracy replied, tears streaming down her face. Li Yuan pulled a tissue from the box and handed it to her. "Tracy, don't worry. Since you've come to me, I'll do everything in my power to help you find Mike. But you should know, the fee will depend on the difficulty of the case. Money isn't the issue. I just need to know whether Mike is alive or dead. Tracy interrupted, her voice trembling. All right, let me give you a few options, and you can choose the one that suits you best. First option, I find out where he is, alive or dead, but you'll need to arrange for someone else to bring him back. This option will be 8,000. Second option, I'll find him alive, even if he's being held by a gang or has run into trouble, and I'll get him out. This option is 100,000, though I can't guarantee he'll be unharmed. Last option, if he's already dead, I'll bring his body back to you and investigate the cause of his death. For this, the fee is 30,000. So, Miss Tracy, which would you prefer? Tracy sat in silence for a moment. Then, she pulled out her checkbook, scribbled a number, signed her name, and slid the check across the table to Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at the check and saw a 1, followed by 5 zeros, his lips curling into a faint smile. Don't worry, Miss Tracy. As long as your son Mike is still alive, I promise I'll bring him back. If, unfortunately, he isn't, I'll refund you whatever is left over, Li Yuan assured her. Tracy, looking hollow and defeated, nodded and turned to leave. Just as she was about to step out, Li Yuan hurried after her, a blank sheet of paper and a pen in hand, blocking her way. Miss Tracy, you haven't given me your contact information yet. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Let me give it to you right now. Tracy took the paper and pen, wrote down her phone number, and finally handed the slip to Li Yuan before turning and walking away. Staring at the check in his hand, Li Yuan flicked it with his finger, a smile spreading across his face. He picked up Fuguwei, spun him around a few times, and cheered. Fuguwei, we're finally open for business. In Hell's Kitchen, on Amanda Avenue, a taxi pulled up and Li Yuan stepped out. The moment he got out, he drew quite a few stares. After all, he was Asian. Many people kept their eyes on Li Yuan, but he paid them no mind and headed straight for the casino Tracy had mentioned. As he walked, more and more people took notice, but only a small handful kept watching him intently. The rest looked on with cold indifference, and some even sighed quietly for Li Yuan. When he reached the casino's entrance, Li Yuan was about to go in when someone blocked his way. Sorry, private club. You need a referral to get inside? A burly black security guard stopped him and said. Li Yuan smiled, slipping his hand inside his jacket. The two guards narrowed their eyes, hands shifting subtly behind their backs, ready to draw their guns at the slightest suspicious move. Would this do as my referral? Li Yuan asked, pulling out a roll of $100 bills. The two guards exchanged a glance, took the money, and said in unison, if anyone inside asks, just say Foot sent you. Go on in, and don't cause any trouble. They stepped aside, letting Li Yuan pass. Inside, the casino was a whirlwind of noise and excitement. Baccarat, roulette, slot machines, blackjack, every game imaginable. The place was blanketed in security cameras. Every few feet, another camera kept watch, leaving no blind spots whatsoever. Even the restrooms weren't spared, though the cameras were outside, not inside, so everyone going in and out was clearly visible. Li Yuan had just stepped inside when a blonde in a bunny costume sidled up to him. First time here, sir? May I ask who referred you? Li Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. What's this? Do you need to interrogate every guest twice after they get in? Oh, not at all, sir, she replied sweetly, leaning in close so that her curves pressed against the side. We just want to know if your referral is a regular. That way, maybe we can help you lose a little less money. Isn't that right? Foot sent me, Li Yuan said. Any other questions? The bunny girl paused for a moment when she heard this, then smiled and said, Of course there is. Look, you haven't even exchanged your chips yet. How are you going to gamble without chips? Come with me. Let's go get you some, shall we? Li Yuan nodded, followed her, and exchanged 100,000 worth of chips. The bunny girl wanted to stick by his side after that, but Li Yuan was here to find someone, not for fun. He tossed her 2 chips to send her off. Afterward, Li Yuan began lingering at each gaming table for about 10 minutes at a time. His chips fluctuated, sometimes winning, sometimes losing, but he still couldn't find any sign of Mike. Just as Li Yuan was starting to think Mike might not be in this casino, he overheard a conversation. Did you hear? A few days ago, someone won a few million here. The boss took him away, claiming the guy was cheating. I haven't seen that man come back out since. Won a few million? Who is it? I'm not sure. Think his name was Mike or something. Poor guy. Win a dozen or 200,000, the boss will still let you walk away. But a few million? No way. If it were me, I wouldn't let him go either. A curious glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, and a faint smile played on his lips. Gathering up all his chips, he walked over to the sick bow table, closed his eyes, and listened intently for a moment. Then, decisively, he placed all his chips on 666s. The whole crowd was stunned. Even the dealer was momentarily at a loss. Let's see the result, Li Yuan said. The dice cup was slowly lifted. All 3 dice showed 6. The entire casino erupted in an uproar. A middle-aged man in a black suit approached Li Yuan with respect. Sir, would you be interested in joining our VIP tables upstairs? Li Yuan didn't respond. He simply drew his chips closer to himself and gestured for the dealer to continue. The dealer glanced over at the man in the black suit, who gave her a small nod. Taking a deep breath, she started shaking the dice again. When the cup finally settled, she pressed the bell. Without even looking, Li Yuan placed all his chips on triple sixes once more, but this time he took one chip from the stack and put on triple ones. As everyone puzzled over his decision, the dealer slowly lifted the cup. All three dice showed one. The crowd stared at the chips arrayed on the table, utterly astounded. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, even though the whole casino was comfortably air-conditioned. Li Yuan swept up his winnings, then looked at the man with a playful smile. The man swallowed nervously. "May I ask what it is that you want, sir?" "I'm looking for someone," Li Yuan replied. The man wiped the sweat from his brow. "May I ask who you're looking for?" "Mike." The man's expression shifted. The timid look from before vanished, replaced by a blank, unreadable mask. Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. "What's wrong? Dropping the act? I only want Mike. Consider the money just now as compensation for any trouble." "What do you say?" A cold smile crept across the man's face. "Fine, but I wonder, do you dare to come upstairs and talk to me in private?" "Of course. Lead the way," Li Yuan replied, signaling for him to go ahead. The man led Li Yuan up to the second floor, walking all the way to the office at the end of the corridor. He dropped into a chair, propped his legs up on the desk, and said, "Let's hear it. Why do I want to take Mike? You should know he cheated in my casino, swindled me out of millions of dollars." Li Yuan let out a sharp laugh. "Did he really cheat, or are you just saying that? Who can tell? Come on, state your terms. Let's not waste each other's time." Hearing this, the man grew more serious. He pulled his legs down, clasped his hands, and rested his chin on top, sizing up Li Yuan. "You still haven't told me who sent you to fetch him, and show a little more respect when you talk. After all, this is my turf. I'm a reasonable man, but—" He didn't finish his sentence, just shot Li Yuan a cold, mocking look. "So what?" Li Yuan replied calmly. "I'm just a detective. Someone paid me to bring Mike back, so here I am. It's not as complicated as you think." The man's face darkened. He'd assumed Li Yuan had some powerful backer to come here so boldly, only to find out he was just some nobody. Scowling, the man stood up and clapped his hands. Immediately, a group of men in black surged in at the door. Li Yuan remained where he was, utterly unfazed, watching the man with an amused grin. The man hesitated for a moment, then, as if reconsidering, waved his hand. The black-clad men melted away as quickly as they had appeared. "You win," the man said at last. "I don't know what gives you your confidence, but I can tell you're not an ordinary man. There's no need for me to make an enemy over a cheater. I'll let you take Mike, but on one condition. He's never to set foot in Hell's Kitchen again. If he does, I'll deal with him myself. You understand?" As he spoke, he leaned forward on the desk, looming over Li Yuan with an air of menace. Li Yuan's expression didn't waver. The faint smile never left his lips. "No problem. If he comes back, he's all yours. My job is only to deliver him to my employer. Now, please hand him over." The man clapped his hands again. Before long, two burly men dragged in a battered, unconscious figure and tossed him to the floor as carelessly as if they were taking out the trash. Li Yuan glanced at the unconscious Mike, clicked his tongue in disapproval, picked up the glass of water on the table, and poured it right onto Mike's face. Mike jolted awake. Seeing Li Yuan and the other man, he immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Boss Murphy, I swear I won't cheat again. Please, just let me go, Boss Murphy. I really know I was wrong." "Mike, I'm giving you a chance this time, but you'd better remember," Murphy growled, his voice menacing. "If you dare set foot in Hell's Kitchen again, I'll cut off your head and send it to your dear mother. Do you understand?" Mike, terrified, knocked his head repeatedly against the floor. "I understand, Boss Murphy. I do. All right, someone's here to pick you up. Count yourself lucky, or you'd have died in my warehouse tonight," Murphy said with finality. Mike looked up at Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled at him and pulled him to his feet, leading him toward the door. But before leaving, he turned to Murphy and said, "Would you mind transferring my $100,000 back to my account? Thank you." A white playing card was held between Li Yuan's fingers. With a flick, he sent it spinning across the room. The corner of the card embedded itself deep into the solid table. After that, Li Yuan led Mike out of the casino. Murphy's gaze lingered on the card stuck in the table. He stared for a long while. Finally, he reached out, pulled the card free, and ran. His fingers over both the card and the deep gouge it had left in the wood. "Could you manage a feat like this?" he asked the empty room. Suddenly, a voice answered from behind him. "I could, but not with such ease and flair." "I see," Murphy murmured, still lost in thought as he stared at the card. Li Yuan walked out of the casino with Mike. The moment Mike saw sunlight for the first time in ages, he spread his arms wide, as if longing to embrace its warmth. But Li Yuan called out to him, "Time to go, Mike." "Oh, all right," Mike replied. "By the way, I never asked. Who sent you to find me?" "Your mother," Li Yuan answered simply. Then he raised his hand and flagged down a taxi, motioning for Mike to get in. Mike climbed in the front seat, while Li Yuan settled in the back. After giving the driver Mike's address, they were on their way. Li Yuan leaned against the seat, gazing out the window. Suddenly, he spotted a basketball court where a group of thugs were beating on a burly man. The man didn't fight back. Instead, he simply crouched with his arms wrapped around his head, enduring the blows without resistance. Catching Li Yuan's puzzled look in the rearview mirror, the driver took advantage of a red light to explain, "That big guy's name is Will John. He's 8 feet tall and incredibly strong. We once tested him. He can bench press over 400 kilos, squat more than 700. The man's a beast in human skin. But he has a really good temperament. No matter how others bully or insult him, he never retaliates. So, among ourselves, we secretly call him the Beast Angel." At first, some small-time gangs took a liking to his size and dragged him along for robberies, muggings, and fights. But as time went by, everyone in Hell's Kitchen got to know him. Now, all he can do is help others with heavy labor to earn enough to support himself. Still, there are people who make him work but don't pay him, and he doesn't know how to stand up for himself. Sigh, he really doesn't belong here. Li Yuan gazed out the window at the burly man. The thug seemed to have grown tired and stopped beating Will. Will got to his feet, patted the dust from his clothes, and walked off alone down the street. Just then, the traffic light turned green, and the driver started up the car. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "Attention all units, there's a gang shootout happening on Imada Avenue. Anyone needing to pass through should take a detour. I repeat." The driver grumbled after hearing this. "Another shootout. Sorry, boss. I'll have to take a different route now." "That's fine. A little farther is no problem, as long as we stay out of trouble," Li Yuan replied. "Don't worry, boss. I'll get you out of here right away," the driver said excitedly. After all, a detour meant he'd earn a bit more money. The driver took a detour onto another street, where taxis were parked everywhere along the curb. As he drove, he glanced left and right, as if looking for someone he knew, but soon they were through the street. The driver let out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The startled driver jerked the steering wheel, slamming Mike and Li Yuan, who weren't wearing seatbelts, against the car's interior. Li Yuan immediately heard the screech of metal scraping the pavement. He quickly asked, "Driver, did we blow a tire?" The driver tried to look calm and nodded. Then, reaching under his seat, he pulled out a Uzi submachine gun and said to the two of them, "Don't get out of the car. I'll go see what's happening." With that, he opened the door and ducked low as he stepped outside, only to see that the gangs who were supposed to be fighting on Imada Avenue had somehow made their way to this street. They were firing at each other nonstop, and one side clearly wasn't a match, falling back again and again. Because the losing gang was fleeing in the direction of Li Yuan and the others, stray bullets began to whistle toward their car. Bullets shattered the glass. Li Yuan kicked the car door open and shouted furiously at Mike, "Get out!" Mike, terrified, tried to get out through the front passenger door, but Li Yuan grabbed him by the collar and shoved him toward the driver's side door. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get out this way." Mike scrambled out of the car in a panic, ducking behind it for cover. Li Yuan followed suit, peering out from behind the vehicle to watch the fierce firefight erupting between the two factions. "Driver, do you have any ideas?" he asked. The driver shook his head with a wry smile. "There's nothing we can do. Unless they run off in another direction, we'll just have to stay hidden here and wait for them to move on. If we try to make a break for it now, unless Lady Luck herself is watching over us, we're bound to get caught in the crossfire." Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he watched the gangs exchanging gunfire in the distance, his hands already resting on the grips of the pistols at his sides. He was just about to charge in and show them a dazzling display of marksmanship when, suddenly, the so-called Beast Angel barreled toward them carrying a steel plate several centimeters thick. With a gruff urgency, he slapped the steel shield in front of them and barked, "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, Will hoisted the steel plate and began backing away slowly. Seeing this, Li Yuan let go of his pistols and followed after him. After weaving through several streets, Will finally set the steel plate down in a corner, carefully propping it up against the wall. He scratched his head and gave the driver a sheepish grin. The driver, overwhelmed with relief, slapped Will on the back. "Thanks a ton, Will. When we get home tonight, I'll make sure you get a gigantic pizza." "Thank you," Will replied. He then hefted the steel plate once more, ready to leave, but as he turned, Li Yuan heard Will's stomach growl, a sound that sparked an idea in his mind. Suddenly, he called out, "Will." Will turned around, puzzled. "Yes, sir. Do you want to have enough to eat?" Li Yuan asked. Will nodded enthusiastically, almost desperately. "If you want to eat your fill, then come work for me. Room and board included. I'll even pay you a salary." What do you think? Li Yuan smiled as he made his offer. Will's face froze for a moment. Excitement faded into a trace of melancholy. Sir, I have a huge appetite. I can eat as much as 10 people in a day. That's fine. You alone are worth 10 men. So, are you willing to work for me? Li Yuan pressed. This time, Will didn't hesitate. He nodded firmly. Great. Head home and pack your things. We'll wait for you here. Will shook his head. I don't have anything to pack. Just these clothes and my government-issued social security card. All right then, let's go. Driver, when's the next car coming? Li Yuan asked. The driver looked up and spotted a taxi approaching. He grinned. Right now. The three of them piled into the cab. This time, the ride was uneventful, and they dropped Mike safely back at his home. Afterward, Li Yuan took Will to a specialty clothing store for plus size customers, hoping to find a few outfits that would fit him. But Will's size was so extraordinary that nothing in the store came close. They had no choice but to order custom-made clothes. But the new clothes wouldn't arrive for another 3 days. With no other option, Li Yuan had to buy a few sets of the largest size available at the shop. As soon as Will put them on, it looked as if he were squeezed into a set of tights. Well, just bear with it for a few more days. Once the new clothes arrive, things will be better, Li Yuan comforted him. Will grinned sheepishly and replied, It's all right, sir. I'm just happy to have something new to wear. Will, from now on, don't call me sir, call me boss, all right? And my name is Li Yuan. If someone comes looking for me when I'm not at the office, just tell them I'm out, ask them to leave their contact information, and let me know when I return, understood? Will nodded in agreement. So the two of them chatted as they made their way home. Along the way, Li Yuan ordered a custom bed for Will's size, plus a pile of bedding and daily necessities. By the time they returned to the office, the bed had already arrived. The staff set it up in the room, and once it was assembled, Li Yuan tipped them a little before they left. After putting away the new purchases, Li Yuan turned to Will and said, Will, from now on, this room is yours. Will gazed around with excitement, as if he had never had a room of his own before. Just then, Fortune, the cat, had somehow snuck in. With tiny paws, it climbed up Li Yuan's trousers. When it reached his waist, it nearly slipped off, and Li Yuan caught it gently in his hands. Whoa there, Fortune, what are you up to? Will watched Fortune with wide, sparkling eyes, while the cat perched in Li Yuan's hands and curiously studied Will right back. So, Will, do you like cats too? Li Yuan teased. Will nodded. Boss, I love animals, cats included. I used to have one, but it disappeared not long after. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. After all, this was Hell's Kitchen, a place where human life was cheap. Who would care about a little cat? Li Yuan handed Fortune to Will, who took the cat gingerly in his large hands. Fortune began to lick Will's palm with its little tongue. Will broke into a goofy smile, looking every bit like a child with a brand new toy. Suddenly, Li Yuan heard Will's stomach rumble again. Without hesitation, he called a nearby pizza shop and ordered 5 16-inch pizzas, along with a large box of drinks. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Will, still playing with Fortune, looked up. Li Yuan poked his head out from his room and called, Will, your lunch is here. There's money on the table. Go ahead and pay the bill. Will scooped up Fortune, grabbed the money from the table, and went to open the door. The two delivery guys took one look at Will and nearly jumped out of their skins. Sir, is this your delivery? The delivery guy stammered, his voice trembling. Will nodded, placing Fuguei on top of his head. He handed the money over to the delivery guy, who took it in a daze. Will then collected the 5 pizzas and a case of drinks. At last, Will turned to the two delivery guys and said, Thank you. He closed the door behind them. The two delivery guys stared at the shut door, patting their chests in relief, as if they'd narrowly escaped danger. Will gazed at the pizzas on the table, unable to suppress a gulp. Li Yuan walked out and, seeing Will hadn't started eating yet, asked in confusion, Will, why aren't you eating? These are all yours, go on and dig in. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Will immediately opened the pizza boxes, grabbed a slice, and stuffed it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Li Yuan went to prepare lunch for Fuguei. The next day, Li Yuan came out of his room and saw Will feeding Fuguei. When Will noticed Li Yuan, he gave a goofy smile, and Fuguei also beamed at Li Yuan. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Will went to open it and found an elderly man standing outside. May I ask who you're looking for? Will inquired. But the old man frowned and replied, That's what I should be asking you. Who are you? Hearing the familiar voice at the door, Li Yuan called out, Will, let him in. He's an old friend of mine. Will turned and walked back into the house, and the old man followed. As soon as he saw Li Yuan, he spread his arms wide and hugged him tightly. Barney, it's so good to see you again. Haha, Li, didn't you promise to come by for dinner and drinks when you had time? Barney said, still embracing Li Yuan. Oh, that's right. Barney, this is my newest employee, Will John. Don't be fooled by his size. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He's got a truly gentle heart. Did you know the folks in Hell's Kitchen gave him the nickname the Beast Angel? Li Yuan said with a chuckle. Barney reached out and gave Will a friendly pat. Not bad, a fine physique. What a pity. It's all right. I only brought him on to help out around here anyway. I don't need him to fight for me. Just his presence is enough to keep people in line, isn't it? Li Yuan said, giving Will a few hearty pats. Will scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Suddenly, no one knew when Fuguwei had crawled over to Barney's feet. Just as Barney was about to move, he nearly stepped on Fuguwei, but Will reacted instantly, grabbing Barney by the shoulder and lifting him out of harm's way. Barney and Li Yuan stared at Will in shock, not understanding why he had acted so suddenly. It wasn't until Will gently set Barney aside and crouched down to scoop Fuguwei into his hands that they realized he had been protecting the little creature just now. Barney looked at Fuguwei in front of him and poked it with his finger. Did you buy this one? Li Yuan nodded. When I first moved in, I felt a bit lonely, so I bought this little guy to keep me company. Who would have thought that just a few days later, Will would move in too? But I come to treat this little guy like family. Barney nodded, continuing to poke Fuguwei's soft belly with his finger. Fuguwei kept growling at Barney in protest. Oh, I got so caught up chatting that I almost forgot what I came here to say, Barney said. Today is my granddaughter's birthday, and I'd like to invite you to celebrate with us. Will and Fuguwei are welcome to come too. What do you think, Will? Li Yuan turned to ask. Will looked a bit hesitant. He knew his size was intimidating and worried he might frighten the other guests. Sensing Will's concern, Barney reassured him. Don't worry, Will. My family won't mind at all. In fact, they met people even scarier than you before. In that case, I'll go, Will finally decided. Great, Li Yuan said, pulling out a stack of cash from the drawer and handing it to Will without even counting. This is an advance on your salary for the month. See if you want to buy a gift for the party. Just remember to keep the receipt, and I'll reimburse you when you get back. Will was startled by the thick wad of cash and hesitated to take it, but Li Yuan insisted and pressed it into his hands. Well, Barney, I'll take Will out for some shopping now. Why don't you head back first? We'll meet up at the party tonight, said Li Yuan. Barney nodded, but as he reached the door, he turned back and called out, Li, remember, you must come. Don't worry, we'll be there on time. Li Yuan replied. After Barney left, Li Yuan and Will grabbed a quick bite. Then Will picked up the cat carrier, tucked Fuguwei inside, and the two of them headed toward the bustling downtown shopping district. They stood by the street, waiting for a taxi. But as soon as the drivers caught sight of Will's imposing figure, they were too frightened to approach. He was just too intimidating. On top of that, Will bore the tattoos he'd gotten when he joined the gang. He had at least 6 now, which made the drivers even more reluctant to come near. With no other option, Li Yuan asked Will to try and flag down a cab himself. But the driver, terrified, refused to get out, let alone open the door or roll down the window. Li Yuan walked up to the passenger side window and made a motion for the driver to lower the glass. The driver was just about to roll it down when, at that moment, Will walked over. Startled, the driver hurriedly rolled the window back up, even though he'd only cracked it open a little, shaking his head frantically at Li Yuan. No matter what Li Yuan did, the driver simply refused to lower the window. Out of options, Li Yuan delivered a sharp elbow strike, smashing the glass. With the driver staring at him in utter terror, Li Yuan tossed in a few $100 bills and said, Take us to the nearest car dealership. This money is yours. Though the driver was still frightened, when he saw the cash on the seat, he steeled himself and unlocked the doors. Li Yuan took the front passenger seat, while Will, naturally, sat in the back. As Will climbed in, the entire car noticeably sagged under his weight. The driver eyed Will nervously through the rearview mirror. Only when he saw Will playing with the cat inside the pet carrier did he finally exhale in relief, his tense nerves easing. Before long, he had delivered the two of them to a pickup truck dealership. Once Li Yuan and Will got out, the taxi sped away, disappearing from sight almost as quickly as it had arrived. Li Yuan could only shake his head helplessly. He then turned his gaze to the pickup truck dealership in front of him. Li Yuan walked toward the entrance, but the security guards at the door reacted as if they were facing international criminals, raising their guns and aiming at Li Yuan and Will. One of the guards was shaking so badly he could barely hold on his weapon. Seeing this, Will immediately stepped in front of Li Yuan, shielding him completely. The two guards were so intimidated by Will's presence that they stumbled backward, practically losing control. Sensing that things were about to spiral out of hand, Li Yuan moved with lightning speed and took both guards down, disarming them in the process. But his swift movements drew the attention of everyone inside the dealership. Seeing Li Yuan holding 2 guns, with Will by his side, the staff quickly squatted down in practiced unison and began pulling out their wallets. Li Yuan was speechless at the sight. He hurried to explain, Everyone, I'm only here to buy a car. He's my bodyguard. The 2 security guards just now were a bit too jumpy. I was only trying to stop them before anyone got hurt. Once they heard Li Yuan's explanation, everyone slowly stood back up. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, they coughed awkwardly and then dispersed. In less than 10 minutes, only Li Yuan and Will were left in the dealership. With no other choice, a girl who looked rather frail and timid walked over, her voice trembling as she asked, "Excuse me, sir, what kind of pickup are you looking for?" "My main requirements are high load capacity and a spacious interior. Those are the only two things I care about. Price isn't an issue, so just show me what you think is best," Li Yuan replied. After hearing Li Yuan's request, the girl led him to a pickup truck. The moment Li Yuan laid eyes on it, his face lit up with excitement. The pickup's exterior was finished in matte black, which felt pleasant to the touch. Before the girl could even introduce the vehicle, Li Yuan had already reached out, opened the door, and taken a look inside, discovering that it was incredibly spacious. "Will, come in and try the seat," Li Yuan called out. Obediently, Will walked over and sat down in the back seat. The pickup barely shifted under his weight, showing no sign of strain. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "How much is it?" "It's only 300,000 right now," the girl replied timidly. As expected, Li Yuan's face darkened the moment he heard the price. The girl hurried to explain, "Well, this pickup is bulletproof. Our boss says the body can even withstand a direct hit from an RPG." Li Yuan frowned and said, "Get the paperwork sorted, license, registration, and fill up the tank. I'll take it." The girl couldn't believe her ears. "What?" "I said I'll take it," Li Yuan repeated more loudly. Only then did the girl rush off excitedly to fetch the contract. After signing, Li Yuan and Will sat in the lobby for a while. When the girl handed Li Yuan the keys and the purchase agreement, she said, "Sir, we filled up the tank for you. You can drive off whenever you like." Li Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He drove the pickup away, picked up Will, and headed straight for their original destination. Meanwhile, at New York Airport, a mysterious man stepped off a plane. His face was hidden behind a metal mask. Gazing up at the sky over New York, he took a deep breath and said, "New York, I'm back. Last time I left in disgrace, but this time I'll make a grand return. Still, I have to finish my mission first, or the Mandarin will cut off my funding. That wouldn't be wise." Li Yuan arrived at the commercial district. Will got out from the back seat, carrying a cat carrier. Through the glass window on the carrier, Fuguei peered out, curiously taking in everything around. Li Yuan also got out and walked over to Will's side, asking, "Will, have you decided what gift you want to give?" Will shook his head. "What a coincidence. I haven't figured it out either. Let's just have a look around and see if anything catches our eye," Li Yuan suggested. "I'll follow the boss's lead," Will replied in his low, muffled voice. The two of them walked into the commercial center. At first, the two security guards at the entrance seemed ready to stop Will, but after he cast a puzzled glance their way, they immediately backed down. With nothing more than police batons at their disposal, they forced a sheepish smile and welcomed the two inside. After the two of them walked inside, many people noticed and quickly steered clear of them. Li Yuan didn't mind at all, but Will felt that it was his presence that made Li Yuan seem like some sort of outcast. Crestfallen, he hung his head low. Li Yuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly sensed that something was off with Will, so he stopped in his tracks. Will, not paying attention, bumped straight into Li Yuan. He quickly apologized, "Sorry, boss." "Will, don't blame yourself. In fact, I think it's actually pretty nice. At least we can stroll around without getting jostled by the crowd. You really don't have to feel bad. Let's just enjoy our shopping trip." Li Yuan gave Will's belly a friendly pat. Given Will's height, that was about as high as Li Yuan could reach. Will broke into a smile, happily cradling the cat carrier in his hands as he followed behind Li Yuan. When they passed by a toy store, Li Yuan stopped and turned to Will. "Will, what do you think about giving a stuffed animal as a gift?" "Sounds good. I just don't know how old she is," Will replied. Li Yuan tapped his own forehead. "Look at me. I don't even know how old Barney's granddaughter is. Hold on. Let me give Barney a quick call and ask." With that, Li Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Barney's number. "Hey Barney, how old is your granddaughter now?" Li Yuan asked, getting straight to the point. "She's 5. Didn't I mention that?" "No, you never did. Anyway, that's all I needed. I'll hang up now. I still need to pick out a gift for her." With that, Li Yuan ended the call. 5 years old. Then a stuffed animal should be perfect. "Come on, Will, let's go inside." Li Yuan pointed toward the toy store. As they entered, the two shop assistants inside were so startled they almost lost their footing, staring at the pair with terrified faces. But Li Yuan and Will paid them no mind and headed straight for the section with the largest plush toys. Staring at a 2-meter-tall teddy bear, Li Yuan pressed his hand into it and found it pleasantly soft. He then leaned in and took a sniff. There was no unpleasant smell. Satisfied, Li Yuan tossed the bear to Will. "I'll go with this one." "Well, what about you?" Will grinned sheepishly and pointed at a Lion King plush perched on the highest shelf. Li Yuan chuckled and reached up to take it down. "So this is your pick?" Will nodded. All right, I'll go pay. Li Yuan walked over to the register, glancing at the two female employees who were still trembling with fear. Li Yuan knocked on the counter, irritation in his voice. Enough already. If we really meant you any harm, you'd be long gone by now. Just tell me how much both of these stuffed animals cost together. The shop assistant forced herself to look at the two plush toys in Will's hands, fighting back her fear. Her trembling fingers tapped nervously on the counter as she finally handed the receipt to Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at it, found nothing amiss, and handed over his bank card. The clerk took the card and helped Li Yuan complete the payment. Afterward, the two of them left the shop. Since Will was still carrying a cat carrier, Li Yuan took the not-so-large Simba plush from him. Perhaps the addition of a toy softened Will's intimidating presence, because people in the shopping mall were no longer quite so fearful of him. They still didn't dare approach, but neither did they go out of their way to avoid him. Once the pair exited the mall, two security guards let out a sigh of relief. Li Yuan got into the car and placed a plush toy on the front passenger seat. Will sat in the back, setting the teddy bear next to him and carefully propping it up as though it were sitting. Suddenly, Fu Gue, the cat, began scratching frantically at the pet carrier for reasons unknown. Will quickly called out, "Boss, I don't know what's up with Fu Gue. He won't stop scratching the cat bag. You better take a look." Li Yuan immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road and took the carrier from Will. Seeing how anxious Fu Gue looked, he hurriedly opened it. The cat leapt out right away and went straight to scratching at the car door. With no other option, Li Yuan opened the door, and Fu Gue bolted into the bushes. It was quite a while before he returned, and only then did Li Yuan realize that Fu Gue had simply needed to use the bathroom. When Fu Gue hopped back into the car, Li Yuan gave his little head a playful tap, feigning annoyance. Then, opening the carrier, Li Yuan said to Fu Gue, "Back in you go." Fu Gue leapt inside at once. Li Yuan closed the carrier and handed it to Will. Once Will had taken it, Li Yuan started the car, and they set off again. Before long, they arrived at a small town where Barney and the others had made their home. Li Yuan entered the town and, following the address Barney had given him, soon found himself at their doorstep. He honked the horn, and both Barney and Thor came out. Li Yuan smiled when he saw them, got out of the car, and walked over. The three of them shared a hearty embrace. "Where are Yin Yang and the others?" Li Yuan asked. "They're all busy. Christmas went off to be a hitman. Yin Yang returned home to work as a bodyguard, and Rode and Caesar have joined a secret unit in the military. They just don't have the time," Barney explained. Li Yuan nodded, then waved toward the car. Will got out. Even though Barney and Thor had been told about him, it was impossible not to be stunned upon seeing Will for the first time. His size was truly extraordinary, almost unheard of in the world. But soon, Barney and Thor couldn't help but laugh, for Will stood before them with a teddy bear in one hand, Simba in the other, and a cat carrier slung around his neck. Behind the glass window of the carrier, Fu Gue peered out, curiously taking in everything around him. With just those three things, Will's fierce demeanor instantly melted away, making him look almost adorably foolish. At that moment, a little blonde girl poked her head out. When she saw the two stuffed animals in Will's hands, her eyes lit up with excitement. But intimidated by Will's gruff appearance, she hid behind Barney's legs and tugged at his trousers. Barney looked down, and the little girl pointed at the toys Will was holding. Barney burst out laughing and scooped her up in his arms, then introduced her to Li Yuan. "Li, this is my granddaughter, Ellie Ross." "Hello, little Ellie. Do you like these two stuffed animals?" Li Yuan asked her with a warm smile. Ellie nodded enthusiastically. Li Yuan waved Will over, and Will came forward to hand the toys to her. Ellie wriggled out of Barney's embrace and hurried over to take the toys from Will. But the toys were so big that she lost her balance and plopped right down on the floor. Will quickly reached down and helped her to her feet. "Ellie, take Will to your room and let him help you carry the toys inside. These are birthday presents from your Uncle Lee and Uncle Will," Barney called out. Realizing she couldn't carry the toys herself, Ellie patted the dust off her pants and beamed sweetly. "Thank you for the birthday presents, Uncle Lee and Uncle Will." With that, she grabbed Will by the hand and led him toward the house. Li Yuan and the others watched their retreating figures, then followed them inside. But none of them realized that danger was quietly closing in on the three of them. Will carried the toys into Ellie's room and helped her set them up. Then he headed back downstairs and opened Fortune's cat carrier. Fortune leapt out at once and made a beeline for Li Yuan, clinging to his trousers with her tiny paws. Li Yuan had no choice but to crouch down and scoop her into his palm. Fortune let out a few triumphant meows, then stuck out her tongue and licked Li Yuan's face. Li Yuan grimaced and tried to push her away, but she insisted on licking him, so he had no choice but to let her have her fun. Just then, Ellie came bounding down the stairs. When she spotted Fortune, her eyes sparkled with delight. She skipped over to Li Yuan, her big eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed up at him. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile and handed Fortune to her. Ellie accepted the cat with joy, holding her as if she were a precious treasure, and placed Fortune on her shoulder. "Hello, kitty. My name's Ellie. What's your name?" Of course, Fortune couldn't answer her. She just kept on meowing in reply. Ellie chattered away in her own language, and Fortune responded in hers. One speaking human, the other speaking cat, but the two seemed to be having a delightful conversation. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside the door. Barney stood up with a smile and ran over to open it. A couple walked in. The man was gentle and refined, the woman elegant and poised. Barney introduced them. "These are the teammates I told you about, Li Yuan. He now runs a detective agency in Manhattan. Lee, this is my son, Stefano Ross. He works at the Osborne Group. And this is my daughter-in-law, Diana Jordan. She also works at Osborne Group. They're both outstanding biologists." Li Yuan reached out and shook hands with the two of them. "If you're both so accomplished, why are you living in this small town?" Li Yuan asked curiously. Stefano smiled and replied, "There's a laboratory here, and the two of us are mainly responsible for its work. Our research is about to yield results. Once it does, we'll be able to leave this town and live wherever we please." Li Yuan nodded in sudden understanding. "Ah, that makes sense. All right, enough chatting. Look at you all. Today's Ellie's birthday, and you're only just getting home. It's getting late. Time for the birthday cake." Barney called out. Stefano and Diana tidied up a bit, then joined everyone at the table. A gigantic 3-tier cake was already set in place. Ellie was still playing with Fortune, while Will sat nearby, keeping an eye on them. The first time Stefano saw Will, he was quite startled. He couldn't help but imagine what might happen if Will suddenly lost control. But after watching him for a while, Stefano's view began to change, and he even remarked in surprise, his personality just doesn't fit his size at all. Li Yuan overheard and laughed. "Exactly. I always thought he was born in the wrong body. But honestly, it suits him." They exchanged a glance, and both burst out laughing. Diana walked over to Ellie and picked her up. Ellie pouted unhappily, still clutching Fortune, who struggled in vain to break free from her grip. "All right, Ellie, it's your birthday today. Time to make a wish and blow out the candles. Don't you want to eat some cake?" Diana said gently. Ellie set Fortune down, bit her finger, and tilted her head up, gazing at the ceiling as she thought it over. Then she nodded. "Okay, Mom. But after I make my wish, you have to let me go play with the kitten again." Diana let out a helpless chuckle and ruffled Ellie's hair. "All right, deal." Ellie stood on the stool, with Barney on her left and Diana on her right. To Diana's right was Stefano. The group gathered around the table, forming a circle. When Ellie pressed her palms together and made a wish, she gently blew out the candles, extinguishing them all in one breath. Before Diana could even cut the cake, Ellie leapt down from the stool and dashed toward Fugue. Fugue saw this and thought, "Oh no, this wild child is even more unruly than I am." Without hesitation, he bolted away as well, running straight to Will. Grabbing onto Will's pants, Fugue climbed up onto his shoulders in a flash. Ellie ran up to Will, gazing up at him with her big, bright, expectant eyes. Will could do nothing but turn to Fugue and quietly apologize, "Sorry about this." With that, he lifted Fugue down and handed him over to Ellie. Once in Ellie's arms, Fugue looked utterly dejected, fixing Will with a resentful stare, as if he'd just been wronged. Will, embarrassed by the look, could only scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. Meanwhile, Diana had finished cutting the cake and handed a slice to everyone at the table. Because Will was so much bigger than the rest, Diana made sure to cut a larger piece just for him. But none of them knew that a stranger had just arrived in town and was heading straight for Barney's place. On Li Yuan's side, the conversation drifted from topic to topic. Suddenly, Li Yuan sensed a murderous intent. His expression grew grave as he called out, "Will, protect Ellie and the others. Someone's coming." Barney and Thor instantly shook off their usual laziness, their demeanor turning fierce. Will scooped up Ellie and Fugue and set them down beside Diana, then stood before the three of them like a wall of iron, shielding them from harm. Barney stood and spoke gently to the trio, "Stefano, all of you stay right here. No matter what happens outside, do not come out. Will is here to protect you." With those words, Barney walked to the candelabrum and took down the two old Colt revolvers resting atop it. Even Thor, as if by magic, produced a double-barreled shotgun. The three of them stepped outside, where a car was slowly approaching. Barney didn't hesitate. He fired a shot straight at the windshield. The bullet bounced off harmlessly. Barney frowned and muttered, "Bulletproof glass?" A faint smile played at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth as he drew his golden Colt and rapidly squeezed the trigger at the car window. In less than 2 seconds, he had emptied the entire clip. Barney and Thor stared in disbelief. Not at Li Yuan, but the line of bullets he had fired, which had pierced clean through the bulletproof glass. Yet, Li Yuan saw no blood, no sign of injury. His brows knit together as a sudden thought struck him. He whirled around and fired at a shadow behind him. A flash of silver streaked through the air. Li Yuan's bullet was sliced clean in two. Only then did the trio get a clear look at the newcomer. He wore a metallic mask, his entire figure, shrouded in a heavy cloak. In one hand, he gripped a katana, another strapped across his back. The flash of silver had come from his blade as he drew it, reflecting the light with a cold gleam. They stood facing each other, none daring to make a rash move. "Who are you?" Barney demanded. The mysterious figure gave a faint smile. "My employer, the Mandarin, sends his regards." With that, he drew his gun with astonishing speed and fired at them. But Barney's reflexes were even sharper. His hand slapped down on his revolver, firing back in an instant. Yet this stranger was no ordinary opponent. Though he shot after Barney, his aim was unervingly precise. He actually managed to hit Barney's incoming bullet midair. Thor, seeing such a formidable foe, ready to strike, but the stranger's next move made both Li Yuan and Thor freeze where they stood. With a dramatic gesture, the stranger threw open his cloak, revealing rows upon rows of explosives strapped to his chest. He held up a cord in one hand and said, "There's enough explosives here to turn everything within 20 meters to dust. Care to test me?" "What the hell do you want?" Barney shouted, fury in his voice. "It's simple, really. I'm not fond of using guns. So if you could defeat me in hand-to-hand combat, I'll let you go. What do you say?" The stranger replied with a sinister smile. Thor and Barney exchanged a glance, nodded, and charged at the stranger together, while Li Yuan, sensing something was amiss, hung back to observe. Thor and Barney reached the stranger at the same time, swinging their fists in unison. The stranger smiled slightly, catching their punches in a cross-armed grip, then flung them aside with a single powerful motion. Barney and Thor hit the ground, but refused to stay down. They scrambled to their feet and rushed him again. Barney used a combat technique long passed down in military circles, while Thor employed Russian sambo. But to their astonishment, the stranger handled both styles with ease. He even used their own techniques to drive them back. A heavy thud echoed through the air. Barney and Thor were thrown back once more. Age was catching up with Barney. He was already struggling. He stared at the stranger in disbelief, and even Thor looked stunned. "Who are you, really? I know every sambo master stronger than me, but I've never seen you before. Where did you come from?" Thor asked, clutching his chest. "Why do you need to know?" The stranger snarled. "Defeat me, or I'll beat you to death right here." By now, Li Yuan was beginning to see through the ruse, but he knew he needed to watch a little longer to be sure. "Hey, you in the back, what's the matter? Are you just going to stand there and watch your teammate die in front of you? Aren't you going to do something?" The mysterious man shouted at Li Yuan. Li Yuan stepped forward slowly after witnessing the scene. In a calm voice, he said, "Thor, he doesn't actually know sambo. He's just mimicking your moves. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary mimic master, the most eccentric assassin in the business, right? You can copy any move, can't you?" The mysterious man fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, let out a laugh, and then replied, "I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Too bad you've uncovered my identity. So, have you thought about how to counter my imitations?" Li Yuan smiled, spread his legs apart, bent his knees into a half squat, turned his toes inward, and opened his palms with his hands facing upward, aiming them at the mimic master, assuming the classic Wing Chun ready stance. The mimic master narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, then suddenly charged toward Li Yuan at full speed, throwing a straight punch. Li Yuan calmly deflected it with one hand. Realizing his punch was ineffective, the mimic master tried to kick, but Li Yuan was faster. His foot struck the mimic master's leg just as it was rising, knocking it back down. The mimic master stumbled backward several steps. Li Yuan seized the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance. His fists fell upon the mimic master's chest in a relentless torrent, each blow landing with a dull, pounding thud. The mimic master was utterly defenseless, driven to the ground by the onslaught that crashed down like a violent storm. With a furious roar, the mimic master grabbed both of Li Yuan's arms, then locked his legs around Li Yuan's head, trying to trap him in a chokehold. Seeing this, Li Yuan switched from fists to open palms, pulled back, and slashed at the mimic master's throat. Sensing the threat of death, the mimic master hurriedly fell backward, using all his strength to hurl Li Yuan away with his legs. While airborne, Li Yuan twisted his body and landed lightly on both feet, completely unscathed. The mimic master, meanwhile, touched his neck and felt a trace of blood. He took a deep breath, then assumed the very same Wing Chun stance Li Yuan had just displayed. Li Yuan gave a mocking smile and mirrored the stance. The two faced off, neither making the first move. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground. Some grit blew into Li Yuan's eyes, causing him to squeeze them shut and rub them quickly. The Mimic Master seized the chance, rushing forward and using the very same finger strike Li Yuan had just demonstrated. Li Yuan responded with the same technique, but the Mimic Master was no match for him. No matter how hard he tried, he was the one always on the losing side. In the end, the Mimic Master had no choice but to abandon imitating Li Yuan and switch to techniques from other fighting styles. What's wrong? Not going to imitate me anymore. Li Yuan taunted. You may have impressive mimicry skills, but you'll never be able to imitate human thought. That's your weakness. With those words, Li Yuan lunged forward and attacked the Mimic Master. First, he aimed a swift kick at his groin, then bent his fingers and drove them hard into the man's throat. The Mimic Master collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat with one hand while reaching for a string with the other. Li Yuan was about to continue his assault, but stopped in his tracks. The Mimic Master, still gripping his injured throat, staggered to his feet and rasped. You're stronger than I expected. This is the first time I've failed to mimic someone, and it will be the last. Rest assured, as long as I haven't killed you, I won't trouble any of your teammates. With that, the Mimic Master pulled out 2 stun grenades from behind his back, yanked the pins, and hurled them at the trio. Instinctively, all 3 dove for cover. As the grenades exploded with a deafening blast, the Mimic Master vanished from sight. When the 3 finally managed to get up and open their eyes, the Mimic Master was gone without a trace. They scanned their surroundings, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Looks like he's really left this time, Barney said with a sigh of relief. Li, we owe you one. If not for you, we'd have been in real danger. What are you talking about? Li Yuan replied. After all, we got into this mess together with the Mandarin. I couldn't just let you face it alone. Let's go check on Stefano and Diana. Barney nodded and hurried inside. As soon as the door opened, Stefano and Diana rushed over, anxiously looking Barney over. Barney, are you all right? Barney shook his head and reassured them. Don't worry, I'm fine. But you need to speed up your research. We have to move into the city as soon as possible. It's just too dangerous here. Stefano and Diana nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Barney. We'll get this research done as quickly as we can. No later than a week, we promise. That's for the best. And Li, I'm sorry about all of this, Barney said, turning to Li Yuan with an apologetic look. It's nothing, Li Yuan said with a shrug. Barney clapped Li Yuan on the shoulder. All right, it's getting late. Li Yu, and we should head back. Be careful out there. Got it. We'll head out now. Call me if anything comes up, Li Yuan replied. With that, he and Will left together. Back at the agency, Li Yuan and Will didn't exchange a word. Both washed up quickly and collapsed in a bed, falling fast asleep. After the fierce battle, Li Yuan slept straight through to midday the next day, not waking naturally, but roused by hunger. Once awake, Li Yuan found the number for a pizza place and ordered a mountain of pizzas. As for how many he actually ordered, even he couldn't remember. When the pizza arrived, Will did just as he had last time. He took the money and went outside. The delivery guys were the same too as before. This time, seeing Will, they looked a little less frightened, though there was still a hint of apprehension in their eyes. They handed the pizza over to Will, who took it and said, The money's in my left pocket. Help yourselves. Will gestured for them to come over and get it. The 2 delivery guys exchanged a glance, and finally, one of them mustered up the courage, walked over, and slipped his hand into Will's pocket. Sure enough, he felt a wad of cash. The delivery guy counted out the amount for the pizza, then carefully returned the rest to Will's pocket. With the payment sorted, the 2 were about to leave, but Will called out to them, Hold on. Don't rush off just yet. There's a tip for you in my other pocket. Go ahead and take it. I forgot to mention it earlier. The delivery guy turned around, took a deep breath, and reached into the other pocket. He pulled out a bill, and, seeing it was a $50 note, his eyes lit up. Both delivery guys beamed at Will, repeating, Thank you, boss. Is there anything else you need? If not, we'll get going. Will shook his head, and the 2, overjoyed, hurried away. Will brought the pizza inside. Li Yuan immediately grabbed a box, opened it, and began devouring the slices with ravenous enthusiasm. The enticing aroma soon drew Fugue, who trotted over and started pawing at Li Yuan's pants, meowing insistently. But Li Yuan was far too absorbed in his pizza to pay Fugue any mind. Without so much as a glance, he nudged the cat away with his foot. Wait till I'm done, then you can have some, he muttered. Realizing there was no hope with Li Yuan, Fugue turned his attention to Will, sitting by his feet and gazing up at him with those large, pleading eyes. Will couldn't help but feel a little guilty under that stare. He picked a slice of ham off his pizza, rinsed it with some water, and offered it to Fugue. With food finally in front of him, Fugue stopped his meowing and tucked in happily. It didn't take him long to polish off the ham, though, and soon he was back at Will's feet, calling for more. Left with no choice, Will gave Fugue another piece of ham and, while he was at it, set out some cat food and milk. Only then did Fugue settle down quietly to eat. After Li Yuan had finished off a pizza and a half, he let out a satisfied burp and patted his stomach with a sigh of contentment. That hit the spot. As for the rest of the pizza, there was no need to ask. It all disappeared into Will's stomach. Just as Li Yuan was about to start his workout, a sudden knock echoed. At the door, Will got up to answer it, but saw no one there. He was about to close the door when a small, exasperated voice called up from below. "I'm down here." Will looked down and saw a boy of about 8 or 9 years old standing beneath him. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't see you just now. Come on in." When Li Yuan saw Will bringing in a child, he was quite puzzled. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? Do you know what kind of place this is?" "Isn't this the place for dealing with trouble?" the boy replied innocently. Li Yuan was momentarily speechless. "This is a detective agency. We help people investigate things and find missing persons. We don't just solve trouble, you understand?" The boy didn't answer. Instead, he took a thick stack of $100 bills from his backpack. Li Yuan estimated there was more than $10,000 there. "What's this supposed to mean?" Li Yuan asked. "Because of my health, I get bullied every day. If you help make my classmates stop picking on me, this $10,000 is yours," the boy said. Li Yuan shook his head. "No, I can't do that. You're just a kid, and you're carrying this much money. How am I supposed to know where you got it from? What if your parents come looking for me to return money? Should I give it back or not? How can you prove this money is really yours to use?" The boy sniffled, then pulled a laptop from his backpack and placed it on the table. Once it powered on, he turned the screen to face Li Yuan, who saw a stock trading website. "I earned all this money myself, right here, so you don't have to worry. If you still don't believe me, I have trading records. And I promise, my parents won't come asking you to return the money I gave you," the boy said earnestly. Li Yuan heaved a sigh. "All right then, since that's the case. What's your name?" "My name is Harry Osborne. I'm a student at Sandman School. The ones bullying me are all from the baseball team. They see that I have money, but I'm physically weak. So they ask me for loans every day and never pay me back. They even insult me. I need you to take care of them," Harry bargained, sounding every bit like an adult. "No problem. Well, I'll leave this to you. You won't need to get physical. Just a few words to scare them off will do. I'll take 1,000 from the 10 grand. The rest is yours," Li Yuan said. Will's eyes lit up, and he said gratefully to Li Yuan, "Thank you, boss." Harry looked Will up and down, then patted him on the arm with satisfaction. "Not bad. I'm pleased. Oh, by the way, your father should be Norman Osborn. I'm curious, why not ask your father to deal with him? Why come to us instead?" Li Yuan asked, voicing his curiosity. "Because I don't want to trouble my father. He already has enough on his mind, and I can't bother him anymore. Besides, if my father gets involved, things might get pretty bloody, and I don't like his methods. So I had to find someone else," Harry explained. "All right, I have no more questions. We'll stick close to our young boss and make sure he doesn't get hurt," Li Yuan said with a smile. Will nodded and followed Harry out of the agency. Harry led Will to St. Dominguez School, a prestigious institution for the wealthy and powerful, covering elementary, middle, and high school. The students here all came from privileged backgrounds, so troublemakers rarely dared to cause any trouble. Spotting a shop not far away, Will turned to Harry and said, "Hey, Harry, I'm going to grab a bottle of water. Don't go too far." "Got it. I'll wait for you at the school gate," Harry replied. He then walked toward the school entrance, when suddenly he noticed a skinny boy standing there. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement, and he ran over. "Peter!" The boy turned around, and when he saw Harry, he broke into a grin and rushed over as well. The two threw their arms around each other in a warm hug. After a moment, Harry let go and looked Peter up and down. "Peter, did they lay a finger on you?" Peter shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "They didn't hurt me, but they did steal the birthday present my dad gave me." "That new game console?" Peter nodded. Harry stomped his foot in anger. "Don't worry, I brought reinforcements this time. They're finished. But I overheard them saying they got backup too. Apparently, they called in some gang members," Peter said timidly. Harry swallowed nervously, but when he remembered Will's imposing figure, he gathered his courage. "Don't worry, Peter. My backup can totally wipe the floor with them." "Oh, really?" Harry the softy and Peter the crybaby. A mocking voice rang out from behind them. They spun around to see a chubby boy swaggering over, flanked by 4 hooligans with brightly dyed hair. The chubby boy and his gang stopped right in front of them. Peter, though clearly scared, didn't run. He stood his ground beside Harry, facing them together. Meanwhile, Will, who had just stepped out of the shop, spotted the scene and strode purposefully across the crosswalk. Passing cars caught sight of his hulking frame and fell silent, not daring even to honk. They just waited for him to pass. The chubby boy oozed arrogance. He stepped up and gave Harry and Peter each a shove. They staggered back a few steps but managed to stay on their feet. That annoyed the chubby boy. Well, got some backbone now, huh?" Used to be I barely touched you, and you'd fall right over. Now you've got the nerve to make me look bad? You two are dead this time. After the chubby boy finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the group of thugs behind him started walking toward Peter and Harry. But halfway there, they stopped in their tracks. They had noticed a shadow appear on the ground. The sunlight above them was suddenly blocked. Harry couldn't help but burst out laughing and called out to the thugs, "Go on, keep coming. Hit us if you dare. Why have you stopped?" The thugs ignored Harry. Instead, they turned around, trying to see who was behind them. What they saw was Will's chest right eye level. Their gaze traveled upward until they saw Will's expressionless face. Terror struck them. They stumbled back in fright, and one thug even collapsed onto the pavement. Then Will ripped open his shirt, revealing a series of tattoos underneath. Even though these were just street thugs, they knew exactly what those tattoos meant. Terrified, they immediately began to beg for mercy. "Boss, we're sorry. We swear it won't happen again." With an unchanging expression, Will said, "Harry is my boss. If I ever catch you bullying my boss again, I'll make you pay in the nastiest ways I know. And you, chubby boy Harry, just reported to me that you've been picking on him. You know what I'll do to you? I'll twist your head right off and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. Do you understand?" The chubby boy didn't say a word. He just stared at Will, wide-eyed, but a yellow stain began to spread across the front of his pants. The thugs, to their credit, didn't abandon their friend. One of them scooped the chubby boy up, and together they hurried away. When the last of the thugs disappeared around the corner, Will finally let out a long sigh of relief. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a casual jacket, and slipped it on. "All right, my job here is done. Time for me to head back." But just as Will was about to leave, Harry grabbed his arm. "Don't go, Will. Can you spend the whole day with us? My dad is always busy with business, and Peter's parents are the same. They're always stuck in a lab. Even the people who look after him are his uncle and aunt, and they have to work too. Please, just spend one day with us. If you want, I'll even pay you." Will, with his broad, fan-sized palm, ruffled both boys' hair. Peter instinctively tried to dodge, but Harry held him in place, so he could only stand there obediently, letting Will pat his head. "All right then, I won't take your money. Today, I'll spend the whole day with you." With that, Will swept both boys up and set them on his shoulders, one on each side. Carrying the two of them, Will headed to a small amusement park. There, Peter and Harry played to their heart's content, while Will stood nearby, watching them with a gentle, fatherly smile. As evening approached and the sun dipped toward the horizon, Will called Harry and Peter back, lifted them onto his shoulders once more, and one by one, took them to their front doors. Just before leaving, Harry clung to Will's pant leg, his voice thick with longing. "Will, do you think I could come find you again when you have time?" "Of course, anytime I'm free, I'd be happy to," Will replied. Harry burst out laughing, then waved goodbye to Will before turning and heading off. Once both kids had been safely dropped off at their homes, Will returned to the office. Li Yuan was in the middle of a hot pot meal when Will walked in. Spotting him, Li Yuan asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Will shook his head. "If not, come over and have some." "Oh, and here, this is yours, don't be shy," Li Yuan said, inviting Will to sit down while handing him the 9,000 yuan he'd earned. Will accepted the money, tucked it into his pocket, and gave it a pat, as if to make sure it was secure. "Dig in. This is a specialty from my hometown. Absolutely delicious." Li Yuan piled a stack of thinly sliced mutton in front of Will and gestured for him to help himself. At first, Will eyed the bubbling hot pot warily, a bit intimidated by the unfamiliar dish, worried he might mess it up. But the moment he tasted a piece of the mutton, he was instantly converted, a new devotee to the wonders of hot pot. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, Fortune, the cat, somehow managed to sneak up onto the table. The moment it tried to stretch a paw toward the steaming pot, Li Yuan swiftly grabbed it by the scruff. He placed the cat in his palm and gave its little head a gentle pat. "You little rascal, are you looking for trouble?" Fortune voiced its protest with an indignant meow, but Li Yuan paid it no mind. He locked it in the cat cage, letting it scratch at the bars and yowl all it wanted, refusing to set it free. Will, feeling a bit sorry for the cat, placed some cat food and a bowl of milk inside the cage. With something to eat, Fortune finally stopped its noisy complaints. Li Yuan glanced at him helplessly, massaging his forehead with exasperation. "Is it just me, or are all you yellow, orange, and golden cats such gluttons? Listen here, you better not eat yourself into a walking gas tank. If you do, I'll put you on a diet every single day." "Got it." He gave the cage a nudge. Fortune shot him a few more unhappy meows before turning its attention back to the milk, content to lap it up. After they finished eating, Li Yuan tidied up and went back to his room. He lay on his bed, eyes fixed on the countdown clock on his system panel. At midnight, he'd be able to watch another movie. He opened the video menu and was stunned by what popped up. Avengers Endgame. He hadn't expected that at all. Swallowing hard, He didn't even glance at the titles of the other two movies and immediately clicked on Avengers Endgame. Staring at the pitch-black screen, he couldn't help but imagine what kind of skills or items he might get this time. If he managed to snag even one of the 6 Infinity Stones, he'd be set for life. In his fantasy, time slipped by little until finally, the clock struck midnight and the video began to play. Li Yuan was completely absorbed, but this time, something was different. He wasn't just a participant. Instead, he observed everything from a godlike perspective. He saw Steve whispering softly into Civitel's ear in the elevator, "Hail Hydra." He also witnessed Steve's helplessness when he heard Peggy Carter's voice. He saw Tony Stark, flustered and panicked when faced with Howard Stark. And at last, he watched the scene of Tony Stark's sacrifice. When the long dream finally ended, this time, Li Yuan didn't immediately return to reality. Instead, he found himself in a strange space, where 3 clusters of light floated before him. Li Yuan tapped on each of them. The first was an odd skill, 10,000 ways to snap your fingers. The moment Li Yuan saw this skill, 3 black lines of exasperation seemed to appear on his face. Without a second thought, he sold it to the store and received a single skill point in return. Next, Li Yuan opened the other 2 clusters. One contained blueprints for the Blood Edge armor, and the other, a pound of vibranium. Li Yuan was speechless. He hadn't expected that Avengers Endgame would reward him with such worthless junk. He was particularly irritated by the 10,000 ways to snap your fingers skill. This movie brought nothing to his fighting strength. Disheartened, Li Yuan drifted off to sleep, still grumbling in his dreams. When he woke, he gloomily ran through a set of Wing Chun, then made himself some breakfast. After eating, he sat in his chair, turned on the TV, and flipped through several channels, but could not find a single piece of useful news. Frustrated, he tossed the remote aside and scooped up Fugue, his cat, to pet. Just then, Will woke up as well. After tidying himself up and finishing his breakfast, Li Yuan handed him a business card. "Will, go find the owner of this shop. I've arranged 2 sets of summer and winter clothes for you. Go pick them up." "Thank you, boss," Will replied, accepting the card. "No need to be so polite. Go on, and come back soon," said Li Yuan. Will nodded, patted Fugue in Li Yuan's arms, and left. But soon after Will left, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, Li Yuan went to open the door and found a man and a woman standing there, both looking weary and haggard. Li Yuan stepped aside and said, "Please come in." He took his seat and looked at the 2 visitors. "So, what can I do for you? Are you looking for someone, or do you need me to investigate something?" The man spoke. "I'd like you to help us investigate the cause of my son's death. We're willing to pay $100,000, but I have to warn you, it could be dangerous." Li Yuan frowned. "Tell me the whole story. I need to understand what happened before I can decide whether or not to take the case. 5 days ago, my son was traveling in New Jersey. I thought nothing could possibly go wrong, but now 5 days have passed. He was supposed to return today, but there hasn't been any word from him. Through a friend, I found out that my son died 3 days ago. What's worse, the local police cremated him right there on the spot and claimed publicly that he overdosed on drugs. But my son never touched any of that. There's definitely something suspicious going on, which is why I need your help to find out the truth." Here's where he went on his trip. The man placed a business card on the table and pushed it toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan picked it up, reading the familiar name of the town. Searching his memory, he recalled that this town had been abandoned for decades, a classic Western ghost town. "All right, I'll take the case, but you'll need to pay a $50,000 deposit up front. If I can't uncover your son's true cause of death, I'll refund $30,000 of that. The remaining $20,000 is non-refundable. Does that sound acceptable to you?" Li Yuan asked. The man nodded, pulled out a checkbook and pen, and wrote a check for $50,000, handing it to Li Yuan. After accepting it, Li Yuan said, "Leave me your contact information. I'll reach out as soon as I have news." The man wrote down a number, then left with the woman. The woman's expression made Li Yuan feel helpless. She looked like someone whose soul had been lost, leaving only an empty shell behind. Li Yuan sat down at his computer and looked up information about the town mentioned on the card. Just as he finished his search, Will returned with a bundle of clothes. "Will, get ready. We're heading out. I just took on a job, and we need to go to New Jersey," Li Yuan said. Will nodded, took his new clothes, and went to his room. After packing quickly, he emerged with a huge backpack slung over his shoulder. Li Yuan glanced at him. "All set." "Yeah. Good. Let's go now." Li Yuan tucked Fugue into the cat carrier, grabbed a few bags of cat food and some milk, and headed downstairs to the parking lot. He handed Will the keys, and together they set off for New Jersey. Yet, deep down, Li Yuan sensed that this case was different from the others. There was a strong chance he'd encounter something supernatural this time. The thought brought up memories of certain skill that always made his skin crawl, and, frustrated, he gave the cat carrier a few sharp taps. Fugaway looked up at Li Yuan with innocent eyes. Li Yuan coughed, then let the cat out. He squeezed it in his hand, watching as Fugaway, who had grown just a little, sat before him. Li Yuan clicked his tongue in mild surprise. For Fugaway's belly had started to protrude slightly, so much so that when he gave it a gentle pat, the flesh would jiggle from side to side. But Fugaway found this rather unpleasant, and immediately howled at Li Yuan in protest. Ignoring its complaints, Li Yuan continued to knead its chubby, bun-like cheeks. Seeing that resistance was futile, Fugaway simply closed its eyes and resigned itself to Li Yuan's antics. As they were leaving New York City, they noticed a man and a woman standing by the roadside with 2 suitcases at their feet, waving frantically at the passing cars. Both Li Yuan and Will saw them, and Will called out tentatively, "Boss, let's stop and help them," Li Yuan replied. Will smiled, pulled the car over, and rolled down the window to ask, "Hey there, do you two need a ride?" The pair, startled by Will's sudden approach, nearly lost their balance. But as darkness began to settle in, they steeled themselves and forced an uneasy smile. "Yes, we're heading to Newark, New Jersey. Is that on your way? If not, just dropping us off somewhere in New Jersey would be fine." Will didn't answer them directly, but instead looked to Li Yuan for approval. Li Yuan nodded. "Hop in. We're heading that way. We'll be passing through Newark ourselves," Will said, opening the trunk. The couple stowed their luggage, then the man ushered the woman into the back seat while he took the passenger seat up front. His reasoning was clear. If Will tried anything, he'd be there to intervene, giving the woman a chance to escape. But when they got in, they found Li Yuan already sitting in the back with the cat. The woman and the man exchanged an awkward glance and greeted Li Yuan with a shy hello. Li Yuan simply nodded and paid them no further attention, content to stroke Fugaway's fur. The 4 of them sat in silence for a long while. Eventually, the man and woman, growing bored, were about to strike up a conversation, but before they could, Li Yuan cut in. "Sorry, I'd like to get some sleep. If you want to chat, please keep it down. And Will, wake me when we get to the motel." "All right, boss." From Li Yuan's tone, the man and woman got the message, exchanged a glance, shrugged, and decided to rest as well. Even Fugaway curled up on Li Yuan's lap and drifted off, leaving only Will awake at the wheel. Will drove for several more hours, finally crossing into New Jersey. There, he found a roadside motel, parked outside, and woke everyone up. Still half asleep, the group shuffled into the motel, checked into their rooms, and fell into bed, sleeping straight through until noon the next day. Li Yuan got out of bed, stretched lazily, glanced at the sun outside, and let out a contented sigh before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. When Li Yuan came out, he saw Will as well as the couple from last night having breakfast. He walked over, grabbed a burger from the table, and began to eat. "Will, how far are we from our destination?" Li Yuan asked between bites. "Boss, we got a little over 100 kilometers left. We'll be there by the end of the day, but we'll need to prepare. After all, that place is completely uninhabited," Will replied. When the man and woman heard the words uninhabited area, their eyes lit up and their expressions shifted ever so slightly. Li Yuan noticed their reaction, but pretended not to care. Casually, he said, "By the way, I still don't know your names. You both seem to know something about the place we just mentioned, don't you?" The man hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "My name is Leona Radner, and this is my wife, Shuin Capet. We both belong to a civilian organization. There are probably over 100 of us. We've all come together with one purpose, to find proof of vampires. The reason we came to New Jersey this time is because we received word that a vampire had appeared here, and its range of activity is exactly the uninhabited area you just mentioned." Li Yuan fell silent. Unlike the couple, he understood that this was the Marvel Universe. Even though this world resembled the movies, vampires were real here. Some high-level officials in powerful countries were aware of their existence, but to avoid causing panic, they'd chosen to keep it secret. Li Yuan thought to himself, "Damn, this is getting complicated. I didn't expect vampires to be involved. With my current abilities, this might be tough. Should I just back out?" But then, remembering the Blade movies and how those ordinary vampires fought, his fighting spirit was reignited. "Well, since we're heading to the same place, let's go together, Leona, Chun," Li Yuan proposed. Leona and Shuin were more than happy to agree. Afterward, the group headed to the nearest supermarket to stock up, filled the gas tank, and even bought extra fuel. After all, they were heading into a true no-man's land. Once the preparations were done, everyone piled into the car and set off. On the road, Li Yuan petted Fugaway and chatted with Leona and Shuin now and then. "Leona, what's your organization called?" Li Yuan asked curiously. "We're called the Bloodseekers. The name pretty much says it all. We hunt for vampires," Leona replied, a bit surprised by Li Yuan's question, but he answered anyway. "So, have you actually found any vampires? This time, Leonard didn't answer. He just gave an awkward smile. Li Yuan understood without needing a response, and he didn't mock them either. After all, vampires have a long history, and it's not hard for them to stay hidden. The group chatted idly about this and that as they drove, until they finally reached a desolate area. After passing a road sign, they officially entered the so-called no man's land. They drove for another 2 hours before the long-abandoned western town from the commission finally appeared before them. By now, dusk was settling in. None of them had even eaten lunch, and every stomach was growling with hunger. They parked the car in the center of the town, then found an old, deserted inn. After opening a few cans of food to take the edge off their hunger, everyone went upstairs to pick a room. They tidied up a little, then came back downstairs for a proper dinner together. After the meal, Li Yuan and Will took a stroll through the town, hoping to find any traces that the client's son might have once lived. Here, the two of them walked with flashlights in hand and a pistol each, cautiously opening room after room, but found nothing of note. Suddenly, Li Yuan looked up and spotted a cross silhouetted against the sky. He headed toward it and soon discovered church. Glancing back, Li Yuan signaled to Will, who nodded in understanding. Together, they pushed open the church's doors as quietly as they could. But instead of a cloud of dust or some dramatic trap, as one might imagine, the entire church was spotless, as if someone had been caring for it all this time. Li Yuan looked around, curiosity piqued, when suddenly a noise echoed from the second floor. Instinctively, he drew his gun and called out, "Who's there? Show yourself." Minutes passed, but there was no response. Li Yuan beckoned to Will, who hurried to the foot of the stairs and began to climb. Li Yuan followed close behind. As they reached the second floor, the chandelier suddenly flickered to life, and a door at the end of the hallway swung open. Li Yuan immediately steadied his gun, aiming at the room at the end of the corridor. "Stop hiding. Show yourself." Still, there was no answer. With no other option, Li Yuan and Will pressed on. Truthfully, Li Yuan had already wanted to leave the moment he saw the place. He was just an ordinary person now, without any supernatural powers, and had no way of defending himself against anything extraordinary. But his curiosity was too strong to resist, so he kept going. The moment they stepped into the room, it suddenly flooded with light. An unnatural white glow enveloped them, so intense and blinding that they had to shield their eyes with their hands, unable to see a thing. When the white light faded, the two lowered their arms, only to be startled. Standing before them was an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in a softly glowing white robe, his bearing solemn and dignified as he regarded them in silence. Li Yuan and Will swallowed nervously. "Excuse me, sir, but who are you?" Li Yuan ventured. The old man smiled kindly. "I have many names. Some call me God, others Jehovah, and there are those who name me the creator of the universe. But these are just titles. You may address me however you wish." With such an introduction, even Li Yuan and Will, however bewildered, could not fail to understand the old man's identity. "May I ask why you have come to see us?" Li Yuan asked respectfully. A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face. "I enjoy conversing with clever people. This time, I have descended to your world in search of a representative, for my old friend Mephisto has already chosen his own emissary on Earth. Now, it is time for me to act as well." Li Yuan glanced at Will, a sense of foreboding growing within him. He had a feeling that God's arrival was meant for Will. As if sensing Li Yuan's thoughts, God spoke. "You are correct. I have come for him. He is the only human I have ever seen in this world whom I would call an angel. He is special. Therefore, I now declare, Will John shall be my chosen representative." As he spoke, a radiant white light began to shimmer around God. Slowly, he rose into the air. Reaching out, he pressed his thumb to Will's forehead, and in an instant, a dazzling beam of light shot skyward. Li Yuan was blown off his feet by the powerful surge of energy. When he finally managed to get up, he was astonished to find that Will had undergone a transformation. He was clad in gleaming silver and white armor, 3 pairs of white wings gently unfurling behind him. In his hands was an enlarged cross, and his eyes were closed in concentration. God had vanished without a trace. Li Yuan, feeling a little put out, muttered, "Seriously? He just picks his representative and then leaves. Couldn't he have given me something too?" As soon as the words left his lips, a single feather drifted down from above. Almost involuntarily, Li Yuan reached out to catch it. The moment the feather touched his hand, it dissolved into a beam of white light and merged into his body. Somewhere deep inside, Li Yuan sensed he had gained another chance at life. After a moment, Will opened his eyes, and the armor, cross, and wings all disappeared as if they had never been. "How are you feeling, Will?" Li Yuan asked eagerly. "I'm good," Will replied. "But just now, that was my complete form. Right now, I'm not strong enough to maintain it. I can only summon a crosswire hammer as my weapon. The rest, I can't bring forth yet. So, do you know how you can strengthen yourself? Li Yuan pressed. Will nodded. Yes, there are 2 ways. The first is to do good deeds, so I can accumulate merits and strengthen my power. The second way is to kill demons or truly wicked people. Doing that also makes me stronger. Or I could target evil spirits, vampires, and the like. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Looks like you really could be my bodyguard one day, Li Yuan said with a cheerful grin. But Will, looking rather unhappy, replied, But boss, I don't really want to fight. Li Yuan was taken aback. It took him a while to react. Then he walked over and patted Will's belly comfortingly. It's all right. If you don't want to fight, you don't have to. But if it comes down to a matter of life and death, I hope you will. Will nodded again. What they didn't know was that, in another dimension, a middle-aged angel was watching Will with disappointment. Beside him stood God, who nodded in satisfaction. This is the kind of angel I want, God said. Always fighting and killing, what's the point of that? The middle-aged angel huffed in protest. Old man, if it weren't for us warrior angels fighting your battles, Mephisto would have stolen heaven from you ages ago. What a waste of his natural talent for combat. God burst out laughing. I can't wait to see the look on Mephisto's face when he sees my chosen representative. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of New York, an elderly man in a sharp suit watched a pillar of white light shoot up into the sky. A faint smile crossed his lips. Before him, a dying man pressed his hand onto an ancient scroll, leaving his mark. Leonard and Shuin, having heard the commotion, hurried over to their location, only to find Li Yuan and Will searching the area with flashlights. The sight left them puzzled. Will, Li, didn't you hear anything unusual? Leonard asked, his tone full of doubt. Li Yuan exchanged a glance with Will, then shook his head. No, we just finished searching the church. Didn't hear a thing. Why, did you hear something? We just saw a blinding beam of light shoot straight up into the sky. Are you telling me you missed it? Leonard looked the two of them up and down, clearly skeptical. We were in the church basement, searching around. Didn't see any light like you described. Maybe you two just imagined it. Li Yuan replied. No way. We both saw it, clear as day. The beam was right here. Before Leonard could finish, a branch snapped nearby. Instantly, Li Yuan drew his gun and aimed it toward the sound, shouting, Who's there? Show yourself. Will placed his hand behind his back as well, a faint white glow emanating from his palm, as if he could summon his war hammer at any moment. Just then, a ragged child emerged from shadows. The sight made the four of them instinctively step back a few paces. After all, finding a child in such a desolate place was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The child slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes glaring at them. Speaking with an unnaturally mature tone, he warned, Leave this place. Ordinary. People have no business here. A group came before you and ignored my warning. They've already become food. I hope you'll have more sense than they did. With those words, the child turned to leave. But Li Yuan called out, stopping him. Was he among the group you mentioned? Li Yuan took out a photograph. The child glanced back at it, nodded slightly, and then melted into the shadows without another word. Leonard's expression grew wild with fanaticism, while Shuin's face turned grave, weighted with concern, the very opposite of Leonard's fervor. It seems there truly are supernatural forces at work here, Li Yuan said quietly. We need to be cautious. Let's go back and rest. If things are really as terrifying as he said, we'll leave tomorrow. With that, Li Yuan and Will turned and walked away, Shuin following close behind. None of them noticed the flicker of fanatic excitement that flared in Leonard's eyes as they turned their backs. Back at the inn, Will and Li Yuan ended up sharing a room. Li Yuan had tried to refuse, but Will insisted on staying with him for protection. Unable to win the argument, Li Yuan finally relented. Time slipped by. After Leonard heard the gentle sounds of Shuin's breathing beside him, he quietly lifted his blanket and slipped out of bed. He glanced at Shuin, gathered his gear, and left the room. He didn't notice that Shuin, lying on her side, had opened her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Not long after Leonard left, she rose as well and drew a dagger from her backpack. This dagger was unusual, its blade etched with intricate, densely packed runes. Shuin slid the dagger back into its sheath, gathered her things, and followed silently after Leonard. Unbeknownst to them, Li Yuan and Will were watching from upstairs. Boss, looks like your hunch was right. None of them are ordinary people. Of course. I suspect this so-called Bloodseeker Society is just a club of aging millionaires trying to find vampires, hoping to turn themselves so they can live forever. Leonard is one of their senior members. As for Shuin, I haven't figured out her identity yet. However, I do have some theories. The first is that she might be an undercover agent sent by the enemies of the vampires. Alternatively, She could be a pawn placed by those wealthy elites close to Leona. But my final guess is that she is the legendary vampire hunter herself. I'm most inclined to believe the last one, because although her muscles aren't large, they're perfectly proportioned, and if you watch the way she walks, she moves silently, yet with impressive speed. I just can't believe a normal person would act like that. Anyway, they're long gone now, so it's time for us to set out as well. Li Yuan patted Will, who was beside him, and then turned to head downstairs. Will nodded and followed right behind Li Yuan. In this way, the four of them set off, split into 3 separate groups along the staircase. Leona followed a mysterious path, not knowing how long she'd been walking. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her excitement any longer and shouted, "I've found it! I finally found it!" Shuin hid behind a tree and spotted an ancient castle at the end of the road, its surroundings swarming with flitting bats. Leona marched straight up to the castle's great door, shaking the iron gate and calling out, "Master Vampire, are you there? I am your devoted follower, and I've come to join you. Are you there?" A bat swooped down from above the castle. As it neared the iron gate, a dark mist swirled around it, and from within that haze, a human figure emerged. The moment Leona saw who it was, she dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the ground over and over. "Master Vampire, please, make me your bloodkin. I beg you." The figure stepped to the gate. Under the dim light, his features were revealed. A perfectly tailored tailcoat, golden hair, striking eyebrows, a noble nose, and chiseled features. There was no exaggeration in saying that if he ever chose to be a model, he'd be world famous in less than a month. "So, you say you want to be my bloodkin. Then why did you bring a vampire hunter with you?" the vampire asked with elegant composure. Leona raised her head, her eyes full of disbelief. "My lord, that's impossible. I came here alone. You must be mistaken." The vampire ignored Leona and turned his gaze toward where Shuin was hiding. Realizing she'd been discovered, Shuin no longer bothered to conceal herself. She stepped out into the open, a silvery dagger glinting in her hand. Leona was stunned. She could hardly believe the wife she had shared a bed with night after night was, in fact, a vampire hunter. Shuin looked at Leona with bitter disappointment. "I never imagined that you formed the Bloodseekers just so you could become one of them. You lied to me." Leonard sprang to his feet and shouted angrily at Shuin. "What's so bad about being one of the Blood Clan? We can live forever and keep our youthful looks. What's wrong with that? All we need is blood to survive. There are so many humans these days, and if it comes to it, we could just buy plasma from the hospital. What's the problem?" The vampire kept his gaze fixed on the dagger in Shuin's hand, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. "Luna Coppet, who was she to you?" "She was my great-grandmother," Shuin replied coldly. "I thought so. You look so much like her. But I see your family's traditions haven't changed. No matter if it's a man or woman, your surname is always Coppet. What's the reason for that?" the vampire asked in puzzlement. "You know why?" Shuin shot back, her eyes blazing with anger as she stared at the vampire. He let out a resigned sigh. "Well, let's have all our guests come out before we go any further." With that, he turned his eyes toward the spot where Li Yuan and Will were hiding. Li Yuan and Will stepped out from their hiding place. Both Shuin and Leonard looked at them in astonishment. "All right, now that everyone's here, why don't you all come inside and have a seat?" With those words, the vampire led the way into the ancient castle. The four exchanged glances, but in the end decided to follow him in. Once inside, the vampire invited everyone to sit in the grand hall. Then he clapped his hands, and the same child who had warned them earlier reappeared, bowing respectfully to the vampire. "Duke Coppet, I'm sorry, I couldn't drive them away." "It's all right, Orance. Since we have guests, why don't you bring out my treasured tea? I'm not sure if they'll like it, but it was a gift from a Chinese friend many years ago. In return, I gave him a small token of appreciation," said Duke Coppet. Orance bowed again and then vanished into a swirl of black mist. When he reappeared, he was holding a pot of hot water in a dust-covered wooden box. Duke Coppet gently blew the dust off the box, opened it, took out some tea leaves, and placed them in the hot water. Then he poured a cup of tea for each of his guests. Without waiting for the others, Duke Coppet picked up his own cup first, drank it down in one go, and sighed contentedly. So many years have passed, and yet not only has this tea not gone stale, it's become even more fragrant and mellow. You should try it too. Will glanced at Li Yuan, who picked up his cup and took a sip without hesitation. He nodded approvingly. "Excellent, this is fine tea." Leonard hurriedly picked up his teacup as well, afraid that any sudden movement might draw the Duke of Coppet's attention. Shuin, on the other hand, remained perfectly still, her hands hidden beneath the table, clutching the dagger tightly. Then, just as Will lifted his teacup, she sprang into action, plunging the blade into the Duke of Coppet's body. Smoke hissed up from the wound, and the Duke rolled on the ground, howling in agony. Leonard, his voice trembling with fury, roared at Shuing. Why did you attack him? I was so close to immortality. Why would you do this? Shuing shot back with equal anger. Because I'm a vampire hunter. At that moment, Li Yuan let out a soft chuckle and poured himself another cup of tea. Duke of Kopit, did you enjoy the game? Both Leonard and Shuing whirled around to stare at the Duke, who was still thrashing on the floor. To their shock, he stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and asked, How did you figure it out? Li Yuan gave no reply. Instead, he gestured toward Orance, who had been standing silently behind him the whole time. The Duke glanced at Orance, who remained, as steady as a mountain, and smacked his forehead in exasperation. I was hoping to have a bit more fun, but I overlooked that wooden statue over there. The Duke pulled the dagger from his body, the wound closing instantly. He set the blade back on the table. Shuing stared at the dagger, her faith crumbling. She gazed at the Duke, her voice breaking as she muttered over and over, This can't be. How are you completely unharmed? How is this possible? The Duke stretched out his hand, and a blood-red mist wrapped itself around Shuing, pinning her to her seat. Tell me, do any of you remember where you first heard that vampires fear silver, crosses, or garlic? The Duke asked. Leonard blurted out, Isn't that just common knowledge? A moment later, as if a realization struck him, he looked at the Duke in utter disbelief. That's right, the Duke said, those so-called weaknesses were spread by the very first vampires. We were simply too powerful, and we had no actual weaknesses, so we invented some and let the rumors spread. Who could have guessed that, after all these years, the weaknesses we fabricated would become real vulnerabilities for modern vampires? To be precise, these are not the weaknesses of our kind, the bloodline, but of vampires. Li Yuan asked, Is there really a difference between the two? The bloodline doesn't drink human blood. In fact, we can eat normal food just like anyone else, or not eat at all if we choose. But we never drink human blood. We call ourselves the bloodline because whenever we fought, the scenes were awash with blood. That's where the name comes from, the Duke explained. Li Yuan frowned as he listened. Then why do these vampires today feed on human blood? Duke Kopit shook his head. I'm not sure myself. In the Middle Ages, because of the threat posed by one individual, all of the first generation of bloodlines went into slumber. We only awoke. About 100 years ago, I met Orange right after I woke up. He'd been attacked by robbers, his throat cut. I saved him and turned him into my blood heir, making him one of our kind. Does she have any special connection to you? She seems to share your surname. Li Yuan pressed further. When I first awoke, I encountered her ancestors. At that time, they were being threatened by someone. Orange and I saved them, and they hired us as their bodyguards. It was during that period that her grandmother took a liking to me. But by then, I'd grown weary of love and didn't return her feelings. Who could have guessed that her love would turn to hatred? She sought out the church and tried to have me killed. Left with no choice, I took Orange and left that place. We came here, found a desolate land, and built this castle, making it our home ever since. As time passed, a small town sprang up nearby. But soon, because of bandits, the town vanished as well. By coincidence, one day a bandit came to my castle. He thought there was some great treasure here and tried to force his way in. I sent him flying with a single swipe. Little did I know, that blow would inadvertently create a vampire. My escaping power entered his body, turning him into one of us. From then on, he saw everyone around him as prey, and the area became deserted. Orange, retaining a shred of humanity, would always warn outsiders to leave whenever they came close. Before you arrived, another group had already fallen victim. I see you've come looking for someone as well. Their bodies are in the secret cellar beneath the town tavern. You may go there and see for yourself, Duke Kopit explained, with the poise and grace of a true gentleman. Li Yuan rose to his feet and addressed the Duke. Thank you for telling us. We'll take our leave now. As for these two, you may deal with them as you see fit. With that, Li Yuan took Will and returned to the town. By the time their conversation had ended, the sky outside was already growing pale with the first light of dawn. You should go. I will not turn any more humans into vampires, Duke Kopit said at last. I have a feeling that if our kind were to multiply, a great catastrophe would befall the earth. So, leave now. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept Leonard out of the castle. When Leonard opened his eyes, he was horrified to discover that the castle behind him had completely vanished. He stomped his foot on the spot in frustration, a flash of danger flickering in his eyes as he gazed toward the town. His heart had become twisted. He was determined to obtain immortality at any cost. Soon, only Duke Kopit, Orange, and Shuing remained in the ancient castle. You can't kill me. Do you still intend to stay here? Duke Kopit asked, pouring Shuing a cup of tea. My great-grandmother left something for me to give you, Shuing replied. As she spoke, She reached into her backpack and pulled out a small iron box, handing it to Duke Kopit. Duke Kopit used a special method to open the box. The moment he did, a sharp arrow of pure silver shot out. With nothing but 2 fingers, Duke Kopit caught the arrow midair, tossed it aside with a flick, and took out the note from inside the box. He unrolled the parchment and found it covered with the words, "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." The entire parchment was filled with these 3 words, making it easy to imagine just how deep Li Yuan's great-grandmother's hatred for Duke Kopit ran. After skimming through the endless lines of "I hate you," it was only at the final section that Duke Kopit understood the reason behind her unrelenting hatred. It turned out that after he and Orange had vanished without a trace, Li Yuan's great-grandmother, driven by revenge against Kopit, had married the most powerful and wealthiest man in the region, a corpulent figure of authority. But just as she was preparing to use the man's wealth and influence to take her revenge on Duke Kopit, her new husband betrayed her. Night after night, he tormented and humiliated her without end. Unable to endure any longer, Li Yuan's great-grandmother devised a plan to assassinate him. Everything went as she hoped, and she naturally became his heir. From then on, she began training herself and hunting down vampires across the world. It was this man's relentless humiliation that ultimately shattered Li Yuan's great-grandmother's mind, driving her into madness. Her family, in turn, placed all the blame on Duke Kopit, convinced that his sudden departure had set the tragic chain of events in motion. To ensure that future generations would never forget this grudge, they even changed their family name to Kopit. After reading through the entire story, Duke Kopit let out a sigh tinged with regret. How could this possibly be my fault? So, do you still want to kill me? It seems you can't, King Yu. At last, Li Yuan learned the truth behind her family's history with Duke Kopit. She was at a loss for how to face him, and could only stand up and question him. Do you feel no guilt at all? My great-grandmother suffered so terribly. Are you truly so heartless? The Duke of Kopit merely chuckled. How many years have I lived? I've long since lost count. And you expect me to still have feelings? Perhaps tens of thousands of years ago I did possess emotions. But now, there's nothing left. To me, even if the entire world were to be destroyed, it wouldn't concern me in the slightest. Do you understand? Li Yuan was frightened by the Duke's demeanor. She stumbled back several steps, then lowered her head, quietly picked up the dagger from the table, placed it back in her backpack, and turned to leave. As she crossed the threshold of the ancient castle, she left behind one final message. I will come back for you. When I see you again, I swear I will kill you. With those words, Li Yuan left the castle. Orenz, go help those 2 youngsters find the corpse they're looking for, and then see them out, the Duke of Kopit called into the darkness, his tone somewhere between giving an order and talking to himself. That person carries an energy I find familiar. It's a pity I can't recall whose it is. From the shadows, Oren's voice answered. Following the directions given by the Duke, Li Yuan and Emil made their way through the grounds, when suddenly Orenz appeared before them, startling them both. What the hell? Don't just jump out like that, Li Yuan shouted. The master was worried you wouldn't find your way, so he sent me to guide you, Orenz replied. Li Yuan and Emil exchanged a glance. This actually saved them a lot of time, so they followed Orenz's lead. Soon, they arrived at a desolate burial ground. Orenz pointed to a grave. This is the one you're looking for. With that, he vanished, leaving Will and Li Yuan staring at each other in the gloom. At last, they found some sticks and began digging. Eventually, they unearthed the coffin. When they pried open the lid, a wave of putrid stench hit them. They tried to fan the air with their hands, but it did little good. Still, by now, they had grown used to the smell, at least in their minds. They began to lift the corpse out of the coffin, arranging it carefully. Though the body was terribly thin, Li Yuan could see the features clearly. It was indeed the person he had come for. Li Yuan asked what to hold his phone steady, then took several photos of the corpse with his camera, including close-ups of the 2 punctures on the neck. Afterward, they burned the body on the spot, collected some of the ashes, and left. Back in the abandoned town, Li Yuan and Will couldn't be bothered to greet Leonard or Li Yuan. They simply got in the car and drove straight back to Manhattan. It was a long journey, and Li Yuan felt uneasy about carrying the ashes with them. So he and Will took turns at the wheel, and by the second day, they finally made it back to Manhattan. Without delay, Li Yuan called the client. Not long after, the man hurried in with his wife. The woman looked at Li Yuan with hopeful eyes, desperately wishing for some good news from his lips. But unfortunately, there was none. Li Yuan took out the urn, then handed them the photographs. When the couple saw the photo showing their son's tragic death, the woman broke down completely, collapsing into her husband's arms. She clutched the photo tightly to her chest, her tears streaming like a river. Though the man didn't cry, his eyes were red, and his hands could not help but tremble. Your son was murdered. We found his body, but since the journey was long, we cremated him on the spot. Here are his ashes. You can have them tested, Li Yuan said, passing the urn to the woman, who snatched it up and hugged it to her chest. Looking at his grieving wife, the man tried to steady himself and said, "Avenge my son. I'll give you everything I have. My real estate and liquid assets add up to $500 million. Help me get justice for my son, and all $500 million is yours." Li Yuan shook his head. "That's impossible. It's not that I won't help you, but the one who killed your son wasn't an ordinary person. I hope you won't be." Frightened by what I'm about to say, the murderer was a vampire. I guarantee the truth of this information, and you can check the rest of the photos for evidence. I don't care who killed my son. As long as you can avenge him, the $500 million is yours, the man said angrily. But Li Yuan still refused. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. I'm just an ordinary person. But you could try asking around in the underground circles. There might be people with special abilities willing to take your job." The man nodded helplessly. He took out his checkbook, tore off a check for Li Yuan, then supported his wife as they left. After they were gone, Will suddenly spoke up. "Boss, they don't have much time left. They both have brain cancer." Li Yuan looked at Will in surprise. "How do you know that?" "Don't you know too, boss?" Will replied. "You know I practice martial arts, so I'm pretty sensitive to people's breathing and energy. They seemed drained, and their breathing was chaotic. It was obvious they were sick, but I couldn't tell what illness they had." "How could you be so sure?" Li Yuan asked. "I'm not sure myself. Maybe it's my ability. I sensed it the moment I saw them," Will answered. Li Yuan wanted to ask more, but at some point, Fugui the cat had wandered over and started pawing at his pant leg. Knowing it was time to feed the cat, Li Yuan stopped asking questions and went to get Fugui some cat food. While Li Yuan was preparing dinner, he suddenly received a call from Barney. Li Yuan answered the phone with a hint of curiosity. "Barney, what's up? Are you getting ready to move?" Barney's hearty voice rang out from the other end. "Not just yet. Hey, did you hear about the one and only $100 million contract on the underground market?" Li Yuan frowned slightly. "Are you talking about that $500 million bounty to hunt down a vampire?" "How did you know about that?" Barney asked in surprise. "It's simple," Li Yuan explained. "I was hired to investigate a murder not long ago. Turns out, the killer was actually a vampire. The client didn't have much time left, so he wanted us to avenge his son. As payment, he offered me all his assets. But I know our limits, so I turned him down. Still, I suggested he post a job on the underground market. So that's how it is. Honestly, when I saw that $500 million bounty, I almost felt like coming out of retirement myself." Barney laughed. "Don't even think about it," Li Yuan cautioned. "You finally got out of the business, so don't jump back in. And let everyone else know, no one should. Take this job. It's not as simple as it looks. Even if we all teamed up, I doubt we could pull it off. Tell them not to let the money blind them." "Got it. I'll spread the word. Anyway, I won't keep you. Talk soon." With that, Barney hung up. After the call ended, Li Yuan shook his head, walked over to his computer, typed in a familiar web address, and logged onto the site where they usually took on contracts. Sure enough, the top of the page was dominated by the new bounty. It was the vampire hunt, and yet, hardly anyone had taken a job. To be precise, no one had. Just as Li Yuan thought maybe no one would dare, he refreshed the page. Suddenly, the vampire hunt listing was gone. Someone had taken a job. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, clicked his tongue, and closed the website. The doorbell chimed melodically. "Will, go get the door," Li Yuan called out. Will hurried over to open it, but found no one outside. Just as he wondered if someone was playing a prank, he suddenly felt a tug at his pants leg. Glancing down, he saw Harry and Peter both pouting up at him. Will scratched his head. "What brings you two here? Come on in and have a seat." The two boys walked inside, and Li Yuan looked at them with curiosity. "What are you little guys up to?" "We want to come play with us." Harry piped up. At that moment, Will handed each of them a bottle of cola. "Looking for Will? Are you? Where are you all headed? Mind if I tag along? I just wrapped up a job, so it's the perfect time to unwind," Li Yuan said, rising to his feet and stretching with a satisfied sigh. "So that means you're in?" Harry asked, excitement lighting up his face. "Of course. We'll get ready. Let's all go out and have some fun," Li Yuan replied. Will nodded, then ducked into his room. He changed into some casual clothes and came back out. Meanwhile, Harry grabbed Peter, and together they hurried to stand by Will's side, looking up at him expectantly. Will glanced at them, puzzled. Harry and Peter spread their arms wide. Suddenly understanding their intention, Will nodded with a smile, scooped them up, and perched them on his shoulders. As he picked up Harry, though, Will caught a strange scent. He couldn't help but leaning closer, sniffing curiously. "What's wrong, Will? Do I smell weird or something?" Harry asked, a little concerned. "There's this odd smell on you, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. Peter has a scent too, but his is sweet. Yours is quite unusual," Will replied honestly. Li Yuan, recalling what he knew about the Osborne family from his previous life, realized that Will was sensing the family's hereditary illness. He walked over, patted Will gently, and shot him a look, quietly signaling for him not to say more. Will understood, giving a small nod. With that, the four of them, and their cat, set off for the nearby amusement park. By the time they reached the entrance, the place was already bustling with people. Thanks to Will's impressive size, though, they had no trouble making their way in. The moment they stepped through the gate, the two kids couldn't wait any longer. They dashed straight toward the bumper car area, leaving Will and Li Yuan to follow after them. Harry and Peter were quickly admitted. They'd hoped Will and Li Yuan would join, but the staff, upon seeing Will's stature, immediately declined. There was simply no way a bumper car could handle Will's size. He'd probably barely fit, let alone manage to drive. So, the two boys went off to play on their own. Li Yuan and Will, along with their cat Fortune, waited outside and watched. Li Yuan, holding a small bag of dried fish snacks, occasionally fed a piece to Fortune. "Boss, is Harry sick?" Will hesitated before finally voicing his concern. Li Yuan watched the boys laughing in their bumper cars and nodded. Their family has a hereditary illness. It's rare for anyone to live past 50. Will looked over at Harry, a hint of something unreadable flickering in his eyes. "Why? Do you think you might be able to help him with that?" Li Yuan asked. Will shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but I have a feeling that my future self will find a way. For now, the most important thing is for me to level up. Every day, I head out early to help others, but as soon as they see me, they're so frightened they run away. I just can't help anyone like this." Li Yuan chuckled. "Maybe that's exactly why God chose you. If helping others were so easy, there would be a whole army of angels out there by now. This is the trial he's given you. That's why I still think you should take another path. It would be at least a little easier, don't you think?" Will shook his head again. "Boss, I really don't want to go down that path." "You're wrong, Will. In our country, there's a saying, to stop war is true valor. Do you know what that means? It means using force to resolve a problem. Imagine a group of terrorists in front of you, holding a detonator. If you kill them, you'll save 100 lives. So do you kill or not?" Will was silent. He didn't know how to answer. That's why sometimes force isn't the best solution, but it's certainly the most effective one. I know you really hate using violence, but I want you to remember this. When it's time to fight, don't hesitate. Otherwise, you might end up causing the deaths of thousands. Do you understand? Will nodded. Li Yuan patted him on the back. "All right, I know it's hard for you to accept all this at once, but I needed to tell you ahead of time. After all, what we're about to face won't stop at just vampires. If vampires have appeared, and even God has turned up, do you really think demons are far behind? Don't forget, you're God's emissary. If God has someone representing him, you can bet the demons will have their own as well." Just then, Harry and Peter finished playing and came back. Will snapped out his thoughts, scooped them both up onto his shoulders, and they set off toward their next destination. The four of them spent the entire day at the amusement park. By evening, the two little ones were so exhausted they could barely keep their eyes open. Even Fortune was sprawled on Li Yuan's head, yawning again and again. A Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of them. A stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Harry blinked sleepily and called out, "Uncle Aldo." Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He quickly lifted Harry down from Will's shoulders and handed him to the man. "Here you go, your young master." Aldo took Harry and bowed respectfully to Will and Li Yuan. "Thank you both for spending time with our young master. We're truly grateful. It's nothing. We took the day off anyway. And here, take this little guy home too." Li Yuan handed Peter over to Aldo as well. Aldo took the children, one cradled in each arm. One his left, one his right. Seeing that the two little ones were safe, Li Yuan and Will headed toward their office. As they passed the tailor shop where Will's clothes were custom-made, Li Yuan led Will inside. "Boss, could you make a few more sets of loose-fitting clothes for my buddy here? Some winter clothes, some summer clothes, just 1 or 2 sets of each will do," Li Yuan called out loudly as he entered the store. The shopkeeper hurried out, casting a wary glance at Will. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but when he remembered this meant more business, his apprehension eased. He called to the back of the shop. "Mary, come give me a hand." Soon, an elderly lady emerged. At the first sight of Will, she too was startled. Will tried to put her at ease by offering a warm smile. She paused, then returned his smile. The two elders worked together, helping Will take his measurements once more, his height, arm length, waist, and so on. The old man couldn't help but marvel. If he played basketball, he'd be world-class. Compared to before, his height, arm span, even his waist, everything's changed. It's astonishing. "So what do you think, boss? Can you do it?" Li Yuan asked. "Of course I can. Come pick them up in 3 days. But I'll need a deposit, if you don't mind," the old man replied. Li Yuan nodded without a second thought, pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills and laying them on the table. The old man quickly counted the money and exclaimed, "This is far too much. You've already paid in full, and there's still extra left over. No worries. If there's extra, just make him a few more pieces, Li Yuan said generously. All right then, just remember to come back in 3 days. Or, if you'd prefer, leave me your address, and I'll have someone deliver them to you, the old man said with a cheerful grin. Li Yuan preferred a little less hassle, so he left the address of his office, and then they took their leave. As they walked down the street, Will suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on something ahead. Li Yuan followed his gaze and saw a Burger King. He understood at once. Will was hungry. With no other choice, he led Will inside. The moment they entered, Will ordered more than a dozen burgers, leaving even the server staring at him in astonishment. Li Yuan's appetite was nowhere near as large. He just ordered a regular meal for himself. Then, the two sat down and waited for their food. It wasn't long before their meals were ready. They hurried over to collect them, and Will, unable to wait a moment longer, tore open the wrappers and devoured each burger in just 2 bites. To him, a dozen burgers were nothing more than a warm-up. After finishing them all and downing a 500-milliliter bottle of cola, Will went straight back to the counter and ordered 20 more burgers. Li Yuan could only shake his head in resignation from the side. Once the two had eaten their fill, they finally set off for home again. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky. Instinctively, both of them looked up, only to see a humanoid robot being mercilessly beaten by an even bigger robot. That was when Li Yuan remembered the plot from Iron Man 1. At this moment, the fierce battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger was putting innocent bystanders in danger. A young girl was standing outside a car, crying and pounding desperately on the door. Through the window, you could see a white woman slumped against the glass, blood streaming down her forehead. Will watched anxiously, but Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead, do what you think is right. No sooner had he spoken than the shockwaves from the fight sent a chunk of stone hurtling toward them. A flash of white light burst from Will's palm. A war hammer appeared in his hand. He swung it hard at the rock, and it didn't just split, it disintegrated instantly into dust. Without hesitating, Will sprinted to the girl's side, punched through the car window, and pulled the unconscious woman out. His hands glowed with the same white light, and as he channeled it into her, her wounds began to heal visibly, right before their eyes. It wasn't long before the woman regained consciousness. Will placed the girl into her arms and shouted, "Get her out of here! Go now!" Still dazed, the woman was jolted back to reality by another deafening crash. She looked up at the rooftop battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger and whispered, "Thank you." With that, she hurried away, clutching the girl tightly. The girl, nestled in the woman's arms, kept her eyes fixed on Will. As Will stood and turned to face Iron Man and Ironmonger's battleground, the girl caught a glimpse, just for a moment, of faint, shimmering wings on Will's back. She murmured, "Angel." Will returned to Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan could tell he was looking a bit drained. "How are you holding up? Can you still keep going?" Will nodded. "All right then. You keep rescuing people, and I'll see if I can handle one of those too. Though honestly, I'd rather you came with me." "You know why?" Li Yuan said. Will glanced around. The ongoing rooftop fight was starting to tear up the buildings nearby. Remembering Li Yuan's words, Will nodded in agreement. "Fine. I just need you to keep him busy for a moment. I promise I'll take him down," Li Yuan said with determination. The two of them climbed up to the rooftop. Right then, Iron Man was being overpowered, crushed in the grip of Ironmonger, while not far away, Pepper Potts and a group of men in black watched anxiously. Quiet as shadows, the two crept up behind Ironmonger. "Now!" Will dashed forward, his war hammer glowing white as it merged into his body. In a swift move, he lunged behind the Ironmonger and kicked hard at the joints behind its knees. The Ironmonger collapsed onto one knee in an instant. Without missing a beat, Will locked the Ironmonger in a cross-arm hold. Meanwhile, Li Yuan planted a foot on Will's shoulder and launched himself into a backflip. Mid-air, he drew 2 pistols from behind his waist and squeezed the triggers rapidly. Bullet after bullet hammered into the Ironmonger, the impact stacking until at last the armor was punctured. One round found its mark, striking Obadiah Stane, the man inside the suit. A small spray of blood burst forth, accompanied by a barely audible grunt. Li Yuan landed gracefully. Will sensed that the operator had perished. He released his hold, and the Ironmonger crashed to the ground like a pile of scrap. Just then, Pepper Potts and a group of men in black suits hurried over. Seeing them, Li Yuan quickly called to Will, "These guys are trouble. We'd better get out of here." Ignoring the shouts from behind, the two of them vanished into the darkness. Back at the office, Will was so exhausted that he flopped onto his bed and demonstrated the art of falling asleep in a single second. Li Yuan smiled at the sight of Will sleeping soundly. He took a shower and soon drifted off to sleep himself. The next morning, after freshening up, Li Yuan ordered a stack of pizzas, guessing that Will would wake up ravenous. He headed to the training room. practicing Wing Chun against the wooden dummy. At the same time, he turned on the TV to check if there was any news about last night's events. As soon as the screen flickered to life, Tony Stark appeared on stage, holding a card. He paused for a moment and then declared, "I am Iron Man." The press conference exploded into chaos, reporters swarming Tony Stark. The camera panned, and Li Yuan caught sight of a helpless James Rhodes and Phil Coulson. Li Yuan shook his head and went back to his Wing Chun training. Meanwhile, outside, Will woke up, his hunger simply too much to bear. He was greeted by a knock at the door. Opening it, he found another pizza delivery. He grabbed the money Li Yuan had left on the table and handed it to the two delivery guys. Without even brushing his teeth, he started devouring the pizza. Only after his hunger was somewhat sated did he finally go to brush his teeth. When he returned, Will polished off most of the pizzas, leaving half a slice for Li Yuan. Carrying it with him, he made his way to the training room, pushed open the door, and saw Li Yuan repeatedly striking the wooden dummy. "Boss, food's ready." "Got it. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat after I finish training," Li Yuan replied without turning around. "All right." We'll set the pizza down on the table, then headed outside. He switched on the television, cradling a bucket of popcorn in his arms, and started watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Who would have thought that someone like Will would actually enjoy watching SpongeBob? Meanwhile, inside the room, after practicing Wing Chun for half an hour, Li Yuan had just picked up a slice of pizza when Will walked in. "Boss, someone's here to see you." With a puzzled look, Li Yuan, pizza in mouth, walked out, only to find someone both unexpected and yet, somehow, not all that surprising. Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson approached with a professional smile, extending his hand. "Hello. We're from the National Security Agency. My name is Phil Coulson." Li Yuan shook his hand, then glanced at Will, who just shrugged and went back to his seat to continue watching SpongeBob. "Phil Coulson, may I ask what brings you here?" "I don't believe I've done anything wrong lately," Li Yuan said as he took a seat. Still wearing his professional smile, Phil Coulson sat down across from Li Yuan. "No, Mr. Li, of course you haven't done anything wrong. It's just that yesterday, we saw the two of you display some rather extraordinary abilities on our surveillance cameras. We'd like to invite you to join our organization. What do you think?" Li Yuan shook his head. "No, we're not joining any organization. We are an organization, our own detective agency. If you need our help, that's fine. Just bring cash. But as for us joining your team, you can forget about it." Phil Coulson's expression didn't change at all in response, which impressed Li Yuan despite himself. "In that case, we actually have an assignment we'd like to entrust to you. Please take a look." Somehow, Phil Coulson produced a folder and placed it on the table. Li Yuan frowned as he took the folder. As soon as he opened it, he saw an image of a blood-red flower, followed by a series of technical terms. Although much of it was over his head, he was able to glean a few key facts. The flower was called the blood orchid. This blossom possessed unique properties. Legend had it that the blood orchid contained a chemical compound capable of extending the lifespan of cells, in other words, prolonging life itself. However, there had never been any human trials, because the first person to discover the blood orchid found that it withered within half a day of being taken out, and its special compounds disappeared along with it. "So you want the two of us to head to Borneo and pick this whatever it is, this blood orchid for you?" Li Yuan tossed the folder to Will as he spoke. Phil Coulson nodded. "All right, let's talk about the price then," Li Yuan said with a cheerful smile. "There's an old saying back in my hometown. The more miraculous a plant is, the more likely it is to be guarded by some extraordinary beast. So, I believe that since the blood orchid has such remarkable effects, the animals living nearby must have mutated as well. I'm guessing I'm not wrong, am I?" Phil Coulson's smile finally faltered. He rubbed his face, then looked at Li Yuan with a blank expression. "You're right. According to our observations, the anacondas inside have mutated. They've grown stronger and longer, far surpassing the length of the current world record holders. That's what makes this mission so dangerous. If you're aware of the risks, then let's cut to the chase. $20 million, take it or leave it. If that's agreeable, we'll get ready to set out immediately. If not, you'll have to find someone else." Li Yuan set his price, refusing to budge. Phil Coulson hesitated for a long time, swallowed hard, and finally made the decision. "Agreed. But we have a few more conditions," Li Yuan pressed, pushing his advantage. Phil Coulson frowned. "Now you're asking a bit much. Relax, they're not unreasonable. First, we need you to provide us with powerful but portable weapons. You know as well as I do that those mutated anacondas are terrifying. We'll need firepower that can actually take them down. Second, we want you to arrange a private plane for our transport. I have no intention of drawing attention from the locals." Phil Coulson fell silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. "Fine, but the plane can only take you as far as the town near the rainforest where the blood orchid is rumored to grow. We can't fly you straight to the site, since we don't even know its exact location." Also, during your mission, you'll have to wear our organization's action cameras at all times. We need to record every move you make. No problem. Here's to a successful partnership, Li Yuan said, beaming as he extended his hand. But Phil Coulson, no longer wearing the cordial mask he'd had when he entered, shook Li Yuan's hand with a dark expression, then turned on his heel and walked out. Just as he was about to leave the agency, Li Yuan called out, "Don't forget the $5 million deposit. And remember, we're leaving tomorrow morning, so come pick us up." Coulson staggered at the door, barely catching himself, and shot Li Yuan a venomous glare. Li Yuan, unfazed, simply smiled back at him. With a final, furious slam, Phil Coulson shut the door behind him. Once the door was closed, the anger vanished from Phil Coulson's face, replaced by calm composure. The man from moments before seemed to have disappeared entirely. He pressed a finger to the earpiece at his ear and spoke. "Director, what are your instructions for the next step?" A mysterious voice came through the headset. "Phil, come back for now. You don't need to follow up on those two anymore. Keep tracking Tony Stark and try to get the blueprints for his suit from him. If you really can't get them, just let it go." "Understood, Director." After hanging up, Phil Coulson got into his car and drove away. Meanwhile, back at the office, Li Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused to himself. Blood Orchid. Nick Fury, you really know how to play your cards. I'm curious to see what trick you'll try next. Not long after Phil Coulson left, as Li Yuan and Will were gathering their things, the doorbell rang again. Will went to open the door, only to find someone who took him completely by surprise. "Whoa," came a familiar voice, making Li Yuan involuntarily glance toward the entrance. "Will, who is it?" Li Yuan called out. Will didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped aside to let the visitors in. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, and Happy Hogan walked through the door. Happy Hogan eyed Will warily, on high alert. Tony put a reassuring hand on Happy's shoulder and gently moved him aside. "Don't block the way. Long time no see, Lee. Well, look who's here, the billionaire himself. What brings you to my humble place?" Li Yuan grinned, motioning for Will to fetch some juice and pouring a glass for each of the three. "Lee, who's he?" Tony asked as he sat down, nodding toward Will. "Oh, that's Will. He's my new hire. Quite a sight, isn't he?" Tony eyed Will up and down, nodding in approval. "If Happy had a build like his, I swear I'd have a lot less trouble on my hands." Happy immediately frowned, glaring at Will with open suspicion, as if he was worried Will might actually take his job. "All right, enough small talk. Thanks for your help last night," Tony said. "Last night? Oh, you mean that guy in the weird outfit. That was you, right? Seriously, you're way out of your depth. Taking on a hulking armored suit with that slight frame of yours. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Li Yuan teased. Tony's smile faded instantly. He pointed at Li Yuan, clearly wanting to retort, but Pepper gently patted him on the back. Tony coughed, forcing a strained smile, then ground out, "Whatever you say. Thanks for your help last night. Here's an invitation. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Will you be free?" Li Yuan took the invitation, glanced at it, and set it back on the table. "You're too late. We just accepted a commission and need to go to Borneo. It'll probably take 10 or even 20 days, and we're pressed for time, so we have to leave tomorrow. Maybe you can hold another event when we return." For some reason, Tony's face showed a hint of a smile when he heard Li Yuan couldn't make it. "Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Looks like we'll have to save the reunion for next time then." He turned to look at Pepper with an innocent expression, making her almost lose her patience and wanting to give him a good scolding. "All right, since you can't come, let's talk when you're back. We'll get going now," Tony said, eager to leave as he pulled Pepper along. Happy quickly followed after them. Li Yuan watched their retreating figures and shook his head helplessly. Just then Will stepped out and said, "Boss, he's been poisoned." "I know, but there's nothing we can do to help him with this kind of poison. He has to rely on himself," Li Yuan replied, lowering his head. "No, boss, I can help him clear out all the toxins. After what happened yesterday, I suddenly gained a new skill called Healing Light. But right now, I can only use it 3 times in a short period. After that, I'll fall unconscious," Will explained. "Well, that certainly boosts our safety for this mission. But you still can't save him because the reason he's poisoned is that thing in his chest. If he didn't have it, the metal shard his blood would flow into his heart and kill him anyway. So, he has to solve it on his own. We can't help him. We're neither physicists nor chemists. All our knowledge combined probably isn't even up to a college student's level," Li Yuan explained. Will nodded, showing that he understood. "All right, let's let him handle his own problems. Pack up. Tomorrow we're leaving," Li Yuan said. "Understood," Will replied. But just as the two finished packing, Barney called. "What's up, Barney? Come help us move. You promised you would." Barney called out cheerfully. "Got it. We're on our way." Since the phone was on speaker, Will sensibly went to grab the car keys. They drove over to Barney's house, where he and Thor were moving furniture. When he saw Li Yuan and Will arrive, Barney didn't hesitate to call out, "Li, Will, you're here? Come give us a hand." When Ellie saw Will arrive, she happily stretched out her arms toward him. Will smiled back, lifted Ellie high above his head, and settled her on his shoulders. This way Will could focus on playing with Ellie, leaving Li Yuan with no choice but to help Barney and Thor carry all the furniture onto the truck, his face twisted in reluctant resignation. Before long, the three of them finished moving everything. Then, everyone drove to a luxurious villa district in a wealthy neighborhood of Manhattan. Standing before the exquisite and grand villas, Li Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Wait, how much did you spend on these 2 villas? My goodness, this is just way too extravagant. Barney burst out laughing. About 100 million, give or take. Not bad, right? These villas almost cleaned out my savings, but luckily I managed. All right, enough showing off. Let's start moving everything in. Will, take Ellie for a walk around. Be careful, Li Yuan called out. Will nodded, then placed Ellie back on his shoulders and wandered with her through the villa's garden. It took the 3 of them an hour and a half to get everything sorted. Rubbing his aching lower back, Li Yuan asked, "Where are Diana and Steve?" They reported back to the company. They'll only be back tonight. By the way, why don't you all stay for dinner before heading out? Barney suggested. Li Yuan sprawled out on the sofa. Of course we're staying for dinner. Otherwise, I'd feel ripped off after all this work. Make plenty of food, though. We'll never get enough. Don't worry, you're calling it quits after just this little bit of work. Relax, I'll go whip up lunch for everyone, Barney said as he headed to the kitchen. Soon enough, Li Yuan could hear the rhythmic chopping of the knife on the cutting board. Lying on the sofa, Li Yuan gradually drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but eventually, he felt someone nudging him. Opening his eyes, he saw Ellie's big, sparkling eyes gazing at him. Uncle Li, it's time to eat, Ellie called out in her sweet, clear voice. Li Yuan got up from the sofa and patted Ellie's head. Let's go eat. When they reached the dining room, he found everyone already seated and waiting just for him and Ellie. Li Yuan picked Ellie up and sat her at the table. Lunch was simple, a steak with a heap of salad. Of course, we would have more than just one steak. Will, is everything ready? Did you settle Fuguei in? Li Yuan asked. Don't worry, boss. Fuguei's with Barney now, and everything else is set. We're good to go. After tidying up, the 2 of them headed downstairs. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up in front of them. They hesitated for a moment, then opened the car doors and got in. The 2 of them watched the man in the driver's seat. He drove in silence, paying no attention to them. Even when Li Yuan tried to speak to him, he offered no reply. With no other choice, the 2 turned their attention to the scenery passing by outside the window, trying to while away the time. Before long, the car came to a stop, and they stepped out. At that moment, a woman in professional attire appeared, nodded to them, and said, "Hello, I'm Sharon Carter. Please follow me." Having said that, Sharon Carter turned smoothly on her heel and walked gracefully into the building ahead. The 2 followed behind and stepped into an elevator with her. Sharon called out, "Flight Division." Flight Division, Sharon Carter, an artificial, synthesized voice confirmed, and the elevator began its descent. In less than half a minute, the elevator stopped. Sharon Carter led them to a waiting plane. This is the aircraft that will take you where you need to go. Your requested weapons are already on board. Li Yuan gave Sharon Carter a once-over, raising his eyebrows with an odd little smile before stepping forward. Seeing this, Will had no choice but to follow his lead. As soon as they were both inside, the hatch closed behind them, and the plane powered up immediately. The 2 made their way straight to the weapons case, picking out their gear. Will opted for a large-caliber shotgun and armor-piercing rounds, while Li Yuan chose a modified handgun and some small-caliber armor-piercing bullets. Just then, a man stepped from the shadows and handed them 2 small cameras. Wear these at all times. Remember, under no circumstances are you to remove them. They're not just to make sure you do the job you're paid for. If you run into danger, our support team will be able to reach you right away. With that, the man disappeared into the cockpit. Li Yuan smiled and clipped the camera to his collar, then checked his phone to see how far they were from Borneo, making a rough estimate of the plane's speed. We'll get some rest. We won't be arriving at Borneo anytime soon. Taking his advice, Will sat down next to Li Yuan, cradling the shotgun as he drifted off to sleep. No one knew how much time had passed before Li Yuan was jolted awake by a sudden turbulence. At that moment, the middle-aged man reappeared and said, "We've arrived. From here on, you'll have to find your own way in. Remember, the cameras must stay on." With that, the hatch opened. Li Yuan nudged Will, who was still fast asleep. Groggy and half awake, Will followed Li Yuan off the plane. As soon as they set foot outside, a fine, misty rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops splashed against their faces, waking them up a bit. They splashed some water on their faces, then looked around to get their bearings. Suddenly, Li Yuan spotted a wisp of blue smoke drifting up in the distance. He immediately decided to head toward it, though he had no idea how long they had been walking. At last, Buildings and signs of life emerged on the horizon. The two of them entered the small town. The townsfolk gave him a brief once-over, then returned to their own tasks. Li Yuan and his companion wandered down the street, glancing left and right, until at a certain corner, Li Yuan finally saw his destination, a tavern. They stepped inside, and Li Yuan spoke up, 2 vodkas, please. And by the way, we'd like to rent a boat. Do you know if anyone's still taking their boats out these days? As he spoke, Li Yuan placed 2 crisp $100 bills on the table, holding them in place with his fingers. The bartender's eyes lit up at the sight, and his demeanor shifted instantly to one of obsequious friendliness. He reached to take the money, but Li Yuan pressed down firmly, his gaze locked on the bartender's face. The bartender cleared his throat twice. It's the most dangerous rainy season in Borneo right now. Normally, nobody would risk going out on the river. But there is one man. If you've got the money, he'll go anywhere, no matter the danger. Who is he? The bartender pointed to a drunk slouched in the corner. That's Bill Johnson. He's a drunk and a gambler. Owes the casino a fortune, so he'll take on any job, no matter how hazardous. Li Yuan nodded and released his grip. The bartender, thrilled, quickly pocketed the bills and poured 2 glasses of vodka for them. Li Yuan picked up his drink and walked straight over to Bill Johnson, setting the glass down in front of him. I need a boat. Money is no issue. At these words, Bill Johnson, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, snapped them open. $50,000. I need $10,000 up front as a deposit. Li Yuan took 2 stacks of bills, $20,000, from his backpack. I'll give you $60,000. Get all the supplies ready. We leave this afternoon. Come find us here when everything's set. And make sure you bring plenty of food. Bill Johnson downed the vodka in one gulp, grabbed the $20,000, and left. Will sat across from Li Yuan. Boss, aren't you worried he'll just take the money and run? Li Yuan just smiled without answering. We'll drop the subject, settling into the sofa and calling the bartender over to order some food for the two of them. People came and went in the tavern during that time. Most drank a glass and left, though a few gave Li Yuan and more curious glances. Before moving on, time passed in this way, with a constant flow of patrons, until at last Bill Johnson appeared before them once again. All set. When do we leave? And where's the destination? Bill Johnson asked. I'll tell you once we're on the boat. Let's go, Li Yuan replied. Bill Johnson had no choice but to lead the way. Along the way, many boatmen greeted him from time to time. Most of their remarks were laced with teasing, but Bill Johnson responded to each one of them. When they reached the riverside, Li Yuan spotted a shabby, battered boat and immediately knew it had to be Bill Johnson's. Once the two of them boarded, Li Yuan handed Bill the map. Staring at the red mark on it, Bill frowned and said, That's really far out, not to mention it's dangerous in those parts. What? You can't take us there? No, but it'll cost you extra, Bill replied. No problem. How about an extra 20,000? What do you say? Li Yuan joked. In that case, I have no complaints. But since the destination is far, it'll take longer, about 7 days. There's a shorter waterway, but the current there is much rougher. So, which route do you want to take? The safer one. We're not in a rush, so safety comes first, Li Yuan said. All right, understood. In that case, let's set out. Li Yuan nodded, and Bill Johnson pulled up the anchor and started the boat. 7 days later, Borneo. Li Yuan stood on the deck, gazing at the primeval forest lining both banks. He shouted, Bill, how much farther do we have to go? Almost there, Mr. Li. We'll definitely arrive today. But the river journey ends here. You'll have to travel a stretch overland. I'll wait here for you to return, Bill called back. You'd better come with us. This place isn't as safe as you think. Haven't you been wondering what exactly we came here to find? Look at us. We look nothing like scientists or explorers. So what do you think we are? Without thinking, Bill blurted out, mercenaries. Li Yuan smiled and nodded. That's right. We're here to find a rare plant called the blood orchid. You've probably heard of it. The forest has changed subtly because of its presence. Some animals have grown bigger, longer, and their hides tougher. Bill's face darkened. Why beat around the bush? You mean the anacondas? Just say it. I'm sure you suspected as much. 3 days ago, your boat was struck. That was no crocodile, and you know it. It was an anaconda. Deep down, you understand, but you're just trying to fool yourself. Now think about it. If we leave, you'll be out here alone. What if the anaconda appears then? What will you do? Think it over. Bill didn't respond. He simply stroked the monkey he kept as a pet, his eyes fixed on the distance ahead. As they drew closer to the shore, Bill finally closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. I'll go with you, but you have to guarantee my safety. And if anything happens to my boat, you'll have to compensate me. Of course, that won't be a problem. With that, Bill walked into the cabin and steered the boat onto a stretch of riverbank. Li Yuan glanced at Will, who immediately grabbed his weapon and a few essential supplies before stepping off the boat. Li Yuan followed close behind. Finally, Bill picked up an iron chain from the boat and followed them, securing the chain to a massive rock and a towering tree before trailing after Li Yuan and Will. The three of them began their journey on foot. As they ventured deeper inland, the sounds of the wilderness grew around them. Suddenly, Bill let out a terrified shout. Li Yuan and Will spun around to see what had happened, only to find a harmless snake had fallen onto Bill's shoulder. Li Yuan slapped the snake away with an exasperated sigh. Can you please stop overreacting? You walk in the middle. I'll take the rear. Ignoring Bill's protests, Li Yuan pulled him into the center of their formation. The three pressed on, and after a while Will, who was leading, raised his hand in a silent signal, quietly cocking his gun. Li Yuan turned to look and spotted a black bear fishing in the river about 100 meters away. Will, see if we can go around it. Only fight if there's absolutely no other choice, Li Yuan whispered. Will nodded and led them on a wide detour, giving the bear a wide berth. With the danger avoided, all three breathed a sigh of relief. Will's relief came from not having to confront the bear. Bill's relief came from not having to face the bear at all. But neither Li Yuan nor Will realized that, far away in Manhattan, New York, a group of people was watching their every move. A one-eyed black man stared at the screen displaying the two men. Well, have they shown any reaction? One of the people in the room shook his head. Director, they haven't followed our script at all. They only just landed, and he's way too cautious. He won't confront the animals head-on. The one-eyed man frowned. Once night falls, release the python. Tell the captain to spray them with the hormone. I refuse to believe they won't give themselves away after that. Anyone who's seen a Marvel film would recognize this one-eyed man. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and his companions continued their journey, completely unaware that they were being watched. After another half-hour of walking, dusk had gradually given way to darkness. Traveling through this primeval forest at night was as good as courting death, so Li Yuan made a prompt decision. He found a spot beneath a cliff and set up their tents. These tents had all been procured from the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, boasting exceptional insulation and defense against the elements. Once the tents were pitched, the three of them set about preparing dinner. Will took out more than a dozen aluminum meal boxes and placed them by the campfire. After about 10 minutes, he handed the boxes out to Bill and Li Yuan. Curious, Bill opened his meal box, and a rich, savory aroma wafted up to greet him. Inside was a serving of fried rice. The day's journey had left him exhausted, so hygiene was the least of his concerns. He simply scooped up the rice with his hand and shoveled it into his mouth. Li Yuan, watching this, clicked his tongue in distaste, shifted his seat further from Will, and only then picked up a spoon to eat. After they had eaten their fill, Bill turned to Li Yuan and Will and said, I'm going to take care of some business. If you hear me shout, come say me quick, all right? Li Yuan waved him off, frowning in annoyance. Just go already. I'm still eating. Can you not bring up something so disgusting right now? Bill gave an embarrassed chuckle and made his way toward the nearby undergrowth. As he passed Li Yuan, he scratched his head, sending a few flakes of dandruff drifting down. But with the night so dark, Li Yuan didn't notice a thing. Yet the moment Bill disappeared into the forest, a subtle, mysterious smile crept onto Li Yuan's lips. Once he finished eating, Li Yuan pulled out his phone and started playing an offline game. Suddenly, there was a rustling from the bushes. Will immediately raised his gun and trained it on the sound. But Li Yuan calmly reached out and pushed the gun down. It's just Bill. Relax. Since he's back, I'll go take care of things, too. Mind holding my game for a bit? He handed the phone over to Will, who took it, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted ever so slightly. At that moment, Bill emerged from the woods, running right into Li Yuan. Bosley, what are you up to? Bill asked in surprise. What else? Nature calls. You think I'm someone who never needs to go? Li Yuan shot back and strode off into the trees. Bill returned to sit next to Will, only to find him engrossed in the game. Curious, Bill leaned over to sneak a look, but Will turned away, blocking his view. Bill scoffed. Fine. If you won't show me, I don't care anyway. After a while, Li Yuan returned as well. Will handed the phone back to him, and Li Yuan took it without a second thought, slipping it into his pocket. All right, it's getting late. Time to rest. We've got a long journey ahead of us tomorrow, he said. With that, he crawled into his tent. Will followed suit, ducking into another tent. Just then, Bill, still sitting by the campfire, called out loudly, Aren't you going to have someone keep watch? No need. Li Yuan's voice came from inside the tent. Our tents are equipped with thermal imaging sensors. If any venomous creatures or large animals show up, an alarm will go off. So just get some sleep. Since Li Yuan sounded so confident, Bill could only return to his own tent and settle in for the night. Not far from where the three of them camped, in a secret base, a group of people in white lab coats watched the glass containers before them. They nodded to each other, and one of them pressed a red button. Immediately, a dark shadow streaked past. The director has released the giant python. All right, keep them under surveillance. Borneo, 1 o'clock in the morning. Inside his tent, fast asleep, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. He'd been roused by the rustling sounds outside. Grabbing his gun, he stepped out of the tent, pausing to nudge Will's tent with his foot. Will woke instantly. He reached for his shotgun, slid in the shells one by one, and stepped outside. Li Yuan nodded to him and pointed in a specific direction. Bathed in moonlight, the two of them saw a giant python gliding through the camp's perimeter. Will raised his gun, every sense alert. Li Yuan headed to Bill's tent, crawled inside, and shook him awake. Bill came to, startled and confused at the sight of Li Yuan, on the verge of scream, only to have Li Yuan clamp a hand over his mouth. Shh, don't make a sound. Something's out there, Li Yuan whispered. Bill nodded, and Li Yuan slowly let go, then slipped back outside, with Bill following close behind. The three of them stood back to back. The slithering of the python echoed through the silent forest, growing ever closer. Suddenly, Will caught sight of the beast in the moonlight. Without hesitation, he raised a shotgun and fired. The armor-piercing round punched straight through the python's body. The creature let out a guttural roar and, enraged, lunged toward Will. Li Yuan shoved Bill out of the way, sending him running in the opposite direction, then darted off himself, never taking his eyes off the python as he moved. Will stood his ground, shotgun at the ready. He fired again, this time aiming for the python's eye. The shot hit its mark. Pain brought the snake up short for a heartbeat, but within seconds, it howled in fury and lunged at Will with even greater speed. Li Yuan was running, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Suddenly, he slammed to a stop and shouted to Will, "Get down." Instinctively, Will ducked. Li Yuan drew both his pistols and fired at a specific spot on the giant python, each armor-piercing round following the last with deadly precision. The camera captured it all in sharp detail, bullet after bullet stacking perfectly atop each other, all burrowing into the python's body. The massive serpent, which had been moving at high speed, instantly lost all momentum. It slid forward a short distance on sheer inertia, then lay completely still, only its tail twitching occasionally. Inside the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Nick Fury stared intently at the screen in front of him. Without turning his head, he ordered, "Slow down the footage where he's shooting." The large monitor replayed the scene in slow motion. Li Yuan firing, the bullets striking the python, every moment made clear. Fury watched closely as both of Li Yuan's pistols fired 5 rounds each, 10 bullets in total. In fact, the very first armor-piercing round hadn't penetrated the serpent's hide, but each subsequent bullet struck the one before it, forcing it deeper and deeper. One after another, the shots drove the initial round further inside until it finally pierced the python's spine, severing the neural pathways and bringing swift death. "Tell me, can any of you pull off something like that?" Fury called out to the room. The agents looked up. Aside from a rare few, most shook their heads. Those who didn't shake their heads stood and said, "At best, we might hit 2 bullets in a row. Beyond that, it's just luck." "That's exactly why I want him on the team," Fury replied. "Because he can land 10 rounds on the same spot in a situation like this, and he's done it more than once." At the same time, the computer screen switched to another scene, showing Li Yuan and Will taking down Ironmonger together. Li Yuan's actions then were even more intense. 10 bullets striking the exact same point, finally punching through steel to kill Obadiah Stane. On screen, Li Yuan had the same calm, the same confidence. Back in Borneo, Li Yuan and Will approached the now lifeless python. Will nudged it with his foot, confirming it was truly dead before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Boss, why do you think it came at us?" Will asked, puzzled. Li Yuan glanced at the python, then at the map, and gave a wry smile. "Maybe it wasn't coming for us at all. Maybe it was headed for the Blood Orchid, and we just happened to be in its path." Will could only shrug helplessly. "Well, talk about rotten luck for the snake." "Indeed. Well, since there's still some time, let's get a bit more rest," Li Yuan said. Will and Bill nodded in agreement, and promptly crawled back into their tent to sleep. As Li Yuan entered the tent, he suddenly felt as if someone were watching him. He jerked his head around to look behind him, but saw nothing. Scratching his head in confusion, he lay down. Unbeknownst to him, not far from their camp, the enormous head of a giant python, easily the size of a small car, was silently watching them. The three of them slept for a few more hours. By the time the sun was high overhead and sunlight streamed down, Li Yuan slowly woke and went to wash up. The sounds of his washing roused the others, and they soon decided to get up as well. After quickly freshening up and packing their things, the trio set out once more. Will took some energy bars from his backpack and handed them to Li Yuan and Bill. Li Yuan tore his open and started eating right away. We don't have much choice if we want to keep moving. We'll just have to make do, Li Yuan said. Bill didn't say anything, just opened his bar and began to eat. The journey continued in silence, with nothing unexpected happening along the way. Yet Li Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from behind. Each time he turned to look, however, there was nothing there. The feeling unsettled him, like a sentence left unfinished. Will and Bill, noticing something was off with Li Yuan, exchanged glances. During their midday rest, Bill nudged Will with his elbow, signaling him to look at Li Yuan. Will observed Li Yuan, who kept glancing over his shoulder. He walked over. Boss, what's wrong? You've been distracted all morning. I don't know. I keep feeling like someone's spying on us, but every time I look, I see nothing. Maybe you're just being too sensitive, boss. Try to get some proper rest at noon. Don't let your imagination run wild, Will said. Maybe you're right. No point worrying about it now. Let's focus on lunch first. Oh, and be extra careful. This path leads straight to the blood orchid, and that means plenty of anacondas nearby. Stay sharp, Li Yuan reminded them. Got it, they both replied. Before long, we'll have lunch ready. Li Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He took his portion and ate it right away. After they finished, Li Yuan and Will leaned back against a rock for a nap, leaving Bill on watch. Bill shot them an annoyed look. Though unhappy, he still paid close attention to their surroundings, keeping an eye out for any sudden attack from wild animals. Once Li Yuan and Will woke, they continued on their way, this time without stopping until they reached their destination. At the edge of a cliff, the blood orchid came into view. Li Yuan quietly crept closer, peering down, only to see a dozen or so coils of snakes, all tangled together in a writhing mass. The sight made Li Yuan feel nauseous. It was simply too revolting. It looks like we've arrived. Hurry up and start picking. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave, Bill urged anxiously from behind. After all, not everyone could stomach being this close to a ball of snakes. Li Yuan nodded, moving cautiously toward the tree trunk that lay across the two cliffs. He began to walk across, but the trunk was slick with moss from the dampness, making it treacherously slippery. More than once, Li Yuan nearly lost his footing and almost fell. Step by careful step, he inched forward. At last, the blood orchid was within reach. Just as Li Yuan was about to pick it, he suddenly froze. Bill and Will, following behind, stared at him in confusion. Boss, what's wrong? Li Yuan didn't answer. The two could only look on, growing anxious. Suddenly, they too fell silent, for they saw the head of a giant python, large as a small car, slowly rising, looming over Li Yuan from above. Li Yuan looked up, forcing a stiff smile as he raised his hand in greeting. Hello there. With that, he yanked the blood orchid from its place, twisted his body, and kicked hard against the ground, using the force to launch himself backward, along the trunk. Unfortunately, just as he reached the halfway point, the python struck. With a powerful headbutt, it smashed the trunk in two. Scrambling to his feet, Li Yuan sprang off the falling trunk, throwing himself toward Will and Bill. Will quickly reached out and pulled him up. Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them broke into a frantic run. Meanwhile, inside the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Nick Fury was left speechless, his brows furrowed as he stared at the image of the giant python. He roared, "What on earth is going on here?" His subordinates hurriedly tapped at their keyboards, pulling up surveillance footage from the Borneo experimental base. What they saw filled them with dread. After receiving Nick Fury's order, they had released the python. But, unexpectedly, after making a circuit outside, the creature doubled back to the base and began its rampage of vengeance. First, it destroyed the power supply. Then, in the chaos before the backup generators kicked in, it slaughtered most of the armed personnel. Once backup power was restored, panic swept through the base. But the worst was yet to come. The python dismantled the communications tower, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Though there were still other ways to send out a message, the base staff never got the chance. The python massacred everyone inside before they could act. Then, showing a chilling intelligence, the python reared up, flicking its tongue at the security camera as if in open provocation. Nick Fury's face darkened. Send a team. Take it down now. Nick Fury continued to watch the video, his eyes fixed on the screen as the giant python slithered into a room filled with vials and potions. With clear intent, the snake moved directly toward a bottle containing a blood-red liquid, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, Fury witnessed the python begin to transform. Its body grew larger, its scales became thicker and smoother, and, in less than an hour, it completed its shedding. Fury watched as the python gradually turned into the formidable creature it was now. Meanwhile, deep in Borneo, Li Yuan and his two companions raced through the jungle, desperate to escape. The giant python was right behind them, relentless in its pursuit. Outrunning such a beast was impossible, so Li Yuan fired his gun at it as he ran. However, when the armor-piercing round struck the python's slick scales, they simply ricocheted off, powerless to do any harm. Even Will's shotgun proved useless. "Will, grenades!" Li Yuan called out. Without hesitation, Will reached into his backpack and handed Li Yuan a few grenades. Li Yuan pulled the pin and hurled one behind them. A series of explosions erupted, and the group dove to the ground. When they scrambled to their feet, the python was shaking its head, dazed. After a moment, the python recovered and resumed its relentless chase. The trio kept running, but suddenly, the ground before them vanished. Only a sheer cliff remained. Will's eyes narrowed. He skidded to a halt, and a faint white glow appeared around his hand. With a firm grip, he summoned a massive war hammer, its head shaped like a cross. Swinging it with all his might, he struck the python squarely on the head, leaving it stunned and reeling. Seizing the moment, Will grabbed Li Yuan and Bill under his arms, took a running start, and leaped across the chasm. What seemed an impossible gap for humans was merely a crack to the python. It crossed effortlessly, continuing its pursuit. With no other choice, the three kept fleeing. Even Will's most powerful blow had only stunned the beast, not harmed it. The python was gaining on them. Just as they prepared for a desperate last stand, a sudden roar split the sky. The trio looked up to see a missile streaking toward the python. The explosive impact knocked the beast sideways, halting its advance and giving the three a precious chance to escape. They ran a bit farther before spotting a helicopter descending from above, a rope ladder uncoiling toward the ground. Wasting no time, they latched onto the rope and climbed up to safety. But just as they thought they were out of danger, the helicopter lurched violently. Looking down, Li Yuan saw the giant python had clamped its jaws around the landing gear, refusing to let go. "Hold on tight," Li Yuan shouted, his voice booming as he swung the heavy machine gun mounted on the helicopter, aiming straight for the giant python's eyes. The bullets struck their mark, and with a pained roar, the creature was forced to let go of the helicopter. The pilot immediately pulled the aircraft higher, soaring to an altitude beyond the serpent's reach. A few missiles were launched at the beast, but even that wasn't enough to bring it down. Stung and frustrated, the giant python quickly slithered toward the riverbank before slipping beneath the surface of the water. The three of them watched the now calm river, their hearts still pounding from the ordeal. Suddenly, Li Yuan turned and punched Bill squarely in the face. "This is all your SHIELD's fault." He tossed the blood orchid onto Bill's chest. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered the existence of the blood orchid long ago and had thoroughly researched it. They found that the life-extending chemicals within the flower only worked on snakes, utterly useless for any other creature. So they had the idea of extracting the substance and injecting it into serpents, training them into living weapons. But no one had foreseen the emergence of a mutant snake, which ended up destroying their entire facility. This mission, as it happened, was nothing more than Nick Fury's test to gauge Li Yuan and Will's abilities. The results had far surpassed anything he expected. But precisely because of this mission, Li Yuan's feelings toward the organization soured completely. If he had been neutral at first, now he genuinely disliked them. Back at the agency, Phil Coulson hurried over to greet them, his face full of regret. "I'm sorry, this was our mistake. How about this, S.H.I.E.L.D. can?" Before he could finish, Li Yuan raised his hand, signaling for him to stop. "Just transfer the money to my account. Then we're even." With that, Li Yuan gestured for Will to see the guest out. Will, face set in a dark scowl, shoved Phil Coulson out the door. Phil looked back at the closed door, his expression turning sour. He quickly reported to Fury, but Fury had no time for Li Yuan and Will now. Since the giant python had escaped their pursuit, it had started appearing in human settlements. In Borneo alone, it had shown up 3 or 4 times already, and every time, it left the town in ruins. At that very moment, Nick Fury found himself facing a furious barrage from the 5 UN Council members, their fingers practically jabbing his nose as they berated him relentlessly. Finally, the representatives from Russia, an unnamed country, and the United States exchanged glances and concluded, "You have 1 month. We want to see that snake's corpse. You know what will happen if you fail." With that, the 5 delegates cut the connection, leaving Fury simmering with anger. Just then, Maria Hill burst through the door. "Director, we have a major problem." "What is it?" "The giant python has left Borneo and entered the ocean. At the same time, we've lost track of it," Maria Hill said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Nick Fury slammed his palm onto the table in fury. "What did you say? How could it end up in the sea? I don't care what methods you use. I want to know its exact location and every move it makes." Furious, Nick Fury immediately mobilized all of SLD's resources to hunt for the giant python. But once it disappeared into the ocean, it was as if the creature had vanished without a trace. In Manhattan, New York City, inside an office, Li Yuan had calmed his nerves. He gazed at the 3 movies playing in his mind, uncertain which one to choose. Each film offered remarkable abilities and a trove of futuristic technology. The 3 movies were Incredibles 2, Chronicle, and, to Li Yuan's dismay, Avengers: Infinity War, a film he would have preferred not to see. Staring at these options, Li Yuan didn't know what to do. He was genuinely afraid of yet another scenario involving thousands of ways to snap fingers and bend fate, which left him deeply conflicted. "Boss, Harry and the others are here to see us." Will called out loudly. "Who's here?" Li Yuan stepped out of his room and saw Harry and Peter sitting obediently on the sofa, while Fugaway sprawled across the table, staring at the 2 boys so intently that they started to feel embarrassed. Li Yuan walked over and scooped up Fugaway, gently kneading the cat in his hands. "You 2 little rascals. Why do you come looking for us as soon as we get back? Don't you have school?" Harry grinned. "Don't you grown-ups have any sense of time? It's our summer break now. We don't have to go to school. Come on, we don't need to worry about school like you do. We just need to know what day it is. By the way, are those kids still bullying you?" Li Yuan asked. Harry and Peter shook their heads in unison. "No, ever since we'll scare them off, they haven't bothered us. But they're still picking on other kids. As long as they're leaving you alone, that's good. So, where do you want to go this time? Don't tell me you want to go to the amusement park again." Both of them shook their heads. "No, we want to go to the zoo. Next semester we'll have to learn to draw, and we don't really like sketching buildings or plants. So we thought we'd use the holiday to study animals and draw them instead." "All right, since that's the case, I'll have Will drive you. Be careful on the road, understood?" Li Yuan handed the car keys to Will, who took them. "Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure to look after them," Will replied with his usual honest smile. Li Yuan nodded, signaling that they could set off. Instantly, the 2 little ones dashed excitedly to Will's feet and stretched out their arms. Will chuckled, scooping them up and hoisting them onto his shoulders. Once Will and the others had left, Li Yuan switched on his computer and logged onto the darknet to check if the mission had been completed. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, he saw that the vampire hunt mission had already been accomplished. Rumor had it that the vampire they took down was no ordinary figure, but a vampire duke. Of course, it was just a vampire duke, nothing to do with the Blood Clan as a whole. Upon reading this bit of inside news, Li Yuan felt as if a storm was brewing. To stave off his growing unease, he decided to shut down the computer, scoop up Fugaway for some petting, and at the same time, agonize over which movie to watch next. In terms of sheer number of superpowers, The Incredibles 2 was an appealing choice. After all, Baby Jack Jack alone boasted 17 different abilities, not to mention the other heroes. Meanwhile, Chronicle only featured telekinesis, but that power's practicality and strength were nothing to sneeze at. As for Avengers: Infinity War, Li Yuan didn't dare pick that one. So his decision came down to either Chronicle or The Incredibles 2. Li Yuan pondered for a long, long time. He petted Fugaway so fervently that the cat finally squirmed out of his grasp, leaped onto the table, and began yowling at him nonstop. But Li Yuan ignored it. He had finally made up his mind. He chose The Incredibles 2, reasoning that if he picked Chronicle and didn't gain telekinesis or that meteorite, it would be a waste. To play it safe, he went with The Incredibles 2. In an instant, his consciousness traveled and attached itself to some living creature. He couldn't control the creature. He could only observe. Suddenly, the creature started moving. The scenery around him blurred, sliding past until he found himself beside a swimming pool. Only then did Li Yuan realize whose body he'd inhabited. "I can't believe I'm inside Jack Jack. That means I'm guaranteed to get one of his powers. What a stroke of luck." Li Yuan cried out excitedly. Right then, he witnessed a classic scene: Jack Jack's epic showdown with Rocket Raccoon. Well, actually, it was just a regular raccoon. Next came the confrontation with the villain, Evelyn Deaver. During this scene, Jack Jack displayed at least several of his superpowers. Before long, The Incredibles 2 concluded. Li Yuan returned to reality, his memories and emotions from the film already beginning to fade. When all those feelings were gone, he opened his eyes, seized Fugaway in a fit of enthusiasm, and showered the cat with kisses. With a look of disdain, Fugaway tried to push him away with her paw, but no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't move him. Why was Li Yuan so excited? Because he had gained all the superpowers of Super Baby, Baxiaji. However, there was a catch. He could only use 2 superpowers a day. At midnight, they would change into 2 different ones, and the combination was entirely random. Even so, this didn't dampen Li Yuan's excitement, because Super Baby, Baxiaji, had no fewer than 17 different superpowers. These 17 powers included splitting into clones, transforming into a demon, breathing fire like a force of nature, laser vision, growing to giant size, traveling through dimensions, copying. Others, super strength, invulnerability, levitation, telepathy, flying with a sneeze, discharging electricity, phasing through walls, turning into metal, becoming gelatinous, and mimicking others. Thrilled, Li Yuan hugged Fuguwei tightly, then suddenly set her down. With a mere thought, flames erupted around his body, and in the next moment, his entire form, including his clothes, turned to gleaming metal. Now, Li Yuan looked like a burning hunk of iron. Frightened by Li Yuan's bizarre transformation, Fuguwei darted into her little den. She poked her head out halfway, staring in bewilderment at Li Yuan, who stood there grinning foolishly. Meanwhile, Will had arrived at the zoo with Harry and Peter in tow. As soon as they got out of the car, the security guards at the entrance tightened, their grip on their stun guns, staring at Will in alarm. If it hadn't been for the two children beside him, they might have already taken action. Carrying the two kids, Will made his way to the gate, then to the ticket booth, and bought 3 tickets before heading inside. After walking for a while, they were greeted by the bear enclosures. The area was divided into several sections: black bears, brown bears, Malayan bears, sloth bears, and more. The 3 of them made their way to the black bear section. Will set Peter and Harry down, and the 2 little ones pressed their faces against the glass, eager to get a closer look at the black bears. Suddenly, Harry turned to scrutinize Will. Will looked at him in puzzlement and asked, "What's up, Harry?" "Will, could you beat that black bear?" Harry asked innocently. Will glanced at the black bear, then back at himself. He ruffled Harry's hair and teased, "How could a person ever win in a fight with a black bear?" They moved on to the next bear enclosure. Looking at the spectacled bears, Peter murmured, "It kind of looks like a dog." Will was taking a sip of water when Peter's comment made him choke. He coughed and spluttered. "Peter, what are you talking about? How does that look like a dog?" "But it really does. Just look at it standing up. Doesn't it look like one?" Peter pointed at a spectacled bear that had risen onto its hind legs. Will followed Peter's pointing finger and had to admit it really did resemble an upright dog. After they'd seen all the bears in the bear zone, the 3 of them took a photo in front of the polar bear enclosure and then headed off to the next part of the zoo. Just after they left, a man with an Arab appearance strode into the bear enclosure. His clothes fluttered as he walked briskly, and it was clear there was a pistol at his waist. He headed straight for the surveillance room, drew his gun, and glanced at the tightly closed door. Taking a deep breath, the Arab man threw himself against the door and burst in, immediately holding everyone inside at gunpoint. None of the visitors had any inkling of what was unfolding here. They continued to enjoy themselves, laughing and playing, utterly unaware that the entire zoo was about to be transformed into a living nightmare. Soon, Will and his 2 companions arrived at the aquarium. The 3 of them entered with cheerful grins, marveling at the colorful underwater world. Harry and Peter snapped photos nonstop, occasionally exclaiming in awe at what they saw. While they admired the aquarium, chaos erupted outside. Tigers, hippos, lions, cheetahs, bears, king cobras, and other fierce beasts had, for some unknown reason, escaped their enclosures. At first, the visitors thought it was some kind of special performance. But when a starving tiger suddenly pounced and killed a tourist, the entire zoo was thrown into panic. Visitors rushed desperately toward the main gate, desperate to escape. But when they reached the entrance, the scene only deepened their despair. A pack of snarling North American gray wolves was blocking the way, their leader letting out a chilling howl before all the wolves charged at the fleeing crowd. Some fortunate visitors managed to hide inside various buildings. With trembling hands, they fumbled for their phones, desperate to call for help, only to discover, to their horror, that there was no signal. They had not yet realized that this was a meticulously planned conspiracy. Meanwhile, just as Will and his friends stepped out of the aquarium, a black bear fixed its gaze on them and charged with a furious roar. Terrified, Harry and Peter ducked behind Will. Will, seeing the mangled, bloody corpse lying nearby, was seized by rage and rushed at the bear. The 2 massive figures collided with a force that sent the black bear flying, as if it had been struck by a speeding truck. It crashed into a wall, smashing a deep crater into the bricks. Will looked around, taking in the zoo transformed into a living hell. He calmly took out his phone, but the moment he saw there was no signal, he understood this was all part of a plot. Without hesitation, he hoisted his 2 companions and started running toward the main gate. Suddenly, a shrill whistle blared over the zoo's loudspeakers. Every animal still feeding looked up in unison, their eyes fixed on the speakers before they all began running in the same direction. If one could look down from above at this moment, they would see every animal in the zoo stampeding straight toward Will and his friends. Will gripped his war hammer tightly, fending off the wild beasts lunging at him as he sprinted toward the gates. Gradually, he realized something was wrong. Every animal was charging straight for him. Yet he had no choice. He could only carve a bloody path forward. He had no idea how long he had been running, or how many animals he had slain. Now, at last, the gate loomed before him. But there was still one final obstacle. A living wall of ferocious beasts stood in his way. Tigers, black bears, grizzlies, polar bears, cheetahs, North American gray wolves, honey badgers, king cobras, hippos, and more. They advanced on Will, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Will tightened his grip on the warhammer and set Harry and Peter down. Locking eyes with the animals before him, he said, "You two, go. If you stay here, I can't fight at my full strength." But neither of the little ones moved. Instead, they clung to Will's pants. Harry, his voice choked with tears, said, "Well, we can't leave." Will spun around and saw that they were completely surrounded, front, back, and on all sides. There was no way out. With no other option, he hoisted the two children onto his shoulders, raised his arm, and shouted, "Holy light of healing." A beam of white light poured down from the sky, engulfing his whole body. Every bit of his spent strength returned, and the wounds left by the beasts vanished, leaving him fully healed. Will gripped his warhammer with renewed determination. "Don't worry. I promise I'll get you both out of here." The two little ones held tightly to Will's shoulders, tears brimming in their eyes. They nodded, then buried their faces against him. The beasts drew closer and closer. When they were just over 30 meters away, the heavy thrum of helicopter blades suddenly filled the air. All three looked up and saw Li Yuan standing at the edge of a helicopter. The two children caught sight of another person on board and shouted with excitement, "Dad! Uncle Norman!" Norman Osborn glanced at Li Yuan and gave him a nod. Without hesitation, Li Yuan leapt from the helicopter. As he fell, flames erupted around him and his clothes transformed into shining silver. He streaked toward the ground like a missile. A cloud of dust exploded as he landed. Wreathed in fire, Li Yuan strode out of the haze, then circled around Will and the children, creating a ring of flames that enclosed them. In a deep voice, Li Yuan said, "Don't leave the circle. Leave these beasts to me." The zoo speakers piped up again, whistling a sharp signal. All the animals surged forward, charging straight at Li Yuan. A cold smile played across Li Yuan's face as jets of searing flame shot from his hands. The animals didn't even get close. One by one, they were incinerated to ash by the intense heat. With a sweeping arc of fire from both hands, Li Yuan scorched every beast in the area. In moments, nothing remained but charred remains. Not a single animal survived. After seeing that all the animals had been eliminated, Norman Osborn ordered the helicopter to land. The two little ones, terrified, ran straight toward him. Norman quickly scooped them up in his arms, holding them tightly and offering constant words of comfort. Behind them, a squad of fully armed security personnel from the Osborn group emerged from the zoo. They were dragging along an Arab man who had been caught in the surveillance room. Li Yuan stepped over Will and approached the Arab. Before Li Yuan could speak, the man glared at them and spat out, "None of you will die a peaceful death. Your commando team and everyone from Osborn will die." No sooner had he finished than black blood welled up from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, sirens wailed from outside the zoo. Li Yuan hurried over to Will's side and led him toward Norman Osborn. "Norman, we'll take our leave now. I've never liked dealing with these people. I'll leave them to you." With that, Li Yuan and Will left by another way. Li Yuan and Will returned to the agency. Will, still covered in blood and towering over everyone, stepped out of the car. The sight of him made passers-by hold their breath, and a few children burst into tears, frightened by the scene. To avoid causing a public commotion, the two quickly slipped back into the office. "Are you hurt?" Li Yuan tossed him a towel. "Go take a shower and wash your clothes while you're at it." Will shook his head. "I'm fine. I just used the light of healing, and then you showed up, boss." "That's good. Go get cleaned up. I expect the police will show up soon, so try to keep your expression calm. It's all right, none of this was your fault. That Arab man was behind everything. It's got nothing to do with you. Understand?" Li Yuan reassured him. But Will seemed lost and despondent, haunted by the memory of the bodies he'd seen at the zoo and the carnivores tearing at the remains. He nodded silently and headed for the bathroom. At that moment, Fuguwei, sensing Will's distress, padded over and rubbed against his leg. Will lowered his head to look at the little creature calling softly to him. He picked Fuguwei up, stroked him gently, and managed a strained smile. "It's all right, Fuguwei. I'm okay." He set Fuguwei back on the floor and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. Li Yuan sighed, scooped Fuguwei up in his arms, and settled into the sofa. He watched the news on TV, which was now reporting on the tragedy at the zoo. Norman Osborn appeared on screen, explaining to the public that the tragedy was entirely the work of a certain terrorist organization from the Middle East. Li Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing as he watched, for Norman Osborn was clearly making up stories. Perhaps there really was such a terrorist organization in the Middle East, but they absolutely didn't have the capability to control these animals. After the news ended, Will came out of the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe. Li Yuan looked at him speechlessly. Will sheepishly rubbed his still damp hair and said, "Well, I forgot to bring my clothes in. I'll go get dressed now." While Will was getting dressed, the front door was suddenly forced open with a crash. A squad of heavily armed SWAT officers stormed in, aiming their guns at Li Yuan and shouting, "Hands up, where we can see them. Get down on the floor." Li Yuan showed not the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, he watched them with great interest. The SWAT leader felt slighted by this, and infuriated, pressed the muzzle of his gun to Li Yuan's head, roaring, "Get down on the floor." Now, at that moment, Will walked out, at first completely confused by the room full of SWAT officers. But when he saw them aiming their guns at Li Yuan, his confusion was instantly replaced by rage, and he charged toward the officers. He hadn't taken more than a few steps before the SWAT team spotted him. Will, in his fury, looked even more terrifying than a wild beast, and in their panic, the tense officers opened fire. The moment Li Yuan heard the gunshots, his body transformed instantly into metal. In a flash, he appeared in front of Will, the bullets striking his body and ringing out with a sharp, metallic clang. Every SWAT officer stared in stunned disbelief at the now metallic Li Yuan. Li Yuan gazed at them coldly. "Are you all looking for death?" With a sudden roar, flames erupted from Li Yuan's body, the heat forcing the SWAT officers to retreat several steps. Just as Li Yuan was about to act, another group of people strode in. "Li, stop. Don't do anything rash." Norman Osborn entered, and beside him stood a middle-aged man in police uniform, eyeing the trembling SWAT officers before him. "I told you to invite them properly, not to break into their room. If we hadn't arrived and he'd killed you all, you would have deserved it. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man shouted furiously. The SWAT leader lowered his head. "Sorry, Chief. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to these two. What good does it do to apologize to me?" The police chief continued to scold them. Then, putting on a different face, he turned to Li Yuan and smiled apologetically. "Sorry for the trouble, you two. Actually, we're here because of the zoo incident." Li Yuan ignored him, turning instead to examine Will and asked, "Are you all right? Didn't get shot, did you?" "No, I'm fine. Don't be so reckless next time. You made it look as if they could actually kill me," Li Yuan said, patting Will on the shoulder. Then he turned around, looking at Norman with a puzzled expression. Norman stepped forward. "Some people saw the video of you two fighting. They'd like to ask for your help with something." Li Yuan let out a long breath, walked over to the table, opened a drawer, and pulled out a business card. He handed it to the police chief. "If anything comes up, please notify me in advance. If you barge into my private property like this again, I won't be so forgiving next time, understand?" The police chief accepted the card with a wry smile and nodded. Then he led the entire SWAT team away, leaving only Norman and Li Yuan behind. "Is there anything else, Norman?" Li Yuan asked, noticing that Norman was still standing there. Norman hesitated before speaking. "Peter and Harry have been a bit shaken up by this whole incident. Now they're terrified of even cats and dogs. I was hoping you might have a way to help them." Li Yuan chuckled. "Norman, that's a psychological issue. You should take them to see a therapist. What do you expect us to do?" But, unexpectedly, Will piped up from behind Li Yuan. "Boss, I think I actually can help." Both Li Yuan and Norman turned to Will in surprise. "I mean it. My healing light can treat all sorts of injuries, including psychological and emotional ones," Will insisted, seeing the doubt in their eyes. "In that case, let's get going," Li Yuan said, grabbing his coat. "Norman, make sure there's plenty of food ready. Don't worry, there'll be more than enough for both of you. Let's head out. Peter and Harry can't wait to see you," Norman replied with a smile. The three of them went downstairs and got into Norman's luxurious car. Just as Li Yuan seemed about to ask something, Norman stopped him. It was as if he already knew what Li Yuan wanted to say. He mouthed silently, "We'll talk when we get there." Li Yuan frowned, glancing around the car as if he'd just noticed some listening devices. He nodded to Norman in understanding. Will also noticed their silent exchange. Though he didn't quite understand, he nodded as well and said nothing. And so, the three of them traveled in silence to Norman's home. Li Yuan, holding Fugue in his arms, followed Norman into his lavish villa. Inside, both Li Yuan and Will immediately spotted the two little ones sitting together, watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Will smiled gently and called out, "Harry, Peter." The two little ones heard the commotion, turned their heads, and upon seeing Li Yuan and Will, leapt off the sofa in excitement, dashing toward them. But halfway through, they screeched to a halt, as if they had been confronted by something terrifying. Norman and Will followed the children's gaze, only to see the animal, Fugue, in Li Yuan's arms. It was at that moment that Will finally understood the impact their trip to the zoo had had on the children. Li Yuan set Fugue down. The two little ones, visibly frightened, darted behind Norman to hide. With no other option, Li Yuan gently nudged Fugue with his foot and pointed toward the kitchen, calling out, "Go!" Fugue, annoyed, gave Li Yuan's ankle a quick swipe, then trotted off toward the kitchen with a disgruntled huff. Once Fugue had left, the two children cautiously emerged from behind Norman, walking over to Will and reaching up to him with open arms. Will glanced at them, then hoisted them onto his shoulders. Raising his hand in the air, he called out healing light. A radiant white light descended from above, enveloping all three of them. Harry and Peter gave little murmurs of delight, then quickly drifted off to sleep, nestled against Will. Norman's mouth fell open in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yuan put a finger to his lips to quiet him, then gestured toward the two children, now sound asleep. Norman nodded in understanding, then summoned two maids to carry the children to their room. "What on earth is going on?" Norman asked bluntly. Li Yuan and Will exchanged a glance and shared a smile. "Norman, do you truly understand this world?" Li Yuan asked. Norman frowned. "Are you saying you're superpowered? I know there are people out there who've gained abilities for one reason or another. Were you genetically modified? Or did you take something?" Both men shook their heads. "You're mistaken, Norman. You know nothing about the real world. The universe is vast, teeming with civilizations, some built on technology, others on cultivation and mysticism. The angels, demons, vampires, and all those beings that appear in human history. They're real. Even the gods from ancient myths truly exist. Can you believe that?" Norman was stunned by Li Yuan's words. As a well-educated man, a staunch atheist, his beliefs were shaken to the core by this revelation. Seeing this, Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "Don't take what I just said to heart, Norman. I was only speaking nonsense to amuse you. That white light you saw earlier, will accidentally gain that ability after eating something odd. It can heal any injury, and it seems there's still more to discover about it. When the time comes, your family's hereditary illness might be easily cured as well." Hearing about his own family's hereditary illness, Norman looked at the two of them in astonishment, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Don't be so shocked," Li Yuan said with a smile. "The moment we first saw you, we could already tell about your family's hereditary illness. Rest assured, before the end of your days, we will definitely be able to cure you." Only then did Norman begin to recover from his shock. He lowered his head and fell silent for a while. After quite some time, he finally looked up at the two of them and said sincerely, "Thank you both. All right, there's still some time before we can cure you, so there's no need to be so anxious. Actually, I wanted to ask, why is Peter living with Harry? Isn't he the son of one of your employees?" Li Yuan asked curiously, and even Will looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. Norman hesitated for a moment and sighed. It's all my fault. You know that the Osborne Group specializes in biological genetics and biotechnology. We've even cooperated with the military for years, and since our research staff are among the very best, other biotech companies gradually started resorting to underhanded means against us. During one of my lab inspections, they seized an opportunity. They bribed one of my bodyguards to plant a bomb in the lab. Luckily, Richard and Mary saved me. They're Peter's parents. I will never forget that moment. As they carried me out of the lab, both of them collapsed in my arms, exhausted. With bloodied hands, they pleaded with me. "Mr. Norman, please take care of our child." After saying that, they passed. It wasn't until some time later that I learned they were CIA agents, and their mission was to monitor me. They could have escaped the explosion, but no one could have imagined they would sacrifice their own lives to save me. From that moment on, I acknowledged Peter as my own son. I became his godfather, and since it was the holidays, he could only stay at home every day. His uncle and aunt both needed to work and couldn't watch him at all times, so I invited him to live with me and keep Harry company. After hearing Norman's explanation, Li Yuan and Will both nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is," Li Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, Harry's voice rang out. The three of them turned to the staircase and saw Harry and Peter rubbing their eyes as they stepped out of their room, standing at the top of the stairs, gazing at them. Norman smiled and motioned for the servants to carry the two boys down. The first thing out of their mouths was, "Boss, I'm hungry. Uncle Norman, I'm hungry." The three men looked at the two sleepy little boys and burst out laughing. The two little ones stared in confusion at the three men, who were still roaring with laughter. "Boss, the meal is ready." At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black tailcoat stepped out and announced, "Well, since the food's ready, let's eat." Norman stood up and headed straight for the dining room. Li Yuan and Will followed behind him, each carrying a little one in their arms. When they entered the dining room, they were greeted by a table overflowing with delicious dishes. The two little ones wriggled free from their arms and made a beeline for the feast. Just as they were about to reach the table, Fugue suddenly leapt out from under it, giving them both quite a scare. Norman expected the little ones to make a big fuss, but instead, Harry scooped Fugue up in his arms. "You rascal, Fugue! You scared us. Just wait, I'll tickle you to pieces." With that, he picked Fugue up, grabbed a chicken drumstick from the table, and handed it to him. Then he offered another drumstick to Peter. But to everyone's surprise, Peter shook his head, reached for a roast squab from the table, and began to eat. Watching the two little ones dig in with such gusto, the three adults joined them at the table and began to eat as well. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, inside the Blackwater bar, the doors were tightly shut. A group of people had gathered together. If Li Yuan and his friends had been there, they would have recognized a familiar face among them, the Master of Mimicry. Well, Beast, your mission failed too, didn't it? And you still have the nerve to mock me? Even your own assignment ended in failure, despite how much the boss values you. What a shame, TSK. The Master of Mimicry taunted him. At that, a burly man with muscles like knotted ropes slammed his hand on the table and stood up, staring furiously at the Master of Mimicry. But the Master of Mimicry met his gaze without a trace of fear. Suddenly, he drew the katana from his back and, without even looking, stabbed behind him. A venomous snake was pinned to a pillar, its writhing body stilled. "Beast, don't bother with your tricks in front of me," the Master of Mimicry said coldly. Just as the tension was about to escalate, the most ordinary-looking middle-aged man, seated at the head of the table, spoke up. "Enough. You vented your anger. Now sit quietly." The moment he spoke, both the Master of Mimicry and Beast instantly fell silent, as if their earlier confrontation had been nothing but a show. They quietly took their seats. "The boss gave us 2 missions, one for each of you. Yet both of you failed. This has made him very angry and very disappointed," the middle-aged man said. The Master of Mimicry and the Beast both lowered their heads in shame, but after a brief moment, they raised their heads at the same time, as if wanting to speak. Yet the middle-aged man seemed to know exactly what they were about to say. He raised his hand and cut them off before they could utter a word. "No need to say anything. You both made a promise to the boss yourselves that each of you would get a chance. You've already used yours up. Now it's your turn, assassin." At that, everyone in the bar turned to look toward a shadowy corner, where a figure dressed entirely in black sat. If the middle-aged man hadn't mentioned him, the others would have nearly forgotten he was even there. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the assassin nodded silently, then rose and left. As he passed by the Master of Mimicry and the Beast, both of them felt a chill run down. Their spines, their hair stood on end. It was as if they couldn't sense the assassin's presence at all, as though the figure passing by belonged to another dimension entirely. Once the assassin had left, everyone finally let out a breath they didn't know they'd been holding. "Brain, who is that guy? He's terrifying. I got the feeling he could wipe us all out by himself," the Master of Mimicry said, patting his chest, heart still pounding. "I don't know who he really is either," replied the Brain. "All I know is he owes the boss a favor. The boss asked him to carry out 3 missions for him, and after that they'd be even. This one is his last. I don't know much about his first 2 missions, just bits and pieces. But I do know that once he single-handedly took out an entire military base. There were over 1,000 fully armed soldiers there, not to mention tanks and fighter jets. Yet, in less than a single night, the whole base was reduced to an inferno. Not a single person made it out. Everyone involuntarily swallowed, a silent thought passing through their minds. What a ruthless man. "All right, enough talk," said the Brain, his tone turning stern. "If even the assassin can't pull this off, you'll have to listen to my orders. Don't forget, you made a promise to the boss." The two exchanged a glance, then nodded helplessly. At the Norman home, Li Yuan and Will patted their full bellies and sighed with contentment. "That was a fantastic meal, Norman. Thanks for your hospitality. How was it? Did you enjoy the food?" Norman asked, swirling a glass in his hand. "What can I say? Tasty, generous portions, absolutely satisfying," Li Yuan replied, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. Norman just smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, Li Yuan felt something tugging at his leg. He looked down and saw Harry, Peter, and Fugue clutching at his pants. Li Yuan scooped him up in his arms. "Hey, what you all up to?" The two little ones giggled as they darted about in Li Yuan's arms, even using him as a springboard to leap over to Will. Just like that, the 2 children and Fugue, the cat, ran around together until, exhausted, they collapsed. Harry dozed off hanging on Norman, while Peter fell asleep nestled in Li Yuan's embrace. Norman glanced over at the maids standing nearby. They promptly came over and gently picked up Peter and Harry, carrying them upstairs. Once the children had been taken up, Li Yuan got to his feet, looked at Norman, and said, "All right, it's getting late. We should be going now." Norman nodded and was about to stand up, but Li Yuan stopped him. "No need to see us out. We can find our own way back." With that, Li Yuan reached down to pick up Fugue, who was lying under the chair. But to his surprise, Fugue only cracked open one eye, let out a soft meow, and promptly shut his eyes again. Left with no choice, Li Yuan handed Fugue to Will, who placed the cat on top of his head. Fugue sprawled comfortably on Will's head, occasionally snoring gently. The two of them walked down the silent street, the cold wind brushing against their faces and sobering them up a bit. Looking at the empty streets around them, Li Yuan shook his head. "It's just too quiet here. Back in my hometown, this is when the night truly comes alive." Will nodded in agreement. "That's true. The public safety here in America is just terrible. One of these days, I'll take you back to my hometown. The safety there would really surprise you," Li Yuan said with a smile. They continued chatting as they walked. Suddenly, as they reached a certain stretch of road, the surrounding streetlights began to flicker out. Li Yuan and Will didn't sense anything unusual, but both knew someone had arrived. Just as they hesitated about what to do next, Li Yuan felt the faintest trace of killing intent. He quickly turned his body to metal. With a metallic clang, and under the silver glow of the moon, Li Yuan caught a glimpse of the assassin who had come for him. But the attacker, having missed his mark, immediately melted back into the shadows. The streetlights flickered on again. Will looked at Li Yuan. "Boss, are you all right?" Li Yuan shook his head. "I'm fine, but if I hadn't turned to metal just now, that blade would have pierced right through my heart. And I have no idea where he went. It's as if he's not even in our dimension." "Boss, who do you think sent him?" Will asked. Li Yuan shook his head. "No idea, but Norman might know something. Still, it's late now. Let's have him come by the office tomorrow." Will nodded, glancing up at the streetlights, lost in thought. The two of them slowly walked away, their shadows stretching long and thin under the lamplight. They had no idea that, in an alley behind them, someone hidden completely in the darkness was watching their every move. In that pitch-black alley, only a pair of faintly glowing eyes gave any sign of life. The next day, Norman looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "What's going on? It's been less than half a day since I last saw you. What brings you here again?" "We were ambushed last night," Li Yuan replied. "If it weren't for my unusual abilities, you'd be talking to two corpses right now." The assassin was incredibly mysterious, almost seemed to melt into the shadows, and his breathing was practically undetectable. "I suspect that, apart from us, you might also be one of his targets." Norman frowned. "If I'm their target, and you're their target, then it sounds like we've both managed to upset the same person or the same organization. Would you agree?" Li Yuan shook his head. "There's also a chance we've just been listed on some hit list, and they're simply fulfilling a contract. But your theory isn't impossible, either. Why don't you check if you've both crossed the same people?" Will chimed in from the side. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought, but couldn't come up with anything. Finally, he said, "If I've ever offended any organization, it could only be the Mandarin. No other group would have the resources to send someone like that after us." At this point, Norman added, "There's only one organization I've crossed paths with recently, AI Biotech Group. Its founder and chairman is Aldrich Killian, not the Mandarin you mentioned." Hearing the name Aldrich Killian, Li Yuan suddenly understood. It's them. The real power behind AIM Biotech Group is the Mandarin. If I'm right, AIM wants to break into the upper echelons of American society, but the Osborne Group is a massive obstacle in their path. So, to eliminate that obstacle, they need to take out the head of Osborne. Nothing would cause the company to collapse faster than killing its leader. And as for us, well, specifically me, I once completed a mission that cost the Mandarin's forces dearly. Now he wants revenge, so he sent assassins after both of us. Li Yuan's face darkened as he spoke. "If what you're saying is true, then Harry and the others are in danger. I have to find someone to protect him. I'm leaving now, and at the same time, I'll look into whether the Mandarin really is behind AM." With that, Norman hurried out, not wasting another second. After Norman left, Li Yuan and Will sat idly in the office, munching on potato chips and watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Around noon, the doorbell suddenly rang. Will got up to answer it, only to find an Asian man standing at the door. "Li, are you there?" the man of Asian descent suddenly asked. Will turned to the side and shouted loudly, "Boss, someone's here to see you." Li Yuan climbed up from the sofa and, seeing Yin Yang walking in from the doorway, his face instantly broke into a delighted smile. "Yin Yang, what brings you here?" Unlike Li Yuan's excitement, Yin Yang forced a smile, one that Li Yuan immediately recognized as strained. "Yin Yang, have a seat. What's going on with you?" he asked. Sensing the mood, Will tactfully went to pour 2 cups of tea. Since Li Yuan rarely drank coffee or plain water, The office was always stocked with some tea leaves. Yin Yang's face was full of worry as he took a sip. Li Yuan, is it alright if I call you that? Of course it's alright. We've been through life and death together. No need to stand on ceremony. You can even call me Xiao Li if you like. But really, what's happened to you? You look terrible, Li Yuan replied with concern. Yin Yang shook his head. My real name is Han Xing. After the commando team disbanded, I returned home and became a bodyguard. While I was working, someone approached me and told me that my biological younger brother had died in America. At first, I thought it was some kind of joke. But what happened next caught me completely off guard. That person showed me a DNA test and some documents. Turns out I really did have a brother in this world. The cruel part is, I barely found out about this family bond before it was gone again. So I want to ask you to help me investigate the cause of his death. I know your rules. Here's a check for $100,000. Help me find the person who killed my brother. I want to handle it myself. Li Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the check without hesitation. Can you tell me anything more about your brother? Li Yuan asked. Yin Yang didn't reply in words. He simply handed Li Yuan a file. Li Yuan glanced through it, frowning slightly, for Yin Yang's brother had died in Hell's Kitchen. And to his surprise, the man had been the heir to the largest Chinese gang in New York. After reading, Li Yuan turned to Yin Yang. Don't worry. Give me a week at most. I promise I'll find the person who killed your brother. 4. Now, go home and don't forget to leave me your contact information. And after you've had your revenge, let's get the old crew together again. Yin Yang nodded and left, looking despondent. Once Yin Yang was gone, Li Yuan quickly got dressed, called for Will, and they both headed straight for Hell's Kitchen. They drove back into Hell's Kitchen and made their way to the territory controlled by the Chinese gang. Here, people of Asian descent could be seen everywhere. When Li Yuan stepped out of the car, many heads turned in their direction. Li Yuan simply smiled back, meeting their gazes. A few of them walked toward Li Yuan, their expressions unfriendly. Will, noticing their demeanor, immediately stepped in front of Li Yuan to shield him. But these people weren't the least bit intimidated by Will. They marched right up to Li Yuan, and a man who seemed older and more seasoned spoke in a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin. Young man, where are you from? Li Yuan stepped out from behind Will and answered with a smile, I'm from Guangxi province. To his surprise, as soon as the man heard Li Yuan was from Guangxi, his face lit up with excitement. He grabbed Li Yuan's arms with both hands and exclaimed, a fellow townsman, since we've met here, you must come over to my place today. I run a restaurant nearby. I won't brag, but my food is the best in this area. With a proud thumbs up, the man began pulling Li Yuan along, leaving him no choice but to follow. Will trail behind them. The man glanced at Will, then leaned in to whisper in Li Yuan's ear, Brother Li Yuan, did someone trick you? That's the beast angel of Hell's Kitchen. He might look huge and intimidating, but he can't fight. Honestly, he doesn't even know how. Li Yuan raised his eyebrows at Wu Yong and replied, Brother Wu Yong, I know all about him. I run a detective agency myself. Sometimes he's even more useful than I am, isn't that right? Understanding dawned on Wu Yong in an instant. Ah, I see now, Brother Li Yuan. All right, here we are at my restaurant. Come on in, have a seat, and taste your big brother's cooking. Li Yuan looked at the modest eatery before him, then followed Wu Yong inside. Glancing around at the environment, he noticed the menu was written entirely in Chinese. For a moment, it felt as though he'd traveled back to his previous life. He reached out to touch the table and the stools, then finally took a seat. Will eyed the plastic stools uncertainly, and in the end, chose to sit on the steps by the door. Not long after, Wu Yong emerged from the kitchen carrying trays of food. Knowing about Will's appetite, he'd even prepared a whole bowl of plain rice just for him. Li Yuan stared at the familiar dishes spread across the table. His hand trembled as he picked up the chopsticks, barely able to contain his emotions. He gathered a mouthful of food and rice, stuffed it all in, and chewed with deep satisfaction. Through a mouthful, he managed to say, It's authentic, truly authentic. Of course, Wu Yong boasted. Some of the special seasonings I have to smuggle in from home. Well, don't just stand out there. Come in and eat, he called out to Will, then turned back inside and brought out a stainless steel stool. Only then did Will sit down, accepting the rice ladle Wu Yong handed him, and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, Li Yuan was already full. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and glanced across at Wu Yong, noticing that he, too, had finished eating. Li Yuan then spoke up. Brother Wu Yong, I've come here this time at someone's request, to investigate the cause of death of Han Bo, heir to your Chinese gang. At these words, Wu Yong's face darkened. He grabbed Li Yuan by the collar, pulled him closer, and leaned in to whisper, Brother Li Yuan, who sent you? There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. My advice, don't get involved. Li Yuan simply smiled. Don't worry, Brother Wu Yong. I treasure my life even more than you do. I'd never gamble with it. How about this? We change the topic. I want to know, in this place, which gang is the Chinese gang's biggest rival? Wu Yong sighed and said, let me put it this way. The Russian mob is our main enemy. Their territory lies on the far east side of Hell's Kitchen. Their main source of income is arms smuggling, and all their weapons are unmodified military versions. That's why so many gangs like to do business with them. In recent years, our Chinese gang has also found some new connections and started getting into the arms trade ourselves. So you see how it is? Not long after young Master Sun Bo died, the Russian boss's younger brother was also brutally murdered. They suspect our gang was responsible. At the same time, our boss blames the Russians for Sun Bo's death. Now, we're at each other's throats. There's no going back. If you go into their territory now, you'd better be careful. Word is, any Asian who shows up there gets beaten up and interrogated first. Only if they're satisfied can you move around freely. Brother, don't risk your life for a bit of money. Understand. It's getting late. We should get moving. After bidding farewell to Wu Yong, Li Yuan left with Will. Once Li Yuan had gone, Wu Yong stood up to tidy the table. That was when he noticed a few bills tucked under a bowl. Wu Yong chuckled, but his face quickly turned serious. He snapped his fingers and several men in fitted jackets immediately emerged from the back, heads bowed. Follow them. Report their every move to me. There can be no mistakes in our operation. Wu Yong's eyes were cold and merciless, a far cry from the man he'd been moments before. He seemed like a different person entirely. The men nodded silently and headed out at once. Wu Yong's gaze remained icy as he stared in the direction Li Yuan and Will had gone. His grip on the bills tightened until they were crumpled into a ball in his fist. After Li Yuan and Will left the territory of the Chinese gang, they arrived at the area controlled by the Russian mob. Watching the Russians, manning a checkpoint not far ahead, Li Yuan frowned and asked, Will, do you know any way we could get inside without alerting them? If you want to get in, there's only one way, through the sewers. Or I could go in and scout for information while you wait outside, boss, Will replied. Li Yuan shook his head. In that case, let's just go in through the sewers. If today's superpower had been dimensional travel or phasing through walls, they could have slipped into the Russian mob's base without making a sound. But today, his abilities were telekinetic levitation and demonization. The two of them picked a manhole cover at random, opened it, and jumped down. As they made their way through the sewers, they were surrounded by scattered trash and an overwhelming stench that was almost impossible to bear. They followed the sewer tunnel for a while until, all of a sudden, they heard something moving. Both of them quickly turned toward the source of the sound and caught a glimpse of a dark figure darting around a corner. They hurried after it, but just as they got close, all they saw was a shadowy figure on all fours streaking past. The further they chased, the stranger it all felt, but they pressed on. Eventually, they lost track of the shadow in the maze of tunnels. Frustrated, Li Yuan slammed his fist against the sewer wall. We still didn't catch it. Damn it. Boss, don't get so worked up. Let's take care of your friend's request first and come back to investigate later, Will said, trying to calm him. You're right. Let's finish Inyong's job first. But after all that chasing, where are we now? Li Yuan scratched his head, confused. Will gave a helpless smile. Hold on, I'll go up and check. With that, Will climbed up and gently pushed open a manhole cover. He looked around, confirmed their location, and quickly climbed back down. Boss, talk about a twist of fate. Looks like we've ended up right in the Russian mob's territory. Their headquarters is just ahead, but the defenses there are tight, so we'll need a precise plan. Li Yuan shook his head. No need for plans. We'll just fight our way in, grab him, and force the truth out. But we'll wait until night falls. Will nodded in agreement. The two of them hid in the sewers until nightfall. Then, keeping to the shadows, they quietly climbed out and crept toward the Russian mob's headquarters. But since it was so big and hard to miss, Li Yuan had him wait outside while he slipped into the Russian mob's headquarters alone. After slipping past several patrols, Li Yuan spotted a security camera at a corner. Suddenly, he noticed a tightly shut window and a tissue lying on the ground. Using his telekinesis, he quietly unlatched the window, then mimicked a gust of wind to float the tissue right in front of the camera, blocking its view. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan slipped inside. As he moved through the building, a troubling thought struck him. He didn't actually know where the Russian mob boss was located. With no other option, he realized he'd have to capture someone and force the information out of them. Almost as soon as the thought formed, a man carrying a shotgun wandered into view. Li Yuan quickly sealed the man's mouth with his mind, then transformed his body, morphing into a towering demon, skin a deep shade of purple. He seized the man by the throat and dragged him into a nearby storage closet. The moment the man saw Li Yuan's monstrous form, his legs kicked out in terror, desperate to get away. But with Li Yuan's psychic grip holding him tight, escape was impossible. Tell me where your boss is, Li Yuan demanded, his demonic voice low and rasping. Do that, and you walk out of here alive. Terrified, the man pointed shakily in a direction. Li Yuan released the psychic hold over his mouth. He's on the top floor, at the end of the corridor, in his office. I told you what you wanted. Please, don't kill me, the man pleaded. With a swift chop to the neck, Li Yuan knocked him unconscious. Then, slipping back out the window, he used his demon form's newfound ability to climb vertically. Scaling the wall, he finally reached the top floor office. Through the window, he could see a burly, stubbled man tenderly caressing a photo frame in his hands. Li Yuan watched, waiting. The office was too crowded. Even with his psychic powers, he couldn't guarantee he could subdue everyone at once. He needed patience. He would strike when only the boss remained. He didn't know how long he waited, but eventually, the room began to empty. Seizing his chance, Li Yuan smashed the window with a single punch and rushed up to the burly man, seizing him by the throat and pressing a shard of glass against his neck. Moments later, the recently departed henchman burst back in, guns drawn. "Let our boss go," one of them shouted. Li Yuan leaned in close to the mob boss's ear and whispered, "I won't hurt you, but tell your men to leave. This conversation is just between us." The boss hesitated, glancing at Li Yuan's entirely purple arm, then ordered his men, "Everyone out. No matter what you hear, do not come back in." The henchmen exchanged uneasy glances. One younger man, however, exploded in anger, yelling out, "Boss!" The burly man shot him a glare, forcing him to grudgingly put away his gun and leave with his men. Li Yuan glanced at the young man and teased, "It seems like you don't exactly command much authority as their boss, do you?" Once they had left the room, Li Yuan released the burly man, tossed the glass to the floor, and then sat down on the sofa opposite him. He shifted back into his human form, fixing his gaze on the burly man. The burly man placed the picture frame he'd been holding back on the table, then turned to look at Li Yuan. "Go ahead, ask what you want to know. How about you introduce yourself first?" Li Yuan suggested. "Anton Kuznetsov. You can call me Anton," the man replied. "All right, Anton, I want to know if you ordered someone to kill Sun Bo from the Chinese gang," Li Yuan asked directly. But to his surprise, the mention of Sun Bo's name made Anton instantly furious. He slammed both hands on the table and shot to his feet. "You're one of their people." Even faced with Anton's outburst, Li Yuan remained unruffled, a calm smile on his lips. "Anton, take it easy. I know you're angry, but let's not forget it was Sun Bo who died first, and only then your brother. If anyone's settling scores, there's still an order to these things." Anton's rage vanished as quickly as it had come. He sat back down, his act exposed for what it was, a ploy to test Li Yuan. But Li Yuan hadn't fallen for it in the least. "I can tell you clearly, I never gave the order for my men to kill Sun Bo. Someone else wouldn't allow me, or even my brother, Sun Chu, to make a move. That person is Kingpin. If we had acted, Hell's Kitchen would have descended into chaos. As the king of Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin would never allow that. But what's strange is that when Sun Bo died, he didn't intervene. Not even when my brother died did he show himself. It's as if someone had bought him off," Anton explained. Li Yuan's expression grew thoughtful. "So you didn't give the order. That makes things interesting. Who's stirring up trouble behind the scenes?" Suddenly, Wu Yong and the young man from earlier flashed through Li Yuan's mind. He was about to say something when a beam of light shot across the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuan shifted into his demon form. "I'll come for you another time." With that, he used telekinesis to lift himself into the air and flew straight toward the source of the light. As he arrived, he saw a group of mysterious figures brutally attacking Will. Each strike aimed to kill. Li Yuan descended from the sky in an instant, using his telekinetic power to seize control of the group. He lifted them high and slammed them mercilessly to the ground. Then, landing on all fours, like a hunting leopard, he killed them one after another, leaving only the last one alive. Just as Li Yuan was about to make his move, that man coughed up black blood and collapsed to the floor. Li Yuan walked over to Will. "Are you all right?" Will's face was as pale as a sheet. He raised his hand and called out, "Light of healing." A beam of light appeared once again, descending from above. The pallor on his face gradually gave way to a healthy flush. "I'm fine now. Let's get out of here first. I think I might have a clue, but I need to confirm it tomorrow," Li Yuan said. With that, the two of them left and returned to the office. Li Yuan casually ordered some food, poured out some cat food, and before long, their meal arrived. After eating, they took showers and fell asleep almost immediately. Though they slept soundly, others found it impossible to rest that night. In the territory of the Chinese gang, inside a dimly lit secret room, only a faint candle flickered to chase away the darkness. 3 people sat together, and one of them spoke. "The mission failed?" The other 2 nodded. "Let be then. Stay quiet for now. It's not yet time for us to get involved. Make sure everyone stays calm, understood?" The pair nodded again. The candle's flame was snuffed out, and the 3 of them slipped away into the darkness. Morning came in the blink of an eye. "Li Yuan, and woke up early. After pouring Fu Gui's cat food, the two set out for Hell's Kitchen once more, heading directly for the Chinese gang's territory. This time, Yin Yang was already there, waiting for them. As soon as Yin Yang saw Li Yuan arrive, he hurried over. "Well, have you found my brother's killer?" Li Yuan nodded, then shook his head. "To be precise, I found some leads, but I need to meet your father, the leader of the Chinese gang. Can you introduce me?" Yin Yang frowned deeply, but for his brother's sake, he agreed in the end. Not long after, someone came to escort them. Before long, the three of them stood before Sun Chu, Yin Yang's biological father. Sun Chu's emotions surged when he saw Yin Yang, but Yin Yang remained distant and cold. At that moment, Li Yuan cleared his throat, drawing Sun Chu's attention. "Boss Sun, may I ask if there's someone named Wu Yong among your senior members?" Li Yuan asked directly. "Xiao Yong? Why do you ask about him? He's practically my adopted son, just 10 years older than Bozai. They practically grew up together. Do you suspect Xiao Yong was involved?" Sun Chu replied, his tone carrying a subtle chill. Li Yuan said nothing. He simply reached into his coat and pulled out a few items, tossing them to Sun Chu. When Sun Chu picked them up for a closer look, he realized they were a set of waste tags. "These are from yesterday, when we went to investigate the Russian mob's territory. My men were ambushed, and these tags were taken from the bodies of those who attacked us," Li Yuan explained. "But this could have been a setup, a way for someone else to frame Xiao Yong. What makes you so sure he's the one who killed Bozai?" Sun Chu tossed the tags carelessly onto the table. "Because he's too confident. I've fought these people before. Each of them has at least a dozen lives on their hands, and their attacks are ruthless, always aiming for the throat, the heart, the kidneys, the temples, anywhere that's fatal. But this time, he was so sure of himself, he thought sending just a handful of men would be enough to take out my crew. And he knew my man. He's the Beast Angel, Will. Do you understand now?" Li Yuan fixed Sun Chu with a penetrating gaze. At this point, Sun Chu was mostly convinced by Li Yuan's words. All that was missing was proof. Even though they were a gang and didn't always need evidence, Wu Yong held a certain prestige among them. They'd need solid proof to bring him down. "What about evidence? Without it, it'll be hard for me to deal with him. He's not just anybody in the gang," Sun Chu replied coolly. "It's simple. They killed Sun Bo because they want your position. So all you have to do is announce in front of the upper ranks that you'll pass your position to Yin Yang. When you do that, everything will become clear," Li Yuan said with a sly smile. Sun Chu nodded. "I'll start preparing for it. And one more thing. The people behind them are powerful enough to influence even someone like Jin Bing. So when you catch Wu Yong, don't kill him. I've already told you. Who killed Sun Bo? Next, we just need to catch the one pulling the strings, and my task will be complete. For now, I need to go discuss things with Anton. Yin Yang, let's go." Yin Yang nodded, and Li Yuan left the Chinese gang's territory, taking Will with him. After Li Yuan left, Sun Chu stood up, reaching out as if to touch Yin Yang. But Yin Yang sidestepped him. "Settle this quickly," he said. With those words, he turned and walked away. Sun Chu watched Yin Yang's retreating figure, a sense of loneliness settling over him. "Anton, I've already told you the plan. What do you think?" Li Yuan asked, looking at Anton. "So, you think my brother's the one he tried to assassinate?" Anton was slicing an apple with a small knife. "Maybe yes, maybe no. But why not give it a try? There's no harm in testing it out, right?" Li Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Anton fell silent. After a moment, he looked up at Li Yuan. "All right, I'll do it. Good. Then I'll be waiting for your news." Li Yuan drained his cup, then left with Will. After Li Yuan left, Anton summoned all the top members of the Russian mafia. Once everyone had arrived, Anton made a direct announcement. "Someone is stirring up trouble in the shadows, hoping to take my place. To prevent any mishaps, I'll name my successor in advance. It will be my brother's son, Hyman's." As soon as Anton finished speaking, the senior members broke into heated discussions. Among them, a young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his head to look at Anton, only to find Anton smiling back at him, unwavering. The young man shuddered with fear and quickly lowered his gaze, but as if struck by a sudden thought, he looked up again and locked eyes with Anton. His stare grew resolute, brimming with a cold, deadly aura. "Soslin Strong, what is it? Are you thinking of making a move?" Anton asked, his voice calm and indifferent. All eyes turned to Soslin Strong. Some of the senior members began shifting positions, gradually dividing into two groups. One moved to stand behind Soslin Strong, while the rest remained rooted to their spot. At this point, even a fool could see what was happening. One of the senior members who stayed jabbed a finger at Soslin Strong and shouted angrily, "Soslin, have you forgotten? It was the boss who gave you the life you have now, and yet you're plotting to betray him." Soslin Strong bowed his head, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Then laughter erupted through the entire office, wild and echoing. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze deranged. "Huh, Huh, yes. It was he who gave me this life, this status, but have I not paid my dues? Why should that useless sim do nothing and be given the same position as me? Why? What has he done for this organization? Watching the unhinged Soslin Strong, Anton let out a bitter laugh. Soslin, did you know? My brother actually despises his own identity. He's always resisted this role, always wanted to escape from here. Did you ever realize that? Soslin Strong fell silent, his face devoid of emotion as he stared at Anton. And did you know I actually intended to pass my position on to you? My plan was to retire in a few years and hand everything over to you, take Sim and the others, and start fresh somewhere no one knows us. Why couldn't you just be patient? As Anton spoke, Soslin Strong's body gave a little jolt. Why did you have to kill Sim? Why, Soslin? Anton called out in helpless frustration, his eyes full of disappointment. Soslin Strong seemed to recall something, and the confusion in his eyes was replaced by steely resolve. He turned to the senior members behind him and said coldly, "Do it. It's time for a new boss." The senior members standing behind Soslin Strong all drew their pistols and aimed them at Anton and his men. Anton's confidants were completely taken aback by this turn of events, left with nothing but anger in their eyes as they glared at Soslin Strong and his group. Anton shook his head. "I was going to give you one more chance, you know." "Why?" "Fine, do it. This time I've lost." No sooner had he spoken than a giant figure, metallic and formidable, came crashing down from above, shattering the floor and pinning Soslin Strong and his associates beneath its bulk. Anton's men hesitated for a moment, then surged forward as one, swiftly disarming their adversaries. The metallic giant then reverted to his original form, his body shrinking back down. It was none other than Li Yuan, whose powers today were gigantification and metallization. With a smile, Li Yuan looked at them and said, "See, I told you. Now all that's left is to wait for Sun Chu's side to finish. Once we catch the mastermind behind all this, my assignment will be complete." Anton nodded. "Don't worry. I promise I'll drag out whoever's pulling the strings. For now, you'd better go check on how things are with the Chinese gang." With that, Anton personally escorted Soslin Strong away, and Li Yuan left the Russian mob's territory, heading back to the domain of the Chinese gang. As soon as he entered their headquarters, Li Yuan saw Wu Yong and several others forced to their knees on the floor, while Sun Chu and Yin Yang sat above them, their faces expressionless as they stared down at Wu Yong. Li Yuan approached Yin Yang and asked in a low voice, "Is it done?" Yin Yang nodded silently. At that moment, Sun Chu said nothing, closing his eyes in grim resolve. With a nod from him, the men behind stepped forward, their blades flashing. In an instant, Wu Yong and the others were executed, their heads falling one after another before Li Yuan could intervene. As the bodies fell, Li Yuan's face darkened. He fixed his gaze on Sun Chu, his voice trembling with fury. "Why did you kill them? Didn't you know I needed them to track down the mastermind?" Sun Chu, unmoved, replied coldly, "This is where it ends. No one is allowed to investigate any further." Yin Yang glared at Sun Chu in outrage. "That's not what you said before. Take them out," Sun Chu commanded, his tone icy. Immediately, a group of men surrounded Li Yuan and Yin Yang, escorting them out of the hall. After all three had left, Sun Chu stared in the direction of their departure and murmured, "This is the only way to keep you safe. You must never wade into these troubled waters again." Outside, Li Yuan and Yin Yang stood frowning. In frustration, Yin Yang slammed his fist against the wall, leaving a small crater in the plaster. "Calm down, Yin Yang," Li Yuan said, trying to soothe him. "Let's go find someone else and see what we can learn." The three of them soon arrived at Anton's turf, but before they could even enter, they were stopped at the door. Li Yuan looked at the guards in confusion, but they could only offer a wry smile and say, "Sorry, sir. Our boss doesn't want to see you. Please don't make this hard on us." Li Yuan frowned, staring at the man before him. "Are you sure Anton refuses to see me?" The man nodded emphatically. Li Yuan, still frowning, pulled Yin Yang away. The three of them, weighed down by their thoughts, returned to the agency. Will grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge and tossed them over. The other two caught them without thinking. It seems like whoever's behind all this isn't someone to be trifled with. For even Sun Chu and Anton to be so afraid, it must be serious. "Yin Yang, do you think we should keep digging?" Li Yuan asked after taking a swig. Yin Yang shook his head. "We have to. I must avenge my brother." Li Yuan spread his hands in resignation. "All right, it's your call. But by now, both the Chinese gang and the Russian mob must know who we are. If we really want to uncover the truth, we'll need to poke around in other gang territories and see if we can find any fresh leads." "I'll follow your lead. You're the one in charge this time," Yin Yang replied calmly. As night fell in Hell's Kitchen, a group of men in suits prowled the streets. The local thugs lurking on the sidewalk shot them wary glances, but the men moved on as if they didn't notice a thing each step purposeful. Their destination was clear, the heart of Chinese gang territory. Before long, they arrived at their target. The leader, a young man, stopped abruptly, and those behind him halted as well. The young man stood still for a moment, closing his eyes. His ears twitched ever so slightly, and then a faint smile curled his lips. Above, a bank of clouds slid over the moon, plunging the world into darkness. As the moonlight vanished, so did the men, swallowed by the night. In a luxurious room, Sun Chu lay deep in sleep. Suddenly, the shrill whistle of a boiling kettle jolted him awake. Instinctively, he reached under his pillow for the gun he kept hidden there. Moving cautiously, he opened the bedroom door, weapon raised, and aimed toward the living room, only to find a group of people calmly sitting on the sofa. The young man seated at the center spoke up. "You're awake. Why not come join us? Let's have a chat." He looked up, and for a moment, his eyes glinted a blood red in the darkness. Sun Chu flinched, but forced himself to appear calm as he walked over and took a seat across from the young man. As soon as Sun Chu sat down, those who had been sitting on the sofa dissolved into a swirl of black mist, drifting silently behind the young man. Moments later, they reformed into human shapes, standing expressionlessly at his back. The man gracefully poured a cup of tea for Sun Chu, slid it across the table to him, then straightened his appearance before speaking. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marquis Basque Andrews of the Blood Clan. The reason I have come to see you so late tonight, Boss Sun, is to discuss a potential partnership. Blood Clan? So, you're vampires? My son's death was your doing as well, wasn't it?" Sun Chu asked coldly. "We prefer the term Blood Clan over vampire, so I hope you'll keep that in mind, Boss Sunday. As for your son's death, it had nothing to do with us. When we first approached Li Yuan, it was to ask him to serve as a liaison between us and you. At that time, we were occupied by certain matters and couldn't meet you ourselves, so we sent our people to contact Li Yuan. Who could have predicted that, for the sake of monopolizing the benefits we promised, he would kill your son and then plot to betray you and take your place? None of this was at our behest. It truly had nothing to do with us." Marquis Basque explained. "No matter how you spin it, my son's death is still tied to your people," Sun Chu replied icily. Marquis Basque offered a faint smile. "I understand your anger, Boss Sun, so I won't rush you into any partnership. Why don't you first hear what benefits the Blood Clan has to offer you? First, we can make you one of our own, granting you immortality just like us. Of course, there are some drawbacks. From then on, your sustenance would have to be blood, and you'd be unable to appear in sunlight or touch silver. Weaknesses I'm sure you're familiar with. Second, we can provide funding to help your business grow rapidly, and even grant you access to some advanced technologies, helping you clear your name. Boss Sun, do these advantages appeal to you?" Sun Chu said nothing, only fixing him with a cold, unwavering stare. Marquis Basque didn't seem offended. He calmly produced a jet-black business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Boss Sun, right? Now your emotions are clouding your judgment, making it hard to make the right decision. So, I'll give you 3 days to think it over." With that, Marquis Basque and those behind him dissolved in a swirling black mist and vanished from the room. Sun Chu watched the mist fade, then glanced at the business card on the table. He picked it up, staring intently at the string of numbers printed on it. After leaving the Chinese gang's headquarters, Marquis Basque made his way to Anton's territory, where he had a similar conversation, offering the same 3-day window for consideration. Then, as if they had melted into thin air, they disappeared from Hell's Kitchen. Li Yuan woke up in bed, yawning as he walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Yin Yang already exercising. "Morning, Yin Yang. Up this early to work out," he called. "That's right. But you rascal, never bother to train. If you keep skipping practice, you'll end up losing your skills," Yin Yang replied. Li Yuan waved his hands dismissively. "How could I ever lose what's already become a part of me? Those techniques are in my bones. Don't worry about it. I already ordered breakfast. Remember to pick it up in a bit. I'm off to freshen up." Without waiting for a response, he turned and headed to the bathroom. Yin Yang could only shake his head in resignation and return to his workout. When Li Yuan came out, he found Will and Yin Yang already digging into breakfast, so he joined them without hesitation. "So, where do we start our investigation today?" Yin Yang asked. "The Mexican gang, I think. Kingpin's crew is too dangerous, and the Hand is full of ruthless killers. The Mexican gang has a bit more humanity, don't you think?" "Mexican gang it is. Using them as an entry point is a good move," Yin Yang agreed. The two kept chatting back and forth, while Will played with Fugue, their pet, as he ate. After breakfast, Li Yuan tidied up and grabbed the keys, calling the others to set out. Once again, they stepped into Hell's Kitchen, but this time, their destination was the territory of the Mexican gang. Hell's Kitchen wasn't exactly big, but it wasn't small either. The moment the three of them entered, Sun Chu and Anton got the news, each reacting in their own way. Sun Chu watched with worry written all over his face. After all, Yang was his only son. If he went through with the deal with Count Basque and became a vampire, he'd lose his ability to have children. Yang was all he had left. There was no way he wouldn't be concerned. Anton, on the other hand, looked amused. He was curious to see just how far Li Yuan and his friends could go relying solely on their own strength. The three arrived in the Mexican gang's territory. The local boss was a stickler for rules, so the security here was much better than in other parts of the district. As they wandered the streets, Yang asked, "Do you know where the Mexican gang boss is?" Li Yuan shook his head. "You don't know, and you still drag us all the way out here?" Yang grumbled. "I may not know the way, but that doesn't mean no one else does. See? Someone's coming now," Li Yuan said, nodding toward a shirtless white guy. Up ahead, the man bore a prominent crown tattoo, a mark anyone familiar with it would recognize as the exclusive symbol of the Mexican gang. The three of them approached the white man, smiling as they boxed him in. Sensing that something was wrong, the white man tried to break free, but Will acted swiftly. He scooped the man up and dashed into a nearby alley. Their movements were so quick that before anyone on the street could react, they had already disappeared into the alleyway. Yang pressed a knife to the man's throat and spoke coldly. "Tell me, where's the Mexican gang's hideout?" The man turned out to be tough. No matter what, he refused to talk, holding his head high in defiance. Seeing this, Yang punched him hard in the stomach. The man clutched his belly in pain, curling up like a boiled shrimp, his face flushed bright red from the sudden agony. Yet he remained silent. Li Yuan scratched his head helplessly. "Did we just kidnap a mute?" Just then, the man spoke up. "You're the mute. I'll never betray my gang. No matter what you do, you'll get nothing from me." Yang frowned slightly. "Interrogation isn't exactly my specialty, but I do know a thing or two." With a wicked grin, he dragged the man deeper into the alley. The man struggled desperately, but how could he possibly be a match for a battle-hardened fighter like Yang? With a swift karate chop, Yang knocked him out cold. When the man came to, he found himself tied to a chair. Across from him, Yang was turning a pair of iron pliers in his hand, inspecting the man's teeth with a predatory gaze. The man swallowed hard, but stubbornly refused to utter a word. Left with no choice, Yang got to work. Li Yuan and Will waited by the door, and soon the air inside was filled with harrowing screams. Not long after, Yang emerged, wiping blood from his hands. "It's done," he talked. Li Yuan nodded, glanced at Will, and Will went inside. Yang and Li Yuan left the alley. Suddenly, a beam of white light flashed behind them and vanished as quickly as it appeared. The two waited at the mouth of the alley for a moment until Will came out. "Is it settled?" Li Yuan asked. Will nodded. Then Yang led the way. The three of them headed toward the Mexican gang's hideout. As they walked, Li Yuan noticed the surroundings looked increasingly familiar. Just as he was about to remember why, Yang brought them to the entrance of an underground casino, the very place where Li Yuan had taken his first job. They were about to go in when two black security guards at the door stopped them. "You shouldn't be here. You gave our boss your word," one of the guards said. "I only want to speak to your boss." "Please let him know," Li Yuan replied calmly. But the two guards acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, ignoring the three of them completely. Li Yuan had no other choice. He glanced at Yang, who nodded in return, then delivered a swift kick to the two security guards. The two guards were sent flying by the blow, and as they regained their footing, their hands instinctively reached behind their backs to draw their guns. But Yang was even faster. With a running start, he leaped forward, landing two quick kicks in midair that sent their weapons clattering to the ground. Without missing a beat, he rolled forward, scooped up a handgun from the floor, and leveled it at the two men. The guards froze on the spot, not daring to move. Yang slowly approached, pressing the muzzle of the gun against one man's back, then barked at the other guard, "Go tell your boss. Otherwise, he dies right here." The security guard glared at Yang in fury, but there was nothing he could do. After muttering a few curses under his breath, he turned and headed into the casino. It wasn't long before the guard returned. He addressed the three of them, saying, "The boss is willing to meet with you, but you have to go in unarmed. Do you dare?" Yang smiled, exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, then calmly dismantled the gun in his hand, piece by piece. He strode after the security guard, and Li Yuan and Will quickly followed. They made their way through the bustling casino, and soon Li Yuan found himself once again in that familiar office. The chair, turned away from them, slowly spun around. The man sitting in it smiled and said, "It's been a long time." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It really has. I never would have guessed you're the boss of the Mexican gang. That's quite the surprise. So, tell me, why are you so determined to see me?" the man asked. Before Li Yuan could speak, Yang interrupted. "We want to know who's really behind all of this. You should know what I'm asking." And why should I tell you? The man replied. Don't forget, you're surrounded right now. You might want to watch your tone, especially you. You're really starting to annoy me. The man pointed at Yin Yang. Yin Yang's eyes narrowed, ready to make a move, but the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his head stopped him short. Suddenly, more people appeared behind the three of them. I've already looked into your powers, fire-breathing, growing giant, turning to metal, and shape-shifting, right? The man continued. As soon as he finished speaking, a metal cage dropped from above, trapping Li Yuan inside. Li Yuan stood within the cage, examining it. The man went on. This cage is made from a special alloy. There's nothing magical about it. It's just extremely tough, heavy, and heat-resistant. Conveniently, it counters all your abilities. Will and Yin Yang tensed, ready to act, but the guns pressed into the backs of their heads forced them to stand down. Helplessly, they watched as Li Yuan was imprisoned. The man got to his feet and approached the cage, studying Li Yuan. Here's the deal. I'll let you live, but you'll have to work for me. What do you say? Li Yuan, still smiling from inside the cage, replied calmly. Well, I'd say that's not much of a deal at all. The expression on the man's face slowly faded. He glanced at his subordinate and gave a slight nod. Instantly, the subordinate dashed over to a switch, ready to pull it down. But in that very moment, Li Yuan vanished. When he reappeared, he was already seated right where the Mexican boss had just been. Li Yuan picked up a small knife from the table and began trimming his nails. Have you really figured out what my superpower is? The Mexican boss didn't turn around. Instead, he shouted furiously at his men, "Open fire!" A burst of gunfire erupted. Li Yuan remained seated, calmly watching as bullets passed straight through his body, embedding themselves in the chair behind him. Slowly, Li Yuan stood up and walked toward the Mexican boss, pressing the small knife to his throat. Now, can we have a proper conversation? The Mexican boss's body went rigid, and he said helplessly, "All of you leave." His men quickly filed out of the room. Li Yuan pushed him back in his seat, then perched himself on the table. So, have you made up your mind? The Mexican boss didn't speak. He simply produced a solid black business card with a string of white numbers printed on it. They call themselves vampires. They already approached us before, asked me to work with them, and gave me 3 days to consider. The three of them murmured, "Vampires?" Yin Yang shot them a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" But when he turned and saw the worried faces of Li Yuan and Will, his disbelief only grew. Are vampires really real? Both of them nodded. It seems we'll need to revise our plan, Li Yuan said evenly. After extracting some more information from the Mexican boss, the three of them left. Once they were gone, the Mexican gangsters rushed in. "Boss, do you want us to follow them?" The Mexican boss shook his head. His men exchanged puzzled glances, clearly confused, but since no explanation was offered, they had no choice but to leave the office, leaving their boss alone in deep thought. The three returned to their agency, once again gathering around the table. Yin Yang let out a sigh, walked over to the fridge, and grabbed a beer. He cracked open a can and drank it down. Then, after finishing a few, he finally asked, "Are vampires really out there?" Li Yuan nodded. "Not only are there vampires, but there are also the Blood Clan." "The Blood Clan? Isn't that the same thing?" Yin Yang asked in surprise. "Who told you that? The Blood Clan are the Blood Clan, and vampires are vampires. They're not the same at all. The Blood Clan's history is even older than the vampires, and they don't need to feed on human blood. On top of that, they're far more powerful than vampires," Li Yuan explained. "So what do we do now? Give up?" Yin Yang asked in a low voice, as if directing the question to Li Yuan, but perhaps also to himself. After all, now that vampires had shown up, Yin Yang couldn't drag Li Yuan and Will into his personal vendetta. "Since I accepted your commission, I'll definitely help you. Besides, even if I didn't, Will would still want to go, right?" Will nodded emphatically. He needed to level up to help Norman and Harry with their family's hereditary illness, and taking out these vampires could save even more people. Why wouldn't he want to? But how can the three of us possibly take on a whole group of vampires? The three of them fell silent again. That was true. How could 3 people resist an entire race? Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. "Hey, what do you think their real plan is? They try to talk with every gang in Hell's Kitchen about working together. What are they after?" Will and Yin Yang both shook their heads. "I don't know either," Li Yuan went on, "but I do know that in 3 days we'll have our answer. We're probably in for a fight, so Yin Yang, I want you to get a batch of silver-plated bullets made, and also some silver-plated melee weapons. And keep this absolutely secret." Yin Yang nodded. "No problem, I can handle that. But what about manpower? Once you're done, go check in with Barney and the others. See if there's any way to get the Expendables back together again. I know it's a long shot, but we have to try. Will, and I will go talk to someone, see if we can figure out what the vampires are really planning." "All right, I'll get started right away," Yin Yang said and hurried off. "Well, it's time for us to go see Duke compete." Let's find out if he has any useful information. Li Yuan called Will, and together with Fugue, they set off for New Jersey. After a drive, the two of them once again arrived in no man's land. As soon as they entered the deserted little town, Orenz appeared before them. "You're here. Orenz, how did you know we were coming?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. "I didn't. My master sent me to bring you inside." With that, Orenz turned and walked off alone. Li Yuan and Will exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. Fugue watched their retreating figures from the car, growing so anxious that he pawed at the car door until it finally popped open. Without hesitation, Fugue chased after them. After a while, the familiar old castle came into view. The three of them entered, where Duke Copete had already been waiting for some time. "You're here, and you must be tired. Have a seat and a glass of water," Duke Copete said with a friendly smile. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony. They sat down and drained their cups in one go. The sweet spring water soothed their parched throats, and after setting their empty cups on the table, they suddenly noticed something strange. The once empty cups began to refill, water slowly welling up inside them. Both men stared in surprise, but Duke Copete chuckled. "What's so fascinating? It's just a simple spatial displacement artifact. If you like it, take one with you when you leave." "Thank you, Your Grace," Li Yuan replied, then went straight to the point. "Actually, the reason we came here today is to ask if you know what kind of scheme the vampires are plotting." Duke Copete was about to answer when Oren suddenly burst in, holding a plump cat by the scruff. The moment Li Yuan and Will caught sight of the cat, they blurted out together, "Fortune!" Orange regarded them with a blank expression. "Is this your pet? Do you realize it ate one of my master's precious gems? I need to open it up and retrieve the stone." With that, Orange formed a blade with his hand, black mist coiling around his fingers until it solidified into an obsidian knife. Just as he was about to strike, Duke Copete intervened. "Stop!" Orange immediately halted, lowering his hand behind his back. With a gesture, Duke Copete summoned Fortune, who floated gently toward him. He cradled the cat in his arms, stroking it softly. "What did it sneak?" "The wisdom gem," Orange replied. At the mention of that name, a rare flicker of reminiscence passed through Duke Copete's eyes. He murmured to himself, "The wisdom gem, what an ancient name. Could this be fate?" "Your Grace, please don't harm Fortune," Li Yuan pleaded. "I'll compensate you with a treasure of equal value. What do you think?" "No need for compensation," the Duke replied. "Let's consider the wisdom gem a gift to your cat." In truth, the wisdom gem is actually a brain. A long time ago, I was plagued by loneliness, so I made a saber-toothed tiger my companion. I used my own powers to transform it, but during a great battle, it perished, leaving only its brain to me. Over the ages, the brain gradually crystallized into a gem. But there's no need to worry. The wisdom gem won't harm your pet. At most, it will extend its life by a few decades and slowly awaken its intellect, making it as clever as a human. Still, it won't be able to speak. Back then, I tried to give my pet the gift of speech, but I failed. The Duke of Copete spoke as he stroked Fugue's fur. Fugue lay contentedly across the Duke's lap, eyes closed, purring in utter delight. "In that case, let me thank you on Fugue's behalf, Your Grace. But let's get down to business now. I earnestly ask you, Duke, what exactly are the vampires up to?" Li Yuan asked with genuine sincerity. The Duke of Copete smiled. "What tricks could they possibly have left? They want to rule the earth, that much is clear. But do you really think they'll succeed? As long as those people are around, the vampires will never get their way. Still, a great many will die before it's all over. Do you know the details of their plan, Your Grace?" Li Yuan ventured carefully, wary of offending the Duke. "I know a bit about it," the Duke replied. "After all, they once tried to recruit me. But I've had enough of bloodshed and violence, so I turned them down. From what I hear, they found a coffin, one that holds the body of a vampire. And not just any vampire, the very first one. That, it seems, is their ace in the hole. Beyond that, I can't say for sure. But there's one thing I am certain of. The decisive battle will take place in New York." "Why New York?" "Because the first vampire buried something of great importance there long ago. Whether they can conquer the world depends on this object. What exactly it is, I have no idea. When he buried it, the Americas were still uninhabited, so there are no records, no documents, no one knows what he hid. That's something you'll have to uncover for yourself." Having gotten the information he needed, Li Yuan stood up with Will. He bowed respectfully to the Duke and said, "Thank you, Your Grace. Fugue, it's time to go." Reluctantly, Fugue rose from the Duke's lap, nudged his hand affectionately, and then leaped to the floor, following Li Yuan and Will out of the castle. No sooner had the two men and the cat left than the castle vanished from sight, as if it had never existed at all. Back in the car, they sped along the road, returning to the agency in record time. When they arrived, they found a tense standoff already underway. Li Yuan pushed open the agency's door, only to discover two groups facing off inside. On one side stood Barney and his team, on the other, a group of men in black suits. Without hesitation, Li Yuan strode over to Barney, frowning at the strangers. "Who are you?" "We're from S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Li Yuan. The director would like to invite you for a discussion." One of the men stepped forward and announced. Hearing the name S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Yuan didn't even hesitate. He immediately kicked them all out, and as he slammed the door shut, he cursed, "I don't ever want to see anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. in my house again. This time, I'll let you off for barging in, but if it happens again, don't blame me if bullets start flying." With those words, he slammed the door hard. "Barney, why did you guys even come?" Li Yuan asked. After all, Barney was living a happy life now. He had no need to step back into this whirlwind of trouble. "Even though I'm retired, I've realized over this period that I'm not cut out for a quiet life. The battlefield still calls to me," Barney explained. "But what if you die out there? What about Stefano and the others? How am I supposed to explain it to them?" Li Yuan said helplessly. Barney chuckled. "Well, you're the ones who keep coming to find me. Besides, who says I'm definitely going to die?" Li Yuan shook his head. He knew he couldn't talk Barney out of it, so he shifted his gaze to the others. Seeing so many familiar faces, he couldn't help but smile. Caesar rode, and Christmas all grinned at Li Yuan. He opened his arms wide and hugged each of them in turn. "Caesar rode, I heard you two joined some secret unit. Care to tell us about it?" Li Yuan teased. Caesar and Rode exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. "You rascal, don't tell me you've forgotten about non-disclosure agreements. Anyway, what's the reason for getting us all back together this time?" "Yeah, what's going on? I'm risking my life showing up here. I'm being hunted, you know. If this isn't something big, then I'd better get back on the run," Christmas said. "If this operation fails, you probably won't need to keep running anymore. Here's the deal. Let me explain everything first, and don't interrupt me until I'm done. Save your questions for the end, okay?" Everyone nodded, though Yin Yang was called away by a phone call. Li Yuan didn't stop him, since Yin Yang already knew most of what was going on, so he just let him go. As Li Yuan began explaining to the group, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already neck-deep in trouble elsewhere. Fury glared angrily at the giant monitor in front of him. "What did you just say?" A staffer below him trembled in fear, but managed to repeat the report. "Director, we lost contact with all our undercover agents among the vampires at the exact same time yesterday, and all the teams searching for the giant python in the Pacific and Indian Oceans have reported back. There's still no sign of it." "All right, have both the search and capture teams return immediately. If they all lost contact at the same time, that means there's trouble among the vampires." "What about the teams sent to find Li Yuan?" Fury asked in a cold voice. "They were turned away." "Forget it then. Mobilize every resource we have. I want to know exactly what these vampires are up to." With that order, the massive machinery of S.H.I.E.L.D. roared into motion. Meanwhile, at the agency, everyone sat in stunned silence after hearing Li Yuan's words. Their faces looked as if they'd just seen a ghost. Li Yuan could tell they weren't convinced by what he'd said. "I know you don't believe me, but tonight, you'll see for yourselves whether I'm telling the truth." Just as he finished speaking, Yin Yang opened the door from outside and called out, "Li, everything's ready. Let's go take a look now." Li Yuan nodded and led the group outside. Under Yin Yang's guidance, they arrived at a warehouse, where a black man stood by the entrance, a sly grin spreading across his face. When he saw Yin Yang step out of the car, his grin grew even more suggestive. "That boss is here. Go ahead and inspect the goods. Once you're satisfied, when do you think the rest of the payment can hit my account?" the man said with a laugh. Li Yuan stepped forward, passing the others to stand before him. "How much for all the goods inside?" Not much. Peanuts, really. With everything included, it's 4,930,000. I'll round it down to 4,900,000 for you. Honestly, the stuff itself isn't expensive. The rush job is what costs. Each bullet had to be coated with silver, so buying silver and paying people for the work didn't come cheap. The man explained hastily as soon as he saw Li Yuan's frown. "If the goods check out, the money will be in your account as soon as I'm done inspecting them," Li Yuan said. The man's excitement bubbled over. "You can count on me, boss. The name Cliff means something around here. I guarantee the goods inside will meet your standards. Whether they meet my standards isn't up to you. It's up to me. Open the door and let us take a look." Cliff hurried to the warehouse door and threw it open. The group stepped inside as Cliff switched on all the lights, flooding the once dim space with brightness. In the center of the warehouse were stacks and stacks of crates filled with bullets. A quick estimate put the number in the hundreds of thousands, but Li Yuan felt it still wasn't enough, not even for a small-scale war. He walked up to the crates, opened one at random, and took out a bullet. He inspected it carefully, even scraping the surface with his fingernail. When he found it was indeed coated in silver, he finally nodded with satisfaction. After Li Yuan randomly inspected several boxes of bullets and found none of them to be shoddy or poorly made, he beckoned to Cliff, the black man. Cliff hurried over at once, fawning as he asked, "Boss, what can I do for you? I'm satisfied with these bullets. What about the other items? Right this way. Follow me." Cliff motioned for everyone to come with him to another area, where a large pile of crates was stacked. These boxes were even bigger, and in the corner, something was hidden beneath a tarpaulin. Li Yuan pried open one of the boxes first, revealing the firearms inside. There were common M4 series, AK series, and AR series guns. Highway picked one up, pulled the bolt back, then dismantled the weapon for a closer look before turning to Li Yuan and saying, "Not bad. All brand new, untouched, and unmodified." Before Li Yuan could respond, Cliff pried open another crate. This time, it was filled with an array of gleaming silver blades, Nepalese, kukris, claw knives, and 9 bayonets, even katanas. Each person picked out the blade that suited them best and casually strapped it on. "Oh, right, boss, there's one more thing, a free gift from us. This is definitely a surprise." Cliff walked over to the tarpaulin, grabbed hold, and with a swift tug, revealed a cruiser vehicle. Mounted on it was a heavy machine gun. "Boss, this is our complimentary bonus. No ammo included, though, so, well, you know how it is." Cliff flashed his trademark sly grin. "No problem. Prepare 10,000 rounds of silver-plated heavy machine gun ammo for me, along with a Barrett M82, a 1 sniper rifle, and 100 silver-plated rounds for it. Once everything's here, I'll wire you the full payment in one go," Li Yuan replied. Cliff's smile faltered. "Boss, are you sure about that?" Li Yuan nodded. In an instant, Cliff's gloomy face brightened with delight. He pointed at Li Yuan and cried, "Boss, it's a deal." With that, Cliff clapped his hands. 2 vans rolled in, and several burly men got out, unloading a few crates and carrying the Barrett M82, a 1 sniper rifle, off the vehicle before driving away. Li Yuan kept his word and immediately wired the money to Cliff's account. "All right, boss, I've received the payment. I've rented this warehouse for a week. Take your time using it. I'll be heading off now." Cliff hurriedly took his leave, as if afraid Li Yuan and his crew might turn on him and keep him there. Li Yuan clicked his tongue as he looked at the room filled with bullets and empty magazines. Turning to Thor and Rode, he saw them shake their heads helplessly. "All right, we'll go load the bullets," they said. "Hey, thanks for your trouble. You just need to load some for now, because tonight you'll see vampires for yourselves. I know you still don't quite believe what I've been saying, but after tonight, you'll understand I wasn't lying," Li Yuan replied. Everyone nodded and began to load the ammunition, with Li Yuan helping out as well. Suddenly, the overhead light started to flicker. Li Yuan snapped his head up just as the flickering grew worse, and then, abruptly, the light went out. "Stay together. Someone's here," Li Yuan shouted. As he spoke, his body slowly turned transparent, then vanished completely. This was his power for the day, dimensional traversal. Now, Li Yuan was in another dimension. From that vantage point, he witnessed a strange scene. 3 passageways appeared before him. One blazed with fire, another was filled with radiant white light, and the third opened onto a vast, snowy expanse. Li Yuan knew where the first 2 passages led, but the destination of the third remained a mystery. Yet he also saw a shadowy figure, the same black-clad man who had attacked him and well not long ago. Li Yuan moved through the dimension, confronting the man with his Wing Chun techniques. As their fight raged on, the lights in the warehouse flickered wildly, plunging the room into alternating darkness and light. At last, with a swift sun punch, Li Yuan knocked the black-clad man out of the dimension, sending him crashing back into reality. As Li Yuan exited the dimensional state, the lights blazed back to life. He planted his foot firmly on the subdued man and leveled his gun at him. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The man stared back for a long moment before rasping, "We will meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened behind him. In an instant, the black-clad man was sucked into it. Li Yuan instinctively tried to follow. But as he neared the portal, a wave of dread washed over him, forcing him to a halt. Powerless, he watched as the man vanished into the passage. Li Yuan stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it. Back in reality, everyone crowded around him. "Are you all right, Li?" "Li, who was that guy?" "Li, who did you get yourself into trouble with this time?" One question after another flew at Li Yuan, making his head spin. He quickly raised his hand, and the crowd finally fell silent. "All right, let me answer one at a time. I don't know who that guy in black is. I'm not sure exactly who sent him, but I do have my suspicions. My guess is that the person behind this is the Mandarin," Li Yuan explained. All eyes turned to him at once. "Mandarin?" Barney asked. "Was the last guy also sent by him?" Li Yuan nodded. "That's right. I'm guessing that since we completely trounced him during our last job, he's come to get even. So you all need to be extra careful, all right? I can't always be there to protect you." Everyone rolled their eyes at Li Yuan and went back to loading bullets. Before long, they'd filled over 100 magazines. Their hands were sore and their eyes were tired from the repetitive work. Seeing this, Li Yuan finally told the group to take a break and sent Will out to pick up dinner. Left to his own devices, Li Yuan wandered around the warehouse. Suddenly, he spotted a strange device beside a pile of ammo crates. He picked it up and shouted to the group, "Hey, does anyone know what this thing is?" As soon as Caesar and Rhodes saw the device in Li Yuan's hands, they grinned wickedly and started toward him. The others seemed to recognize it too, and drifted closer. Sensing that something was off, Li Yuan clutched the device to his chest and bolted. The group gave chase, calling after him. "Li, you're dead meat today." Caesar roared, "You made us load all those rounds by hand when there was a reloader right here." "Hey, that's not my fault," Li Yuan shouted back helplessly. "How was I supposed to know there was a reloading machine here? Cliff never told me a thing." Caesar kept after him, while the rest stood back, smiling at the spectacle. Eventually, Will returned with takeout, and only then did the chase come to an end. The two finally sat down quietly with the others to eat dinner. "Li, when do we move out?" Barney suddenly asked. "After dark," Li Yuan replied between bites. "This time, I'll show you just how complicated the world really is. If what you're saying is true, Rhodes and I could call in the whole squad to help. But that's our limit. I don't think just a few of us can change the course of this war," Caesar said, suddenly turning serious. "I know none of us alone can make a difference. That's never been the plan. Our real job is to force the vampires into the public eye, put pressure on the government, and force them to act. They're the main force here, not us. Besides, I've already got everything ready. Take a look over there." Li Yuan pointed to something beside the pile of magazines. "What's that?" Barney asked. Caesar recognized it instantly and shouted in excitement. "You're not seriously planning to live stream this operation, are you?" The corners of Li Yuan's mouth curled up. "Otherwise, what do you think gave me the nerve to let the public know about the existence of vampires? I paid a hefty price to hire a group of top hackers to secure my live stream tonight. I can guarantee that within an hour, no one will be able to shut it down, and the whole world will be able to see it. Everyone could already imagine what would happen to the world after witnessing this live stream." Caesar gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. "You're the man." "Of course," Li Yuan replied. "After you finish eating, get some good rest. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Remember to bring plenty of bullets. Oh, Yang, give me Cliff's phone number. I need to place another order for bullets." "Why do you need so many bullets?" Yang asked, puzzled. "I intend to make a fortune from this war," Li Yuan answered with a mysterious smile. It seemed Yang had guessed something. He shook his head helplessly and handed Li Yuan Cliff's number. After finishing his meal, Li Yuan dialed the number and stepped outside the warehouse. The phone rang for a few seconds before Cliff's voice came on the line. "Hello? Who's this?" "Cliff, have you forgotten me already?" "Ah, the big boss. What can I do for you? Are some of the bullets missing their silver coating? If so, I can send you more right away," Cliff said enthusiastically. "No, your goods are excellent. I'm calling to ask how many silver-coated bullets you have left." "Well, not many people request silver-coated bullets, but some high-end shooting ranges want them for style points, so I still have about 100 million rounds in stock." "How many do you need, boss?" Cliff replied in a serious tone. 100 million rounds? I'll take them all. Deliver every last one to the warehouse today, if possible. If you can do that, payment will be settled in full. Please wait a moment, boss. I promise, within an hour, all the bullets will be delivered to your warehouse. Just wait for me." With that, Cliff hung up. Li Yuan sat at the warehouse entrance, watching the sun set. As the sky grew darker, Li Yuan checked his phone for the time. When he looked up again, a truck was driving toward him. The truck stopped in front of him. Li Yuan smiled as Cliff climbed down from the cab. "Boss, your goods have arrived. Bring them inside. If everything checks out, your payment will be in your account very soon," Li Yuan said coolly. "Don't worry, boss. You know my reputation. Ask anyone on this street about Cliff. If there's one thing I never mess up, it's my credibility," Cliff declared, thumping his chest with pride. "All right, get the goods inside so I can check them early and transfer your payment sooner," Li Yuan said. Cliff suddenly understood, quickly directing his men to drive the truck into the warehouse. They began opening the crates of ammunition one by one, taking out the bullets inside. Li Yuan grabbed a handful and scraped them with his fingernail. Finding no issues, he nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Cliff's phone chimed. He looked down hurriedly and saw the money had arrived in his account. Excitedly, he called out to Li Yuan, "Thank you, boss. We'll be off now." With that, they left. Yang, why did he seem so thrilled? "You think he'd never seen that much money before?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Yang chuckled softly. "Li, you don't know. Almost all the arms business in New York is controlled by the Russians and the Chinese gangs. He's just a small-time dealer, usually selling a few pistols or submachine guns at most. And then you come along with a huge deal, ordering bullets by the tens of millions. Of course he's excited, This one sale is worth 100 of his regular deals. Li Yuan nodded. I see. Well, it's dark now, everyone. Time for us to get moving. Those who had been resting grabbed their weapons, knives, and magazines, then climbed into the vehicles. We'll pack the streaming gear into the trunk and took the driver's seat. Li Yuan pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "We're about to begin." He hung up right after speaking, then got into the passenger seat. The group set off in 3 cars, heading toward Hell's Kitchen. Inside Hell's Kitchen, Anton and Sun Chu appeared at the border between 2 gangs, while Count Basque and his men emerged in the middle of the street. It was as if all of Hell's Kitchen could sense the tension in the air. Everyone hid in whatever place they felt safest, leaving the streets completely deserted. Yet if you looked closely, you could spot windows cracked open along both sides of the street, a dozen pairs of eyes peering out, watching the 3 groups facing off below. Count Basque approached the 2 men, his face still wearing a faint smile. "So, gentlemen, have you decided? Will you cooperate with us, or?" Anton and Sun Chu exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. "We're just a small Russian gang. I doubt there's much we could do to help you, so I'll have to decline," Anton replied calmly. Sun Chu said nothing, his gaze cold as he stared at Count Basque. The smile slowly faded from Count Basque's face. "Very well. You really think I don't have a temper, do you? Fascinating. It seems you've all forgotten how the Blood Clan is described in the old stories." The Count of Basque slowly lifted his head, his eyes turning blood red. Behind him, the other vampires' eyes also glowed the same crimson hue. But that was only the beginning. At the entrance to the alley, on the rooftops, at street corners, vampires began to crawl out from the shadows, one after another. These are all failed experiments. They may lack intelligence, but they're obedient enough. Kill them. At the Count's command, the failed experiments surged forward, launching themselves at Anton and Sun Chu. They moved with incredible speed, so fast, in fact, that their trajectories were invisible to the naked eye. All that could be seen were the streaks of red light from their flashing eyes as they darted forward. Anton and Sun Chu's men quickly drew their weapons and opened fire on the onrushing vampires. But even as bullets struck, the vampires pressed on as if nothing had happened, relentlessly closing in on the 2 men. Just as the vampires were about to reach them, a gunshot rang out. One of the failed experiments let out a piercing scream, its body suddenly enveloped in a brilliant orange glow before crumbling to ash. Upon seeing this, the Count of Basque roared, "Who did that?" He whirled around, his gaze locking onto another direction. There, a group of people in full tactical gear was advancing steadily. They were Li Yuan and his team. The newcomers stopped not far from the Count, quickly setting up their broadcasting equipment. Li Yuan turned to the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, the world is not as simple as you imagine. Now that these creatures have appeared, seeking to dominate the earth, tell me, what should we do?" The Count stared at them coldly, slowly raising his finger to point at them. "Kill them." Immediately, the vampires who had been charging at Anton and Sun Chu veered off, now stampeding toward Li Yuan and his team. Li Yuan smiled, raising his gun with deliberate calm. A single shot rang out, and another vampire dissolved into ash. "Now do you believe what I've been saying?" Meanwhile, all across America, chaos erupted. Li Yuan's live stream had been forcefully broadcast to televisions, computers, and smartphones. Everywhere, the entire nation watched in shock. Even government officials began to urgently mobilize the military toward Hell's Kitchen. In S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury slammed his fist on the desk in fury. How dare he? How dare he reveal the truth about vampires to the public? How dare he? But even in his anger, he had no choice but to act. He immediately dispatched the most elite tactical unit to Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, the battle between Li Yuan's team and the vampires erupted in full force. Silver-plated bullets rained down on the vampires, but their enemies were far too fast. No longer attacking head-on, the vampires now flanked and circled, striking from the sides or behind, making it nearly impossible for Li Yuan's team to land a clear shot. In the end, even a full magazine wasn't enough to take down a single vampire. After everyone had emptied their guns, there were still about a dozen failed experimental subjects left standing, along with Count Basque and his 5 henchmen. The group drew their silver knives and charged at the remaining vampires. Though these creatures were fast and strong, they lacked intelligence, making them no real match for Li Yuan and his companions. In just a few swift moves, they dispatched the rest, leaving only Count Basque and his 5 followers. "Count Basque, is it?" Li Yuan rested his blade on his shoulder, mocking him. "Why do you vampires insist on stepping out of the shadows, desperate to make your presence known? What's the point? I'm Count Basque. I am of the bloodline, not a vampire," Basque retorted proudly. Li Yuan laughed. "Bloodline, you say? Do you really deserve that name? Even if all you vampires banded together, you wouldn't stand A chance against a true member of the bloodline. How can you claim to be one? Has something gone wrong in that head of yours? Count Basque was incensed. He loathed being called a vampire and hated even more when someone pointed out that their kind could never measure up to the true bloodline. Pointing furiously at Li Yuan, he shouted, "Kill him!" At his command, the 5 vampires behind Basque lunged forward. As the others braced themselves to engage, Will stepped in to stop them. "Let me handle this, boss." Will positioned himself in front of the group, raised his hand toward the attackers, and called out, "Holy light." A beam of white radiance descended from above, enveloping the 5 vampires. Their agonized screams echoed for a moment before they crumbled to ash on the spot. Everyone stood, gaping at the scene before them. "Will, when did you become so powerful?" someone asked in astonishment. Will scratched his head sheepishly. "Just now, after I killed those vampires, I realized my healing light had evolved into this new ability, Holy Light. My physical strength has improved as well, and now I can summon angelic armor, though I can only keep it up for about 10 minutes before exhaustion knocks me out. Does that mean you can finally cure Norman's family's hereditary illness?" Li Yuan asked. Will shook his head. "Not yet. I'll probably have to kill a few more vampires before that's possible." "I see. Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to do just that," Li Yuan replied. The two carried on their conversation as if no one else was around, oblivious to the fact that Count Basque's face was growing darker and darker by the second. Just then, Caesar tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve. Turning, Li Yuan asked, "What is it, Caesar?" Caesar pointed at Count Basque. Li Yuan looked over and saw the Count standing where he was, fists clenched in rage. "Oh, look at you all. Why didn't anyone remind me he was still here? Sorry about that. What was your name again? Buster? Basque? Whatever. Why are you standing there? Are you hoping for another fight with us?" Li Yuan mocked Count Basque, deliberately trying to provoke him into attacking in front of everyone. But Count Basque wasn't foolish. He could see through Li Yuan's attempt to rile him up. Forcing himself to stay calm, he closed his eyes, took a slow breath, and when he looked up again, the anger was gone, replaced by icy composure. "Even if you managed to kill them, could you slaughter millions of vampires? The war between humans and our kind is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. And when it comes, victory will always belong to us vampires. Humans are nothing more than our food." Count Basque's voice was cold and disdainful. Little did he know that his words had already spread across the United States, stirring everyone who watched the live broadcast into a frenzy. People flooded government buildings, protesting and demonstrating in the streets. "We'll do it," Li Yuan said coolly, ignoring Count Basque as he turned to leave. Will glared at Count Basque. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him. An ancient set of armor appeared on his body, and a heavy war hammer bearing a cross materialized in his grip. He leveled the hammer at Count Basque and shouted, "Holy Light." A brilliant white beam shot down from the sky. Without hesitation, Count Basque transformed into a black mist to escape, but he couldn't dodge completely. The light grazed him, and he let out a cry of pain. Gritting his teeth, he swung his arm forcefully, so forcefully that the injured arm, touched by the holy light, was severed entirely. "I won't let you get away with this. I'll be back." With those words, Count Basque dissolved in a black mist and vanished. Li Yuan shrugged. "That's it." As Count Basque disappeared, everyone turned to look at Li Yuan. "What are you all staring at me for? Since it's settled, let's head back and wait. When their main forces show up." "Hey, Caesar, Highway, you both promised that once my story checked out, you'd bring your mysterious squad to me. Isn't that right?" "Don't worry. I'll go talk to them tonight. Knowing their personalities, they'll definitely help you out. For now, let's be on our way," Caesar said, pulling Highway along as they got into a car and drove off. "We'll be staying at Thor's place for now. You know where that is, right? Drop by if you get the chance," Christmas said, then gathered Yin Yang, Barney, and Thor into another car, and they left together. In an instant, only Li Yuan, his companion, Anton, and Sun Chu remained on the battlefield. Without sparing them a glance, Li Yuan packed up his streaming gear and left the scene. Inside the car, Li Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He answered, and on the other end came Cliff's awkward voice. "Cliff, what's going on?" Li Yuan asked, feigning ignorance, though he already knew. Li, about those 100 million rounds. Do you think I could get some of the back?" Cliff ventured. "Of course, but I want double the price," Li Yuan replied. "No way. The most I can do is 1.5 times. Honestly, you're getting half the money for doing nothing. Besides, who would you even sell that many bullets to? The military? They have their own factories and can churn out hundreds of millions of rounds in no time. As for anyone else, Li, you're not exactly hurting for cash. So, why waste your time on this? Just sell them back to me. Even half the money is a pretty good deal." "Fine. You can go to the warehouse and get them yourself. I'm sure you've seen what we're capable of, so don't try anything clever. As long as you're still in this world, I'll be able to track you down. Once you've taken the bullets, transfer the money to my account. Understood. Don't worry, Li. I'll hang up now. With that, Cliff ended the call. Li Yuan, and will return to the agency. At that moment, a bald man in a suit was waiting at the agency's entrance. As Li Yuan and Will stepped out of the car, the bald man hurried over. Phil, I don't want any trouble. Please leave, Li Yuan said coolly. Phil froze, unsure whether to come closer or simply walk away. Li, please, just hear me out, Phil pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Phil Coulson, I won't say it again. Leave now, Li Yuan said, his eyes locking onto Phil's. For an instant, flames seemed to flicker in his gaze, burning bright and wild. Startled, Phil could only turn and walk away, defeated. Once Coulson had gone, another visitor arrived, Norman. Norman, you're quick with the news. Come on in and have a seat, Li Yuan greeted him, his expression softening into a smile. The three of them made their way upstairs to the agency. We'll pour a cup of hot tea for Norman. Norman hesitated, then finally spoke. Well, I saw during the live stream that Will's abilities seem stronger now, so I wanted to ask. You want to know if we can cure your family's hereditary illness now? He can't, at least not yet. But don't worry, once this battle is over, he should be able to heal your family's condition, Li Yuan assured him. Norman nodded, disappointment clouding his expression. Li Yuan rose and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, that day isn't far off, and you still have plenty of time, don't you? Encouraged by Li Yuan's words, Norman managed a faint, hopeful smile. Director, Li Yuan refuses to cooperate. What should we do? After Phil left, he found a quiet corner and dialed Nick Fury's number. If he refuses, then let it be, Phil. Right now, I need your help. Head to this location immediately and find our undercover agent. Hidden among the vampires. I suspect something has happened to them. Remember, your safety comes first. With that, Nick Fury hung up. Phil glanced at the address on his phone, then immediately got in his car and set off. After a whole night of hype, the American internet was now ablaze with talk of Li Yuan's live-stream battle from the night before. Despite the relentless efforts of the National Cybersecurity Agency to keep it under wraps, they simply couldn't outpace the tech-savvy hackers among the public. A group of independent hackers spontaneously formed a temporary alliance to resist the Cybersecurity Agency, determined to keep the entire recording of Li Yuan's livestream online and let more people know that vampires truly existed in this world. Meanwhile, silver prices began to skyrocket overnight, reaching half the price of gold. If it hadn't been for the intervention of Wall Street's major players, silver might have even surpassed gold in value. Of course, these tycoons would never allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, the fortunes they'd hoarded for years would shrink dramatically. And that wasn't all. Thanks to the 100 million silver-plated bullets, Cliff managed to carve out a sizable share in the arms market. For now, he was more than satisfied with this outcome. At that moment, Li Yuan was still fast asleep, and even Will was snoring away beside him. Outside the room, Fugaway crawled out of his cozy nest and stretched lazily. He shuffled over to Li Yuan's door, gave a nimble leap, and hooked his paws onto the door handle. Using his weight, he managed to pull the handle down, and the door swung open. Fugaway padded in and hopped up onto Li Yuan's bedside. He began patting Li Yuan's face with his paws, meowing persistently. Irritated by the meowing, Li Yuan yanked the blanket over his head, trying to block out the noise. Fugaway looked at him in exasperation, then suddenly noticed an open can of beer on the nightstand. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he sprang onto the nightstand, gave the can a swift smack with his paw, and sent it tumbling onto Li Yuan's head. Drenched in beer, Li Yuan snapped awake. He stared first at the can on the bed, then at Fugaway, who was now feigning innocence. Fuming, Li Yuan lunged for the cat. But Fugaway was lightning quick. With a powerful kick off the wall, he landed back on the bed, gave Li Yuan a swift slap, and dashed away. Li Yuan sat there, stunned. It took him a while to come to his senses, and then he roared, Fugaway, you're dead meat. After Li Yuan finished washing up, he tossed his quilt, pillow, and everything else straight into the washing machine. Only then, still yawning, did he come out, and the first thing he saw was Fugaway busily lapping up some milk. Fugaway, who gave you that milk? Li Yuan sprawled out on the sofa and asked. It was us, Li. Why are you up so late? Harry and Peter suddenly popped out from somewhere and called out to him. Harry, Peter, when did you two get here? Have you had breakfast yet? We have. My dad even told me to bring breakfast for you guys. Look, there's plenty. But, hey, why didn't you lock the door last night? What if a thief had come in? You'd have lost everything. Harry pointed at the pile of food on the table as he spoke. Oh, it's fine. Who'd dare come in here anyway? All right, go wake Will up for breakfast. Li Yuan waved the two little troublemakers off without a second thought. The two kids tiptoed to Will's door, gently pushed it open, and saw him sound asleep. Quietly backing out, they grabbed a steaming hot burger from the table, crept back in, and held it right under Will's nose. They slowly pulled the burger away, and Will's head followed its scent, rising bit by bit until he finally woke up. Seeing the two snickering culprits, he yawned, ruffled their hair, and got up to wash up in the bathroom. "Boss, what's the plan for today?" Will asked as he came out, munching on the delicious food from the table. "We wait. If we want to keep doing business, we'll have to wait until this big war blows over. Of course, there's a chance the war won't even start. Given who's running America these days, there's at least a 60% chance they'll choose to compromise. Maybe give up something to buy the vampires peace and quiet again. Who knows?" Li Yuan replied. Will shrugged. "That's all way over my head. But boss, if fighting does break out, when do you think the vampires will make their move?" "I'm not sure either. Probably when they manage to dig up that thing buried under New York. But why worry about all that? Let's just wait until they attack. When the time comes, we'll know exactly what to do and how to fight." Will nodded in agreement. After the two of them polished off every last bite on the table, the doorbell rang. Li Yuan went to open it, only to find Yin Yang standing outside. "Yin Yang, what brings you here?" Li Yuan was quite surprised. "Well, Caesar and the others have called in that mysterious unit. They want you to come over, take a look, and help draw up a plan. And while we're at it, we can all get together and enjoy a good meal." "Sure, let's head out now. Are we meeting at Barney's villa or Thor's?" Li Yuan asked. "Thor's villa. You know Barney's place isn't exactly convenient." "All right, let's go. But I want to bring these two little ones along, if that's okay with you," Li Yuan said, pointing at the two kids playing with Fuguwei in the room. "No problem. Let's head out now," Yin Yang replied. Li Yuan nodded, called out to Will, who picked up one child in each arm, while Fuguwei scrambled up Will's pant leg and settled comfortably on top of his head. The four of them got into the car, and, after following behind Yin Yang's vehicle for a while, they arrived at Thor's villa. From the outside, it was easy to see a large group of people milling about in the villa's spacious grounds. Hearing the rumble of the pickup truck, everyone turned to look toward the entrance. Li Yuan, leading the two children, was the first to step out, followed by Will, with Fuguwei perched on his head. Will's imposing figure cast such a presence that a few people inside the villa couldn't help but swallow nervously. Just then, Ailey came rushing over from the doorway, throwing her arms around Will's leg. Will had no choice but to stand still and scoop her up, while Li Yuan took the children by the hand and led them inside. Caesar joked, "Wow, got two kids already, huh? Cut it out. These are my friend's children. You'd better keep your bad habits in check. Don't go corrupting them, got it?" Caesar spread his hands in a show of innocence, while Li Yuan let go of the little ones. "Go play with Ailey. She's your sister, so be nice to her, all right?" The two kids nodded, then darted off toward Will as fast as the wind. At last, Li Yuan had a moment to observe the people around him. He looked around and realized there weren't that many people inside, maybe 6 in total, give or take. At that moment, a man stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm the Duke. Because of confidentiality agreements, we can't share our real names." Li Yuan shook his hand. "That's all right, I understand. My name is Li Yuan. Li, this is our best intelligence officer, Jane. This is Roadblock, our heavy weapons expert. He and Highway go way back. That's Firestone, and that's Snake Eyes. Among all of us, his skills in infiltration and assassination are unmatched. He's also a ninja, and she's Snake Eyes' junior apprentice. She's not officially one of our special forces, but she's a ninja too." Li Yuan shook hands with each of them in turn, but paused in confusion when he reached Snake Eyes. The Duke stepped in to explain. "Snake Eyes doesn't speak for personal reasons. I hope you'll understand." "Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious about what he sounds like when he speaks. Since you've all finished introducing yourselves, let me introduce them as well," Li Yuan said. "No need. Caesar has already told us about you all. But that giant outside, he's my employee. Don't be fooled by his massive size. He's actually very gentle and doesn't like fighting or violence. You'll see for yourselves in time," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "All right, now that we've all met, I think it's time we put together a battle plan," Barney stepped forward and said. Hearing this, everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed on the Duke and Li Yuan. Li Yuan spread his hands helplessly. "Don't look at me like that. We don't even know when the vampires are going to attack. And honestly, just a few of us. What difference can we really make in a war like this?" After hearing Li Yuan's words, the Duke exchanged glances with Roadhog. The Duke stood up, pulled out a sheet of paper, and handed it to Li Yuan. Puzzled, Li Yuan reached out and took it, only to find it was a temporary commission letter. During the war against the vampires, Li Yuan was to hold the rank and authority of general, but only for the duration of this conflict. Of course, to prevent him from doing anything too outlandish, he would only be allowed to command 1,000 soldiers, all drawn from the nearest marine units. He was also granted access to strategic supplies. Wow, they're really pulling out all the stops, huh? Can I ask why the military would issue a commission like this? Li Yuan asked. The Duke hesitated, clearly reluctant to give an answer. Roadhog, seeing this, simply pushed the Duke aside and said, It's because of your employee outside. They think you're familiar with the habits of vampires, so they believe you can lead us to victory in this war. Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did your military get so smart? That's not what I expected. Off to the side, Barney and the others had just taken a sip of water. Li Yuan's comment made them splutter and cough in surprise. By contrast, the Duke and his companions glared at Li Yuan, their faces dark. Li Yuan coughed awkwardly. Sorry, but honestly, your American military really isn't known for its brains. I'm just worried there might be a catch in all this. Not everyone is brainless, of course. I won't deny there are a few fools in the ranks, but the higher-ranking officers know what they're doing. Besides, your commission letter comes with a guarantor, the founder of our special forces, General Colton. The Duke explained, his expression still grim. Li Yuan chuckled sheepishly. Well, sorry about that. But even with all this authority, I can't promise you 100% that I'll lead you to victory in this war. We're not expecting you to lead us to victory, but we do need you to wipe out the upper ranks of the vampires. Once they're gone, the rest of the vampires won't be much of a threat. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head. You're taking things for granted. You've seen the live stream footage, haven't you? Do you really think the vampires are that weak? You're mistaken. Basque is a count, but above counts there are dukes, and above dukes there are kings. There are 12 vampire dukes in total, but the number of counts is countless. After all, any human killed by a duke can potentially be turned into a blood thrall and rise to the rank of count. And from what I've gathered, Dracula isn't the only king among the vampires. There are others as well. You all know about Basque's abilities by now. Sure, silver weapons can kill them, but can you guarantee you'll hit them? You can't. They're simply too fast. Put it this way. Even if I gave you 100 bullets, you might not be able to kill a single vampire. So tell me, how do you expect to win this fight? Everyone fell silent. The truth was, they were all just ordinary people. Even if they were the best among ordinary people, they were still human, no match for these mutated beings. As everyone struggled for an answer, the Duke's phone suddenly rang. He answered it. No one knew what he heard, but his eyes widened in shock. Everyone watched as he slowly lowered his phone and announced, word by word. The vampires have occupied 10 towns near the coast. Headquarters wants us to head out immediately and gather actionable intel. I didn't expect things to escalate this fast. Get ready, and remember to bring silver-coated bullets. With that, Li Yuan left the room, stepped into the courtyard, and called Norman to arrange for Peter and his companion to be picked up. He also warned Norman to be careful of the vampires. Soon everyone was fully geared up, donning special tactical suits prepared by the military. The one advantage of these suits was their toughness. They were hard to tear and had great resilience, offering significant protection and reducing the risk of being scratched or bitten by vampires. Li Yuan glanced at the team in the courtyard, all suited up for battle, and exhaled deeply. Overhead, the thunder of helicopters echoed as 2 choppers descended. The team split into 2 groups and boarded, flying toward their destination. Sitting by the door, Li Yuan gazed at the landscape below. His eyes were thoughtful, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Li Yuan looked up and met Will's gaze. Relax, boss. I just have this feeling we're going to win this war. Oh, and where does this confidence come from? Will shook his head. I can't explain it. It's just a gut feeling, like fate itself is telling me we can't lose. We're going to win, I just know it. Li Yuan leaned back in his chair and spoke in a low voice. Yes, we definitely won't lose. But who knows how many people might die? What are you talking about, boss? Will asked. It's nothing. Li Yuan looked deeply at Will, deciding not to tell him the truth. With Will's temperament, who knows what could happen if he found out? Let's hope nothing unexpected happens, Li Yuan thought to himself as he gazed at the scenery. Yet Li Yuan's instincts told him that things were far from simple. There had to be a massive conspiracy lurking behind all this. The plane came to a halt on a stretch of coastline. Everyone disembarked and looked toward the nearby town. Miss Chun pulled out a laptop and tapped rapidly at the keyboard. In no time, she called out, "Everyone, take a look at this." The group gathered around the computer, watching as shadowy figures appeared on the screen. I hacked into a surveillance camera in the town, Miss Jean explained. Suddenly, a face popped up on the screen. We meet again. Li Yuan stared at the face and recognized it immediately, Basque. As soon as Basque finished speaking, the computer screen went black. There's nothing I can do. Someone cut the connection. I can't get back in, Miss Jean said. This is enough. The town has completely fallen into the hands of the vampires. Now, we need to figure out why they've taken it. Over. Huasher, Gonglu, you two set up a perimeter outside. Remember to use ultraviolet bombs and lay some traps, Li Yuan ordered. Huasher and Gonglu nodded, grabbed a handful of ultraviolet bombs, and headed out. The rest stayed behind to rest. Li Yuan and Barney made their way to the highest point nearby, binoculars in hand, to keep watch over the town. "Do you think we'll win?" Barney suddenly asked. Li Yuan smiled but didn't answer. Just then he caught sight of something truly horrifying. Noticing the change in Li Yuan's expression, Barney quickly raised his own binoculars and saw it too. Living humans impaled on bamboo poles by vampires, their blood trickling down the shafts and following intricate patterns on the ground, slowly flowing into a pool. Li Yuan and Barney watched as the people writhed in agony atop the bamboo. In fury, they pounded their fists against a nearby tree trunk. But both men understood there was nothing they could do. Rushing to help would mean walking right into the trap. They had to remain calm, and above all not. We'll see this scene. If Will saw what was happening, given his character, he would charge in to rescue the humans, forcing them all to join the fray. If things went on like this, they might not even have time to figure out why the vampires had occupied the town before being chased out, or worse, hunted down by the vampire horde. So they had to keep this information under strict wraps. Under no circumstances could Will find out about it. The two of them patted their cheeks, forcing themselves to look as though nothing had happened, and went back down with strained smiles on their faces. The others glanced at them and asked, "Did you see anything?" They both shook their heads, but Jane, the Duke, and Thor could sense that the two had definitely seen something. Although they were puzzled as to why the truth wasn't being shared, they refrained from questioning them in front of everyone. Instead, they quietly sought out Li Yuan and Barney. "Barney, what exactly did you see?" the Duke asked directly. Without replying, the two led them to the highest point, handed over the binoculars, and let them see for themselves. Their faces mirrored the shock that Li Yuan and Barney had felt the first time. "Why won't you say anything?" The Duke's voice trembled with suppressed anger. "Because of Will. If he saw this, he'd definitely try to save those people, and that could jeopardize our investigation. If we're going to rescue them, we have to finish the mission first. Only then can we help them," Li Yuan replied. Now that the truth was out, the three understood the gravity of their task. Still, the memory of those people's suffering gnawed at them. Li Yuan saw the hesitation on their faces and growled softly, "Don't forget, if we don't figure out why they're here, we'll have no way to fight back. More people will die, understand?" That outburst from Li Yuan steeled their resolve. They nodded and left, their faces haunted by what they'd seen. By the time Rode and Flint returned, night had fallen. The moon hung high overhead, and in the distance, the town seemed to come alive. Trucks rumbled down the road toward the coast. Hiding in the undergrowth, Li Yuan and the others wore specially designed tactical suits that lowered their body heat to match their surroundings, greatly reducing the chance of being detected. "I'll bet $100 there's something wrong with those trucks," Caesar said. But no one paid him any mind. Instead, all eyes turned to Li Yuan. "Let's go. Follow them and find out where those trucks are headed, and what they're carrying." At Li Yuan's command, the group hurried down the slope to the roadside and lay in ambush. When the trucks passed, they rolled underneath and clung to the chassis, each of them finding a hold on the undercarriage. But when the convoy reached a fork in the road, the trucks split up, forcing the group to scatter as well. Li Yuan lowered his voice and spoke into the radio. "We've all been separated now. After you stop, find the nearest teammates and regroup. Remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Keep communication open at all times." No one dared make a sound from under the vehicle. Because of Will's size, he hadn't crawled underneath, but instead picked a random direction along the roadside and moved off on his own. After what felt like ages, Li Yuan sensed the vehicle coming to a halt. He held his breath, watching pairs of feet pass by beside the car. Only after they had gone did Li Yuan roll out from under the car. At the same time, Roadhog and Flint also appeared. The three exchanged a quick nod, then dashed into a patch of grass nearby to hide. "How is it? Are there any others here?" Li Yuan asked in a hushed tone. The other two shook their heads. "It's just the three of us. No word on the others. What do we do next?" "Let's follow and see what they're up to," Li Yuan said, nodding toward the vampires sprinting ahead with crates in their arms. With that, the three of them set off in pursuit of the vampires. They trailed the group across a stretch of beach and soon reached the shoreline. There, yacht after yacht was lined up along the coast. On board, vampires hurriedly took delivery of the crates. This time, Li Yuan saw clearly. The boxes were filled with containers brimming with blood. "No way. That many yachts to the shore. How could the top brass not know about this?" Roadhog exclaimed in disbelief. Li Yuan quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Keep your voice down. Who told you they don't know?" "Of course they do. I suspect there are vampire agents among the highest ranks of the American leadership. Immortality is too great a temptation for most to resist." "Enough," stay quiet and let's see what exactly they're doing here. Meanwhile, the others had also stopped and arrived at the shore. The sea was crowded with yachts, just as before. They hid nearby, watching intently. Will, having chosen a random path, ended up joining Barney's group. The Duke, Thor, Eun-Young, Miss Jane, and Caesar gathered together. Highway, Snake Eyes, Christmas, Will, and Barney were at another part of the coastline. All three teams made their way into the jungle, staying in touch via radio. Lee, we're together now. How about Highway, Snake Eyes, Christmas, and we'll hear. I'm guessing the others are with the Duke's group, Barney whispered. The Duke soon reported on their situation as well. All right, since everyone's regrouped, you're free to move independently. We have only one goal, find out why they've gathered here. Is that clear? Li Yuan instructed. Roger that. Copy. All right, remember, if you encounter any danger, fire the signal flare. No matter what the others are doing, everyone must rush over to help. Immediately. Is that clear? Remember, only when there's absolutely no other choice. Otherwise, don't shoot recklessly, understood? Li Yuan instructed. Understood. Got it. Once Li Yuan ended the communication, the vampires aboard the yacht began to disembark, stepping onto land. The three of them hid themselves well, suppressing their breathing to the bare minimum. Perhaps fortune was on their side. Two blonde vampires in tailcoats happened to walk right past their hiding spot. Marcy, do you realize? The earth is about to fall into the hands of our kind. We're only one step away. Once the power of the three blood ancestors converges, we'll summon the blood god. When that happens, not even those sorcerers will be a match for our master, whispered one. Hush, mate, do you have a death wish? The Duke warned us again and again. Never speak of the blood god plan out here. Have you forgotten? Fear flickered in the vampire's eyes. You're right. I said too much. Let's go back and regroup. If I slip up again, I won't be so lucky next time. With that, the two vampires departed, heading to join a gathering group that was moving towards the town. Once they left, only a few scattered vampires remained, patrolling the coastline. Lying flat on the ground, Li Yuan shot a glance at Huasher and Lu Ba. The two nodded, drew their silver M9 bayonets, and began to creep forward. But vampire hearing was too sharp. No sooner had they stepped on a stone than one vampire spun around. He was still a beat too slow, though. Huasher hurled his knife, striking the vampire squarely. Lu Ba charged in, clamping a hand firmly over the vampire's mouth to stifle any sound. In the end, the vampire's furious eyes faded to ash. Li Yuan's gaze swept to the other vampires. With a flick of his wrist, a bayonet appeared in his hand. Then, his body seemed to split, multiplying into 5 more versions of himself, leaving Lu Ba and Huasher momentarily stunned. Now, there were 6 Li Yuans in total, including the original. They rushed at the remaining vampires. Though their foes were powerful, Li Yuan's silver blades proved stronger, cutting them down one by one. At last, the real Li Yuan kneed a vampire, sending him flying, then pressed his blade to the creature's throat. Don't move. The vampire froze, lying perfectly still on the ground. Tell me everything you know about the blood god plan, Li Yuan demanded coldly. But the vampire remained silent. At that moment, Lu Ba and Huasher hurried over, along with the 5 doppelgangers, who merged seamlessly back into the original body. Roadblock, keep your gun on him. He might turn into a bat at any moment. So, if you see a bat, shoot it dead right away, understood? Li Yuan ordered. Roadblock and Firestone both nodded, raising their guns at the vampire. I'll ask you one more time. Will you talk or not? The vampire stubbornly turned his head away. Li Yuan gave a cold laugh, then traced his knife lightly across the vampire's face. The vampire howled in pain, and where the knife had touched, his skin turned to ash and drifted away. But thanks to the vampire's formidable body, the wound healed almost instantly, though the searing pain lingered, refusing to fade. Li Yuan pressed the blade to the vampire's face again. Steam began to rise from the skin, and the vampire's body trembled with agony, yet he still clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Roadblock nodded in admiration. What a tough bastard. Maybe we should make him eat some silver flakes. What do you think? Li Yuan pointed at Roadblock. Not a bad idea. Firestone, scrape up some silver and feed it to our tough guy vampire. I don't believe it. If you can handle pain on the outside, let's see if you can handle it on the inside. As he spoke, Firestone had already scraped up some silver flakes and was reaching toward the vampire's mouth. The vampire struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from the combined grip of the two men. As the silver drew closer and closer to his mouth, the vampire finally broke down and shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. But before the vampire could say a word, his body began to swell. Li Yuan's heart sank. Sensing danger, he grabbed his companions and dashed away, throwing himself to the ground. A tremendous explosion erupted behind them, a wave of scorching heat roaring past. When the blast subsided, the three of them got to their feet and looked back. Where the vampire had been, there was now a massive crater. It looks like we've been exposed, but at least we got what we needed. Roadblock, alert the others. Regroup at the original spot, Li Yuan commanded. Roadblock immediately pulled out his radio to relay the order. Suddenly, Firestone shouted. Li Yuan turned around, annoyed. What's with the yelling? Look, Firestone said, pointing. Li Yuan followed his finger and saw pairs of red eyes gleaming in the darkness. He quickly slung his rifle from his back. Get ready for a fight. Roadblock hefted his light machine gun, training it on the enemy. But to their surprise, the vampires didn't attack. Instead, they stood atop the hillside, staring down at the trio from above. More and more vampires appeared, until the entire hilltop was brimming with them. Then Bask appeared, a mocking smile on his face. He pointed at the three men and gave the command, kill them. All the vampires transformed into bats and swooped toward the three of them. Roadhog immediately opened fire, sweeping his gun across the swarm. Because the bats were packed so densely, he managed to take down a large number of them with ease. Still, a few of the vampires managed to dodge the bullets, weaving through the chaos and closing the distance. That was when Li Yuan and Firestone made their move. They picked off the stragglers with precise, mid-range shots from their rifles, eliminating every last one. Working together in such seamless coordination, the three of them managed, at least for the moment, to hold off the onslaught of the vampire horde. But the respite was fleeting. After all, their enemies were no fools. Suddenly, the bats shot upward, with a portion of them splitting off to circle behind the trio. Roadhog couldn't cover both his front and back. He had no choice but to entrust his rear to Li Yuan. Without hesitation, Li Yuan conjured 5 clones of himself. Each clone snatched a pistol from Roadhog or Firestone and unleashed a masterful display of gun fu, felling a bat with every shot. Yet even this wasn't enough. Roadhog's bullets eventually ran dry, and he needed a moment to reload. That brief pause was all it took. A massive swarm of bats surged toward them. Perhaps Bask felt that the scene of bats flooding in wasn't dramatic enough, for he ordered his minions to revert to human form. Now, the scene truly resembled a city overrun by zombies. Get down, Li Yuan suddenly shouted. Firestone and Roadhog instinctively hit the ground. At the same instant, Li Yuan's 5 clones each pulled out a grenade. 5 thunderous explosions erupted, echoing through the air as the surrounding vampires screamed in agony and crumbled to ash. These were special grenades, packed with silver powder and shavings. The blast wave gave them a unique lethality, not much to a human, but more than enough to be fatal to vampires. The vampires nearby were annihilated by the grenades, but the effort cost Li Yuan dearly. As his clones were destroyed, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. By now, Roadhog had finished reloading, steeling himself for the next wave of the vampire horde. The three of them stood back to back, their eyes fixed on Bask, not far away. You're all quite impressive, Bask said, a note of seriousness creeping into his voice. I suppose it's time we stop playing around. To be honest, what you've killed so far were nothing but fodder. The true warriors of the bloodline haven't stepped onto the field yet. Allow me to show you what real vampire warriors look like. At his command, 3 crimson beams of light appeared on the horizon, shooting straight toward them. A thunderous crash shook the ground as the 3 beams landed before them, kicking up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, 3 figures stood revealed before Li Yuan. They wore black leather coats, and each wielded a katana. Roadhog scowled at the newcomers, irritation playing on his face. He raised his gun and opened fire, but to his astonishment, the vampires simply sliced the bullets in half with their swords. Be careful. These vampires are not to be underestimated, Li Yuan whispered. The group slowly raised their weapons, eyes locked firmly on the 3 figures before them. Just as the 3 vampires prepared to attack, the sudden roar of an engine shattered the tension. All 6 turned their attention toward the sound, where an off-road vehicle sped toward them in a blur. When Bask saw who was behind the wheel, his expression changed in an instant. He shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" Before the vampires could react, the driver thrust out a hand, pointed straight at them, and shouted, "Holy light!" A radiant beam engulfed all 6 of them. The 3 vampires shrieked in agony, their bodies twisting before they crumbled into ash. The rescuer was none other than Will. As the 3 survivors scrambled into the vehicle, Will spun the wheel and sped away from the scene. Bask could only stand there, powerless and seething with frustration. He dreaded the force of Will's holy light. Inside the car, the 3 caught their breath, lungs burning. After a few deep breaths, Li Yuan finally asked, "Where are the others?" "They've already fallen back to a safe location," Will replied while keeping his eyes on the road. I saw the flames rising from your direction and rushed over as fast as I could. To be honest, if you hadn't shown up, I can't say I could have gotten both of them out safely. Those 3 vampires were too strong. Looks like we'll need to pay Duke Cophead another visit. See if there's any efficient way to kill these vampires, Li Yuan said. I doubt the Duke will see us, someone replied. He's already shared a lot of information with us, and from the look of it, he wants nothing to do with this war. Li Yuan sighed. Then it's up to us. My biggest fear is that they've already developed immunity to silver and ultraviolet light. If that's true, they'll be nearly unstoppable. The vehicle pulled to a stop near their original rendezvous point. The 4 of them jumped out and raced up the hillside, finally rejoining the rest of their group. Li Yuan took one look at the soot-stained faces and fresh wounds of his companions and understood immediately. They'd all just fought for their lives. While the group rested, Li Yuan, Barney, and the Duke climbed to the summit. They raised their binoculars and scanned the town. Below, only to find the once-living townsfolk now lying motionless, their bodies drained of blood. Nothing left but withered husks. We were too late, Li Yuan murmured. A sigh rippled through those around him. Just then, the thunderous thumping of helicopter blades filled the air. Looking up, they spotted their extraction chopper arriving and hurried aboard. The pilot glanced back, ensuring everyone was aboard before gently lifting off. But something fell off to Li Yuan. He leaned in and asked quietly, "Does anyone here know how to fly this kind of helicopter?" The Duke pointed to himself. "Why? What's wrong?" "It seems the traitor hiding in the military holds quite a high rank," Li Yuan remarked with a wry smile. As he spoke, he drew his dagger and hurled it toward the pilot. The pilot let out a guttural cry of agony, before dissolving into ash. In an instant, the plane lost control, prompting the Duke to rush to the cockpit. He seized the controls, wrestling the plane back from the brink of disaster and narrowly avoiding a crash. At the same time, the Duke couldn't help but grumble. "Couldn't you at least give us a warning before you make a move? You nearly got us all killed." "Next time, I promise," Li Yuan replied. "All right, everyone, take a moment to catch your breath. Duke, once you're back, you're first. Priority is to root out the traitor hidden within the military. Only then can we ensure our next operation goes smoothly, understand? Don't worry. We've already reported the presence of a mole in the military to General Colton. He's handling the matter discreetly as we speak." The Duke answered, not even glancing back. "That's good to hear." "Ah," Li Yuan let out a weary sigh and leaned heavily against the side of the plane. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the aircraft, and the Duke's face turned grim. He quickly scanned the controls and shouted over his shoulder, "Li, we've been locked onto by a missile. Do something fast." Li Yuan's expression hardened as he dashed to the cabin door and yanked it open. A furious wind howled through the opening. He looked back to see the missile, closing in fast, almost upon them. Glancing around the cabin and finding nothing suitable to throw, he bellowed at Will, "Rip out that seat for me." Will grabbed the seat with both hands, wrenched it free with a grunt, and passed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan gauged the distance, then shouted to the Duke, "Climb higher." The Duke immediately pulled the aircraft up, forcing everyone inside to press tightly against the helicopter's interior. Li Yuan's eyes locked onto the incoming missile. When it reached just the right spot, he hurled the seat straight at it. The seat collided with the missile, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave sent the aircraft spinning wildly through the air. It took every ounce of the Duke's skill and strength to steady the plane once more. "So, is it over?" Li Yuan asked, catching his breath. "It's over," the Duke replied. With that, the Duke pushed the throttle, and the plane surged forward. New York, SHIELD headquarters. "Director, we've lost contact with all of them. What's worse, we were ambushed. If it hadn't been for a squad that just happened to be nearby on another mission, we might have been wiped out completely." In the office, Phil, his face marked by fresh wounds, was reporting to Nick Fury. "Do you really think that squad just happened to be there by chance?" Fury said, his tone low and measured. "I've suspected for a while now that some of the agents we sent in as undercover operatives turned traitor when they became vampires. Sending you on this mission was simply a way to test whether my suspicions were correct. After all, you're the agent I trust the most. This way, they'll still believe I haven't realized their betrayal yet. Now that I've pinpointed their location in New York, you go ahead and get some rest." Nick Fury explained to Phil. Phil nodded, his face impassive as he left the office. After all, he was used to being the tool for others. It had become second nature. By now. Yet, as he exited the office, a glimmer of a sly, almost wicked smile flickered across his face, gone as quickly as it appeared. Once Coulson had left, Nick Fury fixed his gaze on the computer screen before him. There was a map of New York displayed, and a red that was moving steadily across it, finally coming to a halt at a certain location. Without a hint of emotion, Nick Fury stared at the red dot on the map. After a moment, seeing that the dot remained still, he picked up the phone. Move out. No sooner had everyone returned to New York than the Duke rounded them up and brought them to a hastily constructed military camp. Here, they encountered General Colton, along with 3 bodies shrouded in black cloth. What's this? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. These are the traitors who were hiding in our midst. Caught by me, General Colton said, seething with anger. All for the sake of so-called immortality, these 3 made a deal with those vampires. When we found them, they were working with a gang to deliver hundreds of homeless people to the vampires as food. What about that gang? How did you handle them? Li Yuan nudged one of the body bags as he spoke. They're not ours to deal with, General Colton replied coldly. There are others who will take care of them, and believe me, their methods are far harsher than ours. Handing them over is a fate worse than death for those gangsters. All right, if the traitors have been taken care of, then why did you bring us here? Don't tell me it's just a chat. Li Yuan's tone was tinged with impatience. Oh, you don't seem to enjoy dealing with us, General Colton teased. Of course not. I have no liking for government agencies, military institutions. Anything tied to the government just isn't for me, Li Yuan said bluntly. General Colton shook his head. I understand. Honestly, I'm not fond of dealing with those politicians either. But this time it's about the world itself. So please, put that urge to teach the politicians a lesson on hold. Come on, let's go meet those politicians. And remember, no matter what, don't lay a finger on them. I'll try my best, Li Yuan replied indifferently. With a resigned shake of his head, General Colton took the lead, and Li Yuan and the others followed. They entered a conference room, where Li Yuan immediately spotted 2 familiar faces. Hey, Big Tycoon, Norman, what are you doing here? Tony Stark yawned, glancing back at Li Yuan and the others. His eyes lit up as he stood, while Norman maintained a polite smile on his face. Seeing Li Yuan arrive, Norman also rose slowly from his seat. Opposite them sat a man in a sharp suit, hair slicked back, exuding an air of authority. Oh, what brings you all here? Tony Stark came forward, gesturing for everyone to sit. Come on, take a seat. Li, you're here, Norman said softly. Yeah, what are you doing here? Li Yuan casually picked a seat, and the others followed suit, settling into their places around the table. Just as Norman was about to explain, the man in the suit cut in. Greetings, everyone. I'm Wilbur Ball, representing the U.S. government. You can just call me Ball. Mr. Norman has been invited here to develop a serum that can instantly kill vampires, while Mr. Stark is here because we hope he'll free up some of his factories to help the military produce weapons for this war. Then why did you call us here? I don't see how we could be of any help to you, Li Yuan asked. On the contrary, Wilbur Ball replied. You are the key to our victory. The government knows our soldiers are no match for the vampires. That's why you must serve as the spearhead of this war. Eliminate the vampire leadership, and victory will be ours. And where does your confidence come from? What makes you so sure we can kill the vampire leaders? Li Yuan let out a furious laugh. He truly couldn't believe someone could be so naive. Wilbur Ball replied coldly. That's your problem. If you can't complete the mission, be prepared to be spurned by the whole world. General Colton slammed his hand on the table, pointing angrily at Wilbur Ball. You'd better watch your mouth. Li Yuan, Barney, and the others all fixed their gaze on Wilbur Ball, their eyes flashing with murderous intent now and then. Yet Wilbur Ball met their stares without a hint of fear. What? Are you thinking of killing me? Let me warn you. If I die, the very next day, every detail about your squad will be all over the internet. I'll even send your family's information to your enemies, and let them live out their days in terror. So, you'd better do as I say, Wilbur Ball threatened. Li Yuan lowered his head. Even Norman and Tony's eyes grew increasingly dangerous. Suddenly, Li Yuan vanished from his seat. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wilbur Ball, grabbing him by the throat and slowly lifting him off the ground. General Colton and Norman both stood up at once, shouting, Li, stop! But Li Yuan paid them no heed. His fury triggered a transformation. His skin turned a deep violet, his pupils narrowed into slits, and 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, a flame blazing between them. If you have the guts, say that again. Do you believe I don't have the power to obliterate the whole United States? Threaten my friends, and I'll wipe out your country myself. No vampires needed. I could destroy America with my own hands. Now, I want you to repeat what you just said. After his demonic transformation, even Li Yuan's voice grew monstrous, a chilling rumble as if echoing from the depths of hell. Wilbur Ball was paralyzed with fear, not daring to move a muscle. His face, starved of air, turned bright red and was quickly darkening. General Colton glanced at the Duke, who hurried to Wilbur's side. Wilbur, give us a hand here, he can't die. Wilbur frowned, clearly torn, but he still didn't make a move. Instead, he looked over at old Barney. Receiving a nod, he finally stepped to Li Yuan's side and pulled him away. Boss, spare his life. Only then did Li Yuan release his grip. Wilbur Paul collapsed to the floor in a heap, completely limp. Li Yuan looked down at him from above. Remember this, just this once. If it happens again, I don't care who tries to stop me. You will die. With that, he strode out without looking back. Wilbur glanced around at everyone in the room, gave Barney and Norman an apologetic nod, and hurried after Li Yuan. The conference room suddenly fell silent. At last, Tony Stark broke the tension. Ahem. Well, I've got a few things to take care of, so I'll head out. Wilbur Paul is all yours. One by one, the others also found excuses and quickly slipped out. Before long, only General Colton and the still-prone Wilbur Paul remained in the room. Suddenly, Wilbur Paul opened his eyes, a faint smile playing at his lips, and sat down across from General Colton. Do you realize you almost died just now? General Colton barked in anger. If I hadn't raised the stakes, how would we ever know what he's really capable of? Wilbur Paul replied with a grin, rubbing the scratch marks on his neck. Still seething, Li Yuan stormed back to the office. He went straight to the fridge, grabbed every beer inside, cracked them open, and began to drink. Wilbur saw this, shook his head in resignation, and quietly left the office. Wilbur made his way to the pet store where Fugue was being boarded. As soon as he walked in, he saw Fugue standing proudly before a group of cats and dogs, meowing away like a boss surveying his crew. Next, Fugue walked up to a golden retriever and gave it a swat across the face with his paw. The pet shop staff standing nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing the bullied golden retriever, Will's face darkened as he grabbed Fugue by the scruff of the neck and stuffed him back into his carrier. Sorry about that. My Fugue's caused you some trouble, Will apologized, scratching his head sheepishly. But the pet shop employee just smiled and said, No worries. But your Fugue is really smart. Is he some special breed? I've never seen a cat as clever as him. I'm not sure what breed he is. My boss bought him, Will replied as he hefted the cat carrier. Meanwhile, inside, Fugue kept clawing at the transparent plastic cover, restless and indignant. After Will gave the carrier a gentle pat, Fugue finally quieted down. All right, I'll take him and head out now. Goodbye. The pet shop employee nodded with a smile. Goodbye. With that, Will left with Fugue. Once he was gone, the shop staff pulled out a walkie-talkie. Headquarters, he's picked up the target. Should we proceed with the snatch? No, keep observing. The employee tucked away the walkie-talkie and returned to their friendly demeanor. We'll carry the cat carrier back to the office. At that moment, Li Yuan had just finished his drink. He glanced over at Fugue and said, Hey Will, no matter who comes today, don't let anyone in. I mean absolutely no one. Not even Barney and the others, got it? Got it, boss. And don't forget to feed Fugue. I'm going to get some sleep. With that, Li Yuan headed straight to his room, lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and before long, his steady snoring filled the room. Will sat in the office, absent-mindedly stroking Fugue's fur and occasionally slipping a sausage into the cat's mouth. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Will got up and opened the door to find Phil standing there with a few others. Will frowned as he looked at them. The boss doesn't want to see anyone today. Please leave. Will, we're not here for Lee. We're here for you. We found a vampire's lair in New York, and we're hoping you'll help us, Phil said earnestly. Will frowned, clearly torn. Phil had done his homework on Will's personality long ago, so he knew exactly how to approach him. Will, if you don't step in, a lot of people in New York are going to die. You have this power. If all those people die, won't you feel guilty? Phil took Will by the arm, his voice sincere. With a sigh, Will relented. All right, I'll come with you. Phil laughed cheerfully, turning around and heading downstairs. Yet no one noticed that. As he turned, he lowered his head, and a fleeting crimson glimmer flashed across his eyes. Will set Fugue down on the floor, tidied himself up, and got ready to leave. But, unlike usual, Fugue hooked his claws into Will's pants, clinging tightly. If Will insisted on leaving, Fugue would only end up hurting himself. But that wasn't the worst of it. Fugue kept letting out guttural growls, but Will had no idea what the little creature was trying to say. So he lifted Fugue onto the table, turned, and walked away. As Will left, a look of unmistakable anxiety flickered in Fugue's eyes, almost human in its intensity. Suddenly, Fugue whipped his head toward Li Yuan's room and ran over, scratching desperately at the door handle. But Li Yuan had locked the door from inside, and there was nothing Fugue could do except turn his gaze out the window in mounting frustration. Will sat in Phil's car, listening as Phil explained the mission. Will, remember, your task this time is to eliminate all the vampires. They're searching for something here in New York, and it seems they may have already found it. We still don't know exactly what this object is, but I'm sure of one thing. It's crucial to the outcome of this war. Whatever happens, we can't let them smuggle it out of New York. I understand, Will replied. I've heard about this thing before. Good, Phil said, breaking into a peculiar smile. After they had driven for some time, the car came to a stop in front of a warehouse near the docks. There were dozens of warehouses scattered around the area. Phil and his team got out of the car, each holding a handgun. Noticing this, Will stretched out his hand, and in an instant, a war hammer shaped like a cross and an angelic suit of armor materialized on him. The group crept toward one of the nearby warehouses. "Find a way to open the roof," Phil whispered. "That way, we don't have to fight them ourselves. The sunlight will finish off the vampires." Everyone nodded, then quietly pushed open the warehouse door and slipped inside. Suddenly, the main door slammed shut behind them. Phil dashed forward at top speed, just as the roof above began to open, letting sunlight pour in. Will could see everything clearly. The place was packed with vampires, and they were completely immune to ultraviolet rays. Phil, too, had already been turned into a blood thrall, a member of the vampires. Crimson eyes fixed on Will, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Phil had brought along revealed their true identities, surrounding him on every side. Will was trapped, but he kept his cool, staring them down. "I never expected you to become a vampire, Phil. I'm sorry, Will. There was nothing I could do. Once I was turned, I lost control over my body. I truly am sorry, but I still want to ask you, won't you join us?" Phil pleaded. "That's impossible," Will said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Then don't blame us," Phil retorted coldly. Instantly, doors all around the warehouse flew open and dozens upon dozens of vampires surrounded Will. A radiant glow of holy light flickered in Will's hands as he gripped his war hammer tightly with both fists. Meanwhile, back at the agency, Li Yuan was sprawled across his bed, sound asleep. Outside the window, Fuguwei had crept up and was now pawing insistently at the glass. But Li Yuan paid no attention, lost in his dreams. A crimson gleam flashed in Fuguwei's eyes. Suddenly, its claws lengthened. With a swift swipe, it sliced the window cleanly in two. Shards of glass tinkled onto the floor, their crisp sound echoing through the room and jolting Li Yuan awake. Startled, he looked around, quickly spotting the culprit who had disturbed his rest. Striding over to the window, he picked up the weakened Fuguwei, glanced at the glass, littering the floor and the fragments left on the sill, and ran his hand along the smooth, sharp edge. In a rush, he dashed out the door, shouting, "Will! Will!" But no answer came. He held Fuguwei up to eye level and asked, "Fuguwei, is Will in trouble?" Fuguwei nodded weakly. Li Yuan gently set the cat back in its nest, stroking its head. "You've done well." After pouring Fuguwei a bowl of fresh water and some cat food, Li Yuan hurried out. As he drove, his eyes darted now and then to the sky. Suddenly, he spotted a beam of holy light piercing the heavens. Slamming his foot on the accelerator, he sped off in that direction. Having vanquished a group of vampires with the holy light, Will was immediately set upon from behind. A vampire leapt onto his back, but Will seized the creature, flinging it aside, then swung his warhammer again and again at the oncoming horde. But even the strongest can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Wounds multiplied across Will's body. Perhaps it was the power of the holy light that kept him from being turned into a vampire, but the blood loss was taking its toll. Gradually, weakness seeped into his limbs. With no other choice, he raised his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Holy light!" Bathed in divine radiance, Will surged back to his peak strength. This was the second time he had called upon the holy light. Now, after his recent upgrade, he could use it 3 more times. Revitalized, Will resumed his duel with the vampires. Now, they recoiled, shivering in fear, none daring to come any closer. Will, like a god of war incarnate, roared at them, "Come on!" But fear held the vampires back. Just as Will glared at them, a gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through his hand, and his warhammer clattered to the ground, dissolving into motes of white light before vanishing completely. Will raised his other hand, but before he could even shout the words "holy light," a bullet pierced through it. He let out a howl of agony. At that moment, Li Yuan was racing toward the scene, a sense of dread tightening in his chest. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he had the gas pedal pressed all the way down. The car started to skid, but he refused to slow. Inside the warehouse, Will collapsed into a pool of his own blood. A vampire, clutching a handgun, approached and aimed it squarely at Will's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Phil kicked him hard, sending him flying across the room. "The king wants him alive, not dead." "Phil Coulson, don't forget who you are now," the vampire snarled, getting up and glaring at Phil with fury in his eyes. "I know exactly who I am, but the king wants him alive. If you dare kill him, I'll kill you myself," Phil replied coldly, stepping protectively in front of Will. The vampire threw his gun to the ground in frustration. Phil looked down at Will, lying in the blood, his face hard as stone. Stooping, he picked up the discarded weapon and pressed the barrel against Will's throat. Without hesitation, He pulled the trigger, the bullet ripping through Will's neck. Will, the power of holy light is simply too dangerous to us vampires. We can't afford to take chances. Blood streamed from the wound in Will's throat. Under Phil's command, his men lifted Will and placed him into a large container filled with a clear liquid. As soon as Will was submerged, the bleeding ceased and his eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, several vampires crouched where Will had fallen moments before, lapping up the blood that had spilled from his wounds. The sight was sickening. "Get ready. It's time to leave," Phil said coldly. The vampires nodded silently. Just as they were preparing to go, a pickup truck crashed through the warehouse gates. Silver-plated bullets rained down on them in a hail of gunfire. Though they were now immune to ultraviolet light, silver was still deadly. There was no cure for that. Many of the vampires were reduced to ash on the spot. Phil stared at the pickup, his expression unreadable. "Li, kill him." Li Yuan jumped down from the truck, tossing aside his empty submachine gun and pulling 2 katanas from inside the cab. His eyes locked onto Phil and the transparent container beside him, where Will lay with his eyes tightly shut. The sight of the wound on Will's throat caused Li Yuan's rage to boil over. He pointed one of his blades at Phil. "Come on, eliminate him," Phil ordered icily. Li Yuan's body transformed, taking on a metallic sheen as he charged into the cluster of vampires, his twin blades flashing as he struck again and again. The vampires' attacks couldn't harm Li Yuan at all, so they transformed into bats, planning to distract him from the air. But just as they took flight, a tremendous force dragged them back down, and Li Yuan continued swinging his twin blades. At last, with a sharp metallic clang, both blades snapped in half right then and there. Now, only Phil, Li Yuan, and the vampire who had just shot it will remain standing in the entire warehouse. Phil cast a cold glance at his kin beside him. With clear reluctance, the other vampire leaped down from the shipping container and squared off in front of Li Yuan, taking up a fighting stance. A gust of wind swept outward from his side, swirling through the air. The fierce wind whipped Li Yuan's hair back, but it didn't faze him in the slightest. He kept heading straight toward the container where Will was held. Seeing Li Yuan's utter disregard, the vampire was infuriated, his whole body radiating with a crimson glow as he charged at Li Yuan. Li Yuan didn't even turn his head. His body transformed into shining metal as he raised a single hand. The vampire, as if rushing willingly to his doom, thrust his neck right into Li Yuan's waiting grip. With the slightest squeeze from both hands, Li Yuan elicited a crisp crack from the vampire's neck, and the creature's head slumped limply to the side. Releasing his hold, Li Yuan spun and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, sending the vampire hurtling into the container with bone-shattering force. In an instant, Li Yuan stepped forward, closing the distance. A flurry of rapid punches shattered the vampire's chest, followed by a brutal strike to his elbow. The vampire howled in agony as his arm began to turn to ash. It turned out Li Yuan's metallization could be refined down to any metal he chose. At this moment, his hands had become pure silver. He landed another blow on the vampire's other elbow, followed by 2 sharp knee strikes and a punch to the chest. Finally, with a swift uppercut, Li Yuan sent the vampire's head flying, ending him once and for all. With effortless grace, Li Yuan turned away as the vampire behind him slowly disintegrated into ash. At that moment, Phil fixed his gaze on Li Yuan and leapt down from the container. Just as Li Yuan was about to act, a fully armed special ops team suddenly descended from above, tossing a barrage of sleep grenades at the two. Li Yuan quickly used his telekinesis to shield himself, carving out a safe space. But Phil wasn't so lucky. He was hit head-on by the powerful grenades and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Li Yuan was just about to move in on the fallen Phil when his own body suddenly convulsed, leaving him unable to move. Forcing himself to look back, he saw someone had shot him with a stun gun. Powerless, he could only lie there and watch as they took Phil away, a low growl rumbling from his throat. After a while, his strength returned. He roared furiously at the sky, "Nick Fury!" He then unleashed his fury on the surrounding shipping containers, one after another, until there wasn't a single intact container left in the entire warehouse. Li Yuan walked over to the container where Will was being kept, gently lifted him out, and as soon as Will emerged, the wounds on his throat and the palm of his hand continued to bleed. Li Yuan softly patted his face, calling out, "Will, wake up! Will, come on!" Perhaps Will heard Li Yuan's call, because he murmured instinctively, "Holy light." His invocation of the holy light was so faint that Li Yuan could barely make out a sound. In the next moment, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping them both. Will's injuries gradually began to heal, but he still didn't wake from his deep slumber. Li Yuan dragged Will onto the bed of the pickup truck, then slid into the driver's seat himself. He lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling slowly around his face, his eyes burning with anger. Will slowly regain consciousness. As soon as he woke, he sat up with a start, looking around in confusion, only to realize he was lying in the truck. When he saw Li Yuan smoking up front, he finally let out a breath of relief. Awake? Good. Since you're up, let's head back, Li Yuan said calmly. With that, Li Yuan started the engine and drove out of the warehouse, heading back toward the agency. During the ride, Will tried several times to speak, but each time he caught a glimpse of Li Yuan's impassive face, he swallowed his words and kept silent. Li Yuan watched Will's expression clearly in the rearview mirror. If you have something to say, just say it, Li Yuan said, his tone even. Will was silent for a while, then finally forced out 3 words, I'm sorry. At those words, Li Yuan's emotion surged. He slammed his hand down hard on the steering wheel, then pulled over to the side of the road. He turned to fix Will with a piercing stare. Do you understand? It was because of me that you left Hell's Kitchen. It's because of me that you gained these abilities. If anything happened to you, I'd blame myself. I'd think it was all my fault. Do you get that? Faced with Li Yuan's explosive anger, Will lowered his head and kept mumbling. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Li Yuan closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. Sorry, Will. I lost my temper. It's all right, boss. If I hadn't acted on my own, none of this would have happened, Will replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Forget it. We didn't really lose anything. Let's go home, have a good meal, and get some rest. We should also check on Fugue. He's paid a price for your sake, too, Li Yuan said, his tone calming as he turned back and started the engine. What happened to Fugue? Will asked, anxiety in his voice. It's nothing too serious, just a bit weak. For the next few days, you'll need to take good care of him, Li Yuan replied. After driving for a while, they returned to the agency. Li Yuan called the people from the 4S shop, asking them to take the pickup truck for repairs, and only then did he and Will head upstairs. As soon as he stepped inside, Will made straight for Fugue's little nest. Seeing Fugue lying curled up, Will crouched down and called softly, Fugue, Fugue. Fugue struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Will unharmed, a look of relief washed over his face. He let out a gentle sound and closed his eyes again to rest. Will, filled with concern, didn't hesitate. He immediately cast a holy light spell over Fugue. Bathed in its glow, Fugue slowly opened his eyes, his spirit gradually returning. Eventually, he stood up and stretched languidly. With a playful leap, Fugue landed in Will's arms, nuzzling his head against him before hopping over to Li Yuan and rubbing up against him as well. He then returned to his own nest, lapping up the clear water in his bowl and nibbling on the cat food beside it. Just then, the food Li Yuan had ordered arrived. The two of them devoured the plentiful dishes in a hurry. After wiping his mouth, Li Yuan said, All right, that's enough. Go take a shower and get some good rest. Got it, boss, Will replied. Will tidied up the meal boxes and headed back to his room. After washing up, he lay down on his bed and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Li Yuan spent a little more time petting Fugue, then switched on the TV to catch up on the news, curious if anything major had happened recently. But he found that most headlines were about vampires, reports of vampire sightings here, or people slaying vampires there, one trivial update after another. No matter how he flipped through the channels, Li Yuan found nothing useful. He turned off the TV and lightly patted Fugue's head. I'm going to rest. Don't go opening my door for no reason, all right? Fugue nodded. Li Yuan went back to his room, lay down, and soon fell soundly asleep. Fugue, left in the living room, used his paw to switch on the remote and settled in to watch TV himself. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury stood before Phil, who was suspended in a transparent liquid. Fury radiated an icy presence that made those around him instinctively keep their distance. How is it? Fury asked in a cold voice. At that moment, an elderly man hurried over, checked the data on his tablet, and reported, Agent Coulson has been fully transformed into a vampire. Unless we develop an antidote, there's no way to turn him back. He'll have to continue living as a vampire. I don't need a summary, Fury snapped, fixing the old man with a piercing look. What I want to know is, how's the antidote coming along? Nick, don't look at me like that. Even if you kill me, it's not as if I could just whip up the antidote for you right away. We're stuck at the most critical stage, and what we need now is outside help. For example, there are people at Oscorp who could assist us. The question is, are you willing to make that call? The old man retorted bluntly, showing no deference to Nick Fury. I understand. Write down the names of the people you need, and I'll have Hill fetch them from Oscorp. But I want to know, with their help, how long will it take you to develop the antidote? Within 6 months. If things go well, 3 months, at the latest, half a year, the old man replied. Understood. Hand the list to Hill. She'll take care of the arrangements, Nick Fury said coolly. The old man shrugged, took his tablet, and left. Nick Fury approached the container, holding Phil. Suddenly, Phil's eyes shot open. His mouth moved as if he were trying to say something, but with the container between them, Fury couldn't hear a thing. Fury studied Phil's face. There was a mischievous smirk playing on Phil's lips. Fury called out to the nearby staff. "Open the container." One of them nodded, and together they approached the container. First, they injected a vial of medicine inside. Phil's eyes slowly closed, and he slipped into unconsciousness. The staff then drained the liquid from the chamber, unlocked it, and fastened Phil with specially designed chains. These chains are developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically for restraining creatures with monstrous strength or superhuman abilities. In fact, they were originally designed to capture that giant python. Theoretically, the chains could withstand a force of 10,000 tons, though they'd only ever been tested up to 1,000 tons before the trials were stopped. Perhaps the staff feared Phil might transform into a bat and escape, so they fitted him with a cage wired to high-voltage electricity, enough current to vaporize a person in a single second. Once all the security measures were in place, Phil slowly regained consciousness. He lifted his head and locked his gaze on Nick Fury. He began to speak, and the moment Fury heard the first words, he understood. The person before him was no longer Phil, but someone else inhabiting his body. Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "It's an honor to finally meet you," Phil said, his lips curling into a wicked smile. "Who are you?" Fury demanded, his eyes narrowing. "I've gone by many names, and I've lived for a very long time. Of all those names, the one I favor most is Dracula. I am the king of the vampires." Fury's gaze hardened. "So what is it you want?" "It's very simple. Help me deliver an item out of New York, and I'll promise you this. Half of humanity on Earth will be allowed to survive. Otherwise, your entire species will become nothing more than food for our kind," Dracula declared. "That's impossible. And who says you're going to win anyway? Get lost," Nick Fury shouted back. Suddenly, Phil lunged for the cage. In an instant, high-voltage electricity surged through his body. Smoke began to rise from him as he grit his teeth and cried out, "Earth belongs to us, no matter what." With that, he was thrown backward, his eyes squeezed shut as if he had died then and there. "Keep an eye on him." Nick Fury tossed the order over his shoulder and strode away. Inside the agency, Li Yuan and Will stepped out of their room together. After exchanging a brief greeting, Will headed upstairs and returned with a pile of food. Li Yuan nibbled on a little before waving Will off to clean up a mess. Li Yuan settled onto the sofa and absently watched the news playing on TV. But his attention was far from the broadcast. It was focused inward. Today, he could once again watch a movie and acquire new skills. He first glanced at the 3 films offered by the system: the Prison on Fire series, the God of Gamblers series, and the From Vegas to Macau series. Shaking his head in disdain, Li Yuan thought, what use is gambling in a world like Marvel? He quickly refreshed the options. 3 new movies appeared: Captain America, The First Avenger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and Baby Driver. Li Yuan considered the 3. Without hesitation, he eliminated Baby Driver. That left Fantastic Beasts and Captain America. After weighing his options, Li Yuan ultimately chose Captain America. After all, the serum in that story could be invaluable. It wasn't that Fantastic Beasts lacked appeal, but the creatures there wouldn't help him much right now, and the spells weren't particularly impressive either. That settled it. Captain America it was. With a tap, he entered the world of Captain America, finding himself witnessing Steve Rogers in his frail days, observing every move from a first-person perspective. He watched until the moment Steve Rogers piloted the plane into the ocean. Then Li Yuan returned to reality, as the memories in his mind began to fade and blur. Once those memories had faded completely, Li Yuan opened his system panel. He found that this time, he had gained 2 skill orbs and 1 item ore from his cinematic journey. He opened the 2 skill orbs first, and their descriptions popped up before his eyes. Captain's Physique grants the physical attributes of Captain America. Passive skill: 50-50. This is a rule-based skill. No matter who you face, Odin, Thanos, the Ancient One, Death, OA, or even the Living Tribunal, you'll always be evenly matched. But the same applies when facing an ant, a puppy, a kitten, or an ordinary person. This is a passive skill and is enforced automatically. Li Yuan stared at the 50-50 skill before him. At first, an arrogant grin slowly crept across his face, but as he finished reading the rest of the description, his expression soured as if he just swallowed something foul. Right now, there was only one thing he wanted to do: throw this skill to the ground and stomp on it a few times for good measure. It took several deep breaths for Li Yuan to calm himself after being so infuriated by this skill. With a blank expression, he tossed the skill into the skill shop, earning 10 skill points. enough for him to exchange for something far more useful. After activating the captain's body, Li Yuan's whole body suddenly jolted as if struck by electricity, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Then, with a sharp gasp, he opened his eyes wide, feeling a seemingly endless surge of strength from within. But Li Yuan knew this was only a deceptive sensation. He glanced down at his physique. Not exactly brawny, but still he could pull off the look, slim in clothes, surprisingly muscular out of them. Next, Li Yuan opened his item cluster, and a vial of serum appeared in his hand. At the same time, the item's description popped up. Super Soldier Serum, green guarantees a 100% enhancement of physical abilities, but with a side effect. The user's skin will peel off, replaced by a layer of green substance, turning the person entirely green. Think Red Skull, but swap red for green. Cannot be analyzed, cannot be mass-produced. There's only this one vial. Li Yuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation, tossing the serum onto the table and muttering to himself. Whose twisted sense of humor is this? And it's green of all colors. Why not just make it red, yellow, blue, green, indigo, and violet while you're at it? Forget Green Skull. Just call it Calabash Kid and be done with it. Just then, Will returned after taking out the trash. Spotting the serum on the table and seeing Li Yuan's discomfort, he walked over and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just grossed out. By the way, have Barney and the others contacted us?" Li Yuan asked, tucking the serum away. Will shook his head. "All right, never mind. Oh, and we haven't fed Fuguwei yet today. Go take care of that, would you?" "Of course, boss." We'll turn to fetch the cat food, while Li Yuan opened the skill shop. At this moment, 5 glowing orbs hovered in the shop. He tapped each one, revealing their simple descriptions. Bajiquan. Redeemed to obtain Master-level Bajiquan. 5 points. Wulong's 8 trigram staff. Redeemed to obtain Master-level Wulong's 8 trigram staff. 5 points. Grappling. Redeemed to obtain Master-level Grappling. 4 points. Marksmanship. Redeemed to obtain Master-level Marksmanship. 8 points. Dimensional Space. Redeemed to receive a clearer introduction. 11 points. Li Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the 5th orb of light. His finger, almost of its own accord, tapped on it. Instantly, the 11 skill points above the skill shop transformed into twinkling starlight, streaming into the 5th orb. Once the last spark merged with it, the orb detached from the shop and floated gently into Li Yuan's hand. With a gentle squeeze, Li Yuan crushed the orb. A detailed introduction to the skill appeared before him. Dimensional Space. Upon first use, you will be transported to an alternate dimension. In this realm, any attack you make will carve out a portion of dimensional space. The space you cleave becomes your private dimensional space, permanently attached to you. The size of this space depends on your own strength. Li Yuan understood. This was essentially a portable storage space. He wasted no time and immediately activated the skill. In a heartbeat, he was whisked away with a whoosh, finding himself in utter darkness. Without hesitation, he triggered his demon transformation, his hands turning to metal as he slashed powerfully at the darkness around him. Before he could see the results, he was pulled back into the real world. He quickly tried to sense his new dimensional space and discovered that, despite using all his strength, the space he had carved out was only 10 by 10 by 10 in size. Still, for now, that was more than enough for him. At this moment, the dimensional space skill had turned gray, and Li Yuan wasn't sure when he would be able to use it again. Meanwhile, at the 318 military base in New York, General Colton stared at the massive screen in front of him, watching as it filled with countless red dots. He immediately pressed the red button on his desk, and alarms blared throughout the base, the White House, and other facilities across the country. The Duke and his team received the order at once and rushed toward the designated location. Barney and his friends were having a barbecue at the villa when several military jeeps suddenly pulled up outside. A striking blonde woman stepped out, her tight military uniform accentuating her athletic figure. "Barney Ross, they've arrived. General Colton sent us to pick you up," the blonde officer announced crisply. Barney frowned and glanced at his friends, who all looked back at him. He hesitated for a moment until the front door suddenly swung open. Ellie dashed over, throwing her arms around his leg. "Grandpa, Dad said you should do what you think is right. Don't worry about them." "Thank you, my little princess," Barney replied with a smile. He kissed Ellie on the forehead and sent her back into the house. Only after he saw the door close did he turn and climb into Jeep. The others, seeing this, followed him without hesitation. Downstairs from the agency, several Jeeps pulled up. Armed soldiers got out, rifles in hand, and took up positions by the vehicles. Then, an elderly man in uniform stepped out, none other than General Colton himself. With determined strides, he headed for the building. He rang the agency's doorbell. Will, holding a carton of milk, went to answer. Seeing General Colton, He quickly stepped aside to make way, and the general entered. "Will, who is it?" Li Yuan called out, oblivious to the visitor. "It's me." General Colton removed his hat and held it in his hand. His voice thundered through the room. Li Yuan stood up, frowning as he fixed his gaze on Colton. "Why are you here? Is something wrong?" Without waiting for a reply, he flopped back into his chair. General Colton walked over, his expression grave. "They've arrived. This time, it's a full-scale siege. We need your help." Li Yuan froze for a moment, then looked up at the general. "Impossible. That item never left New York. As long as it's not in Dracula's hands, they wouldn't dare make a move. No, the satellites have shown everything clearly. They've taken over the whole town, slowly tightening their grip around New York. Even the waters are swarming with their people. Our nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers, all captured overnight. Now, New York is completely cut off from the outside world. The military and other states won't act rashly either, not with so many politicians and top officials here, not to mention the billionaires. Do you realize? Getting someone out now could cost at least $100 million, and even then there's no guarantee. Li, we need you." General Colton's eyes bore into Li Yuan's, and not just his. Will was staring too. Even Fu Guwei had hopped onto the table, watching him intently. Li Yuan scooped up Fu Guwei. "Even you want me to step in?" Fu Guwei nodded emphatically. Li Yuan tossed him aside. "You're just an animal. Your opinion doesn't count." Fu Guwei twisted midair, landing neatly on all fours, then began howling at Li Yuan in protest. "Boss," Will called out. I know what you're getting at." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "But General Colton, let me be clear. This is an obvious ploy. The whole point is to lure New York's defenders away, so the vampires can smuggle that item out." "I know that," General Colton replied, "but we're out of options. The enemy is at our gates. We have to act." Li Yuan let out a long sigh. "Let's go." Before leaving the agency, Li Yuan made sure Fu Guwei had enough cat food and fresh water to last 10 days. Then, the two men walked out together. Sitting in the car, Li Yuan gazed out at the desolate streets. Everywhere he looked, heavily armed police officers stood guard, ultraviolet. Searchlights swept the darkness, and even the doorsteps of many homes sparkled with silver dust, while crosses were plastered across window panes. Before long, the car came to a halt. Li Yuan asked in confusion, "We're here already?" "No, we're just switching to another mode of transport," General Colton replied without turning his head. Li Yuan followed him inside and saw a transport plane waiting, its engines already humming. Barney and his team were aboard, waving at Li Yuan as he entered. "Barney, you guys are here too?" "Of course. Where else would we be?" Once everyone had boarded, the hatch slowly closed behind them, and the group settled wherever they pleased. After the plane had been in the air for a while, General Colton emerged from the cockpit, a blonde female officer, Barney's escort, following close behind. "Let's get you up to speed on the situation," General Colton announced, though instead of speaking himself, he stepped aside. The woman at his side took center stage. "Hello, everyone. I'm Kaya Koch. I'll be briefing you on the current situation," she began, her voice crisp and steady. "All coastal areas have been overrun by vampires. Recently, the president arrived here to inspect the situation, but due to this sudden crisis, he's now trapped along with other senior officials. Our military outside the city can't act rashly. Your mission is to escort the president and these key government figures to safety. We've mapped out the safest route, the one most likely to break through enemy lines. Please take a look." Kaya tapped her tablet, and a large screen behind her lit up, displaying a map with a highlighted route. Li Yuan frowned, his tone irritable. "So, instead of letting us hunt vampires, you want us to babysit these so-called high officials and the president? Are you out of your minds?" Kaya's expression didn't change as she looked at Li Yuan. "The president holds the launch codes for the nuclear weapons. Most of these officials are military leaders. If they can't escape, the army outside can't respond quickly or coordinate a counterattack." Li Yuan scoffed. "Oh, so you think once they get out, everything will magically work out? If I'm not mistaken, the moment they realize this war can't be won, the first thing they'll do is order a nuclear strike to wipe everything out. Am I wrong?" Kaya Koch and General Colton were left speechless by Li Yuan's retort. "If you don't get the president and the officials out," Kaya finally said, "the army outside will be paralyzed by caution and won't be able to fight at full strength. That will make our chances of victory even slimmer." Li Yuan wanted to say something more, but Barney stopped him. Barney glanced at Li Yuan, and with no other choice, Li Yuan sat back down in his seat. "We're willing to help," Barney said. General Colton stepped forward from the back. "On behalf of the president and all senior officials, I thank you." "Don't thank us just yet," Barney replied. "We may be willing to help, but there's one condition. All actions must be under our command. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens." General Colton exchanged a look with Kaya Koch, then turned and nodded. Of course. After all, you're the experts. Everyone should follow your lead. It was an exaggeration to call them experts. Barney had carried out numerous missions, most of them involving the rescue of outposts. At that moment, the plane came to a stop. Everyone filed out, and the president and his entourage were already waiting for them. Once they disembarked, it became clear that this wasn't a military base, but a desolate stretch of countryside. General Colton stepped forward to explain, "We need to keep this operation as secret as possible. No one knows it might be a vampire's mole. Only this small group is aware of what's about to happen." Barney nodded in understanding. "Let's not waste any time. Let's move out now." "All right. We've already prepared your weapons and gear in the tent over there. You'll be escorting 15 people, including the president. And remember, the president's safety is top priority." Colton lowered his voice on the last sentence. Barney shot a glance at Caesar. Caesar nodded and walked into the tent, carefully inspecting the bullets, weapons, and equipment. Finding nothing amiss, he gave Barney a confirming nod. "All right, everyone, gear up. Get your weapons. We move out now." Barney called out. The team filed into the tent, donning the specially designed combat suits, then grabbed their weapons and ammunition before stepping back outside. Barney looked at Will with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you going to put one on?" Will shook his head. "I brought my own." As he finished speaking, a flash of white light shimmered, and a suit of angelic armor appeared on Will. Barney watched for a moment, then shrugged helplessly. "All right then." Just then, 5 specially modified military jeeps pulled up. 3 senior officials took seats in each vehicle, with the president riding in the center jeep. It was time to assign seats. Li Yuan went straight to the first jeep, while Will took the last one. The rest of the team picked vehicles at random. Suddenly, Barney's voice crackled through their earpieces. "Testing 1, 2, 3. If you hear me, respond." "Copy that." "Copy." "Loud and clear." "Receive." "All right, let's go." With that, the convoy rolled out, engines rumbling as they set off on their mission. General Colton watched the convoy disappear into the distance and let out a long sigh. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly," he murmured. The convoy set off along the route marked on the map. Their journey would take them across all of New York and into another state, wherein entire battalion awaited their arrival. As long as they could reach that rendezvous point, the president and his entourage would be safe. Li Yuan was at the wheel of the lead vehicle. He was the sole escort in his car. In the second vehicle rode Yin Yang and Christmas. The third car carried Barney and Thor. The fourth was manned by Caesar and Highway. And lastly, the fifth car had only Will inside. Li Yuan drove alone, while behind him sat 3 middle-aged men with bulging bellies and shiny bald heads, corrupt officials, unmistakable at a glance. Terror filled their faces as they stared at the scene ahead. Suddenly, one of them broke the silence. "Will we make it there safely?" "I don't know," Li Yuan replied coolly, "but we'll do everything in our power to protect you." The 3 men nodded, but the fear on their faces did not fade entirely. Still, the tension seemed to ease a little. All at once, Li Yuan's eyes sharpened, hawk-like, as he stared ahead. In a cold voice, he warned, "Barney, there's something up ahead." Barney gave an order without hesitation. "Ignore them. Just drive straight through." Li Yuan looked at the blockade ahead. Elderly people, women, and children. He said nothing, slammed his foot down on the gas, and prepared to push through. But as soon as those elderly and women realized the convoy had no intention of stopping, their faces twisted into something grotesque. Their mouths opened wide, revealing 4 fangs each, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "Barney, they've mutated," Li Yuan reported calmly. "They're no longer afraid of sunlight. Relay this to the Duke and the others." "Copy that." Li Yuan rolled down the window, reached into his pocket dimension, and pulled out twin pistols. After securing the steering wheel with his foot, he began firing at the vampires. Watching their comrades fall, the vampires let out furious shrieks and charged toward Li Yuan. Moving so fast their bodies became nothing but blurs. But Li Yuan was different. Thanks to the enhancements he'd received, his reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. With a sharp elbow, he sent one vampire flying off the roof of the car, then vaulted up himself. Leaning over, he shouted down to the 3 men, "Hold the steering wheel." Leaving them to it, he knelt atop the car, guns blazing. One after another, the vampires fell. When the last one was down, he swung back in through the window and retook the driver's seat, hands steady on the wheel. "All clear," Li Yuan reported through his earpiece. "Copy that, Li. I'm about to say, nicely done," Caesar praised. Li Yuan chuckled with pride. "Of course. You know who you're talking to." The group pressed onward, but this time, no vampires blocked their path. It wasn't until nightfall that Barney called everyone to a halt. "All right, it's getting late. It's not safe for us to keep going. Let's find a place to rest for the night." "Copy that." I've already spotted a clearing up ahead, Li Yuan replied. There's nowhere nearby for anyone to ambush us. It should be a good spot to set up camp. Lead the way, Li, said Barney. Li Yuan guided everyone to the open area. They got out of the vehicles and set about pitching tents and preparing dinner in an orderly fashion. It was then that Li Yuan finally noticed the president among them, but he didn't spare him much of a glance. Dinner was ready. Barney handed out the food, and Li Yuan immediately dug in. Still, he couldn't keep up with Will, who already had a pile of empty food containers stacked in front of him. Even though these instant meals tasted pretty awful, none of the officials complained or made a fuss. They all understood that this was not the time to seek comfort. After all, no one reached their positions by being foolish. They knew when to prioritize duty over desire. After the meal, the officials retreated into their tents for the night. Meanwhile, members of the team lay atop the vehicles, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Li Yuan and Barney strolled nearby, keeping watch. Li, do you think we can win this time? Barney asked. We're not going to lose, that's for sure. Don't worry, Barney. Humanity's strength runs deeper than you think. The only question is, how many lives will this war cost us? Li Yuan walked beside Barney, his hands resting behind his head. Our strength, huh? So you're saying that even if we sat this one out, we wouldn't lose? That's right. But with us involved, fewer people will die. Isn't that better? Li Yuan turned to Barney with a smile. It is. I just worry about you all getting hurt. We didn't have to take this mission, and I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you because of my selfishness, Barney suddenly said, glancing up at the team members on the roof of the car. I think everyone made their peace with the risks the moment they boarded that plane. No one will blame you, Barney. This is the path they chose for themselves, Li Yuan reassured him. But the only reason they're here is because of me, Barney muttered. All right, don't be so gloomy. Besides, who says we're definitely going to die? Li Yuan replied. Barney gave a relieved laugh, then lifted his head to gaze at the stars overhead. P.S. Many thanks to Smiling at Every Twist in the Journey for the generous reward of 999 coins. Thank you so much. At dawn, the group slowly woke from their slumber. After washing up and grabbing a quick bite, they set out once more. Little did they know, far greater dangers awaited them up ahead. Deep within the dense forest 100 miles away, the master of imitation, the beast tamer, the assassin, and the strategist had already been waiting for quite some time. The strategist studied the tablet in his hand, watching as a red dot drew closer to their position, and a triumphant smile crept onto his face. He glanced at another blue dot on the screen and muttered to himself, almost there, almost they'll be here soon. If anyone could see the paths of the two dots on the tablet, it would be obvious that they would inevitably intersect in the end. Inside the lead vehicle, Li Yuan was at the wheel when suddenly a strange voice broke through their radio channel. Barney Ross, are you there? Barney Ross, can you hear me? Please respond, Barney Ross, the unfamiliar voice called out repeatedly. Moments later, Li Yuan heard Barney's reply. This is Barney Ross. What's the problem? Go ahead. I'm an FBI agent based in New York. We've just discovered that a group of vampires unearthed a relic in New York and took a box from it. We suspect that box is exactly what they're after, so you must stop them. We've deduced their route and sent it to you. With that, the line went dead. On their map, another blue dot appeared. Although its route was different from theirs, it would cross paths with them 100 miles ahead. Li Yuan and his team would have to intercept them at that intersection. Li, pick up the pace. Let's set up an ambush at that spot, Barney ordered. Understood. Li Yuan pressed his foot steadily on the accelerator, and the jeep picked up speed. Time slipped by, and they drew ever closer to the rendezvous point. Meanwhile, atop the highest peak, the strategist gazed down at the convoy below, a knowing smile on his lips. The assassin and the master of imitation gripped their weapons tightly. Without looking back, the strategist issued his commands. Remember, I gave you time. You've failed. Now it's my turn to direct things. Beast Tamer, start gathering the creatures. Assassin, go hide yourself and wait for my signal. As for you, stick with me. Although both the Beast Tamer and the Master of Imitation looked reluctant, they followed orders. The assassin, silent from start to finish, slipped away into another dimension to conceal himself. Assassin, don't make a move unless I give the order, the strategist reiterated firmly. The assassin ignored him, vanishing down the mountainside. Meanwhile, in another direction, a different group was moving swiftly. Bat-like wings stretched from their backs as they hurried on their way. When they finally reached the jungle where the strategist lay in wait, the leading vampire came to a halt, and the others quickly followed suit. Let's rest here for a moment, the leader said. Once we caught our breath, we'll make one final push to get the cargo out. The outcome of this war may very well rest on our shoulders. The other vampires nodded in agreement. If you looked closely, you'd notice that they all clustered protectively around the vampire at the center. Clutched tightly in his hands was the very box the FBI had spoken of, a box crafted entirely from pure silver. Strangely enough, the box was covered in a dense maze of inscriptions, an unknown script that didn't belong to any language on record. Even more baffling were the crucifixes at each corner of the box. It was a puzzle. Why would vampires be so concerned with a box made of silver and etched with crosses, things that should repel them? But none of that mattered now. For these vampires, the only thing that mattered was getting the box out safely. They were unaware that, at that very moment, they were already being watched. Just as they were about to sit down and rest, the vampire in the center suddenly widened his eyes and bellowed, "We're not alone." Before the others could react, a hail of silver-plated bullets tore into them. Oddly enough, the vampires seemed unfazed by the silver, and the sunlight filtering through the trees didn't harm them either. Hidden in the shadows, the president felt a chill run down his spine. If neither silver nor sunlight could kill these creatures, what could? Caesar, Highway, Barney, and Thor unleashed a barrage of heavy firepower, while Li Yuan, Will, Inyang, and Christmas charged into the fray, aiming to seize the box. But alas, the vampires quickly adapted to the gunfire's impact. With grim determination, they waded through the hail of bullets and forced Li Yuan's team back, forming an impenetrable ring around the box. As Li Yuan watched their wounds heal faster than new ones could be inflicted, he realized that firearms were now all but useless against them. "That's enough. Stop shooting," Li Yuan said coolly. "Guns aren't doing any good now. We'll have to fight them hand to hand. Well, this one's on you." At his command, Barney and the others tossed aside their guns and drew their blades. With a fierce shout, Will summoned his angelic armor. The vampire holding the box recoiled in disgust. "The power you carry sickens me. Kill them. Take them down," Li Yuan called out. "Let's show them humans aren't so easily bullied." He lunged forward, and in an instant, the two sides clashed in a fierce and chaotic melee. Li Yuan fixed his gaze directly on the last vampire holding the box. Without hesitation, he kneed the vampire blocking his way, and, as the vampire struggled to get up, Li Yuan stomped on his head. With a leap and a forward somersault, he landed right in front of his target. The vampire's hand began to glow with a swirl of red energy, which gradually spread and linked his arm to the box. With a slight shake, the red energy receded, replaced by a crimson chain binding the box to his hand. Li Yuan watched this display with a cold, expressionless face. He drew his blade from the dimensional space and pointed it at the vampire. "Put down the box, and I'll spare your life." The vampire burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the air. After a moment, the laughter faded and his face turned serious. "You're not worthy." No sooner had he spoken than a fencing rapier appeared in the vampire's hand. In a flash, he stepped up to Li Yuan. Steel clashed against blade, ringing out in sharp metallic strikes. For a while, neither gained the upper hand, but the others weren't faring so well. Aside from Will, who could hold his own against the vampires, the rest were clearly outmatched, overpowered by the vampire's superior speed and strength. It was only natural they were being overwhelmed. Will now found himself forced to fend off several vampires at once, all the while keeping an anxious eye on his companions to keep them from being killed. Li Yuan noticed their predicament. Fortunately, today's powers included duplication. Without hesitation, he split off several clones and sent them to aid the others. The vampire facing Li Yuan recoiled at the sight, wary suspicion flickering in his eyes, though he soon steeled his resolve. Li Yuan sensed danger. He couldn't fathom why the vampire had suddenly become so determined, and instinctively stepped back. Slowly, the vampire became enveloped in a swirling red mist. Li Yuan stood a short distance away, eyes locked on the crimson haze. The blood mist swallowed the vampire entirely. Li Yuan watched from afar, when suddenly a shrill scream pierced the air. He turned to see another vampire crumble to ash. Still puzzled, he heard Barney speak up. "Their weakness is the heart, right at the chest. But their heart is only the size of a grain of rice." At the revelation, a trace of fear crossed the vampires' faces, but it was quickly replaced by grim determination as they rejoined the fray. Now armed with this knowledge, everyone aimed their attacks at the vampires' chests. But with such tiny targets, it was easy to miss them in the heat of battle. Christmas, having learned of this weakness, kept to the sidelines, a throwing knife poised and ready in his hand. With a powerful swing, Will split open the belly of one of the vampires. Seizing the moment, Christmas hurled a throwing knife with perfect precision, driving it straight into the heart of the disemboweled vampire. The creature let out a wailing cry before turning to ash in an instant. Seeing that their attacks were effective, the others exchanged glances and nodded. With a silent understanding, they rushed toward the nearest vampire. At the same time, Barney shouted, "Will, hold them off." Will immediately stepped in front of the group, brandishing his warhammer adorned with a cross, forcing the vampires to fall back. Then Barney and the others struck together, getting their target as Christmas dispatched it with another flying knife. One by one, they killed off the vampires until only the one holding the mysterious box remained. Gathering around Li Yuan, everyone stared at the vampire shrouded in a mist of blood. The swirling red fog caught their attention, but both Li Yuan and Will could sense the immense power lurking within it. Barney, you and the others need to leave, Li Yuan said quietly. If you stay, you'll only distract us. Go protect the president. Barney and his team nodded and left without protest. There was none of that melodramatic clinging or tragic sacrifice so often seen in soap operas. Once Barney's group had retreated to a safe distance, Will suddenly spoke up. It's coming out. A claw, larger than a human hand, emerged from the crimson mist. Li Yuan took one look at its size, thicker than Will's thigh, and instantly pulled Will back. They barely managed to retreat when a second claw appeared. Gripping the fog, the two monstrous hands pulled apart the swirling veil, and a hideous creature stepped into view. It towered over them, more than 4 meters tall. Its razor-sharp claws and twisted features sent a chill down their spines. The monster flashed Li Yuan a sinister smile. Sensing danger, Li Yuan tensed to react, but before he could move, the beast had already appeared behind him, slashing his body open with a single swipe. Blood poured from the wound. Seeing his boss injured, Will charged forward with a furious roar, swinging his warhammer. But before he could get close, the monster kicked him aside with brutal force. Planting a massive foot on Li Yuan's chest, the creature rasped, "You've all been set up, and so have I. Your real enemies are them, not me." With that, the monster turned, bent its knees, muscles tensing, and then leapt away in a single bound, vanishing from sight. In the same breath, it hurled a ball of red energy deep into the jungle. The blast forced a shadowy figure out of hiding. It was the assassin lurking in another dimension. Lying on the ground, Li Yuan called out with all his strength, "Enemy attack." Struggling, he forced himself up from the ground and hurled his knife at the assassin. But with his injuries, Li Yuan was no match for his opponent. The assassin raised, his dagger in front of him, easily deflecting the flying blade. Li Yuan managed just a few steps before the pain in his back nearly caused him to collapse again. Meanwhile, Will, who had been kicked aside, finally regained his senses. Glancing at the footprints stamped on his angelic armor, he let out a bitter laugh and used his warhammer as a crutch to rise. Facing the sky, he shouted, "Holy light!" A shaft of radiant white light descended, enveloping him, and gradually his wounds began to heal. Seizing the moment as both men were too weak to fight, the assassin dashed toward the president. From atop the mountain, the strategist watched the unfolding events, his eyes narrowing with a venomous glare as he stared at the direction the monster had gone. But the plan had to proceed, even though the monster's interference had disrupted it. It hardly mattered. He glanced at the mimic master, who nodded back. With a leap, the mimic master sprang down the mountainside. At the same moment, beasts throughout the jungle began to gather. Rabbits, field mice, bears, snakes, wild boars, deer, all converging on Li Yuan and his companions, encircling them. As the assassin charged with blinding speed, Barney and the others opened fire again and again. Yet the bullets passed straight through him, as if he were nothing but a phantom. Still, everyone present knew he was no mere apparition. Physical attacks simply had no effect. Helpless, they could only watch as the assassin closed in on the president. Even the president himself gave up running, collapsing to the ground in resignation, awaiting death. Though time seemed to crawl, for the assassin, it was only 2 seconds before he stood before the president. His dagger pressed coldly against the president's throat. One slight push, and the president's life would end. And yet, for reasons unknown, the assassin did not strike. Instead, with a sudden leap, he sprang away from the spot. The instant his feet left the ground, a cage of pure white light descended, encasing the president. All eyes turned to Will, realizing that he had fully recovered and was now aiming his hand directly at the president. Landing lightly, the assassin spun his wrist and conjured another dagger. Crouched and ready, both blades gleamed dangerously as he faced off against Will. Neither made a move, the tension thick in the air, until a jaunty voice broke the silence. "Hey, did you all miss me?" The mimic master dropped from the sky, landing not far from Barney and the others. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a great bear echoed across the clearing. Barney and his team spun around to discover they were surrounded by a host of wild beasts, and atop one of the bears sat a solitary figure. The official slowly moved toward Barney and his group, while Li Yuan finally managed to move as well. Staggering, he made his way to Will, who, without a word, summoned the holy light. Bathed in its radiance, Li Yuan's wounds quickly healed. Feeling reinvigorated, Li Yuan rolled his neck and then turned his gaze to the man standing behind Barney. Back at the zoo, you were the mastermind, weren't you? That Arab was just a pawn, wasn't he? Of course. You may call me Beast. I'm the Mimic Master. Do you remember me? The Mimic Master chimed in from the side. The assassin remained silent, his eyes locked on Will. I suspect there's another person behind all of you, Li Yuan said. You're right. I calculated every possibility, but I never expected the vampire's trump card to be this powerful. According to my predictions, there was a 90% chance you and the vampires would destroy each other, and a 5% chance they'd escape with the box, leaving you devastated, the strategist replied. Did you ever foresee a scene like this? Li Yuan asked. This last 5%, this is it. But it's also the last thing I wanted to see, the strategist answered with a smile. Then I'm curious, what do you think you can do to us? There's only 4 of you. I doubt you'll succeed. You'll find out soon enough, the strategist said mysteriously. Just then, the sound of running echoed through the jungle. Li Yuan looked toward the trees as figures burst out. From the jungle emerged a group of black men, their bodies marked with glowing red veins. At once, Li Yuan's heart dropped. Isn't that the despair virus? He thought. He shouted, get out of the way. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the leading man exploded, the blast wave hurling everyone through the air. The scorching heat turned the area within a dozen meters into scorched earth. Li Yuan and the others crashed heavily to the ground, while the virus carriers behind the first man were also blasted aside. But thanks to the despair virus, their wounds healed swiftly, and they charged forward once more. Watching with satisfaction, the strategist crowed, How can you possibly fight us now? You're not vampires, you're only human. This time, you're as good as dead. As wave after wave of attackers came at them, Li Yuan kicked well out of harm's way and darted off in another direction. At that moment, Barney and the others, having recovered from the blast, grabbed their guns and opened fire, aiming for knees and ankles to slow their advance. A black man behind Li Yuan was shot in the knee and dropped to one knee on the spot. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan lunged forward. Before the man could self-destruct, Li Yuan swung his blade and decapitated him. The man's eyes, wide with unwillingness, glared at Li Yuan as his head fell. Without pausing, Li Yuan dashed off once more. The decapitated head and body of the man exploded, but for some unknown reason, the blast radius was smaller than that of the previous explosion. The strategist, observing their seamless teamwork, pointed calmly in Barney's direction and said, kill them. Some of the extremist virus warriors turned their heads toward Barney's group and began to advance slowly. In response, Barney and his team fired at them, bullets striking with precision at their knees, ankles, heads, and hearts. Yet aside from slowing their advance, the gunfire had little effect. The extremist warriors were nearly upon Barney and his team when suddenly, a rousing melody erupted from the sky above. Everyone looked up to see a flamboyant suit of iron armor hovering overhead. It was none other than Tony Stark. With both palms raised toward the extremist warriors, he called out, look over here. Obediently, the extremist warriors turned to face him. Tony burst out laughing and shouted, say cheese. In an instant, 2 repulsor blasts shot from his palms, sending the warriors flying. Even so, it still wasn't enough to kill them. Nevertheless, the force of the blast granted Barney and his team a much-needed breather. With Barney's group momentarily out of danger, Li Yuan could focus more intently on the extremist warriors chasing him. Li Yuan frowned and glanced at the beasts behind him. Under the Beastmaster's command, the animals showed no fear, even when explosions erupted nearby. A sly smile appeared on Li Yuan's lips as he called out to the Beastmaster, or rather, to the beasts themselves. Beasts, right? Let me give you a little present. With that, he plunged into the midst of the animal horde, leaping and somersaulting across their backs. The extremist warriors, relentless in their pursuit, charged in after him. Suddenly, Li Yuan skidded to a stop, spun around, and a Nepalese kukri appeared in his hand, as if conjured from thin air. Summoning all his strength, he hurled the blade at an incoming extremist warrior's head. The warrior barely had time to react before the kukri sliced through his neck, severing his head from his body. As the head and body parted, the Beastmaster hurriedly tried to direct the animals away, but was a moment too late. The ensuing explosion blasted a clearing amid the herd. Furious, the Beastmaster glared at Li Yuan, commanding his army of creatures to charge straight at him. Vipers, bears, wild boars, and a host of other beasts surged toward Li Yuan. But his speed was simply too great. Before the animals could reach him, he had already darted far away. Just then, the strategist glanced down at his wristwatch and allowed a smile to spread across his face. All right, everyone stand down. The strategist spoke coolly. All the extremist virus warriors froze where they stood. Li Yuan, Will, and Tony Stark immediately rushed to join Barney and the others, keeping a wary eye on the strategist, trying to decipher his next move. But to everyone's surprise, the strategist instructed all the extremist virus warriors to line up right in front of them. Puzzled, the group stared at the strategist. "Are you confused?" he said with a sly smile. "The truth is, my objective has already been accomplished. You didn't really think you were our target all along, did you? You just wanted to stall us, isn't that right?" Li Yuan asked, his face expressionless. "Exactly. In fact, our original mission was to kill you. But once things spiraled out of my control, I had to change tactics. Now, by making sure you and the vampires destroy each other, isn't that an even better outcome? Let me tell you something else. The coffins of Dracula and his kin were the ones who dug them up and delivered them to the vampires. Without us, they could have searched for hundreds of years and never found those 3 coffins. Inside those boxes are the hearts of the 3 vampire royals. Once the hearts are restored to their bodies and the 3 unite, the blood god will descend. When that happens, civilization will collapse and rivers of blood will run through the land." Li Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. "And what good does any of this do for you?" "I can't say. What if they lose? Then you'd know exactly what we're plotting. As for what we want, well, you'll just have to figure that out for yourself." "Stop them." The strategist ordered the remaining extremist virus warriors, then turned and walked away with an air of nonchalance. Li Yuan wanted to give chase, but the extremist warriors blocked his path. Their bodies began to swell ominously, forcing Li Yuan to abandon the pursuit and focus on leading the president and the others away. The group ran desperately. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, followed by a massive shockwave that hurled them through the air and slammed them to the ground. When they finally regained their senses and looked back, they saw that the land behind them had been reduced to scorched earth, a deep crater yawning where the explosion had been. Li Yuan struggled to his feet, helping Barney and the others up, then went to assist the president's entourage. Surveying the devastation all around, Li Yuan sank heavily to the ground. Tony Stark landed beside him and lifted his mask. "So what now? Tony, I'm counting on you to get these people out of here. Will and I have to return. Without us, those left behind don't stand a chance against the vampires. Please, make sure the president gets to safety. Barney, once you've completed the escort, return to the battlefield immediately." "We'll go on ahead," Li Yuan said. Tony Stark and Barney nodded in agreement. Li Yuan made his way over to the vehicles, checked them quickly, and, finding them intact, he and Will jumped into one and sped back toward the fight. Barney and his team hurried to escort the president out of there. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the Mimic Master, the Beast, and the Assassin kept their eyes fixed on the strategist standing before them. "Who exactly are you?" For the first time, the Assassin spoke, but the voice that came out was a cold, mechanical synthesis, making it impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Who am I? Why would you ask such a question out of nowhere?" The strategist replied with a faint smile. "Why didn't you just kill them?" The Assassin pressed on, refusing to let the matter go. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The strategist snapped, his voice suddenly icy. He raised a clawed hand, and with a swift upward motion, the Assassin was hoisted into the air as though an invisible hand was choking him. A red energy began to shimmer around the strategist, and in that instant, his appearance transformed dramatically. He became strikingly handsome, so much so that even men might find themselves captivated. "I'm of the bloodline. I struck a deal with the Mandarin. He wants to become the strongest on Earth, and I want to pull those people down from their pedestal. That's why we're working together. Do you understand? And one more thing. I am bloodline, not one of those lowly vampires. Don't confuse us. Now, can you follow my orders?" the strategist demanded. With great difficulty, the Assassin nodded. Only then did the strategist toss him aside, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Turning, he fixed his gaze on the Mimic Master and the Beast. The two wasted no time in pledging their loyalty. Only then did the strategist relent and let them go. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and Will raced back to the Manhattan district at breakneck speed. By this time, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Connecticut had all fallen, with most civilians already evacuated. Only military units remained stationed within those states. As Li Yuan and the others returned to Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx had already been temporarily seized by the vampire armies, forcing the bulk of the military to concentrate their forces in Manhattan, Staten Island, and the rest of New York City. "Colton, what's the situation?" Li Yuan asked as he entered the temporary command center. "It's not looking good. Has the president been evacuated?" General Colton replied. "I believe so. I handed him off to the tycoon. We hurried back because they've already gotten what they wanted. Now they're about to launch a full-scale assault." "You're late. 2 hours ago, they already began their all-out attack. Right now, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Connecticut are in their hands. But that's not the worst of it. Here in New York, aside from Manhattan, Staten Island, and the city center, everywhere else has fallen, said General Colton with a bitter smile. So, you're saying we've already lost half the battle? Li Yuan exclaimed, stunned. He had never imagined the vampires would move with such terrifying speed. No, there's still hope. Norman Osborn is working with S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop a serum that can kill vampires. Then why not create a cure that turns vampires back into humans, instead of something that kills them outright? We'll interject it from the side. Killing and reversing are two completely different things. Reversing the genetic mutation would take 100 times longer than destroying it. We simply don't have that kind of time. We have to eliminate them, General Colton explained. Is there anything you need us to do? Li Yuan asked. We need your help defending the Osborn Tower. In the recent battles, many of our soldiers have been turned into vampires. They already know about the serum. Right now, they're not attacking, I suspect. They're just biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to break through the Osborn group's defenses. If that happens, then we'll truly be out of options, said General Colton gravely. As everyone was talking, an alarm blared throughout the base. General Colton roared, "What's going on?" Kaya Koch rushed in, her face tense, holding a communicator in her hand. She handed it to General Colton, her voice urgent. "General, it's Task Force 141. They're calling for backup." At once, General Colton snatched the communicator and shouted, "Price! Price! Do you copy? Respond." But all that came through the device were the relentless sounds of gunfire and explosions. Just as everyone feared the worst, a voice broke through. The chaos. "General, it's Soap. We need backup. We're surrounded by a horde of vampires. We can't hold out much longer. Requesting immediate support. Soap, hold your ground. Reinforcements will be there in 5 minutes tops." Suddenly, an explosion crackled over the line. Then there was nothing but static and the cold, empty drone of a lost signal. "I'm counting on you," General Colton said, his voice heavy. "Task Force 141 is one of the finest units under my command, second only to the Special Forces. Their sole mission is to protect the Osborn Tower." "All right, leave it to us," Li Yuan replied, clapping General Colton reassuringly on the shoulder. Kaya Koch quickly led the two of them to a waiting helicopter, its rotors already spinning. They climbed aboard, and the pilot immediately lifted off, flying straight toward the Osborn Group headquarters. Less than 3 minutes later, the helicopter hovered above the Osborn Tower. Li Yuan and his companion peered down through the open doors. Below them swarmed a horde of four-legged creatures, failed experiments, now known as crawlers, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, assailing the tower. If it weren't for Task Force 141, the Osborn Tower might have already fallen. "Take us down a little lower," Li Yuan shouted to the pilot. The pilot nodded and began to descend. When they were still more than 20 meters from the ground, Li Yuan and will exchange a look, then leaped straight out of the helicopter. They landed in heroic fashion, with Will looking even more impressive as he donned his angelic armor and summoned his Crusader's warhammer mid-descent. The moment they touched down, the two of them sent the nearby crawlers flying, clearing a small space around themselves. Without missing a beat, they began to dispatch the surrounding crawlers. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Oscorp building, an elderly man shot down a crawler with a single bullet, then reached out to help a soldier lying on the ground. "Xiao Chong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, watch out, Price." The soldier, whom Price had called Xiao Chong, quickly drew his pistol and was about to fire at a crawler. Behind Price when a gunshot rang out. The crawler fell before he could shoot. Both men spun around to see a masked man nodding at them. "Price, Xiao Chong, now's not the time for chit-chat," the masked man said. "Thanks, Ghost," Price called out. The three of them then stood back to back, clearing out the crawlers. But soon, they realized something was off. The crawlers began rushing toward the building's outer walls, passing by them without even attacking. People started emerging from various corners of the first floor. Price looked around at the group and asked, "Is anyone hurt or lost?" The crowd exchanged glances until a burly man stepped forward and shouted, "Sir, Task Force 141 is all present and accounted for. Not a single casualty." "That's good to hear. But why did those things just leave?" Price asked, puzzled. "Maybe our backup has arrived," Xiao Chong muttered quietly. "Let's head out and stay alert," Price ordered. Weapons at the ready, the group slowly made their way toward the entrance. When they reached the doors, they were greeted by a scene they would never forget. Two figures battling hundreds of crawlers with nothing but cold steel, overwhelming their foes with ease. Everyone froze in amazement until Price snapped out of it and shouted to his team, "What are you standing around for? Give them a hand." With that, he raised his weapon and started shooting at the crawlers. The others quickly followed suit, joining Li Yuan and Will in clearing out the remaining enemies. By the time Price and his team were nearly out of ammo, the last of the crawlers had been dealt with, and Li Yuan and Will officially joined up with Price and his squad. "Price, I'm here on General Colton's orders to assist you, Li Yuan said, extending his hand to Price. After shaking Li Yuan's hand, Price replied, "You got here just in time. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know if we could have held Oscorp Tower. I'll take my team to sweep the building for any remaining crawlers. You all stay here and hold the line. Your supplies and reinforcements will arrive in just a few more minutes." Price nodded in agreement and began directing Soap and the others to rebuild their defensive positions, while Li Yuan and Will slipped inside the building for a look around. The two of them wandered the halls, but the place was nearly deserted. Most of the staff had already evacuated New York State. Only a few researchers remained, working tirelessly on a serum that could kill vampires. Among these researchers, Li Yuan suddenly spotted two familiar figures. He couldn't help but call out, "Diana! Stefano!" They both turned at the sound of his voice. When they saw it was Li Yuan, they nodded to him, then quickly returned to their work. Li Yuan frowned deeply. He hadn't expected to find them here. All he wanted now was to get them out. This place was far too dangerous, and he couldn't bear for Barney or Ellie to lose any more of their loved ones. But just as he stepped toward the lab, someone blocked his way. "Sorry, no one's allowed in." "No one leaves, either," the security guard said coldly. Li Yuan glared back. "And what if I insist?" In a flash, the guard drew his sidearm and pressed it to Li Yuan's head. But before he could even steady his grip, he was hoisted clean off the ground. Swallowing hard, the guard stared in terror at Will. The commotion caught the attention of those inside the lab. Diana and Stefano rushed to the glass door, calling out, "Will, put him down." Will glanced at Li Yuan, who gave a small nod. Only then did Will set the guard back on his feet. "Diana, Stefano, what are you thinking? Don't you realize how dangerous it is here? If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to face Barney and Ellie?" Li Yuan shouted, unable to hold back his frustration. The two lowered their heads in silence. "Tell me, is someone forcing you to do this? If so, I'll get you out. No one will stop me." They both shook their heads. Diana's voice was gentle. "Li, if something does happen to us, please look after Ellie for us." "Damn it, why does it have to be you? Are they all dead already? Do they really think you're the only ones who can develop a cure?" Li Yuan roared. "Even." Will, standing behind him, looked furious, his hands tightening around the heavy war hammer, ready to smash the door open at a single word from Li Yuan. "You're right," came a voice as an elderly man stepped out to explain. "We do need them both. They're experts in biology. Without them, we have no hope of creating a cure." Li Yuan said nothing, his gaze fixed on Diana and Stefano. The two of them nodded in silent affirmation. Li Yuan closed his eyes and slammed his fist into the wall, punching straight through it. He then turned and stormed off in anger, but after a few steps, he paused, speaking without looking back. "Focus on your research. I will protect you all. I won't let Ellie lose her parents." With that, the two of them left, unaware that, in the shadows, a 10-member vampire squad composed entirely of Earls was already making its way toward the Osborne Tower. Li Yuan sat on the ground floor of the tower when, suddenly, the televisions in the lobby flickered to life, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Not only did the TVs inside come on, but the giant screens hanging outside the building also lit up one after another. On the screens, three elderly men smiled gently at the camera. The one seated in the center began to speak. "Greetings, humans. You may not know me yet, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dracula, the very ancestor of vampires from your legends. Now, I want to offer you a choice. Lay down your weapons and come out, and I can guarantee that half of humanity will survive. Otherwise, every last one of you will perish." But before he could finish, Dracula made his move. With a swift gesture, he caught a silver-plated bullet between his fingers. "So, that's your answer, is it? Then let the war begin." Dracula rose to his feet, his frail frame looking as if a gust of wind might topple him. At that moment, one of the vampires behind had produced a box. The instant Li Yuan saw it, he leaped up, recognizing it as the very box that had been taken out of New York. Dracula cradled the box in both hands. It seemed to come alive, slowly opening to reveal 3 still beating hearts inside. As the hearts appeared, they began to float towards the 3 vampires. General Colton, upon seeing the hearts, gave a flurry of orders. "All snipers, open fire. Launch the missiles, destroy those hearts." But they had underestimated Dracula. With a mere wave of his hand, he deflected the incoming bullets, and the missiles were shot down by warships under their control. The hearts ultimately returned to the chests of the 3 vampires, and in an instant, their appearances changed in the most astonishing way. First, their pale white hair all fell away, replaced by thick, golden locks. Their height shot up by more than 10 centimeters, and their bodies filled out with newfound strength. 3 elderly men transformed into young, vigorous men. Their transformation was broadcast live for all of America to witness, and as soon as it was complete, the live stream abruptly ended. Li Yuan and Will exchanged a heavy glance, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. From the skills Dracula had just displayed, it was clear he was too powerful, and with two other kings by his side, even if humanity managed to win this war, the cost in lives would be staggering. But there was no way around it. Enemy attack. Just as Li Yuan and Will were lost in thought, Price suddenly shouted. Li Yuan and Will rushed out at once, only to see 10 figures standing across the street from them. Each was dressed in black, with 2 katanas strapped to their backs and hats pulled low, their faces obscured. Price and his team shouted at them, "Leave this place." But the 10 strangers paid no heed, pressing on toward the Osborne building. Price didn't waste another warning. He drew his gun and opened fire. The man in the center moved with lightning speed, drawing his blade in a single, fluid motion and slicing the bullet clean in half. The 2 halves whistled past him harmlessly. "Price, take your team upstairs and guard the lab. Will and I will handle them," Li Yuan said, stepping in to stop Price from firing again. Price nodded, gathered the 141 task force, and hurried upstairs to the laboratory, quickly turning it into a makeshift fortress. The 10 strangers advanced to the front of the Osborne building, moving in perfect unison. They removed their hats in a single, synchronized motion. As Li Yuan looked at the man before him, his eyes widened. A long-buried memory surged to the surface. He was a teenager again, playing with his older sister in their home. Suddenly, a group of masked men burst in. His sister shoved him under the bed. From his hiding place, Li Yuan could only watch in horror as his parents were murdered. His sister was brutally violated by the intruders, and all he could do was cower beneath the bed, paralyzed by fear. At one terrible moment, his sister and he locked eyes, but he was too afraid to even meet her gaze. Eventually, the men, pockets stuffed with cash, left as casually as they had come. By sheer coincidence, Li Yuan caught a glimpse of one of their faces as they departed. Only when the house was silent did Li Yuan dare to crawl out from under the bed. He found his sister filthy and broken, and as he gathered her in his arms, tears streamed down his cheeks. But it was as if her spirit had left her. She stood up, trembling, staggered to the kitchen, picked up a fruit knife, and plunged it into her own heart. Li Yuan did nothing to stop her. He simply stood there, numb, as she ended her life. From that day forward, shattered by grief, he threw himself into learning the art of explosives, driven by the hope that one day he might have his revenge while burying those agonizing memories deep within his mind. This is why, when Li Yuan first crossed over and saw the girl being violated, his emotions surged so violently. The memory faded. Eyes blazing with fury, Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the man in the center. "I never expected you to grow into what you are now. Had I known, I should have killed you back then. Still, I must say, your sister served us well. She was quite a delight." The man grinned with brazen arrogance. Li Yuan closed his eyes, his expression settling into a chilling calm. So cold it was terrifying. "Will, cover me. I want to kill all 10 of them myself." Will nodded, raised his hand, and summoned a white light. Spears of light materialized, stabbing into the ground around Li Yuan and the 10 vampires, forming a luminous cage. Inside this prison of light, Li Yuan faced the 10 vampires. Unlike him, they were still chatting among themselves. One particularly, fidgety vampire, reached out to touch the glowing bars, only to recoil in pain as the light burned him, forcing him to stumble back. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan charged at them, slashing fiercely with his blade. He had expected his strike to land, but the vampire facing away from him spun around and blocked the attack. Not only that, but the vampire shoved Li Yuan back with force, then swept his blade upward in a quick riposte. Li Yuan retreated just in time, the tip of the blade grazing close to his skin. When the attack missed, the vampire wasted no time and kicked Li Yuan hard, sending him flying. "Well done, Blood 3. And you, Li Yuan, thinking you could avenge your family like this? How pathetic. I'm embarrassed for you." Blood 1 laughed with wild arrogance. Li Yuan picked himself up from the ground, his body beginning to transform, demonic features emerging. But that wasn't all Will stood by, his hand flickering with holy light, forcing Blood 1 and the others to keep a wary eye on both Li Yuan and the thread of Will's power. Once transformed, Li Yuan's speed surpassed them all, and his strength was on par with the 10 vampires. Their only advantage was in numbers. With his newfound power, Li Yuan swung his blade again. This time, the vampires couldn't withstand his assault. His strike cleaved through their bodies. But thanks to their formidable healing abilities, the wounds sealed almost instantly. Still, the attack revealed to Li Yuan the location of their hearts. Blood 3 retreated rapidly, eyeing Li Yuan with deep wariness. Blood 1, realizing Li Yuan was no longer the same as before, grew serious. Everyone attacked together. Kill him now, and send him to hell to join his family. With that, the 10 vampires charged at Li Yuan. Li Yuan crouched low, his legs tensed, ready for the next move. 10 figures approached from above, ahead, to the left, to the right, and even one skimming low along the ground. It could be said that every possible path of escape for Li Yuan was blocked. Yet, Li Yuan had never once considered dodging the coordinated assault of these 10. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot upward like a cannonball, aiming straight for Shui-san above. He tore through Shui-san's body, leaving the latter suspended midair, staring in disbelief at the wound in his chest. His heart was gone. Li Yuan landed with his back to the rest of them, raising one hand high. In his grasp was none other than Shui-san's heart. Shui-san turned around, pleading in a near whisper, his voice full of desperation, "Please don't." Before he could finish, Li Yuan crushed Shui-san's heart. Shui-san let out a wailing cry before his body collapsed into a heap of ash on the ground. Shui glared at Li Yuan, seething with rage, yet helpless to act. His expression shifted, hardening into resolve. "Everyone, use that move. We must kill everyone involved in the development of the serum. That's the master's command." He looked around at the surrounding vampires, who all nodded firmly. Their bodies began to swell and transform. Seeing these changes, Li Yuan immediately retreated, pressing himself against the edge of the cage of light. Will hurriedly asked, "Boss, do you need to come out?" "No need. Just watch from there." Will nodded, though the holy light in his hands never faded, ready to intervene the moment Li Yuan was in real danger. Within a minute, all the vampires had transformed, becoming monstrous beings each 3 meters tall, their muscles interwoven and bulging, like walking masses of living muscle. They all roared at Li Yuan in fury, charging at him with a speed that surpassed even their vampiric forms. Li Yuan saw a massive fist swinging toward him and hastily raised his blade to block. The fist collided with the blade for less than a second before snapping it in two, then struck Li Yuan squarely, sending him flying. He crashed into the ground, smashing a deep crater. Struggling, Li Yuan crawled out of the pit, eyeing the towering monsters as he muttered to himself, "You think only you can transform? Watch this." No sooner had he spoken than his own body began to swell, growing until he towered over 4 meters high, a demonized Li Yuan. He charged at the 9 monsters like a bowling ball, knocking them all to the ground. Then, he straddled one of them, seized its arms, and with a ferocious tug, tore them clean off, and he was just getting started. Li Yuan seized the creature's legs and continued to tear at it, ripping it apart until it was nothing but a human stump. Finally, he plunged both hands into its chest and, with a mighty wrench, split the monster in two. With one swift stomp, he crushed its heart beneath his heel. Now, 2 of the 10 vampires had perished. The remaining 8 vampires seemed devoid of any emotion, utterly unfazed by the deaths of their companions. Without hesitation, they launched another fierce assault against Li Yuan. Li Yuan fended off their wild attacks, but gradually, he began to falter. Even though he fought them with Wing Chun for several minutes, the pain from their fists and claws was simply overwhelming. Once again, Li Yuan was struck and sent flying. As he hurtled backward, his injuries proved too severe, forcing him out of his demon form and shrinking him back to normal size. But just then, Will's holy light arrived right on time. "Holy light!" Will shouted, and in an instant, Li Yuan was restored to his peak condition. He transformed again, growing larger and more demonic, while the holy light suppressed the monster's strength. Taking advantage of this, Li Yuan struck down 2 more vampires. Working together, the 2 made quick work of the rest, and soon, all the vampires except for Shui were dead. Now, with only 1 vampire left before him, Li Yuan charged forward. First, he ripped off the creature's limbs with his bare hands. Then, employing Wing Chun's rapid chain punches, he relentlessly hammered its chest until the monstrous form finally receded, revealing the human beneath. Standing over him, Li Yuan pressed a foot against his body, looming high above, his silence more imposing than any words. At that moment, Will dismissed the prison of light, and good news arrived. "Li, the serum is ready. We just need a test subject. Do you think he'll do?" Price called out as he rushed over. Li Yuan glanced at Shui beneath his foot, then drove his blade straight through the vampire's body, dragging him like a sack of garbage all the way to the elevator. He pressed the button for the laboratory floor. Shui kept taunting, trying desperately to provoke Li Yuan into killing him, but Li Yuan simply shoved the blade into Shui's mouth and twisted it, utterly destroying his jaw. Now, even breathing was a struggle, let alone speaking. "I've prepared a test subject for you. Mind if I watch the process?" Li Yuan asked. Diana nodded. Of course, that's no problem. A security guard came over and tossed Shui onto a bed, securing him with heavy chains. Diana then produced a vial of serum and poured it over his body. A violent transformation began at once. Shui writhed in agony, mouth gaping wide in a silent scream. But with his jaw ruined and the serum apparently suppressing his regenerative ability, he could only thrash helplessly as, little by little, he melted away into a pool of blood. Seeing that Shui had dissolved into a pool of blood, Diana and the others cried out in excitement. "We did it! We did it! All right, let's not get carried away just yet," Li Yuan said. "Now that the serum is developed, when can we start mass production?" "We should be able to meet our needs in the next couple of days," Diana replied. "Good then. I'll go take a break." With that, Li Yuan headed up alone to the top floor, sat on the edge, gazing out into the distance, and let out a long, deep breath. "I've avenged you now. You can finally rest in peace, can't you?" he murmured to himself. Whether he really heard a response or was simply comforting himself, Li Yuan felt a weight had been lifted from his heart. He sat alone on the rooftop, eyes drifting up to the moon and stars above, and gradually drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, Li Yuan felt something nudging his stomach, over and over, until he grew annoyed and opened his eyes. To his surprise, there was Fugui, who must have arrived at some point, kneading his belly with gentle little paws. Li Yuan scooped him up and nuzzled his soft belly. "Fugui, what are you doing here?" Fugui meowed a few times, but Li Yuan couldn't understand a word. Seeing this, Fugui pointed dejectedly in a certain direction. Li Yuan turned to look and spotted Wolf fast asleep nearby. "Thank you," Li Yuan said sincerely, gently stroking Fugui's fur. Fugui let out a proud little yelp, then turned his head away in mock indignation. Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Their commotion woke Will, who yawned, glanced at Li Yuan and Fugui, smacked his lips, and promptly shut his eyes again, drifting back to sleep. Li Yuan paused for a moment, shook his head, and then carried Fugui down from the rooftop. "Li, you're up?" He ran into Diana as soon as he came down. "Yeah, I'm awake. How's the serum production coming along?" "It's going well. Our output is steadily increasing," Diana replied. "That's great. Keep an eye on things for me, will you? I'm going to take Fugui out for a walk. If he doesn't lose some weight soon, I won't be able to carry him anymore," Li Yuan joked. Diana glanced at Fugui, snuggled in Li Yuan's arms, and poked him with her finger. His pudgy flesh rippled like a wave. Diana burst out laughing at the sight. Fugui, feeling thoroughly insulted, whipped his head around and let out a few indignant yowls at Diana. She paid him no mind, instead giving his little head a gentle pat. "All right, don't tease Fugui anymore. We're heading out," Li Yuan said, stopping Fugui from retaliating and turning to leave. He carried Fugui out onto the street, which was utterly deserted, save for piles of trash strewn everywhere. Walking down the desolate street, Li Yuan finally set Fugui down. "You walk on your own now," he said. Of course, Fugui refused. The cat clung to Li Yuan's clothes with its claws, clearly determined not to let go, as if nothing in the world could make it budge. Helpless, Li Yuan had no choice but to carry him. Suddenly, as they passed by a pet store, Fugui began to howl. Li Yuan glanced at the open door of the shop and asked, "What's wrong?" Fugui scratched at Li Yuan and pointed insistently toward the pet store. "You want to go inside?" Li Yuan asked. Fugui nodded vigorously. "All right, we can go in. But after I go in with you, you'll have to walk the rest of the way on your own. If that's the deal, are you sure you still want to go in?" Li Yuan pressed. Fugui's big round eyes darted about as he weighed his options, but in the end, he chose to leap from Li Yuan's arms and dash straight into the pet shop. Li Yuan hurried after him. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with walls streaked with blood, and the sound of chewing echoed through the shop. Peering around the corner, he saw a shadowy figure crouched on the floor, seemingly gnawing on something. Li Yuan rapped his knuckles against the wall. Immediately, the figure turned around. It was a crawler, its mouth smeared with orange fur, still chewing relentlessly. "Meow!" Fugui cried out. Li Yuan looked up just in time to see Fugui's eyes flash red. His claws grew long and slender in an instant, and with a single swipe he struck down the crawler. After landing, Fugui rushed over to the very spot where the crawler had been feeding, letting out a mournful wail. Li Yuan walked over and found the body of another British shorthair lying there, long dead by the look of it. It was then that Li Yuan remembered Fugui had been bought from this very shop. Apparently, this lifeless cat was Fugui's mother. Fugui pressed his head against her body, whimpering ceaselessly. Li Yuan did not disturb him. He simply stood behind, sighing quietly, as Fugui stayed by the corpse, grieving for a long time. At last, Li Yuan reached out and picked him up. There, don't cry anymore. Let's bury your mother first," all right. Clinging to Li Yuan's arms, Fuguwei kept batting him with his paws, as if blaming him for not letting him down sooner, for causing his mother's death. Li Yuan ignored the blows and carried the body to a nearby park, where he buried it gently. Even then, Fuguwei persisted, stubbornly hitting Li Yuan with his paws. Fuguwei, you can't blame me for this, Li Yuan said softly. You know your mother has been gone for a long time. Even if I let you down sooner, she wouldn't have come back to life, right? Hearing this, Fuguwei finally stopped and began to cry pitifully, making Li Yuan's heart ache. He pulled Fuguwei into a tight embrace, gently patting his back and soothing him. It's all right now. No more tears, no more tears. And as the tears flowed, Fuguwei slowly drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan continued to wander the streets, holding the cat in his arms. As he passed by a supermarket, he suddenly stopped, gazing up at the store sign. After a moment's thought, he headed inside and made his way straight to the produce section. But when he got there, all he saw were wilted, yellowing vegetables, suffocated fish and shrimp, and meat that had long since spoiled. With no other choice, Li Yuan set off in search of something else to eat. He wandered on and eventually ended up in the food section, which was a scene of utter chaos, as if it had just been ransacked. Even so, there was still plenty of food left behind. Li Yuan casually picked up a few cans, only, to discover they were cans of cat food. With a sigh, he pressed his hand to his forehead and opened one of the cans. The moment he did, Fuguwei, who had been fast asleep, sprang awake and snatched up the cat food in its mouth. Fuguwei, are you looking to get yourself killed? Li Yuan called out. But Fuguwei ignored him completely, contentedly digging into the can. Forget it, I don't have the energy to argue with you. Li Yuan moved on to another aisle and grabbed a few cans of fruit. Suddenly, he heard a noise. He whipped his head around, tossing the can in his hand in that direction. The can crashed into a shelf, knocking it over. A handful of children, all wearing clothes that didn't fit, dashed out from behind it, staring at Li Yuan in fright. Li Yuan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The children gazed at him in terror. Suddenly, one of the boys hurled a can at Li Yuan, then grabbed the other kids and bolted for the supermarket's entrance. But before they could make it out, Will came in through the main doors. Startled, the children dropped to the floor. Will bent down and helped them up, brushing the dust from their clothes. "Boss, these kids are orphans from around here. Most people have already evacuated, but they refuse to leave. They'd rather stay behind, scavenging for food or money. And now, even if they wanted to go, there's no way out," Will explained. "Why not?" "Because the passage General Colton and his team opened up has been blocked by the vampires again. There's no escape route left. Kids, you can keep looking for food, but remember, when you've got enough, find a place to hide." Will gently nudged the children along. They glanced at Li Yuan, then at Will, and finally decided to continue gathering food. Li Yuan picked up Fuguwei. Suddenly, the alarm blared through the air. He and Will exchanged a glance, then rushed out of the supermarket. They hurried back to the base, barging inside to find General Colton, the Special Forces team, and Barney all gathered together. "What happened?" Li Yuan asked. "They're advancing. Looks like they're preparing for a full-scale assault. We estimate the main attack will start tonight," General Colton replied, his face grim. "What did the president say?" "If we can't hold them back, they'll drop nuclear bombs and wipe the entire state of New York off the map," General Colton said gravely. Li Yuan let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with mockery. "Some things never change, do they?" His voice then turned sharp with anger. Barney interjected. "Isn't there no other way now? Didn't you say the serum's already been developed? Why not use it directly on the battlefield?" "We can, but there are simply too many of them, hundreds of thousands of vampires, and who knows how many are still lurking in the shadows. Our production of the serum just can't keep up," General Colton explained. Li Yuan frowned in deep thought, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. "I've seen that serum before. Does it absolutely have to be injected into a vampire for it to work?" General Colton glanced at Li Yuan and then shook his head. "Not necessarily. They ran another experiment after that and found that as long as the serum comes into contact with them, it works just as well. Injection just makes it act faster, that's all." "In that case," Li Yuan said darkly, "split the serum into batches. Use one for artificial rainfall and another to put into the city's water supply. That way, they'll have nowhere left to hide." The other's eyes lit up at the brilliance of the plan. General Colton was so impressed, he issued orders to begin preparations immediately. "Special Forces, listen up. From this moment, you're all responsible for protecting the serum production facility. Don't let the vampires breach it under any circumstances. And I'll ask the rest of you too. Do everything in your power to keep the factory safe. This is our last hope." General Colton commanded the Special Forces, but when he turned to Li Yuan and his team, his voice carried a hint of pleading. "Don't worry," Li Yuan assured him. "I've sunk millions into this city. I won't let my life's savings go up in smoke. Right now, our top priorities are the artificial rainfall and the water supply system. My only concern is that there might be traitors in the army who could sabotage our plan. Then I'll need you and will to keep an eye on those people. If you notice anything suspicious, you have full authority. Deal with them on the spot, General Colton said coldly. At a moment like this, he would tolerate no threat to their mission. Li Yuan and Will nodded, then left the base to take action. The two split up. Li Yuan joined the artificial rainfall team, while Will went to the water supply system team. Since both plans required the serum, the teams first went to the factory. They moved out all the serum that had been produced, split it evenly, and each team took half as they set out on their separate missions. Li Yuan's team made their way to the tallest building in Manhattan, Stark Tower. There, they carried all the equipment needed for artificial rainfall up to the rooftop and began loading the serum into the system, preparing for the operation. Li Yuan looked up at the sky and noticed that dark clouds had already gathered overhead. However, it hadn't quite reached the point of rain yet. If they just gave things a little push, the downpour would be inevitable. Now, all that was left was to wait for the arrival of the vampire army. Things weren't going as smoothly for Will, though. After they secured the serum, they headed straight for the waterworks. Unfortunately, the waterworks wasn't. In Manhattan, it was in Queens. By now, Queens had already fallen to the vampire horde, so reaching Hell's Kitchen meant they'd have to fight their way through. Will pondered for a moment, glancing back at the group that had gathered behind him. In the end, he decided that only a small team would go with him. Queens is just too dangerous, so I only need 3 people to come with me. Who's willing to join me? Will asked. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, 3 young men stepped forward. We'll go, the 3 of them said. Will nodded approvingly. All right, you 3 then. Grab the serum and let's move out. The trio loaded the serum into a truck and stayed in the cargo hold to guard it, while Will settled into the driver's seat and set off toward the waterworks. As they drew closer to Queens, the road ahead became a gallery of corpses, bodies drained and discarded everywhere. Will kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, his foot pressing harder and harder on the accelerator, speeding up. Suddenly, there was a thud on the roof. Will glanced up but saw nothing. Then from inside the cargo hold, a scream tore through the air. Will shouted, "What happened?" "There's someone on the roof." "They took John," came a soldier's panicked reply from the back. Using the rearview mirror, Will caught sight of a winged vampire snatching one of the soldiers away. He wanted to help desperately, but the thought of all the people depending on him in Manhattan held him back. Gritting his teeth, he slammed down on the gas pedal. "Is the serum safe?" Will yelled. "It's safe," a soldier called back, but Will could still hear the terror and dread in his voice. "Stay calm. Don't be afraid. Remember, you're soldiers. And what's a soldier's duty? Remember, if we fail this mission, countless lives will be lost," Will urged, trying to steady their nerves. But then, another scream and the crack of gunfire erupted from the cargo hold. Another soldier was dragged away. The last remaining soldier, shaken and panic-stricken, fired his weapon. In the tight space, a ricocheting bullet struck him in the stomach. The scent of fresh blood drew swarms of crawlers from the shadows. "How are you holding up?" Will shouted. "Sir, I'm all right, but I won't be able to finish the mission with you," came the soldier's strained reply. "Hang in there. I can't heal you. Trust me." Will's hands were already glowing with the power of holy light. But before he could act, the vehicle suddenly skidded. Crawlers, one after another, scrambled up the side of the truck and onto its roof, making the vehicle lurch violently. "Sir, you must succeed," the soldier shouted. With those words, he flung open the cargo door and tumbled out of the moving truck. Through the rearview mirror, Will saw a swarm of crawlers pounce upon the fallen soldier, tearing him apart in a frenzy. Fury surged in Will as he pounded the glass. The thick pane shattered under his fist. Yet, it was the soldier's sacrifice that allowed Will to make it safely to the water plant facility. He offloaded all the vials from the truck, entered the building, and poured every last drop of the medicine into the reservoir. Watching the liquid flow into the water system that would reach all of New York State, Will, his face grim, stared at the darkening sky and murmured, "I will avenge you all." As night fell, the vampire army launched their full-scale assault. Under General Colton's orders, all non-combatants, including Diana and her companions, were evacuated from New York State. When darkness settled, General Colton gazed at the main screen, now crowded with countless red dots. He stood silent for a moment, then picked up the radio and declared, "They're all in position. Begin." On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Li Yuan nodded to the soldier beside him. At his cue, the soldier pressed a button, launching a small rocket from the launcher into the sky. Watching the rocket burst in a fiery explosion above, Li Yuan said, "It's our turn to fight." The moment the rocket ignited the sky, Manhattan seemed to awaken. Gunfire and explosions erupted in a relentless chorus, and flames lit up the city night. The chaos spread to headquarters as well, with urgent calls for help crackling over every radio. General Colton was swamped, unable to pause for even a second. Sir, requesting support on Wheeling Avenue. Osborne Tower needs backup. Puling Supermarket, requesting immediate assistance. Agitated, General Colton stared at the screen in the command center and shouted, "Which units do we still have left to deploy?" At that moment, Kaya spoke up. "General, we only have the Suicide Squad and Special Forces left. The areas they're defending haven't been breached by vampires yet. Why isn't the rain coming yet?" General Colton slammed his fist on the table. Just as he spoke, Kaya heard a wave of cheering from outside. The rain had finally begun to fall. Seeing the downpour, General Colton immediately gave the order. "Everyone, hit them with everything you've got." The tide turned. With the rain, humanity's disadvantage shifted to an advantage, and the counterattack began. The vampires weren't fools either. They quickly realized that the rain carried substances deadly to their kind, and immediately retreated into the buildings. However, nearly every building was equipped with fire suppression systems. As soon as the soldiers lit even a small flame, jets of water infused with the special agent would spray forth. All around, the agonized screams of vampires echoed through the air. Gradually, the once mighty vampire horde began to dwindle. From hundreds of thousands, their numbers dropped to mere tens of thousands, then to thousands, and finally, only a handful remained. "Lee Will, they've reached the base. We need your help." General Colton's voice crackled through the communicator. But before he could say more, the line abruptly went dead, replaced by a persistent, busy signal. Li Yuan and will exchange a look, then tore down the street at full speed. When they reached the base, they found it eerily silent. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. With grave expressions, they stepped inside, moving cautiously. Inside the command center, lights blazed brightly. The two men hesitated at the doorway, uncertain whether to enter. Just then, a voice called out, "Come in. Your friends have been waiting for you a long time now." They pushed open the doors at once, only to see Barney and the others kneeling on the floor. Three extremely young figures stood upon the stage, and Li Yuan instantly recognized them. It was the three Dracula brothers. Li Yuan glanced at Barney, who shook his head at them in warning. "You've done well. Truly, your human technology has surpassed my expectations. To think you could develop an agent capable of killing our kind, it's genuinely impressive. But, unfortunately, for you, the three of us are different from the others. If we weren't, we'd have died just as senselessly as the rest, by just a hair's breadth," Dracula said, hands resting on the railing. "What is it you want?" Li Yuan asked, his voice low and steady. "Why don't you guess?" Dracula replied with a sly smile. Li Yuan silently clenched his fists, while a holy light flickered in Will's hand. "You'd best not use that power," Dracula warned, pointing down at the kneeling prisoners. "I despise that energy. If you try it, I can't guarantee what I'll do to them." The two men fell silent, their eyes fixed on Dracula. Just then, alarms blared throughout the command room. Dracula turned to the glowing red display, his brows knitting together. "What's going on?" he demanded. General Colton, still kneeling, forced a bitter smile. They finally launched the nuke. At the mention of a nuclear bomb, even Dracula's expression changed. The massive screen flickered, and finally, the shadowy figure of a man appeared. It was Nick Fury. "Dracula, Tellarella, Mario, you three are indeed formidable. But don't underestimate humanity. We're not to be trifled with. Right now, we're willing to trade all of New York for your complete annihilation. Maybe you think a single nuclear bomb can't harm you, so we've launched 3. Consider them our gift to you. And let me give you another piece of good news. Those nukes will reach your location in just 3 minutes. Good luck surviving," Nick Fury declared coldly. The three, Dracula and his companions, exchanged glances, saying nothing for a moment. Then, as if responding to some unspoken cue, a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from each of their backs, and they shot skyward, soaring straight through the roof and leaving a gaping hole behind. Watching the shattered ceiling, Li Yuan and Will sat down beside Barney. With only 3 minutes left, there was nowhere for them to run. After all, where could they possibly escape to in so little time? Suddenly, Nick Fury's face reappeared on the screen. He spoke with a relaxed air. "I honestly didn't expect those 3 to be so thick-headed. Aren't you guys going to run? Those nukes are nothing but fireworks. The president never approved a real launch." A wave of relief swept through the room, and everyone broke into nervous, grateful laughter. But the moment was brief. Within seconds, General Colton stood up and asked, "But what about those 3? Nick Fury shook his head. "Unless we really drop a nuke, we have no idea how to kill them. Right now, they're heading for the Indian Ocean. If they make it to the deep sea, then we'll consider a real strike to wipe them out." Everyone frowned, and on another screen, The fleeing trio could be seen racing toward the edge of the Indian Ocean. It was impossible not to marvel at their incredible speed. Just as the three reached the ocean's center, they witnessed a burst of fireworks exploding above Manhattan. Their faces twisted in fury at the deception, while back in command room, laughter broke out at the sight. But as the trio hovered above the Indian Ocean, Li Yuan suddenly noticed something massive gliding beneath the waves. He pointed at the screen and shouted, "What's that?" Everyone turned to look, even Nick Fury. Suddenly, a giant wave surged upward as an enormous head burst from the water, swallowing all three figures in one swift gulp. Li Yuan and Will stared in shock. It was the same monstrous python that had attacked them in Borneo. After devouring the trio, the giant snake slipped silently back beneath the waves, leaving everyone too stunned to react. No one had imagined the three would meet their end in such a fashion. "That's it? It's really over?" Will asked in disbelief. "Maybe. The three of them might not necessarily die, but at least things have come to a close for now. We can finally take a good break," Li Yuan said, exhaling deeply. 3 months later, New York State had gradually returned to its former state. During these 3 months, Li Yuan watched 6 movies: Elysium, Pacific Rim, God of Gamblers 2, The Saint of Gamblers, Doryman, Wanted, and John Wick. After watching Elysium, Li Yuan obtained the medical device from the film. However, due to the rules, this machine could only be used 10 times before it would break down. This was the first time Li Yuan encountered an item with a usage limit. In a way, it was understandable. After all, the machine could cure any disease and even extend one's life. That, Li Yuan guessed, must be the reason for the restriction. From Pacific Rim, Li Yuan gained the skill to pilot mechas, as well as a Jaeger called Gypsy Danger. But this mecha could only be operated for 10 minutes before it would vanish into dust. From God of Gamblers 2, The Saint of Gamblers, he acquired gambling techniques, combat skills, and Uncle Da's legendary art of bluffing. But unfortunately, Stephen Chow's supernatural powers were not included. Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Still, he sold all 3 skills and received 6 skill points in return. From Doryman, he obtained the Lumberjack Spring, which, like some other items, could only be used once. From Wanted, he gained the ability to curve bullets and also Wesley's skill. When adrenaline surged, everything around him would slow down, as if time itself had bent. Li Yuan called this ability Bullet Time. From John Wick, he acquired master-level firearm skills and the CAR close-quarters shooting technique. Li Yuan sat on the sofa, yawning as he opened his attribute panel. Name: Li Yuan, Bruce Lee. Intelligence: 5. For details, see Chapter 1. Strength: 4 to 6. Speed: 3. Endurance: 4 to 6. Energy projection: 5. Combat skills: 6. Skills: all Superman baby skills, gun kata, bomb making, driving skills, bullet time, winged Chun, mecha piloting, bullet curve, firearm mastery, captain's physique, dimensional space. Items: Lumberjack Spring, Blood Edge Battle Armor Blueprint, Medical Pod, Gypsy Danger Jaeger, Serum, Green. Just as Li Yuan was basking in the satisfaction of his own power, the doorbell rang. Will, who had been petting a cat nearby, stood up and walked over to open the door, while Li Yuan straightened himself and looked toward the entrance. The moment Will opened the door, 2 children darted under his arm and scampered toward Li Yuan, chattering excitedly. Another person stood at the doorway. Will grinned and called out, "Norman, you're here. Come on in and have a seat." Stepping aside, Will let Norman Indiana. Norman nodded and entered the room. Peter and Harry ran straight over to Li Yuan and asked, "Where's Fuguei? We want to play with Fuguei." Li Yuan pointed toward Will, who was standing at the doorway. The 2 children looked over and finally noticed that Fuguei was sprawled on top of Will's head. They hurried over, gazing at Will with pitiful eyes. Will chuckled, gently lifted Fuguei from his head, and handed him to the children. The 2 of them hugged Fuguei and scampered off to the side. Norman settled himself onto the sofa, and Will took a seat next to him. "Norman, you came this time just for Will, didn't you?" Li Yuan asked with a smile. Norman didn't bother with small talk, and simply nodded. "Will, do you think you're ready to handle it now?" Li Yuan looked at Will as he spoke. "I'm not sure. I feel like I'm ready, but I worry I might still be missing something." "Still, it's worth a try," Will replied. "Then go for it. After all, there's nothing to lose by giving a shot," Li Yuan said, spreading his hands, signaling Will to proceed. Will called Harry over. Harry looked at his father in confusion, then glanced at Will. Closing his eyes, Will spread his palm. A book made of pure, white light slowly materialized, its pages turning on their own. Will kept his eyes tightly shut, murmuring under his breath for over 10 seconds. Then he opened his eyes, palm facing Harry and Norman. A beam of white light shot out from the book toward both of them, enveloping them instantly. Harry let out a contented sigh from within the light. After a while, the white glow gradually faded, revealing their figures once again. Will quickly asked, "How do you feel? Notice anything different?" Norman frowned, thinking it over. "I'm not sure if it's completely fixed, but I can sense that a shackle inside me has been unlocked. I feel better, but I'll need to run some checks back home to be certain." "So, are you heading back now? Or do you want to stay for dinner first?" Li Yuan inquired. "I'll leave now. I want to figure out what's going on with my body as soon as possible." "I'll leave the 2 kids here with you for now," Norman answered. He then called the children over and told them to behave themselves before hurrying away in a rush. The 2 children were left behind, staring wide-eyed at Li Yuan and Will. "All right, what do you 2 want to play?" "We'll ask kindly." "We want to play with Fuguei," the children shouted in unison. "All right, since they want to play with Fuguei, let's let them. We can take a break while they play, but keep an eye on them, just in case," Li Yuan said. "Understood, boss." Inside an ancient fortress in Afghanistan, the strategist sat scowling at the computer screen before him, his hands clenched tightly into fists. Behind him, the mimic master and the beast both covered their mouths, as if they might burst out laughing at any moment. "If you want to laugh, just let it out. Don't hold it in until it hurts," Lord Man said as he walked in, looking at the 2. With Lord Man's permission, the 2 dropped their hands and broke into hearty laughter. When a strategist glanced back, the 2 immediately clamped their hands over their mouths again. "All right, you 2 can leave now," Lord Man said calmly. Without hesitation, the 2 dashed out of the old castle, their laughter echoing unrestrainedly in the halls as they went. The strategist, his face darkening, switched off the computer screen. "Isn't it ridiculous? The 3 kings of the vampires brought down under such circumstances," Lord Man said, taking a seat across from the strategist. "I always thought they might die, but I never imagined they'd meet their end like this. This whole operation just fizzled out so absurdly," the strategist replied. "It's all right. Now that it's over, you should take a well-deserved rest. After all, the 4 of you have already shown your faces in front of our beloved president, and now he's throwing every resource at his disposal into tracking you down. Take a breather for now. The plan isn't finished yet. I've already arranged for someone to divert their attention," Lord Man said, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Moscow, Russia." In the slums, a group of men in black found a burly, disheveled man. "Ivan Vanko, we can provide you with everything you need. We have only one request: kill Tony Stark. We know the grudge between your families. If you've made up your mind, call this number." With that, the man in black left a business card on the table and turned to leave. Once the men in black were gone, Ivan Vanko, who had kept his back to them the whole time, turned around, picked up the business card from the table, and glanced at a cold, lifeless body lying on the bed. Morocco. In an underground workshop, a burly man was pounding away with a hammer. It was Ivan Vanko. Behind him, a man in a suit was speaking. "Ivan Vanko, according to our analysis, Tony Stark is certain to attend this racetrack event. All you need to do is disguise yourself as a staff member, and you'll have a chance to intercept him there. What makes you so sure he'll come to the track? Wouldn't it be easier for me to go straight to his hotel?" Ivan Vanko replied, never turning his head. "As long as the information you gave us is accurate, our analysis can't be wrong. We've based this on big data. You told us your family's arc reactor uses palladium, and palladium is highly toxic. If Tony Stark wants to stay alive, she has to keep wearing that reactor at all times. So by now, he must be suffering from palladium poisoning, and it's the kind that's beyond saving, according to big data analysis. If he comes to this hotel, he'll definitely come across an advertisement for this car race. When that happens, he'll be sure to go back and participate. The chance of this analysis being wrong is only 1%. If things are really as you say, then I'll just go along with your plan." Ivan Vanko put down his hammer. On the table before him, a reactor radiating a blue glow came into view. In the office, Li Yuan and were looking at the man sitting across from them. This man had volunteered himself, saying he wanted to join Li Yuan's agency. Li Yuan shook his head helplessly. "Nuji, why are you so determined to join our agency?" The man across from him gave a wry smile. "Boss, I've already said, my name isn't Nuji. I'm John Constantine." At the mention of that name, Li Yuan instantly covered his forehead and muttered under his breath, so quietly only he could hear, "Oh my God, isn't this the Marvel Universe? How is Constantine from the DC Universe showing up here? Good heavens. Boss, what are you saying?" Will asked. "It's nothing. Constantine, you say you want to join us. So, do you have any special skills?" Li Yuan asked. "I can exorcise demons, and I can sense their presence." Constantine pulled out his lighter, lit a cigarette, and spoke. "Demons? I don't know demons exist, but can you tell me why you can sense them? And how can you prove you really can exorcise demons?" As Li Yuan spoke, He flicked his finger, and the cigarette in Constantine's hand went out at once. Constantine calmly relit his cigarette. To be honest, I didn't start out sensing demons. I could see them outright. That ability made it hard for me to make friends growing up, since no one ever believed what I saw or said. I used to think my whole life would just drift by that way, but everything changed when I was a teenager. After a near-death accident, I ended up in hell. That's where I met the Lord of Hell, Satan, or Mephisto, as he's called. He grabbed my hands and told me my soul was exquisite and that he would come to claim it himself when I died. From that moment, I started my journey as an exorcist. I wanted to earn my way into heaven. My eyes, too, returned to normal after that experience. Li Yuan clicked his tongue. So, the reason you became an exorcist was to accumulate merit and get into heaven, to escape Mephisto's grasp. Am I right? Constantine nodded. I'm a bit confused. By rights, you must have exorcised quite a few demons by now. The merit you've earned should be enough to get you into heaven, shouldn't it? Why is that? Constantine's expression grew awkward. Because of my personal lifestyle issues, I'm still just a little short. But on a friend's advice, I came here. Your friend must be an angel, right? Will suddenly spoke up. Constantine quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Relax, we're not going to press you on that, Will said. But from the look of you, I'd say your body can't last more than a few months. Your lungs are completely ruined. You probably don't have much time left. Constantine nodded. That's right. My body won't hold out much longer. That's why I'm hoping to get your help. Will, Li Yuan called. Will understood instantly. He reached out and summoned a ray of holy light toward Constantine, only to find a mysterious force blocking it. Frowning, Will tried to channel even more energy, but Constantine stopped him. It's no use, Constantine explained. Mephisto cast some sort of mysterious power on my body a long time ago. This power blocks any energy that might heal me. He wants me to die on my own, so my soul won't be tainted by other forces. Makes it purer, more appetizing. Li Yuan sighed. Well, seeing how pitiful you are, I'll let you join our team. But you really should cut back on the cigarettes. At least try to last until you make it to heaven. A smile broke out on Constantine's face as he nudged his suitcase with his foot. So, where do I stay? Li Yuan pointed to the empty room, and Constantine didn't hesitate to head right in. Not long after Constantine went in to unpack, Li Yuan walked out to the sign outside and added exorcism to the list of services. Admiring his neat handwriting, he was just about to head back when an elderly man called out to him. Excuse me. Li Yuan turned around, puzzled. Can I help you? Are you really able to do exorcisms? The old man asked. Li Yuan patted his chest with confidence. Exorcisms? That's our specialty. But the fee depends on the demon's strength. Anywhere from 1,000 to over 1,000,000. The exact price depends on how powerful the demon is. Great, here's the address. Please hurry. The old man handed Li Yuan a business card, and before Li Yuan could respond, the old man hurried off. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yuan scratched his head in confusion. He went back inside the office and called out loudly, Constantine, Will, time to go. We got a job. Will and Constantine looked at Li Yuan in confusion. Boss, what's the job this time? An exorcism. Hurry up, Li Yuan replied without delay. The moment Constantine heard that it was his specialty, he quickly suited up and emerged, wearing an overcoat. Li Yuan glanced at him, frowning. Aren't you hot in that? Constantine shook his head. Li Yuan shrugged helplessly. All right then, if you're not hot, so be it. Let's go. Just as the three of them climbed into the car, Fuguei leapt in with a sudden bound. Li Yuan was about to shoo the dog out, but Constantine stopped him. It's all right, boss. Having him around gives us an extra layer of protection during exorcisms. Li Yuan looked at him curiously, but Constantine offered no explanation, only a mysterious smile. Left with no choice, Li Yuan brought Fuguei along on the journey. The three of them arrived at the address on the business card, a residential building on the outskirts of town. As they got out of the car, the security guard watched them intently. Li Yuan approached the guard. Has something unusual happened around here? The security guard's face blanched with fear. He said nothing, only pointed with a trembling finger toward the upper floors. Following the direction, they saw a huge cross clearly painted on the wall several stories up. Just as they were about to enter the building, the sound of shattering glass erupted above them. Looking up, they saw a man dressed as a priest plummeting from high above. Will leapt up with remarkable agility, catching the man and landing safely. But as soon as they touched the ground, the priest let out a blood-curdling scream. His hair turned white, and his body transformed into a skeleton, collapsing into a heap of bone dust on the pavement. Li Yuan recoiled in shock. Is it really this terrifying? Constantine pulled out a cigarette and lit up again. Boss, what did you expect? Exorcisms aren't easy jobs. Looks like this one's going to be tough. Let's go up and take a look. The three entered the elevator and noticed that the button for the 14th floor had been marked with a white cross using correction fluid. Li Yuan chuckled and pressed the button. After a moment, the elevator stopped at the 14th floor. As they stepped out, they saw that the tenants were all peeking out their doors to watch them. The three headed straight toward the room at the end of the hallway. The reason for their choice was obvious. Only this door was marked with a cross, and there was also a Bible placed at the entrance. When they reached the door and pushed it open, they found an elderly woman weeping beside a child who was bound to the bed. The child's mouth was twisted in a hoarse snarl, and his entire body was contorted into positions utterly impossible for any human. Li Yuan and Will opened the door, and the other tenants, drawn by curiosity, gathered at the doorway to see what was happening. Li Yuan glanced at the shattered window in the room and immediately realized that the priest from earlier must have fallen out through there. Constantine, it's your turn. This is your area of expertise, Li Yuan called out, leaning against the wall. With a confident smile, Constantine walked straight to the window and yanked down the curtains, letting sunlight flood the room. The twisted child on the bed let out a blood-curdling scream, but Constantine remained calm, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a handful of strange trinkets. He placed these charms in the sunlight one by one. Suddenly, we tried a round pendant. The child let out a guttural roar that didn't sound human. Without hesitation, Constantine took that pendant and climbed onto the bed, sitting right on top of the child. The scene was so startling that Li Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It wasn't until the tenants turned to look at Li Yuan that he finally closed his mouth. Constantine pressed the pendant to the child's forehead. The pendant seemed to sear with heat. As it touched the child's skin, steam began to rise, and the child screamed in agony. The old woman nearby clutched a rag in her hands, her eyes brimming with tears. Will watched Constantine perform the exorcism, his brow slowly furrowing, but he didn't step in to interfere. Leaning close to the child's neck, Constantine whispered, "I am Constantine. You must have heard my name. Tell me yours." The child roared and spat out a stream of words in a language no one could understand. Constantine smiled, took a Bible from his pocket, and began to recite prayers under his breath. The child writhed and struggled, but when Constantine finished, the child collapsed on the bed, motionless, as if dead. Constantine edged closer, when suddenly, a demonic face appeared beneath the child's skin, shrieking at Constantine. Startled, Constantine jumped back, his embarrassment quickly turning to irritation. He shouted to the tenants, "Bring me a mirror now." The tenants froze for a moment before scrambling to fetch a mirror without delay. "Close your eyes. Whatever you do, don't look up." "Understood," Constantine instructed. The tenants nodded vigorously. 4 tenants held up the mirror while Constantine positioned himself in front of it, blocking its reflection. He began chanting again. In an instant, the demon sprang out, and Constantine dodged aside, sending the demon straight into the mirror. Constantine ordered everyone to hurl the mirror outside. Working together, they tossed it out into the blazing sunlight, where the demon let out a final, agonized scream before dissolving into dust. At that moment, the old man who had originally sought out Li Yuan arrived, holding a thick stack of US dollars in his hands. He offered the money to Li Yuan and asked, "Hello, do you think this will be enough?" Li Yuan weighed the boy for a moment and nodded. "This will do. However, since the child was possessed by a demon, it's best to take him to the church for a baptism. Afterward, let him rest and recuperate for a few days, and he should return to normal." "Thank you so much, sir," the old man said hastily. Li Yuan gathered Constantine and Will, and the 3 of them took their leave. The tenants saw them off, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. As soon as Constantine got into the car, he collapsed onto the back seat, muttering over and over, "This can't be. This can't be." Li Yuan nudged him. "What's wrong, Constantine?" Constantine snapped awake, grabbing Li Yuan's hands tightly. "It's impossible. High-level demons can't appear on Earth directly. The only way they can come is by possessing a host. But that demon soldier just now actually managed to break free from its host and appear in the world. That's not supposed to happen. Something is definitely wrong here." Watching Constantine, who seemed a bit unhinged, Li Yuan patted his shoulder. "Calm down, Constantine. You should investigate this. Will can go with you. Given his strength, ordinary demons won't be able to harm you." Will nodded. "Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure Constantine stays safe." After that, Li Yuan drove back to the agency. Once they arrived, Constantine gathered his things and set out with Will to visit some old friends and gather information. Li Yuan remained at the agency, waiting to see if any new clients would show up. In Morocco, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts had just landed. After fending off the reporters, they were on their way to a cocktail party. At the party, Tony and Pepper ran into someone Tony absolutely detested, Justin Hammer, a man willing to do anything to secure military contracts. When the three met, they all wore polite, practiced smiles. Suddenly, Tony's watch began beeping urgently. His expression darkened, and he quickly released Justin Hammer's hand. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." He hurried inside, locked the door behind him, and tore open his shirt. Black lines, writhing like worms, spread out from the reactor in his chest. Quickly, he pulled out a syringe filled with green liquid and injected it into his body. Leaning heavily against the sink, Tony's mind drifted back to the moment when he went to see Li Yuan. "Rich man, can indeed help you with the toxins, but he can't fully heal that thing in your chest. His holy light only speeds up recovery. It doesn't have the power to remove the shrapnel inside you. So it can only clear the poison from your system. But as long as that thing remains lodged in your chest, it's all in vain," Li Yuan explained. Tony splashed his face with water, snapping out of his memories. He dressed quickly and stepped out of the bathroom. The moment he exited, his gaze caught the racing advertisement playing on the TV hanging from a pillar. His eyes narrowed with resolve, and he quietly slipped out through a side door. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, New York, inside the office, Li Yuan sat with his legs crossed, watching the news on TV. Suddenly, the broadcast switched to a live scene. Li Yuan looked closer and saw what seemed like Thor fighting Tony. But as he watched more carefully, he realized that wasn't actually Thor. Without hesitation, Li Yuan grabbed his phone and called Thor. The line rang. "Hello, Li. What's up?" Thor answered. "Thor, turn on the TV right now. There's someone who looks exactly like you giving the rich guy a serious beating," Li Yuan shouted. Thor paused on the other end, then took a deep breath and finally replied, "I see. Thank you, Li." Li Yuan could sense that Thor was hiding something. "Thor, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. We've been through thick and thin together. Don't worry, Li. I can handle this myself." With that, Thor hung up, leaving Li Yuan to sigh helplessly. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. Will rushed in, carrying Constantine and an old man. Seriously? Was all that noise necessary? What happened to Constantine? Li Yuan hurried over to help Will lay Constantine flat on the table. The elderly man, who had been following behind, stepped forward and poured water from 2 bottles over Constantine's body. Steam rose instantly, as if Constantine were a piece of red-hot iron plunged into cold water. What exactly happened to him? Li Yuan asked with a frown. "He was attacked by a demon," Will replied. Li Yuan glanced at Constantine's peaceful face. "How is he now?" The old man interjected, "Not great. His soul is currently in hell. The water I just poured on him is from the River Jordan, blessed by many believers. It has the power to call back lost souls. I reckon Constantine should be returning any moment now." No sooner had the old man finished speaking than Constantine suddenly sat up, gasping desperately for air. "How are you feeling?" Li Yuan asked. Constantine shook his head. "It's all right now, but I did learn one thing. Mephisto's son, the demon heart-eater, has arrived. Just now, it was him who knocked my soul out of my body. If Byman hadn't shown up in time, I might really have lost myself in hell." "Hello, I'm Byman. I'm a medium as well. They call me the Encyclopedia, because I'm expected to know at least a little about most supernatural matters." Byman extended his hand. Li Yuan nodded and reached out to shake it. "By the way, Constantine, I remember you once said that demons can't cross the barrier to come to Earth. So how'd the Heart-Eater get here?" Li Yuan asked. Constantine shook his head. "I don't know either. The barrier isn't completely secure. Think of it like a network with its own vulnerabilities. Still, even if he managed to come to Earth, he must have paid a terrible price. What's more, I know they're searching for something. We have to stop him, or Earth could become a living hell. Even though he's here, I'm sure his powers have been greatly reduced. Not many demons can retain their full strength on Earth. Even Mephisto himself loses much of his power here, let alone his son. So what you're saying is, you only know he's on Earth, but you have no idea where he is, or even what he's looking for. Is that right?" Constantine nodded. Li Yuan closed his eyes and slapped his own forehead. "Oh, for heaven's sake. You know nothing and expect us to help you? Do you realize how big the whole world is? If we have to search inch by inch, how long do you think that will take?" Constantine looked a bit embarrassed and lowered his head. At that moment, Byman stepped forward. "Well, I might be able to narrow it down to a few locations. Wherever a demon passes, it leaves traces behind. But it'll take me some time to work it out." "All right then. We'll wait until you map it out before making a move. And Constantine, you'd better go get yourself cleaned up. Look at you, all sweaty, and you've got that Jordan River water on you. The stench is awful. Go take a shower, I mean it." Constantine spread his hands in resignation and shrugged his shoulders. Then Byman left the office and returned to his own home to begin his search for answers. Morocco. In a dim prison cell, the iron door suddenly swung open. Thor walked in, gazing at Ivan Vanko, who was bound in chains, and let out a sigh, shaking his head. Suddenly, someone behind Thor spoke up. Thor, are you sure you want to cash in all your favors just to take him away? Let me be blunt. You could use those favors to get yourself the governor's seat if you wanted. Are you absolutely certain about this? He's my brother. My real brother, Thor said calmly. All right, in that case, you can take him with you now, the man replied. Thor nodded. Thank you. With that, he walked over and personally unfastened Ivan Vanko's chains, then took his hand and led him away. On the plane, Ivan and Thor sat together in first class, both silent for the entire journey. Thor brought Ivan back to his own home. Just then, Barney happened to be coming out and saw them. You brought him back? Thor nodded in response. Well, since he's back, you should have a good talk with him, Barney said, giving Thor's shoulder a reassuring pat. Of course, Thor replied. With that, Thor led Ivan into his own villa. He opened a refrigerator, took out a can of beer, and tossed it to Ivan, who caught it in midair. Now that you're back, just live your life. Don't go after Tony Stark for revenge anymore, Thor said in a level tone. As soon as he heard this, Ivan bristled. He slammed his hand down on the table and shot to his feet. Impossible. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for the Starks, we wouldn't have ended up like this. They're still the wealthiest, still living high in society. And what about us? We're nothing but bottom feeders. Why? Our fathers developed the arc reactor together. Why should the Starks get all the wealth and power, while we're exiled to Russia? But Thor wasn't about to indulge Ivan. He glared right back and shouted, because our father tried to sell the reactor to other countries for war profits. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with making money off their invention, but World War II had just ended. If another superweapon like that appeared, it could have started World War III all over again. So his exile, that was his own doing. No matter what you say, I'll have my revenge. Ivan's eyes blazed with hatred as he stared at Thor. Thor could only shake his head in resignation, then drew a pistol from behind his back and fired at him without hesitation. A metal dart trailed by 2 copper wires delivered a jolt of high voltage. Ivan convulsed and collapsed onto the floor. Thor fetched a length of rope, tied him up, and tossed him into a room. Just as he finished, a luxury car pulled up outside. Tony stepped out and walked to the door, knocking on Thor's front door. Thor opened the door, saw who it was, and, expressionless, invited Tony into the villa. Tony started to enter without a second thought, but Happy grabbed his arm, shaking his head at him. Tony shrugged off Happy's hand and followed Thor inside. Tony Stark, what brings you here? Thor asked. Should I call you Thor? Or Thor Vanko? Tony replied. Whatever you like, don't worry. I'm not like my brother. I've never really thought about taking revenge on the Stark family. So, will it be whiskey or tea? Thor walked over to the bar as he spoke. Tea, please. But I'd like to know, did you take that man away? That's right. He's upstairs now. What? Are you planning to tie up loose ends? I see. Thank you for your hospitality. Tony stood up and left. Thor watched his back as he walked away and let out a long, weary sigh. Tony had barely walked a few steps when another luxury car pulled up outside Thor's door. Thor frowned as he watched the man step out of the car. Justin Hammer? What are you doing here? Thor couldn't help but ask. Ha, Ivan Vanko. I've looked into you. Honestly, I think you've been wronged. Why don't we join forces, knock Tony Stark off his pedestal, and reclaim the glory, wealth, and power that should have been yours? What do you say? Justin Hammer looked at Thor with intent, clearly mistaking him for Ivan. Not interested, Thor said coldly, then slammed the door shut. Staring at the closed door, Justin Hammer's gaze turned vicious, but after closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he composed himself and returned to his luxury car. However, Thor was unaware that his conversation with Justin Hammer had been overheard by Ivan, who was now awake upstairs. Ivan's eyes burned with hatred. Constantine, I found it, but I got a really bad feeling. I think a demon is after me. What should I do? Constantine, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by a phone call. Byman's voice on the other end was shaking with fear. Byman, hang in there. We'll be there right away. Constantine sprang from his bed, threw on a coat, and dashed out of his room. He stopped at Will's door, pulled the still sleeping Will out of bed, and hurried him along. A thoroughly bewildered Will was half-dragged down the hall. In the car, Will was still groggy when Constantine handed him a bottle of water. Splash some on your face. Byman's been targeted by a demon. We have to save him. At that, Will began to come to. He splashed water on his face, and this time, he woke up completely. They soon arrived at Byman's house. As soon as Will stepped out of the car, he frowned, sensing an aura that filled him with disgust. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The two rushed inside, only to find Byman engulfed by a mass of insects, the creatures relentlessly devouring his flesh. Holy light! Will roared. A beam of pure white light burst from the heavens, obliterating every last insect and saving Byman's body from destruction. Then, with a swift whoosh, a shadow darted past the two of them and slipped out through the front door. Will and Constantine rushed outside, standing in the doorway and scanning the surroundings, but found nothing at all. Suddenly, Will snapped his head upward to look at the sky. Constantine followed his gaze and saw a blond man standing on the rooftop, his head lowered as he watched them from above. The blond man gave them a gentle, amicable smile. Then he turned around, and a black portal materialized before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through and vanished. Who was that? Constantine asked. I don't know, but I suspect he's someone from the other side. Someone from hell, Will replied. By the way, what about Beeman? Constantine hurried back inside and saw Beeman drinking some water. The two of them rushed over. Beeman, are you all right? Is everything okay? Beeman shook his head. Thankfully you got here in time. If you'd been even a bit later, I might have ended up as food for my own bugs. You know, you really shouldn't keep so many insects in your house. Look at what almost happened. Those things nearly killed you this time, Constantine said. Don't blame them. Without those bugs, that demon would have found some other way to kill me, Beeman replied with a wry smile. All right, Beeman, did you get a look at the demon who ambushed you? Will asked. Beeman shook his head. We've seen him before, but I know he's not actually a demon. To be precise, he's human. He just wields the power of hell. Will's eyes widened in realization, and he muttered, I think I know who he is. He's Hell's emissary. Emissary, the other two echoed in surprise. That's right. When the old man upstairs chose me as his emissary, he told me Mephisto picked someone too, his own emissary from hell. They said that one day there would have to be a showdown between us, Will said quietly. So according to you, the Hell's emissary is now working with the Soul Eater? Constantine asked. Will nodded. This place isn't safe anymore. Beeman, you better find somewhere else to stay. Did you finish the map? Beeman took out an ancient-looking parchment covered in circles and markings. Look here. The places circled in green are spots where demons have appeared before. The red circles mark where the King of Hell has shown up. And finally, the orange circles are where the Ghost Rider who betrayed Hell has been spotted. Take this map and keep it safe. I'm going to find a secure place and lay low for a while. With that, Beeman began gathering his things and left with Will and Constantine. Following Beeman's directions, Will parked the car at the entrance of a bar. Beeman gave them a nod, picked up his belongings, and slipped inside. What kind of place is that? Will asked. It's a neutral ground. Inside, you'll see demons, angels, even humans. The owner of this bar is a formidable figure. No one dares make trouble there, Constantine explained. I see. Will then drove back to the agency. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Yuan petting a cat. Boss, I got the map back. And today, we even ran into Hell's emissary, Will said, handing the map to Li Yuan. Oh, so is he strong? Compared to you, Li Yuan asked casually, taking the map and beginning to study it. He was all right. As for the location on this map, you and Constantine will go check it out yourselves. I'll stay here at the office. Any problems with that? Li Yuan handed the map back to Will. Will and Constantine exchanged a glance, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. No problem, Will replied, his voice lacking enthusiasm. Good. Of course, I won't send you off empty-handed. Take any car you like, I'll give you some cash in a bit, and then you can set off on your little adventure, Li Yuan said, smiling with narrowed eyes. Somewhere in New Jersey, a pickup truck sped down the highway with Will and Constantine inside. Constantine sat in the passenger seat, window rolled down, arm resting on the edge, cigarette in hand, grumbling about Li Yuan. Will, don't you think the boss is a bit too lazy? The fate of the world is at stake, and he just sends us out alone. What good can two of us do? John, if you keep bad-mouthing the boss, I'm going to tell him. Maybe he'll make your life a little harder, Will replied, eyes fixed on the road. Okay, you're the senior around here. Whatever you say goes, Constantine shrugged. Suddenly, Will frowned. A police car had started tailing them, lights flashing. With no other choice, Will pulled over and stepped out of the truck. Seeing Will's imposing build, the police officers immediately drew their guns, aiming straight at him. Will frowned and called out, Hey, officer, what did I do wrong? The two officers exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard. The one on the left shouted, Now, hands in the air, get down on the ground. Will ignored their orders, standing his ground and staring right back at them. The officer's breathing grew heavier, fingers tightening on their triggers. Just then, Constantine stepped out, holding up a keychain and calling, Officers, easy now. I'm white. The two police officers felt a bit more at ease when they saw a white man in front of them, but one of them suddenly cried out in terror when he noticed the pendant in Constantine's hand. What's it you're holding? Drop it now. The other officer stared at his partner in confusion, unable to understand why he was so afraid of a mere pendant. Instead of dropping the pendant, Constantine brought it closer with an almost teasing smile. What's the matter, officer? Are you really scared of such a little trinket? Is it you who's afraid, or is it that thing inside you? As the pendant drew nearer, the terrified officer sank to the ground, dropping his gun. His partner quickly realized something was wrong and, growing agitated, pointed his own gun at him. Hey man, what's gotten into you? Calm down. Constantine shot him a withering look and gently pushed his gun down. Honestly, I think you're the one who needs to calm down. The officer swallowed hard and retreated a few steps because his partner's body had begun to twist unnaturally, his head turning a full 180 degrees to face Constantine. A guttural, hellish voice poured from his lips as he glared at Constantine, unleashing a furious roar. Without hesitation, Constantine pressed the pendant to the man's forehead. A harsh hiss, like red-hot iron plunged into cold water, filled the air. The possessed officer howled in agony, while thick black smoke billowed from his body. After a long moment, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His body slowly returned to normal. Constantine pocketed his pendant and helped the officer to his feet. But the officer seemed to have forgotten everything, staring blankly at his surroundings. Tell me, where were you when the demon possessed you? Constantine demanded, grabbing the officer by the collar. But the man just stared, lost in a daze. With no other choice, Constantine slapped him sharply several times until light flickered back into his eyes. Clutching his face, the officer finally responded. What do you want to know? I'm asking if you remember when you were possessed. Do you know where it happened? Constantine pressed. The officer nodded slowly and pointed in a direction. There's an altar over there. There was a murder at that spot, and we went to investigate. It wasn't until I got home that I realized something was wrong. All right, I understand. Go to a church, get yourself baptized, and take a few days to recover. You'll be fine, Constantine said, giving the officer an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Then, together with Will, he headed for the altar the officer had mentioned, one of the locations marked on the map Beeman had given them. After traveling for a while, Will and Constantine arrived at the altar the police had mentioned. Strange runes covered every surface, and the bricks used to build the altar were a deep, ominous red, as if they had been forged and sealed with blood. The moment they stepped onto the altar, a heavy, metallic scent filled the air. Both of them instantly recognized it, the unmistakable smell of blood. John, do you notice anything unusual? Will nudged Constantine and asked in a low voice. I can't make heads or tails of it, Constantine replied, squinting at the symbols. But I doubt this is the place we're looking for. See these markings? They all relate to demon foot soldiers, the lowest rung in Hell's hierarchy. I don't think our real target is here. So what do we do with this place? Should we just destroy it? Will suggested, his gaze sharp. If you can destroy it, go ahead. If not, then just leave it, Constantine answered with a shrug, utterly unconcerned. All right, stand back a bit. Will gently pushed Constantine out of harm's way. He rolled his shoulders, summoned his holy war hammer, and channeled a surge of radiant power into the weapon. With a furious roar, he leapt high and brought the hammer down onto the altar with a force that could split mountains. A tremor shook the ground. The blast echoed loudly, and the altar shattered into jagged fragments under the force of Will's blow. Retrieving his hammer, Will dusted off his hands. Done. Now, let's see where we're headed next. We need to pick up the pace. If the soul which gets what she's after before we catch up, we'll be out of luck. Yeah, got it. Let's move faster. If we push ourselves, maybe we can check out all the key spots in the neighboring states within a week, Constantine replied, resignation in his voice. The two of them got back into the car and continued their journey. Meanwhile, at the office in New York, Li Yuan stared in surprise at the man before him. Thor, you're saying your own brother, Ivan Vanko, has slipped out from under your watch? You're worried he'll keep going after the big tycoons for revenge, so you want me to find him and bring him back. Is that right? Thor nodded gravely. That's straightforward enough. Don't worry. I'll have him back within the next couple of days. Consider it done. No, I'd really prefer if you could do it even sooner, Thor insisted, his tone anxious. I'm worried something might go wrong if we leave it too long. What's the worst that could happen in a few days? Li Yuan replied with a chuckle. You know him as well as I do. He's not about to cobble together a bomb and blow up a billionaire overnight. I think he'll want to get his revenge at the moment of his enemy's greatest triumph, to defeat him face to face. A few days won't be enough for that, trust me. Well, all right then. I'm counting on you, Thor said, though still uneasy. But please, bring him back as soon as you can. I won't be able to rest easy until then. Honestly, even if I do bring him back, I doubt it'll change anything. Next time, he'll just try again. Unless you can help him let go of his grudge, he'll keep finding ways to take his revenge, so you know what I mean. Thor sighed and said, I know, but he's been completely blinded by hatred. For now, we have no choice but to take him back and deal with it later. Well then, I won't see you off. Li Yuan waved his hand, and Thor stood up and left. Outside Hammer Industries, a taxi pulled up. A man of Asian descent stepped out, and the security guard on duty, upon seeing him, slowly moved his hand to rest on the butt of his gun, gripping it tightly. The man glanced around the factory, then smiled and slipped back into the taxi. The car drove away. Only then did the security guard breathe a sigh of relief. But the taxi didn't actually leave. Instead, it began circling the hammer factory. Eventually, at a rather inconspicuous corner, it came to a halt. Li Yuan got out, paid the driver, and looked up at the fence before him. With a running start and a leap, he cleared the wall and landed inside. No sooner had he landed than he heard the sound of many people approaching. He quickly scrambled up a tree to hide. He watched as a patrol squad passed beneath him, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Once the patrol had moved on, he carefully made his way deeper into the factory. The reason he'd come here was simple. In the original storyline, Ivan had used Justin Hammer to build a swarm of remote-controlled robots and cause chaos at the exposition. Li Yuan wanted to see, now that the story had diverged, whether Ivan was still here. After sneaking past several more patrols, Li Yuan finally made it into the heart of the factory. But as he looked up and saw the dense array of surveillance cameras above, he froze for a moment. He had come this far. If he gave up now, he'd never forgive himself. Left with no choice, he steeled himself and stuck close to the wall as he moved. Suddenly, a man in a white hazmat suit walked right past him. Because the man had his head down, he didn't notice Li Yuan at first. Li Yuan kept his eyes on him, and as the man realized someone was there, he looked up. Behind the glass visor, his face was etched with bitterness. Li Yuan smiled and said, "Sorry about this." With a swift chop, he knocked the man out. He stripped off the man's suit, stuffed him into a trash bin, then put on the hazmat gear himself and strode confidently inside. Pushing open a heavy door, he found the interior buzzing with the sounds of machines at work. Li Yuan looked around and realized they weren't building guns or ammunition, nor tanks or planes, but robots, or more accurately, robot exoskeletons. At that moment, someone shouted in his direction, "Meinl!" Li Yuan was momentarily stunned before he realized what was happening. He walked toward the source of the shouting. As soon as he got close, the man berated him harshly. "Miner, didn't I tell you to fetch the design blueprints? What took you so long? Are you trying to get fired? Get out of here and bring me those blueprints now." Li Yuan lowered his head, a dangerous glimmer flashing briefly in his eyes. But he held himself back, turned, and walked away without a word. The man kept muttering to himself, "Damn it, I have no idea what kind of spell that useless guy cast on Justin. Now the whole team listens to him, and we're not even allowed to disturb him on the third floor. Screw this. If I ever get my chance, I'll show this Russian what I'm really made of." A smile crept onto Li Yuan's lips. He hadn't expected to discover Ivan's whereabouts this way, but now that he had, it was time to settle old scores. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and strode back to the man. Without warning, he punched him hard in the stomach, doubling him over like a shrimp. But Li Yuan wasn't finished. Grabbing the man's head in both hands, he forced it down and drove his knee up, knocking him out cold. When he was done, Li Yuan clapped his hands and said, "Much better." Little did he know, every move he made had been caught in vivid detail by the security cameras. In the monitoring room, the guards immediately pressed the alarm, and the entire munitions factory erupted in blaring sirens. Li Yuan picked up his pace and raced to the third floor. At the third floor entrance, a heavy iron door was slowly descending. Li Yuan broke into a sprint. Just as he reached the threshold, he dove into a slide, slipping through the narrowing gap, and the door slammed shut behind him the moment he passed. Getting to his feet, Li Yuan scanned his surroundings. The place was deserted. Every door was firmly shut. He crept toward the nearest room and pushed open the door, only to find it empty. Undeterred, he made his way to the next room. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. "You must be Ivan Vanko. Your brother sent me to find you," Li Yuan called out. The silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Ivan. "Do you really think I'll go with you?" Ivan asked. Li Yuan shook his head. "I know you won't. I'm just here to let you know. Leave the rest to me." The moment he finished speaking, Li Yuan vanished from sight. Ivan hadn't even had time to react before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Li Yuan hoisted him onto his back and headed for the window. Although it was blocked by a metal sheet, that posed no obstacle for Li Yuan. He landed a powerful punch on the metal plate, sending it flying. With Ivan slung over his shoulder, he leaped out from the third floor, hitting the ground below and breaking into a run. By the time the guards realized what had happened, Li Yuan was already scaling the perimeter wall and slipping away into the outside world. He hailed a taxi and brought Ivan to Thor's home. After handing the unconscious Ivan over to Thor, Li Yuan returned to his own office. Justin Hammer arrived at Ivan's office, only to find it completely empty. Furious, Justin Hammer stomped his feet in frustration, then swept his arm across the desk, sending everything crashing onto the floor. Suddenly, he noticed several sheets of paper pressed beneath the glass desktop. He lifted the glass, retrieved the papers, and examined them. As he read, a smile crept onto his face, growing wider and wider until he eventually burst into laughter. These were none other than Ivan's blueprints for his robot designs. Without hesitation, Justin Hammer rushed the blueprints downstairs, ordering his team to start building the robots as quickly as possible. He was determined to seize Tony's position in the military once and for all. In New Jersey, Constantine slumped into the passenger seat, utterly drained. That day, they had already raced to 3 places where demons had once appeared, but none of them turned out to be what they were searching for. By now, exhaustion weighed heavily on both of them. Suddenly, the engine sputtered with a strange noise, then the car rolled to a stop. With no other choice, Will pulled the car to the side of the road, called for a tow truck, and waited under a streetlight for help to arrive. While they waited, the streetlights around them began to go out one after another. Sensing trouble, Constantine stepped out of the car and gave Will a grave nod. Will immediately summoned his war hammer and angelic armor. At last, the streetlight above them flickered out as well. Raising his warhammer high, Will shouted, "Holy light!" Constantine set a yellow cloth alight, and the golden glow mixed with white light, illuminating everything around them. From the shadows, anguish screams echoed as Will watched demons, shaped like bats, dissolve in the radiance. The demons managed to resist for only a dozen seconds before they were all reduced to nothing. Will put away his warhammer and armor, while Constantine tossed the still-burning cloth onto the ground. Well, this is bad. For so many demons to appear at once. The breach in the barrier must be widening. We have to move faster, Constantine said gravely. John, I know, but there's only the 2 of us. We're running out of options, Will replied. No, there's still a chance. But I'll need something special, Constantine said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. On a New Jersey highway headed toward New York, a pickup truck sped along with Will and Constantine inside. John, if you knew something could help us find the Heart Eater's location all this time, why didn't you say so earlier? Will complained, his voice edged with irritation. I thought I still had some time. After all, that thing can really kill a person. I'm scared too. But who could have guessed? The demons would become so brazen now. I had no choice but to seek out that item for help, Constantine said with a bitter smile. What could possibly scare you this much? An electric chair, the very first one in history that was used for executions. More than 200 prisoners have died in it, which is why. It's gained special powers. It can turn back time. I'm hoping I can use it to locate where the Heart Witch demon is now, Constantine explained. Well, good luck, Will replied coolly. After that, neither of them spoke again, and silence settled between them as they sat quietly. The car finally pulled up in front of the agency building. As soon as they got out, they ran into Li Yuan, who was out walking his cat. Aren't you two supposed to be looking for the Heart Witch demon? Did you find it already? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Seeing that Li Yuan was ignoring it, Fortune the cat clambered up Will's pant leg, aiming for his head, but was promptly plucked off halfway by Li Yuan. Whatever it is, let's talk upstairs, Li Yuan said, glancing at their travel-worn appearances. The 2 of them followed Li Yuan inside. As soon as they were in, they headed for the fridge, grabbed some leftovers, and ravenously stuffed the food into their mouths. Watching them devour the meal like starving ghosts come back to life, Li Yuan shook his head. Suddenly, Constantine clutched his throat, trying to speak but unable to get any words out. Will froze, muttering, "Was there poison in the food?" Li Yuan smacked Will on the head. "Poison my foot. Hurry up and get him some water before he chokes to death." The realization dawned on Will, and he quickly handed Constantine a glass of water. Constantine gulped it down in one go, letting out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost choked to death. All right, Will, if you're still hungry, keep eating. Now, tell me what you 2 found out, Li Yuan said. Will continued eating contentedly, while Constantine finished his glass of water and began recounting what they had experienced over the past few days. The moment the electric chair was mentioned, a shadow flickered across Li Yuan's face. Then he glared at Constantine. You knew there was such a treasure, and you still drag Will along on your wild chase? Constantine looked miserable as he replied. I really thought we had more time. Besides, it's an electric chair. It's not something you could just sit in on a whim. It could kill you. You're not wrong. So, when are you planning to use it? Li Yuan asked. Tonight, I think. I'll get some rest first. When it gets dark, boss, wake me up, Constantine said, stifling a yawn as he headed back to his room. After Will stuffed the last bit of food into his mouth, he gulped down a jug of water. Boss, I'm going to get some rest too. Are you full? If not, I can get you some more, the boss asked. No need, boss. I'm stuffed, Will replied, finishing with a satisfied burp. All right, then go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you all up when evening comes. Li Yuan scooped up Fugue, who wanted to follow Will into the room, set him firmly on the couch, and took out a brush to tidy up his fur. As dusk fell, Li Yuan came in through the front door, arms laden with bags big and small, each filled with hearty dishes he had just packed up from a Chinese restaurant: braised pork knuckle, beggar's chicken, and even a whole roast suckling pig. He set the dishes on the table and knocked on each door in turn, even rousing Fugue, who was napping on the windowsill. The cat stretched lazily, let out a yowl at Li Yuan, and leapt lightly from the sill. With a graceful bound, Fugue landed on the table and sniffed at the food with little interest, until the aroma of braised fish caught his nose. He immediately trotted over and started eating. Li Yuan didn't mind. After all, that fish was prepared especially for Fugue. The doors to Will and Constantine's rooms opened, and the two emerged yawning. "Boss, are we heading out now?" Constantine asked as he ran a hand through his messy hair. "Go out now? No way. We eat first. How are we supposed to work on an empty stomach?" Li Yuan pointed at the mountain of food on the table. Their eyes lit up at once. Without bothering to wash their hands or faces, they dove right in. Li Yuan laughed and joined them, the three of them battling over the dishes until, at last, they leaned back in their chairs, clutching their bulging bellies. No one spoke. They simply sat together in comfortable silence, until the last sliver of sunlight faded from the horizon. Will tidied up the table, and the three of them set out. Guided by Constantine, they arrived in front of bar. Will looked puzzled. "Isn't this where Byman hangs out?" "That's right. The owner here is powerful. No one dares cause trouble on his turf. Byman's safest hiding here. Inside, you'll see half-angels, demons, werewolves, vampires. Well, maybe not vampires anymore," Constantine explained as he led them inside. But just as they were about to enter, a security guard stopped them and held out a card. Constantine said, "A bat with wings." He walked right in. When it was Li Yuan's turn, the guard produced a different card. Constantine was about to tell him the answer, when suddenly flames erupted around Li Yuan. Startled, the guard stepped back, and Li Yuan strode in without a word. Constantine gave Li Yuan a thumbs up. When they reached Will, the security guard eyed Will's massive frame and seemed about to ask for his card, but in the end he thought better of it, took a step back, and made way for Will. So the three of them entered together. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by the pounding beat of music. On stage, several seductive women were performing a striptease, while below, werewolves and demons mingled, chatting and sipping glasses filled with a crimson liquid. Whether it was wine or blood, it was impossible to tell. Will even caught sight of a werewolf who had shifted into his true form, tearing hungrily into the corpse of a young woman. The scene was gruesome in the extreme. Will instinctively wanted to intervene, but Constantine held him back. "You can't," Constantine said. "They're bound by a contract. We have no authority to interfere." "What kind of contract?" Will demanded angrily. "That woman signed an agreement with the bar's management before she died," Constantine explained gravely. "It states that after her death, her body belongs to the bar, and in return, her family receives a hefty sum. So he can't step in, understand?" Left with no choice, Will swallowed his anger and forced himself to look away from the horrific sight. The three of them made their way through the ghostly bar and soon arrived at an office door. Without hesitation, Constantine pushed it open and strode inside, with Li Yuan and Will following close behind. Inside, a black man lounged on a sofa, chatting with a white man who was puffing on a cigar across from him. "Midnight," Constantine called out. Midnight flashed the white man an apologetic smile, then turned his attention to Constantine. His jovial expression vanished in an instant, and he glared at the three of them, his face as dark as thunder. Sensing the change in mood, the white man stood, gave a polite nod, and quietly slipped out of the room. Midnight sauntered over to his seat, crossing one leg over the other. "Constantine, you bastard, you've got the nerve to show your face here? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Li Yuan shot Constantine a puzzled look. Constantine gave an awkward smile. "Well, I did some business with him once, but let's just say he wasn't too happy with the outcome." Midnight's eyes narrowed in anger. "You sold me fake goods. Some of my clients nearly died because of your scams. If I didn't have connections, you would have ruined the reputation of Midnight's bar." "Oh, come on, everything turned out fine, didn't it?" "I made those calculations with the utmost care," Constantine replied sheepishly, feeling the weight of Li Yuan and Will's stares. "All right," Midnight snapped. "Tell me, what do you want this time?" Constantine hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, "I want to use the electric chair." Midnight's expression changed instantly. He shot to his feet, fixing Constantine with a piercing stare. "Are you sure?" Constantine nodded. "Midnight, the demons have already broken the agreement. They can now cross the barrier and appear on Earth in their full form. I have to find out what exactly they're after. If you're determined to sit in that chair, then you must know what happens to those who do," Midnight said. "I know," Constantine replied. "All right, Since you insist on sitting in it, follow me. With that, Midnight turned and opened the door to a secret room. Constantine stepped inside, and Li Yuan and Will hurried after him. The space below looked like a storage room, cluttered with all sorts of odds and ends. Standing in the very center of the mess was a solitary chair. Constantine walked over, slipped off his shoes and socks, and sat down. Midnight approached, holding a glowing light bulb in his hand. He smashed the bulb and asked again, "Are you absolutely sure?" "I'm sure," Constantine roared. Midnight then jammed the broken bulb into the floor, sending a surge of electricity through the water on the ground and straight into Constantine. Constantine's body jerked violently, smoke curling from his limbs. At last he gave a final convulsion and slumped over, completely unconscious. Li Yuan and Will watch from the sidelines like spectators at a street show. Li Yuan even asked, did he just die?" Midnight shot Li Yuan a glare. "No. Hey, don't get so worked up. You know he's not exactly normal. By the way, what's the story with this chair? Give us a little background." "That chair comes from Star Prison in New York State. It was the very first electric chair used in history, and over 200 inmates have died on it. All those prisoners at the moment of their death wish they could turn back time. Over the years, those wishes gave the chair a strange power. It lets whoever sits in it see things from the past." As Midnight recounted the chair's origin, he didn't notice that Constantine was already regaining consciousness. Constantine sat there in a daze for a moment, gathering himself. A while later, as Midnight finished his explanation, Constantine put his socks and shoes back on, got up from the chair, stretched his neck, and said to the others, "I know what Blackheart is looking for." "What is it?" all three of them asked in unison. "A contract. A scroll binding a king of hell and a ghost rider. This contract holds the souls of over 1,000 fallen. If Blackheart gets his hands on it, he'll have the power to destroy the entire earth. No exaggeration. We have to stop him." Constantine laid out what he'd seen. "Do you know where the contract is?" Li Yuan asked. Constantine shook his head. "I don't know. When I tried to sense the contract's location, some mysterious force blocked me. But I do have a rough idea. It's somewhere in a small town out west in Arizona. As long as I get there, I can rely on my instincts to pinpoint the contract. Then there's no time to waste. Let's head out now," Will said. Li Yuan and Constantine shook their heads in unison. "That won't do. We can't go after the contract unprepared. If we run into the witch heart demon, it'd be suicide. We should get ready first, do some investigation, and only then set out." Will nodded helplessly. After that, the three of them said goodbye to Midnight and returned to the office. But as soon as they stepped through the door, Beeman followed, right on their heels. "Beeman, what brings you here?" Constantine asked in surprise. "I heard you're planning to stir up trouble with the witch heart demon, so I came to update your gear. Let's talk inside." Beeman lugged a large bag in, struggling with its weight. "How did you know we're going after the witch heart demon?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled, since only Midnight and the three of them were supposed to know. "Old man Midnight told me. Half of this gear is actually his. After all, John is one of his few friends," Beeman replied with a smile. With that, he pulled out a pile of transparent glass spheres from the bag and laid them on the table. "These are vials of holy water. You can ask Constantine about how to use them. They've all been blessed by priests or bishops. They're very effective against minor demons, and even the stronger ones will suffer if they get hit." Li Yuan picked one up and examined it, but couldn't see anything special, so he put it back down. Next, Beeman produced a golden knuckle duster, engraved with a white cross. "This is the golden knuckle. Don't underestimate it. The gold used to make it was blessed by Archbishop Anicetus during the Crusades. It's even more effective against demons than holy water. But gold like this is rare, so there's only this one. Use it wisely." Then came a shotgun made of solid gold, along with a golden tube. "This is the sacred shotgun, loaded with holy shells, one shot, one demon. And this here is dragon's breath, filled with the liquid fire of an ancient dragon, extremely rare. These are the sacred shells." Beeman pulled out a box of shotgun cartridges from the bag. Everyone eyed the gear spread across the table, and Constantine nodded in satisfaction. "Anything else?" "That's all. This is everything I've got," Beeman replied, shrugging helplessly. "All right then. Thanks for your trouble, Beeman. Oh, don't be so polite. We've been friends for so many years. There's no need for formalities. Now that I've handed these things over to you, I'll take my leave." With that, Beeman turned and left. Everyone eyed the equipment on the table, occasionally reaching out to touch it. But what they didn't know was that, not long after Beeman left, as he was walking through an alley, a mysterious force dragged him inside. Soon after, the sound of Beeman's agonized screams echoed from within. Beeman lay on the ground, covered in blood, but still alive. It wasn't until a man happened to pass by the alley and heard his groans that he was rescued. After tidying themselves up, the three made their way to the airplane rental. Li Yuan waved his hand decisively and chartered a luxury plane on the spot. They boarded the plane and set off directly for Arizona. On board, the three of them and a cat studied a map of Arizona. Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke up. "Where do you think the witch heart demon will appear?" The other two shook their heads. Li Yuan sighed in exasperation. "Seriously? This is how you plan to find a witch heart demon? 3 questions, and you know nothing. What am I keeping you around for?" "Tisich, like you know any better," Constantine muttered under his breath. Li Yuan gave him a light smack on the head. "Feeling suicidal? Watch how you talk to your boss." Constantine grinned sheepishly. After that, silence fell among them. Li Yuan quietly slipped into the plane's bedroom and went to sleep. When he woke up, they had already landed at the airport in Arizona. Li Yuan stretched and noticed it was already night, a clear sign it wasn't the right time to hunt for the witch heart demon. So, the group decided to find a place to rest. They were currently in Tucson, the county seat of Pima County. The three of them checked into a hotel and booked 3 rooms. Just as they were about to head to their rooms and rest, they ran into a group of punk rockers coming their way. Their hair was dyed into wild shapes, their bodies covered in tattoos. Li Yuan frowned slightly. Seeing that they were about to collide, he pulled Constantine and Will aside, making way for them. The leader of the group nodded approvingly, then swaggered past them with the others. Will looked indifferent, and Constantine seemed unfazed. He even looked like he might yawn. After the punk group passed, Li Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Boss, 3 rooms, please." Li Yuan spoke softly at the front desk. The hotel owner smiled and handed over 3 keys. "The room numbers are on the tags. Would you like someone to show you the way?" Li Yuan shook his head. After handing out the keys to the others, the 3 of them went upstairs together, each unlocking their own room. Once they had put their luggage away, they headed downstairs, planning to grab a bite to eat. But just as they stepped outside, they once again ran into the same group dressed in punk rock outfits. The 3 of them yielded to make way again, but this time, the group had no intention of letting them off easily. Their faces were dark and sullen, as if they had just been chewed out by someone. A crowd gathered around Li Yuan and his companions. Not even Will's imposing figure seemed to intimidate them in the slightest. With a calm smile, Li Yuan said, "Let's not fight here. It's too easy to break something that doesn't belong to us. Why don't we step outside and settle this?" The leader arched an eyebrow. "Fine, if that's what you want. Follow us. Looks like luck isn't on your side tonight, out-of-towners." With that, the 3 were herded into a narrow alleyway. Once everyone was inside, Li Yuan flashed a fox-like grin at Will and Constantine. "Let's warm up a bit before dinner, shall we?" Li Yuan slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled toward the mouth of the alley. Someone tried to block his way, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Constantine. Seeing this, the others immediately charged at the trio. Will grabbed 2 of them, 1 in each hand, and slammed them hard against the wall. Standing at the entrance, Li Yuan gazed at the Tucson night, stretching his arms wide in a lazy yawn. When he turned back, all the punks were sprawled out on the ground. "All right, let's talk. Which gang are you from?" Li Yuan walked over to the leader of the group, giving him a nudge with his foot. The punks swallowed hard. "We're the Tucson Street Racers." Li Yuan glanced at Will, who nodded in confirmation. "They're telling the truth. I've seen their crew at Hell's Kitchen before. The tattoos, they're the Street Racers insignia." "All right then, let's get to the point. Why did you come looking for trouble?" "I was ready to let things slide, but you just had to push it." Li Yuan crouched down and patted the man's face. The leader immediately put on a sycophantic smile. "Boss, we know we were wrong. Why don't you just let us go? Honestly, I didn't want any trouble with you guys. We've just been on edge lately." "So, your idea of stress relief is picking a fight with us?" "Boss, please let us off the hook." "We promise. We won't bother you again," the punk pleaded. "Forget it. I'm not interested in settling scores. But I do need some information. Have there been any strange occurrences around Arizona recently? Any especially bizarre deaths or anything like that?" Li Yuan asked. As soon as the punk heard this, his pupils contracted and his face turned pale. "Boss, there really have been some strange things happening nearby. In a bar on Wells Road, a group of street racers got killed. The way they died was bizarre. They were all crouched on the ground, heads tilted back, burned to a crisp." The thug spoke with a look of terror on his face. "Burned to a crisp? Who told you they were burned alive?" Constantine suddenly interrupted. "The coroner did. They told us those people were roasted alive, right down to charcoal," the thug replied. "Boss, looks like this is the place. That's a power only the fire demon would have. He gets real pleasure out of watching his enemies slowly turn into charred husks." Constantine whispered into Li Yuan's ear. "I see. Well, you guys can go now." Li Yuan gestured for the group of thugs to leave. They scrambled up from the ground, gave the 3 a sheepish grin, and hurried off without a backward glance. Suddenly, Li Yuan called out, "You're always welcome to come back and give me trouble." Who would have thought those words would make the thugs run even faster? Li Yuan laughed out loud as he watched them go. Boss, let's get something to eat. I'm starving, Will complained. All right, let's go grab some food. The three of them wandered down the main street. It was so late that the only place still open was the Golden Arches, open 24 hours. They went in, ordered a mountain of burgers, pizza, and a whole load of drinks, then started devouring everything like wolves. Even the staff stared in disbelief, though their professionalism made them put away their phones and return to work. Before long, Li Yuan and Constantine were full. It was only Will who kept eating. After a big gulp of sugary soda, Li Yuan and Constantine let out a satisfied sigh, then leaned back in their seats. Constantine, if you had to face the sorcerer demon, do you have what it takes? Are you confident? Li Yuan suddenly asked. Constantine gave a wry smile and shook his head. Boss, you're kidding, right? I can handle small fry, maybe even take on the fire demon. But the sorcerer demon? That's a different story. He's the son of the king of hell. Fair enough. That's why we need to find an ally this time. Someone who's already here, Li Yuan said, a mysterious smile on his lips. Hee boss, can you tell us who it is? Li Yuan shook his head. I don't know either, honestly. I'm not sure if he'll even help us, but I don't think he'd just stand by and do nothing. Really can't tell us, boss. Li Yuan smiled and looked at Constantine. What do you think? Constantine wisely lowered his head. Boss, if you don't want to say, then I won't press. Will could only shake his head helplessly at the exchange. In the early morning, the three of them stepped out of the hotel, looking refreshed and in high spirits. Since last night, none of those rowdy street racers had come looking for trouble, so they decided to head straight to the location of the contract, hoping to avoid the witch heart demon as much as possible. They rented a car, and during the drive, Constantine closed his eyes, holding in his hand a device that looked like a compass. He muttered under his breath, and soon the needle on the compass began to spin, finally settling on a particular direction. Constantine pointed that way and said, "The contract is in this direction." Li Yuan glanced at Constantine with a puzzled look. "What on earth is that thing you're using?" Constantine quickly shoved the compass into his pocket, pressing his hands over it protectively. "Boss, you can't just snatch things from your employees, you know. I'm asking you what it is, not trying to steal it." Li Yuan pressed, repeating his question. Seeing that Li Yuan wouldn't let the matter drop, Constantine resigned himself to explaining. "This is a heart's desire compass. It points to whatever the holder wants most in their heart. Just now, I was thinking about the contract. You had something this magical and didn't take it out sooner. Instead, you kept telling us to trust your instincts." As Li Yuan's tone grew more dangerous, Constantine immediately backed down. "Boss, I can't be blamed. This treasure is extremely precious. Even I only have 3 uses left. Once those are gone, the compass will be taken back." "Taken back? By who?" "A witch. She gave me this as a reward after I helped her banish a demon. Once I've used up my 3 chances, it'll instantly transport back to her. If I want to use it again, or keep it for good, I'd have to negotiate with her, but I really don't want to see her again. She's terrifying." Whatever Constantine remembered made him shudder involuntarily. "I'll let it slide this time, but if you keep hiding things from us, don't blame me for what happens next," Li Yuan said seriously. Constantine nodded, showing he understood, and only then did Li Yuan start the car and set off. The drive was quiet, everyone lost in their own thoughts, when suddenly the car tire burst with a loud bang. Li Yuan yanked the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a rollover. They all climbed out to check and found the left front tire had blown out. "Well, go check the trunk for a spare," Li Yuan called out. Will headed to the trunk, pulling out the jack and the spare tire, grabbing the tools as well. Li Yuan first used the jack to lift the car, then took off the damaged tire. Just as he was about to put on the spare, a man on a motorcycle appeared at the far end of the highway. When Constantine and Will first laid eyes on this man, they both sensed that there was something different about him. Even Li Yuan, looking at the familiar face, muttered to himself, "What a small world." The man stopped his motorcycle and approached the 3 of them, politely asking, "Do you need any help?" Li Yuan nodded. "Of course we do." The man glanced at Li Yuan, surprised by his enthusiastic response, but after a brief smile, he crouched down and started helping Li Yuan change the tire. In just a few minutes, the job was done. "Thanks a lot. By the way, my name is Li Yuan," Li Yuan said, reaching out his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Johnny Blaze." Their hands clasped together, and a mysterious smile played across Li Yuan's lips. "Johnny, since you've helped us out, why don't you let us buy you a meal?" Li Yuan offered, but Johnny seemed reluctant to get too close to strangers. He shook his head and declined. He then climbed back onto his motorcycle and rode away. Watching Johnny's retreating figure, Li Yuan murmured to himself, "I wonder if he can transform yet." "Boss, what are you talking about?" Will overheard Li Yuan's mutterings and asked. "Oh, nothing, just talking to myself." "All right, let's get moving." The trio set off on their journey once again. By evening, they finally reached a small town. They drove to a local diner, and there, by chance, they ran into Johnny again. This time, Johnny was surrounded by a gang of bikers. The three of them immediately got out of the car, weapons in hand. "Hey, let him go," Li Yuan shouted. The gangsters had no intention of listening to Li Yuan and his friends, until Li Yuan fired a shot into the air. Only then did the thugs notice the weapons in their hands. Li Yuan calmly pointed his gun at them, and the gangsters scattered in panic, fleeing the scene. Li Yuan walked over and helped Johnny to his feet. "Are you all right?" Johnny shook his head. "Well, if you're okay, let's get something to eat. My treat." Seeing Li Yuan's easy smile, Johnny hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he agreed. The four of them headed to a nearby pizza place. Not that they had many options, it was the only restaurant in town. They walked in and ordered a mountain of pizza. Maybe it was because there weren't many customers, but the food arrived quickly. As everyone started eating, Li Yuan took the chance to strike up a conversation with Johnny. "Johnny, why are you here all alone? When I first saw your bike, I thought you were one of those bikers." "I'm not really sure," Johnny replied. "I just felt like coming here, as if something was drawing me in." "I see. Well, I feel like we're fated to meet. Why don't you join us on our journey?" Li Yuan suggested. But Johnny did not agree. He shook his head and said, "No, I'll pass. I'm already used to being alone." "Well then, I won't insist. Let's go our separate ways after this meal," Li Yuan replied, still smiling, his face betraying none of the anger one might expect after Johnny's refusal. Johnny nodded, finished the pizza in front of him, and prepared to leave. But just as he stood up, Li Yuan called out to him again, "Hey, Johnny, I have a feeling we'll meet again someday. Do you believe that?" Johnny glanced at Li Yuan, then walked away. "Boss, you're not telling me that guy is your so-called helper, are you?" "There's a power inside him that feels both familiar and repulsive to me," Will said. "That's right. He's exactly the one I'm looking for. Don't underestimate him. He's the flaming skeleton," Li Yuan said calmly. "The flaming skeleton? John, do you know what that is?" Will asked. Constantine frowned and thought about it for a long while but couldn't remember. "If you can't recall, don't bother. Let's get some rest. We've got a long journey ahead of us tomorrow," Li Yuan said as he returned from paying the bill, noticing Constantine still puzzling over the meaning of the flaming skeleton. The three of them went to the inn, rented 3 rooms, washed up, and went to sleep. But none of them knew that somewhere in a corner of the small town, Johnny was gasping for breath, clawing at his skin as if trying to tear it off. His skin began to crack, and flecks of orange light appeared in the fissures. Suddenly, with a burst, his skin exploded, and a surge of hellfire erupted, transforming him into a flaming skeleton. Johnny twisted his neck, mounted his motorcycle, and with a hard kick, the bike itself transformed into a hellish machine. He sped through the town, leaving behind blaring car alarms, shattered windows, and a long, black scorch mark on the road. Inside the inn, the 3 companions slept soundly, oblivious to everything, merely turning over in their beds. At dawn, the 3 of them woke up, washed up, and went to the cafe next to the inn. But as soon as they reached the entrance, they saw that all the cafe's windows and doors had been reduced to shards scattered across the ground. "Wow, was there a robbery?" Constantine exclaimed in surprise. A server who was cleaning up overheard him and replied, "Robbery? Not at all. No one knows who did it, but every shop on the street had their windows smashed overnight. It wasn't just us, the whole row got hit." "I see. But can we still get coffee here?" Li Yuan asked. "Of course. What would you like to drink?" The server put down her broom and came over to take their orders. "Just bring us 3 cups of coffee, lots of sugar and milk, and bring some bread, more than usual. Take a look at my friend here and estimate how much he could eat," Li Yuan said. The waiter glanced at Will, swallowed nervously, then nodded to the 3 of them. "Please find a place to sit inside. I'll get your coffee ready." With that, the waiter hurried off. The 3 of them looked around and picked a random spot to sit down. As Will settled into his seat, Li Yuan could even hear the chair creak under his weight. Sitting in the shop, Li Yuan looked at the broken glass scattered around and suddenly asked, "Who do you think caused all this?" Both of his companions shook their heads. "I figured you wouldn't know. Let me tell you, it was the person we ran into yesterday. I told you before, he's the one I'm looking for to help us. And if he's my helper, he's certainly not simple." "You think Johnny did this?" "That can't be right. He looks just like any ordinary guy," Constantine said. "He is just an ordinary person, but what's inside him is anything but ordinary." Li Yuan was about to continue when the waiter came over carrying their coffee, followed by another server with a large tray of bread. Once the coffee and bread were set on the table, the staff left, and Li Yuan dropped the subject, urging his companions to eat and drink. After a while, when the 3 had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Yuan paid the bill. He filled up the car's gas tank, and they set off again, heading in the direction of their contract. In the car, Constantine asked, "Boss, tell us more about what makes Johnny different." Li Yuan chuckled. "Take a look at the road. Do you see that black line? At his words, the other two leaned out the car windows and saw a black streak running along the highway. Constantine frowned, studying the line. This kind of burn only happens at extremely high temperatures. Ordinary fire couldn't do this. Could it be? That's right. It's hellfire, Li Yuan said, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Hellfire? That's impossible. Only a handful of demons can control hellfire, and there's no way they'd make it to Earth. Angels would never allow it, Constantine said, deeply puzzled. But what if it's not a demon controlling the hellfire, but an angel? Constantine's face went pale with shock as the realization hit him. He stared at Li Yuan, stunned. That's right. It's exactly who you're thinking of. He is this generation's Ghost Rider. He's only just awakened, so he's not fully in control of his powers yet. Boss, I've heard that the Ghost Rider makes no distinction between friend and foe. He judges only by good and evil. His penance. Stare has struck terror into the hearts of countless angels and demons alike, Constantine said, his tone deliberately exaggerated. Don't make it sound so dramatic. He's still unfamiliar with his powers. Once he gets the hang of it, he'll be able to keep the Zarathos spirit inside him under control. Then he'll be able to suppress that urge to judge us, Li Yuan replied. Zarathos, that's an ancient evil spirit, isn't it? I heard humanity paid a terrible price to seal him away. A sacrifice so great that even an archangel gave his life to lock Zarathos in hell. Boss, is that really true? Constantine asked. Li Yuan nodded. That's right. In fact, Ghost Riders have existed since ancient times, though they prefer to call themselves spirits of vengeance. Back then, they didn't even wield hellfire. They were just a group of humans gifted with extraordinary abilities. To defend against Zarathos, they managed to find a powerful artifact, the Medallion of Power. They used its energy to trap Zarathos and sealed him in hell. But that wasn't enough. Fearing Zarathos might return, humans sought help from God, begging him to fortify the seal. God, too, feared Zarathos might. So he sent the Archangel Randakir. Randakir sacrificed his own life, channeling the power of heaven to permanently imprison Zarathos within a Medallion of Power. In theory, as long as heaven stands, Zarathos can never break free. Thanks to Archangel Randakir, Ghost Riders gained two forms, the familiar Hellfire form and a Blue Flame form. I don't need to explain the Hellfire form, but the Blue Flame is even more remarkable. It can even raise the dead. Actually, boss, what I'm really curious about is how a regular guy like Johnny ended up with the Ghost Rider's powers. Constantine asked. Don't you remember what I said? The Medallion of Power is sealed in hell. Though the Lord of Hell can't break the seal himself, he can still draw on some of its power. He used that to descend to Earth and started making deals with humans, granting them the mantle of Ghost Rider in exchange for their service. That contract, which held the souls of 1,000 fallen, was acquired by the previous Ghost Rider for the Lord of Hell. But in the end, his better nature won out. He couldn't bear to hand over the contract, so he went into hiding with it. To find him, the Lord of Hell set up an elaborate trap, having Johnny sign the pact and using him to track down the previous Ghost Rider, Li Yuan explained. After Li Yuan's explanation, Will and Constantine finally made sense of the origins of the Ghost Rider. They also understood why Johnny had appeared here, and why Mephistopheles was present as well. Suddenly, Will shouted, Boss, stop the car. Li Yuan instinctively slammed on the brakes. The three of them lurched forward from the sudden stop, but fortunately, none of them were ordinary people. Otherwise, they might have been thrown right out. Will, unless you have a good explanation, you can kiss your life goodbye. Li Yuan yelled, his voice full of menace. No, boss, look outside. Will called out. Li Yuan turned his head to peer out the window and spotted a figure lying on the grassy roadside. Huh, what's he doing here? Li Yuan muttered to himself. The three got out of the car and walked over to the figure collapsed on the ground. Will went to help him up. He was about to use a healing light, but then noticed the man's body was already recovering on its own, so he held back. They carried him back into the car, and at the same time, they lifted a nearby motorcycle onto the truck bed, securing it before setting off again. Not long after, the unconscious man slowly came to. Seeing familiar faces, he sat up and leaned against the seat, his voice soft. Lee, thank you. No need to mention it. We just happened to come by. But what were you doing passed out by the side of the road? Li Yuan asked. Johnny's expression changed, but at last he replied, I was driving too fast, lost control, and crashed. Hit my head on the ground, blacked out. I see. Do you need to go to hospital for a checkup? No need. Just drop me off at the next town, Johnny said quietly. Of course, that's no problem, Li Yuan replied with a smile. At that moment, Constantine, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly opened his eyes and said, Boss, our destination is just ahead. Li Yuan glanced toward the end of the highway and saw, several kilometers away, a cemetery. Without hesitation, He turned the steering wheel and left the road, heading straight for the cemetery. Johnny gazed at the approaching graveyard and felt a strange, inexplicable pull drawing him closer. Soon, they arrived at the cemetery gates. Li Yuan parked the car outside. Johnny went to the truck bed and retrieved his motorcycle. Just then, an old man dressed like a cowboy came out, shovel in hand. "Who are you folks looking for?" Li Yuan smiled faintly. "Carter Slade. We're here to collect the contract from years ago. By the way, your son, Mephistopheles, is already on Earth." Upon hearing the name of the one they sought, the old man's hands gripped the shovel tightly, his eyes fixed intently on Li Yuan. At that moment, Johnny parked his motorcycle and came up beside Li Yuan. The old man was visibly shocked when he saw Johnny. He looked Johnny up and down for a moment, and then his face grew a bit emotional. "You finally arrived." Johnny, noticing the old man staring at him, pointed at himself in confusion. "Me? That's right. Come in with me." The old man led the four of them into the church. Suddenly, Will nudged Li Yuan and pointed discreetly toward the graveyard. "Boss, isn't that Carter Slade you've been looking for?" Li Yuan didn't answer. He simply shook his head gently. Once inside the church, the old man brought out 4 cups of tea. Each of them took a cup, but none of them drank. Instead, they all just held their cups in their hands. The old man noticed this, but showed no sign of displeasure. Sitting down across from Li Yuan, he asked in a quiet voice, "How did you know I was here?" "Because of my employee and Johnny," Li Yuan replied, gesturing first to Constantine and then to Johnny. Johnny and Constantine exchanged puzzled looks, completely in the dark about the cryptic conversation between the two. The old man nodded. "That's right. I am Carter Slade, the previous ghostwriter. I know what you want, but I cannot give it to you." Everyone stared at the old man in shock. None of them had expected this gentle, kindly old man to be the previous ghostwriter. Ignoring their astonishment, Carter Slade began to relate his story. "Back when I was on the verge of death, just as I was about to lose consciousness, he appeared. He tempted me into signing a contract, turning me into the ghostwriter, and I pawned my soul to him, until I helped him retrieve the contract from the village of San Venganza. When I arrived in that village, it was crawling with demons. I trapped them all within the contract. I meant to hand the contract over and complete our deal, but then, out of nowhere, a half-angel appeared. He urged me to open the contract. I wanted nothing to do with him, so we fought. I killed him and was preparing to leave. But, just before he died, the half-angel cast an illusion. However, since I had no soul, illusions had no effect on me. That only piqued my curiosity about the contract. Driven by curiosity, I opened it, and discovered that this contract was a pact he'd made with the entire village, a contract of damnation. If he got his hands on it, the balance between heaven and hell would be shattered. Earth would become a battlefield, and his power would grow exponentially. In the end, I had no choice but to take the contract and run. Because on Earth, his power would be greatly weakened, even more so than an ordinary person, so I've been hiding here ever since. But, in recent years, I've realized the energy inside me is running low. That's when I understood. The next ghost rider must emerge. At this point, old Carter glanced at Johnny, then stamped his foot and snapped his shovel in half. From the broken handle, he drew out an ancient, weathered parchment, which he handed to Johnny. "Johnny, I'm leaving this in your care. I have other wishes to fulfill. You are now far stronger than I ever was. The energy in my body is only enough for one last transformation, so I can no longer fight alongside you. This battle is yours now. Besides, they're already here." Carter Slade gave a faint smile, and just then, the church doors burst open with a crash. Everyone turned to see Blackheart enter, bringing with him the demons of wind, earth, fire, and water. At that moment, a fierce wind whipped through from behind, sending chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, the piercing whinny of a horse rang out. Carter transformed into the Ghost Rider, leaping onto a horse engulfed in hellfire, and charged straight at Blackheart and his cohort. As he thundered past them, he drew a shotgun, its barrel blazing with the fires of hell. Bang! The gunshot split the air. The water demon and wind demon were struck before they could react. The bullet pierced through them, and before they could take another step, their bodies shattered, dissolving into dust. Without pausing, Carter spurred his steed and galloped away from the graveyard. But his voice echoed back through the church as he departed. "This is the last thing I can do for you. Johnny, the rest of the fight is up to you alone." Will gazed at Blackheart and his demons. He spread his hand, and a war hammer, shaped like a cross, appeared, while a suit of angelic armor materialized around him. Johnny, gasping for breath, gave a furious shout and transformed into the Ghost Rider. Li Yuan's whole body turned to gleaming metal, and Constantine, watching the three of them, sighed heavily and drew forth the breath of the dragon and his sacred shotgun. The two forces now faced each other. Blackheart watched Johnny, who provocatively spun the contract in his hand. Extending a hand, Blackheart said coldly, "Hand over the contract, and I might let you all walk away alive." The Ghost Rider stuffed the contract into his mouth, his voice hoarse and menacing. "Come and get it." The tension was palpable. A fight could break out at any second. "Are you really not going to hand over the contract?" Blackheart repeated coldly. Johnny and his companions remained silent, not a single one answering him. "Do it," Blackheart barked, taking 2 steps back. The surviving Earth Demon and Fire Demon roared in fury, their bodies swelling monstrously as the battle began. The Flame Demon was engulfed in a swirling blaze, and then a massive skeletal hand thrust its way out. With a mighty push, the hand tore the fire apart, and he strode forth, his entire form a skeleton. He resembled the Ghost Rider, yet what set him apart was the layer of molten lava flowing over his bones, protecting him like living armor. But that wasn't all. Within his bones, lava coursed as if it had become his flesh and blood. With a single stomp, the Flame Demon shook the entire church twice, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Not to be outdone, the Earth Demon called upon every speck of dust in the church and every grain of soil from the cemetery outside. All of it gathered together, swirling and merging until a massive figure of living earth took shape. Gazing at the 2 demons, so mismatched in form and size, Li Yuan let out a heavy sigh. "Damn, it's really hard to survive in this world. It's up to you now." With that, Li Yuan took a few steps back, while we'll move forward, confident that his holy light was the bane of demons like these. Johnny swept his arm, and the chains for the church doors flew into his waiting hands. He gripped them tightly, the metal links blazing red-hot, yet strangely they did not melt. Instead, infernal flames danced along their length. "Come on!" Johnny, or rather, Zarathos within him, roared with fury. The Flame Demon and Earth Demon charged at the 4 of them, their strides thunderous and relentless. Johnny and Will met their advance head-on, refusing to yield. As the 2 sides collided, the force of their impact utterly destroyed the church. With a thunderous crash, the church collapsed. Li Yuan's body swelled to immense proportions, and he caught the falling roof, hurling aside to shield Constantine. Constantine, meanwhile, was far from idle. He fired his holy shotgun at the Earth and Flame Demons, trying to slow them down. Watching Constantine's marksmanship, Li Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. After tossing aside the roof, he snatched the holy shotgun and aimed it at the Earth Demon. Just as the Earth Demon was about to strike at will, Li Yuan fired at his elbow joint, shattering the mud-crafted arm with a single shot. Will seized the opening, darting beneath the Earth Demon. He planted his warhammer on the ground, raining blow after blow upon the giant's form. But to the Earth Demon, the attacks merely thinned his armor, a nuisance at best, not a real threat. Seeing that brute force wasn't working, Will retreated a few steps. Suddenly, the handle of his warhammer broke into segments. Gripping the last piece, he hurled the hammer upward. It burst forth in radiant white light, smashing through the earthen armor and shattering it completely. Yet the Earth Demon, stunned for only a moment, swiftly gathered more soil, reforming himself as a new mud colossus. Damn it, Will cursed, but there was little more he could do. In comparison, things were much easier on Johnny's side. For the Ghost Rider, dealing with any demon was a breeze. Although there was a significant difference in size, that hardly mattered to Johnny at all. With a single swing of his chain, he bound the Fire Demon tightly. The demon struggled furiously, the flames on its body shooting up nearly 30 feet high as it tried to melt the chain. But this was no ordinary chain. It had been transformed by hellfire, and no mere heat could melt it. Johnny began to whirl the chain as if spinning atop, swinging it around so that the Fire Demon became a blazing orb trailing spectacular effects in the air. Finally, he let go. The Fire Demon hurtled toward the Witchheart Demon at tremendous speed. The Witchheart Demon did nothing more than casually raise a hand and flick it to the left. The Fire Demon crashed to the ground like a discarded piece of trash. The Fire Demon scrambled back to its feet, let out a furious roar at Johnny, and charged at him again. Johnny responded with a taunting curl of his finger, beckoning him on. Enraged, the Fire Demon panted heavily, and a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from its back. With powerful flaps, it lifted itself into the air, circling several times before folding its wings in and diving straight at Johnny from above. Johnny didn't back down for a moment. With a forceful push of his legs, he launched himself at the Fire Demon. The two collided midair, unleashing a massive shockwave, so strong that Constantine was nearly blown away. If Li Yuan hadn't held on to him, he would have been swept off his feet. When the two landed, Johnny was gripping the Fire Demon by the neck. Half of the demon's body was gone, and Johnny's hollow eye sockets locked onto it, unleashing the penance stare. The fire demon let out a wail and disintegrated into flickering embers. At that moment, Johnny heard the sounds of the earth demon battling while nearby. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and spewed a torrent of flames at the earth demon. Will rolled aside just in time to avoid the fire. In less than half a second, the earth demon was reduced to a ceramic husk. Johnny strode over, finished him off with the penance stare, and turned him to ash. Now, only the witch heart demon remained. Yet, even when faced with 4 against 1, he showed no sign of fear. With a cold sneer, he watched Johnny, whose patience finally snapped. Johnny charged at him without a second thought. Johnny lashed out with his chain again and again, but each time it passed through the witch heart demon's body as if he were nothing but a phantom. Johnny kept swinging the chain. Will, standing behind, occasionally unleashed a burst of holy light, while Constantine took the simplest approach and hurled holy water at him. But none of it had any effect. As if bored with the game, the witch heart demon slowly rose into the air, a cloud of black mist swirling around him. Suddenly, the black mist surged toward everyone. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. The mist seized them all and dragged them in front of the witch heart demon, who controlled the darkness with chilling precision. Listen to me. Hand over the contract right now, or I'll kill you all where you stand, the witch heart demon threatened. Johnny let out a harsh, grating laugh. You are powerful, I'll give you that. But you've made one fatal mistake, bringing yourself right to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny sprang into action. He grabbed the witch heart demon's shoulder and unleashed the judgment gaze upon him. But the witch heart demon only laughed, his voice echoing with mockery. Huh, did you really think your judgment gaze would work on me? I don't even have a soul. Your power is useless against me. Enraged, the witch heart demon tightened his grip on the black mist, slamming everyone violently to the ground. With sheer force, he suppressed Johnny, forcing him out of his Ghost Rider form and back into his human body. Then, from Johnny's body, he extracted the contract. With the contract in my hands, your lives are forfeit. But you, he pointed at Johnny, you won't die. If you die, my father will descend to Earth himself and discover all my little schemes. And that would ruin my plans to rule the world. So you live, but the rest of them, they'll all die. As he finished speaking, the black mist began to contract. Constantine glanced at Li Yuan and Will, both writhing in agony, and his expression changed. In that moment, as if steeling himself for the inevitable, he bit down hard on the pill hidden in his mouth. Constantine crushed the pill between his teeth. Instantly, the witch heart demon sensed something and roared in fury, no. The black mist rushed to envelop Constantine, but its movement grew sluggish. More precisely, it wasn't the mist that was slowing, but the entire flow of time in that space. Finally, everything froze, suspended in absolute stillness. Before Constantine, an elegant old man appeared, leaning on a cane. He strolled forward, savoring the scent of Constantine as if it were the rarest perfume. Constantine, you're finally dead. I've waited a long, long time for this day. Mephisto, your son is plotting to become the ruler of Earth. Aren't you the least bit angry? Constantine replied, his voice weak, on the verge of death. Mephisto chuckled darkly. If my son has the power to do it, why would I stop him? Isn't that right? But as for me, your soul is what truly fascinates me now. Besides, did you really think I didn't know everything the witch heart demon has done? All of this, every step, was a trap. A trap designed to push you to suicide, so you'd never reach heaven, only end up in hell. After hearing Mephisto's words, Constantine couldn't help but laugh in disbelief and bitterness. It's impressive, the lengths you've gone to for someone as ordinary as me. But I have one final request. I'll go to hell with you, but please, let my 2 friends go. Don't drag them down with me. Mephisto looked at Li Yuan and Will, his smile wide as he said, these 2 friends of yours are far from ordinary, especially that tall one. He gives me a feeling of utter revulsion. I despise that sensation. So rest assured, I will never let them set foot in hell. With that, Mephisto hopped up, thumping his cane on the ground. Instantly, the suspended time within this space resumed its flow. Witch heart demon, glancing warily at the beaming. Mephisto swallowed hard, fear and unease written all over his face. But seeing that Mephisto made no sudden moves, he slowly tightened his grip on the contract in his hand. Meanwhile, the black mist holding Li Yuan and his companions dissolved, setting them free. The 4 of them fixed their gaze on the old man before them. Mephisto's smile widened as he spoke. I made a promise to Constantine, not to send the 2 of you to hell. But there's a catch. The only way someone goes to hell is if they're already dead. Before Li Yuan could react, a sudden jolt struck his chest. He looked down, bewildered, to see a cane thrust straight through his heart. A bitter smile, tugged at Li Yuan's lips as he slowly slumped to the ground. Never, in all his imaginings, had he thought he would meet his end here. Seeing their boss collapse in death, Will and Constantine had starkly different reactions. Constantine burst out laughing, the sound wild and manic, yet tears traced down his cheeks. "Mephisto, you truly are the Lord of Hell, ha, ha!" Will, trembling with rage, shouted furiously as radiant energy gathered around him, growing ever brighter. Mephisto's expression soured, and he murmured, "I loathe your power. Begone!" In an instant, all the energy Will had summoned vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Crushed by grief, Will fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes as he stared at Li Yuan's lifeless body. Mephisto hooked Constantine up with his cane. "I told you I'd spare his soul. I've kept my word." He was about to drag Constantine away when, halfway through, Mephisto suddenly felt Constantine's body grow heavy, so heavy, in fact, that he could no longer move him at all. At that moment, the sky brightened, and a shining white door appeared overhead. A mysterious force began to gently pull Constantine upward. Then Mephisto recalled what Constantine had just done. "Sacrifice! Constantine, you cunning bastard!" Watching Constantine slowly float toward the heavens, seeing him raise his hand in an international gesture of farewell, Mephisto's anger finally boiled over. He seized Constantine, plunging his hands deep into the man's body, and whispered menacingly in his ear, "I won't let you go. I'll trap you here among the living. I refuse to believe you'll never slip up before the end." He held out his hands, which were covered with the residue of nicotine and the accumulated waste from his lungs. Mephisto had healed Constantine, but that wasn't even the most infuriating part. What truly stoked the fire was when Li Yuan, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly sat up. He looked down his chest and saw a pure white feather slowly drifting out. A white energy surged out in torrents, enveloping his entire body. When he finally stepped out of the glowing sphere, the gaping hole in his chest had vanished. Only the torn fabric of his shirt bore witness to what he had just endured. Overcome with excitement, Li Yuan patted himself all over and shouted, "Damn, I almost forgot I had an extra life. I'm not dead, haha. Mephisto, you old bastard, you just go around ambushing people without a word. What the hell is wrong with you?" What followed was a string of furious, colorful curses from Li Yuan. Mephisto, however, was an old fox. Listening to Li Yuan's tirade, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he stared grimly at the gate of heaven, still hanging in the sky. After all, Constantine had already been restored, and yet the gate remained open. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from within the gate. "Old Mephisto, you're being awfully unfair here. You've broken the rules more than once. If it weren't for our acquaintance of several million years, you'd have been forced back into slumber by now. Go home, take your son with you. If that bald fellow gets angry, don't say I didn't warn you." Both Will and Li Yuan recognized the speaker instantly. Mephisto's face turned ashen. "You win this time? Can't believe you managed to rope me into this as well. Just you wait." With that, Mephisto raised his cane and drew a circle in the air, opening a round portal. With a sweeping gesture, he sent the demon with the sorcerer's heart hurtling through, then followed right after. As soon as the portal closed, the gate of heaven faded away as well. Li Yuan kept cursing, but Will and Constantine had seen enough. They supported each other as they made their way to an intact stone bench outside, where they sat down, gazed up at the moon, and let out a long, weary breath. Then, catching each other's eyes, the two finally broke into laughter. Li Yuan eventually wore himself out and stopped cursing. After all, anyone would be shaken by being killed one moment and resurrected the next. No normal person could. Just take that in stride. It was only because Li Yuan bore the title of a transmigrator that he managed to hold it together. Otherwise, he might have lost it entirely. After this ordeal, Li Yuan led Will on a nighttime journey straight to the airport in Arizona, and without a moment's rest, hurried back to New York. This time, he swore to himself, before he gained power great enough, he would never set foot outside New York again. Mephisto had left a deep and lasting shadow over Li Yuan's heart. Upon returning to New York, the very first thing Constantine did was head straight to the hospital for a checkup on his lungs. To his surprise, his lungs were now perfectly healthy. There was no sign at all that they belonged to a chain smoker. After this ordeal, Constantine had completely kicked his smoking habit. He no longer touched cigarettes and had taken to chewing gum instead. Li Yuan, on the other hand, spent his days holed up in his office after coming back to New York. He had turned into a bit of a recluse, his once athletic build gradually expanding until he started to resemble Thor from Avengers Endgame. Even though we'll try to talk some sense into him every day, Li Yuan just ignored him. Things stayed this way until the time came for the second movie viewing, when at last something changed. Li Yuan was staring at the 3 newly available films, torn about which one to choose, when suddenly his office door was kicked open by a group of burly men in black suits. Will scowled at the intruders, but they acted as if they owned the place. Their leader strode right up to Li Yuan and, in a commanding tone, declared, "Li Yuan, the president has been kidnapped. We need you to rescue him." Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Is this how you ask for help? Will, show them out." Will's gaze turned icy, and with an overwhelming aura, he began tossing the men out one after another, leaving them barely able to stand. Just as Li Yuan was about to turn back to his dilemma of choosing a movie, the office phone rang. He picked it up, sounding annoyed. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me." The voice of General Colton came through the receiver. "What's up, old man? Don't tell me you want me to go save your president," Li Yuan teased. $50 million. Bring the president back safe and sound, and we'll give you $50 million transferred on the spot. How does that sound? General Colton asked. Li Yuan snorted. "You really think I believe Congress would actually fork over $50 million? I never said Congress would pay. The money will come from the financiers backing the president. You can trust that you'll get your payment. I'll personally guarantee it." Hearing the certainty in General Colton's voice, Li Yuan frowned. After a moment's thought, he decided to take on the mission. "Fine, I accept. Send me the president's location." "There is no location. It's as if the president vanished from the face of the earth. That's why we need you to find him and bring him back safely," General Colton replied. "Damn it, Colton. Are you messing with me? You don't even know where he is. How am I supposed to rescue him?" Li Yuan shouted, exasperated. $100 million. As long as you find the president and bring him back safe, $100 million will be wired directly to your account, General Colton said. "All right, wait for my news." Li Yuan hung up the phone. In the Colton residence, a middle-aged man nodded to General Colton and said, "Thank you for your trouble, General." "It's no trouble at all. After all, I stand with the president," General Colton replied coolly. "John, I need your compass. Hand it over." Li Yuan shouted loudly. Constantine emerged from his room, scratching his messy hair as he took out the compass. "Boss, you can use it, but what's in it for me?" "I'll give you $10 million. Is that enough?" Li Yuan asked, fixing his gaze on him. Constantine shook his head. $30 million at least. "Deal." With that, Li Yuan snatched the compass from Constantine's hand, gripping it tightly and focusing all his thoughts on the president. The compass began to turn slowly, eventually settling in one direction and refusing to move further. "Will, you're coming with me. John, keep an eye on the house. And remember to feed Fortune. If you forget and it scratches you, don't say I didn't warn you." With those words, Li Yuan took Will, and they drove off, following the direction indicated by the compass. The farther they drove, the more desolate the landscape became. Eventually, they even left New York State behind, arriving in an abandoned mine that had long been deserted. Glancing at the compass, which now pointed toward the mine's entrance, the two did not hesitate. They headed straight inside. Feeling their way through the darkness, they suddenly heard a faint sound, like the pop of soda can opening, echoing down one of the tunnels. Exchanging a glance, they instinctively crept toward the source of the sound. After passing through a dimly lit passage, they finally caught sight of a light ahead. Approaching cautiously, they discovered that the interior of the mine had been transformed into an underground base. There, in the very center of the base, they saw the president being held captive, surrounded by heavily armed guards. Looking over the president, they saw no obvious injuries, just a weary face, but otherwise unharmed. "Will, you clear out the guards on that side. I'll handle this side. We'll meet at the far end," Li Yuan whispered. Will nodded, and the two split up. Moving slowly to the left, Li Yuan suddenly saw a guard coming up the stairs ahead. Peering through a gap in the metal plating, he checked his surroundings and, seeing no others, sprang out. With a single punch to the guard's throat, he crushed the man's windpipe. The guard couldn't make a sound. Li Yuan then pressed both hands on the guard's head and, with a swift twist in opposite directions, snapped his neck. After disposing of the body, Li Yuan advanced further. Spotting two guards walking side by side in the distance, he spread his hands, and two daggers appeared. Taking advantage of their blind spot, he rose and hurled both daggers with force. The thrown daggers struck true, piercing the throats of both men. Clutching their necks in disbelief, they collapsed one after the other. Thus, the two began clearing in opposite directions from a single starting point, finally meeting again on the far side. "How did it go? Is everything cleared?" Li Yuan asked in a hushed voice. "All clear," Will replied quietly in the same tone. Just then, the screen in front of the president began to flicker. At last, a man's face appeared on the display. The president, upon seeing him, grew agitated. "Why are you doing this?" "Because someone offered me a handsome price to kidnap you. What's more, he promised that if you were to die, I'd become the next president." The offer was simply too tempting, So I'm sorry, Mr. President, the man on the screen said apologetically. Li Yuan and Will were both shocked when they saw who it was, the vice president. No wonder this is the land of the free. Here, even the president can't feel safe. Incredible, Li Yuan murmured under his breath. After the vice president finished speaking, another mysterious face appeared on the screen. Mr. President, would you kindly tell me the password for the mole project? The president stared hard at the screen. Who are you? How do you know about the mole project? Who I am doesn't matter. If you give me the password now, I'll make your end swift. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you suffer, the mysterious man warned. You'll never get the password to the mole project from me. Never, the president declared, his voice steely. Very well, then I wish you a pleasant stay here. With that, the mysterious man severed the connection. Li Yuan and Will exchanged a glance and leapt from the high platform. Descending from above, they swiftly took out all the guards near the cage. Will then approached the bars, gripped them with both hands, and bent them open with sheer force. Mr. President, we meet again. Come with us. The president nodded and followed Will out of the compound. Shortly after their escape, a helicopter arrived at the scene. A man stepped out and, upon seeing the bodies scattered everywhere in the empty cage, pounded the mine shaft in frustration. You got here fast, I'll give you that. But I wonder, does our dear president care about his family? The mysterious man gazed in the direction of Washington, a wicked grin spreading across his face. A brief note. Recently, many readers have expressed little interest in the backstory of the system. Let me clarify. The explanation is simply to provide some context for the system's origins. This story will not be tied to the original Earth in any way. Once the protagonist returns to Earth, that will mark the end of this novel. So, the setting of this book is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Of course, there'll be references to other movies here and there, but the main storyline will definitely stick to Marvel. There's absolutely no connection to things like the primeval era. Why don't I change it, you ask? Well, mostly because I'm a bit lazy, and changing it would mean rewriting entire chapters. So, my dear readers, just enjoy the story as it is. Li Yuan and Will escorted the president to a nearby airport, preparing to fly out. Just as they were about to board the plane, Colton sent a message. Li, I've received word that someone has bribed high-ranking officials in the military. They've deployed a fighter jet, and if they spot the president's plane, it'll be shot down. You can't take the plane. You'll have to drive to Washington instead. I've already arranged for Task Force 141 to assist you on the way. Li Yuan was so furious he nearly smashed his phone right then and there, but he had no choice. Grabbing hold of the president, he headed straight to a nearby rental agency and secured a bulletproof Chevrolet, driving toward Washington. They hadn't been on the highway long before Li Yuan noticed several jeeps tailing them. He calmly pressed the brakes and told the president to duck down. Mr. President, don't lift your head unless I give the order. Understood, Li Yuan said sternly. The president crouched down in the passenger footwell, and Li Yuan even adjusted the seat to make things a bit more comfortable for him. By then, the jeeps behind them began to accelerate, spreading out. One sped past Li Yuan's car, cutting them off from the front, while the other two closed in from both sides. In the end, Li Yuan's car was completely surrounded by 4 jeeps. Li Yuan stared straight ahead, acting as if he hadn't even noticed the jeeps. But the men in the jeeps had other ideas. Their windows rolled down to reveal burly men brandishing submachine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets at Li Yuan's car. But the car was bulletproof against submachine guns. It held up easily, not even showing scratch. Li Yuan just kept driving, as if the bullets were nothing but raindrops pattering harmlessly off the windows. Suddenly, a flash of reflected light caught Li Yuan's eye. Glancing toward it, he saw it came from a mountain, and he instantly knew their backup had arrived. He slammed his foot on the gas, the engine roaring as the car surged forward, smashing through the jeep, blocking their way. Seizing the moment of confusion, he quickly pulled away, putting distance between them and their pursuers. Mr. President, you can sit up now. Our backup is here, Li Yuan said, his voice calm. The president slowly straightened up, but just as he did, the car was rammed hard from behind. The jolt sent him pitching forward, his head slamming into the dashboard and drawing a trickle of blood. Will quickly reached over from the back seat to help the president up, settling him back into the passenger seat. The car sped down the road, with the jeeps still unwilling to give up. Just as they were about to flank them again, a deafening explosion shattered the tension. A jeep burst into flames, scattering debris. The remaining 3 jeeps slammed to a halt, frozen in place, and could only watch as Li Yuan and his companions drove away. But even standing still couldn't save those vehicles from being blown apart by gunfire. Li Yuan eased his car to a stop at a bend in the highway, where 4 military jeeps were already parked. Sitting atop one of the hoods was a familiar face. Li Yuan stepped out with a smile. Captain Price, it's been a while. Mr. Li, long time no see. May I ask where the president is? Price jumped down from the hood, his signature sunglasses firmly in place. Li Yuan pointed to the Chevrolet he'd just arrived in, where the president was sitting in the passenger seat. The president waved at Price. Price snapped a crisp salute. Thank you, Mr. Li, for helping us rescue the president. We'll need you to continue providing protection for the journey ahead. Protecting the convoy is no problem. The real question is when we'll finally get on a plane. Washington is still a long way from here, Li Yuan replied. It won't be much longer, Price assured him. General Colton has already tracked down the high-ranking officer who was bribed. Soon, we'll be on a flight straight to Washington. No sooner had Price finished speaking than his personal communicator buzzed. Sir, do you have instructions? Colton's voice came through on the other end. Tell they're clear to fly to Washington. The traitor's been caught. Your former superior, Lieutenant General Sheffield. He's under our control now. You can head to the nearest military base and catch a flight out. And Li, your payment's been transferred. Your task is complete. Li Yuan took out his phone at once. Sure enough, his account had just received $100 million. He stood there for a moment, grinning like a fool elated. When his laughter faded, Li Yuan returned to his car and opened the door. Mr. President, you're safe now. From here on, they'll escort you back to Washington. The president stepped out. Thank you. This is the second time you've saved me. Saving you isn't free. Someone's already settled the bill, Li Yuan said with a grin. No need for more thanks. Hurry and go. It's still not safe here. The president nodded and followed Price and his team away. Li Yuan and Will made their way back to New York. By the time they reached the office, night had fallen. As they pushed open the door, they found Constantine curled up on the sofa, engrossed in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. On the table sat bags of food. Hearing the door open, Constantine looked up and said, "You're back? Dinner's over there." The two of them sat down at the dining table and immediately began to wolf down their food. As Li Yuan ate, he fiddled with his phone. Suddenly, both Will's and Constantine's phones rang at the same time. The two glanced at their screens in surprise. "Boss, you've sent them money." "That's right. John, your $30 million has already been transferred. And Will, since you acted with me, I've sent you $30 million. 2. Remember to spend it wisely. Especially you, John. Don't blow through it all at once," Li Yuan said around a mouthful of food. "Boss, I'd love to be frugal, but my profession simply doesn't allow it. You know how expensive my gear is. The more rare and precious magical tools cost over $1 million each. This $30 million won't last long," Constantine sighed. "Then take on more jobs for me. That way it's good for both of us. Got it?" Li Yuan replied irritably, tossing him a compass as he spoke. Constantine just smiled, caught the compass, and then sank into the sofa to watch SpongeBob SquarePants. After finishing his meal, Li Yuan asked Will to clean up. He himself went back to his room, lay down on the bed, and pulled up the viewing panel in his mind. On it were 3 movies: Devil May Cry CG series, Limitless, and Megamind. Li Yuan stared at the 3 titles for a while, silent. In the end, he chose the Devil May Cry CG series because the range of powers available there was broader. Although the abilities in Limitless were impressive, they weren't much help to Li Yuan, who urgently needed strength at this moment. As for Megamind, even though there were 2 Supermen and the tech genius Michael, the odds of gaining a useful ability were simply too random, unlike Devil May Cry, where nearly every character introduced was formidable in their own right. So Li Yuan chose Devil May Cry. He clicked on the Devil May Cry CG series and began to experience Dante's life in first person. Back in his room, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he had lived through Dante's entire life. He'd started as a baby, witnessed the disappearance of his father, and endured the tragedy of his mother being killed by a demon while trying to save Dante's brother, Virgil. After that came years of bitter rivalry between the brothers, a struggle that lasted for decades. In the end, the 2 brothers ventured into the demon realm together in order to seal the gate to the demon world. At this point, Li Yuan's experience came to a close. Yet this journey had brought him no small reward. He acquired the demon bloodline, a passive skill, retaining demonic power even in human form. The demon transformation remained dormant, and, once awakened, the initial reserve of demonic energy would only last for 5 minutes. To increase his energy limit, he would need to absorb energy-rich items, as well as ebony, ivory, and Dante. In Devil May Cry 5, Dante obtained a new sword by driving rebellion into his own body, which he then named Dante. The last prize was a foundation in swordsmanship. Gazing at the 3 items on his bed and the dramatic changes on his attribute panel, Li Yuan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. This gamble had truly paid off. Name: Li Yuan, Bruce Lee. Intelligence: 5. For details, see Chapter 1. Strength: 6 to 7. Speed: 4. Endurance: 7. Energy projection: 5. Combat skills: 6. Skills. All abilities of Superman Baby, gun kata, bomb making, piloting, bullet time, wing chun, mech piloting, curving bullets, firearms mastery captains. Physique, dimensional space, and demon bloodline. Demon transformation not yet awakened. It requires intense anger or emotional upheaval to unlock. Li Yuan glanced at the demon transformation skill in his abilities list, then at the unlocking requirements. He frowned. Such extreme rage or emotional turmoil, aside from his first crossing into this world and facing his mortal enemy, were rare occurrences. He honestly had no idea how to trigger the transformation. Still, even in its base state, the demon bloodline was already formidable enough, certainly sufficient until the events of Avengers 4. Not to mention, he possessed a wealth of other skills besides. After stowing Ebony, Ivory, and Dante into his dimensional space, Li Yuan stretched lazily and lay down on his bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, upon waking, Li Yuan admired his now-restored bodybuilder physique in the mirror, studying himself from every angle until we called for him. Only then did he finally leave the room. At breakfast, the three of them dug in. Partway through the meal, Li Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen in surprise. It was Thor calling. He hurried to answer. Hello? Thor, what's going on? Li, I hate to trouble you again, but I need your help. Ivan may have been captured and brought back, but he left his blueprints at Hammer Industries. That means he can remotely control those robots. From anywhere. Worse, the robots have already been produced. They're at the expo right now. I need you to handle them for me. And try to keep things as quiet as possible, Thor said helplessly. What you really mean is, you want me to keep the fallout to a minimum, so your brother can avoid getting dragged into this mess, right? That's right. I'm worried that innocent people might get caught up in it. And if that happens, I won't be able to protect him either, Thor said. All right, then I'll take care of this. Is the expo happening tonight? Li Yuan asked. Yes, tonight is the public exhibition by Hammer Group. Please, I'm counting on you to resolve these troubles, Thor replied. Don't worry, leave it to me. I promise I'll handle it beautifully. With that, Thor hung up the phone. Li Yuan put down his phone, lost in thought. He didn't even have an appetite for his favorite pizza. Instead, he set it aside and said, I'm heading out for a bit. You can do as you like, but someone must stay at the office and keep watch. After saying this, Li Yuan left, got into his car, and headed straight to a nearby tailor shop. He walked into the shop and spoke with the owner about something. It took quite a while before he finally emerged. When he came out, his face was lit up with a broad smile. Li Yuan then returned to the office. Seeing his cheerful expression, Constantine and Will couldn't help but ask, Boss, why are you so happy? Take a guess, Li Yuan replied with a grin. Guess what? Who could possibly guess that? Anyway, boss, is there some event happening tonight? Constantine asked. That's right. Tonight, I'll be heading to the expo to take care of some rogue robots. There might be a bit of commotion, so you two should blend in and help guide people out. If need be, step in and save anyone in danger. After all, one of you wants to get into heaven, and the other gets stronger by doing good deeds. Understood, boss. All that was left now was to wait for nightfall. Once darkness fell, it would be time to move. At the Tri-Wing building, Nick stared at Phil, who was floating in a tank of nutrient solution, his expression grim. You told me he'd wake up in 7 days. So why is he still unconscious? Director, please don't worry. Agent Phil will definitely wake up in the next few days, the elderly man beside him reassured. No sooner had he spoken than Phil began to struggle in a nutrient tank. The people nearby simply watched. They had seen this scene play. How many times before? But this time was different. Phil opened his eyes and, with a single punch, shattered the front of the chamber. He stepped out, completely naked, glanced at Nick, and said, Director, long time no see. With that, Phil collapsed straight to the floor. Take him to the isolation room and look after him carefully. He doesn't come out until we're sure the vampire virus is completely purged from his system. And I want a full report on what's happened to his body, Nick ordered. Those around him nodded, and 2 people stepped forward to carry the unconscious Phil away. Nick hurried to his own office. Ever since the incident with the giant serpent, the 5 council leaders had come looking for trouble every day, and now he had to argue with them once again. But before he could start that battle, Maria Hill rushed up to him. Director, there's been a strange incident in Mexico. Over 100 cattle have died for no apparent reason. Do you need us to send someone to investigate? Do we really need to deal with something so minor? Let the local police handle it. Are we supposed to be everyone's babysitter? Do we have to take care of everything? Nick grumbled with clear irritation. He made his way into his office, with Agent Maria Hill waiting at the door. Nick walked inside and shut the door tightly behind him. Once inside, Nick started a virtual projection meeting. The council members from the 5 major nations appeared at once, all wearing grim expressions. After all, a creature capable of wiping out an entire country was now lurking somewhere in the ocean. All 5 council nations bordered the sea, and they all feared the giant serpent. Each time it appeared, its size would change dramatically, and no one knew whether humanity's current technology could defeat it the next time it showed up. That's enough. After consulting among our 5 countries, we've decided that the serpent is no longer your responsibility. Another organization will be taking over this matter shortly. And just to be clear, this is not a discussion. It's an order. With that, the 5 council members cut the connection, their anger still hanging in the air. Night had already fallen. Li Yuan sprang up from his bed and called out from his workspace, "Let's go." Will and Constantine stepped out of their rooms, puzzled by Li Yuan's excitement. "Boss, why are you so worked up?" Will asked, confused. Li Yuan pointed at himself. "Is it that obvious?" Both of them nodded. "Forget it. Just come with me." Li Yuan ushered them into the car. But instead of heading toward the expo, he drove off in the opposite direction. "Boss, you're going the wrong way." Constantine called out from the back seat. "That's right. Just watch and see," Li Yuan replied, unfazed. They watched as Li Yuan pulled up in front of Taylor's shop. He got out, and before long, returned carrying a large bag. After placing the bag on the back seat, he turned the car around and finally headed toward the expo. In the car, Will and Constantine stared fixedly at the bag. Catching their curious looks in the rearview mirror, Li Yuan sighed. "If you really want to know what's inside, go ahead and take a look." The two of them couldn't wait to open the bag, only to find that inside was, in fact, nothing but a complete set of clothing, a crimson trench coat, a fitted vest, a pair of black leather pants, a pair of sturdy combat boots, fingerless gloves, and finally, a pure white mask. Staring at the entire ensemble, Will and Constantine were both puzzled as to why Li Yuan had commissioned such a set. But if this world had the Devil May Cry series of games, they'd quickly realize this outfit was an exact replica of Dante's attire from Devil May Cry 5. "Aren't you curious why I bought this particular outfit?" Li Yuan asked with a playful smile. The two of them nodded enthusiastically, almost in unison. "You'll understand soon enough," Li Yuan said calmly. Before long, their car pulled up near the expo center. Li Yuan instructed Will and Constantine to head inside first, and told them he'd catch up with them later. Will and Constantine made their way toward the entrance of the expo, but were stopped by security at the door. Entry required an invitation, and neither of them had one. Just as Will was resigning himself to not getting in, Constantine grinned and asked, "You mean this?" Somehow, Constantine produced 2 cards from thin air. The security guard took a cursory glance at them, then waved them through. Once inside, Will asked, "How did you get those invitations?" "I just lifted them off someone else outside." "Come on, let's move. Those 2 poor suckers are coming this way." Constantine grabbed Will and quickly pulled him into the crowd. At this moment, Justin Hammer was already standing front and center on the main stage, ready to unveil his army of robots. Below him were numerous government officials and military officers, but even more were the high society types he'd personally invited. In truth, Justin Hammer's real targets were the wealthy conglomerates and the military brass. As long as these 2 groups took a liking to his robots, his future would be paved with gold. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the legendary Tony Stark possesses an unmatched suit of armor, but he's already stepped away from the weapons industry. Now, Hammer Industries has developed our own line of battle suits, and in the spirit of true safety, we've designed them to be unmanned, remote operated, which guarantees the utmost security for everyone involved. Now, please welcome the Hammer Industries armored suits. With rousing music swelling all around, rows of robots marched out in perfect formation from below, above, and behind the stage. Justin Hammer had even brought in numerous television crews to broadcast the spectacle live. People in the audience gasped in astonishment, jaws dropping, and some even letting out shrill cries. Though, of course, most of those screams came from shills that Justin Hammer had planted in the crowd. Inside the villa, when Ivan saw the robots appear the scene through the live TV broadcast, a cocky grin spread across his face. Yet, he couldn't wave his arms in triumph. Thor had chained him up with heavy iron links. Thor sat nearby, watching the events on the screen with deep concern etched on his face. Suddenly, Ivan spoke up. "Brother, did you know? I designed every one of those robots. Let me tell you, they aren't controlled by computers. They're operated by brainwaves." When that man brought me back, I'd already injected the transmitter into my brain. With just a thought, I could order all those robots to self-destruct on the spot. But I won't do it yet, because he hasn't arrived. Thor's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Ivan in disbelief, then sprang up, intent on knocking him out. But Ivan acted first. He shot out his legs, clamped Thor tightly, and with a powerful twist, forced Thor to his knees. Seizing the moment, Ivan slammed his forehead into Thor's, knocking him out cold. He kicked Thor aside, rummaged through his pockets for the key, and freed himself from the chains. Then he returned to his own room and began typing furiously on his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a frenetic rhythm. While hacking away, he dialed Tony, revealing his sinister plan and forcing Tony to rush to the scene. Tony, his mind on Pepper's safety, immediately loaded the newly developed element into his chest reactor, donned his armor, and blasted off toward the expo. He broke the sound barrier the moment he took to the sky. Back at the expo, Li Yuan had already suited up in his custom gear. He stood atop the highest scaffold, Dante slung across his back ebony, and ivory holstered at his hips, and his face hidden behind a pure white mask. Gazing down at the crowd, he let out a sharp whistle. Though not loud, the whistle was piercing, drawing the crowd's attention upward in confusion. They saw a lone figure standing against the wind, his red trench coat billowing dramatically, a striking sight. Li Yuan stepped forward and leaped, dropping from the height in free fall. He landed in a classic superhero pose, one knee down, flawlessly composed. Both Will and Constantine, lost in the crowd, were stunned by the spectacle. Constantine couldn't help but mutter, "That's just insanely cool." Justin Hammer, eyes wide with fear, glared at the uninvited Li Yuan. "Who are you?" "Security," he shouted. "No need to shout," Li Yuan replied with obvious disdain. "I'm here for one thing only, to destroy every robot in this place. I honestly wonder if you got any sense at all. You let anyone hand you blueprints and just build whatever they sketch, install any software they give you. How did you ever build Hammer Industries into this mess? Who are you? And what exactly do you mean by that?" Justin Hammer shouted, his voice trembling with agitation. But the robot was already under Ivan's control. Chaos was about to unfold. Li Yuan watched as the robot behind him slowly raised its machine gun. With a swift kick, he sent Justin Hammer flying. Justin, furious, looked up, only to see the robot unleashing a hail of bullets at their position. It was then that he realized Ivan had used him as a pawn. He scrambled to his feet and rushed backstage, ordering his technicians to regain control of the robots. But up against Ivan, they never stood a chance. He made quick work of them. Meanwhile, Li Yuan took in the sight of the robots, breaking off and moving independently. He knew he couldn't afford to keep showing off. Drawing Dante from his back, he dashed toward the nearest robot. As he closed in, he slid low, slicing the robot cleanly in two with Dante. Then, leaping high, he landed atop another robot and plunged his blade straight through it. Some of the robots had the ability to fly. Just as a few were about to take off, Li Yuan swiftly drew ebony and ivory. Channeling his inner magic into the guns, he fired off pure white and jet black bullets one after another, blasting the airborne robots to pieces before they could escape. Among the crowd, Will and Constantine started helping people evacuate. They had intended to join the fight, but after witnessing Li Yuan's incredible strength, they decided he didn't need their help. Once Li Yuan had eliminated the flying robots, he turned his attention back to the remaining ones on the stage. At home, Ivan glared furiously at Li Yuan on the screen. He gave a direct order. All robots were to kill him. Watching the mechanical army charging at him, Li Yuan grinned. He had been wondering how to take them all out at once. Instead of retreating, Li Yuan charged forward, Dante flashing his hands. In a flurry of swordplay, he cut down every last robot. Seeing this, Ivan, in a fit of rage, slammed the enter key. Suddenly, all the robot wreckage began to flash red. Li Yuan instantly understood what was happening. He leaped off the stage and shouted, "The robots are about to self-destruct. Get out of here now." A series of deafening explosions followed. When the smoke cleared, the stage was a smoldering ruin. Ivan, meanwhile, was knocked out by a newly awakened Thor and tossed into the basement. By the time Tony arrived at the expo, he found nothing but chaos, police and paramedics swarming the scene. Li Yuan and his two companions drove back to their agency. "Thor, your problem's been taken care of. I did my best to keep everyone safe, but what happens next is up to you." The first thing Li Yuan did upon returning was call Thor. "I understand. I'll take it from here. Thank you, Li. It's nothing." After saying this, Li Yuan hung up the phone, changed back into his usual clothes, and tucked the special outfit away into his dimensional space. "Boss, why did you suddenly become so powerful?" Will asked, his curiosity piqued. "That's a secret. Just focus on your work. If you truly have nothing to do, go out and find us some business. Don't just sit around here watching SpongeBob all day, all right?" Li Yuan called out to Constantine, who was lounging on the sofa chewing gum. "Oh, come on, we just made 30 million. Let me take a few days off, will you?" Constantine replied with a shrug, completely unfazed. "Hey, weren't you the one who said a single rare magical artifact could cost a few million? 30 million is barely enough to cover expenses." "Huh, well, I don't need an artifact of that level right now, so 30 million is plenty for me." Constantine grinned sheepishly. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, mulling over how he might get back at Constantine, when suddenly the doorbell rang. Will went to answer, and to his surprise, an elderly lady stepped inside. "Hello, is this Mr. Li's agency?" the old woman inquired. "Yes, ma'am. How can we help you?" Li Yuan replied kindly. "A few months ago, there was that vampire war, wasn't there? I had to leave New York in such a rush that I left behind the last piece of jewelry my late husband gave me. When I returned home, the jewelry was gone. I hope you can help me find it. I know how your business works. Here's the deposit." With trembling hands, the elderly woman pulled out a thick stack of cash from her bag. All three of them were stunned. None of them had expected an elderly lady to carry such a large amount of cash with her. "Ma'am, we'll take your case. Do you happen to have a picture of the missing jewelry?" "Yes, I do. This is it. If you can help me get it back, I'll pay you a reward of $100,000. The old woman fished a photo out of her bag and handed it to them. The moment they saw the picture, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in awe, not because of the story, but because the jewelry in the photo was simply breathtaking. It was a crown crafted from platinum and gold, adorned with 12 spires. Each spire was set with a precious gem: emeralds, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, opals, and more. At the very center of the crown was a blue diamond the size of a fist. "Ma'am, are you really so confident in entrusting this job to us?" Li Yuan swallowed hard and asked. The old woman nodded. "Uh-huh. It was Barney who sent me to you. He said with your personalities, you'd never be tempted by a piece of jewelry like this." Li Yuan's expression instantly soured, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. He had genuinely planned on pocketing the jewelry for himself. But who could have guessed the old man had come recommended by Barney? That made things a lot trickier. "Don't worry. We'll do our best to get it back for you. You have my word," Li Yuan said, forcing a strained smile. "Thank you for your trouble, then." The old man gave a gentle smile before turning to leave. None of the three noticed what happened next. After leaving the office, the old man slipped into a car parked out front, one with no visible logo. Inside, the driver glanced over, puzzled. "Chief, why not use our own people to track it down? Why trust those three?" "Barney told me those youngsters are far from ordinary," the old man replied softly. "I want to see if we can draw them into our ranks. Now, take me to the Triskelion." As she spoke, a subtle shift in her presence betrayed a hidden strength. The driver nodded and turned the car around, heading straight for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. Back in the office, Li Yuan clutched the photo, looking utterly dejected as he stared out the window, muttering under his breath. Why did Barney have to send her to us? Why? Why? Constantine, sitting nearby, was equally crestfallen. "She's so beautiful. Why couldn't it have been mine? Why?" Watching his two partners lose their minds, Will could only shake his head in exasperation. "All right, boss, enough. We got a job to do. You were just saying we needed some work, and now that we have it, you're acting like this. Go on without me. I've lost all hope. Don't call for me. I'm done for," Li Yuan moaned, shoving the photo into Will's hands before curling up into a ball on the sofa. Will glanced at Constantine, only to see him muttering to himself in a trance-like state. With another shake of his head, Will took the photo and left. No sooner had Will walked out than Constantine's demeanor changed completely. He strolled to the fridge, grabbed a bag of popcorn, and tossed it into the microwave, then snatched up a giant bottle of cola. Settling comfortably onto the sofa, he picked up the remote and turned on SpongeBob SquarePants, looking nothing like the lost soul from moments before. Only Li Yuan remained curled up on the couch, continuing to mutter miserably. Meanwhile, Will, photo in hand, drove straight to Hell's Kitchen. After all, this was the city's largest black market, where almost anything could be laundered, no matter how hot. There was even a saying here: "There's nothing we can't clean up. If you bring us a nuke, we'll find a way to launder it." That's why Will figured the thief who stole the crown would eventually show up here to sell it off. Beneath the triangular wing building, an unmarked, unlicensed car rolled to a slow stop. The security guard stationed at the gate seemed oblivious to its presence, making no move to block its path, simply allowing it to pass. Finally, the car came to a halt. An elderly woman stepped out, and there stood Agent Maria Hill, dressed smartly in formal attire, waiting by the car door. As soon as she caught sight of the woman, she hurried forward to greet her. "Director Olive Barber, welcome. Director Nick is already expecting you. Please, follow me," Agent Maria Hill said respectfully. Olive Barber nodded in acknowledgement and followed behind Maria Hill. Though Olive Barber was well advanced in years, she kept pace with Maria Hill easily, showing no sign of slowing down. Maria Hill then led Olive Barber to Nick's office. At the doorway, Maria Hill knocked lightly. From within, Nick's voice replied, "Come in." Without hesitation, Olive Barber pushed the door open and entered. Nick regarded the elderly woman before him, rising to his feet and extending his hand. "Director of Monarch, it's an honor to finally meet you." Olive Barber shook his hand in return. The reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D. precedes you as well. Please have a seat. Olive Barber sat down and reached into her bag, producing a folder, which she handed to Nick. Nick accepted it with a furrowed brow. He opened the folder and pulled out the documents inside. The moment his one good eye took in the first page, it widened in shock. Is this real? Nick couldn't help but ask. Why don't you finish reading it first? Then we'll talk, Olive Barber replied. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Nick continued to read. As he read on, his sense of unease grew. The documents contained information about 3 giant creatures and a mysterious island. Nick stared at the images, Godzilla towering over 100 meters tall, the Mudo, and Kong standing dozens of meters high. He realized, with a jolt, how little he truly understood about this planet. All of this is true? Nick asked. Olive Barber nodded. The Monarch organization was actually established during World War II. By a twist of fate, its 2 founders discovered Kong, over 10 meters tall. From that moment on, uncovering the origins of these titans became their life's mission, which led to the founding of Monarch. Now, a giant serpent over 100 meters long has appeared, and the Mudo beneath the glacier has begun to hatch. More and more titans are emerging. I can't help but feel there's a connection between them, though our understanding is still painfully limited. All we know for certain is that Godzilla is the natural enemy of the Mudo, while Kong seems unrelated to either of them. Can you tell me where Skull Island is located? Nick seemed to ignore what Olive Barber had just said, instead following his own train of thought with the question. Olive Barber didn't show the slightest hint of annoyance. She remained as composed as ever. Since the expedition we organized back in the 1970s, we've completely lost track of Skull Island's location. It's as if the island can move. Every time it appears, it's in a different part of the ocean, like a nomadic child with no fixed home. There's simply no way to track it down. What's more, the island is surrounded by a magnetic field that interferes with electronic devices. Satellites, radar, sonar. All our technology is rendered useless. The only way to find it is with the naked eye. Nick set the file down on the table, his face clouded with worry. Not even a nuclear bomb can kill those monsters. Kong and the giant python, perhaps. But Godzilla and the Mudos, no. They feed on nuclear waste. A nuclear bomb wouldn't kill them. In fact, it might even make them stronger. Do you remember the nuclear tests in the 50s? Those weren't tests at all. They were attempts to destroy Godzilla with nuclear bombs. But the bombs didn't kill him. Instead, they made him even more powerful. So powerful, it's almost hopeless. Olive Barber sighed helplessly. Nick let out a deep breath and tossed a flash drive to Olive Barber. Here's the current location of the giant python. I'm leaving these monsters in Monarch's hands now. Olive Barber pocketed the flash drive. Don't worry. Oh, there's one more bit of information. A rumor, really. One of our senior members at Monarch suspects that these monsters on Earth might actually be products of alien technology. It's possible they were left here so they'd fight each other, and the winner would be taken by the aliens in the end. These creatures were born for battle. Nick's eyes sharpened at this. Is that confirmed? Olive Barber shook her head. It's only a theory, and it's been over 30 years since we first discovered Kong. No one knows what he's become by now. How much do they know about all this? Nick pressed. They know everything, and all resources remain at our disposal. As long as we guarantee the safety of humanity, Olive Barber replied. Nick nodded. What do you want from S.H.I.E.L.D.? We need your best agents to accompany us to Skull Island. We have to find out how much Kong has grown. But I thought you didn't know where Skull Island was. Nick asked. We've already sent a large number of people to search the ocean. We estimate there will be results in about 3 weeks, so time is running out. I understand. How many people do you need? Nick continued to ask. 5 to 10. Remember, I want only the best. All right, I'll have the list ready for you by tomorrow. Olive Barber nodded, then left the office, leaving Nick alone, frowning at the files on his desk. After leaving the Delta Wing building, Olive Barber slid back in her car and said coolly to the driver, have someone keep an eye on those 3 youngsters of ours. Make sure they don't notice. The driver nodded and drove off. Meanwhile, Will drove into Hell's Kitchen. As the car rolled through Hell's Kitchen, the gangsters loitering by the roadside quickly fixed their eyes on the vehicle. The big fight had only recently ended, and no one had made much money since. If the bosses hadn't been desperately holding their people in check, the whole of Hell's Kitchen, maybe even all of New York State, would have plunged into chaos by now. But as soon as Will stepped out of the car, the gangsters immediately looked away, not daring to meet his gaze. With a physique like his, he commanded respect without a word. Will got out and headed straight for the Mexican gang's casino. Inside, the place was nearly deserted, only a handful of people scattered about. Without hesitation, Will made for Murphy's office. Pushing open the door, he found Murphy slumped over his desk, bored out of his mind. Murphy, Will called out. Murphy jerked upright, surprised to see Will. Will, what brings you here? Murphy, I need your help with something, Will said, sitting down across from him. What's up? Murphy suddenly seemed a bit more interested. I need you to check the black market for this piece of jewelry. Will handed him a photo. Murphy took one look, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He swallowed hard and asked, Are you sure this thing is in Hell's Kitchen? If that's true, I have to get my hands on it. Our boss personally wants this, Murphy. Think carefully, Will warned him. But the temptation of the jewel was simply too great. Murphy suddenly whipped out a pistol and aimed it at Will. At the same moment, gunmen in black appeared from all directions, training their submachine guns on Will. Murphy, are you sure you want to do this? Will asked coldly. That jewel is just too tempting. But out of respect for your boss, I'll let you walk out of here. Now get out. Murphy barked. Will clenched his fists, on the verge of exploding, when suddenly his phone rang. He answered, and Li Yuan's voice came through the line. Will, come back. But, boss, Will hadn't even finished his sentence before Li Yuan cut him off. I said come back. With no choice, Will left Murphy's turf, fuming with frustration. Murphy gazed at the captivating jewels in the photograph, then picked up the phone and ordered, Call everyone together now. Still seething, Will returned to the office, only to find Li Yuan and Constantine playing on the PS4. The sight almost made him explode with anger. Will's back. Take a seat. I'll explain everything, Li Yuan said, not even turning his head from the game. Will took a few deep breaths and sat down. I bet you went straight to Hell's Kitchen, didn't you? Li Yuan asked as he played. I did, Will muttered, still bristling with indignation. Do you know what kind of people run Hell's Kitchen? Gangsters, all of them. And the only people you know, there are gangsters too. Do you really think they could see that jewel and not want it for themselves? Let me tell you, even fathers and sons can turn against each other for profit. Believe it or not, that's just the way it is. That's why I called you back. But judging by the time, you'd already handed over the photo, hadn't you? I gave it to Murphy. Now he's turned on us, Will admitted. There you go. Just stay put in the office now. They'll find that jewel for us, Li Yuan said. Only now did Will fully understand what Li Yuan meant. He nodded and sat off to the side. Just then, Constantine's character died in the game. As he waited to respawn, Will seized the chance to pull Constantine away and took his spot at the console, joining in the game himself. Li Yuan's plan was spot on. By now, Murphy had already printed out hundreds of copies of the jewel's photo, distributing them to his men, who then passed them down the chain, one layer after another, until nearly every member of the Mexican gang had a copy in hand. At the same time, Murphy issued an order. Whoever found the jewel would become the gang's second-in-command. The entire Mexican gang was whipped into a frenzy, and the jewel in the photograph tempted many beyond reason. After all, even if they couldn't get the whole treasure, just prying the diamond from the crown would be enough to ensure a lifetime of luxury. But it was tough luck for the petty thieves living in the gang's territory. Almost every thief was hauled in and interrogated by the gang members, pressured to hand over the jewel. Yet none of them had ever seen it, so the gang had no choice but to let them go. Meanwhile, word of the search spread like wildfire. One person told 10, 10 told 100, until everyone in Hell's Kitchen knew about it. Now, the entire neighborhood was caught up in the hunt for the elusive jewel. In a certain sewer, a group of children stared at the manhole cover with fear in their eyes, terrified that someone might climb down at any moment. In the center of their circle, a crown lay on the ground, with a fist-sized blue diamond gleaming in the dim light. Xiao Mu Mu, let's just throw the crown away. If we keep it, it's only a matter of time before they find us, whispered a disheveled girl, tugging at a boy's sleeve. The other children turned their anxious gazes on the boy. He hesitated, staring at the crown on the ground. Just then, a burst of gunfire echoed above their heads, and things began to spiral out of control. The boy gritted his teeth, pried a red ruby from the crown, and made up his mind. He grabbed the crown, climbed up to the manhole cover, and cautiously lifted it to scan the surroundings. Seeing no one, he tossed the crown out onto the street. He slipped back down without a moment's delay. Let's go. Let's get out of here. This gem alone will be enough for us to live on for the rest of our lives, the boy called out. The other children nodded in agreement, and together, they set off through the sewer tunnels. The crown lay silently on the street. Suddenly, a group of thugs appeared at the entrance to the alley, swaggering in as they dreamed aloud about how they'd cash in if they found the crown. Some even boasted, claiming that if they truly got their hands on it, they'd never forget their friends. But as they reached the alley and saw the crown resting quietly on the manhole, their expressions turned strange. After exchanging glances, they all rushed toward the crown, except for one man, who stayed rooted in place. Those who reached the crown first instantly started a fight, grappling and brawling. Just moments before, they'd been laughing together. Now, they were mortal enemies. At last, one man, covered in blood and wearing a crazed grin, clutched the crown in his hands and let out a wild laugh. But his laughter was cut short by the crack of a gunshot. He collapsed to the ground, unwilling to let go. It was the man who'd stayed behind who had fired. Overjoyed, he picked up the crown, but before he could even admire it, more thugs, drawn by the gunfire, poured into the alley. The moment they saw the crown in his arms, any sense of loyalty vanished. Guns were drawn, and a chaotic shootout erupted. More and more people gathered, drawn by the commotion. All of Hell's Kitchen was transformed into a battlefield. Gunshots rang out everywhere, no less intense than a small-scale war. When the government got wind of the situation, they immediately dispatched heavy troops to suppress the chaos. The crime bosses of Hell's Kitchen finally realized something was very wrong and tried to rein their men. But it was too late. The violence had taken on a life of its own, and there was no stopping it. Meanwhile, over in a Manhattan office, Beeman paid an unexpected visit. "Beeman, what brings you here?" Constantine asked, puzzled. Beeman, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "John, it has appeared." Seeing Beeman so agitated, Constantine quickly poured him a glass of water and gently patted his back, helping him catch his breath so he could speak more clearly. "John, the crown of blood has emerged." As Beeman shouted, Constantine suddenly remembered. The crown he spoke of was none other than the legendary crown of blood. "Beeman, what exactly is the crown of blood?" Li Yuan asked. "The crown of blood is said to have been created by the Lord of Hell," Beeman explained. "It was originally made as part of a wager with God, betting that humanity could not resist the temptation of the crown. The crown itself holds little magical power, but the heart of the ocean embedded within it possesses an irresistible allure. Anyone who sees it is driven by a consuming desire to possess it, and that desire leads to war, hunting, slaughter, and all manner of wicked deeds. No one really knows what God did, but somehow the conflict was quelled and the crown of blood vanished without a trace. Just now, I found evidence of its existence online, so I rushed over to tell you all." Beeman's explanation was rapid and urgent. Will frowned, glancing at Li Yuan. "It looks like we need to make a trip to Hell's Kitchen," Li Yuan said without hesitation. "Otherwise, all of New York State might soon be caught in a bloody storm." Without another word, he grabbed Will and headed out. "John, Beeman, the two of you need to find out if there's any way to suppress the power of the Crown of Blood, or destroy it altogether. Remember, time is of the essence. We'll go ahead and try to contain the situation," Li Yuan instructed as he and Will hurried from the room. Meanwhile, Beeman and Constantine made their way to Beeman's home, rummaging through boxes and drawers to find every scrap of information they could about the Crown of Blood. Li Yuan and Will set off by car toward Hell's Kitchen. On the way, they passed street after street filled with howling police cars, sirens wailing through the city. When they finally reached the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, they saw that the entire area had already been cordoned off by the military. As they approached, they were met with a warning. "Don't move. Take one more step, and we'll open fire." Looking at the two soldiers aiming their rifles at him, Li Yuan stood firm and shouted, "I'm here on General Colton's orders. Let us through." The soldiers, unsure whether Li Yuan was telling the truth, hesitated. Just then, Price suddenly appeared, looking at Li Yuan in surprise. "Li Will, what are you doing here?" "Price," Li Yuan replied, pointing toward Hell's Kitchen. "We're here to take care of whatever's happening inside." "In that case, come with me," Price said, inviting them to follow him into Hell's Kitchen. However, Price didn't lead them into the depths of Hell's Kitchen. Instead, he brought them to a temporary base, where the two of them once again encountered that elderly man, Olive Barber. Olive Barber saw the two approaching and offered a faint smile. "I didn't expect you two would actually come." Li Yuan fixed her with a cold stare. "Who are you, really?" "I'll tell you the truth once you deal with this matter," Olive Barber replied, her eyes crinkling with a cheerful grin. That smile almost made Li Yuan lose his temper. He barely restrained himself from landing a punch. He ignored her completely, turning instead to lead Will into Hell's Kitchen. The place looked like a battlefield, with hardly a single spot left untouched by chaos. They rushed toward the area where the gunfire was thickest. Before they could get close, Li Yuan reached out his hand, and Dante appeared in his grip. With a swift slash, he cut through the air ahead, splitting a stray bullet in two. "Well, find somewhere to hide. I'll go and calm these people down," Li Yuan said, pushing off the ground and leaping onto a nearby rooftop. From his vantage point, he looked down on the firefight raging below. Will ducked into a building, peeking through a window at the warring groups outside. Suddenly, his phone rang. He hurriedly pulled it out. "Hello, John. Have you figured out how to destroy that blood crown?" "That's right," Constantine replied. "But it requires demon blood, and we don't have any on hand. For now, just bring it back. Once we get some demon blood, we can destroy it." "Got it." Will hung up and glanced outside, only to find that everyone who had been fighting was now sprawled on the ground, with only Li Yuan left standing, Dante resting on his shoulder. Will stepped out. "Boss, John found out how to destroy the blood crown." Looks like we need demon blood, but they don't have any right now. So we should bring the crown back first, then figure out how to get the blood and destroy it. Demon blood? No need to go back. I have some right here. But first, let's find the crown, Li Yuan said, sheathing Dante. Will shot Li Yuan a puzzled look, but didn't ask where he'd gotten demon blood. They continued running toward the sounds of gunfire, and finally arrived at the heart of the conflict. From the rooftop, they could see a group barricaded inside a building, the crown in their possession. Outside, 4 factions had formed, encircling the building and launching wave after wave of attacks. Li Yuan glanced at Will, who nodded. They both took a few steps back, then sprinted forward, leaping across the gap onto the building where the crown was held. The moment they crashed inside, guns were immediately trained on them. But Li Yuan, master of gunfu, dispatched the threats in a heartbeat. With the enemies dealt with, the two of them hurried straight to the floor where the crown was kept. At that moment, the people outside had already burst in, and a chaotic fight was about to erupt. At the same time, Li Yuan and his team arrived. Seeing the crown in the middle of the crowd and the 100 or so armed people surrounding it, Li Yuan frowned. Suddenly, he drew his ebony pistol, aimed it at his own palm, and fired. The bullet, stained with his blood, shot straight toward the crown and shattered it. The instant the crown broke apart, everyone felt a searing pain in their heads, so intense they dropped their weapons without thinking. Li Yuan and his companions stepped over the writhing bodies on the ground and picked up the fragments of the crown. Will stared in astonishment at Li Yuan's hand, only to realize that the bullet hole in his palm had vanished without a trace. Let's go. It's time to leave, Li Yuan said calmly. Will followed Li Yuan out of the chaos, knowing their mission was complete. When they returned to their temporary base, they found Olive Barber waiting for them. Li Yuan tossed the crown fragments onto the table. Olive Barber picked up the pieces, examined them, and smiled. Well done. The payment has already been transferred to your account. In fact, this was just a test. You two have now met the requirements to join our organization. Who wants to join your organization? That's a bit presumptuous, don't you think? Li Yuan retorted sarcastically. We are the Monarch Organization. Our cause is... Olive Barber began, but Li Yuan interrupted her without hesitation. Monarch Organization? Sorry, but we're not interested. Goodbye. With that, Li Yuan led Will away, while Olive Barber watched his retreating figure with keen interest. He seems to know something. How intriguing, Olive Barber murmured to herself. As Li Yuan hurried out, Will watched him with puzzlement. Boss, what's wrong with the Monarch Organization? He asked. Everyone in that group is a lunatic. You don't ever want to get involved with them. Dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough, Li Yuan replied, climbing into the car and speeding back to the agency, as if he were fleeing from madness itself. Back at the agency, the first thing Li Yuan did was grab a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge and gulp it down. Afterward, he slammed the bottle on the table in frustration. Just my luck. Of all things, it had to be the Monarch Organization. What a mess. Boss, what exactly is the Monarch Organization? What do they do? Will pressed him again. Li Yuan glanced back and saw both Constantine and Will looking at him with eager curiosity. He had no choice but to share the origins of the Monarch Organization. In 1944, an American ship mysteriously vanished. When a search and rescue team found the missing vessel, they discovered claw marks on board belonging to a creature unknown to science. Marks so massive they defied belief. The U.S. president at the time, determined to uncover the truth behind the ship's disappearance, established a secret organization, the Monarch Organization. During their investigation, the Monarch Organization discovered that the ship had actually been attacked by an enormous crocodile-like creature. This beast stood over 10 meters tall and stretched 100 meters in length. Unable to capture it, the organization could only watch as the monstrous crocodile disappeared, leaving no trace behind. From that moment on, Monarch dedicated itself to searching for these mysterious creatures and protecting humanity from them. They faced monsters that towered dozens, even hundreds of meters tall. So honestly, what help could we possibly offer them? That's why I'm telling you, never join their ranks, or you'll meet a truly miserable end. After finishing his introduction of the Monarch Organization, Li Yuan paid no further attention to the two still processing everything he'd said. He turned away, curled up on the sofa, and began watching SpongeBob on TV. By the time the other two regained their senses, Li Yuan was already nestled comfortably on the couch. The two exchanged looks, shrugged, spread their hands in resignation, and went their separate ways to mind their own business. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Yuan sat up and glanced at Will, who in turn looked over at Constantine. Just as Constantine was about to turn to Li Yuan leveled his white, ivory-handled weapon at him without a word. Constantine coughed twice, then went to open the door, only to find a stranger standing outside. Who are you? What do you want here? Constantine asked. I'm here to see Will and Li, the stranger replied. There was no helping it. Since this person knew both Li Yuan and Will by name, Constantine had no choice but to step aside and let him in. As the man entered, both Will and Li Yuan's expressions turned cold. Will even summoned his angelic armor. "Phil Coulson," he called out. "Will, Lee, I'm here to apologize. At the time, I was under Dracula's control. I couldn't stop myself. I'm truly sorry," Phil said earnestly. Yet neither of them showed him any warmth. Li Yuan even summoned Dante and pointed it at Phil with a chilling command. "Leave now, or you'll never make it back." Phil could feel the murderous intent radiating from Li Yuan. With no other choice, he turned to leave, but before he stepped out, he offered them one more heartfelt apology. "Boss, who was that? He made you both so angry," Constantine asked. "Ask Will," Li Yuan replied curtly, then returned to his spot on the sofa, eyes glued to SpongeBob. Constantine looked at Will. Will hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Don't be so nosy." With that, Will went off to tidy up the rooms. That left Constantine standing by the door, at a loss for what to do, until he, too, joined Will in cleaning up. Li Yuan had only managed to watch a few more episodes of SpongeBob before the doorbell rang again. Raising his voice, he called out, "Will John, go get the door." "No time, do it yourself," Constantine shouted. Li Yuan didn't feel like moving either, so he just fixed his gaze on Fugue. After rolling his eyes at Li Yuan, Fugue lazily strolled over to the door, leaped up, and pressed down on a handle, swinging the door open. Peter and Harry, those two little rascals, burst inside, scooping Fugue up in their arms as they came in. Norman followed close behind. "Lee, where's Will? I came especially to thank him. If it weren't for him, Harry and I would never have recovered," Norman said. "Will, Norman's here. He came to thank you," Li Yuan called out loudly. The bedroom door swung open, and Will, wearing an apron, poked his head out. He saw Harry and Peter playing around, and Norman sitting on the sofa. He immediately came out to greet them. "Norman, you're here. Are you feeling better?" "I'm fully recovered, all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have known how to treat it. If you ever need anything, just let me know. If it's within my power, I promise I'll help," Norman said softly. "You're making too much of it, really. It was just a small favor. I didn't lose anything by helping you out, so there's no need to be so formal," Will replied, waving his hands dismissively. "No matter what, you healed us. We owe you a debt of gratitude. If there's ever anything I can do, just say the word. Don't hesitate," Norman insisted. "Well, all right then," Will said helplessly. As the three of them chatted, the doorbell rang again. Li Yuan pulled a long face and muttered, "Why are so many people dropping by today?" Still, someone had to open the door. Li Yuan got up and went over, only to find Thor and Ivan standing outside. "What brings the two of you here? Come on in and have a seat," Li Yuan said, stepping aside. The two entered, nodded at Norman and Will, exchanged quick greetings, and then found somewhere to sit. "All right, Thor, what did you want to see me about?" Li Yuan asked. Thor let out a sigh. "Ivan just can't let go of his grudge against the Stark family. He's set on revenge, and I can't keep an eye on him all day. So I was hoping you could come up with a way to put an end to all this once and for all." "That's easy," Li Yuan said. "If Ivan wants revenge, then go for it at the highest level. Take on the richest and most powerful. You've seen his suit, right? It's pretty impressive. Ivan, why not build your own suit of armor? Challenge him to a duel. If the rich guy wins, the feud between your families is settled and forgotten. But if he loses, the arc reactor patent goes back to you. What do you think?" Before Thor could reply, Ivan spoke up first. "I agree, but will he? I really don't know about that. I've already given you my advice. How to get the billionaire to agree is up to you," Li Yuan said, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. He was immediately met with a chorus of exasperated eye rolls. "Even if Ivan can build the armor, I don't have enough money to support him. He's starting out with less than Tony Stark. How could he possibly win against him?" Thor said, frustration clear in his voice. "First, see if that billionaire is even willing to duel with you. Worry about the rest later. If it doesn't work out, you can always try Hammer Industries or perhaps Mr. Norman here. These are all world-famous corporations. Coming up with a few $100 million shouldn't be a problem," Li Yuan said, nodding towards Norman. Norman just shook his head helplessly, neither refusing nor agreeing. Thor gave Norman an apologetic smile, then left with Ivan in tow. Li Yuan walked them to the door, and just as he was about to close it, someone else arrived. She reached out to stop the door from closing. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" she asked with a gentle smile. "Aunt Olive Barber, let me be clear once again. We will never join your Emperor organization. Never," Li Yuan said firmly, blocking Olive Barber from entering. "That's fine, but could you let me in first? I'm not here to recruit you for the Emperor organization this time. I have another matter to discuss," Olive Barber replied. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped aside to let her in. Once inside, Olive Barber glanced around the room. When her eyes fell on Norman, she smiled, then walked gracefully over to a stool. Harry and Peter, seeing her, greeted her sweetly. "Hello, Grandma." Olive Barber's eyes lit up with affection. She stood and gently patted the heads of the two little ones. "Hello to you two. So what brings you here?" Li Yuan asked. Olive Barber took a seat and said calmly, "I'd like to hire you and him to accompany us to an island." "Skull Island?" "Sorry, we're not going," Li Yuan replied flatly. "So you do know something? How about we exchange information?" Olive Barber suggested. "Not a chance, so don't even think about it. If there's nothing else, please leave," Li Yuan said, making it clear she was no longer welcome. "You'll come eventually, I'll bet on it," Olive Barber replied with a confident smile. With that, she stood up and left without a trace of regret. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yuan felt something was off, but he didn't dwell on it. He sat down and played with the three children. After Olive left, Li Yuan took Norman and drove to Tony's villa, leaving him to look after the three kids. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Norman asked. "Otherwise, what could I do? Thor is my brother in arms. We've been through thick and thin together. Now his own brother has stirred up this kind of trouble, so of course I have to help out. And besides, the billionaire, I suppose you could call him half a friend of mine. Since he's a friend, there's no way I could just help Thor's brother kill him for revenge and be done with it," Li Yuan said helplessly. "You have a point, but are you sure he'll agree to your terms? And what if he doesn't? Should we just let Ivan stalk him every day, launching terrorist attacks whenever he feels like it? Even if he's not afraid, what about the people around him? Don't get me wrong, I'm not threatening him, but Ivan really would do something like that. He's the type who'd go to any lengths for revenge. Since revenge is inevitable, why not choose a way that doesn't leave everyone at odds?" Li Yuan explained. "With Tony's personality, I doubt he'll accept your proposal. He's too arrogant. He'd never admit anyone could surpass him when it comes to building armor," Norman analyzed. "That's where you're mistaken, Norman. Maybe he would have been like that before, but he's changed. He has Pepper now. Even if he doesn't think of himself, he'll certainly think of her. For Pepper's sake, he'll agree," Li Yuan said with certainty. "Well, we'll just have to wait and see," Norman replied with a smile. Before long, the car pulled up in front of Tony's mansion. The two got out, and as they approached the main entrance, the doors swung open automatically. Li Yuan called out into the air, "Thanks, Jarvis." "No need to thank me. It's my duty," Jarvis's voice replied, echoing in their ears. The two walked inside unobstructed, and soon saw Tony once again immersed in designing his armor. He looked up in surprise when he noticed them enter. "Well, what brings the two busiest men I know to my place today?" Norman just smiled and took a seat on the nearby sofa without saying a word. "I came because I have something to discuss with you," Li Yuan said. "You know Ivan Vanko, right? You've met him before, even if those meetings weren't exactly pleasant. But I'm sure you remember him, don't you?" At the mention of Ivan, Tony's expression darkened immediately. "Don't tell me you're here to ask me to let bygones be bygones. Fine, I can. Promise you. I'll let go of what he's already done to me. But if he comes after me again, or goes after anyone around me, then I won't hold back." Li Yuan shook his head. "I'm not here to plead for him. The grudge between you two still needs to be settled. So here's what I propose. Since you're so confident in your armor, why don't you both build your own suits and settle this with a fair fight? If you lose, you'll hand over the reactor patent to him and apologize. On the other hand, if he loses, all grudges between you will be wiped clean. He'll apologize to you and also promise never to seek revenge on you, your family, or your friends. Would that be acceptable to you?" Tony frowned, weighing the pros and cons of both options. Just then, Pepper came down the stairs. She looked a bit surprised to see the two of them together, but quickly composed herself. "Oh, Tony, we have guests. Why not offer them something to drink?" "Lee, Mr. Norman, what would you like?" Pepper asked. "I'll take a can of Coke. If you don't have any, water is fine," Li Yuan replied. "Just a glass of water for me," Norman said coolly. Pepper nodded and turned to leave. Tony watched her go and said, "All right, I agree. But during this time, you must make sure he doesn't harm my friends or family. As long as you agree, that's enough. I'll bring them over now, so you can go over the rules together." With that, Li Yuan pulled out his phone and called Thor, asking him to bring Ivan. Tony scowled. "You haven't even discussed it with them yet." "Ah, as long as you're on board, convincing Ivan will be easy," Li Yuan said casually, completely ignoring Tony's murderous glare. The three of them exchanged a few more pointless pleasantries, and soon Pepper returned with their drinks. They all sipped their water and waited for the two brothers to arrive. It wasn't long before they showed up. Thor and Ivan walked in. Ivan and Tony locked eyes, and it was as if sparks were flying between them. Sensing the tension, Li Yuan quickly stepped in. "Ivan, I'm here today to help settle things between you two. Give me some respect, or I won't hesitate to make you listen from the floor," Li Yuan warned. Ivan backed off slightly, though he still shot Tony a cold look. "All right, here's how it'll go. Each of you will build a suit of armor. In 3 months, you'll both suit up and fight. The match ends when one suit is no longer functional. Whoever's suit fails, loses. Oh, and no lethal force allowed. And as for the stakes, if Ivan loses, he must apologize to Tony and promise never to harm him, his friends, or his loved ones without reason. If Tony, the billionaire, loses, he must hand over the reactor patent to Ivan and apologize. Is there anything else you think needs changing? Ivan didn't answer, but kept his eyes fixed on Tony. Tony also remained silent, returning Ivan's intense stare. All right, since it seems neither of you have anything more to add, let's settle it this way. 3 months from now, you'll have your showdown. Until then, neither of you is allowed to use any means to harm the other, understood? Li Yuan said. Neither of them answered. Suddenly, Tony let out a cold laugh. By the look of you now, you seem rather down on your luck. Need me to lend you a hand? Otherwise, I feel like I'm winning unfairly. Ivan mirrored his sneer and replied, You'd better worry about yourself. Don't be surprised if, when your armor is ready, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. With that, Ivan turned and walked away without a backward glance. Thor gave everyone an apologetic nod, then hurried after him. Well, now that this is settled, I should get going too. Goodbye. Li Yuan waved his hand, then pulled Norman along as they left Tony's villa and climbed back into Norman's Rolls-Royce. All right, your business is handled. Isn't it time you dealt with mine? Norman said. What is it? A biotech company invited me over to discuss some business. I thought you might be interested, Norman said with a smile. Which company? AIM Group, Norman replied. A spark of interest lit up Li Yuan's face. He knew exactly who was behind that group, the Mandarin, and of course, he wanted to take a look. Outside the AM tower, a Rolls-Royce pulled up smoothly. Norman and Li Yuan stepped out, and a stunning blonde woman immediately came to greet them. Mr. Norman, our chairman has been waiting for you. Please, follow me, she said with a slight bow. Norman nodded, and the woman led the way into the building, with Norman following behind. Li Yuan, meanwhile, glanced around curiously. Before long, the woman guided them into a conference room. Norman went inside, but just as Li Yuan was about to enter, he was stopped. I'm sorry, but the chairman only invited Mr. Norman. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment? The blonde said politely. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Suddenly, his eyes turned into vertical slits, startling both the blonde and the security guard, who hastily stepped back. Without another word, Li Yuan brushed past them and strode confidently into the room, taking a seat next to Norman. Killian eyed Li Yuan's lack of manners with a slight frown, but quickly replaced it with a polite smile. Mr. Norman, I wonder what your thoughts are on our potential collaboration? Killian asked. Norman shook his head, remaining silent and only giving Killian a teasing look. If you have any questions, Mr. Norman, feel free to ask. You at AIM sure don't lack ambition. Barely set foot on American soil, and you're already setting up your game. Most of the small biotech firms around New York have pretty much fallen under your control, haven't they? I suppose your next target is us, Oscorp. Norman spoke softly. A sharp glint appeared in Killian's eyes, his gaze turning piercing. I have to wonder, where did you get all your funding? Moving sums that large, and yet you've managed to keep it hidden from those sharks on Wall Street, not to mention evading my own people in the banks. Let me hazard a guess. You didn't actually spend much to buy out those biotech firms. You must have strong-armed them, right? What you're doing breaks the rules. If I actually work with you, that crowd would never let me off the hook. So, I'm afraid there's no way we can cooperate. I don't do business with those who trample on the rules. As he spoke these last words, Norman fixed Killian with a cold, unblinking stare. He had investigated, after all, and discovered that the owners of those biotech companies and labs acquired by AM had all recently been kidnapped, or had their families kidnapped. The kidnappers demanded only one thing, the transfer of their shares. Norman himself had dabbled in such tactics before. Even Stark Industries wasn't above such methods. But those things were always done discreetly, and the payments offered far exceeded the market price. No one ever brazenly seized shares in broad daylight the way Killian was doing. Naturally, that made everyone wary of him. It was precisely because Killian sensed this growing resistance that he sought out Norman, hoping to break through the collective blockade by joining forces. Killian remained unruffled in his seat. Suddenly, he picked up the remote on the table and switched on the screen, where live footage of Harry and Peter appeared, clear as day. Norman's eyes flashed dangerously. What are you trying to pull? It's very simple. All you have to do, Mr. Norman, is sign this contract and stamp it with your seal, and I guarantee your 2 children will remain safe and sound, Killian said with a smile, tossing a contract across the table. Li Yuan caught the contract and turned to Killian. How about this? Let's see if you can so much as lay a finger on those 2 kids. If you can, we'll sign your name on the dotted line. Killian stared at Li Yuan. Mr. Norman, Are you really willing to gamble these children's lives? But before he could finish, the men secretly watching over the boys were knocked out cold by a single punch. Next, Will's face filled the screen. He pointed at the camera, then hurled it to the ground and stomped it with force. I told you, if you could even scratch those two kids, we'd sign. But it's obvious you can't even get close, Li Yuan said triumphantly. Killian stared coldly at the two men. Suddenly, Li Yuan vanished. Alarmed, Killian glanced around. As he tried to turn and look behind him, a sword pressed against his neck. Li Yuan leaned in close and whispered in a low voice, Killian, whatever tricks you want to play, the Osborne group will match you move for move. But if you so much as lay a finger on those two children, I swear I'll cut off your head. Even if you've injected yourself with the perfected extremist virus, I'll still find a way to kill you. Don't doubt my abilities, understand? With that, Li Yuan sheathed Dante and slowly walked back to Norman's side. Norman shot Killian a glare, then left with Li Yuan. As Killian watched the two leave, he slammed his fist onto the table in fury, shattering it into pieces. But he quickly regained his composure. He called in the security guards outside and ordered them to clean up the mess. Then he returned to his office, turned on the computer on his desk, and the image of the Mandarin's back appeared on the screen. Mandarin, it was a failure. I know. He was never going to cooperate with you. This meeting was just to test his intentions. Looks like he won't ever join us. In that case, destroy him, the Mandarin replied coolly. Mandarin, we can't go on like this. The U.S. government is already watching us. We've been too active lately, and now we're surrounded by their people. If there's even the slightest disturbance. Killian didn't finish his sentence, but the Mandarin already understood the consequences. I see. I'll handle this another way. Take some money and find powerful allies. Have them take care of this mess, the Mandarin instructed. Yes, I understand, Killian replied respectfully. With that, the call ended. In an ancient fortress in Afghanistan, the Mandarin stood with his back to the room, speaking to Taskmaster and Beast, kill Norman Osborn. After that, what you owe me will be settled. The assassin, Taskmaster, and Beast's eyes lit up. They responded at once with deference. Understood, Mandarin. The three immediately set off. Meanwhile, after dealing with the man who had been secretly photographing the two kids, Will sensed it wasn't safe to linger, so he took them back to Norman's villa. As they arrived, a middle-aged couple stood waiting at the door. The moment Peter saw them, he wriggled free from Will's arms and bolted toward them, throwing himself into their embrace. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I missed you so much. Oh, my little Peter, Aunt May missed you too. Aunt May hugged Peter tightly and showered him with kisses. Will nodded politely at Ben, who returned the gesture with equal courtesy. Harry slid down from Will's shoulder and walked up sweetly to Ben's feet. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, hello. Hello to you too, little Harry. Ben reached out and fondly ruffled his hair. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, please do come in and have a seat. At Harry's request, someone opened the door, and the five of them entered together. After leaving AM, Norman invited Li Yuan to his villa to discuss their next steps. When the two arrived at Norman's home, they happened to see Ben Parker and Aunt May there. Norman greeted them. Then Li Yuan called Will and headed to the study. They probably won't let this go so easily. What should we do next? Norman got straight to the point. I don't think Killian will make a move himself, Li Yuan replied. It's likely to be the Mandarin's other men, probably those three again. Norman nodded in agreement. You're right. Killian won't risk it now. Too many eyes are on him. If he tries anything, he won't have anywhere left to hide in America. So he'll have to send others. I'll sketch two faces for you in a bit. Get people to watch the airports, the docks, all the main transportation routes. If you spot either of these two, let us know immediately, and we'll take care of them. Li Yuan grabbed some paper and a pen from the desk and quickly drew likenesses of the master and the beast. He handed the sketches to Norman, who studied them. All right, if we find them, I'll let you know right away. As the three chatted, Li Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw Constantine's name flashing on the screen. Puzzled, he answered, What is it, John? Boss, you need to come back right away. Something big's happened. Constantine's voice crackled with urgency from the other end. Got it. Will and I are heading back now. With that, Li Yuan hung up, then turned to Norman apologetically. Sorry, Norman, but we'll have to leave now. Remember, if you see those people, contact us immediately. Without another word, the two hurriedly left, not noticing that Fuguei was still in Norman's house. It wasn't until Fuguei heard the car engine roar to life that he dashed outside and leaped onto the windshield. Will quickly rolled down the window and plucked him back inside. Li Yuan floored the accelerator, racing toward the office. When they finally arrived and unlocked the door, they found Byman and Constantine rifling through a stack of books, searching for something. What's going on, John? They both asked as they walked in. Boss, it's serious, Constantine said gravely. Another one of Mephisto's sons has appeared on Earth. What's the big deal? We've already beaten him once. What's stopping us from winning again? Li Yuan said nonchalantly. This time is different. He's holding an artifact, a relic powerful enough to merge hell and earth into one. The Spear of Destiny. The Spear of Destiny? What does it do? Don't get so worked up. Take your time and explain everything. There's no use in panicking right now. Li Yuan tried to calm Constantine, urging him to lay out the whole story. After taking a few deep breaths, Constantine began slowly. This all started after you left the office. I was bored, so I went online and stumbled across a video. It was shot on a farm, where every living thing was dead. At first, I thought it was the work of people, but then I noticed a huge symbol burned into the grass in the video. That symbol looked oddly familiar, so I started digging through old records but found nothing. At first, I was going to let it go, but something kept nagging at me. Something about that symbol felt important. So I called in Beeman to help me search, and we finally traced the symbol back to a demon, another son of Mephisto, Mammon. He's the very demon who, wielding the Spear of Destiny, killed Jesus. The spear, stained with the blood of Christ, became a relic unique to hell. It has the power to shatter any seal. Whoa, hang on. John, you're saying Mammon killed Jesus with a spear? But wasn't it Longinus who did that? Li Yuan interrupted. Boss, can you let me finish? Longinus was just the name Mammon used while walking the earth. That single act enraged God so much that he joined forces with two mysterious warriors and sealed off every gateway connecting Earth to the other dimensions, including heaven and hell. Now Mammon's goal is crystal clear. He wants to break the seal linking hell and Earth and open the way for hell's armies to invade. Constantine explained. Do you know where the seal connecting to hell is kept? Li Yuan asked. Constantine shook his head, then turned to Beeman, who was still flipping through books nearby. Beeman, do you know? I'm not sure either. From what I gather, God never revealed the seal's location to humanity, just to prevent anyone from being tempted by demons to open it. Not even the demons themselves know where it is, Beeman replied. Well, then what are we worried about? Li Yuan said, his tone suddenly lightening. If nobody knows where the seal is, do you really think Mammon does? That's not necessarily the case. In our world of exorcism, there's a legend that if a powerful medium is aided by a sacred artifact, they can travel through time to any place they desire. If this legend is true, then Mammon would surely seek out such a powerful medium, have them cross through time, and uncover the location of the seal, Constantine explained. Is there any specific definition of a powerful medium? Will suddenly asked. It said that this kind of medium can sense the presence of any demon from the hellish dimensions, and even discern their weaknesses. That's why a truly powerful medium is a natural-born exorcist, and despised by all demons. Once discovered, demons will stop at nothing to kill them, Constantine replied. You and Beeman are both mediums, aren't you? Would Mammon come after the two of you? Li Yuan asked. In the past, perhaps he might have sought me out, but not anymore. I remember telling you all before. After that suicide attempt, I lost my abilities as a medium. As for Beeman, while he is a medium, his powers are far too weak. Mammon wouldn't bother with him, said Constantine. I see. So right now, Mammon's top priority is to find a powerful medium. In that case, you should inform everyone in the exorcist community about this, so they can be on alert. It's better to have everyone watching out for each other, Li Yuan suggested. I understand. The moment I learned about this, you were the first I notified. I'll let the others know in a bit, Constantine promised. All right, I'll leave this matter in your hands. If anything comes up, contact us right away, understood? Li Yuan said. Constantine nodded gravely, then left with Beeman. Watching him depart, Li Yuan sighed. Why does it feel like so much has been happening lately? Constantine followed Beeman out, and Li Yuan and Will decided to temporarily close the agency, staying inside for several days. It wasn't until Norman called to say that the two people he'd painted had already arrived in New York, inviting them over to his place for a detailed discussion. When the two arrived at Norman's house, Norman immediately played a video. On screen, the Master of Imitation and the Beast could be seen disembarking from a private jet at the New York airport. I'm counting on you too. Of course, I know your rules. Here's $10 million. Don't stand on ceremony. After all, they're coming for us, Norman said, sliding the check over to Li Yuan. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. All right, since we've taken your case, we guarantee that no one will be able to harm those two kids. And you, be sure to look after your own safety as well. Don't worry. Do you really think my title as the head of the #1 biotech group in America is just empty talk? We've dabbled in human trials, and we've already seen some preliminary success, Norman said, his voice brimming with pride. All right then, things are a bit hectic lately, so let's deal with them for you first before we talk further. Li Yuan and Will got up and left the villa, heading straight to the address Norman had given them. The address led them to a bar in Hell's Kitchen. By now, Hell's Kitchen had returned to its former state. Who knows how much money and connections these big shots had spent to keep the government from investigating the chaos they caused. Boss, when do we make our move? Will asked. Let's wait a bit longer. See if any more of their friends show up. We might be able to catch them all in one sweep, Li Yuan replied, standing at the entrance. They waited a long time, but no one else went inside. At last, the two of them simply pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, the Mimic Master and the Beast spun around to look at Li Yuan and Will. The two of them grinned. You just waltzed in here all by yourselves? To deal with you two, Will alone is more than enough. You're not even worth my time, Li Yuan replied. With that, he leapt lightly and landed on a sofa, making himself comfortable. Will stretched out his hand, and a Crusader's war hammer and angelic armor appeared on him. He began to walk slowly toward the pair. The Mimic Master and the Beast exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement. The Mimic Master drew twin blades from his back and charged at Will, while the Beast hung back, whistling sharply. Suddenly, scorpions, vipers, spiders, and other small but venomous creatures appeared, swarming toward Will. With a cold look, Will stomped hard. The poisonous creatures were sent flying before they could even get close. Then, raising his war hammer, he brought it down. With tremendous force, the Mimic Master crossed his blades to block, but he underestimated the power behind the blow and was sent hurtling through the air. He crashed straight into the wall, embedding half his body in the plaster, exposed for all to see. The Beast, witnessing his partner in such a sorry state, couldn't help but swallow hard and took a few steps back. Will advanced. A few steps, but suddenly, a prickling sense of danger ran up his spine. Instantly, he leapt away from where he'd been standing. The moment Will left his spot, a black dagger appeared out of thin air, stabbing into the floor where he'd just stood. Clapping a hand to his chest, Will let out a shaky laugh. I almost forgot about you. The assassin emerged from another dimension. Seeing this, the Beast hurried over to pry the Mimic Master out of the wall. Just as they were about to escape, a massive sword plunged down from above, landing right in front of them. A moment later, Li Yuan descended from the air and landed atop the sword. I never said you could leave, he declared. The Beast slowly moved one hand behind his back, but before he could do anything, a gunshot rang out. The Beast let out a cold grunt. In Li Yuan's hand, the ebony pistol had appeared, its barrel still trailing wisps of smoke. Don't move. If you do, the next bullet will be right between your eyes, Li Yuan said coolly. The Beast gritted his teeth against the pain and gently laid the unconscious Mimic Master on the ground, then sat down himself. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then stood atop his sword, watching the battle between Will and the assassin. The two of them couldn't have been more different in their fighting styles. One was all brute force, while the other was light and agile, two extremes, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Will was simply too slow, so all he could do was swing his warhammer again and again. If he could land even a single blow on the assassin, he was confident he could keep him here for good. But the assassin was just too quick. The warhammer never got close before he'd already dodged. The assassin ducked low, kicked off the wall, and slid behind Will in a flash. Just as he was about to strike with his blade, Will's hammer came swinging back, forcing him to retreat. Back and forth they went, locked in a stalemate. Not far away, Li Yuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, the Beast sprang to his feet and hurled something at Li Yuan, who instantly sprang back. The sand the Beast had thrown hit the ground, and in an instant, a wide patch of floor sizzled and corroded. My, that's pretty vicious of you, Li Yuan called from a distance. At that moment, the still unconscious Mimic Master snapped open his eyes and slapped the ground, launching himself into the air. The Beast landed a punch right on his foot. The Mimic Master shot forward like a cannonball, gripping two katanas, and charged straight at Li Yuan. Li Yuan only smiled, picked up Dante from the ground, and with a quick flick, sliced both of Mimic Master's blades in two. Then he kicked him, sending him flying. You two are really sly, pretending to be knocked out and even throwing poison, Li Yuan taunted. The Beast and Mimic Master leaned on each other for support, their eyes brimming with hostility as they glared at Li Yuan. Don't look at me like that. Weren't you asking for it? The two lowered their heads in silence, while Will and the assassin continued their duel. Li Yuan finally lost patience. He fired a shot, blocking the assassin's escape route. Will seized the moment, bringing his warhammer down hard and sending the assassin flying across the room. That blow finished the assassin. He could no longer get up and could only lie there, watching as Li Yuan and Will slowly approached. Seeing the two drawing near the assassin, Mimic Master and the Beast tried to rush over, but Li Yuan sent them both flying with a single punch. I've always been curious. Are you a man or a woman? Li Yuan said, reaching down and grabbing the assassin's hood. With a swift tug, a cascade of silky hair tumbled out, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. The two of them were stunned. While they had considered the possibility that the assassin was a woman, they had never imagined she would be so beautiful. The assassin regarded their dumbfounded, love-struck expressions and spat disdainfully in their direction, but she never got to finish the gesture. In a flash, Li Yuan swung his blade and severed her head. Damn it, the moment I saw this scene, I knew something was off. You still want to be my woman? Dream on. Without missing a beat. And while staring in shock, Li Yuan proceeded to decapitate both the master of mimicry and the beast right then and there. Boss, are you sure your head's screwed on right? We'll ask cautiously. Li Yuan smacked him upside the head. You're the one who's got a screw loose. Listen to me. When you run into situations like this, you have to act decisively. If you let a woman like her go, she'll keep coming back to assassinate you. And if you keep letting her escape, after this cat-and-mouse game goes on a few times, you'll find that she's fallen for you. Next thing you know, you're plunging headlong into a love story that's really just a grave. The thought alone gives me the chills. As he spoke, Li Yuan actually gave himself a little shiver. Glancing over the 3 corpses on the ground, Li Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then left with Will. Neither of them noticed that above the assassin's body, a circle had suddenly materialized. On the far side of the portal lay a world awash in nothing but red. As the passageway sucked the assassin's corpse inside, the circle vanished without a trace. The two returned to the villa and handed the photos to Norman. Everything's been taken care of. Just keep an eye on Killian and his gang. Don't worry, I've got it all arranged, Norman replied with a smile. All right then, if you need anything, let us know. Not that we have much free time these days. We're off to save the world again, Li Yuan said with a weary sigh. Norman chuckled, clearly not taking him seriously. Back at the agency, they found Constantine sprawled out on the sofa. Li Yuan looked at him in surprise. John, what are you doing here? Have you already found Mammon? We told the entire Exorcist community about Mammon's presence on Earth. Now everyone's searching for the place where he's sealed, so I'm not really needed anymore. All that's left is to wait for someone to find it. Constantine yawned as he spoke. By the way, boss, what were you two up to? And what's with that closed for business sign on the door? Constantine sat up and asked, What do you think? It's all because of that damn Mammon. If it weren't for him, would I have to temporarily shut down the agency? These demons must be out of their minds, coming to Earth all the time to stir up trouble. Enough about that. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. I need a shower after that battle. With that, Li Yuan headed off to his room to clean up. Constantine turned his gaze to Will. So, Will, tell me, what mission did you two just finish? Will then recounted the scene of their recent bar fight, placing special emphasis on how Li Yuan had ruthlessly struck down a woman. He even described that particular moment in vivid detail. Constantine was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, making noises of utter confusion. Will, are you telling me that the boss, when faced with a beautiful woman, just drew his sword and lopped off her head without hesitation? Constantine asked in disbelief. Will nodded. Damn, do you think the boss has some unspeakable secret, or maybe his tastes just aren't the same as ours? Constantine exclaimed, deliberately exaggerating his reaction. Well, I suppose that's possible, Will replied, joining in on the joke. When Li Yuan finally came out, he found both of them staring at him with strange expressions. Their odd behavior began to irritate him. What are you two looking at me like that for? Li Yuan demanded. But neither of them answered. Their gazes only grew more peculiar, sending a chill down Li Yuan's spine. Finally, unable to take it any longer, Li Yuan gave them both a good thrashing before they admitted the truth. After hearing their explanation, Li Yuan rolled his eyes at them. What are you thinking? It's not that I don't like women. I just haven't met one I like yet. Besides, women would only slow down my sword arm. When Li Yuan finished, the two stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. It wasn't until Li Yuan raised a fist that they finally dropped their odd looks. After their bout of roughhousing, the three settled back into their laid-back, carefree routine. But before long, the doorbell rang. We went to answer it, only to find a group of people in bizarre outfits standing outside. Sorry, the agency isn't taking clients today, Will said, starting to close the door. But one of the group, a bald man covered in tattoos, spoke up, We're here to see Constantine. Will turned and called out, John. Someone's looking for you. He then stepped aside to let the group in. As they entered, Constantine stood up and asked, Well, did you find the place of the seal? The bald man nodded, then shook his head. What's that supposed to mean? Constantine asked, puzzled. We found a location, but we can't be sure it's the one. Still, there's a good chance it is, the bald man explained. Where is it? Constantine pressed. The Kalinish Standing Stones, the bald man replied. We combed through a lot of ancient texts and did a lot of calculations. We're pretty sure the seal is there, but there's still a chance we're wrong, so we need you to go and confirm it yourselves. All right, We'll head over as soon as we can, Constantine said. With that, the tattooed men departed. Constantine turned to look at Li Yuan and Will. Why are you looking at me? We still have to set out eventually. But why don't those people just go themselves? Li Yuan asked with curiosity. Because they don't have the money. No money? How is that even a reason? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Boss, if they want to get to the Kalanish standing stones, how do you think they'd go? Of course they'd fly. But they need to bring their ritual tools along, and most of those are made of metal, not to mention their bizarre shapes. Most airlines won't check in such items, so they're forced to charter a whole plane. You tell me, how much would it cost to book an entire plane? And while they do take on exorcism commissions from time to time, they rarely get much out of it. Every exorcism consumes some of their ritual tools, so after all said and done, they make very little from each job. But that's not to say everyone is scraping by. Some exorcists can command commissions starting at $1 million, and those ones make a fortune, Constantine explained. Let me guess, do they take such small fees because they want a shot at heaven when they die? Asked Li Yuan. Constantine nodded. That's right. Whether they're new to the job or have been at it for years, an exorcist is bound to offend demons. To keep their souls from being tormented by demons after death, that's the only thing they can do. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Pack up. We should get going too, Li Yuan said. On a planet with nothing but a crimson cosmos overhead, an assassin lying on the ground jolted awake. She reached instinctively for her neck, and only after confirming it was unscathed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a commanding voice thundered beside her ear, Frederica Cardoso. The assassin shuddered in terror and scrambled to her feet, immediately dropping to one knee with her head bowed. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Lord Sidorak, forgive me. I have damaged the vessel you bestowed upon me. Raise your head. Look at me, the imperious voice commanded. Trembling, Frederica Cardoso slowly lifted her gaze. Above her, a colossal face formed from swirling nebulae appeared, drifting ever closer. Frederica Cardoso, I know everything you have been through. This isn't your fault. It's because the power I granted you is too weak. This time, I will bestow upon you new strength. Bring back the body of the man who dared to defile the great Crimson Sovereign's slave. Remember, the body must remain intact. Not a single drop of blood is to be lost. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of red energy detached from the enormous face and shot directly into Frederica Cardoso's body. Immediately, a teleportation circle appeared behind her, and an immense force yanked her inside. Once Frederica Cardoso had vanished, the giant face gazed out into the cosmos and murmured to itself. The time is almost here, almost. On the western coast of Lewis in Scotland's Outer Hebrides, 3 men with backpacks appeared, slowly making their way toward the Kalanish stones. These 3 were none other than Li Yuan and his companions. But when they were less than 20 meters from the stone circle, they stopped in their tracks. There, inside the circle, stood a black man, smiling at them with a glint in his eye. Who are you? Constantine called out. Who am I? Haven't you already figured that out? Thanks to my brother and my father, I finally earned this chance. Even though you found this place quickly, you're still too late, the black man replied coolly. The 3 exchanged glances for a few seconds. Then, without hesitation, Li Yuan summoned Dante and charged at the man. The black man simply stood there with a calm, sly smile, making no move to resist as Dante pierced straight through his body. He collapsed slowly to the ground. Suddenly, the earth split open beneath him, a deep fissure seething with molten lava. The magma surged upward, forcing Li Yuan to leap back. He could only watch as the lava engulfed the corpse, swallowing it whole. The molten mass began to glow, forming a sphere radiating orange light. Soon, a hand emerged, its veins flowing with magma, its bones forged from molten rock. Another hand followed, and together they pried apart the blazing orb. At last, Mammon's true form was revealed. Horns jutting from his brow, towering over 10 meters tall, his massive frame dwarfing even the ancient stone circle. He thrust one hand into his chest and began to draw something out. Li Yuan could see it clearly, a spear slowly being pulled free. He didn't need to guess. It was the Spear of Destiny. We can't let him pull out the Spear of Destiny. John, think of something. I'll take him on. Will back me up. With that, Li Yuan sprang forward, slamming his foot into Mammon's hand, just as the spear was nearly free, driving it back into his chest. Mammon let out a booming laugh. It's useless. You can't kill me. All you can do is watch as we break the seal, he taunted, swinging his massive palm. Li Yuan rolled aside, just in time to dodge the blow. Without missing a beat, Li Yuan raced up Mammon's arm, aiming straight for his face. He lashed out with Dante, striking Mammon so hard that the giant staggered backward, crashing into the stone circle and shattering half of it in an instant. Mammon, who had fallen to the ground, roared in fury. His body began to shrink. Yet Li Yuan could sense that Mammon's aura was growing more and more terrifying. As Mammon's form diminished, the heat radiating from his body intensified. Eventually, the temperature soared so high that the surrounding air began to shift in subtle ways. The sky above Mammon seemed to erupt with fire. The orange glow blazed so brightly that it could be seen clearly even 100 miles away. When Mammon finally emerged, his stature had shrunk to just 2 meters tall. His skin appeared denser, more solid. If before he had been a creature of pure elemental force, now he was a being of flesh and blood. This is my true form. I can't believe you actually forced it out of me. Impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, Mammon's figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Li Yuan. But Li Yuan, whose veins ran with demon blood, was hardly to be underestimated. He swung Dante without hesitation, striking Mammon with such force that he sent him flying backward. Mammon crashed through several massive boulders, yet emerged from the dust unscathed. By now, the Spear of Fate had materialized in his hand. With a cold sneer, Mammon drove the Spear of Fate into the ground. Flames erupted and spread in all directions, hurling everyone violently out of the Kalanish stone circle. The three of them stared in panic as a colossal magic formation manifested within the stone circle. Then a voice, thick with demonic allure, echoed forth. I am the king of the Great Eye. At last I am free. The four of them were stunned. Even Mammon roared in disbelief. Impossible. Isn't this supposed to be where the gateway is sealed? How could it be the place where you're imprisoned? Huh. Mammon, you're far too easy to deceive. I'm sure you've crossed the ages to get here, but you never realized that God set a trap for you. When he sealed the passageway, he sealed me as well. That's why you mistook this place for the gateway's seal. Think carefully. When you do, you'll recall the true location of the sealed passage. As he spoke, the king of the Great Eye, a monstrous, cyclopean creature, crawled out from within the magic array. Mammon stood frozen, his mind racing back to the real place of the ancient seal. At last it came to him. His body hunched over, and 2 large bulges swelled on his back. He let out a cry of agony, the sound growing in intensity until, at its peak, Mammon straightened up. With a violent tear, a pair of bony wings burst from his back. He soared into the sky, intent on fleeing, but Li Yuan launched himself upward with a powerful leap, seizing Mammon by the throat and dragging him back down. High above the ground, Li Yuan hammered his fists into Mammon's face again and again. Whether it was the release of the Great Eye King seal or something else, Mammon had fallen into a state of weakness. Now, he could do nothing to resist. He could only endure the relentless barrage as Li Yuan's fist struck his face. The giant-eyed monster made no move to attack. It simply watched in silence, mocking as it observed. Well, this human is no ordinary fellow. He harbors tremendous energy within him. If he were to unleash it, even I would have to show some fear. We'll watch the two locked in combat, holy light flickering occasionally in his hands. Constantine clutched his sacred hunting rifle, but from the looks of it, it wasn't doing much good. Still taking a beating, Mammon suddenly erupted with force, kicking Li Yuan squarely in the chest and sending him tumbling backward. Using the Spear of Destiny as a crutch, Mammon slowly rose. From the ground, he glanced at the giant-eyed monster, then at Li Yuan nearby. Taking a few deep breaths, he spoke in a flat voice. The next time we meet, I'll kill you both with my own hands. Li Yuan immediately recognized that Mammon was about to flee. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dante from the ground and charged, but he was still a step too late. Mammon retreated a pace, and a portal opened up behind him. As he stepped through, his form shifted back into that of a black man, and the portal snapped shut behind him. Li Yuan's sword sliced through thin air. The giant-eyed monster, still standing where it was, remarked with admiration, using blood as a catalyst to link a teleportation array, random teleportation at that. This kid is ruthless with himself. At the very least, he won't be able to break the seal for a few months. Hearing this, Li Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his relief was short-lived. Before long, his nerves were on edge again. At some point, the giant-eyed monster had appeared behind him without him sensing a thing. Startled, Li Yuan leapt away in alarm. Seeing the three of them on such high alert, the giant-eyed monster let out a hearty laugh. Relax, you three. I haven't left the sealed realm. What stands before you now is merely a projection. My true form remains buried underground. Although the seal has been broken, it will take another 2 months before I am free. When I emerge, the whole world will be plunged into endless darkness. This is what they owe me. With those words, the giant-eyed monster's laughter faded into a chorus of cold chuckles, before dissolving into shimmering golden light and vanishing from sight. Only Li Yuan and his two companions remained, exchanging glances. Finally, the three of them managed a wry smile and sat down on the ground. Surveying the ruins of the stone circle, they each sighed and lay back on the grass. Utterly spent, the trio left the stone circle and returned to the agency. Too exhausted even to eat, they collapsed onto their beds and fell instantly asleep. Little did they know that during their duel with Mammon, a group of passing tourists had witnessed the scene and even caught it on video, uploading the footage to the internet. As soon as S.H.I.E.L.D. got wind of the incident, they immediately locked down the video, tracked down the tourists, confiscated the original recordings, and sternly warned them before leaving. Nevertheless, the video had already been discovered and downloaded by a group of savvy internet users. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately had their top tech experts start tracking the sources of the downloaded videos, but they quickly realized there was another mysterious force on the internet, working against them. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. was only able to trace the IP addresses of 3 or 4 people. The rest all slipped away with the help of that unknown power. As a result, the uniqueness of Li Yuan and his two companions quietly began to spread in certain circles. This led to their agency being discovered, and from early morning onward, people had been constantly ringing the agency's doorbell. However, the 3 of them were sleeping so soundly that they didn't hear a thing, so as some people left, new ones soon arrived to take their place. Still, a few determined souls refused to leave and stood waiting outside. When Will finally woke up and heard the doorbell ringing, he shuffled over to open the door and found a girl with a Chinese face standing outside. Will, still half asleep, mumbled, "Who are you?" "You're Will John, aren't you? I'm your biggest fan. My name is Sky," the girl replied excitedly. Seeing Sky about to throw herself at him, Will awkwardly pushed her back a little. "Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." He started to close the door, but Sky quickly wedged her foot in to stop him. Will paused, and then Sky pulled out a tablet and played a video of the 3 of them battling Mammon. The moment Will saw the footage, he realized things had taken a turn for the worse. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Boss! John, we've got a huge problem." Will's loud call brought Li Yuan and Constantine out of their rooms. Li Yuan, especially, sounded grim as he said, "Well, unless you have a really good explanation, I promise I'll double your size." The sight of Li Yuan seemed to awaken some hidden strength in Sky. She actually managed to push past Will's block at the door, rush inside, grab Li Yuan's hand, and exclaim, "You're Li Yuan, right? I'm your biggest fan. My name is Scott." Will scratched his head in confusion at the familiar words. "Hey kid, show that video to our boss," Will said. Sky nodded eagerly, took out her tablet, and showed the video to Li Yuan and Constantine. But after watching it, Li Yuan just commented, "Not bad. I look pretty cool in this, don't I?" Will nearly stumbled over his own feet and almost fell. "Boss, our powers have been exposed. Don't you have anything else to say about that?" Li Yuan shrugged, completely unfazed. "Nope. Our powers being exposed was only a matter of time. Besides, it hasn't been long since the whole vampire battle. Even vampires are popping up now. So what's the big deal if a few superpowered people show up?" But Sky suddenly interjected, "But aren't you afraid the government might imprison or capture you, treating you as weapons?" Li Yuan responded as if he'd just heard an enormous joke. "Capture me? Sure, they could try, unless they use a nuclear bomb. But let me tell you this. Even with a nuke, I might not be so easy to catch." Looking at Li Yuan's unshakable confidence, Sky's face lit up with admiration. "By the way, young lady, where did you come from? What brings you to us?" Li Yuan suddenly realized and asked. "Oh, I told you already. I'm a huge fan. I just wanted to meet you all in person this time," Sky replied, brimming with adoration. "Well then, go chat with Will to your heart's content. I'm going back to bed. Don't wake me up unless it's mealtime." With that, Li Yuan headed to his room to continue his sleep. Constantine glanced at Sky, then turned in as well. That left just Sky and Will in the living room. Will found himself feeling awkward, but Sky didn't seem to notice at all. She kept chattering away, making even Fugue, who was nearby, feel uncomfortable enough to slip out of the living room and into Li Yuan's room for a nap. When Li Yuan finally woke up and walked out, he found Sky was already gone. Yawning, he asked, "She's left?" Will was sprawled out on the sofa, looking completely drained. He managed a small nod. "You look like she's wrung you dry," Li Yuan teased. Will shot upright, glaring at Li Yuan. "Boss. Okay, my bad. I shouldn't have left you alone out here. By the way, what's the story with that video?" She said someone didn't want the video circulating online, so the whole thing got banned. And that's not all. Even in the real world, people who had a copy got a warning. Who else could it be, other than those people who would bother? Li Yuan grumbled as he poured himself a glass of water. "So you're saying S.H.I.E.L.D. is behind all this, boss? Who else? And which group is that girl from?" "Tide." Li Yuan frowned, then suddenly remembered something. His expression eased. "Now that you mention it, I think I've dealt with them before. Exactly. Remember last time during the live stream, when you told me to find some top hackers? I reached out to some old friends, and they put me in touch with Tide. That explains it. No wonder the name Tide sounded so familiar, Li Yuan said. Meanwhile, out on the Pacific Ocean, a sunken ocean liner was being salvaged. Olive Barber stood on a nearby yacht, watching as a man in a wetsuit climbed aboard. Chief, we finished searching. No survivors, he reported. What caused the accident? Olive Barber asked coolly. They ran into a drifting iceberg. Couldn't avoid it, crashed and sank, the man replied. No. Olive Barber's gaze locked onto him. They encountered a giant python and were killed in its attack. Understand? The diver felt a chill run down his spine under Olive Barber's stare and nodded hastily. Olive Barber moved to the bow of the yacht, gazing into the distance, and murmured, I refuse to believe you still won't take the bait after all this. Back at the agency, Li Yuan and will suddenly sneeze for no reason. Li Yuan wiped his nose and muttered, Which bastard's plotting against me now? Inside, the three were eating breakfast and watching the morning news when the doorbell rang. Li Yuan looked at Will glanced at Constantine. Constantine turned to Fugaway, and finally, with a sigh, Fugaway trudged over and opened the door. Sky burst in from outside and shouted loudly, Hey, my idols! I'm here! Oh, Sky, have you had breakfast? If not, come join us, Li Yuan said. Sky nodded eagerly and hurried over to sit beside Will, joining in the meal. Suddenly, a news bulletin flashed across the TV. An ocean liner had struck a drifting iceberg and sunk, with all 563 passengers and crew perishing in the tragedy. As a renowned expert on the broadcast, urged everyone to use less air conditioning and reduce emissions. Li Yuan shook his head and switched off the TV. At that moment, the phone rang. Li Yuan nudged Fugay, who reluctantly abandoned his cat food, hopped over, and hit the speaker button. Who is it? Have you seen the news? A familiar voice came through, making Li Yuan frown. I've told you before, we're not joining your organization, Li Yuan replied coldly. That ocean liner didn't sink because of an iceberg, Olive Barber insisted. It was sunk by a giant python attack. If you don't act, we have no way to stop these monsters. If nothing is done, the whole world will be in danger. Are you really going to sit this out? When he heard that the ship had sunk because of an attack by a giant serpent, Will's expression changed subtly. But Li Yuan remained unfazed. We're all old foxes here, aren't we? Why bother with ghost stories? This is clearly a setup, and the key to unraveling it lies with Will. You must have done your homework on the three of us, right? Did you really think that by fabricating some false information, you could get Will to join your side? Olive Barber fell silent, not expecting Li Yuan to see through so much. Even Will grew angry, and suddenly Sky shouted, Idol, they really are lying to you. Look at this. Sky pushed the tablet over. The three of them looked at the screen and saw the true reason for the ship sinking. Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. What more do you have to say for yourself? Without a word, Olive Barber hung up the call. Li Yuan flashed a victorious smile. Thank you, Sky, Li Yuan said. Sky gave a bashful grin. After the four of them finished their meal together, Li Yuan and his two companions flopped onto the couch like a trio of salted fish. Sky looked at the three of them and asked, Don't you guys have anything else to do? Sure we do. We drink cola, eat popcorn, and watch SpongeBob. Isn't that enough? Constantine replied. Will and Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Sky rubbed his forehead in exasperation, but just then the doorbell rang. All three of them looked at Sky in unison. Sky sighed and went over to open the door. Thor stepped inside. He glanced at Sky a few times, then called out, Lee, lend me some money. Li Yuan stood up and looked at Thor. What's wrong? Is Ivan deciding to make his own battle suit? Thor nodded. Exactly. He's relying on no one but himself. Lately, he's been drafting weapon designs for other people. I'm worried he might get into trouble, so I wanted to borrow some cash from you. All right, I can lend you up to 50 million. Will that do? Li Yuan asked. That's more than enough. Thanks. Hey, there's no need to be so formal with me. I'll transfer it to you right now. Li Yuan pulled out his phone and tapped away for a moment. Thor's phone chimed. Thor checked his phone and saw that the money had arrived. Thanks, Li. I'll be off then. Okay, let me know if you need anything else, Li Yuan called after him. Thor nodded and turned to leave. Looking at his now shrunken account balance, Li Yuan sat up and declared, Enough. We can't keep loafing around like this. The agency is back open for business. But Constantine and Will gave him no response at all. One kept munching popcorn, the other stayed glued to SpongeBob. Sky watched and had to cover her mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Annoyed, Li Yuan gave each of them a swift kick. Then, alone, he sat down in front of his computer and began checking his emails to see if there were any new commissions. But aside from a few spam messages, there was absolutely nothing. Now he really began to scratch his head, muttering, how am I supposed to make money? Looking to earn some cash. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Li Yuan jerked his head up to see Norman. who had appeared across from him without his noticing. Norman, you're here? Did you need something? Li Yuan asked. Are you trying to make money? Norman repeated. Li Yuan nodded. Who would ever say no to more money? Judging by your tone, it sounds like you've got something in mind. I want you to go to an island for me. There are all kinds of mutated creatures living there. I need you to catch them and bring them back. For every different species you capture, I'll pay you 10 million. If you find something even more extraordinary, we'll discuss a special price. What do you think? Li Yuan frowned. Norman, who sent you to be a negotiator? What? Norman asked in confusion. Skull Island. Who told you about that place? Li Yuan questioned him sternly. Norman looked puzzled. I don't know what the island is called. My team just stumbled upon it by accident while doing research at sea. Li Yuan let out a cold chuckle. In that case, you might want to fire that person. Norman looked even more confused. So Li Yuan explained the whole story about the Monarch organization and Olive Arbor. Sky, who was listening at the side, was utterly stunned. She'd never imagined the world had such secrets. That's impossible, Norman insisted. He would never betray me. He's watched me grow up and knows many of the Norman family's secrets. Some even I don't know. There's no way he'd sell me out. So you really believe it was just a coincidence that he found Skull Island? Norman nodded. I think so. But to be honest, will you take the job or not? You know my company is in biotech. I can't just let such unique creatures slip away. If you refuse, I'll have to send someone else. Li Yuan thought it over. All right, I'll do it. But on one condition, I don't want to run into anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Monarch. You can arrange that, right? Norman nodded. No problem. I'll get the coordinates for their landing site and pick a spot on the opposite side of the island for you. That way, your paths shouldn't cross. Deal. Let us know when you're ready to depart. With that, Norman left. Sky gazed at Li Yuan with admiration, about to speak, but he cut her off. Don't even think about it. There's no way I'm letting you come along. You're too inexperienced. You'd only slow us down. Forget it. Sky sulked, her lips pouting as she crossed her arms over her chest, staring at SpongeBob. Because they needed to prepare supplies, Norman still hadn't contacted Li Yuan and the others about setting off. During this time, Sky kept pleading with Li Yuan to take her along to Skull Island. Sky, it's not that I don't want to take you, Li Yuan said, but you know I've told you how terrifying the monsters there are. If we take you along, we'll be distracted worrying about your safety. What if you suddenly panic and we all end up in danger? So just stay here and be good, all right? Remember that. Sky nodded, her lips jutting out even farther as she replied, I understand. I'll go now. Watching Sky's dejected figure disappear, Li Yuan let out a helpless sigh. After all, Skull Island was no joke. Even someone as skilled as Li Yuan couldn't guarantee a safe return. Hey Li, we're ready to go. Norman called on the phone. Li Yuan immediately took Will and left. After all, Constantine wasn't suited to dealing with these monsters. He was much better at handling demons. So, for safety's sake, they had to leave Constantine back at the office. Li Yuan and Will arrived at the Osborne group, where Norman had already arranged a helicopter to take them to the airport. There, they boarded a specially modified transport plane. As the two of them stepped onto the plane, they noticed that besides the two pilots, there were 4 more people inside. 2 of them were fully armed, while the other 2 carried a case. Hello, I'm Black 1, and this is Black 2. We were sent by Master Norman to assist you. The other 2 are Osborne Group biologists, here to help you capture those monsters, Black 1 introduced. Oh, your names are Black 1 and Black 2. Li Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. No, those are just our code names. For safety reasons, we always use code names. Never our real names, Black 1 explained. All right then. Since everyone has a code name, I'll pick one too. Call me Dante. And him Angel, Li Yuan said, pointing first at himself, then at Will. Understood. Now, Dante, Angel, you can take a rest. It'll be another day's journey to Skull Island, Black 1 informed them. Li Yuan and Will nodded, then found a spot to sit and rest. Suddenly, Li Yuan's phone rang. He took it out, puzzled, and saw Sky's name on the screen. Hello. Sky, is something wrong? Yes, but I'm not looking for you. I need Will. I couldn't get through to his phone, Sky replied. Got it. Li Yuan handed the phone to Will, who took it, looking puzzled, and began to listen. No one knew what the 2 of them were talking about. All they could see was Will nodding repeatedly. Then, he pulled out a pair of specially made sunglasses from his clothes and put them on. Will handed the phone back to Li Yuan. What did Sky say to you? Will smiled and replied. That's a secret between her and me. I can't tell you. Li Yuan shot Will a glare, then ignored them, leaning back inside the cabin and drifting off to sleep. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep when he woke them both. Yawning, the 2 of them asked, Hey, are we there? Almost. Just ahead. There it is, Skull Island. Hey, he pointed ahead. Li Yuan walked up to the window and gazed down at the island below. At this point, anticipation was bubbling inside him. Without hesitation, he shouted to the pilot, Open the hatch for me. Though the pilot was puzzled, He did as he was told and opened the hatch. Li Yuan stood at the edge, watching a pack of saber-backed jackals fleeing below. Then, without a moment's pause, he leapt from the plane, soaring toward one of the jackals. The instant he touched down, he summoned Dante and drove the sword through the jackal, pinning it to the ground. Li Yuan landed unscathed. Several minutes later, the rest of the group slowly descended from the plane. The two biologists' eyes lit up when they spotted the jackal at Li Yuan's feet. They rushed over, pulled out their equipment from a case, and began scanning. They collected some fur, blood, and even a tooth from the creature. "Are you just collecting samples? Don't you need to bring the whole thing back?" Li Yuan asked. The two biologists shook their heads. "It's not that we don't need it. We'll send the data back to the company first. If they decide this creature is worth developing, a team will be sent to collect the whole carcass. If not, we won't bother. But either way, you'll get every cent you're owed." "All right then. It's getting late. Gather what you need, and let's find a place to set up camp. If you need anything, just ask." The two biologists nodded to Li Yuan and then headed into the forest. As the five of them pressed deeper, they entered a bamboo grove. He, weapon in hand, was leading the way when Li Yuan suddenly grabbed him and swung Dante at a nearby bamboo stalk. A piercing cry rang out from above. The group looked up, and to their shock, a gigantic insect loomed overhead. The bamboo Li Yuan had just struck was actually one of its legs. "Be careful of its legs. There are blades at the tips, and they're laced with poison. If it pins you down, it'll drain you dry until you're nothing but a husk," Li Yuan shouted, then paid no more attention to the others. With a running start, he leapt onto a bamboo stalk. Before the bamboo could bend all the way, he dashed along its length with astonishing speed, positioning himself above the long-legged matriarch. With a single, decisive stroke, he cleaved the creature clean in two. A surge of caustic acid gushed from its sundered body, forcing everyone below to scramble out of the way. The hiss of fallen leaves dissolving beneath the acid sent a shiver through Black 1, Black 2, and the two biologists. Li Yuan nudged the now lifeless creature with his boot and said, "You two, come over here and collect samples. See if there's anything useful. Black 1, Black 2, stand guard around the perimeter. Don't worry, the long-legged matriarch is territorial. There should only be one in this area." Relieved by Li Yuan's words, Black 1 and Black 2 let out a breath and raised their guns, taking up posts on either side to keep watch. Meanwhile, the two biologists wasted no time, quickly extracting genetic material and transmitting data back to headquarters. The response was almost immediate. "Mr. Li," one of them reported, "the company says this long-legged matriarch has development value. They want us to send a signal. Recovery personnel will arrive in 5 hours." "Understood. In that case, let's find a spot nearby and set up camp. We'll clear the trees around us and make some open space. Black 1, Black 2, help with the camp construction," Li Yuan instructed, and the three men set to work. Donning his specialized gloves, Will began uprooting the bamboo stalks one by one, quickly clearing a space over 100 square meters wide. He then cut the bamboo into uniform lengths. Once this was done, Li Yuan rolled up his sleeves. In less than 3 hours, 2 bamboo huts stood complete. But he wasn't finished yet. Hoisting Dante over his shoulder, Li Yuan strode into the forest, chopping down over 100 trees. He cut them into evenly sized stakes and drove them into the ground, encircling the bamboo huts. In this way, a simple but sturdy temporary base sprang up in the wilderness. Inside, the 5 gathered around a fire, cooking a meal together, while the corpse of the long-legged matriarch, arranged by Black 1 and Black 2, lay outside the huts, awaiting the arrival of the recovery team. On the southern coastline of Skull Island, a transport plane touched down with a low rumble. The hatch slid open, and Olive Barber was the first to step out, followed closely by Phil, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Melinda May, and Carlson Fitz. Carlson Fitz produced a handheld device, its screen alive with scrolling data. After a few moments, the reading stabilized. Studying the display, Fitz announced, "The air composition here is identical to the rest of Earth. No toxins. Actually, the air's even cleaner than what you'd breathe in New York. There's something strange about the magnetic field here. Many electronic devices malfunction in this area, yet planes can still land safely. I find that quite puzzling. Don't overthink it. Just come with me. And Kerr, here's the current bestiary of known monsters. See if you can find any effective way to take them down with a single strike." Olive Barber handed over the book. Kerr Fitz took the bestiary and was about to open it when, suddenly, an exhilarating burst of music erupted from the sky. Everyone looked up, a bit exasperated, as a robot painted in gold and red appeared overhead. Tony's voice boomed down. "Long time no see, Agent Carlson." Olive Barber let out a sigh, then turned to Natasha and asked, Why does your director insist on having him tag along? Natasha spread her hands innocently, clearly having no idea herself. Tony descended from the sky, stepped out of his armor, and the suit began to fold in on itself, eventually collapsing into a compact, portable case. Tony picked it up with ease. Agent Coulson, I need a good reason. Why does the one-eyed boss insist I come to this godforsaken place with you? Doesn't he know I'm supposed to be preparing for battle? Tony said, clearly annoyed. Phil maintained his professional smile and replied, I'm not sure why the director made this call, but I'm certain he has his reasons. Seeing that he could get nothing useful from Phil, Tony clicked his tongue in frustration. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a handful of small spheres. With a press of a button, the spheres cracked open, emitting a blue glow from the fissures, and then floated up, flying toward the depths of the forest. Some of the group watched Tony's actions with curiosity, but quickly seemed to realize what was going on and returned to their respective tasks. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the undergrowth. Everyone whipped their heads around. Tony instantly pulled out a phone, swiping rapidly across the screen, then forcefully flicked his finger outward. A virtual display materialized in the air. On the projection, an unusual creature was slowly approaching them. Kerr Fitz recognized it at once and said, That's a sacred tiger, over 4 meters long. Habits, unknown. Level of danger, unknown. They watched as the elegant sacred tiger stepped slowly out of the brush on the screen, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the group. Everyone began to inch backward, while Clint Barton quietly raised his bow. A wave of dizziness swept over the group, mingled with a strange excitement. Tony could even hear the pounding of his own heart echoing in his ears. The sacred tiger stared at them for a moment before slinking back into the thicket, vanishing from sight with the speed of the wind. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Melinda, May spoke up. It seemed like it could manipulate our emotions. I suddenly felt lightheaded just now. Did anyone else experience that? Olive Barber nodded, while the others shook their heads. I'm not dizzy. In fact, I feel strangely exhilarated, almost as if I'd been given a shot of adrenaline. If it weren't for my medication training, I might have rushed forward just now, Natasha said gravely. It seems we need to be extra careful. Even a little rabbit on this island might not be as harmless as it looks, Phil remarked, gazing into the dense forest. The group then slowly made their way toward the center of the island, since that was where Kong lived. On Skull Island, in the north, just outside the bamboo hut, a transport aircraft appeared. A team of people marched off the plane in perfect formation and strode directly into the hut, wordlessly removing the corpse of the long-legged mother creature. When Li Yuan and his team came outside and found the body gone, he explained they've already arrived, but since you were still resting, they didn't want to disturb you. All right, as long as the retrieval is done. Now let's get back to the hunt. Go ahead and wake the others, Li Yuan said. He nodded and went inside to wake the remaining 4. After a quick wash and a bite to eat, the 6 of them continued their journey deeper into the forest. The way was uneventful until they reached a part of the forest where 2 dead trees blocked their path. The group was about to take a detour, but Li Yuan, eyeing the trees, sensed something was off. He ordered Hey E and Hey Air, shoot those 2 dead trees. The bullets hit the first dead tree, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, just splinters flying. But when the second tree was shot, it suddenly moved faster than Hey E and Hey Air could react. As the beast lunged at them, the 2 men froze. In a flash, Li Yuan leaped forward, positioning himself in front of them. He raised Dante, blocking the creature's attack. The monster opened its massive jaws and bit down on Dante, thrashing its head in an attempt to throw Li Yuan off. But Li Yuan's strength was overwhelming. With a powerful swing, he struck, driving Dante into the creature's mouth and slashing toward its tail, killing another beast in an instant. Li Yuan nudged the monster's corpse with his foot and explained, This one is called a rogue mantis giant. See if it has any research value. Move quickly. I'm set on making 100 million today. The 2 biologists nodded, speeding up their examination, but soon the Osborne group relayed their findings. The creature held no significant value. With no other choice, the team pressed further into the wilderness. Unbeknownst to either party, deep beneath the ocean, a colossal beast was making its slow approach towards Skull Island. Meanwhile on the island itself, a giant creature, towering over 100 meters tall, seemed to sense something as well. It rose to its feet and looked out toward the sea. Clearly, this towering beast over 100 meters tall was none other than the fully grown King Kong, now in the prime of his life. He stood more than 100 meters high, and at this point Skull Island was entirely his domain. He reigned as the mightiest creature on the entire island. The Skullcrawlers had long since been exterminated by Kong, avenging his parents in the process. Li Yuan and his group continued to venture deeper into the island when, all of a sudden, he heard the sound of many footsteps. Instantly, he raised his hand in warning. Black 1 and Black 2 swiftly lifted their weapons, scanning their surroundings. Evenwell summoned his angelic armor and his mighty war hammer, standing guard over the two biologists. Despite their vigilance, nothing seemed to stir for quite some time. Will finally asked, "Boss, are you sure you heard something?" Li Yuan pointed to his ear. "My ears don't lie. Stay alert. I'll go find out what's out there." With that, Li Yuan headed alone into the depths of the forest. Skull Island, northern region. After Li Yuan disappeared into the trees, Will and the others stayed behind, waiting for his return. But before long, they heard a faint rustling, and all 5 of them tensed, eyes darting around. Suddenly, a saber-backed wild wolf leapt out from the undergrowth. Will tightened his grip on the war hammer, about to charge forward, when a fierce snarl echoed from behind. He froze, spinning around, only to find that they were now surrounded by more than 20 saber-backed wolves. Black 1 and Black 2 gripped their guns with white-knuckled determination. The two biologists, huddled between them, shakily raised their own weapons, but their trembling hands betrayed their fear. Who would have thought these monsters were so clever? They actually lured the strongest among us away. But I'm not just going to stand here and do nothing. With those words, Will sprang into action. His sudden movement was like a signal. Black 1 and Black 2 immediately squeezed their triggers, firing a volley that forced the wolves back, though the shots did little real harm. The saber-backed wolves, unfazed by the bullets, charged forward. Will swung his war hammer, sending one wolf hurtling through the air, then slammed another to the ground with his palm. With a decisive effort, he crushed its skull. As the wolf pack pressed in, threatening to break through, Will ran while extending his hand toward his companions, shouting, "Prison!" A cage of radiant white light enclosed the 4 of them, holding the wolves at bay. But as the wolves' relentless attacks intensified, the glow of the cage began to fade. Just as the light was about to vanish, Will finally returned. With a punch and a kick, he sent 2 wolves flying, then followed up with a spinning kick that scattered the rest. Even so, there were simply too many saber-backed wolves. Will alone couldn't hope to defeat them. He could barely even hold them off, let alone drive them away. A biologist let out a scream of terror as he was dragged away by a blade-spined Hullen wolf, leaving him completely exposed. It seemed certain that both and the biologist were about to be torn apart, when suddenly a gunshot rang out. A bullet, glowing with a dark light, struck the wolf that was pinning the biologist, piercing clean through its body and hitting the wolf that was dragging away. A perfect double kill with a single shot. Hearing the shot, Will immediately knew that Li Yuan was back. Li Yuan stood atop a tree, white ivory and black ebony pistols appearing in his hands as his fingers pulled the triggers in rapid succession. The bullets, enhanced by magic, tore through the wolves with devastating force. One after another, the blade-spined Hullens fell to the ground. The pack began to panic, whining in fear and trying to flee, but Li Yuan had no intention of letting them escape. He continued firing until, at last, the entire pack lay motionless on the forest floor. Leaping down from the tree, Li Yuan called out, "How is everyone? Are you all right?" He looked down at his thigh, blood streaming down his leg. With a wry smile, he pulled a vial from his backpack and, without a word, injected it into his neck. Before their eyes, his wounds began to heal at a remarkable speed. Li Yuan and Will stared in astonishment. "Damn, I didn't expect you guys to have something like that," Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He could only smile bitterly. "It's not as glamorous as it looks. We bought this from the Osborne Group, and even though it seems small, it cost us 5 million. The ingredients are incredibly rare, which is why it's so expensive, and even at that price, it's nearly impossible to get. Mr. Norman only allowed each of us to buy one as our ace in the hole, because we joined this mission." Li Yuan shrugged helplessly. "Too bad you had to use it so soon. We'll be on this island for a few more days, so you'd better find a way to make that 5 million back." He stood up, still smiling wryly, and nodded in agreement. After tidying themselves up, the 6 of them continued on their monster hunting journey. Li Yuan's group had the advantage of his unrivaled strength, but Olive Barber's team was in a much different situation. Their target was the mighty Kong at the very heart of the island, so they pressed forward quickly. The deeper they ventured into the jungle, however, the larger and more terrifying the monsters became. Sure enough, Olive Barber's group came to a lakeshore. They filled their canteens and started a fire by the water's edge. Suddenly, the surface of the lake began to rise, and an enormous bull's head emerged from the depths. The entire group froze in fear, not daring to move a muscle. The monstrous beast slowly climbed out of the lake and ambled off in another direction, as if it hadn't even noticed Tony and his team. The colossal creature lumbered past them, and Tony's group didn't dare make a single sound, terrified that the beast might crush them underfoot with a single misstep. Only after the monster had fully departed did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Each reached back to touch their own backs, realizing they were drenched in cold sweat. It's a good thing the lone reef minotaur is so mild-tempered and doesn't lash out without warning. Otherwise, we'd have met our end right here, Cole Fitz said. Everyone still looked shaken. Even Tony, who was usually so proud and aloof, couldn't hide his lingering fear. All right, from now on, keep your eyes sharp and tread carefully. This is Skull Island, where monsters roam free, not a tourist paradise. Everyone clear on that? Olive Barber said calmly. They all nodded, but Natasha's eyes flickered with something unusual. She had noticed that despite Olive Barber's age and physique, she hadn't broken a sweat after all. This time, what's more, when they'd come face to face with the lone reef minotaur, Olive's eyes had shown not a hint of fear. In fact, she was the calmest among them. Years of working as a covert agent had taught Natasha to be wary, and now, Olive Barber had become a person of interest. As they moved on, Olive Barber, leading at the front, suddenly sensed someone watching her. She glanced back, but saw nothing. When she faced forward again, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. They pressed deeper into the forest, but as night had already fallen, they had no choice but to set up camp where they were. Once the tents were pitched and dinner finished, Olive excused herself, citing her age, and slipped into her tent to rest. Meanwhile, Natasha called the others into her own tent. Curious, the group followed Natasha inside. What is it, Natasha? Phil asked, puzzled. There's something off about her, Natasha whispered. The group paused, but it didn't take them long to realize who Natasha meant. What makes you say that? Tony inquired. Natasha laid out her observations, and, as the others recalled their own impressions, they realized Olive Barber didn't act like an elderly woman at all. In fact, her stamina surpassed even Tony's. We don't know yet if she's on our side or theirs, so keep your guard up around her. On an island this dangerous, one careless move could cost you your life, Natasha warned quietly. Everyone agreed with a nod, then tiptoed back to their own tents. Inside her tent, Olive Barber wore a strange, unsettling smile. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Tony and his companions emerged from their tents, stretched lazily, washed up a bit, grabbed a quick bite, and then continued their journey deeper into the forest. On the other side, Li Yuan and his group had also woken up, resuming their quest to capture monsters. If you happen to look down from above at this moment, you notice that the two teams, following their respective paths, were bound to cross each other sooner or later. Hey, why do you think we've been walking for so long and still haven't run into any new monsters? It's just those blade-backed jackals and long-legged broodmothers we've seen before, Li Yuan asked, impatience creeping into his voice. Hey, he gave an awkward laugh. Honestly, I have no idea. Forget it. I shouldn't have bothered asking you anyway. Li Yuan laced his hands behind his head and strolled along at an easy pace. Suddenly, Will glanced toward a nearby thicket. In the half-light, he thought he caught a glimmer, as though starlight was winking through the leaves. Boss, there's something odd over there, Will said, pointing toward the patch of grass. Li Yuan immediately turned to look. In that instant, a sacred tiger leapt out from the undergrowth. Hey air, and the two biologists all reacted. At once, some felt a wave of dizziness, while others grew strangely exhilarated, as if they could single-handedly slay this 4-meter-long beast. A faint smile played across Li Yuan's lips. So you can stir people's emotions. That makes you valuable indeed. But since that's the case, don't blame me for what happens next. With those words, Li Yuan charged barehanded at the sacred tiger. Just as his fist was about to connect, one of the biologists, fighting to keep control of his emotions, shouted, Sir, keep it alive. It's worth more that way. A flash of understanding lit up Li Yuan's eyes. He pulled back some of his strength, but even so, the remaining force was enough to pin the tiger's head into the dirt. Then, using an iron chain, Li Yuan bound all 4 of the sacred tiger's limbs. They rested there, waiting for the recovery team to arrive. What surprised everyone was how quickly the team showed up. Less than half an hour later, Li Yuan looked at them with curiosity, and one of the newcomers, catching his puzzled look, smiled and explained, the boss specially arranged for a custom cruise ship off the coast just for this operation. It makes transporting live specimens or corpses much easier. No wonder you made it here so fast this time. All right, we'll leave this one to you. Be careful. It can mess with your emotions. We'll get going now. With that, Li Yuan led his group onward. The 6 of them trekked through the dense forest, surrounded only by the distant calls of insects and birds. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. Instinctively, Hei and the others grabbed onto nearby trees for support. While Li Yuan pushed off the ground and soared more than 10 meters up, landing on the treetop to scan the horizon. What he saw astonished him. A colossal beast rising to its feet, its head seemingly brushing the sky, its feet planted firmly on the earth. From below, Will shouted, "Boss, what's going on up there?" Li Yuan stood atop the tree canopy, staring in stunned silence, as Kong slowly made his way toward the distant horizon. Seeing that Li Yuan hadn't answered for a long while, Will climbed up as well, choosing another tree. From there, he too spotted Kong, and was just as dumbfounded. They weren't the only ones. Olive Barber and her group had also seen Kong. The giant beast had just passed by them, no more than a few hundred meters away. Even at that distance, they could feel the dangerous aura radiating from Kong. Even on the giant ship far out at sea, Norman had spotted Kong immediately. Without hesitation, he ordered the ship to leave the area at full speed, determined to avoid a direct encounter with the beast. But what shocked everyone was that Kong wasn't the only colossal creature. From the water, another giant beast emerged onto land. By this time, Kong had reached the shoreline. Li Yuan gazed at the newcomer and murmured, "Godzilla!" Suddenly, a biologist below shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sir, our boss says if you can get us some fur, flesh, or blood from either of those beasts, he'll pay 100 million for it." Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He turned to Will and said, "Will, stay here and protect everyone. You can watch from a distance, but whatever you do, don't go near them." With that, Li Yuan leapt from treetop to treetop, heading straight toward the two giants. Olive Barber and her team also moved in the direction of the beasts. Meanwhile, inside the triangular skyscraper, Nick watched the two colossal creatures. On his screen, his heart pounding with excitement. He had known of their existence, but seeing them with his own eyes was something else entirely. He slowly clenched his fist, while the fingers of his other hand hovered over the numbers on his phone screen. For a moment, he hesitated, uncertain whether to press the button. At last, he set the phone aside, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. When Li Yuan reached the shoreline, the two behemoths stood face to face. Neither made a move. They simply stared at one another in utter stillness. Li Yuan watched from the water's edge. Not long after, Olive Barber and her group arrived as well, though they kept their distance, observing from behind the trees at the forest's edge. It was then that they noticed Li Yuan. Olive Barber smiled faintly. "So, you came after all." Suddenly, Kong let out a thunderous roar. The sound exploded in everyone's ears like a bomb. Except for Li Yuan and Olive Barber, everyone else had to clamp their hands over their ears. As Kong's roar faded, Godzilla answered with a roar of his own. Next, Li Yuan noticed that Kong was beginning to bare his teeth in anger. Despite his growing fury, Kong managed to keep his composure and didn't lash out. In contrast, Godzilla's expression remained unreadable. Nothing could be gleaned from his face. As he watched these two titans, Li Yuan suddenly remembered something. He quickly glanced at his system panel and, to his surprise, found an item he had long forgotten about, the Wanderer mech. However, the mech could only be used for 10 minutes before it would vanish. Li Yuan compared the power of the monsters from Pacific Rim to that of Godzilla and Kong and realized that even the fiercest kaiju from Pacific Rim wouldn't stand a chance against these two, let alone shine Godzilla's shoes. Even the Wanderer mech, impressive as it was, stood only 80 meters tall, making it noticeably shorter than either of the behemoths before him. Still, it wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it could serve as a momentary obstacle to slow them down. Just as Li Yuan was inspecting the Wanderer mech, Kong made his move. Like an angry child, he lunged forward, shoving Godzilla with both hands and sending him stumbling backward, caught off guard. With every step Godzilla took to regain his balance, towering waves crashed onto the shore, turning the coastline into a tempestuous sea. Once Godzilla steadied himself, he let out an earth-shaking roar and swung his massive tail with a whooshing sound, striking Kong and sending him flying through the air. Kong landed with a thunderous crash on Skull Island behind him. When Kong rose to his feet again, Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding. He knew Kong was truly enraged now. The battle between these two titans had officially begun. Kong, standing atop the island, glared at Godzilla in the sea and let out a furious roar before charging headlong at him. Each footfall made the entire island quake. Kong landed a punch on Godzilla, but all it did was force Godzilla to take a few steps back. Not even a scratch was left on his body. After all, Godzilla's physiology was vastly different from Kong's, granting him a defense capable of withstanding most physical attacks. Godzilla regained his footing and swung his tail again, aiming to send Kong flying once more. But Kong, as massive as he was, had the instincts of a giant human. He wasn't about to be struck so easily. He seized Godzilla's tail and, roaring with effort, tried to hurl him away. Given Godzilla's immense weight, flinging him was impossible but Kong managed to pull him down, toppling Godzilla to the ground. Kong then leapt on top of him, pounding Godzilla's body with his fists. The resounding thuds of fist against flesh made Li Yuan, watching from the sidelines, draw a sharp breath. Kong kept Godzilla pinned and pounded him for several minutes. Perhaps Godzilla had been dormant for too long. His reactions were sluggish. After taking a few minutes of Kong's relentless blows, Godzilla finally tried to fight back. Yet, every time he attempted to rise, Kong would hammer him back down with another punch. Godzilla became enraged, opening his massive jaws wide as the ridges along his back began to gather a brilliant blue light. Sensing the danger, Kong immediately leapt off Godzilla's body. The instant he broke away, a searing blue laser burst from Godzilla's mouth, his atomic breath. Kong barely managed to dodge, but the atomic breath still grazed his chest. His chest fur was scorched and singed. Kong quickly retreated a safe distance, his eyes now wary as he stared at Godzilla. Finally, Godzilla managed to stand up. The very first thing he did was unleash a furious roar at Kong, the blue glow pulsing along his spine once more. Seeing this, Kong hurriedly yanked a tree from the ground and hurled it straight at Godzilla's mouth. The atomic breath struck the tree, causing it to explode in a shower of splinters, buying Kong just enough time to escape from the spot. That was the only reason he wasn't hit by the atomic breath. Kong rose to his feet again, fixing Godzilla with a calm, steady gaze. Godzilla let out a thunderous roar to the sky, then stood his ground, locking eyes with Kong. The two colossal beasts faced each other, neither willing to look away. Suddenly, Kong charged towards Godzilla. Godzilla opened his jaws again, preparing another blast of atomic breath. In a split-second maneuver, Kong skidded and darted to Godzilla's flank. Godzilla hurriedly turned his head, but Kong was even faster. The two circled each other in a dizzying chase until Kong managed to get ahead by a hair's breadth. He closed in and delivered a powerful uppercut, forcing Godzilla's jaws shut with a heavy blow. Furious, Godzilla grappled with Kong, relying on his formidable defenses to suppress his opponent. In no time, Kong was covered in fresh wounds and dripping blood, while Godzilla's body held up much better. There were no obvious injuries on him at all. Li Yuan watched Kong's battered and bloodied form with a sigh. He was just about to summon the Jaeger when he suddenly noticed something strange. Godzilla was trying to unleash his atomic breath again, but just as the energy began to build, it quickly fizzled out. No matter how hard he tried, he could no longer muster the atomic breath. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Don't tell me, he's run out of juice? Kong had clearly noticed this as well. He picked up a massive boulder, massive to Li Yuan and his companions, but to Kong, it was little more than a paving stone. With a brick in hand, Kong charged at Godzilla and brought it down hard on Godzilla's face, leaving a deep gash. The two titans locked in combat once more, when suddenly, Godzilla lunged and bit down hard on Kong's shoulder. Kong let out a pained howl, his massive hands gripping the jagged, fin-like spines jutting from Godzilla's back. With a surge of furious strength, he wrenched off the largest spine he could find. Godzilla roared in agony, the pain forcing his jaws to release Kong's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Kong shoved Godzilla away. Blood streamed down his shoulder, yet he clutched the torn spine tightly in his grip. The two titans paused once again, both heaving, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they stared each other down. At last, Godzilla began to retreat, his gaze never leaving Kong as he slowly backed away. Only when Godzilla finally disappeared beneath the waves did Kong turn around, dragging his battered body back toward the heart of Skull Island. Once both monsters had departed, Li Yuan finally emerged. He glanced down at the blood and tufts of Kong's fur scattered on the ground. From his dimensional storage, he pulled out a glass bottle of cola, poured it out, and carefully filled it with the blood and fur before leaving the scene. No sooner had Li Yuan departed than Olive Barber stepped out as well. She too produced a container, gathering up the remaining fur and blood. "All right, let's get out of here," Olive Barber said. Natasha and the others exchanged glances, then nodded their agreement. But Tony was having none of it. "You guys go ahead. I'm staying here," he insisted. With that, he ignored the rest, stepping onto a crate and suiting up in his armor. Without another word, he took off in the direction Li Yuan had gone. Olive Barber watched Tony's receding figure in silence. It was a long moment before she called for someone to come pick them up. Meanwhile, Tony soared through the sky for some time before finally spotting Li Yuan and his group of 6. He landed nearby and called out, "Hey." Li Yuan turned around. Well, the billionaire himself. "What brings you out here?" Tony removed his armor, which cleverly folded back into a compact case. "Carrying it," he replied. "Then what are you guys doing here?" "We're here to make money. What else did you think I'd be doing?" Li Yuan answered. Tony looked at them, puzzled. He was just about to ask how they planned to turn a profit when an off-road vehicle pulled up. Norman stepped out. Li Yuan handed Norman the bottle filled with Kong's blood and fur. Norman took it eagerly. "Don't worry, Li. I'll transfer the money to your account in a moment." "By the way, Norman, do you still need more monsters from this place?" Li Yuan asked, curious. Norman looked up. "Of course. Same price as before." "Deal," Li Yuan replied. Tony finally understood. "So you really are here to make money. Only you would think of selling monsters," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Obviously. Who else would come to this godforsaken island, if not for the money?" Li Yuan shot back. Norman laughed along with the others. "All right, you all take your time chatting. There's no rush about the monster business. I need to head back and secure these things first." With that, Norman departed, leaving only Li Yuan and the other 5 with Tony. They continued their conversation as they made their way deeper into the forest. "Hey, do you really think catching these things out here is going to help?" Tony yawned as he watched Li Yuan wrestling with a giant squid in the lake. "I have no idea if it'll help or not. All I know is there's money in it," Will replied. Li Yuan, still in the water, glared at his companions on the shore, silently cursing their relaxed attitude. With a mighty heave, he flung the swamp giant squid onto the bank. Though the swamp squid was dead, some of its nerves were still twitching, and suddenly one of its tentacles lashed out and pinned Tony beneath it. Black and the others pulled out their phones in a flash to snap photos, while even Will burst out in laughter. "Enough with the photos. Come help me out of here," Tony shouted, exasperated. Trying to stifle his laughter, Will hurried over to move the tentacle aside. Tony struggled to his feet, now completely covered in sticky slime, grumbling in disgust. With a splash, he dove back into the lake, vigorously scrubbing himself clean. When he finally climbed out, he was drenched from head to toe. Suddenly, a sharp gust of cold wind swept by, making Tony shiver uncontrollably where he stood. Will, feeling a twinge of sympathy, stifled another laugh as he gathered some wood to build a fire and handed Tony a fresh set of clothes. Warming himself by the fire, Tony muttered, "One of these days I really need to install a heating system in my armor, just in case I end up freezing to death out here." The others just shook their heads helplessly. Once Tony had warmed up a bit, the group pressed on, venturing further into the depths of the forest. Along the way, they encountered the wings of Icarus, the blackwater soapods, and the ghost vultures. After collecting all of these, they decided it was time to leave Skull Island, since most of the local creatures had already been documented by the Osborne group. As they retraced their steps, they suddenly spotted something bizarre. A small island, covered in trees and stones, was drifting down the river. The group stared in astonishment at this strange sight. Tony couldn't resist the urge to investigate and stepped forward, but before he got far, Li Yuan grabbed him and pulled him back. "Are you crazy? Don't just go rushing in without a clue. That thing is actually an ancient giant crocodile. The trees on its back are just camouflage," Li Yuan explained. The others were clearly skeptical. To prove his point, Li Yuan pulled out his ivory pistol, poured magic into it, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot toward the island. As soon as it struck, the island began to tremble violently. Then, with a thunderous roar, the entire island came to life, opening its massive jaws to the sky. "You saw it. You make it sound like I was wrong. This is called a Soul Island monster, a prehistoric species of crocodile," Li Yuan explained once more. Originally, Li Yuan had considered taking a part of its body as a trophy, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. They had gained more than enough on this trip. It was time to head back. Li Yuan paid the Soul Island monster no further attention and retraced his steps along the original path. He pressed on until nightfall, when the group set up camp right where they were, pitching their tents and lighting a campfire. Li Yuan and Tony sat together beside the fire. Tony poked at the flames with a stick. "Li, how well do you know that old lady?" Li Yuan shook his head. "I've only met her a few times." "Why do you ask?" "Someone told me she's not just an ordinary person." Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Of course she's not ordinary. The very first time I saw her, I sensed a strange energy within her. If that energy ever erupted, it would be terrifying. That's why I've always kept my distance." Tony nodded thoughtfully and tossed his stick into the fire. "Well, it's getting late. I'll turn in for the night." "Go ahead." At dawn, everyone washed up and had a quick bite before setting off again. After several hours on foot, the group finally caught sight of the ocean. A transport plane was already waiting on the shore. They hurried over, and Norman stepped out to greet them. "Welcome back." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, tossing their gear aboard and taking their seats. Li Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "At last, we're going home." The transport plane carried them to a nearby airport, and from there, they boarded Norman's luxurious private jet, bound at last for New York. "Norman, how much did we end up bringing back?" Li Yuan asked, toweling off his hair as he emerged. Quite a lot. With these gene samples alone, Oscorp is more than qualified to become the world's leading biotech company, Norman replied calmly. Tony, overhearing this, looked at him in disbelief. No way. Just these genes can put Oscorp at the very top. Norman smiled. You have no idea how extraordinary these genes are. Let me put it this way. Among them, we've found the keys to treating many of the world's incurable diseases. And by using the special hides of these monsters, we could develop body armor and protective gear far more resilient than anything before. But those are just the smaller discoveries. The real breakthrough came from the blood of that giant gorilla. We found a unique component in its blood that can boost intelligence and enhance physical qualities in living beings. We're still far from fully understanding it. When Tony heard that the blood of the King Kong actually contains such a substance, his eyes flickered slightly. He sidled up to Norman and whispered, Hey, once you manage to extract that stuff, could you save a little for me? Norman could only smile helplessly. You'll have to wait. It's not going to happen that fast. All right, then. With everyone chatting idly, time passed quickly. Before long, the plane touched down on the tarmac. Tony was the first to step out, where Pepper and Happy were already waiting for him outside. After waving goodbye to Li Yuan and the others, Tony left with Pepper and Happy. All right, Norman, we're heading out too. Li Yuan gave a quick wave, then took Will with him and left as well. Driving toward the office, they opened the door only to find the place in utter chaos. Takeout boxes scattered everywhere, with no sign of Constantine or even Fugue. Li Yuan's face darkened as he turned to Will. Call that bastard and tell him to get back here now. Will immediately dialed Constantine's number. It rang for a long time before Constantine finally picked up. Hello, who is it? I don't have time for calls right now. As soon as he finished, Will could hear the sound of a violent struggle on the other end, as if Constantine was in the middle of a fight. John, we're back. What happened to the office? And where are you right now? Will fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Will? Thank God you're finally back. Get to 42 Pranda Street right away. I've run into some trouble here. Hurry. I might not make it out. Right after that, there was a ferocious roar from some kind of beast, followed by a burst of static, and the line went dead. Will had to pull the phone away from his ear. Boss, John's in trouble. He's at 42 Pranda Street, Will reported. Let's go. I want to see exactly what kind of trouble he's gotten himself into. And if it turns out there's no real danger, then I swear I'll be the danger he has to deal with. Li Yuan said through gritted teeth. Without another word, he dragged Will along and sped toward Pranda Street. In front of number 42, Pranda Street, a pickup truck rolled to a stop. Li Yuan and Will got out of the car. Just as they were about to head inside, 2 burly men blocked their way. Sorry, this area is completely sealed off. No one is allowed in. Li Yuan didn't even hesitate. He barreled straight into the 2 men, forcing his way past them. As soon as they recovered, the men drew their pistols and aimed at Li Yuan, but before they could even raise their guns, Li Yuan turned and slashed down with his sword. The 2 guns split cleanly in half, leaving the 2 men staring in shock as Li Yuan strode inside. The 2 of them reached the elevator, but as they went to press the button, they both froze. Neither of them had any idea which floor they were supposed to go to. Li Yuan looked at the 2 strong men outside the door and reached out his hand toward them. Instantly, they were dragged through the air, unable to resist. Which floor is Constantine on? WW what? The burly men stammered in terror, their voices trembling. He's the one in the trench coat, always chewing gum. Which floor is he on? Will asked softly. Swallowing hard as they hung in the air, one of the men replied, the 4th floor. The words had barely left his lips before both men dropped to the ground. Without hesitation, Li Yuan pressed the button for the 4th floor. The elevator doors slid closed, and they began their ascent. In less than a minute, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor. As soon as they stepped out, the sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. Following the noise, they saw a group of people gathered anxiously around a door, with a middle-aged man standing at the front. Li Yuan and Will approached. Hearing footsteps, the group turned to look. The middle-aged man's face fell when he saw Li Yuan and Will. We'll let you in here. Ignoring him, Li Yuan pushed through the crowd and kicked open the door. Inside, Constantine, golden knuckle dusters gleaming on his fists, was straddling a girl, raining blows down on her. At once, Will rushed forward, grabbing Constantine and pulling him off. John, are you out of your mind? Wait, why are you grabbing me? She's the one possessed by a demon. Constantine flailed in Will's arms, struggling to break free. Will was speechless for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly before letting Constantine go. The girl was sprawled on all 4s, her belly facing upward, her head twisted at an unnatural angle, so she stared at the 3 men upside down. From her mouth came strange, unintelligible sounds that neither Li Yuan nor Will could understand. Seeing his daughter like this, the middle-aged man outside the door let out a wailing cry. My daughter, how did you end up like this? Without hesitation, Li Yuan summoned Dante and pressed the blade to the girl's throat. Come out, he commanded. No one noticed the brief flicker of red light in Li Yuan's eyes, a flash so quick it went unseen. Yet the demon seemed to catch a glimpse of something it shouldn't have, and shrieked in agony. Blue smoke began to pour from the girl's body before she collapsed limply to the floor. Seeing his daughter fall, the middle-aged man rushed in, scooping her up and gently laying her on the bed. Constantine and Will stared at Li Yuan in astonishment. Stop gawking. You're coming with me. I want an explanation, Li Yuan said. Constantine looked at Will, who only shrugged helplessly, as if to say there was nothing he could do. The three of them left together. As they were exiting, Constantine called out loudly to the middle-aged man, King of treasure hunters, don't forget my payment. With that, the three of them climbed into the car. Just as Li Yuan was about to start the car, Fuguwei suddenly leapt onto the hood from who knows where and began scratching at the windshield with its paws. Constantine gave an awkward laugh, rolled down the window, and Fuguwei jumped inside. The cat immediately pounced onto Constantine, clawing at his clothes and body without mercy. Constantine howled in protest, but Li Yuan couldn't be bothered. Ignoring the commotion, he simply started the car and drove toward the agency. When they finally parked and got out, Constantine's trench coat and suit had been shredded into ragged strips. Will was stifling laughter behind him, while Fuguwei perched on his shoulder, continuing to voice its displeasure with loud, indignant meows at Constantine. Once the three men and the cat entered the office, Li Yuan pointed at the trash scattered on the floor. John, unless you give me a good explanation today, you'll be spending the next few months bedridden. Constantine swallowed hard. Boss, I admit my mistake. I'll clean it up right away. Only then did Li Yuan nod with satisfaction. Start by clearing the trash around my sofa. With a look of sheer misery, Constantine nodded, grabbed a broom, and swept up the garbage by the sofa. Then, he used a vacuum to remove all the crumbs from the couch. Li Yuan sprawled out on the sofa, turned on the TV, and settled in to watch SpongeBob SquarePants. Will, unable to let Constantine do all the chores alone, joined in to help tidy up the place. Halfway through, Fuguwei summoned Will over with a demanding yowl, making him pour out cat food and refill the water bowl. By the time Li Yuan had finished watching 2 seasons of SpongeBob, the two men had finally managed to clean the entire office. They collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Without even turning his head, Li Yuan called out, Will. Without thinking, Will looked over at Constantine, who in turn glanced at Fuguwei. But Fuguwei unsheathed its sharp claws, and Constantine immediately backed down, dragging himself off to answer the door. To their surprise, it was the same middle-aged man from earlier. Seeing Constantine answer the door himself, he was visibly delighted. Mr. Constantine, I can't believe you came to greet me personally. But Constantine, now utterly exhausted, couldn't be bothered to reply. He just turned and slumped back onto the sofa. The man walked in, and Li Yuan sat up, eyeing him. What brings you here? Oh, I came to settle the final payment, and to thank Mr. Constantine, of course, the man said obsequiously. Got it, Li Yuan replied, giving Constantine a nudge with his foot to indicate he should handle it. Still sprawled on the sofa, Constantine had no intention of moving. He simply tossed over a card. The account number's on it. Just transfer the money. I'm too tired to talk right now. The man took the card, pulled out his phone, and after a moment of tapping, turned to Constantine. The money's been sent. As soon as the words left his mouth, Constantine's phone rang. Glancing at the message confirming the money had arrived, he spoke in a weary tone. Since you've paid, you can leave now. The man nodded hurriedly and turned to go. Yet as he turned, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. All three of them turned their heads at the same time, watching the man's back as he walked away. Who is he exactly? Li Yuan asked. He's the most famous treasure hunter in all of America, Constantine explained. He started out with storage auctions and built his fortune from there. The business just kept growing, and eventually he got involved in opal and diamond mining. Now he owns shares in 3 jewelry brands, as well as 2 opal mines and 2 diamond mines. His net worth is over $1 billion, though the exact figure is anyone's guess. If he really dares to mess with us, how do you think we should blackmail him? Li Yuan mused. Neither of them answered, choosing instead to stretch out on the sofa. Li Yuan glanced at the open door, waved his hand, and the door swung shut on its own. Li Yuan lay down on his bed. For the past week, he hadn't received any new cases, and no one had come by to disturb his quiet life. Only Harry and Peter had visited once, but now that the school term had started, they wouldn't be able to stop by the office for a while. Just then, Constantine returned. Boss, something's not right. There's been a noticeable increase in demonic possessions lately. Looks like Mammon is up to something. And what good does it do telling me? Li Yuan replied. I have no idea where Mammon is. Are your so-called associates actually looking for him? They're not associates, they're, well, colleagues. No, that's not right. People in the same line of work. Constantine corrected himself, spitting out the words. They've mobilized every resource they can, even pulled in some secret government agencies. Still, it's going to take some time. But I'm sure it won't take longer than this month. That's fine. We need to settle this Mammon business as soon as possible, or we can forget about taking it easy, Li Yuan said. And barely had he spoken when the middle-aged man from yesterday appeared at their door again. Mr. Constantine, Mr. Li, I'm back again, the man said, his face drawn with worry. I don't know what's going on, but my daughter's been possessed by a demon again. Constantine frowned. That's impossible. Demons can't possess the same person again in such a short time. The man's expression shifted for a moment before he regained his composure. But isn't it possible there are exceptions? Well, there are exceptions, but those people are mediums. I checked your daughter before. She's not a medium at all. How could this happen? Constantine was still at a loss. If you're so unsure, Mr. Constantine, why not come with me and see for yourself? A visit will clear everything up, the man suggested. All right then, since that's the case, I'll go with you. With that, Constantine was about to leave alone with the middle-aged man, but before he could take a step, Li Yuan's voice called out from behind. Wait for me. I'll tag along too, since I've got nothing better to do. Li Yuan sprang up from the sofa, came over to Constantine, and slung an arm over his shoulder. The two of them walked ahead of the middle-aged man, not noticing the fierce glint in his eyes as he watched them from behind. A sly smile played at the corner of Li Yuan's lips as they led the way. After the three of them descended the stairs, a Lincoln pulled up in front of them. The middle-aged man invited them inside, and neither of them hesitated. They hopped right in. By the way, I don't think I caught your name, Li Yuan suddenly said. Oh, I'm Arnell Morton. I deal in storage auctions. I know. Constantine already told me about you. He said you're the king of treasure hunting in all of America. Isn't that right? Arnell Morton didn't show a hint of modesty and admitted it outright. That's right. I am the king of treasure hunting. The money I've made from storage auctions is more than some people could hope to earn in a lifetime. I see. So, can I ask where exactly you're planning to take us? Li Yuan crossed his legs in the back seat, watching Arnell Morton with keen interest. Constantine also shot Arnell Morton a playful grin, his expression full of mischief. You knew, Arnell Morton asked, frowning. What else? Honestly, I just had nothing better to do, so I thought I'd play along with you for a bit. Don't take it too seriously, Li Yuan replied, teasing him. Arnell Morton's expression darkened in an instant, and the car rolled to a stop at a harbor. On the dock, a group of black-clad ninjas stood waiting. If you really have what it takes, then follow me out, Arnell Morton said. Li Yuan chuckled, and before Arnell Morton could even open his door, he stepped out first. He glanced at the ninjas on the dock, stifled a yawn, and asked, So this is your trump card? Constantine stayed in the car, taking a bottle of red wine from the minibar and leisurely pouring himself a glass. Arnell Morton ignored him, stepped out, and caught Li Yuan's question as he did. That's right. Do it. At Arnell Morton's command, the black-clad ninjas sprang into action, drawing their katanas and charging at Li Yuan. But Li Yuan merely raised his hand and gave it a casual wave. An invisible force swept out, sending the attackers flying in all directions. Li Yuan then strode up to Arnell Morton, looking down at him from above. So, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Arnell Morton stared at Li Yuan in abject terror. He hadn't expected him to be so powerful. To be honest, the very first moment I saw you, I thought you were an arrogant and domineering person. But I never imagined that just because I ignored you'd hold a grudge and want revenge. Your heart is truly petty. Now, tell me, how much are you willing to pay to buy back your own life? Arnell Morton, trembling, reached into his clothes and pulled out a checkbook. He wrote out a check for $100 million and handed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan accepted it with satisfaction and flicked the check with his finger. Since you're being so sensible, I'll let you go this time. With that, Li Yuan snapped his fingers. Constantine emerged, holding a glass of red wine, and followed closely behind as Li Yuan walked away. But after only a few steps, Li Yuan suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, Oh, right. Arnell Morton, if you're feeling upset about this, I'd be more than happy for you to come looking for trouble again. Just make sure you bring enough money. Arnell Morton clenched his fists in anger. Boss, are we really just letting him go like that? With his personality, there's no way he'll let this go easily. He's a fat sheep. There's no need to slaughter him all at once. We'll take our time. Don't finish him off too quickly. That won't do. A look of sympathy flashed across Constantine's face. Poor guy. Now, the boss has his eye on him. What are you mumbling about? Get back and keep cleaning. No, please. Well, if I have to clean, that's fine. But, hey, do you think you could share a bit of that money with me? Constantine said, trying to please him. We'll see how I feel. The two of them bantered as they walked away, disappearing from Arnell Morton's sight within minutes. Arnell Morton glared hatefully in their direction, but in the end, all he could do was pound the ground in frustration. Meanwhile, fresh from extorting $100 million, the two returned to their office, only to find someone there who shouldn't have been. Johnny? What are you doing here? Li Yuan asked. Johnny gave a wry smile. I sensed a very evil presence here. I couldn't control my urge to devour its soul, so I rushed over. An evil force? Li Yuan muttered under his breath. At that moment, Constantine's phone rang. He hurried to answer, but accidentally switched it to speaker mode. Constantine, Brooklyn is the site of the seal. Get over there and protect it. Mammon has appeared. The person on the other end was shouting frantically, but before he could finish, there was an explosion. After that, only static and a busy signal came through the phone. The three men looked at each other in confusion. It was Fuguwei who snapped out of it first. He grabbed the car keys in his mouth, jumped onto Li Yuan's shoulder, and gave him a sharp slap with his paw. That finally brought Li Yuan back to his senses. He nudged the other two, who were still in a daze, and they all hurried downstairs. Brooklyn, Peacekeeper Avenue, a pickup truck sped down the road and came to a smooth stop in a plaza. Behind the pickup truck, a motorcycle came to a halt, following close behind. A bald man dressed in leather stepped off the bike and slowly made his way over to the two who had just gotten out of the pickup. It was Li Yuan and Constantine. The entire square was packed with people, all standing there motionless, as if frozen in place by some invisible force. Among the silent crowd stood Constantine's colleague, Will. The three hurried over and anxiously asked, "What's going on here?" Spotting Li Yuan and Constantine, Will's face lit up with excitement. "Boss John, you're finally here. They're all under Mammon's control. We're trying to find a way to break the spell." "What is Mammon waiting for?" Li Yuan asked, his gaze following Mammon weaving through the throng. "It's not easy to break the seal," the tattooed bald man explained. "You have to find the exact spot, and only by driving the Spear of Destiny into it with absolute precision can the seal be undone. The slightest mistake, and it won't work. That's what he's searching for right now. He's looking for that spot. We need to act quickly." Li Yuan kept his eyes locked on Mammon, moving through the crowd. "Let me handle this," he said. With that, he summoned Dante and hefted the weapon onto his shoulder, ready to leap into the crowd. But Will stopped him. "Boss, wait, look up there." The three of them raised their heads and saw that the rooftops of the surrounding buildings were crowded with people. "If we make a move, the people below will do everything they can to stop us, and those above will jump down, threatening us with their lives," Will explained. "You know that spirit mediums can't commit evil acts. Even though these people are under Mammon's control, there are mediums among them, and any harm done will still partially count against us. That's why we haven't dared to act rashly." Li Yuan let out a long breath, gripping Dante tightly in both hands. He had never felt so powerless. Either he'd fight Mammon head-on, or Mammon would take him on. But now, it was as if his fist was sinking into cotton, all strength dissipated and nowhere to land. "Find a way to break Mammon's control. Fast," Li Yuan whispered, his eyes never leaving Mammon. As if sensing Li Yuan's gaze, Mammon turned, flashed a mocking smile, and beckoned to him provocatively with a curl of his finger. Li Yuan glared back, so furious that the ground beneath his feet sank several inches. "Find it now." At the sound of Li Yuan's angry command, the spirit mediums sprang into action with renewed urgency. Some even summoned the dead to aid them. Finally, after half an hour, they managed to discover a way to break the control. But by then, even more people had gathered around them. The police, sensing something was wrong, had called for backup, only to fall under Mammon's sway as soon as they arrived. The crowd grew thicker and thicker, surrounding them several layers deep. "How do we resolve this?" Li Yuan asked bluntly. "It's just a top-tier magical artifact called the Control Crystal. It can control every living creature within a kilometer's radius. That means the Control Crystal must be nearby. Just destroy it," the bald tattooed man explained. Li Yuan's eyes locked onto the crystal at Mammon's waist. Without hesitation, he leapt high into the air, then dove straight down. Mammon smiled faintly, while the humans on the rooftop began to jump off in panic. Yet Li Yuan paid them no mind and struck directly at Mammon. The other spirit wielders, seeing the falling people, quickly employed their own methods in an attempt to save them. But there were simply too many. Even Will couldn't rescue them all. Will watched helplessly as one human after another plummeted from the sky. He roared in frustration, and flecks of white light began gathering on his back. As his roar reached its peak, the white light suddenly burst forth, unfurling into a pair of snow-white wings. With a powerful beat of his wings, a mighty surge of wind swept around him, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Will shot forward. at near sonic speed, trying to catch the falling humans. Even so, he was still a step too late. More than a dozen people died. Gazing down at the pools of blood left by the fallen, Will's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Mammon, who hovered above the crowd. Mammon looked down at him with an air of indifference. Mammon, I'll see you dead. Judgment. Will bellowed. He raised his massive warhammer high, and in the sky above, a colossal sword of light, dozens of meters long, majestic and radiant, materialized and plunged toward Mammon. Mammon dare not face such a weapon in his human form. He transformed into his demonic shape and caught the giant sword with both hands. This, in turn, gave Li Yuan his chance. A single shot shattered the crystal. As the crystal broke, everyone nearby instantly regained their senses. For a moment, they stood stunned, but then chaos erupted across the square as people scrambled in panic to escape. The police, unable to distinguish friend from foe, opened fire indiscriminately at both Li Yuan and Mammon. Annoyed by the gunfire, Li Yuan simply kicked Mammon straight into the group of shooting officers, sending them flying. Mammon clambered to his feet, clenched his fist, and in an instant, the surrounding officers were reduced to a mist of blood. Will soared to the hilt of the sword, gripped it with both hands, and with a furious roar, summoned every ounce of his strength to slash the blade down on Mammon. The moment sword met demon, a dense cloud of dust billowed out. Just as everyone thought Mammon might be gravely wounded, the dust began to settle, and Mammon strode out, a deep, long gash carved across his body. Impressive, truly impressive. To wound me to this extent, you've really done well. Although Mammon spoke with a smile, everyone could sense the fury simmering beneath his words. The bald tattooed man pulled Constantine and the others away from the scene, knowing that the coming battle was beyond their help. Staying would only make them a burden. Mammon raised the spear of destiny high. As much as that last attack hurt, it actually helped me find the true side of the seal. For that, I should thank you. Watching Mammon brandish the spear, Will roared, "No." Li Yuan quickly drew his gun, channeling magical energy into it, and fired a wild barrage at Mammon. But Mammon seemed utterly unfazed, not even flinching when the bullet struck his joints. Even Johnny, transformed into the Ghost Rider, wrapped his chains around Mammon's arm that held the spear, but it was useless. The spear of destiny still plunged into the ground. In that instant, not just Brooklyn, but all of New York shook. The earth split open. A powerful shockwave hurled all three of them back, shattering every window in the area. They slammed into the ground with bone-jarring force. Mammon wrenched the spear free. The three of them watched as the ground began to melt away, revealing a bottomless, yawning pit. Mammon stood at the edge. "Wait for my return. That blow, I'll make sure to repay it myself." With that, Mammon leapt into the abyss. A crimson magic circle flared and sealed the pit from above. The three stood there, staring dumbfounded at the gaping hole. "Boss, stop staring. That portal isn't opening again anytime soon. Probably not for another week. So, right now, we need to hurry up and find a way to kill a demon for good." Constantine appeared behind them. But Li Yuan knew there was a bald-headed figure who shouldn't have let Mammon break the seal. "John, Will, stay here. I need to go out for a bit." Without waiting for a response, he chartered a plane and set off for the Himalayas. After a day's journey, Li Yuan finally arrived at the foot of the Himalayas. As he entered a small town, a black man stepped in front of him. "Sir, please come with me." Li Yuan recognized him immediately as Mordo and followed him to a house. Mordo opened the door, gesturing for Li Yuan to enter. Li Yuan stepped inside, and the world around him spun and blurred. When it settled, he found himself in a building halfway up the Himalayas. A bald figure in yellow monk's robes stood with his back to him. "Ancient One, why did you let Mammon run wild?" Li Yuan demanded. The bald figure turned around. It was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. "I had no choice," she replied helplessly. "Another dark force is holding me in check. All our sorcerers are tied up, struggling against this darkness from the far reaches of the universe. If we fail, Earth truly faces destruction. But you're standing right in front of me. Don't give me that nonsense about being restrained by some dark force." Li Yuan shouted. The Ancient One smiled gently, her body gradually fading until everything below her waist became translucent. "What remains here is nothing more than a projection. All the sorcerers are currently out in the universe, holding back the forces of darkness. We can't spare any attention for Earth right now. This crisis is one you'll have to face on your own." With that, the Ancient One opened a portal and sent Li Yuan back to New York. Taking a deep breath, he found himself once again in the office. Will and Constantine stared at him in surprise. "Well, how did it go, boss?" Li Yuan shook his head. "There's nothing we can do. This time it's all up to us." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Will went to answer it and found General Colton standing outside. Will immediately invited him in, asking, "Is there anything the government or the military wants to say?" "That's exactly what I came to talk to you about. Let's discuss it inside," General Colton replied. After seeing Li Yuan and Constantine, the general exhaled deeply before continuing. The higher-ups have made their decision. If the battle spreads to other areas, they'll deploy nuclear weapons and wipe out the entire state of New York. Your only option is to keep the fight contained in Brooklyn. That's it? Just a warning. Li Yuan asked in disbelief. General Colton nodded. Li Yuan cursed under his breath. After a moment of silence, he said, "Will, John, we're leaving. Let Colton and his people handle their clean sweep." "Boss," Will and Constantine called out together. "Enough. The three of us against a war like this? Forget it. Let them drop the nukes. It'd be easier that way," Li Yuan shouted. General Colton, Will, and Constantine fell silent, unable to do anything but watch Li Yuan vent his anger. After a brief silence, General Colton left without another word. Li Yuan quietly began to pack his things, and seeing this, Constantine followed suit. Only Will stood there, frozen and bewildered. Just then Sky arrived. She hadn't been seen for days, so was a bit surprised. "Sky, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be running for it?" Will asked. With a playful grin, Sky replied, "Hee hee, I came to show you what I've been working on. And besides, why would I run?" She pulled out a tablet and played a video, a montage of Li Yuan's battles with monsters on Skull Island, edited together by Sky with stirring music. The end result was unexpectedly impressive. Watching the video, Will couldn't help but break into a genuine smile. By then, Li Yuan and Constantine had finished packing and stepped out. Sky poked her head out and looked at them with curiosity. "Where are you two planning to go?" Li Yuan quickly explained the situation with the hellish demons preparing to invade, then asked, "Do you want to come with us?" "What do we do here, then?" Sky asked. What else can we do?" At this point, only nuclear strikes can wipe everything clean. What other choice do we have? Just the three of us. Do you really think we can stop an invasion from hell? Stop dreaming. Will, are you coming with us or not? Will fell silent, but in the end, he nodded and chose to leave with Li Yuan and the others. Since that was the case, Sky had no choice but to agree and join Li Yuan's group as they left. Li Yuan picked a route heading toward New Jersey, and while on the way, he called Norman and Barney, urging them to evacuate New York as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, they naturally chose to trust Li Yuan and began packing up, preparing to leave the city. Meanwhile, after receiving Li Yuan's response, Colton returned to the military base. Staring at the screen ahead as he reported, he refused to help. He said he doesn't have the strength to resist an invasion from hell. The person on the video call was furious. How dare he? Colton's temper flared too. Why wouldn't he dare? Listen to what he's saying. He wants to keep the battle from spreading to Brooklyn, or else they'll drop a nuke. You think the three of them can contain the fight? Not a single soldier has been sent out. Why is that? Because after the vampire campaign, our troops haven't recovered. They're in no shape for another supernatural war. Even if we called in reinforcements from elsewhere, it would take a lot of time. Besides, we don't even know if our current weapons will do anything against these so-called demons, the president replied. Colton fell silent as well. It was true. They knew far too little about these demons. As the room grew heavy with quiet, a soldier burst in. "General, there's a group outside the base calling themselves exorcists. They claim they have a way to deal with the demons. Bring them in immediately," Colton ordered. On the highway, everyone inside the pickup truck sat in silence. Sky kept swiping anxiously at her tablet. "Boss, are we really just going to walk away from this?" Will suddenly asked. "I wish we could help, but what could we possibly do? We just can't. It's beyond us," Li Yuan replied, his voice heavy with resignation. Will lowered his head in disappointment. Truly, with just the three of them, maybe four if Johnny joined in, they stood no chance. It was just four people against the whole world. There was nothing they could do. The truck pressed quietly toward New Jersey, the air inside so tense, and still it was unnerving. Even Constantine, usually the most irreverent among them, now wore a grave expression, his fingers tracing the designs on his lighter over and over. Back at the military base, General Colton eyed the colorfully dressed newcomers with a skeptical frown. "You say you have a way to handle this hell invasion?" The group shook their heads. "We can't do it." General Colton's temper flared, but soon, the group continued, "We can't do it, but that doesn't mean others can't." After traveling through time and paying a heavy price, we finally saw a glimpse of the future. 5 saviors will appear. They will save this world. Who are the 5? General Colton pressed anxiously. But the group only glanced at the video call still in progress and smiled faintly. At that moment, General Colton's face changed. He discreetly drew a dagger and, making sure the people on the screen couldn't see, hurled it to sever the wires. The screen went dark instantly. "Fix this right away," he ordered. Then Colton led everyone out, heading for another conference room. The moment they entered, Colton blurted out, "Is what you said true?" The bald man with tattoos nodded. "Most of those people have already been possessed by demons or have made deals with them. We can't afford not to be on guard." General Colton slumped into a chair like a balloon losing air, mumbling, "No wonder they refuse to send troops. No wonder. They've seen the horrors of hell. They think humanity has no chance of winning this war and are just looking for a way out for themselves. But they're wrong. Humanity is destined to win, and we're far stronger than you imagine. We have our trump cards too," the tattoo man said. "Then tell me, who are those 5 saviors, and how can we win this war?" General Colton urged desperately, but the tattooed man shook his head. "We can't say. If we do, the future will change, and who knows what will happen. For now, you must do everything you can to gather as many soldiers as possible to resist the demon's invasion. Oh, and the president hasn't been possessed or struck a deal. He's still on our side. The rest is up to you." With that, the tattooed man and his group prepared to leave. Colton called out, "Where are you going?" The tattooed man turned back. Not just him, but all the exorcists turned as well. Colton was startled. They all seemed impossibly aged, ancient beyond belief. Time is not to be desecrated. Time is not to be trifled with. These are the consequences. We can help you no longer, no longer. The tattooed man and the exorcists collapsed to the ground, turning to dust. Meanwhile, in the sky, visible only to those beyond the mortal realm, the gates of heaven slowly opened above them. Far away in New Jersey, Will seemed to sense something. He turned his head toward New York and murmured, "They're gone." "Who's gone?" Li Yuan asked. "All of John's friends, they're all gone." Will muttered in disbelief. The moment Constantine heard this, he immediately jumped up, banging his head hard against the roof of the car. The pain made him cry out. Rubbing his aching head, he fumbled for his phone, found Byman's number, and dialed. No one answered. He quickly tried the numbers of other friends. Again, only silence. Breathing heavily, his phone slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. He whispered under his breath, "This can't be. They shouldn't be in danger. Unless, if that's really the case, then it all makes sense." Utterly defeated, Constantine slumped into the passenger seat. Li Yuan glanced over at him from time to time, clearly sensing something was very wrong with his mood. "John, what happened? You have to tell us," Li Yuan called out. But John only shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. "They're all dead, because they broke a taboo." "What do you mean?" "In the world of exorcists, there are 2 ultimate taboos. The first is resurrection, the act of bringing back the dead. The second is meddling with time. The first one, whether it's a person or an animal, if an exorcist ever attempts it, their own life will be shortened. In the worst cases, they die on the spot. That's why almost no one dares touch this taboo. Besides, resurrection is nearly impossible, so hardly anyone studies it. But the second taboo, time, is different. If you travel to the past, it's not as dangerous. But if you try to see the future, the price is always the same, your lifespan. That's the unbreakable rule. Anyone who glimpses the future pays with their own years, and the cost is always steep. I think they must have joined forces to peer into the world after this war. That's why they lost their lives. Well, if you could sense their deaths, then perhaps they've gone to heaven. Maybe that's a blessing. At least, they no longer have to live in constant fear day after day." Constantine forced a laugh, deftly pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He was about to light one when Li Yuan snatched it away, tossing him a piece of gum instead. "Have this instead." With that, the car fell into silence. Sky looked at the heavy expressions on their faces, sighed softly, and said nothing more, turning her attention back to the tablet in her hands. Meanwhile, at the military base in Manhattan, New York, General Colton was secretly making contact with the president, reporting the exorcist's discovery. Upon hearing the news, the president erupted in fury, wanting to go after them immediately. But after a moment's thought, he forced himself to calm down and looked at General Colton. "Colton, do you have any ideas?" General Colton shook his head. "There's nothing we can do except pray the 5 saviors of the future will appear soon to end this war. And, Mr. President, please keep a close watch on those people. I'm worried they might try something behind the scenes." "Don't worry," the president replied, his expression grave. "Without my authorization codes, they can't launch any nuclear weapons. Unless they somehow smuggle them in from another nuclear power, there isn't a single nuke in America they could use." "That's a relief," General Colton said. "Let's hope the main forces arrive soon. We have to build up our defenses and buy as much time as we can. Rest assured, the troops will be here within 3 days." These are turbulent times. The president let out a heavy sigh and ended their call. Using his authority, General Colton summoned the Special Forces and the entire Task Force 141 to his location. Every unit he could mobilize was deployed to Brooklyn. Around the portal, They began constructing fortifications. Watching the defenses take shape, General Colton muttered to himself, "Let's hope this will be enough to hold them off. It's a slim chance, but it's all we've got." As he reflected, Phil and Natasha arrived in Brooklyn and made their way to General Colton's position. "General, there are 2 people outside claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. who want to see you," a soldier called out. "Let them in," General Colton replied coolly. The soldier escorted Phil and Natasha inside. "It's been a while, General." Phil greeted him with a warm smile, extending his hand. General Colton shook Phil's hand and asked, "What brings you here?" "What do you think, General? Humanity is facing its darkest hour. There's no way we could just stand by and do nothing," Phil replied. General Colton nodded and proceeded to share everything he knew with Phil and Natasha. He told them about the exorcists who had glimpsed the future through time, and about those within the military who had either been possessed by demons or struck deals with them. As Phil and Natasha listened, their expressions grew tense and conflicted. The situation was far more complex than they had imagined. With so many people involved, if all those possessed or compromised officers turned traitor, America could be facing another coup. They realized that the only way forward was to quietly root out these officers one by one. This was not a problem that could be solved in the open. "Leave those officers to S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll take care of things here," Phil said. With that, the 2 of them left. General Colton gazed down into the seemingly bottomless chasm, let out a weary sigh, and turned away. In Jersey City, New Jersey, Li Yuan and his companions arrived and, after finding a local agency, rented a standalone house. They bought some daily necessities without much fuss and settled in. As soon as Constantine and Will entered the house, they each picked a room at random and went in. Once the doors were shut, they both flopped down onto their beds, exhausted. Li Yuan let out a sigh and turned to Sky beside him. "Kid, go find yourself an empty room and settle in," he said. "When it's time to eat, come call the 3 of us. Give us a little time to cool off." With that, Li Yuan also chose a room for himself. After locking the door behind him, he opened the system panel and looked at the 3 newly refreshed movies. He sighed again. Though all 3 were decent films, none seemed to offer any real help for their current predicament. He used his only available refresh. This time, one of the movies that appeared made his eyes go wide, without even glancing at the other. 2. He clicked on it immediately. He was gambling. If he chose right, humanity might stand a chance against this hellish invasion. The moment he made his choice, Li Yuan was instantly transported into the life of that movie's protagonist. He witnessed the character's entire journey. And when it was over, Li Yuan returned to reality. The memories in his mind began to blur and finally faded away, leaving behind only a glowing orb. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan gently tapped the orb before him. Suddenly, a model of a small cabin appeared. Li Yuan cried out, barely able to contain his excitement. "I picked the right one." He hurried to open the model's description, the cabin in the woods. Within it are sealed the most terrifying beings from across the cinematic universe. Once activated, all these entities will be released, attacking any living creature nearby, without distinction until the effect ends. Their rampage lasts for 10 days. That's right. The world Li Yuan had just visited was that of The Cabin in the Woods, a film infamous for its parade of monstrous creatures drawn from countless horror stories. Staring at the little cabin model in his hand, Li Yuan quickly stashed it away in his dimensional storage, worried he might accidentally unleash those monsters before the time was right. With The Cabin in the Woods now in his possession, Li Yuan felt a surge of confidence. After all, this wasn't just any cabin. Its existence hinted at a mysterious, an unfamiliar demon god. Though he wasn't sure how its power compared to Mephisto, it was certainly a god of some sort, and couldn't be all that weak. While Li Yuan was still pondering the best way to make use of this cabin, Sky's voice called out, "Come eat." Li Yuan was the first to step out of his room. He saw Sky, apron tied at her waist, carefully plating sizzling steaks. One of the plates held a towering stack, by his rough count, at least 10 pieces. Seeing Li Yuan emerge, Sky smiled and said, "Boss, you're out. Go wash your hands and let's eat." Li Yuan nodded and glanced upstairs. At that moment, the other 2 also came out one after the other. Seeing the steaming hot steaks on the table, they walked silently into the kitchen, washed their hands, and sat down at the table, eating in silence. Sky wanted to say something, but Li Yuan stopped her, shaking his head at her. Sky sighed, nodding to show she understood. So the 4 of them ate dinner in silence. The room was filled only with the scent of beef and the sound of quiet chewing. Before long, Constantine and Will finished eating. Neither of them bothered to thank Sky. Instead, they simply headed straight upstairs. After the 2 of them had gone up, Sky softly asked, "Boss, are we really just going to ignore them like this? How else should we handle it?" Li Yuan replied, with a question of his own. Sky hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, But in the end, all she could do was sigh again. She realized that lately, she seemed to sigh more than she ever had before. When Li Yuan finished his meal and was about to return to his room, there was a knock at the door. Curious, Li Yuan went over to open it, only to find Tony standing there in his armor. Seeing Li Yuan's surprise, Tony spoke up. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" "Mr. Billionaire, do you really have that much free time these days?" Li Yuan replied, stepping aside. The armor slowly opened, and Tony stepped out. "I came specifically to see you this time." Li Yuan followed Tony back inside, and they both sat down on the sofa. They exchanged a glance, but then looked away at the same time, unsure how to start the conversation. Watching them, Sky grew bored. "So, Mr. Billionaire, what brings you to see our boss?" Sky finally broke the awkward silence. Tony shot Sky a look, but didn't answer her. Sky huffed in annoyance. "What did she do to get on your nerves?" Li Yuan asked. "She's quite something, breaking through Jarvis's defenses. If I hadn't happened to be there, all of Stark Industries' secrets might have been laid bare for her. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?" Tony glared at Sky. Sky stuck her tongue out playfully and hid behind Li Yuan. "Jarvis is supposed to be artificial intelligence, right? And yet he lost to a human kid. You've got some nerve blaming her," Li Yuan retorted. As expected, Tony was so infuriated he nearly challenged Li Yuan to a real fight on the spot. But in the end, he managed to hold himself back. "I'm here about that deep pit. Is it really a gateway to hell?" Li Yuan nodded, his expression growing somber. "I still find it hard to believe in the existence of demons," Tony admitted. "Vampires have already shown up. What's so strange about demons?" "I've even got a real angel here," Li Yuan replied. "But I still haven't seen what a demon actually looks like. Can you tell me what kind of weapon can effectively destroy them?" Tony asked. "You're asking the wrong person. I'm no expert in this field. You should consult a professional, like an exorcist or someone from the church. But nowadays, the only exorcist left is Constantine, and he's pretty much given up on everything. I'm not sure if he can help you at all," Li Yuan replied coolly. Suddenly, Sky let out a piercing scream. She hastily flung the tablet from her hands. Li Yuan's reflexes were quick, and he caught it midair. Upstairs, both Constantine and Will rushed down after hearing the scream. "Sky, what happened?" Li Yuan asked anxiously. Sky could only point at the tablet in panic. The others looked over, puzzled. Everyone crowded around the tablet, curious to see what had startled Sky so badly. When they saw what was on the screen, their reactions were all different. Tony was utterly incredulous, while Will and Constantine looked furious. Only Li Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. On the tablet was surveillance footage, showing an American general, someone whose face had been seen in news reports. Across from him stood a demon, its skin a fiery red, with twin horns atop its head and slit pupils. Their mouths moved as if in conversation. "What were they saying?" Li Yuan asked. "No idea." For voices answered in unison. "Hey, billionaire, can't you get your digital butler to analyze what they're saying?" Li Yuan suggested. "They aren't speaking English. It's demon tongue. None of you understand it, and even I only know a little. If Byman were here, maybe he could figure it out," Constantine replied. As he spoke, his expression grew more desolate. Will and Li Yuan sighed, giving Constantine a comforting pat on the shoulder. Tony, frustrated that he couldn't decipher it, steeled himself and said, "Why not just kidnap him and interrogate him until he talks? Wouldn't that solve everything?" The others gave Tony a look of utter disbelief. None of them had expected him to come up with such a solution. Seeing their shocked faces, Tony felt a little embarrassed. He pretended to be angry and barked. "What? Am I not allowed to think outside the box?" "Of course you can," everyone shouted back. "Then let's hear the details. Our generous billionaire, please share your plan," Li Yuan announced in a loud voice. At last, a hint of a smile appeared on Constantine and Will's faces. Sky caught the change, and her own face lit up with a bright smile. "The plan's simple. I'll arrange to meet him somewhere, and the rest is up to you," Tony said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "So you're saying your only job is to get him to show up, and we'll handle the interrogation?" Tony nodded in agreement. The three of them gave him a mischievous look. Tony swallowed nervously and forced a smile. "Just kidding. We'll interrogate him together. All of us together. That's more like it. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite him over. The passage is almost open," Li Yuan shouted. Tony nodded again and instructed Jarvis to send an invitation to the general, asking him to come over for a meeting. With Constantine's help, he drew a demonic symbol at the bottom of the invitation, hoping it would lure the general in. At first, when the general received the invitation, he didn't think much of it. But the moment his eyes landed on the symbol, he immediately ordered a helicopter and flew straight toward the location on the invitation. Not only that, but he also called his known associates to join him on board, heading to Tony's location together. Tony and the others could never have expected that their one invitation would bring in a whole group. So this pack of people, acting furtively, flew toward Tony. Urged on by their impatience, they pushed the ordinary helicopter to its limits, turning it into a makeshift gunship. In less than a day, they'd flown from Washington to New Jersey. When the dozen or so of them finally arrived at the designated spot, Li Yuan and Will immediately sprang into action, knocking out all the bodyguards they'd brought along. In the end, the 5 of them walked in together. As soon as they entered, the group inside raised their guns, aiming straight at them. Li Yuan smiled faintly. He drew his 2 pistols, one ivory and one ebony, and in a flash fired with lightning speed, shooting the guns right out of their hands. The general in the lead roared with anger. Tony Stark, what is the meaning of this? What do you think? You colluded with demons and betrayed humanity. Are we supposed to just let that slide? Tony replied flippantly, dragging over a chair and plopping down as if he owned the place, making Li Yuan and the others look like his henchmen. Li Yuan kicked him off the chair and shouted for Constantine. John, is there any way to learn about their dealings? Constantine looked them over, deep in thought for a while, before nodding. There is, but it's rough on the soul. If anything goes wrong, the person could lose consciousness, end up in a vegetative state. At this, the group's faces changed, but not one of them spoke a word. Constantine muttered to himself, rambling on about the horrors of hell and how demons deceive people, and the dreadful fate that awaits those who fall for their tricks. Li Yuan just thought the more he listened, the more outrageous it sounded. In the end, he simply took Sky aside, snacking on fruit while watching Constantine's one-man show. Gradually, some among the group couldn't take it anymore. They started screaming and shouting, as if they'd lost their minds. Li Yuan could clearly see the triumphant smile on Constantine's face, and instantly understood that Constantine must have set something up around them. More and more officers began to break down mentally. In the end, even the highest-ranking general, the one with the greatest power, finally shattered under the pressure. They all knelt on the ground, muttering incoherently. The onlookers stared at Constantine in shock, unable to comprehend why these men had become like this. Constantine simply raised a finger to his lips. Chill, let me finish collecting the intel, and then I'll explain everything. Then, Constantine approached each of them, using his recorder to capture every detail of their dealings with the demons. Once he finished, a new dilemma arose. What to do with these compromised men? Just then, Agent Hill entered through the door. Leave them to us. Li Yuan frowned, but said nothing. He merely snorted and led Constantine and the others away. Hill could only watch them go with a helpless sigh. With a wave of his hand, a group of men in black swiftly entered, escorting the compromised officers out. Constantine returned to their temporary rented apartment, recorder in hand. Everyone gathered together as he pressed play, and one by one, the contents of the various contracts spilled out. The more they listened, the deeper everyone's frowns grew. These contracts, pieced together, formed a single, chilling plan, one powerful enough to destroy all of humanity. The demons had devised a scheme to take Earth without spilling a drop of their own blood. While the details of each contract differed, together they painted a clear picture. Capture the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the President, force them to reveal the nuclear codes, then launch every nuclear missile, targeting all nuclear stockpiles around the world. It was a plan to annihilate the planet with nuclear fire. Had Li Yuan and his group not intervened, the plan might very well have succeeded. In that case, humanity would have destroyed itself before hell even began its invasion. Damn it, what a pack of filthy bastards. Li Yuan couldn't help cursing. Pretty typical, really. Demons love nothing more than getting what they want without lifting a finger. Still, good thing we found out in time, or it would have been the end for us all. Everyone nodded grimly in agreement. As they gathered, the magical array in the corridor vanished. General Colton immediately ordered an assortment of heavy weapons to be set up, and had holy water from various churches brought to the fortifications, planning to use it against the demons. Yet, strangely, though the magic circle was gone, the demons had yet to appear. Keep your eyes wide open. No matter what shows up, hit it with everything you've got. General Colton barked his orders. Brooklyn, midnight. General Colton stood, weary, gazing down into a bottomless pit. He had been watching from here for quite some time, yet the deep pit remained utterly still. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light shot straight up from the depths of the pit, piercing the sky. Gradually, the beam thickened, and Colton stared at it unblinkingly. Through the hazy glow, he caught a glimpse of a shadow within the light, and hurriedly gave the order, "Open fire." At once, heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage into the beam, joined by rifles, sniper rifles, anti-tank sniper rifles, and more. In an instant, gunfire thundered through the skies over Brooklyn, echoing far and wide. Far away in New Jersey, Will's eyes snapped open. In a calm voice, he said, "They've arrived." He rose and stepped out of his room, gazing quietly in the direction of New York State as he stood at the doorway. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Tony. Forcing a faint smile, Will asked, "What's wrong? Did I wake you?" Tony shook his head. "I should be heading back. They're here. You can feel it too, can't you?" Will nodded. Tony looked at Will, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he held his tongue. He donned his armor and left. After Tony departed, Li Yuan and Constantine appeared. With a sigh, Li Yuan said, "Let's go. We should head back and help." "Boss, you agree?" Will could hardly believe it. "What else can we do? Just sit here and watch as demons overrun the earth. Soon there'd be nowhere left for us to hide. Better to die fighting in this war. Besides, I still have some cards up my sleeve." A smile broke across Will's face. He hurried back inside, grabbed the car keys, and his movements woke Sky. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she looked at the three of them. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Seeing how adorable she looked, Will gently ruffled her hair. "We're going back to fight. You stay here and look after yourself. If you see we've lost, don't hesitate. Get as far away from here as you can." Hearing they were leaving, Sky instantly became alert. "You're really going?" The three nodded. Sky took a deep breath, sadness flickering in her eyes. She didn't ask to join, knowing full well that she would only be a burden to them in battle. Instead, she handed Will a pair of sunglasses. Will took them, meeting her gaze. "I want to see everything you do. Please let me." The three nodded in agreement, and Li Yuan even laughed with a touch of bravado. "Why not? At least this way, someone will know what happened to us, even if we die. Put them on, it's time to go." Will slipped on the sunglasses and fell in step behind Li Yuan. The three of them set out together, with Li Yuan now dressed in Dante's attire. After the three got into the car, a heavy silence fell over them. Li Yuan drove, quietly, eyes fixed on the road. All of a sudden, he pulled the car over to the side. Constantine and Will looked at Li Yuan, puzzled by his abrupt stop. Without a word, Li Yuan reached over and opened the passenger door, then gave Constantine a firm shove, sending him tumbling out. "Go back." With that, he ignored the stunned Constantine, turned back to the wheel, and headed straight for New York. Constantine sat by the roadside, dazed for a few moments. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Li Yuan didn't want him to throw his life away for nothing. Aside from his knowledge of exorcism, he was, after all, just an ordinary man. He remained sitting there, staring blankly at the shrinking shape of the car disappearing down the road. Then, a new resolve flashed. In his eyes, he reached for the pendant at his chest, rose to his feet, and turned to stride into the wilderness behind him. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and Will pressed on, driving toward New York. Out in the wilds, Constantine found a cave and stepped inside. He lay down on the cold ground, pulling the pendant from around his neck. The pendant was a slender needle, carved from some unknown stone. Constantine unbuttoned his shirt, baring his chest completely. Gripping the stone needle tightly in both hands, he steeled himself, then plunged it straight toward his heart. His mind emptied in an instant. In the haze before him, he thought he saw a kindly old man walking his way. But he couldn't hold on. His mind reeled, and he slipped into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a strange, unfamiliar space. Not far away, the kindly old man was fishing by the shore of a tranquil lake. Constantine touched his chest and was surprised to find that the wound had vanished. Staggering to his feet, he made his way toward the old man. "Who are you?" The old man turned around, and Constantine recoiled in shock. The old man looked exactly like him, as though he were gazing at an aged version of himself. "Surprised, are you? By seniority, I suppose I am your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. How many grandfathers exactly? I can't recall anymore. I once thought no one from the Constantine family would ever make it here again, but your arrival truly surprised me. I know you must have countless questions. Let me explain where you are first. This is a small dimension attached to the Earth. This is all there is, so don't bother looking for more. And about our Constantine family, how much do you really know about us?" Constantine shook his head. "My parents died right after I was born, killed by demonic possession." The old man paused, then let out a bitter laugh. Demonic possession, demonic possession. In the old days, demons would never have dared possess a member of the Constantine family. Ha! In that laugh, Constantine heard not only helplessness but a deep sense of guilt. "All right, I won't waste any more time talking to you. Since you've made it here, it must mean you're facing a grave crisis. Let me awaken your abilities first. As for what comes next, you'll have to investigate on your own. I'm exhausted." With a wave of his hand, the old man sent a surge of heat through Constantine's body, concentrated especially in his eyes and chest. The heat intensified rapidly. Kneeling to the ground, Constantine clutched at his eyes in agony, a guttural growl escaping his lips primal and fierce. The pain overwhelmed him until his body's defenses took over, and he slipped into unconsciousness. The old man looked down at Constantine, who was now drenched in sweat, and shook his head. "This generation of mediums is disappointingly weak," he muttered. With another wave of his hand, he sent Constantine out of the small dimension. As Constantine departed, the space around the old man began to collapse. Wearing a look of relief, the old man watched as the world around him faded completely into darkness. Constantine found himself once more in that mountain cave, but his body had undergone a shocking transformation. A strange, shifting tattoo now marked his chest, moving as if alive beneath his skin. In his hand appeared a book bound in crimson leather. 3 bold characters were inscribed on the cover in indecipherable script. As Constantine's tightly shut eyes began to twitch, he slowly opened them, his left eye blazing with red light, his right with white. He rose to his feet and unleashed a furious roar, so powerful that people miles away could hear it echo across the land. Standing in the desolate fields, Constantine felt the energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, something shiny in the distance caught his eye, and he was inexplicably drawn toward it. Approaching, he discovered it was only a puddle of water. Leaning over, he gazed at his reflection, shocked to see that his once blue irises had transformed. The left was now red, the right white, as though he wore colored contacts. He didn't stare for long before the book in his hand demanded his attention. Only now did he notice its presence. Flipping open a page, he saw an illustration surrounded by lines of unfamiliar text. Strangely, despite never having studied these characters, he understood their meaning perfectly. The book contained entries on various demons and angels. As Constantine turned the pages, he was astonished to find that even God and Mephisto appeared in its final chapters. As he read, Constantine finally grasped the nature of his newfound power. It was quite straightforward. Each time he killed a demon or angel, he could summon them at will or choose to merge with them, gaining their supernatural abilities. Of course, it wasn't strictly necessary to kill them. As long as they willingly left their mark in that book, it would work just as well. Constantine decided to test what he could summon. He clenched his fists, brought them together, and muttered a string of unintelligible words under his breath. When he finished, nothing happened except for a gust of wind that swept by. 3 black lines of frustration appeared on Constantine's face. He muttered to himself, "Looks like I really do need to kill a few demons first. Otherwise, this power of mine is completely wasted." With that, he straightened his clothes, stood by the roadside, and commandeered a biker's motorcycle, speeding off in the direction of New York. Meanwhile, after some time on the road, Li Yuan and his group finally crossed into New York State. Along the way, they saw car after car fleeing in the opposite direction. Just as they were heading toward Brooklyn, Li Yuan's phone rang. "Hello? Who's this?" Li Yuan asked. "It's me, Barney." "Li, where are you now?" Barney replied. "In New York." "I thought you'd left." "I came back." "Why, do you need something?" Li Yuan answered calmly. "Do you want us to come back and help?" There was a pause on Barney's end before he spoke again. "That won't be necessary. If we were just dealing with humans, you might be able to help. But now we're up against demons. Ordinary weapons won't do a thing to them. You'd better focus on getting to safety and leave the demons to us," Li Yuan said with a laugh, as if handling these demons was no trouble at all. "All right then. Stay safe and come back in one piece." Li Yuan hung up. Beside him, Will summoned his angelic armor. The sound of gunfire was now audible, which meant they were close to the battlefield. Li Yuan floored the gas pedal, and the pickup roared forward. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in front of the car. Li Yuan slammed down the accelerator and drove straight through it. Nothing happened as the vehicle passed through the shadow. Will rolled down the window and glanced back, seeing that the shadow was actually a demon formed of black mist. The demon roared at them, then, almost as if teleporting, gave chase. "Will, he's all yours," Li Yuan said coolly. Will nodded, kicked the car door open, and leapt out. Li Yuan watched his car door fly off and shouted after him. "You brat. Couldn't you just open it and get out like a normal person? Did you have to kick my door off?" Will burst out laughing as he soared through the air, charging straight at the demonic mist. Li Yuan kept driving toward the massive crater ahead. After a while, he arrived at the defensive fortifications built by General Colton. Staring up at the towering concrete structure, dozens of meters high, Li Yuan sighed and muttered to himself, "How could something like this possibly stop a demon attack?" After speaking, Li Yuan crouched down slowly with Dante on his back, then sprang up, channeling magic into his legs. In midair, he performed a second jump and landed on the wall. Inside the city walls, heavy machine guns were relentlessly firing into the deep pit, but they had no effect on the evil mist. If not for the holy water placed around the soldiers, they would have suffered a terrible fate by now. From his vantage on the wall, Li Yuan also saw Duke Liu and the 141st Task Force, all firing desperately even though they couldn't see their enemy. Li Yuan scanned the area and quickly spotted General Colton's position. He sprinted toward him, fending off waves of evil mist that tried to hinder him, each one obliterated by bullets infused with his magic. By the time he reached General Colton's side, Li Yuan had already taken down at least 20 of the evil mist creatures. General Colton, seeing Li Yuan approach, managed a faint smile. "You're finally here. Have everyone pull back. Leave the rest to us," Li Yuan said. General Colton was taken aback. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The next phase of this battle is beyond their abilities. To avoid unnecessary casualties, it's best they withdraw." Looking at Li Yuan's earnest expression, General Colton nodded and began ordering the soldiers to retreat. Although confused, the troops obeyed, leaving in an orderly fashion under the protection of holy water and magical artifacts. Li Yuan stayed on the wall to help with the withdrawal. Without the suppressive firepower, even more demons of all kinds began crawling out of the pit. Once all the soldiers had retreated, Will landed beside Li Yuan. The roar of a motorcycle engine drew closer, and finally, Johnny arrived, drifting to a stop next to Will. "Boss, what do we do next?" Will asked. Li Yuan took out the model of the cabin in the woods, gazing at the horde of demons ahead. "Fall back. It's not our turn yet." The two exchanged puzzled glances, but the three of them started to back away. At that moment, Tony appeared, eyeing the trio as they retreated. "What's going on with you guys?" "Don't talk. Just follow me," Li Yuan replied. Tony had plenty of questions, but he kept silent and joined Li Yuan. The four of them retreated together. When they reached the edge of the wall, Li Yuan hurled the model of the cabin into the demon horde, then shouted, "Go!" Tony and Will took to the air, while Li Yuan grabbed Johnny and leapt off the wall. The model of the cabin exploded in the midst of the demon swarm, unleashing a host of monsters and spirits. Simultaneously, a circular magic array detached from the cabin and affixed itself to the city wall. "Boss, why are we running?" Will called out loudly. "Big boss, do you have a way to get a live feed from inside? If we could see it, you'd understand why I told you all to run." Li Yuan shouted back just as loudly. The four of them soon gathered on the rooftop of a nearby building. Standing on the rooftop, they watched the battle unfolding within the city walls. A giant serpent, werewolves, vampires, the three mutant brothers, a seductive witch, dryads, and all manner of monsters. As soon as they appeared, they fought indiscriminately against both demons and other monsters. Tony directed his drone overhead, and the four of them simply sat on the rooftop, watching monsters clash with demons. Thanks to the system's power, the monsters from the cabin in the woods couldn't die, but the demons could, so as the battle dragged on, the number of demons dwindled, leaving Li Yuan and the others increasingly puzzled as to why no more demons were showing up. Eventually, every last demon was slain by the monsters. With the demons gone, the monsters began turning on each other. "Boss, why aren't any more demons coming out?" Will asked. Li Yuan was just as confused. "I don't know either." "Wait, look." Johnny suddenly pointed at a spot on the screen, raising his voice. Tony quickly steered the drone in that direction and saw that the deep pit was changing. It slowly straightened up, transforming from a crater into a portal. Mammon, flanked by a horde of demons, stepped out. With a grand wave of his hand, every monster nearby turned to ash, but under the system's influence, they instantly revived. Realizing he couldn't kill them, Mammon ordered his demon army forward. He glanced up at the drone hovering in the sky, smiled, and then turned to step back into the portal. All that was left was an endless stream of demons pouring out of the gate, relentlessly attacking the monsters. Even though the monsters could resurrect, as more and more demons appeared, the weaker ones, like the snowman and clowns, were killed the moment they came back to life. "Boss, I don't think these monsters can hold out much longer," Will said, just as General Colton's defensive fortifications collapsed. The four of them stared in shock, eyes fixed on a towering demon dozens of meters tall in the demon horde, each swallowing nervously. "Do you think we stand a chance?" "Not a chance in hell," all three replied at once. At that moment, Li Yuan couldn't help but wonder why the elder god from the cabin in the woods hadn't appeared yet. Could it be that there was no elder god in the model after all? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he nearly bolted out of sheer terror. But in the end, he forced himself to stay, stifling his fear as he continued to watch. As more and more demons surged forth, Li Yuan and his companions lost sight of the monsters entirely, seeing only an endless, seething mass of demons. Just as Li Yuan thought Earth had lost, a colossal, pitch-black hand suddenly burst from the ground, seizing a handful of demons in its grasp. Mammon leaped high into the air, landing above the chaos, his gaze fixed intently on the shadowy, giant hand. With a powerful clench, the hand crushed the demons, wiping out almost all of them in an instant. Only a few lingered on the edges, wandering helplessly. Li Yuan, watching the spectacle, cried out in delight. "That's amazing. I knew the demon god was here." Mammon launched a frenzied assault on the giant hand, but to the demon god, his attacks were little more than a mild tickle. Then another giant hand appeared, and with a single punch, sent Mammon flying. Next, both enormous hands pressed firmly against the ground, and with a heave, a shadowy figure emerged. Not quite a stick figure, but a being shaped like a human, shrouded completely in black. This was the demon god. Yet, this was more than just darkness. The blackness of his form was studded with tiny, glimmering points of starlight, sparkling faintly as if the night sky itself adorned his body. Mammon glared at the giant before him, roaring with fury. His own body began to swell, growing until he was as large as the demon god. He swung a mighty fist, crashing it into the demon god's form. The demon god met the blow head-on, taking the punch with his brow. With a forceful shove, he sent Mammon stumbling backward. With a mocking gesture, the demon god wagged his index finger, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Mammon was enraged, truly burning with fury. Flames and molten rock flared around his body as he launched another strike at the demon god. The demon god responded in kind, their fists colliding with such force that a tremendous shockwave rippled outward. Even Li Yuan and his companions, observing from afar, could feel the force of that blast. "Mammon, that bastard, he's gotten even stronger," Li Yuan remarked in awe. "Yeah, he sure has," came a voice out of nowhere. Constantine, appearing unexpectedly and startling the four of them. "Damn it, John, what did you get here?" Li Yuan blurted out. "Just now," Constantine replied with a grin. "What are you doing here?" Li Yuan suddenly demanded, his tone turning serious. "Boss, don't worry. I can take care of myself. Just watch this." With that, Constantine's body dissolved into a swirl of black mist, reappearing at a different spot in an instant. The four stared at him in astonishment. With a hint of pride, Constantine explained a bit about his bloodline, though he kept some details to himself, saying only that he was still getting used to his newfound abilities. "So, boss, what's the situation now?" Constantine crouched down, asking. "That black monster over there is an otherworldly demon god I summoned. He's completely out of control. He attacks everything, friend or foe. As for the other guy, I don't need to tell you who that is," Li Yuan replied. Constantine nodded, and so the five of them lay low on the rooftop, watching as the demon god mercilessly battered Mammon. The demon god pried open Mammon with a single hand, then turned both palms upward. Two black orbs of light hovered above his hands. With a flick, he hurled the glowing spheres, and they smashed into Mammon. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up. The demon god stood his ground and, with a gentle breath toward the densest haze, scattered the dust. As the air cleared, Mammon was revealed, one arm severed, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Mammon fixed his gaze on the demon god, his eyes burning. "You're not from this universe. Ikansen Saitalia. You're just like us." The demon god gave no reply. Once more, he conjured two orbs of light in his hands and unleashed them toward Mammon. Mammon, drained of strength, could only watch helplessly as the light shot toward him. Just as the orbs were about to strike, a cloud of black mist materialized, intercepting the attack. This mist was unlike the dark fog conjured by the evil haze. Through this gloom, anguished human faces could be seen, straining to break free from their shadowy prison. Johnny, recognizing the mist, rose to his feet and declared, "Witch-heart demon. My dear brother, it seems I'll have to step in after all. That means you'll have to share a bit more of your territory with me." Witch-heart demon strode out of a portal. With each step, his body grew larger, until he stood beside Mammon, now matching his brother in size. "And just who might you be?" Witch-heart demon fixed his eyes on the demon god, demanding an answer. The demon god still offered none. He flung another pair of orbs in retaliation. Witch-heart demon was quick to respond, sending out two clouds of black mist. The mist collided with the light, detonating in a burst of energy. It was only a probing attack. Mammon slowly rose, his severed arm gradually regenerating. The two brothers stood side by side, facing the demon god. "Boss, do you think your demon god can actually kill both of them?" Will suddenly asked. Li Yuan looked at the three giants not far away and shook his head. "Honestly, I have no idea." No sooner had he spoken than the three giants clashed together. If it were just a contest of brute force, the demon god could have easily crushed the pair. But neither of the brothers was a fighter who relied solely on strength. Witch-heart demon suddenly burst apart, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, while Mammon continued to battle the demon god head-on. Seizing the moment, Witch-heart demon wrapped the demon god in the black fog. But with a single shudder, the demon god shook off the mist, and, catching Mammon, flung him aside with an over-the-shoulder throw. His hands glowed blue, dispersing the mist with waves of light. A muffled groan echoed from within the shadows, and Witch Heart Demon's true form emerged. "Just who are you?" Still, the demon god remained silent, relentlessly subduing both Mammon and Witch Heart Demon. Watching from the sidelines, the 5 onlookers began to feel an unexpected pang of sympathy for Witch Heart Demon and Mammon. Just as the demon lord was grinding the 2 devils into the ground for what seemed like the umpteenth time, the sky began to glow red. An elderly man in a suit appeared beneath the demon lord. He gently tapped his cane on the ground. The demon lord suddenly felt a crushing force descend upon him, almost driving him to his knees. Yet he managed to stand up again, albeit slowly. Wuxinmo and Mammon shrank back to human size, standing respectfully at the old man's side, their arrogance gone. Humbly, they addressed him, "Father." "So, you must be the god from another world." "This is not your playground," Mephisto declared, tapping his cane once more. Instantly, the demon lord's feet sank deep into the earth. The demon lord lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Mephisto. Suddenly, a galaxy seemed to swirl within his pupils. The ground began to tremble and crack. The demon lord opened his mouth wide, as if unleashing a furious roar. Then, in a sudden flash, he shrank down to the size of an ordinary human. Mephisto's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise, for he sensed within the demon lord a power that matched his own. "How fascinating. You've managed to become even stronger," Mephisto said with a smile. Meanwhile, Mammon and Wuxinmo, at his sides, both wore troubled expressions. "In that case, let me see what you're capable of," Mephisto continued. No sooner had he spoken than 7 grotesquely shaped demons emerged from within him. From a distance, Constantine blurted out, "The 7 deadly sins." "What on earth?" 4 voices exclaimed in unison. Seeing the bewilderment on their faces, Constantine could only sigh. "Haven't any of you heard the story of the 7 deadly sins?" "I've heard of it," Tony replied. "Are you saying these 7 demons are those very sins?" Constantine nodded. "Exactly. They're the 7 deadly sins. The 7 great lords of hell. I wonder if the boss's demon lord can handle them this time." "I'm really confused," Li Yuan interjected. "Why did the 7 deadly sins split off from Mephisto's body?" "Isn't that perfectly normal?" Constantine explained. "For someone like him to walk the earth, he needs some alternate identities. These 7 are simply his most famous and most powerful avatars. It's just like God. He has avatars too, but he's far more low profile than Mephisto. Even now, we have no idea who God's avatars truly are. So, you're saying these 7 deadly sins are basically like clones?" Constantine pondered for a moment, then nodded. "You could say that. But enough talk. They're about to start fighting." The 5 of them quickly turned their eyes to the screen and saw the demon god make the first move. With a swift kick, he sent Gluttony, the one among the 7 deadly sins who looked like a fly, flying across the room. Then, without missing a beat, he grabbed 2 others, one in each hand, and slammed them hard against the ground. The sequence seemed elaborate, but it all happened in less than a second. Pride and Envy, who had been knocked to the floor, struggled back to their feet. Off in the distance, Gluttony also got up, dusted himself off, and beckoned to the demon god with a taunting wave of his hand. The demon god stood at the center of the 7 devils, arms relaxed at his sides, eyes closed. Gradually, his body began to glow, as if he were gathering energy for a devastating attack. Sensing danger, Mephisto immediately shouted, "Stop him!" All 7 devils charged at the demon god together. But to their shock, he clenched his fists at his waist, lifted his chin slightly, and dropped it to a half-squat stance. Suddenly, black flames erupted around him, blasting all 7 sins away in a single, explosive burst. Li Yuan, watching the familiar moves, muttered under his breath, "Are you kidding me? Is this a Dragon Ball-style power-up now?" After being knocked back, the 7 devils managed to steady themselves midair, then hurled themselves toward the demon god once more. Yet the demon god remained unmoved, letting them come at him. But just as the 7 devils lunged, they found themselves grasping at thin air. The demon god had vanished. What they'd been attacking was only a fading afterimage. The real demon god now hovered above them. With a single devastating kick, he crushed Gluttony's head in an instant. Gluttony's body froze, then toppled over and crumbled into dust. The remaining 6 devils recoiled in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Realizing their hesitation was shameful, they rallied and charged at the demon god again. The demon god rushed forward to meet them. This time, all 6 remaining sins attacked with full force, each surrounded by a colored mist representing their own vice. With every punch, the swirling vapors seeped into the demon god's body. Gradually, the demon god's form shimmered with a rainbow of hues, but the 7 deadly sins paid a heavy price for their assault. In the end, only Pride was left standing. The demon god approached him, and with a casual wave of his hand, Pride collapsed to the ground. The demon god then crushed Pride's head underfoot, marking the total annihilation of the 7 deadly sins. Mephisto gazed at the demon god and said, "You're powerful, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. I just can't unleash my full strength here. Come with me." With a dramatic sweep of his hand, Mephisto sent the demon god hurtling toward a portal. But the demon god was not one to surrender so easily. He swept, his arms wide, unleashing a tremendous force from within. The colored aura was blasted away from his body, and the portal's pull lost its grip on him. "This isn't up to you," Mephisto said coldly. In a flash, he appeared before the demon god and struck him with a single palm, sending him plummeting into hell. Mephisto then followed him, diving into hell as well. At last, the entire battlefield was left with only Mammon and the Witchheart demon. The two brothers exchanged glances, gave a wave of their hands, and the portal continued to pour forth more demons. "It's our turn now. The demon god can probably hold out for another 10 days. After that, we'll figure something out," Li Yuan said as he stood up. The 5 of them rose to their feet, each using their own method to appear before Mammon and the Witchheart demon. "It's you? Time to settle our old scores." Mammon stared intently at Will, who hovered in the air. A great battle between Mammon's brothers and Li Yuan's group was about to erupt when suddenly a voice rang out. "Well, isn't this lively? Mind if I join in?" Everyone looked up and saw a figure dressed in a black and white suit, with a pair of black wings gently swaying behind him. Mammon and the Witchheart demon recognized the newcomer and said coolly, "Salmon Keel, you've arrived." When Will spotted him, he slowly ascended until he was level with Salmon Keel. "So, you're the Hell's emissary?" Will asked calmly. "That's right, Heaven's emissary. It's been a while," Salmon Keel replied with a smile. Mammon called from below, "Salmon Keel, he's mine. Pick someone else." But to everyone's surprise, Salmon Keel just shook his head. "That's impossible. My very existence is for the sole purpose of killing him and absorbing his power." Mammon's face darkened at Salmon Keel's blatant disregard, but he didn't lash out on the spot. Now, 5 stood against 3, and neither side made the first move. Meanwhile, everything happening here was being recorded by Sky through the camera before Will's eyes, all the way from New Jersey. Somehow, Sky even managed to connect to the internet and broadcast the scene live. Fortunately, she had pixelated everyone's faces, except for Tony's, of course. Suddenly, a breeze swept by, lifting a plastic bag from the ground. As it fluttered into the air, it was as if the starting bell for the duel had been struck. Johnny gave a furious roar and transformed into the Ghost Rider, while Li Yuan shot toward Mammon like lightning, and Constantine turned into a cloud of black mist, surging towards Salmon Keel. Tony, meanwhile, unleashed a barrage of firepower on Mammon and his brother from above. Constantine and Will faced off against Salmon Keel, the Hell's emissary. Li Yuan, Johnny, and Tony took on Mammon and his brother. Li Yuan charged at Mammon. Thanks to Tony's covering fire, dust was billowing everywhere, making it hard for Mammon to spot Li Yuan right away. By the time Mammon caught sight of him, Li Yuan was already upon him. The Dante in his hand spun in his palm, slashing upward, its blade striking Mammon's chest, sending sparks flying. With a surge of tremendous force, he sent Mammon hurtling backward. In the sky, Constantine, who had just gained the power of the malignant mist, teamed up with Will to launch an assault on Salmon Keel. However, Salmon Keel was just a bit too fast. Will couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by a powerful kick. The sunglasses Sky had given him shattered on impact, and the live stream on the internet instantly went dark. But this was no obstacle for Sky, a top-tier hacker. She hacked into Stark Industries once again, seized control of a drone, and flew it right above the battlefield. She restarted the live stream, and suddenly, the channel that had gone black flickered back to life, with an even clearer image than before. As for Mammon, who had been knocked away, he used the momentum to flip himself around midair, twisting his body before landing hard with both feet planted on the ground. The force gouged 2 deep furrows into the earth as his body skidded backward. At last, he managed to stop. Mammon slowly straightened up and said in a low, calm voice, "You're impressive, But before he could finish speaking, Li Yuan rushed in and sent him flying again. "If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the talking?" Li Yuan couldn't help but retort. Watching the live stream, the audience burst out laughing. On Johnny's side, although he was immune to physical harm, the damned Witchheart demon was also immune to physical attacks, leaving them both locked in a stalemate, neither able to do anything to the other. Suddenly, Zarathos within the Ghost Rider spoke up, his voice echoing from deep inside. Kid, we can't do anything to him. How about we switch opponents? Ghost Rider glanced over at Mammon, who was still being smacked around by Li Yuan, and nodded. He lashed out with his chain, ensnaring Mammon as he soared through the air, yanking him right in front of himself. In a hoarse voice, he said, I can't handle him. He's yours, Li. No problem. Li Yuan channeled magical energy into Dante, causing the blade to glow with a faint red light. Li Yuan strode up to the witch heart demon, slashed through the black mist, and a shriek of agony echoed from within. Arg! Impossible! How can you hurt me? There's a lot you don't know. With that, Li Yuan raised Dante and struck again at the swirling mist. The witch heart demon, now terrified, darted about wildly, leaping and dodging like a ridiculous clown. Meanwhile, Ghost Rider, having switched opponents, could finally unleash himself in a real fight. Mammon, unable to land thanks to Li Yuan's relentless attacks, finally touched down, only to see Li Yuan chasing after his brother again. Furious, he turned his wrath on Ghost Rider. With a furious roar, armor materialized over Mammon, encasing his entire body. In a single stride, he closed the distance to Ghost Rider and drove his fist straight into Ghost Rider's face. Johnny was sent flying by the blow, but as he soared through the air, he whipped his chain, lashing it around Mammon and dragging him along for the ride. The two crashed to the ground, raising another cloud of dust. The haze obscured the drone's view, so all that could be seen was the fierce flicker of flames within the swirling gray. When the dust finally settled, Johnny and Mammon stood facing each other, both gasping for breath. Mammon's armor was battered and broken, while Johnny was hardly in better shape. His hellfire seemed to have dimmed, its glow less fierce. There they stood in silence, each gathering their strength for what was to come. Up above, the battle raged on at its most intense. Solomon Keel's powers were beyond strange. Not only could he teleport at will, but the weapon in his hand defied all understanding. Solomon Keel reappeared in midair, tossing an 8-ball between his hands. With a smile, he called out, Next, I'll attack your left side. As soon as he'd spoken, Solomon Keel hurled the 8-ball. To everyone's horror, it vanished mid-flight, only to reappear right beneath Will's jaw. Will couldn't dodge in time. The ball struck him hard, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Constantine rushed forward, shrouding the 8-ball in a cloud of black mist. But the 8-ball slipped away again, reappearing effortlessly in Solomon Keel's grasp. You're too weak. Heaven is always the same, so laughably naive, insisting on dragging its champions up from the bottom. But I'm different. I embraced the power of hell from the very start. I began at my peak. You're nowhere near my equal. Will stared daggers at Solomon Keel, knowing all too well that he spoke the truth. Will had not yet reached his full potential, and even with Constantine at his side, it still wasn't enough. Just then, a shaft of white light descended from above, enveloping both Will and Constantine. In a hazy trance, Will heard the voice of God. Kid, since hell won't play by the rules, I'm giving you a bug in the system. Remember, it'll only last half an hour. Finish him off within that time. Don't disgrace heaven. At the same time, Constantine heard God's voice as well. Kid, I'm pleased your Constantine family finally has an heir. Here's a gift, accept it. With that, the white light faded. Will and Constantine opened their eyes, and an immense power surged forth from within them. Gone was the arrogance from Solomon Keel's face. Now, he watched them with grave concern. High above, a transformation unfolded. Will's once bare scalp, now shimmered with hair, made entirely of radiant light, his eyes blazing. With white fire, 3 pairs of wings unfurled behind him, and his Crusader's warhammer had transformed into a mighty greatsword. At the same time, Constantine underwent a stunning transformation as well. 2 pairs of wings unfurled behind him, his black trench coat turned pure white, his eyes blazed with the same white light, and a massive greatsword appeared in his hand. Solomon Keel watched the two of them intently. A black ring appeared at his feet, sliding upward from the ground. When the ring reached the top of his head, his transformation was complete. But unlike Will and Constantine, whose hair, eyes, and clothing changed, Solomon Keel's entire being was transformed. 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, his skin turned a deep crimson, and the black 8-ball he once held morphed into a gleaming trident. Raising the trident and pointing it at Will and Constantine, he said coolly, "Come on, then." Will and Constantine exchanged a glance, then charged at Solomon Keel together, streaks of white light trailing behind them as they rushed forward. Not one to be outdone, Solomon Keel surged to meet them, a ribbon of black light swirling behind him. The 3 figures collided with such force that the clouds within 100 miles burst outward in a perfect circle. Where the sky had once been shrouded in dark clouds, it now opened up, Moonlight poured down and stars glittered, as if the Milky Way itself had been revealed. Solomon Keel, alone, held off both Will and Constantine's furious assault. The three of them were so close their faces nearly touched, each feeling the other's breath. Suddenly, Constantine spat at Solomon Keel and cursed, "Idiot!" Solomon Keel's face twisted with rage. With a violent thrust, he shoved their swords aside, then swept his trident in a wide arc, striking both men hard in the stomach and sending them flying through the air. But he wasn't finished yet. As the two tumbled backward, Solomon Keel fixed a deadly glare on Constantine, beat his wings, and shot after him, trident raised high. His furious expression made it clear he wouldn't stop until Constantine was run through. Seeing Solomon Keel's savage face, Constantine hurriedly swung his greatsword in defense. But he was no match. Solomon Keel drove him into the ground with a crushing blow of the trident. Will steadied himself in the air and immediately darted over to help his friend. Together, Will and Constantine stood against Solomon Keel. Even 2 against 1, Solomon Keel showed no sign of weakening. Yet, Will's power was nearly equal to Solomon Keel's, and with Constantine's support, the tide began to turn. Gradually, Solomon Keel started to tire, his attacks losing their edge, and he began to falter. After another fierce clash, the three separated, hovering in the air. Solomon Keel hung there, gazing at Will and Constantine, breathing softly as he calculated how to handle them both at once. "Well, don't let him catch his breath," Constantine called, and with that, the two of them charged Solomon Keel again, the fierce battle resuming in midair. On the ground, the battle between Mammon and the Ghost Rider was nearing its conclusion. Mammon, exhausted and depleted, was pinned to the ground and pummeled mercilessly by the Ghost Rider, looking utterly defeated. Though he desperately wanted to fight back, he had spent too much energy dealing with the Demon Lord and hadn't yet recovered. With Mammon now powerless to resist, the Ghost Rider decided to finish him with his most devastating attack. He gripped Mammon's throat with both hands, his hollow eyes locking onto Mammon's gaze. As the infernal flames prepared to consume Mammon's soul, the demon of arcane heart suddenly charged in, knocking the Ghost Rider aside. Shrouding Mammon in a swirling black mist, he fled into the distance. Seeing his prey snatched away, the Ghost Rider summoned his motorcycle and sped off in pursuit. Li Yuan also dashed after them across the devastated ground. Both men gave chase, the distance between them and their quarry shrinking with every second. The demon of arcane heart grew increasingly desperate. Sensing that he was about to be caught, the demon abruptly stopped in his tracks, forcing Li Yuan and the Ghost Rider to hesitate, wary of a potential trap. Facing the two pursuers, the demon of arcane heart flicked his wrist, and the contract of Saint Van Gonza appeared in his hand. "Stop him!" Li Yuan shouted in fury. But it was too late. The demon had already torn open the contract. Instantly, over 1,000 fallen souls emerged, transforming in a thick black mist that swirled around Li Yuan and the Ghost Rider, binding them tightly and rendering them unable to move. Struggling in vain, they could only watch as one soul after another was absorbed into the demon's body. A look of ecstasy washed over the demon of arcane heart as he let out a guttural moan, his form swelling and growing ever larger. Suddenly, the Ghost Rider let out a furious roar. The hellfire surrounding him surged up, reaching nearly 30 feet high. Breaking free from the black mists, grip, he strode toward the demon and clamped his hand around his throat. "You should never have absorbed those souls. Now there are thousands inside you." Realization dawned on the demon of arcane heart, and he howled in agony. The Ghost Rider's eyes of judgment ignited, burning through the thousands of souls within the demon, enough to destroy him utterly. Mammon lay prone on the ground, watching as the demon of arcane heart turned to ash-gray dust. He remained unmoved, knowing that his own end was near. The Ghost Rider slowly walked over to Mammon, seized him by the throat, and finished him with the eyes of judgment. Thus, the tale of the two sons of the devil came to a close. Now, only Solomon Keel, the emissary of hell, remained. Li Yuan, along with Dante and Tony, rushed to join the battle. Outnumbered and already struggling against Will and his ally, Solomon Keel could not withstand the combined assault of all 5 and perished in the fight. The 5 heroes, their powers spent, descended from the sky back to the ruined streets of Brooklyn. Gazing at the devastated landscape, they exhaled in relief. But they did not realize that the true terror had only just begun. In the depths of hell, as Mephisto battled fiercely with the demon god, he suddenly sensed that both of his sons had perished. He threw back his head and roared in fury, then landed a mighty punch that sent the demon god flying. Drawing upon his authority over hell itself, he summoned the energy of the infernal realm and unleashed it in a devastating blast, obliterating the demon god so thoroughly that not even ashes remained. Yet such a forceful summoning came at a cost. Several kilometers of Hell's territory were completely erased, lost forever, with no hope of restoration. Having dispatched the demon god, Mephisto wasted no time. He began gathering every demon in Hell, then led this infernal army to the portal. One by one, Hell's legions passed through, advancing steadily. The five who had been resting suddenly felt their hearts seize in terror. All at once, they turned toward the portal, only to see Mephisto himself emerge, commanding his vast army. "Who killed my two sons?" Mephisto's voice was cold and calm, but the five could sense the murderous rage boiling beneath his words. Power rippled from his body in a terrifying wave, shattering every drone in the sky. In the next instant, a hellish domain unfurled around him, engulfing everything within a kilometer in a crimson haze. From the outside, it looked as if a giant red bowl had been overturned upon the Brooklyn district. The sight of Mephisto, consumed by wrath, made it clear to everyone. This time, disaster was unavoidable. "You're truly remarkable." "Remarkable," Mephisto said, stepping forward. The five felt as though a massive iron hammer had struck their chests, forcing a pained grunt from each of them. Just then, several golden rings of sparks appeared behind the group. From these portals stepped Master Mordo, along with other sorcerers. Without delay, they moved to stand beside Li Yuan. "What brings you here, Master Mordo?" Li Yuan asked softly. "The Sorcerer Supreme has already suppressed the dark forces, so she sent us right away to aid you." "She'll be here soon," Mordo replied. Li Yuan forced a bitter smile. "Soon? By the time she arrives, we may not even be here. Right now, Mephisto is overcome with rage. Even if we join forces, we might not survive a single attack." "Have you finished talking?" Mephisto interrupted, his voice still cool. Everyone's attention fixed on him. Mephisto began to approach, and with a casual flick of his hand, conjured a sphere of red light that hurtled toward the group. Mordo and the other sorcerers quickly formed glowing shields with their hands to block the attack. But the sphere smashed through all their defenses, heading straight for Li Yuan. He raised Dante to shield himself, yet the force of the blast drove him backward step by step. Seeing this, Will rushed to support Li Yuan from behind, pressing both hands to his back. Even then, the sphere's power could not be checked. The two of them were pushed back, unable to halt its relentless advance. The others hurried over to help when they saw what was happening. Ghost Rider even tried to drive the sphere of light away directly, but the moment his chains touched it, he was instantly blasted aside. But that was not the end of it. The sphere exploded, sending everyone nearby flying through the air. Mephisto took a step forward and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Ghost Rider as if he had teleported, grabbing him by the throat with one hand. Mephisto snarled, "Zarathos, don't forget where your true self is right now. And don't forget who he is. He's merely a host. All his power comes from me." With that, the hellfire on Ghost Rider's body flowed along Mephisto's arm and into his own body. Ghost Rider's form crumbled into a skeleton, and Mephisto tossed him aside like so much trash. Ghost Rider crashed hard to the ground and finally reverted to Johnny's appearance. Johnny lay face down, struggling to get up, but his strength had completely drained away. Even moving a finger was impossible, let alone standing. The only thing he could move now were his eyes. Having dealt with Johnny, Mephisto teleported again, appearing before Constantine and pinning him down with a heavy boot. "The last heir of the Constantine family," he declared. As he spoke, Mephisto crouched down, his eyes fixed coldly on Constantine. "Your family has always been our eternal enemy in Hell. That's why I crave your souls so much, because they're so delicious. I once thought you'd never truly become a Constantine in this life, but here you are. You've proven me wrong." Seeing Constantine in danger, Will let out a furious roar, the veins bulging on his neck as radiant power burst from his body. He swept forward on 5 pairs of wings, moving nearly at the speed of light, and charged at Mephisto, bringing his greatsword down in a furious arc aimed at Mephisto's head. Mephisto grinned. Constantine saw what was coming and tried to shout a warning to Will, but it was already too late. Mephisto vanished and reappeared above Will, stomping down on his head and driving him mercilessly into the ground. Constantine tried to get up, only for Mephisto to pin him to the ground again with a brutal kick. "Stay down and behave. I'll deal with him first, then take my time, savoring your soul," Mephisto said, waving his hand dismissively. 3 thick tentacles burst from the ground, wrapping themselves tightly around Constantine. With Constantine restrained, Mephisto approached Will, using his foot to roll him over. Then, with cruel delight, he tore one of Will's wings from his back, drawing a scream of agony from him. Holding the severed wing in front of everyone, Mephisto ripped it in two, baring his teeth in a terrifying smile. We're not finished yet. You still have 9 more wings left. Let's take our time. In the distance, Li Yuan watched the scene unfold, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a final furious roar, he charged forward. Tony, soaring through the air, followed close behind, launching a barrage of micro-missiles. But Mephisto blocked every attack with ease. Then, reaching out his hand, Mephisto seemed to conjure an invisible wall. Tony, still airborne, crashed into it and bounced back, suddenly suspended in midair, completely immobilized. Tony Stark, even an ordinary man dares meddle in this. Mephisto sneered, slowly clenching his fist. Instantly, Tony's suit tightened around him, locking him in place until he was utterly trapped and unable to move. With a flick of his wrist, Mephisto sent Tony hurtling into the rubble, leaving him defeated and unable to fight. Seeing their most powerful fighters fall one after another, Master Mordo shouted, "All sorcerers, attack together!" But Mephisto simply turned and shot them a withering glare. An overwhelming force swept through the air, flinging all the sorcerers aside and knocking them out of the fight. In the end, only Master Mordo remained. He made a series of intricate hand signs, drawing Mephisto into the heart of the mirror dimension. Yet, to everyone's shock, Mephisto merely stomped his foot lightly, and Mordo's mirror dimension shattered instantly. Mordo let out a muffled groan before collapsing, completely spent and unable to continue. Now, only Li Yuan was left. He hefted Dante and stepped forward to face Mephisto. He swung his sword down in a powerful arc, but Mephisto needed only a single look. Li Yuan's blade froze in midair, unable to move another inch. Li Yuan strained, pouring every ounce of strength into his attack, but it was all in vain. You're his boss, aren't you? All 3 of you are orphans. Deep down, you already see each other as family. If I kill you right in front of, then what do you think they'll do? Mephisto's hand swept through the air. Li Yuan was lifted high before being slammed hard into the ground. The instant he touched the earth, Li Yuan found himself slipping into another dimension. Yet before he could even rejoice, Mephisto's kick sent him flying right back out. Then Mephisto stomped down on him, pinning him beneath his foot. With a casual gesture, Dante flew into Mephisto's grasp. He examined the sword and remarked, "This is a fine weapon. What a pity. It's about to become the instrument of your death." Will and Constantine watched, horrified, as Li Yuan was crushed beneath Mephisto's heel. They tried desperately to move, but the pain racking their bodies forced them to gasp for breath. Summoning all his resolve, Will staggered to his feet. Constantine, bound by writhing tendrils, was already in tears. He murmured through trembling lips, "Go. Don't stay here. You have to go. Go, Will." Will stumbled toward Mephisto. The demon merely grinned, then drove the sword straight through Li Yuan's heart. Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as his head slumped to the side, unwilling to accept his fate. Everyone was frozen in shock. Will threw his head back and let out a furious, anguished roar. Gripping the massive sword, he charged at Mephisto. But the truth was inescapable. Strength could not be conjured from rage alone. Will was pinned down by Mephisto's palm, and with that, everyone had lost. They lay sprawled on the ground as Mephisto, with a cruel twist of his hand, tore off the remaining 9 wings from Will's back. Will no longer even had the strength to scream. Standing at the center of the defeated, Mephisto burst into booming laughter. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, calm and unyielding. "Do you really think you've won? Do you really think you've won?" Mephisto turned to see Li Yuan standing up, his expression indifferent. Dante's blade was still embedded in his chest, yet, curiously, not a single drop of blood could be seen from a wound. "You're still alive? It seems the energy within you is not to be underestimated. But that's even better. I'll enjoy taking my time to break you." Mephisto sneered. Right now I'm furious. But I should thank you. If you hadn't plunged Dante into me, I would never have awakened such power," Li Yuan replied. With deliberate slowness, Li Yuan began to pull Dante from his chest. Mephisto lashed out, kicking Will aside, causing Li Yuan to pause for a moment. But after only a few seconds, he resumed and drew Dante free. The moment the blade was out, the wound in Li Yuan's chest healed instantly. Gripping Dante tightly, his gaze cold and unwavering, Li Yuan fixed his eyes on Mephisto. Mephisto leaned elegantly on his cane, as though he were not the same man who had just ruthlessly torn Will's wings apart. "Aren't you going to make your move?" Mephisto said coolly. Those words seemed to ignite something within Li Yuan. In a blink, he was suddenly right in front of Mephisto, moving with a speed like teleportation, and swung his sword upward. Mephisto retreated just in time, narrowly avoiding Dante's strike. Impressive speed. But if you think that's enough to defeat me, you're mistaken. Oh, and what about this? Li Yuan's grip on Dante tightened as his body began to radiate dazzling red and blue light. Mephisto could sense a surge of overwhelming power. The red and blue light gradually enveloped Li Yuan. Sensing an opportunity, Mephisto hurled a sphere of light toward him. As the sphere collided with a glowing aura, the red and blue light exploded outward. In that instant, Li Yuan completed his transformation, the form of a true demon. His body was armored in intertwining red and blue. Twin horns rose from his head, his nails grew sharp, his pupils narrowed into slits, and spectral red and blue wings flickered behind him. Even Dante itself had transformed. The once dark blade now alternated with radiant streaks of red and blue along its center. For the first time, Mephisto's face grew grave. He could feel a hint of real danger. In his demonic form, Li Yuan lunged forward and brought Dante crashing down on Mephisto. Mephisto lifted his head slightly, and a crimson, translucent shield materialized before him. Sparks erupted as Dante struck the shield, and cracks began to form. Mephisto stared in disbelief, watching as the fractures widened until, at last, the barrier shattered. And then, Dante's blade came down upon him. A massive wound suddenly appeared on Mephisto, and fresh blood began to pour out. Not bad, really not bad. Now it's time for me to get serious. Mephisto's human body exploded in a shower of smoke, and from within the thick haze, a towering black silhouette, dozens of meters high, emerged. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic skeletal figure stood revealed. Then, magma mixed with sulfurous fumes forged Mephisto's new body, until finally, a demon covered entirely in crimson appeared. "Come on then," boomed a deep, resonant voice. Li Yuan launched himself straight toward Mephisto's head, while Dante shone with a brilliant red light. With a powerful slash, a wave of red energy hurtled toward Mephisto's head. Mephisto hastily raised his arm to block the attack. Yet, even so, the force of the sword energy drove Mephisto back several steps. Mephisto retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Li Yuan, but Li Yuan thrust Dante forward with all his might. The sword's tip collided with Mephisto's fist, and a powerful shockwave erupted between them. To everyone's astonishment, Li Yuan's strength in his demonic form was in no way inferior to Mephisto's. With both hands pressing forward, Li Yuan forced Dante right through Mephisto's knuckles and continued downward. Just as he was about to reach Mephisto's head, a wild surge of energy exploded, knocking Li Yuan back. Regaining his balance in midair, Li Yuan realized that Mephisto's head was his weak point. Driven by that knowledge, he launched himself at Mephisto's head again and again, attacking with reckless abandon. Mephisto, in turn, defended desperately, occasionally counterattacking and forcing Li Yuan back. The stalemate dragged on for some time. Sensing that his transformation was about to end, Li Yuan made a move that left Mephisto utterly stunned. He plunged Dante into his own chest. Slowly, Dante began to melt, merging with Li Yuan's very being. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Li Yuan could not help but let out a long, triumphant howl. When release was over, Li Yuan's speed soared to new heights. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Mephisto's head and delivered a powerful whip kick, sending Mephisto hurtling backward. But it didn't end there. In another flash, Li Yuan materialized before the flying Mephisto's head, his fists raining down blow after blow, smashing Mephisto's skull with sheer force. Beneath the fractured skull, a mysterious mass of pulsing red flesh was revealed. Overcome with excitement, Li Yuan charged inside and with a single punch obliterated the thing. But when he saw what was hidden within, a jolt of fear ran through him. A red figure, muscles rippling over its whole body, strode out. The figure rolled its neck, took a deep breath, and said, "It's been ages since I last stretched my legs. In over 10,000 years, you're the first human to see my true form. Impressive." With that, the figure suddenly appeared right in front of Li Yuan, less than 20 centimeters away. Li Yuan stumbled back in fright, but Mephisto kept advancing on him. Enraged, Li Yuan lashed out, landing a punch squarely on Mephisto's face and sending him flying. Without hesitation, Li Yuan charged forward and unleashed a flurry of blows mid-air. "Well done. It's been ages since I've felt pain like this," Mephisto shouted gleefully as he stabilized himself in the air, fixing his gaze on Li Yuan. But at that moment, Li Yuan felt his magic draining away. His time in demon form was nearly up. Clenching his left fist, he gathered what little power he had left, preparing for one final strike. Mephisto saw through his intentions, however, and in a flash appeared before him. With a swift whip kick, He sent Li Yuan hurtling away, dispersing the last of the energy Li Yuan had managed to muster. Li Yuan crashed toward the ground, reverting to his human form mid-fall as his transformation faded. Gazing helplessly at the sky, he knew the truth. He had lost completely and utterly. Just then, a bald woman appeared behind him and caught him gently. Her voice was calm as she spoke. "Mephisto, it's time for you to go back." Li Yuan turned to look, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Mephisto, let's see you act tough now. Master Ancient One, you're finally here." The Ancient One set Li Yuan safely on the ground, then stood facing Mephisto, their eyes locked in silent confrontation. She from the earth, he suspended in the air. Suddenly, storm clouds gathered overhead, thunder and lightning cracking through the dark sky. From above, an old man with a single eye descended, riding a winged horse, none other than Odin himself. Just as astonishing, in another part of the sky, the gates of heaven appeared, and God stood upon a billowing white cloud. Neither of them spoke. They simply fixed their silent, unyielding gaze on Mephisto. The Ancient One stepped forward. "Mephisto, you allied with the frost giants, Dormammu, and Lucifer, hoping to distract us, to pave the way for your sons to take over Earth. But you never imagined these people could defeat your sons, your so-called representatives. Now, will you leave of your own accord, or must we see you out ourselves?" Mephisto stared at them, his face blank. At last, he had no choice but to lead his army back to hell. The three great powers then joined forces to reseal the portal. Odin and God departed, while the Ancient One led Mordo and the other sorcerers away. In the end, only the exhausted Li Yuan and 4 others, still unconscious, remained on the battlefield. Li Yuan lay sprawled amidst the ruins, staring up at the sky just as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon. "Boss!" Li Yuan looked back to see Sky driving up in a car. He smiled, then let himself sink back onto the ground. In Manhattan, New York, at Mr. Li's office, a month had passed since the great battle with Mephisto. For an entire month, Li Yuan and his companions did nothing but focus on healing their wounds. In truth, though, it wasn't really about recovery. They just didn't feel like going out and getting into trouble. After all, with the advanced medical equipment in Li Yuan's Elysium space, he was able to use his 3 chances to treat Will, Constantine, and Tony, ensuring none of them had any lingering aftereffects. Johnny, on the other hand, had left on his motorcycle as soon as Mephisto returned to hell. He said he had an appointment to keep. Li Yuan didn't say much, only offering, "If fate allows, we'll meet again." And so Johnny rode off into the distance. For a whole month, Li Yuan and the other 2 buried themselves in the office, shutting out the world entirely. Only Sky had free access. No one else was allowed through the door, not even Barney. "Boss, when are you finally going to go out for a walk?" Sky called as she walked in, lugging a big bag crammed with burgers and sodas. On the sofa, 3 layabouts sprawled out like lazy fish. "Go out? Not in this lifetime. The outside world is way too scary. Just from the hell invasion alone, I've died twice. Maybe when I'm invincible, I'll think about stepping outside again," Li Yuan declared, leaping off the couch and grabbing a burger to munch on. Constantine and Will dragged themselves off the sofa as well, shuffling weakly to the dining table, where they picked up burgers and began to eat. "John, well, haven't you guys gotten over your after effects yet?" Sky asked. Constantine shook his head. "Will's probably fine by now, but I'm not. I mean, isn't God a bit stingy? I finally got a powerful boost, only to find out I could use it just once. Now I'm basically useless. So if you need help, ask those 2, not me." Will shot Constantine a look. "I might be recovered, but honestly, it feels like I'm right back where I started. My strength is nowhere near what it used to be. To get back to my peak, I'll probably need several more months of rest." With no other choice, Sky turned her gaze to Li Yuan. "If you have something to say, just spit it out. Why all the beating around the bush?" Well, boss, I was hoping you could come with me somewhere. You know I'm an orphan, and I've always wanted to find my parents and ask them face to face why they left me. Recently, I found someone who might know something. So could you come with me?" Sky explained. "Can't you just go by yourself?" "No way. This is Hell's Kitchen we're talking about. The scariest place in all New York. I wouldn't dare go without you guys," Sky replied, sounding completely justified. "All right then. I'll go with you this afternoon. For now, I need a nap." With that, Li Yuan popped the last bit of his burger into his mouth and headed back to his room, collapsing onto his bed for a well-deserved sleep. On the top floor of the triangular wing building, Nick was facing the 5 directors of the Security Council, engaging in a conversation about the demonic invasion of hell. "Fury, how is the reconstruction plan for Brooklyn coming along?" the American director asked. "You probably know more about that than I do. By the way, why was our application to establish the Department of Damage Control rejected?" Nick replied. It's because S.H.I.E.L.D. is already costing us enough as it is. There's no way we can take on the burden of funding another expensive organization. That's why we're planning to set up the Damage Control Department in partnership with Tony Stark. After all, he has the money. We don't, the American director said. Nick's already dark face grew even darker, but he didn't say anything. In truth, having Tony take charge of the Damage Control Department might indeed be a better solution. All right, let's not worry about damage control for now. Since the Hell incident is behind us, we should turn our attention to those giant monsters. Olive Barber has already briefed us. Monarch suspects that Godzilla and Kong are destined for a showdown, a battle to the death. We need S.H.I.E.L.D. to cooperate fully with Monarch, keeping constant surveillance on Kong. If those two start fighting, we must be the first to know everything. Nick frowned, about to speak, when Olive Barber entered the room. Nodding in greeting to the 5 directors, Olive Barber began. Gentlemen, we've found Godzilla's trail. It's moving through the deep sea toward an island. I need to know if that island is a secret American nuclear weapons facility. This is crucial. The American director glanced at the familiar island on the map, hesitating. The other 4 directors stared at him, waiting. Tell me, this is extremely important, Olive Barber demanded, her tone grave. The American director closed his eyes, wrestling with the decision. At last, he opened them and nodded. Yes, it is. Why? Godzilla needs nuclear radiation to grow, and that island is the closest source. I suspect there's nuclear material there, which is why I'm asking. If my guess is right, Godzilla is heading there to consume anything radioactive. We have to evacuate everyone from the island immediately. With our current firepower, we don't stand a chance of stopping it. Evacuation isn't possible. Can't we just move the nuclear weapons? The American director asked. Everyone turned to him with incredulous looks. Stunned, the director suddenly realized his mistake and let out an embarrassed laugh. If we don't want Godzilla to enter the United States, then don't move those nuclear weapons. Let it feed. Once it's had its fill, that should be enough. Remember, none of our current weapons are enough to kill it. Even our vaunted nuclear bombs are nothing more than a meal to it. So whatever you do, don't provoke it, let it eat. When it's done, it should leave on its own. Let fight Kong. No matter which of these titans falls, it will be a blessing for humankind. The 5 council members nodded in agreement. I understand, Nick Fury. Remember, S.H.I.E.L.D. must cooperate with Monarch. This concerns the safety of all humanity. Nick nodded reluctantly. Then, as everyone ended the call, the American counselor immediately contacted the president, relayed the situation, and the president promptly issued the order. All military personnel were to evacuate the island, leaving behind the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons for Godzilla. Olive Barber glanced at Nick and said, Care to come and see for yourself? Nick nodded. Olive Barber led Nick into a room where an entire wall was a screen. On it, live footage showed Godzilla weaving through the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, the camera zoomed forward, revealing that its destination was indeed the island in question. Nick gazed in silence at the colossal form moving through the deep. Even though it was his second time seeing it, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. Well, do you feel how small we really are? Olive Barber's voice sounded quietly from behind him. I'm fine, Nick replied, his face expressionless. The two of them continued to watch silently as Godzilla made its way toward the island. New York, Manhattan. Mr. Lee's office. 2:12 p.m. Boss, wake up. You promised me. Come on, it's time to get up. Sky pounded on Li Yuan's bedroom door, shouting loudly. A short while later, Li Yuan emerged, yawning, from his room. Seeing Sky so excited, he couldn't help but say, Sky, don't get your hopes up. We may not find anything useful this time. I know. I've been disappointed enough times already. I'm used to it. So let's just go, Sky said, grabbing Li Yuan and dragging him downstairs. Once she had bundled Li Yuan into the passenger seat, she hopped behind the wheel. You can drive? Aren't you under 16? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Hey, I'm an orphan. It pays to pick up a few extra skills, Sky answered, starting the engine and pressing down on the gas as they sped toward Hell's Kitchen. After a while, they arrived in Hell's Kitchen. After entering Hell's Kitchen, Sky pulled out a tablet displaying a live map of the area. On the map, a red dot was moving restlessly. Is it your target? Sky nodded quickly. Then let's go. Sky checked the map, compared it with her surroundings, and immediately started the car, heading straight for the red dot. Afraid of missing her target, Sky drove slowly, which soon attracted the attention of several unsavory characters. Watching the distance between her and the red dot shrink on the tablet, Sky stopped the car as she drew near. Sitting inside, she scanned the crowd outside and suddenly spotted her target, an old man. Overjoyed, Sky reached for the door, eager to get out, but Li Yuan grabbed her hand. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Look around you. Sky glanced around and realized that some black men were staring at them intently. It wasn't just them. There were also white men lurking in the shadows, eyes fixed on their car. Boss, you get so excited that you forget where you are, huh? You need to learn to control yourself and pay more attention to your surroundings. Understand? Li Yuan instructed. Sky nodded. Good. Now follow me out. With that, Li Yuan got out of the car first. The surrounding thugs exchanged glances, then began moving toward them. Sky hesitated, remaining in the car until Li Yuan stood by her door. Only then did she dare to step out. Ignoring the thugs closing in, she walked straight up to the old man, blocking his path. The old man looked at her, puzzled. Can I help you? I'd like to ask you a few things, Sky replied. The old man frowned and tried to leave, but when he saw the gang members closing in, he froze in place. Hey, you two, hand over your car keys. If you don't, my boys here might get angry. And when they're angry, who knows what they'll do? Just a friendly warning, they don't just like women. They've got a thing for pretty boys like you two. The thugs burst out in raucous laughter. Sky shook her head, resigned. She knew these men were doomed. Li Yuan let out a cold, mirthless chuckle and summoned Dante. With a sweeping motion, Dante lashed out. The gangsters' eyes widened in terror as their hands flew to their throats and blood streamed through their fingers. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, blood pooling under them. Everyone nearby, thugs and passers-by alike, stumbled backward in terror, not daring to come any closer. Old man, you're coming with us. Any objections? Li Yuan slung Dante over his shoulder and called out. The old man swallowed hard and nodded frantically. No objections, none at all. Let's go, Sky. There's a cafe nearby. This isn't the place for a conversation. With that, Li Yuan put away Dante and settled back into the passenger seat. The old man glanced at Li Yuan, but made no move to escape. Meekly, he followed Sky into the car. Sky searched for cafes in the area and soon found one close by. She started the engine and drove them there. Once inside the cafe, the old man got straight to the point. Well, what do you want to know? My name is Sky, she began. I did some digging and found out that when you were young, you lived near the orphanage where I grew up. I wanted to ask if you know anything about my parents. The orphanage? That was so long ago. I barely remember anything from back then, the old man replied coolly. So honestly, you've come to the wrong person. Li Yuan suddenly chuckled and placed a white ivory piece on the table. Let me ask again, have you really forgotten everything? The old man stared at the ivory, swallowed hard, and forced a thin smile. I do remember, but I can't be sure if it was your parents. It was all so long ago. That year, I just been let go from my job, so I moved out of the city center to a more remote area. As it happened, the place I rented was right next to an orphanage. I suppose that must be the one you're talking about. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary orphanage. But as time went on, I realized there was something unusual about it. Every year, men in black suits would bring anywhere from 1 to 5 children there. Once, when they dropped off some kids, I couldn't contain my curiosity and watched them from my window. They caught me spying. Instead of threatening me, though, they handed me a sum of money and told me to leave and never come back. When they gave me the money, I saw a special emblem on their wallet. It looked like a silver eagle. Suddenly, a thought struck Sky. She placed a bill on the table, grabbed Li Yuan, and hurried out, leaving the old man bewildered and speechless. What's going on, Sky? Li Yuan asked, confused. I think I just figured something out, but I need to look into it more. Let's head back for now, Sky replied, barely able to contain her urgency. With no better option, Li Yuan followed her back to the agency. Once there, Sky dropped her keys and rushed next door. Since there were no spare rooms at the agency, she had rented the adjacent house. Boss, how did it go? Any leads? Will asked eagerly. Li Yuan shook his head. I don't know if there are any leads either. Sky didn't tell me anything. After hearing something, she rushed back in a panic. After returning to her own place, Sky immediately pulled out her laptop and began typing furiously on the keyboard. At last, her screen showed that she had hacked into a website. Inside the triangular wing building, alarms blared in the computer department. A bald man who appeared to be the boss barked. What's going on? A woman turned around and reported, Director, our SHIELD network has been breached by an unknown hacker. Right now they're searching for information on all agents who were sacrificed 15 years ago. They're heading for classified files as we speak. Stop them immediately, the bald man bellowed. The entire department sprang into action, fingers flying across keyboards. At last, they managed to drive the intruder out, but before leaving, the mysterious hacker still managed to download some files. In Manhattan, next door to Mr. Lee's office, Sky stared at a classified folder on her laptop. The file was named 084. She slowly moved her mouse, just about to open the file, when someone began pounding furiously on the door. Startled, Sky glanced at the entrance, grabbed her computer, and dashed out to the balcony, ready to escape to the neighboring office. Just then, a rope dropped from the roof, and a man descended from above, kicking Sky back into the room. Sky let out a cry of pain. At that moment, the door shook with a thunderous crash. A hand punched through, reached inside, and unlocked it. Phil Coulson appeared. He wore a friendly smile. "Miss Sky, please hand over your computer." Sky shook her head, clutching the laptop tightly to her chest. Phil approached Sky slowly. The man who had kicked her, Grant, seized her hands, trying to pry them loose by force. But Phil raised a hand and said calmly, "Grant, easy. Don't hurt her." Grant Ward nodded, let go of Sky's wrists, and stepped back. Still, he drew a gun from behind his back and aimed it at Sky's head. Phil explained, "That file is extremely important. Please give it to us. And this gun, don't worry, it's only a tranquilizer. It's not lethal, but it does sting quite a bit. Please cooperate with us, all right?" Sky trembled uncontrollably with fear. Slowly, she extended her laptop toward Phil, who smiled as he reached for it. But as he tried to take it, Sky refused to let go. "Miss Sky, please let go," Phil said, his smile gone. With tears welling up, Sky reluctantly loosened her grip. But then, out of nowhere, another hand appeared and grabbed the computer. Grant Ward jumped in surprise, but reacted instantly, raising his gun to aim at the newcomer who had materialized before them. Li Yuan yawned and said, "What's going on here? I could hear you from next door. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. gotten too bold, or have I lost my edge? How dare you bully one of my employees?" "She took confidential files from S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil said. Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, Dante appeared, holding a blade to Phil's neck. "This isn't a negotiation. We're informing you. Give her back the computer." Seeing the murderous intent in Li Yuan's eyes, Phil had no choice but to relent for now. He placed the laptop back on the floor, then left Sky's house with Grant Ward. Through her tears, Sky said, "Thank you, boss. It's all right, it's all right. Remember, if anything happens in the future, come to us. You're my employee after all. How could I not look after you?" Li Yuan said, gently patting her head. Sky looked at Li Yuan with gratitude. "All right, you go ahead and check it out. I'm going back to catch some more sleep. And remember, if they come for you again, ask us for help right away." With another yawn, Li Yuan headed back to his room. Once she calmed down, Sky followed Li Yuan to his office. There, she opened the folder and discovered that the so-called 084 referred to unidentified objects. Some of these were so mysterious that even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't determine what they were. Collectively, these unknowns were codenamed 084. Moreover, 084 didn't refer to just a single object. It could be a person or even a form of energy. Sky browsed through file after file on the 084s. When she came upon those involving people, she finally found a file about herself. It detailed her background, but even S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know her true identity. According to the 084 file, she'd been discovered by two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents during a mission in the midst of an energy storm. Somehow, she'd survived the storm unharmed, so the agents took her with them and filed her as in 084. After delivering Sky to an orphanage, the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stayed nearby for 6 years, recording her daily life. However, they never noticed anything out of the ordinary, so they eventually stopped monitoring her. Sky was stunned. She had never imagined that even S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know her real identity. She sat there in the chair, completely dazed. It wasn't until the office doorbell rang that Sky snapped out of it. Instinctively, she wiped her face and realized that at some point it had been streaked with tears. After cleaning herself up, she forced a smile and opened the door, only to find a man and a woman standing outside. "Who are you?" Sky asked. "Isn't this a detective agency? We have a case for you," the man replied. "You'll need to wait outside for a moment, since our office is still on break right now. I'm not sure if the boss will be willing to take your case," Sky explained. "All right, but please, could you hurry?" the man replied. Sky closed the door and dashed straight to Li Yuan's office, knocking impatiently. "Boss, we got business. Do you want to take the case?" From inside, Li Yuan's voice came, clearly annoyed. "You decide. If you think it's worth it, take it. You're fully in charge. Just don't bother me. I'm trying to sleep." No matter how much Sky knocked after that, Li Yuan paid her no further attention. Left with no other choice, Sky opened the front door, invited the couple in, and had them sit on the sofa. After pouring 2 cups of coffee, she asked, "So, what can we help you with?" Where's your boss?" the man inquired. Sky gave an awkward smile. "Well, my boss is still sleeping, so I'll be handling your case. But don't worry, our agency is very capable." The man nodded. "Here's the situation. We have a son. About a week ago, we had a huge argument, and he ran away from home. He hasn't come back since. Not even a call. We're really worried. We've already reported it to the police, but most of the force is busy in Brooklyn these days, so our only hope is with agencies like yours. Don't worry. Finding someone is fairly straightforward. Can you tell me the exact time and place you last saw your son?" Sky asked. Before the man could answer, the woman quickly spoke up, providing both the location and the time. Sky started typing away on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keys. After a while, she turned the screen towards them. Your son is here right now. The couple looked at the screen, which displayed surveillance footage from an internet cafe. Their son was inside, completely absorbed in a video game. Both the man and woman immediately stood up and bowed to Sky. Thank you so much. Here is our payment. Hurriedly, the man pulled out a wad of cash, about $50,000, and placed it on the table. Sky hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to accept it. She then saw the couple out. This actually feels pretty nice, Sky remarked to herself. When Li Yuan woke up, he noticed a thick stack of bills on the table and scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, Sky strode over, brimming with pride. Boss, look what I just earned. Clinging to Li Yuan, Sky recounted every detail of how she'd landed the stack of cash, like a child eager to show off a perfect test score, lifting her head with pride and waiting for Li Yuan's praise. But to everyone's surprise, Li Yuan merely ruffled Sky's hair and said, almost as a formality, not bad. Since you earned it, it's all yours. Can't you at least praise me a little? Sky pouted, stamping her foot in mock annoyance. All right. You're amazing. You're the world's top hacker, the invincible and most beautiful girl. Satisfied? Li Yuan replied, clearly just humoring her. Sky let out a huff, turning away to ignore him completely. With a rare moment to himself, Li Yuan actually wandered off to watch Tom and Jerry. Sky watched his retreating figure, fuming with frustration, yet powerless to do anything about it. In the end, all she could do was march over, give him a few playful kicks, and then retreat to her own room. Somewhere in the Pacific on a remote island, a unit of soldiers was carrying out an orderly retreat. Suddenly, a tremendous boom echoed along the coast. The soldiers couldn't help but glance over, only to see a colossus hundreds of meters tall, slowly making its way toward them. Panic-stricken, the soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, ready to fire on the giant beast. But their commanding officer regained his composure and shouted over the comms, "Cease fire! Cease fire now!" His two sharp commands snapped everyone back to their senses. All personnel, keep evacuating. Ignore the creature. I repeat, keep moving. Do not engage the creature, the officer barked into the channel. The soldiers resumed their retreat in orderly fashion, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the beast. At last, when the monster reached the island's center, every soldier had already escaped. From the air, they watched, helpless, as a brilliant blue beam erupted from the creature's jaws, blasting open the underground base where nuclear weapons were stored. The monster picked up a small nuclear warhead, popped it into its mouth, and swallowed it whole. The warhead detonated inside its body, and it merely parted its jaws to release a puff of blue-gray smoke. It then continued to devour the remaining nuclear weapons in the base, one after another, while faint traces of nuclear radiation began leaking from its maw, slowly spreading through the air. Once Godzilla had finished consuming every last warhead, it slipped back into the ocean depths, found a deep-sea trench, and settled in for a rest. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the moment Godzilla appeared, they received the alert. Nick Fury immediately locked onto the monster with his network of spy satellites, tracking its every move, while Olive watched alongside him. There's really not much to see, Olive remarked as she observed Godzilla feasting. I've been monitoring it for decades. It follows a strict routine. When it's hungry, it raids the nearest nuclear-armed nation. And after it's eaten its fill, it hides in the deep sea to sleep. But this time is different. It actually went out of its way to provoke Kong. That means Kong isn't like the other monsters on Skull Island. Have you ever considered that, as the guardian of Skull Island, Kong might be protecting something on the island that attracts Godzilla? Maybe that's why Godzilla comes to Skull Island, and it's Kong's duty as the island's protector to stand up to him. Nick suddenly spoke up. Olive's eyes lit up at Nick's words. That actually makes a lot of sense. It's definitely possible. But no matter what, those two are destined to clash, and it won't be long now. As soon as Godzilla finishes absorbing all that nuclear radiation, he'll go looking for Kong. So it's only a matter of time before their big showdown. When do you think that'll be? If past experience is anything to go by, Godzilla should be done processing all that nuclear energy in less than 6 months. Nick nodded, gazing at Godzilla as it disappeared into the depths of the ocean, lost in his own thoughts. Manhattan District, inside the agency. Norman, what brings you here today? Li Yuan looked at Norman, a little surprised. Well, we've made some breakthroughs with the genes we recovered from Skull Island. I came to invite you all to see the results, Norman replied calmly. I see. Hey, Will John, are you two interested? Li Yuan called out loudly. But Will and John were completely absorbed in an episode of Tom and Jerry on TV, paying no attention to Li Yuan at all. 3 lines of exasperation seemed to appear on Li Yuan's forehead, while Norman chuckled quietly beside him. If those two aren't going, I'll go with you, Li Yuan said. Suddenly, Sky popped out from some corner, exclaiming, "Boss, if they're not going, I'll go. Take me along. I want to see what it's all about." Li Yuan glared at Sky, clearly annoyed by her sudden appearance and about to turn her down, but Norman spoke up first. "Since she wants to come, let her. Those things will be revealed to the public soon enough anyway. Sooner or later doesn't make much difference." Sky jumped up with joy, while Li Yuan could only shake his head in resignation. "Give me a minute to get ready." A few minutes later, Li Yuan finished preparing and got into Norman's luxury car with Sky. Inside the car, Sky was like a country cousin visiting a grand palace for the first time, touching things here, examining things there. Norman simply watched her with an amused smile, while Li Yuan didn't stop her. Instead, he just grabbed a bottle of cola from the car's mini fridge and started drinking. After a short drive, they arrived at Norman Group headquarters. Li Yuan and Sky got out first, with Norman following close behind. The security guards at the entrance, recognizing Norman's car, bowed respectfully. Under Norman's guidance, the two of them made their way into the underground research facility of Norman Group. They passed through more than a dozen layers of security checks before finally arriving at their ultimate destination. "Mr. Norman, the security here is really something else," Sky remarked, glancing at the patrol vehicle passing by, especially the heavy machine gun mounted on it, and couldn't help but sigh in awe. "For those of us working in biological research, the last thing we lack is mutated test subjects. That's why we must take every precaution. Don't underestimate our security. This facility can withstand a detonation equal to 10,000 tons of TNT. Laser traps are everywhere. Forget humans. Not even a mosquito could get in," Norman explained proudly. "And everything here, electricity, water, air, is on its own separate system. Even if the entire United States lost power, we'd still be running like nothing happened." "Wow, that's incredible. Now I'm even more eager to see the results you mentioned," Sky replied. "You won't have to wait long. Follow me," Norman said with a smile. He led Sky and Li Yuan to a place sheltered beneath a domed shield of silvery metal. The moment they stepped inside, Sky was greeted by a shocking sight. "Let me give you both a proper introduction," Norman began. Sky couldn't help but swallow as he gazed at the group of monsters contentedly lounging before him. Weren't these supposed to be corpses? Norman laughed. "Sky, you might be forgetting what cloning technology is. We discovered these creatures are astonishingly easy to clone. There's no sign of genetic collapse at all. It's as if they were born to be replicated." "Is that so?" Sky tilted his head, studying a saber-backed jackal inside a glass enclosure. "But this isn't our final stop. Come with me," Norman said, taking them through a corridor to a laboratory divided into a series of small, transparent rooms. Inside each room, a person was confined. The sight startled Sky, while Li Yuan's face remained unmoved. "Don't be afraid, Sky. These are all death row inmates, people guilty of the most serious crimes. You'll see their offenses listed outside each room. I promise, once you read them, you'll feel no sympathy," Norman assured him. Sky edged closer and read the placard outside the nearest room. The person inside appeared refined and gentle. The more Sky read, the angrier he became, until finally, he turned to Norman and pleaded, "Mr. Norman, can you give him the most painful experiment possible?" "Of course, but are you sure you want to watch?" Norman asked, a peculiar smile on his face. "I do. I have to see it," Sky insisted, his voice resolute. "Very well. Initiate Experiment 5, Norman called out. Immediately, white mist began to fill the room. The man inside stared at the sudden fog in terror. Then, abruptly, he froze where he stood, and a crazed, ecstatic grin spread across his face. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he did something nobody could have imagined. "Norman," Li Yuan called out. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Norman instantly shrouded the glass chamber before them in a silvery liquid, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Only then did Li Yuan lower his hand. Sky, lips pursed in frustration, stared at him. "If you'd seen what he just did, I guarantee you'd be haunted by it for the rest of your life. But if you really want to see, I can have Norman replay it for you," Li Yuan said. Sky snorted. "Forget it. Sky, don't blame your boss. He really was looking out for you. Even I could hardly stomach that scene just now. I never expected that the mysterious substance inside the sacred tiger could have such a powerful effect," Norman remarked with a sigh. "Those gases, they're extracted from the sacred tiger?" Sky asked. Norman nodded. "Exactly. At first, we believed the substance in the sacred tiger just boosted adrenaline like a stimulant. But as our experiments continued, we realized it was far more than that. This substance dulls pain, accelerates adrenaline, and clouds the mind, robbing you of fear and amplifying whatever's in your heart, good or evil. Combine all those effects, and anyone who absorbs this substance becomes fearless, numb to pain, and their innermost thoughts good or bad, become magnified. That's terrifying, Sky said. Of course, but that's not even the worst of it. The most frightening part is that this substance doesn't actually make you any stronger. So imagine if someone took it and decided to commit a crime. They'd feel invincible, when in reality, nothing about them has changed, Norman explained with a grim smile. Sky swallowed hard, barely managing to say, maybe we should move on to the next one. All right, Norman agreed. With that, Norman led the two of them further down the corridor, where Li Yuan ran into Diana and Steve No. You're here too? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Li, what brings you here? Diana called out. She caught sight of Norman beside him and nodded in greeting. At that moment, Steve No, still absorbed in his experiment, finally looked up. Seeing Li Yuan and Norman, he greeted them a beat late. Li, Mr. Norman, you're here. Steve No, what experiment has you so enthralled? Li Yuan teased. Steve No glanced at Norman, who nodded. Then, using tongs, Steve No picked up a bottle of ink and asked, what do you think the temperature of this ink is? Isn't it just regular ink? It should be about the same temperature as water, Sky replied. Steve shook his head and took out a thermometer. To his surprise, the numbers on it shot up rapidly, reaching 700 degrees almost instantly. This must be the ink from the giant swamp squid, Li Yuan suddenly remarked. Steve nodded. That's right. It was just ordinary ink at first, but for some reason it now holds an incredibly high temperature. If we can figure out how this transformation happens, and combine it with the principles of thermal power generation, we could drastically cut down on energy consumption. How's your research coming along? Norman asked. Steve shook his head, then nodded, leaving everyone puzzled until he explained, I've already discovered why the temperature is so high, but I haven't found a way to extract the substance responsible. I see. Well, keep at it. We'll go take a look at the next specimen, Norman said. Diana and Steve nodded, and Norman led the two of them over to the next experiment. Li Yuan and Sky gazed at the towering gorilla, over 2 meters tall, inside the glass enclosure, and an idea seemed to dawn on them. Don't tell me this is... Norman grinned with pride. Exactly. This is a Titan ape, cloned from King Kong's blood and hair. It's still in its juvenile stage. Mr. Norman, aren't you worried that it might go berserk when it grows up and wreak havoc here? Sky asked. Norman burst out laughing. He walked over and picked up a crate of apples, approached the glass enclosure, and, under their astonished eyes, opened the door and stepped inside, setting the apples down on the floor. At that moment, the young Kong awoke. When he saw Norman, he rushed over and wrapped him in a hug, then sat contentedly on the floor and began munching on the apples. Sky was at a loss for words. We're not quite sure ourselves, Norman admitted. Ever since we cloned him, he's shown remarkable intelligence and emotional awareness. If it weren't for his appearance, I'd almost think he was human. Unlike King Kong, he isn't aggressive. He spends most of his time eating, sleeping, and watching TV. And since I was the first thing he saw when he was born, he's absolutely harmless towards me, as if he considers me family. You see, there are no locks on this room, but he never tries to leave. He just stays inside, watching TV or napping. Norman gave the little Kong a gentle nudge. He's a homebody, Sky exclaimed. Li Yuan and Norman exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. After saying goodbye to the little Kong, the three of them continued deeper into the facility. Norman stopped in front of a metallic building. This is our final stop. Come on in. With that, he pressed a few buttons. The heavy metal doors slowly slid open, and at last the two of them saw what lay inside. Inside, the room was lined with rows of nutrient pods, each one containing a naked, muscular man. Sky pointed at them, looking at Norman with curiosity. You know, no biotech experiment can proceed without human trials. These men are our test subjects, Norman explained. What kind of experiments? Sky asked. Monster serums. We extract genes from those monsters' bodies and use them to create special gene potions. Anyone who takes these potions can successfully acquire the monster's genes and, with them, their abilities. But it's not as simple as just drinking the potion. Their genes have all been carefully tweaked by us, so they can withstand the monstrous enhancements. So what do you say? Want to see what they can do after being strengthened? Norman turned to Li Yuan. Doesn't matter. They're no match for me anyway, Li Yuan replied indifferently. Norman clapped his hands, and all the nutrient pods opened at once. The naked men stepped out, and with a press of their wristbands, silken threads, resembling spider silk, spun out and wrapped around their bodies. In no time, each man was clad in a seamless bodysuit. Hey, that's pretty neat, Li Yuan remarked. It's just a standard spider silk sprayer, designed to make clothes for them. This silk is incredibly tough, perfect for them after they transform, Norman said with a grin. Transform, and fight him with everything you've got. Norman gave the order calmly. With that, Norman and Sky stepped back, leaving Li Yuan standing motionless. As soon as the men heard the command, they opened their mouths wide and let out feral roars. Their bodies, encased in spider silk suits, began to contort and shift. One by one, they transformed into towering monsters, each over 3 meters tall. Norman pointed out a test subject who looked like a werewolf. This one uses the genes of the bladeback wild wolf. That one over there is from the robe mantis, and this one is from the long-legged queen beast. He introduced each of them to Sky. Mr. Norman, didn't you say they needed to use the serum? I never saw them inject anything. Yet they can all transform, Sky asked, puzzled. Norman shook his head with a wry smile. Oh, come on. What do you think this is? Do you really think my serums still use syringes? There. Wristbands do far more than just create clothes. They're also injectors for the serum and can monitor their physical condition at any time. Ever thought about selling those wristbands on a large scale? Sky inquired. 2 powerful groups don't want me to, so I can't be bothered. The profit just isn't worth making enemies out of them, Norman replied with a laugh. Sky quickly realized which 2 groups Norman meant. All right, they're ready. Watch your boss in action, Norman said. Sky looked up and saw the group of mutants charging straight at Li Yuan. Their speed was far beyond what any ordinary person could perceive, and the one who had injected himself with the robe mantis gene was intermittently releasing poisonous robes as he moved. This made the whole fight extremely unpleasant to watch for both of them. As the beastmen hurtled toward him, Li Yuan yawned with utter boredom, then casually slapped one enemy aside. In the next instant, he sent another mutant flying with a single kick. Just like that, 2 were dealt with. Then, with a smooth set of Wing Chun moves, he dispatched the rest of the beastmen one by one. Watching from the sidelines, Sky was completely smitten, her face glowing with adoration as she gazed dreamily at Li Yuan. Norman, this isn't good enough. You'll need to keep improving, Li Yuan said, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Sky, unable to contain her excitement, rushed forward in an attempt to hug Li Yuan, but he simply placed a hand on her head, holding her at arm's length so she couldn't get close. She could only stand there, try in vain to push his hand away. Norman looked at the people lying on the ground and gave a wry smile, saying nothing. Those sprawled on the floor quickly got back up, heads bowed in silence. All right, go back and get some rest, Norman ordered. With Norman's command, everyone returned to their nutrient pods and lay back down again. Okay, enough fooling around. Stand still and behave, Li Yuan said, gently pushing Sky aside. Just then, Norman spoke up. That's all for the observation. Honestly, we haven't made much progress yet, and there's nothing else worth showing. Let's go. With that, Norman led them out of the underground base and back to his top-floor office. Norman, since the tour's over, we'll be heading out. I want to go home and watch Tom and Jerry, Li Yuan said lazily. Wait, don't go yet. I need a favor, Norman replied. Li Yuan frowned slightly. A favor? What is it? Let me see if I have time. It's simple. According to my sources, Godzilla is about to have a showdown with Kong. I'd like you to help me collect some of their genetic samples, their blood, fur, and, if possible, even part of their remains. My intel says that this time, one of them won't survive, so there's bound to be a corpse. About this favor, Norman looked intently at Li Yuan, who just kept clicking his tongue in feigned annoyance. Even among brothers, business is business. Whether I bring anything back or not, you'll have to pay me $100 million. What do you say? If you agree, I'll help you out. Deal. I'll let you know the exact time. Norman hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. That's fine then. If there's nothing else, the 2 of us will take our leave. No, nothing else. Norman waved his hand dismissively. All right, just call me when the time comes. With that, Li Yuan led Sky out of the Osborne group. Li Yuan and Sky returned to the office. The first thing Li Yuan did was dash over to the sofa and kick Constantine off it, sprawling out comfortably himself. Constantine, who was just about to hit the floor, turned into a swirl of black mist and reappeared on another sofa, popcorn in hand, still engrossed in watching Tom and Jerry. Sky looked at the 2 of them and shook her head helplessly. You 2 are truly hopeless. Just then, Will came out carrying a pizza and happened to overhear Sky. He asked in confusion, What's hopeless? What do you think? Take a good look at these 2 couch potatoes. Can they be saved? Sky pouted. Will gave an embarrassed chuckle, then, under Sky's gaze, plopped down and joined them. Sky was so exasperated she almost lost her mind, but in the end, with no other choice, she joined them too. Suddenly, the doorbell rang in the office. Without even turning his head, Li Yuan called out, Will, get the door. Will glanced over at Constantine, who in turn looked at Fugaway. Fugaway meowed, then leapt onto Sekai's lap. With his paw, he pointed at the door. Sekai, incredulous, pointed at himself and said, You want me to get the door? Fugaway nodded. Oh, you 4 are totally useless, completely hopeless. Sky shouted. But none of them paid her any mind. They just kept watching TV. Fuguwei even jumped into Li Yuan's arms, patted his own back, then turned his head and gave a little meow as if to say, "Hey kid, give grandpa a nice back rub." Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with Fuguwei, so he reached out and stroked its fur. Sky ran to open the door. When she did, she found Harry and Peter standing there. She quickly stepped aside to let them in, and peeked outside to confirm that only the two of them had come. "Harry, Peter, did you come here by yourselves?" Sky asked. "Yeah, my dad's been working overtime every day and has no time for me. Peter's even worse. His uncle and aunt both have to work, so aside from the evenings, they barely have time for him either. We're off from school right now, so we just came out on our own to hang out with you," Harry replied. "Aren't you worried Mr. Norman will be concerned?" Sky hurried over to Harry and tugged on their ears, lifting them slightly, so the two little guys had to stand on tiptoe. She scolded them as she did so. "Say you're sorry. Say you won't do it again." The boys mumbled, Sorry, we won't do it again." Sky widened her eyes. "You dare do it again? I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Besides, I left him a note, so don't worry," Harry said. "You rascal, you." Just as Sky was about to lecture Harry, the phone rang. "I'll deal with you later," Sky said, letting go and pointing at both of them. But the two kids seemed carefree, running over to Will, climbing onto his lap, munching on his popcorn, sipping his cola, and settling in to watch Tom and Jerry. "Hello, this is Mr. Lee's office. How can I help you?" Sky answered the phone. "Sky, it's me, Norman. Have Harry and Peter arrived?" Norman's steady voice came from the other end. "Yes, Mr. Norman, they're both here. Don't worry, we'll take good care of them," Sky replied, shooting a stern look at the two kids. They heard this and just turned around and grinned. "Thank you. I'll have someone pick them up tonight. Please look after them for me until then." "No problem at all. I'll hang up now." "All right." After hanging up, Sky called out loudly, "Are you two hungry?" The two kids immediately turned around. "We want Chinese food." Li Yuan, Will, and Constantine didn't even turn around, but replied in unison, "Anything's fine." Sky could only rub her forehead helplessly, then grab the keys to go get takeout. Suddenly, Fuguwei the cat jumped out in front of her. Sky looked at him in puzzlement. "You want to come with me?" Fuguwei nodded. "All right, let's go." So, one woman and one cat set off down the street. As they walked, Fuguwei suddenly stopped moving. Sky looked down, tired. Fuguwei nodded again. With no other choice, Sky picked him up, and after weighing him in her arms, couldn't help but say, "Fuguwei, you really should go on a diet." Fuguwei immediately protested, meowing loudly and kicking his legs as if arguing back. All right, I was wrong. Your figure is perfect. No need for a diet. Happy now," Sky quickly pleaded. Only then did Fuguwei settle down, quietly snuggling in her arms. Sky carried Fuguwei across several streets and finally arrived at a Chinese restaurant. She went in, looked over the dazzling menu photos, and picked out 7 or 8 dishes. Just as she was about to pay, Fuguwei meowed again. "What is it, Fuguwei?" Fuguwei pointed with his paw at a picture on the wall, calling out insistently. Following his gaze, Sky saw it was a picture of braised fish. "Fuguwei, you want the fish?" Fuguwei nodded enthusiastically. "All right then. Waiter, please add a braised fish to the order for takeout," Sky called out. "Certainly, miss," the waiter replied cheerfully. After sitting in the Chinese restaurant for half an hour, the takeout was finally ready. Worried that Will might not have enough to eat, Sky even ordered several Rujiamo just for him. Looking at all the bags covering the table, Sky placed Fuguwei back on the floor, picked up the bags, and said, "Fuguwei, let's go home." Fuguwei took the lead, walking ahead but glancing back at Sky from time to time, as if afraid Sky might vanish into thin air. In this way, one person and one cat, one behind the other, finally made their way back to the office. Sky set the food on the table, and Fuguwei fetched his own food bowl, placing it at Sky's feet, meowing softly a few times. Sky looked down, couldn't help but squat to stroke Fuguwei, and said, "Don't worry, I didn't forget about you." Then Sky stood up, took out the braised fish, and placed it in Fuguwei's bowl, filling another dish with fresh water. Fuguwei began to eat happily. "Dinner time," Sky called out. The group on the sofa finally stirred and gathered around the dining table. Faced with the tempting spread, even Li Yuan, who hadn't felt hungry before, suddenly found his appetite. He hurried everyone to sit down. After dividing the food, Sky handed several Rujiamo to Will. "All right, dig in," Li Yuan announced, and everyone began to eat. Unlike Li Yuan, who wielded chopsticks with practiced ease, the others used forks and spoons, which meant Li Yuan ended up eating the most. Harry, not at all pleased with this, even exclaimed, "I swear, I'm going to master chopsticks. There's no way I'll let anyone out-eat me again." Li Yuan and the others paused, then burst out laughing. "Boss, that reminds me of something. Constantine said suddenly when the laughter subsided. What is it? Li Yuan asked. That giant-eyed monster seems about ready to be resurrected. Shouldn't we try to stop it? Constantine said. The giant-eyed monster. I almost forgot. How much time do we have until it comes back? Li Yuan asked. Less than a week, I think. Will chimed in, though he didn't sound completely sure. All right then, let's get ready. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. The sooner we handle it, the sooner we can go back to our peaceful, lazy days, Li Yuan said. Can I come this time? Sky asked. All three shook their heads in unison, leaving Sky stabbing at the plain rice in his lunchbox with his fork in frustration. Scotland. Li Yuan and the others stepped out of the airport and hailed a cab, asking the driver to take them to the west coast of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides. After a morning's drive, the three of them arrived at the west coast of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides, finding themselves once more at the Callanish Standing Stones. Gazing at the empty space before them, the three of them casually found a spot to sit down. Suddenly, the voice of the giant-eyed creature echoed in their ears. You've arrived. Startled, the trio sprang to their feet, scanning their surroundings, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. There's no need to look around, the creature said. I haven't shown myself yet, but I can still chat with you. Lately, I've run into quite a few humans, but as soon as I speak, they all run away in terror. It's made me terribly lonely. But since you're here, why not stay and have a proper conversation with me? Conversation, Li Yuan replied. I came here today to put an end to you, once and for all. The giant-eyed creature seemed to find this amusing, bursting into raucous laughter. Huh, kill me? Do you realize that even Mephisto and God, working together, couldn't destroy me? Add Agamotto to the mix, and all they could do was seal me away. As for you three little ones, forget killing me. Even injuring me would be a feat worth bragging about. The three exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to trust the creature's words. Stop guessing, the creature went on. As long as I'm still sealed, you can't kill me. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. As it spoke, a deep, shadowy passageway materialized before them out of thin air. The three looked at each other, then, gathering their resolve, stepped into the passage together. They followed the corridor forward, until suddenly they came upon a towering iron pillar and stopped in their tracks. See that? The giant-eyed creature announced. That's where I'm sealed. As the three puzzled over why such a creature would be sealed in an iron pillar, a colossal eye, wide as 100 meters, materialized before them. They stumbled, back in shock, only then realizing that this was no mere pillar. The entire space was a cage, and what they'd thought was a pillar was just one of its bars. They watched, transfixed, as the enormous eye floated ever closer, before finally suspending itself in midair. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The creature taunted. Don't bother denying it. I can see right through the hearts of all living things. You're all scared. The three were left gasping for breath. The giant eye's voice softened. There's no need to be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. I just wanted someone to talk to break the monotony. As he spoke, the monstrous eye began to stretch and shrink, morphing until it transformed into an old man with a head of white hair. Leaning on a cane, he shuffled to the edge of the cage, which shrank with his approach until it was just large enough to hold a single person. He conjured a chair and sat down. Then, with a wave of his hand, 3 more chairs appeared out of thin air. He gestured for the 3 of them to sit. They frowned in suspicion, then finally took their seats. Let's talk. Tell me, why do you all insist on destroying me? What have I done wrong? The creature with the giant eye asked. Well, how should I put it? Even though we still don't know exactly what you did, the fact that Mephisto, God, and the Sorcerer Supreme had to join forces to seal you away, it's hard not to think you're a pretty bad guy, Li Yuan replied. The giant-eyed creature gave a careless laugh. Would you like to hear a story? If you're willing to tell it, we'll listen, they answered. A very, very long time ago. So long I've already forgotten, when I was already drifting through the universe when my memory began. I have no idea how long I wandered before I encountered my first civilized planet. Back then, I wasn't all that powerful, so I approached that civilization with a desire to learn. But they only saw me as a subject for their experiments. During those experiments, I awakened my abilities. With my newfound powers, I wiped out that civilization. Then, I continued my wandering through the cosmos. Without the nurturing of any civilization, I had no concept of morality or law. I passed through many civilizations. Some treated me kindly. Others wanted to experiment on me. As I drifted through the universe, I lost track of how many civilizations I destroyed. Eventually, I found my way to Earth. There I witnessed both the darkness and the kindness in human nature. Just as I wanted to understand humans more deeply, Mephisto found me and tried to recruit me to the ranks of hell. But I refused. So Mephisto devised a trap, making me slaughter an entire town's population. That's how I ended up sealed here by God, Agamotto, and Mephisto. Isn't that just ridiculous? The three fell silent, at a loss for words. Did you ever think of trying to explain yourself? Will suddenly asked. The giant-eyed creature shook its head. Explain? Why would I? The truth is, I did kill an entire town, whether by accident or on purpose. It doesn't matter. I killed them. That's the simple fact. So I don't blame those three for what they did. Even though I could have escaped this prison long ago, I chose to stay. The three stared at the creature in shock, watching helplessly as it left its cage. I could have left here a long time ago, but I didn't, because this is my punishment. After wandering the universe for so long, I've learned how to respect the order in every civilization. It is order that makes civilization shine so brightly. Now it's time for me to go. I'm sorry you made this journey for nothing. I hope that when I return to Earth one day, your human civilization will still be here. The creature with the giant eye dissolved into nothing but a massive eyeball, smiling as it shot into the sky like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it vanished at the edge of the heavens. The three of them sat there, dumbfounded, staring at the passage that the giant eye monster had smashed through. All of a sudden, the chairs beneath them disappeared. The three crashed to the ground, jolted back to their senses. Staring at the collapsing space around them, there was no time to think. They immediately turned and rushed back the way they had come. By the time they returned to the western shore of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides, the passage had vanished. The three gazed at the horizon in silence until Constantine muttered, "Does this mean our whole trip was for nothing?" "Not exactly," Li Yuan replied. "At least now we know the whole story. One way or another, we've gained some experience." "No, I still feel like we came all this way for nothing," Constantine insisted. "I don't think it was a waste," Will countered. "If we hadn't come, who knows if it might have suddenly gone on a rampage and wiped out humanity. It once had the power to destroy civilization with ease. Forget whether it was a waste or not. All I want right now is to go home, get some sleep, watch TV, eat popcorn, and drink some soda." "Tell me you don't want that too." "We do," the other two chimed in. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here." With that, Li Yuan led the way. The three of them trudged wearily back to the office. Sky was startled to see them so soon. "Weren't you supposed to be getting rid of the giant eye monster? How come you're back already?" "That monster never meant to be humanity's enemy. It was only sealed away because someone manipulated it. Now it's left Earth and is wandering the universe again. So, yeah, we pretty much came all this way for nothing. We're exhausted. We just want to rest." With that, the three of them flopped onto the sofa again. Since they often slept there, Sky had specially modified the sofa into a fold-out bed, strong enough to support Will's weight and comfortable for all three. Just as Li Yuan was stretching, a crackling sound sparked through the house. Everyone looked over to see a ring of sparks expanding in the air. The Ancient One stepped out gracefully, looked at Li Yuan, and said in a calm voice, "Come with me." Li Yuan stood up, grimacing, and followed behind the Ancient One. Once the two of them disappeared, the rest were still in a daze when the doorbell suddenly rang. Sky snapped out of it and hurried to open the door. There stood a weathered middle-aged man, who looked at Sky with a dazed expression and asked, "Is this Mr. Lee's office?" Sky nodded. The man gave a faint smile, then suddenly collapsed onto Sky, startling her so much that she leapt aside and screamed. Will and Constantine, hearing the scream, rushed over at once, pulling Sky behind them as they stared at the man lying unconscious on the floor, frowning in confusion. Constantine lowered his head and used his hand to open the eyelids of the middle-aged man. After a quick look, he spoke calmly. "He's passed out. Let's help him inside first." Will nodded, lifted the man effortlessly with one arm, and laid him on the sofa. Suddenly, Fugaway leapt onto the man's body. His nose twitched as if he'd caught a whiff of something unpleasant. He hopped onto Will's shoulder, extended a paw, and let out a few soft cries. "What's wrong, Fugaway?" Will asked. Fugaway cried out again. Will frowned. "You're saying there's something wrong with this man?" Fugaway nodded. Will exchanged a glance with Constantine. Without a word, Constantine bent down and began to search the man's body, but found nothing. He looked up at Will and shook his head. At that moment, Sky suddenly spoke. "Fugaway, is there a smell coming from him that you find awful?" Fugaway nodded once more. The three of them grew even more puzzled. "Fugaway, have we encountered this kind of smell before?" Fugaway nodded again. Now the three understood. Without hesitation, Constantine took out his pendant and, holding it up to the sunlight, cast the pendant's shadow over the man's body. The first pendant showed no reaction, nor did the second. But when the third pendant's shadow touched him, black smoke began to seep from the man's body, and he started trembling uncontrollably. Will immediately stepped in front of Sky to shield her. Sky obediently retreated, clutching Fugaway, until she felt she'd reached a safe spot. She pulled out her phone and started recording. "John, is it okay if I record this?" "Do as you like. We're up against a tough one this time. Constantine replied grimly. Just as Sky was about to ask why, the man's trembling suddenly stopped. With a violent jolt, he opened his eyes and stared directly at Constantine. Cursing under his breath, Constantine pressed the pendant hard against the man's forehead. But nothing happened. The man's eyes rolled back, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. What's going on? Will asked. Constantine shook his head. It seems the demon didn't actually possess him. He must have been in close contact with it. Maybe even closer than that. Otherwise, the demonic aura wouldn't be this strong. Closer than close? Sky echoed, bewildered. Will came over and patted her gently on the head. Little lady, there are some things you don't need to know just yet. Save my wife. 41, Vallow Street. Please, save her. The man suddenly woke, clutching desperately at Constantine's pant leg and begging for help. After speaking, the man fainted again. There was nothing they could do. Constantine glanced at Will and nodded at him. Will nodded. Back. The two of them took Li Yuan's car keys and were just about to set off when Sky stopped Constantine. I want to come with you. The two men exchanged a look. All right, but you have to follow my lead, Constantine said. Sky nodded. Then she scooped up Fuguwei in her arms, and the three of them went downstairs together, leaving the man alone, sprawled on the sofa. Without wasting a moment, they drove straight to the address the man had given them. When they arrived at number 41, Constantine knocked on the door. The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman, swaying her peach-shaped hips as she walked. Her chest boasted 2 G-cup curves, making her look every inch the seductive siren. Yet her face was clean and innocent, with the sweetness of a girl who could easily awaken a man's protective instincts. Constantine was taken aback the moment he saw her, and even Will was momentarily stunned. Sky felt a pang of inferiority when she saw the woman. Who are you looking for? The woman's voice was clear and melodious, like a wind chime. Well, we're here to look for... Constantine stammered, sounding completely flustered. But Will noticed something strange. He saw a demon's tail flickering in the woman's shadow. He placed his hand behind his back, a sphere of light quietly forming in his palm. He squeezed it tightly, and the light burst in his grasp. Holy radiance rippled outward from him. But under Will's careful control, the light deliberately skirted around the woman who was possessed. He didn't know what the demon might do if it realized it had been discovered. We're here because your husband asked us to help his wife. He said you were in danger and sent us to assist you. Will said, smoothly edging Constantine aside and stepping up to the woman, a fawning smile on his face. Oh, my husband sent you? Well, please come in. I haven't experienced any danger at all, the woman replied softly. As she opened the door, her hand brushed lightly, almost imperceptibly, over Will's. The three of them followed her inside, Fuguwei still in Sky's arms, the cat's eyes locked intently on the woman's back. Please have a seat. I'll get you some water. With that, the woman walked into the bathroom. Constantine watched her with a grave expression. You noticed? Will asked. Constantine nodded. I told you this one would be tricky, for us, at least. No kidding. I almost couldn't hold it together, Will sighed. Sky, not following their conversation, asked, What are you two talking about? Just then, the woman came out, carrying 3 glasses of water. Constantine shot Sky a meaningful look, and Sky gave a subtle nod in reply. Please have some water. The woman set 3 glasses on the table, then handed one to each of them, one by one. When she handed the glass to Constantine, he suddenly grabbed her hand and said coolly, Succubus. At his words, the woman's lips curled into a wicked smile. With a sharp tug, she pulled her hand free, leaped backward to put some distance between them, then stripped off her clothes in a single, fluid motion. Now fully exposed, she struck a seductive pose against the wall, her voice dripping with allure. How did you figure out? How did you see through my disguise? I thought I hid myself quite well. The succubus purred, her naked body the picture of temptation. Will remained silent. With a sweep of his large hand, the curtains by the window crashed to the floor. The succubus glanced down in confusion, only to notice the telltale shadow at her feet. She covered her mouth and let out a soft, musical laugh. So it was my shadow that betrayed me. I really was careless. And please, don't stare at me like that. I'm just a weak girl. What harm could I possibly do? Constantine's expression was icy as he pulled a lighter from his pocket. With a distinct click, a small flame flickered to life. He muttered to himself, It's been a long time since I lit this. You've managed to make me do it now. The moment the succubus saw the flame, fear twisted her features. She shrank back, inching away, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Help me, please. I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt me. Please help me. But Will stood his ground, utterly unmoved. Realizing her charms were useless on him, the succubus stopped retreating. Instead, she dropped her hand from her mouth, bearing a mouthful of fangs and a tongue that snaked out nearly 3 meters long. You know, fun and all, Here I am, a beauty standing right in front of you, and yet you show not the slightest interest. If we really showed any interest, I imagine it'd be the death of us, Constantine replied coldly, then tossed his lighter at her. The succubus opened her mouth wide, her tongue darting through the air like a serpent, snatching the lighter and flicking it back toward them. Will reached out and caught it effortlessly. In that instant, angelic armor and a pair of radiant wings shimmered into existence around him. Though only one pair remained, the other for having been reclaimed by God. I'll handle this, Will said in an icy tone. Are you fully recovered? Constantine asked. Not completely, but it's more than enough for her. Be careful not to damage the body. You know its owner isn't gone yet, Constantine reminded him. Don't worry. With that, Will strode toward the succubus, his steps resolute. Behind him, Sky had already pulled out her phone and was recording everything, capturing every moment on video. The succubus watched Will approach, her mouth opening wide once more. Her tongue shot out, and to Will's astonishment, wicked green glowing. Barbs appeared along its length. Without so much as a blink, Will grabbed the tongue and yanked hard, pulling the succubus right up to him. He clamped a hand around her neck, his voice cold and commanding. Leave her body. If you don't, I won't show any mercy. Go on then. Kill me, the succubus snarled. If I die, she dies with me. And when she does, her death will be on your hands. Come on, do it. Kill me if you dare. Will shook his head. I was hoping to get some clues out of you. But if that's how you want it, don't blame me for what comes next. As soon as he finished speaking, the succubus let out a piercing scream. White flames erupted over her body, while black smoke coiled up from her. Form. Even then, Will found time to joke. Hey, John, didn't you say killing a demon would let you inherit its powers? Why don't you do the honors? Constantine shot him an annoyed look. As the two exchanged words, the succubus was finally destroyed. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed in a faint. Will let go, and she slipped to the floor. Sky, it's your turn, Will called loudly. Sky put away her phone and hurried over. With Will's help, she lifted the woman back onto the bed and dressed her. The three of them settled in the house to rest, waiting for the woman to wake. But before she could regain consciousness, a man burst in. The three of them sat calmly on the sofa as he scanned the room anxiously. Spotting them, he asked in a rush, Is my wife all right? Sky stood up. She's fine. We've already driven out the demon that possessed her. She's resting in the bedroom now. The man nodded gratefully and hurried into the room. Seeing his wife sleeping peacefully, he finally relaxed. Then, as if remembering something, he dashed back out, went to the study, opened a safe, and retrieved a small box. Returning to the living room, he offered the box to Sky. I'm sorry, I don't have much cash at home. Please accept this as payment. Sky took the box, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she opened it. Just then, a shaft of sunlight streamed through the window, striking the contents, and sending a blinding golden glint into her eyes. She had to squint to see clearly, and realized with shock that inside was a solid gold bar. Sky was so surprised she could barely speak. This gold bar weighs a full kilogram. Will that be enough? The man asked. Sky didn't reply, but turned to look at Will and Constantine. The two men got up and walked over. Constantine reached out, hefted the gold bar in his hand, and nodded. It's more than enough. Let's go. After saying this, the two turned and left the house without looking back. Sky nodded at the man, then picked up Fugué and walked away. The man watched the three of them leave, closed the front door, and returned to his own room. In the car, Constantine toyed with the gold bar and remarked, Well, that outing turned out pretty well. We got ourselves a gold bar. Sky sat in the passenger seat, stroking Fugué. Catching a glimpse of Constantine's posture in the rearview mirror, she could only shake her head helplessly. Kamartaj. Li Yuan followed the Ancient One here and was about to speak when she raised her hand. Li Yuan closed his mouth and looked at her in confusion. You're not from this world, are you? You must know what fate lies ahead for this world. Am I right? The Ancient One asked. Li Yuan had considered denying it, but after a moment's thought, he simply nodded. If you know, then you must also be aware of my ultimate fate and the great war that is coming soon. I can sense a tremendous power within you, but you don't know how to use it. You only grasp its most basic applications. With that, you won't be able to withstand the dangers ahead. My own time is running short, so I intend to give you some special training, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. But your time? I thought you still had several years left. Li Yuan asked in confusion. I was supposed to, but because of your arrival, a war that was never meant to happen has now arisen. And when I fought against the forces of darkness, I drew too much power from other dimensions. The darkness is overwhelming me. I can't control it anymore. Before I lose myself completely, I must bring my story to an end and let a new Sorcerer Supreme arise. I'll need your help for that. Do you understand? The Ancient One looked at Li Yuan, strange symbols flickering briefly on her face, marks that appeared only when dark powers were drawn upon. But in the blink of an eye, those marks vanished. Li Yuan nodded. Understood. I'll help bring forth the new Sorcerer Supreme ahead of time. The Ancient One smiled. Good. Now, back to the matter at hand. Come with me. We need a different place to spar, or we might end up destroying this one. With that, she turned, and a portal appeared before her. Li Yuan followed her through it without hesitation. When Li Yuan emerged, he found himself in the middle of a desert. The Ancient One stood a short distance away. Use your full strength against me, she said calmly. Li Yuan rolled his neck, summoned Dante, and gripped the sword tightly. His body was suddenly enveloped in a blaze of red and blue light. When the red glow faded, his transformation was complete. He had become a demon. In a flash, he appeared before the Ancient One, moving almost faster than the eye could follow. He brought his sword down, but no matter how much force he used, it couldn't touch her. Instead, the space around them suddenly shattered like glass, and the Ancient One's voice sounded from behind him. Your powers of observation are still far too lacking. As he spoke, Li Yuan suddenly felt the world flip upside down. The desert inexplicably stood upright, reshaping itself into a box that tried to trap him. But there was no way Li Yuan would be so easily confined. He soared into the air, unleashing an enraged roar. Channeling all his strength, he swung Dante with full force, sending a streak of red and blue sword energy slashing forward until it struck the boundary of the mirror dimension. As time passed, cracks began to spread at the point where the sword energy met the mirror realm's edge. The Ancient One's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The fractures multiplied, and at last, with a shattering sound, Li Yuan broke through the mirror dimension. The Ancient One's smile faded. With a wave of her hand, the crimson bands of Sidorak appeared, binding one of Li Yuan's arms and a leg. With a sharp tug, she yanked him uncontrollably back down to the ground. The moment he hit the earth, Li Yuan erupted with magical power, tearing free from the crimson bands of Sidorak. He shot forward, stopping right before the Ancient One, and brought his sword down in a fierce strike. This time, the Ancient One did not dodge. She formed a seal with one hand, summoning the shield of Seraphim to block Dante's blade. With her other hand, she conjured the sacred sword of Vishanti, thrusting it straight at Li Yuan. Forced to evade, Li Yuan had no choice but to leap backward. The Ancient One shook her head in disappointment. She made no move to attack, instead standing her ground and fixing Li Yuan with a gaze. You don't truly understand your own defenses or your regenerative power. My attacks can't even scratch your outer shield, let alone hurt you. So why retreat? Why not take my strike head-on and counterattack? Li Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed by the truth in her words. Again, the Ancient One commanded. Li Yuan charged at her once more. The Ancient One's hands danced in intricate seals, and in an instant, Li Yuan was drawn back into the mirror dimension. Then, with a clap of her hands, countless arms appeared behind her, detaching and turning into floating duplicates suspended in the air. This was the form of Icon. Surrounded by countless versions of the Ancient One, Li Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure whom to strike. As confusion clouded his thoughts, the Ancient One made her move. Dozens of crimson bands of Sidorak lashed out toward Li Yuan. He immediately shot skyward, gripping the white ivory and ebony guns in his hands. Pouring his magic into them, one weapon glowed blue, the other red. From above, Li Yuan unleashed his gun kata, bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. In less than a second, all the Ancient One's duplicates were wiped away, leaving only her true self behind. As the hail of bullets sped toward her, the Ancient One formed a seal with both hands, transforming every bullet into butterflies that scattered and vanished on the breeze. Li Yuan pressed his attack, closing in on the Ancient One. This time, she didn't resort to any spells. She simply raised half a shield with one hand, meeting Li Yuan head-on in close combat. Suddenly, Gu Yi seized an opening and struck Dante with a powerful palm, sending him flying. Left without Dante, Li Yuan had no choice but to face Gu Yi with Wing Chun. The two clashed faster and faster, until, in the end, their hands became a blur, impossible to follow with the naked eye. Seeing that he could not defeat Gu Yi, frustration surged within Li Yuan. With a loud shout, red and blue energy burst forth around him, blasting Gu Yi away. Seizing this moment, Li Yuan charged at Gu Yi, who was still tumbling through the air, and grabbed Dante in one swift motion. Just as Dante's blade was about to reach Gu Yi's throat, Li Yuan's magical energy was spent, and he reverted to his human form. Gu Yi landed safely, spun aside to dodge Dante, and followed up with a palm that sent Li Yuan's soul flying from his body. "You've lost," Gu Yi said, standing calmly with one hand clasped behind her back, a gentle smile on her face. In his soul form, Li Yuan scratched his head and grinned foolishly, saying nothing but simply laughing, "Ha ha ha. Your power is formidable, but you don't know how to wield it, especially your magic. There's enormous potential in you, but you're like a child who's suddenly been granted great strength with no idea how to use it. For now, you'll have to stay in Camartage and slowly learn to master your abilities," Gu Yi said. With that, she sent Li Yuan's soul back to his body, then opened a portal and returned to Camartage. Li Yuan followed behind her, and Gu Yi arranged a series of courses for him, designed to help him become familiar with and unlock the potential of his Spartan bloodline. While Li Yuan was throwing himself into his training, the grand battle of armored suits between Tony and Ivan was about to begin. At his seaside villa, Tony was fine-tuning his armor when Jarvis suddenly spoke up. "Sir, a friendly reminder. Your duel with Ivan Vanko is scheduled for next week." Tony paused. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. Bring up my suit. I want to make some improvements." With that, a suit of armor slowly rose from the floor. Tony proceeded to dismantle it, immediately setting to work on upgrades. Meanwhile, in the basement of Thor's house, Ivan stood with his upper body bare, welding two components together. Behind him, a jet-black suit of armor loomed silently. After some time, the welding was complete. Ivan installed the finished part onto the armor, and, gazing at the completed suit, allowed himself a rare smile. With a snap of his fingers, the eyes of the armor lit up. "Sir, Battle Axe at your service," came the mechanical voice from the armor. "Battle Axe, download all combat techniques and scan the armor for vulnerabilities." "Yes, sir." Initiating downloads. Sanda, Judo, Karate, Chinese martial arts, grappling. Before long, the Battle Axe's voice echoed once more. "All combat techniques have been downloaded. Armor scan complete. No vulnerabilities detected. Sir, do you require any further assistance from Battle Axe?" "No, that's all for now. Stand by and remind me in 7 days," Ivan replied, a toothpick dangling from his lips. "Understood, sir." With that, the armor's bright eyes faded and its head bowed slightly, as if entering a dormant state. Ivan gazed at the armored suit and muttered, "Tony Stark, in 7 days we'll finally see who's superior, your Stark family or my Vanko bloodline." Gradually, a fierce glint sharpened in Ivan's eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the toothpick broke in two. 7 days later, Li Yuan appeared out of nowhere in the office, giving Sky quite a scare. Li Yuan opened his eyes and saw Sky, dressed and ready to go. He asked with curiosity, "Where are you off to?" "Oh, boss, you're back. We were just about to go witness the big showdown. Tony versus Ivan, the battle of the armored suits. Now that you're here, you have to come with us," Sky said, grabbing Li Yuan's hand enthusiastically. "Wow, time flies. Since I'm back, let's join the fun. Where are Will and John?" "They already left. I was halfway there when I realized I forgot to bring Fortune, so I came back," Sky replied, glancing at the little dog in her arms. Li Yuan smiled at the sight of Fortune. "All right then, let's get going." Sky nodded, and together they headed outside to hail a cab. After Sky gave the driver the destination, the two chatted idly in the back seat until they arrived at the battle venue, where a small crowd had already gathered. Li Yuan and Sky got out of the car and scanned the crowd, recognizing several familiar faces, including Will, John, Thor, Norman, and Barney. "Li, you made it." Barney turned at the sound of the car and greeted him with a grin. "Of course. Long time no see, Barney. What's been keeping you busy lately?" Li Yuan strode over and the two embraced, giving each other a hearty pat on the back. "Haha, well, Ellie's old enough for school now, so I've been busy helping her find one," Barney replied. After they separated, Li Yuan asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "No need. Mr. Norman already took care of it for me," Barney said with a grateful smile. Li Yuan glanced at Norman, who returned the look with a gentle nod. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly. Everyone turned toward the open space ahead, where a towering black armored suit, over 2 meters tall, was striding toward them. "Thor, is that Ivan's suit?" Thor nodded. "That's right. That's Ivan's battle armor. He calls it Battle Axe." No sooner had Thor finished speaking than rousing music blared from the sky above. Everyone shook their heads in exasperation, for even without an introduction, they all knew exactly who was making his entrance. Tony landed like a hero, sending up a great cloud of dust. Li Yuan shook his head and waved his hand, dispersing the dust with a single gesture. Tony lifted his faceplate, revealing his face. "Li, I thought you weren't going to show." "I just got back," Li Yuan replied. "As soon as I arrived, I heard Sky say your duel with Ivan had started, so I came to watch the fun." "Then keep your eyes open," Tony boasted, brimming with confidence. "Watch I take him down." Ivan, standing nearby, retorted, "Take me down? We'll see who takes down whom." The onlookers realized a fight was about to break out and hurriedly stepped back, making room until a large open space was cleared. Suddenly, towering concrete walls, over 10 meters high and more than a meter thick, rose up to encircle the area. Tony's faceplate slid shut as he faced Ivan. The two stood across from each other, and from their builds alone, it was clear Ivan was built for power, while Tony relied on agility. "Since neither of you wants to make the first move, I'll call it," Li Yuan announced. Both men accepted without protest. 3, 2, 1, begin. At Li Yuan's signal, Tony struck first, aiming his palm at the battle axe. 2 laser blasts shot out, hitting the armor squarely. But the blows didn't even make Ivan flinch. The beams bounced harmlessly off his suit. Inside his armor, Tony's expression grew serious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pointed his palm downward and flew into the air, taunting, "Your armor must be made of some kind of special steel. Sure, your defense is top-notch, but you're slow, and flight's a problem, isn't it? I'm curious to see how you plan to hit me." Ivan responded with a cold laugh. He reached behind his back, gripped a handle, and drew out a dark rod. Tony burst out laughing. "You're not seriously planning to beat me with that thing, are you?" Ivan ignored him. With a twist of his wrist, the rod segmented into sections, transforming into a long whip crackling with powerful electric currents. With a casual flick, Ivan lashed out at Tony in the air. But Tony was far too fast. The whip hadn't even reached him before he dodged away. And so the duel unfolded. Ivan swung his electrified whip again and again, while Tony darted and weaved, occasionally firing a laser blast at Ivan. Each shot struck the same spot, over and over. A dent began to form in Ivan's armor, growing deeper with every hit. Warnings flashed inside Ivan's suit, but he ignored them, continuing to unleash his electric whip on Tony. Tony, noticing Ivan's disregard for the deepening dent, grew increasingly excited. During this new round of dodging, Jarvis calculated that just one more blast would be enough to pierce the war axe's defenses, bring Ivan down, and render him immobile, without threatening his life. Seeing the whip coming ever closer, Tony darted away at once, turning his palm toward the war axe. Inside the war axe, Ivan let out a laugh. With a sudden twist, he fired his laser cannon in another direction. At the same moment, a second electric whip appeared in his other hand. Catching Tony off guard, Ivan lashed out, striking the thrusters beneath Tony's feet. Tony instantly lost his ability to fly and crashed back to the ground. Ivan sneered as he charged at Tony. Facing the war axe, which now seemed like a bulldozer bearing down on him, Tony raised both palms and fired orange lasers continuously at Ivan, using the recoil to push himself backward and keep a safe distance. The crowd on the sidelines watched with bated breath. Suddenly, Barney commented, "Looks like the billionaire's about to lose." Li Yuan shook his head. "Not necessarily. He's bound to have some trump cards left. So does Ivan. Until the very end, there's no telling who'll win. Just watch." At that moment, Pepper pushed in a cart loaded with food and drinks, while Happy dragged a pile of chairs, inviting everyone to sit down. After parking the cart beside Will, Pepper looked anxiously at Tony on the field. Li Yuan scooped some meat onto his plate, stuck a fork into it, and strolled over to Pepper while eating. "Don't worry. As long as he's not dead, I can bring him back. Don't fret so much about your man. Come have a bite." Pepper nodded slightly and turned to the food table, but she couldn't help glancing back at Tony with every other step. Watching this, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Now that the public display of affection, if I ever saw one. On the field, Tony kept dodging, refusing to confront the war axe head-on. Ivan wasn't in a hurry either. He played the game like a cat toying with a mouse. Suddenly, Ivan seized his chance. His whip shot out, binding Tony tightly. The suit began to falter under the surge of electricity. "Jarvis, activate the laser blades." Twin red lasers shot instantly from the backs of Tony's hands. Ivan felt the threat of death radiating from those blades and rolled away just in time. The red beams sliced clean through the electric whip, freeing Tony from its grasp. Once more, Tony and Ivan faced each other, eyes locked in challenge. The war axe twirled its dual whips, bringing them together until they became 2 rods, which Ivan stowed behind him. He then assumed a freestyle fighting stance and beckoned Tony forward with a curl of his finger. Tony, furious, charged at the war axe, barking an order, "Jarvis, download every martial art you've got." "Downloading. Download complete. Ready when you are, sir," Jarvis replied. "It's all yours," Tony murmured under his breath. The Mark VI, controlled by Jarvis, swung a powerful hook at War Axe. War Axe stepped back, the fist whistling past his face, but then he countered with a punch to the Mark VI's midsection. The two began trading blows, matching each other with every fighting technique from around the world. Fists flew back and forth in a relentless exchange, but War Axe's formidable physique allowed him to steadily gain the upper hand. Gradually, several wounds began to appear on the Mark VI's armor. "Boss, 5% of the suit's surface has been damaged. Should we continue the fight?" Jarvis asked. "Report remaining energy," Tony replied. 60%, Jarvis responded. "Keep going. I'll take over now." "You support me," Tony commanded. "Understood, boss." Once Tony took control, his fighting style changed instantly. He drove his elbow toward War Axe. Ordinarily, War Axe could have blocked the strike, but Tony activated his palm thrusters, adding a surge of force. The boosted elbow strike sent War Axe stumbling back several steps. After regaining his balance, War Axe's eyes locked onto the Mark VI, or more precisely, its joints. A mechanical were sounded from behind War Axe, and 6 thrusters emerged from his back, with 4 more appearing behind his thighs. His frame grew taller, wheels unfolded beneath his feet, and every nozzle burst into flames. Like a cannonball unleashed, War Axe rocketed toward Tony. Tony barely had time to react before he was slammed to the ground. War Axe immediately halted, delivering a fierce kick to the Mark VI's abdomen. Inside the suit, Tony felt a wave of weightlessness before he was smashed hard into the ground. But it wasn't over yet. War Axe rushed forward, raining punch after punch onto the Mark VI's faceplate. Tony, trapped inside, could only watch helplessly as War Axe pummeled him. At last, War Axe grabbed the helmet and ripped it off, exposing Tony's face. At this moment of life and death, Tony finally realized how to turn the tide. He aimed both palms at the ground and fired his thrusters, launching himself and War Axe straight into the air. The thrusters sputtered, sometimes flaring, sometimes stalling, as they soared over 10 meters above the ground, until the energy finally ran out. Both men plummeted toward the earth. War Axe's thrusters roared to full power just before impact, righting his body in the nick of time. He landed on one knee, sending up a cloud of dust, but touched down safely. By contrast, the Mark VI's landing was far less graceful. The suit crashed hard into the ground, the force of the impact leaving a crater. Ivan, in control of War Axe, strode step by step toward the Mark VI, an electrified baton appearing in his hand. "Tony Stark, it looks like you've lost." The War Axe drew closer to Tony, step by step. But halfway there, the crimson glow in its eyes began to flicker. Suddenly it picked up speed, rushing in front of the Mark VI and raising its electrified baton high. Just as the baton was about to strike Mark VI, the War Axe froze in place. The baton halted less than 20 centimeters from the Mark VI. As the crowd looked on in confusion, Tony, still sprawled on the ground, burst out laughing. "You're out of power. If you kill me earlier, maybe you could have one. But now, it's hard to say who'll come out on top." With that, Tony got to his feet, raising his hand and aiming his palm at the War Axe. An orange glow flared from the circle in his palm. Just as everyone thought Ivan had lost, Tony's entire arm suddenly exploded. Fortunately, his arm was mostly unharmed, but Tony himself was left dumbstruck. "Boss, during the fight, some wires inside your arm broke and got tangled, so the energy couldn't be released in time. The congestion caused an explosion," Jarvis explained. The crowd was speechless. At that moment, Li Yuan stepped forward and said calmly, "Since one suit is out of power and the other is wrecked, I declare the first armored duel has no winner. It's a draw." Bang! Suddenly, the War Axe split in two. Ivan emerged, shouting, "I object. I should be the winner. I already defeated him." Tony stepped out of his armor as well. "I object to—" The two glared at each other, as if they were about to settle things the old-fashioned way. "I don't care whether you're satisfied or not. One suit's broken, the other is out of juice. What's there to argue about? This was supposed to be an armor duel, and that's how it's ending, a draw. If you're not happy, set a date and fight again," Li Yuan declared. The two continued to glare at each other. Li Yuan stepped between them, separating the pair, as their families came forward to check on them. After chatting briefly with their families, both Tony and Ivan walked toward each other again. "1 year from now, same place, let's do this again. What do you say?" Tony locked eyes with Ivan. "Fine. See you in a year." With that, Ivan gathered up the War Axe and left. Thor glanced at everyone apologetically, then followed after him. "Since you've all honored me with your presence today, I insist on treating you to a proper meal. Tonight, let's enjoy a feast right here," Tony announced. As night fell, Ivan and Thor returned. It turned out Barney had asked Thor to bring Ivan back. Everyone gathered in high spirits at Tony's seaside villa, where several top chefs had been waiting for hours, specially invited by Tony himself. When Tony and his guests arrived, the chefs sprang into action, skillfully preparing a banquet without pause. At first, Li Yuan and the others gathered in the villa, chatting idly in small groups. As more and more delicious food appeared, they began to wander about, picking out whatever treats caught their eye and piling them onto their plates. But what was a little different, he took an entire bowl for himself. Li Yuan grabbed a generous helping of food and found a quiet corner, intending to savor his meal in peace. Just then, Tony showed up carrying his own plate of goodies and plopped down beside him. Li Yuan gave Tony a disgruntled shove. "What do you want?" "I just want to chat," Tony replied, spearing a piece of wagyu beef with his fork and popping it into his mouth. "Do you think there's any way I could improve my suit of armor?" At that moment, Ivan happened to walk by. He let out a cold chuckle. "With someone like you, no amount of improvement can fix the garbage." With that, he skewered a piece of fruit with a toothpick and bit in. Tony immediately shot to his feet, his anger barely concealed, but Pepper, sitting nearby, quickly pulled him back down. Li Yuan stretched out on the sofa. Around him, Will and John were already deep in their cups, lost in a drunken stupor. Barney and Thor were slumped in their chairs, dazed and silent, as if lost in profound contemplation. Just then, Norman stood up. He pulled out a vial of some kind, plunged it into his arm, and injected the entire contents. Instantly, he straightened, and the flushed redness of drunkenness faded from his face. Tony asked curiously. "It's just a little gadget. Helps me sober up," Norman said. "I'll be on my way now. You all enjoy yourselves. No need to see me out." With that, he turned and left. "Boss, what about the others?" Happy came in to ask. "Why bother about them? Just cover them with those blankets so they don't catch cold. That's all." Hick. Tony burped mid-sentence, and then promptly passed out as well. Li Yuan looked over them all, helplessly. "Barney, can any of you still drive?" Li Yuan asked. Barney stood up. "Don't worry. This little bit of booze is nothing for me. We'll head out first. You can handle the rest, right?" "I got it. In that case, we'll be off. If there's anything else to take care of, just let me know." With that, Li Yuan lifted Will with one arm and slung Constantine over his shoulder with the other, called out to Sky and Fugue, and headed toward his pickup truck. He tossed Will into the back, settled Constantine in the rear seat. Sky climbed into the front passenger seat, holding Fugue in her arms, while Li Yuan got behind the wheel and drove everyone back to the agency. After helping Constantine and Sky upstairs, Li Yuan hefted Will up again. Suddenly, he felt the prickling sensation of being watched. He spun around sharply, but saw nothing. Scratching his head in confusion, he continued up the stairs with Will in tow. At that very moment, not far away, atop a nearby rooftop, a slender figure materialized out of thin air. With arms crossed and eyes sharp as blades, she stared intently at the stairwell where Li Yuan had disappeared. After a while, she turned and left, vanishing without a trace into the night on the rooftop. After seeing Will and Constantine to their respective beds, Li Yuan returned to his own room and lay down, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. In the darkness, a shadowy figure slowly approached him, yet Li Yuan seemed utterly unaware. The dark figure quietly drew the katana from its sheath and brought it down toward Li Yuan as he lay in bed. With a sharp clang, the shadow recoiled a few steps, only to discover that Li Yuan, at some point, had produced Dante and blocked the attack. Li Yuan sat up and looked at the shadow. "I'm guessing you're the one who was watching me just now. Who are you?" The figure sheathed the katana and melted into the shadows. Li Yuan immediately shut his eyes and concentrated, trying to sense his presence, only to find that the shadow had vanished without a trace. People like that are the worst. Run away the moment they can't win, and I can't even catch up? Whatever, forget about him. Time for a good night's sleep. Li Yuan put Dante away, stretched out lazily, and lay back down. Before long, the room was filled with the sound of his snoring. The next morning, someone pushed open Li Yuan's door. Sky poked her head in and called out, "Boss, time to get up. Breakfast's ready." Lying in bed, Li Yuan opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, his vacant gaze making him look almost foolish. It wasn't until Sky called him a second time that he finally stirred, getting up to brush his teeth, wash his face, and take a shower. By the time he came out for breakfast, Will and Constantine had already finished eating. Li Yuan casually took a seat, grabbing a steam bun, a fried dough stick, and some soy milk. As he ate, he glanced from time to time at the two sprawled on the sofa like a pair of beached fish. Just as he was about to speak, the doorbell rang. Before Li Yuan could say anything, Constantine grabbed Fortune from Sky's arms and tossed the cat toward the door. Li Yuan watched as Fortune arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely on the doorknob. With a determined push, the door swung open. Fortune let out a furious yowl and charged straight at Constantine. Constantine, however, wasn't about to play along. He simply transformed his body into black mist so that wherever Fortune tried to grab him, that part would dissolve into smoke. Fortune, undeterred, continued to attack Constantine with boundless enthusiasm. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered. He waddled in, belly first, and took a quick look around. When his eyes fell on Constantine, who was still tussling with Fortune on the sofa, his expression changed instantly. A sycophantic smile appeared on his face as he hurried over. "Mr. Constantine, I'm Monsieur Bayer. I heard you're an exorcist, and I'd like to hire you to deal with a vengeful spirit. How much would you charge?" Monsieur Bayer made himself as humble as possible. Constantine glanced at him, then shouted to Li Yuan, "Boss, we've got business. You handle it." Li Yuan was still eating his breakfast when he called out directly, "Our fees depend on the strength of the target. The stronger they are, the higher the fee. The weaker they are, the lower the fee. The minimum is 10,000, but there's no upper limit." Monsieur Bayer turned his head, looking at Li Yuan in surprise, and said, "So, you're Mr. Constantine's boss. I've heard a lot about you. The vengeful spirit in question is actually quite weak. Gentlemen, please come with me. I can pay a deposit right now." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of US dollars from his clothes, just about 10,000. Li Yuan glanced at Sky, who nodded. Sky reached out and took the 10,000. "You can head back now. We'll take care of that spirit when we have time. Just leave the address," Li Yuan said, not even looking up as he sipped his soy milk. A flicker of malice flashed in Monsieur Bayer's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a sycophantic smile, took out a business card, and placed it on the table. "This is the address. Gentlemen, please come as soon as you can. I won't keep you any longer." With that, Monsieur Bayer left the office. Constantine, watching Tom and Jerry on TV, turned and asked, "Boss, are we really going? That guy's no good. I suspect he's behind these vengeful spirits himself." Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Well, since he's paid, we might as well take a look. I never promised a 100% success rate with exorcisms. After all, I'm curious to see what tricks he's planning." "What are you guys talking about?" Sky asked with curiosity. "You're just a girl. Why do you need to know so much? Just stay home and keep an eye on Fuguei. The three of us will handle this spirit," Li Yuan said, tapping Sky lightly on the head. "No way. I've been editing footage of your exorcisms lately, so let me come along, please." Sky clung to Li Yuan's arm, pleading. "Are you sure? What we might find could make you angry, even disgust you. You still want to go?" Sky nodded repeatedly. There was nothing Li Yuan could do, so he agreed to take her along. Following the address on the business card, the four of them and the cat arrived at a hotel. Constantine dialed the number on the card, and soon, Monsieur Bayer hurried out from inside. "You're here," Monsieur Bayer said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded. "Lead the way." "Of course, please follow me," Monsieur Bayer said, heading into the hotel, with Li Yuan and the others right behind him. Led by Monsieur Bayer, the four people and one cat made their way to the underground room where tools were stored. Pointing to the pitch-dark chamber, Monsieur Bayer said, "The vengeful spirit is inside. From what I can tell, she can't leave this place, so I've sealed it off. I even tried bringing in so-called exorcism experts, but every single one of them ended up completely outwitted by her." "Mr. Bay, are you talking about her?" Sky asked. "That's right. The spirit has long hair and likes to sing. Judging by her voice, she was probably a woman when she was alive," Monsieur Bay replied. Li Yuan, Will, and Constantine exchanged a knowing glance, then nodded quietly in agreement. "Monsieur Bay, we'll need you to step outside for a moment. During the exorcism, no outsiders can be present. Otherwise, the spirit might use someone's body to escape. Please wait outside for just a bit," Constantine said, gesturing politely. Monsieur Bay's face clouded with unease. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded, left the room, and closed the door behind him. Li Yuan glanced at Constantine, who nodded back, then began to wander around the room, eventually locating the surveillance cameras and switching off their power. Once they were certain there were no cameras left inside, Will closed his eyes. Li Yuan held out his arm in front of Sky and Fortune, shielding them. Sky looked puzzled, but before she could ask, Will's body suddenly lit up like a bulb, flooding the room with intense white light. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed from the corner. Will immediately dimmed the light, and the four of them slowly approached the corner. Just as they drew near, a dark shadow lunged out. With a swift motion, Li Yuan struck, sending the shadow crashing to the floor. Another agonized scream pierced the air. They quickly surrounded the shadow. It struggled to its feet, trembling uncontrollably with fear. Suddenly, the shadow lifted its head and let out a roar at Sky. Startled by the sight, Sky stumbled back 2 steps. Seizing the moment, the shadow darted toward her. But before it could reach Sky, Fortune, the cat in her arms, let out a fierce yowl. Terrified, the shadow retreated to its original spot. "Will, purify her," Li Yuan said calmly. Will nodded, raised one hand toward the shadow, and a beam of white light shot forth, enveloping the figure. The shadow shrieked, its form slowly dissolving into black smoke. Soon, the entire figure was shrouded in darkness. When the smoke finally cleared, a blonde girl in a white dress collapsed to the floor. Seeing her in this state, Sky walked over, wanting to help her up. But the girl only curled up tighter, like a wounded animal, trembling with fear. Sky looked up. Boss, is she the vengeful spirit? Li Yuan nodded. She's probably connected to Monsieur Bear, or you could say she was killed by him. I don't know the exact method, but I do know it was something twisted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a vengeful spirit. Sky gently stroked the girl's hair and spoke softly. Tell me, how did Monsieur Bear kill you? But as soon as the girl heard Monsieur Bear's name, her body began to emit black smoke once again. She suddenly looked up, her eyes turning a blood-red hue. Will immediately hurled a ball of white light at her, purifying the girl once more. The girl raised her head and glared at Will, her anger palpable. Why are you helping him? Will remained silent, but Sky replied, Tell us your story first. Maybe we'll help you, instead of him. The girl turned and stared at Sky for a long while. At last, she sat down on the floor, murmuring, It was 3 months ago. Back then I was singing, in a bar for a living. One day, he approached me and said he wanted to sponsor me to enter a singing competition, claiming he admired my voice. I knew the world wasn't that kind, so I was always careful. Whenever we met, I'd choose public places, cafes, or bubble tea shops. With the sponsorship, I made it through the first round of the competition, and I began to let my guard down. As I advanced further, my wariness faded even more. One time, after we'd been drinking and I was a little tipsy, I thought about giving myself to him, but he turned me down, saying righteously that he only wanted to make sure my singing talent wasn't wasted, and he wasn't interested in my body. I trusted him completely then, and drank myself into a stupor. Little did I know, beneath his gentlemanly exterior, he was a monster. When I woke up, I found myself tied to an operating table. Next to me were power saws, blades, iron rods, hammers, tools of horror. He used those tools to butcher me, and I was fully conscious through it all. Overwhelmed by rage, I became a bound spirit, tied to this very room, unable to leave, let alone seek revenge. And I'm not his only victim. There were more than 20 girls before me who suffered the same fate. I hope you can help me get justice. As Sky listened, his fists clenched tightly without him realizing. Boss, Sky called out. I know what you're thinking, but I can't intervene. After all, he's the one who hired us, Li Yuan said helplessly. Sky shot Li Yuan an angry glare. Hey, calm down, I'm not finished yet. Our mission is to take care of her. How about this? I'll make you a deal. I'll give you the power to take your revenge, but after it's done, you have to leave this place. Whether you end up in heaven or hell is up to you. Is that clear? The girl shook her head wildly. No problem. As long as I get my revenge, I'll leave Earth. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction, gripping her hand and transferring a bit of magic to her. A flicker of red and blue flashed in the girl's eyes. Will, bring him in. Then hide yourself, Li Yuan instructed. Will brought Monsieur Bale into the room. Mr. Constantine, have you already dealt with her? Monsieur Bale asked obsequiously. It's done. She wasn't much trouble, so I'll only charge you 50,000. You've already paid 10, so there's 40,000 left. Pay up. After Monsieur Bale transferred the remaining 40,000 via his phone, the four of them left the room, leaving Monsieur Bale alone. He looked around, and a twisted smile crept across his face. Looks like I can continue my art here after all. But before he could finish the thought, a mysterious force dragged him deeper into the room. Moments later, his agonized screams echoed through the air. Hey, Lee, do you have time to come to Peter's birthday party? He's turning 10 tomorrow. Norman suddenly called Li Yuan. Oh, is that so? Of course I can make it. When and where? Li Yuan replied cheerfully. Great, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, at my place. I won't keep you from work any longer, Norman said, hanging up. Boss, what's up? Sky asked, her curiosity obvious. It's Peter's birthday. Norman's invited us over to celebrate with him, Li Yuan replied coolly. Well, and Constantine glanced up, then turned back to their episode of Tom and Jerry. Oh, I see. When are we going? Sky pressed on. Tomorrow night. That means you all have until then to pick up a gift for Peter. It doesn't matter if it's expensive, cheap, or even handmade, as long as it's a gift. The three nodded in agreement. By the way, boss, what happened to that girl from last night? Sky asked. You can check the news yourself. Anyway, the magic I gave her will only last 10 hours. After that, it'll self-destruct. Regardless of whether she makes it to heaven or hell, she'll cease to exist. Boss, you're so cold-blooded. Always keeping a backup plan, Sky remarked, swiping through her tablet as she spoke. Oomph. Little girl, never underestimate a human's instinct to survive. I guarantee that once she's had her revenge, she'll be thinking about how to slip away from us and find somewhere else to lay low. If we don't make preparations, it could lead to even bigger trouble. But Sky didn't respond to Li Yuan. Instead, she looked at the tablet in her hand with satisfaction and said, "Found it." Curious, Li Yuan glanced at the tablet. It was displaying a news article about the tragic death of Mansour Bayer. "Looks like she's already taken her revenge," Sky remarked with a sigh. Sky stood up and stretched, glancing at the three still sitting or lying around. With a resigned sigh, she reached out to pull Li Yuan up, but no matter how hard she tried, he didn't budge an inch. "What are you doing? Come on, let's go buy a gift for Peter with me." "No, maybe later tonight. I don't feel like moving right now," Li Yuan said, brushing Sky's hand away. Standing there, Sky stomped her foot in frustration, then picked up Fugaway from nearby and tossed the cat at Li Yuan's face. Fugaway let out a sharp meow and landed right on Li Yuan. With a quick kick, Fugaway scrambled off Li Yuan's face, leapt onto Will, found a more comfortable spot, and settled down to lie there. Sky pressed her hand to her forehead. "The four of you are hopeless." With that, Sky turned and left, heading back to her own place. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Mexican desert, two shooting stars suddenly streaked across the sky and crashed to the earth, the impact echoing across the barren land and attracting the attention of some campers nearby. They drove over to where the stars had fallen, only to find a massive crater. At its very center, a meteorite shaped like a hammer lay silently, half buried in the dust. What these bystanders didn't know was that, not far from the crater, a tall, powerfully built man with golden hair was lying on the ground, completely naked. At that moment, a car drove through the desert, carrying two women and an elderly man. "Dr. Eric, our instruments picked up a huge energy surge in this area, but now the signals vanished. Why did it disappear when we got here?" one of the young women asked. The old man, Dr. Eric Selvig, replied, "Is it possible your machines are malfunctioning?" The other young woman immediately protested. "That's impossible. I calibrated the equipment myself. There's no way it's wrong." No sooner had she finished speaking than the car made a loud thud, and the girl instinctively hit the brakes. They watched as a shadow flew off not far from the car. Swallowing hard, the girl muttered, "Daisy, did I just hit someone? Oh no, what if I killed someone?" Dr. Eric quickly opened the door and got out. "If you don't get out and check, you really might have. You got to pay more attention when you drive." "Jane, you're in trouble this time," Daisy Lewis said, pointing at Jane Foster. The two of them got out of the car as well, following Dr. Eric to the spot where the figure had landed. There, they found a naked, muscular blonde man. Daisy swallowed hard, and her hand, almost involuntarily, traced slowly across the man's 10-pack abs. Jane quickly slapped Daisy's wandering hand away, then helped Dr. Eric carry the man to the trunk. They planned to take him to the hospital before deciding what to do next. Meanwhile, at the very moment the meteor appeared, alarms blared in a certain department inside the Triskelion building. The entire team sprang into action, and on the largest screen, a world map kept zooming in, pinpointing the exact spot in Mexico where the hammer-shaped object had just fallen. Nick immediately dispatched a field team to the location, and, as fate would have it, Phil was leading the squad. At the hospital, the blonde man suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the doctor about to inject him with medication, he lashed out and knocked the doctor unconscious with a single punch. He roared, "What are you trying to do to a god? I am Thor, son of Odin, king of the gods." Before he could finish, two burly orderlies pinned him firmly to the bed. The nearby doctor hurriedly administered a sedative, and the blonde man fell silent, unwillingly subdued. Outside the room, Jane and Daisy kept apologizing to the doctor, who had just regained consciousness. A short while later, the blonde man opened his eyes again. He tried to get up, only to realize he was restrained, with two women watching him intently. "What are you doing?" "I am Thor, son of Odin. I'll give you 3 seconds to let me go," the blonde man shouted in anger. One of the women couldn't help but chuckle softly, pointing at the man and ridiculing him. "Jane, did you hear that? He actually claims to be Thor. Honestly, he looks more like a fool to me, though a rather handsome one." Jane shot Daisy an exasperated glare, then walked over to the man and spoke gently. "I'm really sorry. I didn't see you and hit you with my car. Right now, I'd like to take you out of here, but there's one condition. You have to stop acting crazy, or you might never get out of this place. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, the blonde man chose to compromise and nodded. Jane then asked Daisy to help with his discharge paperwork. Since the blonde man didn't have any clothes, Daisy also bought him a set of clothes while she was out. Thus, dressed neatly, the blonde man followed Jane and Daisy back to their home. Daisy, still in shock, pointed at the man and asked, "You're saying you're Thor Odinson, son of Odin, king of the gods?" The blonde man took a bite of his burger and said, "That's right. I'm a prince of Asgard. My father banished me here to your Midgard. By the way, have you seen my hammer, Mjolnir? Mjolnir. The two of them echoed in unison. Just then, Professor Eric came out and explained, Mjolnir is the weapon of Thor in Norse mythology, the hammer of the thunder god. We haven't seen this Mjolnir you're talking about, Darcy replied. At the time, there was only you walking alone down the road, and then we accidentally knocked you over. I don't know what's going on either, Thor said, frustration in his voice. Right now, I can't sense where Mjolnir is, nor can I summon it back. Don't get worked up. Look, if you fell down here, then that hammer of yours must have landed somewhere around here too. Just eat for. Now, we're going to go over there and have a word, Darcy said, then she pulled Jane aside to where Professor Eric was standing. The three of them formed a small circle. Darcy lowered her voice. So what do you think? Is he telling the truth? Hard to say. No idea. Darcy rolled her eyes at them. So what we do? We're not seriously going to help him look for his hammer, are we? Well, we could try. What if he really is an alien? Jane suggested. You're older than me, so I'll just do what you say. Darcy conceded, resigned to follow Jane's lead. As the three discussed, a sudden knock came at the door. They had to set their conversation aside and answer it, only to find a group of men in black suits staring at them from outside. Jane immediately sensed trouble. Phil then produced his shield credentials and said, Miss Jane Foster, hello. We're here to see Dr. Eric Selvig. Is he here? Hearing the familiar voice, Dr. Eric called out, I'm here. Phil glanced at Jane, who stepped aside to let them enter. Phil led his group inside, ignoring Thor, who was still eating, and walked straight up to Dr. Eric. He said bluntly, Doctor, we'll need to examine your recent research. If you don't mind, we'll be taking all your latest work with us. The moment Darcy heard this, she was instantly furious and wanted to protest, but Dr. Eric stopped her with a dark scowl. Take it, but I expect every bit of it returned. Intact, he demanded. Phil's team then moved into action, dismantling the place like a group of professional movers. They hauled away a mountain of equipment and piles of research notes, leaving the place a complete mess behind them. During this period, Jane did try to reclaim her work, but with Phil's men pointing guns at her head, she dared not make any rash moves. When they were being led away, Phil even had a female agent search both of them, and she discovered a notebook filled with Jane's painstaking research notes. Jane wanted to resist, to fight back, but seeing that gun pressed to her forehead, she forced herself to hold back. Meanwhile, Thor, witnessing someone treating the woman who had fed him with such cruelty, leapt to his feet in outrage. With a single punch, he knocked out the agent beside him. As he swung at another agent, however, Phil caught Thor's fist. Thor stared in disbelief. Phil gave him a gentle shove, and Thor crashed straight into a table. With an air of arrogance, Phil brushed the dust from his clothes and strode away with flourish. Jane hurried to help Thor up. Instead of anger, Thor's face broke into a broad, cheerful grin. Midgard has such powerful warriors. Impressive. Once I recover Mjolnir, I must have a proper match with him. Suddenly, Dr. Eric called out, drawing everyone's attention. Pointing at the live news feed on the computer screen, he asked, Is that what you were talking about? Your Mjolnir? Thor turned to the screen and saw his weapon lying in a massive crater. At once, he rushed to the computer, stabbing a finger at the pit. Where is this? Take me there now. Thor's excitement began to boil over. Jane and Darcy rushed to soothe him. Calm down first. Once you've settled, we'll take you there. Thor sat, drawing several deep breaths. Then he stood, collected and resolute. Now I'm calm. Will you take me? Jane glanced out the window. Night had already fallen. She'd intended to wait until morning, but seeing Thor's anxious expression, her heart softened. In the end, she led him alone to the site where the hammer had fallen. But by now, Phil's people had already set up a temporary base, built around Mjolnir itself. When they arrived near the base, the sight of armed guards made Thor uneasy. He already knew his current strength was only slightly above that of an ordinary human. He'd lost both his godly power and his divine form. Regaining Mjolnir was now his only hope. Thor believed that if he could reclaim Mjolnir, he would become his mighty self once more. Jane, stay here. I'll go alone. Be careful. With that, Thor ignored Jane's pleas and charged ahead. As he moved, rain began to pour from the sky, thunder crashing all around. Relying on his battle experience and physical prowess, Thor forced his way into the heart of the base, where Mjolnir awaited. In the pouring rain, Thor rushed straight to the front of Mjolnir. Phil, watching him closely through the surveillance cameras, stopped the agents who wanted to intervene and said, Hold on. Don't do anything yet. His eyes remained fixed on Thor, not missing a single move. Thor, overcome with excitement, gazed at Mjolnir before him. He placed his hand on the hammer, and instantly, lightning danced wildly across the sky. But soon, Thor realized something was wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift the hammer. A thought flashed through his mind, a thought he would never allow himself to believe. Dropping to his knees, he cried out the hammer's name, voice echoing with desperation. Mjolnir! Mjolnir! Answer me! Soon, the rain ceased, the clouds parted, and the lightning faded away. Thor sat on the ground, eyes vacant and spiritless. Phil sighed and said, "Take him away. Looks like he's not the one we're looking for. I really thought he knew something." With Phil's order, a team of agents quickly surrounded Thor and locked him up in a makeshift cell. Outside, Jane noticed how long Thor had been inside and immediately sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly drove back to town, found Dr. Eric Selvig, and begged him to use his connections to get Thor released. Dr. Selvig offered reassurance. "Don't worry. I'll make sure that big oaf comes out in one piece." Hearing his promise, Jane finally let out a breath of relief. Thanks to Dr. Selvig's efforts, S.H.I.E.L.D. finally relented and agreed to release Thor. Jane drove Thor back at once. At first sight of him, she feared S.H.I.E.L.D. had done something to hurt him and angrily shouted curses toward the base. But before she could say much, Thor stopped her. "That's enough. Don't blame them." Seeing how dejected Thor was, Jane didn't know what else to say. She simply took him to a bar. Suddenly, Thor pulled Jane's notebook, taken by Phil, out of his pocket and handed it to her. "This is all I could get back for you." Jane carefully put the notebook away. "Thank you, Thor." Thor didn't respond. He just started drinking, glass after glass of strong liquor, as if trying to drown himself. Jane didn't stop him, for she could see clearly how much pain he was in. Right now, he truly needed to drink to let it all out. It didn't take long before Thor was completely drunk. Without his godly powers, his body was no longer what it used to be. He leaned heavily against Jane, muttering something under his breath, too soft for her to understand. Jane helped the drunken Thor back to the house, picked a random room, and tucked him into bed. Just as she was about to leave, Thor, half awake, grabbed her arm and with a sudden pull drew her into his embrace. Jane, already harboring feelings for Thor, didn't resist. She simply followed her heart, and the two of them ended up tangled together on the bed. When Thor awoke the next morning, he found Jane lying naked in his arms. In an instant, memories of the previous night came flooding back to him. Gently, he stroked Jane's hair with tenderness, and the movement stirred Jane awake. Nestled against Thor's chest, Jane murmured softly, "Thor, you're awake?" "Yes, let's get up and have something to eat," Thor replied, his voice gentle and warm. When the two of them stepped out of the room together, Darcy and Dr. Eric greeted them with teasing glances. Jane, a little embarrassed, coughed a few times, prompting the others to finally avert their eyes. During breakfast, the two of them were inseparable, just like a pair of newlyweds basking in the sweetness of their new life together. Meanwhile, Phil and the others were still absorbed in studying Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Thor, for his part, seemed to have forgotten his own extraordinary identity, slipping seamlessly into the quiet rhythms of small-town life as an ordinary man. And so, these peaceful, simple days continued on for a while longer. That night, out on a highway, a sport car was racing along at breakneck speed. Standing atop a tree, Li Yuan watched the man inside the car, who was brimming with self-confidence, and muttered to himself, "You can't blame me for this. It was that bald wizard who put me up to it. If you want to blame someone, blame her." With that, Li Yuan snapped his fingers. A shard of glass shot out like a bullet, striking the car's tire. The man inside lost control instantly, and the car tumbled over several times, before coming to a halt. Watching the hand that reached out through the shattered windshield, Li Yuan remarked coolly, "Mission accomplished. Time to head to the birthday party." Without sparing another glance at the wrecked car below, Li Yuan transformed and soared off toward Norman's house. When he arrived, Sky and the others were already there. The group made their way inside together, finding Peter's Uncle Ben and Aunt May among the guests. After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats and began to chat casually. "Boss, where did you just go?" Sky inquired. "I was helping a friend with something." "So, did you all remember to bring your gifts?" Li Yuan asked, glancing at the three of them. "All set. But boss, did you remember yours?" someone teased. "Are you kidding? Even if you all forgot, I'd still have mine." With that, Li Yuan brandished the football he was holding. Just then, the clock on the wall chimed 8. Norman clapped his hands, and the butler wheeled out a towering 4-tiered cake. Everyone joined in singing "Happy Birthday," and then it was time for the gift-giving. Uncle Ben and Aunt May each gave Peter a present. One a skateboard, the other a brand-new Apple laptop. Next up were Norman and Harry. Norman presented Peter with a wristwatch. Though he never mentioned the price, everyone could tell it was something far from ordinary. Harry kept it simple, gifting Peter a Nintendo Switch along with every game cartridge currently available on the market. Peter accepted the gift with delight, but Aunt May, standing behind him, said, "I don't mind Harry giving you this, but Peter, your grades must not slip. If they do, I'll take your game console away, understand?" Peter nodded quickly. Next up were Li Yuan and his friends. The first to present a gift was Sky. Her present was simple, a PS4 console. After all, in her view, kids all love playing games, so she bought a PS4. However, since Peter had just received a Switch, he didn't seem quite as enthusiastic, but he was still very happy to accept it, thanking Sky several times. Then it was Will and Constantine's turn. They gave their gift together, a cross necklace that was quite unusual, half silver and half black. Peter, once you put this on, don't take it off. If you ever find yourself in danger, this necklace could save your life, Will said. Peter knew the two of them were no ordinary people, so he understood the significance of the necklace. He put on immediately and promised to take good care of it. Finally, it was Li Yuan's turn. He held out an American football, a ball he'd picked up by chance at an auction. It bore the signature of Hall of Famer Joe Montana. Peter was so excited when he saw it that he hugged it tightly. Do you like it? Li Yuan asked. Peter was so thrilled he couldn't even speak, nodding furiously instead. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. All right, everyone, Norman chimed in. Since all the gifts are given, let's have Peter cut the cake. Peter reluctantly put down the football and joined the others at the table. Boss, isn't this the football you picked up yesterday at an old market auction? I remember you only spent a few bucks on it, but it actually looks pretty valuable. Also, I thought that ball didn't have a signature when you bought it. Sky suddenly sidled up to Li Yuan and whispered, the football we got at the auction is this very one. I don't know who covered it up with another layer, but I just happened to notice, Li Yuan replied. No way. You're so lucky to stumble onto something like that. If I'd known, I would have gone with you to the market, Sky said, sounding regretful. Well, you insisted on buying Peter a PS4 instead. Don't blame me. Li Yuan spread his hands innocently. Sky wanted to say more, but by then, everyone had gathered around the cake. Peter picked up a plastic knife and made a few random cuts in the cake before setting it down. Then Norman's butler appeared, this time with a real knife, skillfully slicing the cake into equal pieces. The servants then placed each piece on a plate and handed them out to everyone around the table. Everyone helped themselves without hesitation, picking up the food and digging in. The whole villa was filled with a festive, joyful atmosphere. In Manhattan, inside Tony's seaside villa, Nick handed the tablet in his hand to Tony. I'd like to invite Li Yuan to help us, in your name. Capture him and get him to join the Avengers. What do you think? Tony didn't answer right away. Instead, he tapped on a video on the tablet. On the screen, like a 3-meter-tall green giant was rampaging through a military base. From the footage, it was clear this giant possessed terrifying strength and an almost invulnerable defense. What's this? Another military experiment gone wrong. Tony asked, puzzled. That's the Hulk, Nick explained. He accidentally exposed himself to gamma radiation, which awakened a mysterious power hidden deep inside him by his father. How strong is he? And is he in control of himself? Tony pressed. No weapon we have can really hurt him. Not even close. No one's tried a nuke yet. In his human form, he's a doctor, but when angered, he transforms into the Hulk. He vanished into the Amazon jungle years ago. Honestly, there's hardly a weapon on Earth that could kill him. Like I said, we haven't tested a nuke, so who knows if even that would work, Nick said gravely. I can't say whether he'll help us, but I'll give it my best shot. Do you know where he is now? No idea, but there's someone who definitely knows. And that person is already sending a team of special forces after him. Honestly, it's a foolish move, Nick replied with a hint of disdain. Understood. I'll talk to him tomorrow. For now, I need you to leave. And in the future, please don't enter my house without my permission, Tony said, making it clear Nick was no longer welcome. Nick gave a faint smile, stood up, and left. Tony stared at the tablet, watching the Hulk tear apart tanks as if they were made of paper, silently wondering how long his own armor would last against such a force. Just as he was feeling grateful that his suit could at least fly, he watched on screen as the Hulk leapt hundreds of meters into the air in a single bound, moving with astonishing speed. Tony shook his head and muttered to himself, no chance at all. I wonder if we can really pull this off. He let out a sigh, shook his head to clear his thoughts, downed a glass of milk, and returned to the bedroom, where Pepper was already asleep. Tony tiptoed over, gently kissed her on the forehead, and climbed into bed beside her. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After breakfast and a quick wash, Tony picked up the tablet and drove over to the agency. He rang the doorbell. Not long after, Sky opened the door. But as he stepped inside, he found the place completely empty. No one was there at all. Sky, where's your boss? He's not awake yet. If you need to see him, I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait until he wakes up. He likes to lock his door when he sleeps, and the soundproofing is excellent. No matter how much you call from outside, there's no waking him, Sky replied helplessly. In that case, I'll just wait here until he wakes up. You go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Don't mind me. But could you give me a glass of juice first? Tony said. Sky glared at Tony in annoyance, but still poured him a glass of milk. At the same time, she filled Fortune's food bowl with a generous helping of cat food and fresh water. With nothing better to do, Tony wandered around aimlessly before finally settling beside Fortune. He picked up the cat, cradled it in his arms, and started gently stroking its fur. Fortune didn't resist. Instead, it seemed quite content, stretching lazily in Tony's embrace. No one could say how much time had passed before there was finally some movement behind the 3 tightly closed bedroom doors. The first to emerge was Will. He stepped out, rubbing his eyes, and called out casually to Tony, who was still petting the cat. Morning, Tycoon. Morning, Will. Any idea when your boss is getting up? Will glanced at the clock on the wall, stifled a yawn, and said soon. He's punctual, 10 minutes tops, and he'll be up. With that, Will went straight to the fridge, pulled out a carton of milk, twisted off the cap, and took a long swig right from the carton. He then cracked a few eggs and ate them raw before letting out a hearty burp and heading back to his room to wash up. As soon as Will closed his door, Constantine's door swung open. Like Will, he greeted Tony, then made a beeline for the refrigerator. He took out a coconut, cracked it open, drank the juice, scarfed down a sandwich, and then retreated to his room to get ready for the day. Sky, are they always like this? Tony asked. Sky nodded, resigned. I didn't know at first, but ever since I started working here, they've always been this way. After they wash up, they'll just lounge on the sofa watching Tom and Jerry. It's the same every day. They're like couch potatoes, Tony summed up. Absolutely, Sky agreed. A little while later, Li Yuan's door finally opened, but unlike Will and Constantine, he'd already washed up before coming out. He glanced at Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked Sky, "What's he doing here?" "Boss, it seems he's got business with you," Sky replied. "Tycoon, you need something from me?" Li Yuan asked, a bit surprised. "Yes. I'd like you to help me find someone and bring him back for me." "Well, it's a person, I suppose," Tony explained. "Who is it? Do you have a photo or location?" "Sky, could you bring my breakfast over?" Tony handed the tablet to Li Yuan, while Sky dashed off to fetch breakfast for him. Li Yuan took the tablet, but didn't open the video right away. Instead, he waited for Sky to bring over the breakfast. "Here you go, boss." Sky handed the breakfast to Li Yuan. He picked up a meat bun, took a big bite, and then offered the plate to Tony. "Want one?" "No, thanks. I already had breakfast before I came. You go ahead and watch the video." Tony declined with a casual wave. Li Yuan set down the plate and tapped to play the video. Sky, curious, stood behind him, trying to catch a glimpse. The moment Li Yuan saw the main character, he immediately understood who Tony wanted him to track down. He handed the tablet to Sky. "The green giant in there is called the Hulk. His human form is Bruce Banner. Help me track down his current location. I vaguely remember he holds a PhD in nuclear physics. Should be enough for you to find something, right?" Sky took the tablet, grinning from ear to ear. "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me." With that, Sky hurried off to get started. "So you want me to bring the Hulk back?" Li Yuan asked, getting straight to the point. Tony nodded. "Let me guess, this isn't really your idea, is it? Someone asked you to ask me," Li Yuan said with a knowing smile. Tony hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. "I already know who sent you, even if you don't admit it. But hey, only a fool would turn down easy money. I'll tell you up front, it won't be easy to bring him in. If Bruce Banner feels threatened, or if he's hit with any kind of sedative or knockout gas, the Hulk will take over. The Hulk is basically another personality living inside him, so bringing him back will be a real challenge. But I won't ask for much, just $100 million. How does that sound?" Li Yuan proposed. "No problem. But he has to be alive and in one piece. No missing arms or legs," Tony agreed without hesitation. "That, I can absolutely guarantee." Just then, Sky shouted, "Boss, I've already found him. He's in Brooklyn right now." Li Yuan spun around, as if a thought suddenly struck him. "All right, Mr. Billionaire, you can head back now. Since he's in Brooklyn, I'll have your package ready for you by the end of the day," Li Yuan promised. Tony nodded and got up to leave. After seeing Tony out, Li Yuan stood by the window, gazing toward the Brooklyn district. As he thought about Brooklyn and the Hulk, the plot of The Incredible Hulk came to mind. He muttered under his breath, "I'd rather not take on 2 brutes at once. Looks like I need to rewrite the story a bit. Abomination can't be allowed to show up. Will, John, you're coming with me. Sky, you stay here and keep track of our location at all times. Also, keep me updated on Bruce Banner's position," Li Yuan instructed. Sky nodded and immediately took a seat, tossing a pair of sunglasses to Li Yuan. He put them on, then, accompanied by Will and Constantine, drove off toward Brooklyn. "Boss, Dr. Bruce Banner just entered the building to your left. He hasn't come out yet," Sky reported. "Got it. Will, you stay here. Don't let him get away. John, you're coming in with me." As Li Yuan was about to get out of the car, Will called out to stop him. "Wait, boss. Who exactly is our target? I don't even know what he looks like, Will shouted. Ah, look at me. Almost forgot to tell you who we're after this time. Here, this is what he looks like. Li Yuan handed them a tablet, and the two took turns looking at the screen. After seeing Bruce Banner's photo, they felt the mission would be easy. But when they saw the picture of the Hulk, both of them swallowed hard, unable to hide their nerves. Boss, you're not seriously telling us he can transform into that thing, are you? Constantine asked. Li Yuan nodded. That's right. And even after he transforms, I can't guarantee I could handle him. So you both need to be extra careful. Don't risk your lives here. Just hold him off. Leave the rest to me. The two nodded, and then Li Yuan led Constantine inside. Glancing at the desolate floor, Li Yuan and Constantine exchanged a look before splitting up to search for Bruce Banner. Sky, are you sure there aren't any surveillance cameras in this building? After searching several rooms and coming up empty-handed, Li Yuan checked in, hoping Sky had found a clue. No cameras, boss. But I did notice something weird. Someone's been illegally tapping electricity in this abandoned building. And it's happening somewhere on your floor. I can't pinpoint the exact spot, so you'll have to look for yourself. Understood. Li Yuan closed his eyes, sharpening his sense of hearing. In the silence of the deserted floor, he picked up sounds he normally wouldn't notice. The wind, the faint chirping of insects, the rustle of trash. Shifting across the ground. Suddenly, he caught the low hum of machinery. Instantly, he drew his ebony pistol and fired 3 shots in the direction of the sound, each bullet punching straight through the wall. Li Yuan discovered a hidden chamber concealed behind the wall. Inside the secret room, a man in a white lab coat was just about to inject something into another man lying bare-chested on the bed. The 3 bullets struck home, killing the man in the white coat on the spot. The man sitting on the bed sprang up, staring at the now lifeless figure in the white coat, which had grown cold. Beside him stood a woman, her eyes wide with terror as she clapped her hands over her mouth, desperately stifling a scream as she gazed at the corpse. Li Yuan began to walk toward them, his steps measured and unhurried. Meanwhile, Constantine, hearing the commotion from Li Yuan's direction, transformed instantly into a cloud of black mist and floated up from downstairs. Reaching Li Yuan's side, the black mist reformed into Constantine, who fell in step beside him. Together, the two of them made their way toward the secret room concealed within the wall. Without hesitation, they tore down the secret room's wall, exposing the hidden space and the people within to full view. Bruce Banner, am I right? Someone would like to meet you. What do you think? Li Yuan asked with a gentle smile. Bruce Banner stood up, moving in front of the woman and shielding her protectively behind his back. Dr. Banner, would you be willing to come with me? Li Yuan asked again, his voice calm. Bruce Banner's eyes suddenly darkened with fury. His breath came in ragged gasps as he lifted his twisted, tortured face and growled. You've made me angry now. Almost at once, Bruce Banner's body began to swell, muscle and bone expanding at a terrifying speed, tearing through his clothes in an instant. John, take the woman and get to a safe distance, Li Yuan said in an even tone. Constantine dissolved once more into a swirling column of black mist, enveloping the woman and whisking her away from the building. Watching Constantine take his girlfriend away, Bruce Banner finally lost all control. He threw his head back and bellowed his rage at the ceiling. The Hulk had arrived. He roared at Li Yuan, sending a gale-force wind blasting in his direction. Li Yuan's brow knit slightly, but with a swift sidestep, he avoided the force of the blow. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, Li Yuan shot underneath the Hulk, driving his knee upward. The impact was so forceful it made the Hulk arch his enormous back. White froth spilled from the Hulk's mouth as he crashed to the floor. Li Yuan slowly began to retreat, speaking as he withdrew. Hulk, I like a word with Banner. Can you let him come back? The Hulk, sprawled on the ground, lifted his head and glared at Li Yuan, his eyes blazing with wrath. Digging his fingers into the earth, he pulled himself forward with a Herculean effort, launching himself toward Li Yuan so fast that a sonic boom split the air. Li Yuan couldn't dodge in time. The Hulk barreled into him, locking his arms around Li Yuan in a crushing embrace, holding on with the tenacity of a bear trap. Li Yuan's back slammed hard against the wall, pain jolting through him as the Hulk's grip only tightened. Unable to help himself, Li Yuan cried out in agony, his fists pounding against the Hulk's head, but with his movement restricted, the blows felt no more bothersome than a mosquito bite to the raging giant. With no other choice, Li Yuan unleashed his own transformation. A torrent of power surged through his body as he forced the Hulk's arms apart, inch by inch. The Hulk stared, dumbfounded, his eyes wide in utter disbelief at what he was seeing. Surprised, aren't you? Since you refuse to turn back into Banner, I'll just make you too scared to come out. Li Yuan roared, suddenly surging with strength. He forced Hulk's massive arms apart, planted one hand firmly on Hulk's chest, while the other clenched into a fist, red and blue magic slowly gathering around it. Sensing the lethal power building up, Hulk grew uneasy, but his nature wouldn't allow him to show fear. In an instant, his anxiety crystallized into raw fury. His body swelled even larger, and he crossed his arms protectively over his chest. At that moment, Li Yuan's power reached its peak. He unleashed a devastating punch. Hulk vanished in an instant, leaving only a gaping hole in the building's wall. Without hesitation, Li Yuan unfurled the wings behind him and soared in pursuit. He flew for what felt like ages before finally spotting Dr. Banner. Now, Banner lay on a barren stretch of earth, clad in nothing but a tattered pair of shorts. Li Yuan descended, red and blue motes of light swirling as he shifted back to his human form. He placed a hand under Banner's nose. Thankfully, he was still breathing. Relieved, Li Yuan patted his own chest and murmured, "That was close. I nearly killed him." Just then, Banner's eyelids fluttered, as if he was about to wake. But after a few minutes with no further movement, Li Yuan had no choice but to sit nearby, waiting for Will and the others to come pick them up, and to wait for Banner to regain consciousness. With a gasp of pain, Banner finally stirred and struggled upright. Before he could get his bearings, a familiar voice spoke beside him. "Dr. Banner, you're awake?" Banner turned his head and saw the man who had killed Samuel Stearns sitting by the campfire. Startled, Banner leapt to his feet. A breeze swept by, and he suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, he realized all his clothes were gone. Shivering, he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. Li Yuan chuckled at the sight. "Come over and warm yourself by the fire." Banner hesitated for a moment, but decided to sit down. "Dr. Banner, I have the same question as before. If someone invites you over as a guest, would you go?" Li Yuan asked with a gentle smile. Banner nodded. This time, he didn't refuse. "I can agree, but I have one condition. You must let Betty go." "Betty? Who's Betty?" Li Yuan feigned ignorance. "Don't play dumb. She's the girl you people took." Banner's expression darkened. Li Yuan shook his head. "Why would we harm her? Our target is you, and besides, she's a general's only daughter. I don't fancy being watched every minute of the day. Don't worry, we won't hurt her." Banner fell silent, lowering his gaze to poke at the fire with a stick. After a while, a pickup truck drove towards them. Li Yuan stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "Our ride's here. Time to go." Dr. Banner stood up as well. The pickup stopped in front of them. Before it had even come to a complete halt, the door swung open and Betty leapt out, rushing straight into Dr. Banner's arms. "Bruce, are you all right?" Dr. Banner held Betty close, gently stroking her hair. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Constantine rolled down the window and leaned out. "Hey, let's get moving." Li Yuan smiled and got into the passenger seat. Will climbed out from the back and sat in the rear of the truck while Dr. Banner and Betty, still holding hands tightly, took their seats in the back as well. Once everyone was settled, Constantine started the truck and headed for Tony's seaside villa. As they cruised down the highway, the roar of helicopter blades suddenly echoed overhead. Will tapped on the window and said, "Boss, there's an armed chopper right above us." "It's probably my father's men," Betty said quietly. "John, pull over," Li Yuan said calmly. Constantine stepped on the brakes. Betty, alarmed, cried out, "Don't stop. Keep going." But Li Yuan paid her no mind. He opened the car door and stepped out, lifting his gaze to meet the hovering gunship head-on. Under Li Yuan's unwavering stare, the helicopter descended slowly. A squad of well-armed soldiers disembarked, followed by General Ross himself. The soldiers' first move was to level their weapons at Will and Li Yuan's group. "I don't like having guns pointed at me, Ross. You should know what to do," Li Yuan said, fixing his gaze on the general. General Ross gestured downward with his hand, and the soldiers reluctantly lowered their weapons. "I'll come and take him with me. You know, I've been looking for him for a long time." General Ross pointed at Dr. Banner. Li Yuan shook his head. "He's already spoken for. You can take her, but not him." General Ross glared at Li Yuan, but Li Yuan only gave a dismissive smile and signaled for everyone to return to the truck. "Fine, let me take my daughter, then," General Ross demanded. Li Yuan looked at Betty, but she shook her head firmly. "Well, General Ross, it seems she doesn't want to go with you. Maybe you should just leave on your own." General Ross shot Betty a furious look, but she refused to meet his eyes. The standoff dragged on for several tense minutes before the general, out of options, turned away in anger and left. Li Yuan chuckled softly and climbed back into the truck. Constantine resumed driving. After driving for a while, the group arrived at Tony's villa, where Nick had already been waiting for quite some time. How did he know they were coming? The answer was simple. He had been monitoring Li Yuan and the others' movements via satellite surveillance. Everyone stepped out of the car. Dr. Banner gazed at the villa before him, still wondering about the identity of the person looking for him. But when the door opened, both Dr. Banner and Betty were taken aback by the person who greeted them. Li, you're here. So, this is the big green guy, Dr. Banner? Tony said as he opened the door. Who else could it be? And show some respect. If he transforms into the Hulk, do you really think your body could withstand even a few blows? I figure you might be able to scream the first time, but after that, you'd probably be sleeping forever, Li Yuan replied, casting an apologetic glance at Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner simply shook his head with a wry smile. It's fine. I'm used to it by now. All right, enough talk. Come on in. Let's continue inside, Tony said, stepping aside to let everyone enter. Betty and Dr. Banner walked in and immediately noticed a one-eyed black man sitting on the sofa. Li Yuan said, he's the one who asked me to bring you here. You two can talk. Tony, the billionaire, why don't you get us something to eat? We haven't had dinner yet. No problem. Jarvis, have our chef come over, please, Tony instructed. Yes, sir. I've already notified them, Jarvis replied. Banner sat down across from Nick, curiosity in his eyes. I don't believe we've met. What do you want from me? Nick didn't answer directly. Instead, he began speaking. Bruce Banner, born in 1962 in Ohio. From a young age, your father subjected you to genetic experiments. The results of those experiments didn't show right away, but during one particular experiment, you were exposed to gamma radiation. That's when the effects finally surfaced. Something seemed to dawn on Dr. Banner, and his expression turned grim. He made no objections, though. He simply listened in silence. Nick continued, the world isn't as simple as you might think. There are demons, vampires, angels, even aliens. Compared to outside civilizations, Earth is far too weak. That's why I want to form an organization to defend against these external threats. It's called the Avengers. I'd like to invite you to join us. We need both your strength and your intelligence. Dr. Banner remained silent, his head bowed, lost in thought. Dr. Banner, Nick called to him again. I'm sorry, Dr. Banner said quietly. Until I find a way to control my transformations, I don't want to be near populated areas. Nick sighed. Understand. But I hope, when we truly need you, you'll be there. Dr. Banner lifted his head. That won't be a problem. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, back in the secret chamber in Brooklyn, where Li Yuan had killed Samuel Stearns, a group of people in protective suits appeared. They searched the room thoroughly until they finally discovered a temperature-controlled freezer. Inside, rows of test tubes were neatly arranged, each filled with fresh, scarlet blood. Handling them with extreme care, the group transferred the test tubes into another container before leaving the secret chamber. Not long after their departure, the entire building was rocked by an explosion, and in an instant, it collapsed to the ground. After leaving Tony's villa, Li Yuan and his two companions returned to their office. As soon as they opened the door, they found Sky staring intently at the computer, her expression grave. She was so absorbed in her work that she didn't even notice the three of them come in. Li Yuan, puzzled, tapped Sky gently on the shoulder. She jumped up in fright, but when she saw it was Li Yuan, she let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Boss, you scared me. Why didn't you say you were back? We've been here a while. You were just too engrossed to notice. What's got you so absorbed? All right, boss, come take a look at this. Not long after you all left, that building collapsed. This is footage from a surveillance camera nearby. Something about it feels off. Sky pulled Li Yuan over to the computer and opened a video. Several cars passed in front of the surveillance camera. Li Yuan, curious, asked, What's so strange about this? Boss, could you look a little closer? Sky replied, pressing a key to freeze the video. She zoomed in on a particular part of the footage. Li Yuan could just make out a group of people in protective suits, and, among them, General Ross. A frown creased Li Yuan's brow. He felt as though he had forgotten something important. Can you tell where they went? Of course, boss. Take a look. Sky opened up a program, and the computer screen instantly split into dozens of small windows, each showing footage from a different camera. They watched as the cars passed from one window to another, eventually heading out of New York State. That's it. That's all. I checked the entrances to every other state, but there's no sign of them. So either they didn't enter another state, or they switched vehicles. Whatever the case, I can't track them further, unless I secretly tap into a satellite feed, but that's risky. There's a high chance we'd be discovered. Understand. Leave the satellite to me. The most important thing now is to track them down. With that, Li Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Norman's number. Hello, Norman. Do you have access to a satellite? Li Yuan asked, getting straight to the point. Perhaps Norman was just as bewildered by Li Yuan's question, for he stayed silent for quite a while. It wasn't until Li Yuan called his name a second time that Norman finally snapped back to attention. Yes, I have one. Do you need to use it? I do. All right, I'll send you the account and password in a bit. With that, Norman hung up. Not long after, Li Yuan's phone buzzed with a new message containing just 2 short lines of numbers. Li Yuan handed his phone to Sky, who took it and tapped quickly on the keyboard. Moments later, she announced, Boss, it's done. I found them. Hearing this, Li Yuan immediately hurried to Sky's side and asked, "Where are they?" Sky pointed to a map displayed on the computer screen. "They're in this valley. I suspect there's a military base hidden here." I looked up. The photos of those people we saw earlier, every single one of them hold a military rank. I'm certain they all have military backgrounds. I see. Sky, keep a close watch on this spot for me. If there's even the slightest movement, let me know right away. Li Yuan patted Sky on the shoulder as he spoke. Sky nodded. "Don't worry, boss. I'll let you know the moment anything happens." Li Yuan nodded back, then grabbed his keys and headed toward Tony's villa. On the way, he called Tony. "Hey, big shot. Is the Green Giant still with you?" "The Green Giant? Oh, you mean Dr. Banner?" "Yes, he's still here. Hasn't woken up yet." "Why do you ask?" Tony replied. "Keep him there for me. I'm on my way." Without offering any explanation, Li Yuan hung up, leaving Tony thoroughly puzzled. While Li Yuan was rushing to Tony's villa, Sky was monitoring the valley using satellite surveillance. Meanwhile, inside the valley, a human experiment was underway. General Ross stood before a group of robust, bare-chested elite soldiers from various units. He spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, I know you are the finest soldiers from your respective forces. But let me tell you in my eyes, you're not even worth dirt. Do you know why?" Seeing the anger in the soldiers' eyes below, General Ross grinned. He motioned for his men to set up a projection screen, then started a video, footage of the Hulk wreaking havoc on the base. As the soldiers watched the display of the Hulk's strength, they were all awestruck. "Now, there's a chance for you to become as powerful as he is. Tell me, do you want it?" General Ross called out. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, one soldier took a bold step forward and shouted, "General, I want to become someone like him." General Ross nodded in satisfaction, and then, one by one, the soldiers stepped forward until every last one of them stood at attention. "Very good. Follow me." Leading the group, General Ross guided them deeper into the base. Inside, a dozen or so people in white lab coats were waiting, standing beside rows of operating tables. General Ross gestured for the soldiers to lie down. The men hesitated for a moment, but soon complied, lying flat on the tables. The figures in white coats retrieved vials of blood from beneath the tables, drawing the crimson liquid into syringes with meticulous care. When everything was ready, they injected the blood into the soldiers' veins. Afterwards, the lab technicians secured the soldiers tightly to the tables with iron chains, ensuring they couldn't move, and then exited the operating room in an orderly fashion. Once everyone had left, General Ross ordered the room to be completely sealed. A thick iron slab, over a meter deep, slowly descended, closing off the entire chamber. General Ross watched from the observation room, his gaze fixed on the screens below, monitoring the soldiers' reactions. Through the camera feeds, he could clearly see the soldiers' bodies responding violently to Dr. Banner's blood. They thrashed and struggled with all their might, but the chains held firm, allowing them only a few desperate movements on the operating tables. General Ross watched as most of the soldiers began to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, their heads lolled to the side and their bodies fell still, lifeless. With a heavy sigh, Ross murmured to himself, "Is it truly impossible to replicate?" "General, none of them are moving. Should we clean up now?" one of the lab staff whispered. Staring at the screen, Ross asked, "How much serum do we have left?" "Less than 5 vials. If we want to make more, we'll need his blood. Otherwise, we can't continue." "Clean up and prepare the next batch of test subjects," Ross ordered coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Wait, General, look!" someone exclaimed. Ross followed his subordinate's gaze to the screen, where he saw one of the soldiers, presumed dead, twitch a finger. A burst of excitement lit up Ross's face. "Huh. It seems we've succeeded. Quickly release them. I want to see their combat abilities for myself," he shouted, breathless with anticipation. Inside the base, General Ross watched as packs of enormous hyenas were released. Each animal had been starved for days, their hunger making them even more ferocious. As soon as they entered, the hyenas leapt onto the operating tables, tearing into the corpses and gnawing at the flesh with guttural, ravenous sounds. But the dead soldiers' bodies carried the Hulk's serum, and as the hyenas feasted, the blood entered their systems. This triggered a rapid mutation. The hyenas' bodies swelled to the size of calves, their teeth grew longer and sharper, and their claws became wickedly pointed. And this was only the beginning. After undergoing their transformation, the creatures leapt down from the operating table, then stood on the ground, shaking their heads and bodies as if trying to get used to their new forms. As expected, a beast's body adapts to his serum far more easily. He truly is nothing more than a mindless animal, General Ross remarked coldly. It didn't take long for the hyenas to become accustomed to their changes. They began to gather together, suddenly turning their gazes forward, mouths wide open as they howled, as if sensing some danger ahead. Even General Ross couldn't help but lean forward, his eyes fixed intently on the shadows before him, as though a ferocious beast was awakening in the darkness. The hyenas continued barking toward whatever lay ahead, until finally, one of them couldn't hold back any longer. With a powerful push from all four limbs, it sprang into the shadows. Yet, in no time at all, the hyena was sent flying back out at even greater speed, crashing hard against the iron plating. A towering figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Unlike Abomination, this one bore no spikes. His skin was smooth all over, and he stood more than 3 meters tall. He opened his mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar at the hyenas, sending them cowering, whimpering in terror before the giant. General Ross gazed at the gray-skinned, bald, muscular giant before him and burst into triumphant laughter. "I've done it. I've finally succeeded." But that was not the end. From the shadows, another giant stepped forth, joy lighting up every line of General Ross's face, his body trembling with excitement. This new giant exited the darkness completely. He shared a striking resemblance to Abomination, with his body covered in bony protrusions and an even more fearsome appearance. Standing side by side, the two giants commanded absolute submission from the mutated hyenas, who immediately dropped to the ground in deference. At that moment, General Ross's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Gentlemen, you have truly succeeded. Now, there remains one final test, the door before you. The Hulk once broke through this very door to escape. I want to see if you possess that same strength." Before Ross could finish his sentence, the gray giant charged at the door and slammed his fist into it. The 1-meter-thick steel door was instantly punched through, leaving a gaping hole. Abomination then stepped forward, thrust his hand inside, and with a forceful squeeze, the bone spikes on his arm shot out, slicing the door into pieces. The gray giant gave a gentle push, and the shattered door crumbled to the ground. With that, the two giants strode slowly out of the base. General Ross exited the control room and approached the two giants, now standing on the parade ground. "What do you feel now?" General Ross asked, barely able to contain his excitement. "General, we feel restless, full of rage. We want to destroy, to kill," the gray giant replied. Abomination nodded in agreement. General Ross also nodded and signaled for his men to come over. A soldier hurried over with a tablet and handed it to General Ross. Instead of taking it, Ross motioned for the soldier to pass it to the gray giant. The soldier, visibly anxious, handed the tablet to the gray giant. The gray giant took it and looked down at the map displayed on the screen, where a red dot and a green dot were clearly marked. The red dot marks Bruce Banner's location, the Hulk. The green dot is where you are now. Go find him and prove yourselves. Go on, make a scene. Show what you're capable of. General Ross's voice grew louder and more forceful with every word, ending in a near shout. The gray giant glanced at the map to fix the location in his mind, then crushed the tablet in his hand. He looked back at Abomination and nodded. The two giants crouched low, then leapt with all their might, soaring hundreds of meters into the air. By the time they landed, they were already several kilometers away from the base. The pair decided to keep traveling this way. At Tony's seaside villa, a pickup truck pulled up. Li Yuan stepped out and strode quickly toward the tightly shut front door, shouting, "Jarvis, open the door." The door slid open automatically. Li Yuan hurried inside, just in time to see Dr. Banner and Tony's group sitting down at dinner. Everyone looked at Li Yuan in confusion as he burst in, clearly in a rush. Just as Li Yuan was about to explain, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Sky calling. He answered immediately and put her on speaker. "Boss, something's happened. I don't even know how to explain it." "I'll just send you the video," Sky said, her voice tense and urgent. Moments later, Sky's shared video appeared on Li Yuan's phone. He set the phone on the table. Tony and Dr. Banner leaned in to watch, and saw two giants moving at incredible speed, heading straight for New York State. Dr. Banner was even more stunned than Tony. He grabbed Li Yuan's hand and demanded, "What's going on?" "The doctor who promised to help you, Samuel Stearns, he secretly kept some of your blood from those experiments. After his death, when you left the lab, General Ross retrieved your blood and made it into a serum. Those two monsters you just saw, they were created from your blood," Li Yuan explained. Dr. Banner let go of Li Yuan's hand, while Betty looked away, ashamed and unable to meet anyone's eyes. "Jarvis, calculate when they'll arrive in New York State," Tony instructed briskly. "Boss, we've already calculated their route. At their current speed, they'll reach New York State in half an hour," Jarvis reported. The group fell silent. "Take me outside the city. They came into being because of me, so I must be the one to end this," Dr. Banner said, lifting his head with determination shining in his eyes. Tony exchanged a glance with Li Yuan. Li Yuan gave Tony a subtle nod. All right, since you're willing to shoulder this responsibility, I'll take you there myself. Come with me, Li Yuan said. Dr. Banner followed Li Yuan to his pickup truck. Betty wanted to come along, but Li Yuan refused her bluntly. What's the point of you tagging along? All you do is slow us down. Without sparing a glance at Betty's expression, Li Yuan stepped on the gas and drove straight out of the city. Li Yuan drove Dr. Banner toward the outskirts, while the Grey Hulk and Abomination pressed on toward New York State. On the road, Li Yuan dialed Sky's number and asked, "Where are they now?" Inside the agency, Sky's fingers danced frantically across the keyboard. On the computer screen's map, 2 red dots blazed forward at breakneck speed. "Boss, it's bad. They've sped up again. Now, they'll reach New York State in just 10 minutes. Sky shouted. "I got it. Calm down. I can handle this," Li Yuan reassured her, then floored the gas pedal, forcing the pickup to roar down the road like a race car. But even so, their speed was nowhere near enough to catch up with the Grey Hulk and Abomination. By the time the Grey Hulk and Abomination reached the edge of New York State, Li Yuan and his group were still deep in the city center. The Grey Hulk and Abomination had intended to bypass a small town along their way, but as soon as Abomination caught sight of a street sweeper tidying up something, snapped. Rage surged within him, and with a thunderous roar, he charged straight into the town. The Grey Hulk tried to give chase, but couldn't catch up. Once in the town, Abomination showed no mercy. He lashed out at everyone in his path. Children, the elderly, anyone alive fell before him in a spree of destruction. When his fury finally subsided, the entire town looked as if it had been washed in blood. Traces of the townspeople's blood still stained. Abomination's lips as he stood in the center of the carnage, looking utterly satisfied. That felt good. That felt really good. That's enough. If you've finished venting, let's keep moving, the Grey Hulk said coldly. Abomination whipped his head around. Why should I take orders from you? The Grey Hulk turned his back to Abomination, but at those words he slowly twisted around, his gaze icy and unyielding. Say that again. You heard me. I said, why should I follow your orders? Abomination repeated, his voice echoing with defiance. The Grey Giant let out a cold laugh, and in a flash he appeared before Abomination as if he had teleported. With an uppercut, sent him soaring into the air, then leapt up to follow, and finished with a whipping kick that smashed him deep into the ground. Finally, stamping his foot onto Abomination's chest, he said icily, I could kill you with hardly any effort at all. Abomination glared at the Grey Giant in rage, fists clenched so tightly that the veins stood out on his arms. But after a moment, he loosened his grip, closed his eyes, and with humiliation written all over his face, muttered, I was wrong. From now on, I'll follow your orders. Only then did the Grey Giant release his leg. Remember this. Without my command, you are not allowed to act on your own. Abomination climbed to his feet and stood behind the Grey Giant, his head lowered like a serpent. The Grey Giant nodded in satisfaction, then set off on his way once more. Meanwhile, thanks to the time the Grey Giant and Abomination spent lingering in the small town, Li Yuan and his companions gained enough of an advantage. When the 2 giants reached the next town, they arrived in time to stop them. As the Grey Giant and Abomination continued down the road, the Grey Giant suddenly braked to a halt. Abomination stopped abruptly too, glancing at him in confusion, but the Grey Giant simply sat cross-legged on the ground. They're here. Abomination looked down the highway, puzzled, and saw a pickup truck speeding toward them in the distance. Above the vehicle, Tony, fully suited in his armor, was also flying in to join the fray. The truck came to a stop, and Dr. Banner and Li Yuan stepped out. Tony landed from the sky, coming to stand at Li Yuan's side. The 3 of them advanced steadily toward the 2 giants. The Grey Giant stood up, with Abomination following behind. Hey, billionaire, Li Yuan said, I don't think Dr. Banner is angry enough yet. Show him what happened to that town. The tragedy all started because of him, after all. Earlier, Sky had told him about the massacre in the town while they were in the car. Tony knew about it too. He handed Dr. Banner a phone. Banner glanced at it, confused. On the screen, footage played of Abomination slaughtering the townspeople. A furious roar tore from Dr. Banner. He transformed instantly into the Hulk and charged the 2 giants. With a hook punch, he sent the Grey Giant flying, then kicked Abomination to the ground, pouncing on him and raining blow after blow onto his face. Li Yuan watched the fight, arms folded across his chest. Beside him, Tony asked, You sure you're not going to help? What for? Looks to me like the big green guy can handle them by himself. No need for me to get involved. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Hulk was sent flying by a single punch from the Grey Giant. Tony shot him a look. Jinxed it. Then he took to the air, launching missiles to pin the giants down, giving Hulk the support he needed. Hulk struggled to his feet, and let out a furious roar at the two of them. His body grew slightly larger, veins bulging across his skin, flecks of green light flickered in his pupils, and a green mist began to rise from his body. The gray giant stood not far away, silently watching Hulk's transformation. With a powerful kick, Hulk launched himself like a streak of green light straight at the gray giant. The gray giant showed no fear. He opened his arms wide and caught Hulk's hands in his own. The two began to wrestle in a contest of pure strength. The moment they collided, the ground beneath them caved inward, forming a massive crater. While the two titans were still locked in their struggle, Abomination finally regained consciousness. Climbing to his feet, he extended his left hand, and a sharp bone spike grew from his arm. He began slowly advancing toward Hulk and the gray giant. Tony, seeing this, immediately unleashed a volley of missiles and lasers from the sky, hoping to halt Abomination's approach. But these weapons barely fazed him, inflicting only the slightest injuries. "Li, aren't you going to do something?" Tony shouted. "It's fine. Let's wait a little longer," Li Yuan replied, standing not far away, watching the three giants with keen interest. At last, Abomination drew close to the two combatants. He raised his bone spike high above his head. Hulk roared, veins bulging as he tried to break free, but the gray giant was not about to let such an opportunity slip by, and tightened his grip even further. With a savage glare, Abomination drove the bone spike forward. Hulk squeezed his eyes shut, resigned, but instead of pain, he suddenly felt the gray giant's grip weaken considerably. Opening his eyes, Hulk saw that Abomination had impaled the gray giant's heart with his bone spike and was now lifting him high into the air. "I don't take orders from anyone. He's not worthy, and neither are you," Abomination snarled. Then, gripping the gray giant with both hands, he tore him apart, splitting him in two on the spot. Seizing the moment while Hulk was still in shock, Abomination thrust another bone spike through Hulk's chest, pinning him to the ground. Having done all this, Abomination slowly walked over to the gray giant's corpse, picked up the still-beating gray heart, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with a grisly satisfaction. Watching this unfold from above, Tony couldn't help but swallow hard, fear compelling him to retreat further away. After consuming the gray giant's heart, Abomination threw back his head and roared to the sky, his form growing from just over 3 meters to more than 4. More bone spikes jutted from his body, and his skin shifted to a grayish green. Fixing his gaze on Hulk, he bellowed, "Come on, show me what you've got. Come on." Hulk reached for the bone spike embedded in his chest, yanked it out with a flourish, and tossed it casually to the ground. The wound began to heal before everyone's eyes. Hovering in the air, Tony took in the sight of the monstrous, transformed Abomination and let out a long, heavy breath before landing next to Li Yuan. "So, you're not joining the fight? With what am I supposed to fight him? I never stood a chance against him before, and now he's even stronger. There's no way I can join this fight. Better to just watch them settle it. This battle was never meant for me," Tony said as he removed his mask, gazing at the two titans before him. Abomination fixed his vicious grin on Hulk and charged, swinging a brutal straight punch directly toward him. Hulk met the challenge head-on, his own fist flying forward. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, and for a moment, the entire space seemed to fall into silence, only for a raging gale to erupt a heartbeat later, the ground caving in beneath them. Li Yuan waved his hand, dispersing the wild winds. "Jarvis, just how strong are they now?" Tony suddenly asked. "Sir, calculations indicate the force behind their punches has reached 100 tons, and it's still rising," Jarvis replied. Tony swallowed hard, marveling, "That's just terrifying." "It really is. You ever thought about building an anti-Hulk suit? Just in case he snaps, you'd at least have a way to hold him down. Don't you agree?" Li Yuan suggested slyly from the side. Tony nodded matter-of-factly. "You're right. Looks like I really do need to design an anti-Hulk suit. I'll need Banner's help for that, though." "Well, if you're going to make an anti-Hulk suit, why not whip up an anti-Li Yuan suit while you're at it?" Li Yuan teased. "I've actually already started on that," Tony replied absent-mindedly, realizing too late that he'd let the words slip. As soon as he said it, Tony sensed something was off. Slowly turning his head, he caught Li Yuan's amused, knowing gaze. Tony forced a sheepish grin. "Let's just focus on the fight, shall we?" Li Yuan shook his head and turned his attention back to the battlefield. The two giants were still locked in a contest of strength, but as the seconds ticked by, Hulk's rage was steadily mounting, and with it his power, stamina, and physical prowess were all on a rise. In contrast, Abomination had already pushed his abilities to their absolute limit. He could grow no stronger, and now he was gradually being forced onto the defensive. During another furious exchange, Abomination was sent flying. When he landed and steadied himself, he glared at Hulk with fury burning in his eyes. He knew all too well that he was no longer Hulk's match in terms of raw power. If he wanted to kill him, he'd have to resort to other tactics. His hands trembled, and from the backs of his palms, two bony spikes slowly extended. He lunged at Hulk, slashing with his bone spurs. Before Hulk could react, a deep gash was torn across his chest, and green blood began to flow. Staring at the wound on his chest, Hulk let out a furious, primal roar. His body swelled even larger, and with one massive hand, he seized a bone spike, snapping it off with a powerful wrench. Abomination howled in agony, but the ordeal wasn't over. Hulk twisted around and drove the broken spike straight into Abomination's chest. It wasn't until the bone spikes were completely driven into his body that Hulk finally stopped. But before he could relax, his eyes went wide, and he coughed up a mouthful of green blood. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his head, only to see two bone spikes piercing straight through his chest. Abomination leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Looks like I win this time." With that, Abomination kicked Hulk aside, then strode slowly over to stand before him. Raising the bone spike in his hand high, he drove it down with force. Hulk let out a howl of agony. Abomination stabbed him again and again. By the time he finally stopped, Hulk's limbs were each skewered with bone spikes, pinning him firmly to the ground. Li Yuan shook his head in disappointment. The big green guy still doesn't know how to use his strength. Even with all that power, he manages to lose. Abomination turned to Li Yuan and Tony, his voice cold. "Once I'm done with you two, I can properly enjoy his body." Li Yuan quipped, "Hey, ugly, maybe try not to sound so creepy. Anyone who didn't know better might get the wrong idea about your intentions." Enraged, Abomination charged at Li Yuan. Seeing this, Tony immediately took to the air. Li Yuan summoned Dante and raised it high. Abomination's bone spikes crashed down on Dante with tremendous force, driving Li Yuan backward step by step. Deep grooves were gouged into the ground by Li Yuan's heels as he was pushed back. Abomination pressed harder, but suddenly noticed that Li Yuan didn't look the least bit afraid. If anything, there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Before Abomination could react, Li Yuan transformed into his demonic form. With a surge of power, he brought his retreat to a halt, then began to advance, pushing Abomination back with every step. "Impossible!" Abomination shouted. "Anything is possible," Li Yuan retorted. He sidestepped, and Abomination, thrown off by his own momentum, stumbled forward. With a swift turn, Li Yuan brought his blade down in a sweeping arc, severing Abomination's head with a single, clean strike. Tony hovered in the air, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the mighty Abomination to be felled so easily by Li Yuan, not even lasting a single exchange. Under his breath, he muttered, "I guess I'm gonna need to upgrade my suit again." After dealing with Abomination, Li Yuan walked over to Hulk and shook his head. "You have all that strength, but you don't know how to use it. Let Dr. Banner study some combat techniques next time." As he spoke, he pulled out the bone spikes. Hulk gave Li Yuan a grateful look as his wounds slowly began to heal. As the injuries closed, his body gradually shrank, and at last he reverted to Dr. Banner. Li Yuan hoisted Banner onto his shoulder and brought him over to Tony. "Here, he's your responsibility now. I'm heading out. The corpse is your problem too, but let's be clear, whoever wants it needs to pay me $100 million, all right?" Tony nodded. "Deal. If you've got business, go ahead." Li Yuan nodded, started the car, and drove away, heading toward the agency. Only Tony was left behind to deal with the aftermath, along with the unconscious Dr. Banner. Just as Tony was about to call someone to pick them up, a military helicopter arrived ahead of schedule. General Ross stepped out, his tone frosty as he spoke to Tony. "I need to take their bodies with me." "No problem." Tony agreed without hesitation, leaving General Ross momentarily taken aback. "But it'll cost $100 million. Let's be clear, this isn't my demand. It's what the person who killed that monster wants," Tony said innocently. Of course, General Ross knew exactly who was making this demand. Not only was S.H.I.E.L.D. watching this place, but so was he. "Fine. The money will be transferred to your account shortly. Now, I'll have my men take the body away." "No problem. As long as you don't default on the payment, we're good. My ride's here, so you take your time," Tony said, glancing at another helicopter hovering on the horizon. Tony helped Dr. Banner onto the helicopter. As they flew away, General Ross watched them go, then walked over to Abomination's body. He gave a furious kick and spat. "Useless." After returning to the agency, Li Yuan pretended to be exhausted, headed straight to his room, locked the door, opened up his system panel, and started browsing movies to choose from. The three movies before him were Justice League, Joker, 2019, and It. Without a second glance, Li Yuan immediately selected Justice League. Once the film started, Li Yuan watched it from a godlike, omniscient perspective. He saw the entire Justice League helpless before Superman, witnessed Superman's brutal defeat of Steppenwolf, and more. Li Yuan couldn't help but daydream about gaining an indestructible body like Superman's, but he quickly realized that was wishful thinking. When he returned to his consciousness space, he found only a single ball of light before him. With no other option, he reached out and crushed it. A new skill, more accurately, a cheat, appeared before him. I am rich. Whenever the host wants to purchase something but doesn't have enough money, they can say this phrase, and their bank account will instantly receive the exact amount required for the purchase, with no upper limit. However, it can only be used 3 times. Li Yuan stared at this cheat and, without hesitation, claimed it as one of his own skills. Back in the real world, Li Yuan was already imagining himself saying those words in front of Black Panther, buying all of Wakanda in one fell swoop. Of course, it was just a fantasy. Even so, this cheat was enough to keep Li Yuan in high spirits for days. Hell's Kitchen. In a narrow alleyway, a figure clad in a red bodysuit darted swiftly across the rooftops, leaping from building to building. Hot on his heels, a group of ninja, dressed in dark uniforms, pursued him relentlessly. Suddenly, the red-suited figure found himself at the edge of the rooftop, with nowhere left to run. He came to a halt, and in his hand appeared a short stick. With a flick of his wrist, the stick extended, transforming into a white cane. Seeing him stop, the ninjas also slowed their pace. They halted a few meters away, and from their ranks stepped a woman in a red ninja outfit. Daredevil, you've sabotaged several of the Hand's biggest operations. Now that you've fallen into our trap, don't think you'll leave here alive. Of course, there's another way out. Join the Hand, and you might walk away. Daredevil remained silent, merely twirling his cane with a mocking flourish, taunting them. The red-clad ninja woman took a step back, drew her katana, and shouted in Japanese, "Kill him!" The black-clad ninjas surged forward. They began by hurling shurikens, trying to hem Daredevil in, but he slipped through the deadly storm with astonishing agility and lightning-fast reflexes, dodging every blade unscathed. Realizing their throwing stars were useless, the ninjas drew their swords and closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Yet, even with their superior numbers, they couldn't lay a finger on Daredevil. One by one, he took them down, leaving them incapacitated but very much alive, a curious mercy that did not go unnoticed. With the black-clad ninjas sprawled across the rooftop, the woman in red approached slowly, stopping just a meter away. Her hand rested on the hilt and sheath of her katana. Suddenly, she aimed the sheath at Daredevil and thrust it forward with force. The sheath whistled through the air like a dart, but Daredevil merely tilted his head. The sheath shattered the window of the building across the alley, its force undiminished as it embedded itself in the floor. With a cry, the red ninja swung her katana at Daredevil. He sidestepped, the blade slicing down right in front of him. As it neared the rooftop, she twisted her grip and swept the blade sideways, aiming for Daredevil's knees. In a flash, Daredevil kicked the sword aside and followed with a spinning roundhouse, striking her square in the chest and sending her flying several meters. The red-clad woman caught herself with one hand, spun her legs in a gymnast flourish, and sprang to her feet, sword at the ready, eyes locked on Daredevil. But Daredevil hadn't moved an inch. He lifted his cane, giving it a playful twirl, and continued to taunt her with a confident, silent challenge. The scarlet-clad ninja could not bear such humiliation. With a flick of her left hand, a stack of throwing stars appeared in her palm, which she hurled out in a sweeping arc, like a shower of petals cast by a goddess, sealing off every corner Daredevil might use to evade. She thought Daredevil had nowhere left to run. Yet, to her astonishment, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he swung his cane in a sharp arc, slashing, flicking, and tapping, deflecting every throwing star from the air with astonishing precision. But even as Daredevil finished batting away the last of the stars, the Scarlet Ninja was already upon him. Her blade flashed forward, only for Daredevil to thrust his cane at. Just the right moment, catching the katana firmly at its mouth. The tip of her sword hovered mere centimeters from his body, yet she found herself unable to drive it home. As the two stood locked in this tense standoff, Daredevil's ears twitched. He seemed to catch something in the distance. In a flash, he lashed out with a powerful kick, sending the Scarlet Ninja sprawling, then vaulted off the rooftop in a graceful leap. Scrambling to her feet, the Scarlet Ninja rushed to the edge, just in time to see Daredevil making his escape down the fire escape. She glared at his retreating figure, pounding the wall in frustration. Then, catching sight of police cars gathering below, she quickly slipped away. The Scarlet Ninja made her way back to the Hand. Entering a shadowed conference room, she dropped to one knee. "Mistress, I have failed my mission." From within the shadows, a stooped figure emerged, shuffling forward until she stood before the Scarlet Ninja. She reached out, placing a hand gently atop the ninja's head, and a voice, ancient and raspy, spoke. "It's all right. I expected this outcome. After all, as his disciple, how could you possibly defeat him?" Stirred by these words, the Scarlet Ninja cried out, "Please, mistress, grant me your strength." The stooped figure paused, seemingly surprised, and after a moment asked, "Are you certain?" The Scarlet Ninja nodded with unwavering resolve. "This is your choice. I hope you will not regret it," the figure replied coolly. "Never," the Scarlet Ninja answered, her voice firm. "Very well. Tonight, I shall unite you with the Black Void." As she spoke, a host of black-clad ninjas materialized around them, helping the Scarlet Ninja to her feet and leading her from the chamber. Once they had gone, the stooped figure turned to the darkness and said quietly, "The vessel for the Black Void is chosen. It is time for the Dragon Bone to be revealed." One after another, shadowy figures appeared, each voicing their assent. Agreed. Then, just as swiftly as they had come, they vanished, leaving no trace behind. Dragon bone fossils. With them, we could live another 100 years. I only hope Kunlun won't send anyone else. The last time cost us dearly, and we've only just regained our strength. If the Black Void fuses perfectly with her, then we'll have nothing to fear from Kunlun ever again.